Li Song traversed to another realm, dedicating a full 3,700 years to forge the celestial Song Empire, where he reigned supreme. Yet, as his lifespan drew to a close, he faced imminent demise. Ding. The supreme sign-in system is activated. At the outset, he achieved the cultivation of an emperor and gained millions of years of lifespan. Thus, he ascended the throne once more. Upon his rebirth, Li Song gazed down upon the empire he had meticulously constructed. However, he soon discovered that strife erupted everywhere, with vassal kings seizing power and hidden sects scheming in the shadows, intent on usurping control. Li Song declared, "Those who submit to me shall live, those who defy me shall perish, even if it means the fall of the heavens." Chapter 1. From Death to Life, starting with the pinnacle emperor's cultivation. On the Jiuxiao continent, within the celestial Tsang Empire, in the Lin Tian Imperial City. Father, what a remarkable sovereign he is. Yet he cannot escape the end of his lifespan. Within the opulent palace, the current 3 imperial sons and numerous noble officials knelt upon the ground, their expressions laden with gravity. Cough, cough. After 3,700 years is my fate destined to end here? On the dragon bed, an elderly man with graying hair slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was deep and murky, tinged with an indescribable sense of solitude and sorrow. His name was Li Song, that he was the supreme ruler of the celestial Tsang Empire and the architect of this flourishing nation. 3,700 years prior, he had crossed over from the Blue Star. From a wandering beggar, he unexpectedly gained fortuitous opportunities and embarked on the path of cultivation, dedicating his entire life, only to finally establish this grand empire. The path of an emperor is often paved with the bones of the fallen. Along the way, Li Song had long lost count of how many lives he had extinguished. His hands stained with endless blood, he was nonetheless regarded as a benevolent sovereign by millions of subjects, and a stern father in the eyes of his 3 offspring. It ends here. The myriad experiences of his past flickered before Li Song's eyes like a revolving lantern. He could no longer hear the sorrowful cries and reluctance of those around him. It was as if he had already sensed the call from the underworld, poised to depart from the realm of the living. Will the celestial Tsang Empire be able to endure in peace after my demise? Can my sons uphold all that I have built? If only I could have another 100 years. Just 100 years. His gaze gradually became clouded. Li Song was unwilling to embrace death. Yet as a revered cultivator, his lifespan could not exceed 5,000 years. Given the countless hidden injuries he had suffered in the past, surviving for over 3,700 years was already a miracle. I do not wish to die. With the last of his strength, he clenched his fists. Li Song could not bear to abandon the empire he had established. He still yearned to sit upon the throne. He wished to witness this nation continue to flourish and see his 3 sons become formidable figures renowned across the continent. Ding. The supreme sign-in system is activated. Sign-in location, Lin Tian Imperial City detected. Shall the host sign in immediately? As his consciousness teetered on the brink of darkness, a cold yet melodious voice suddenly resonated, causing Li Song's final flicker of awareness to tremble, yearning to respond. But at that moment, his waning will was unable to muster even a slight reply. Fortunately, ding. Host's impending death detected system defaults to sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Pinnacle Emperor Cultivation. Pinnacle Emperor? As Li Song's consciousness began to plunge into darkness, a surge of astonishment flickered across his mind, and then an unfathomable torrent of vitality erupted from his already depleted body, surging throughout him. In that instant, his consciousness snapped back to life. The unimaginable flow of life energy within him caused the cultivation bottleneck that had stymied him for a millennium to finally shatter with a resounding crash. He had finally broken through to the supreme realm, and this was merely the beginning. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy permeated the hall. Everyone present staggered back a few steps, gazing in astonishment at the extraordinary spectacle unfolding before them. How could the dying sovereign now exude such a terrifying aura? Supreme, above the revered, with a lifespan of 10,000 years. Within the ancient state domain where the celestial Tsang Empire resided, he was already among the most formidable beings, a true titan. Yet just 3 breaths later, Supreme 8 heavens, Supreme 9 heavens, and then he stepped into the holy realm, achieving the status of the Supreme Sage. Boom! A vast and overwhelming pressure instantly swept through every corner of the hall. In that moment, everyone present fell prostrate to the ground, too fearful to raise their heads. The might was simply too terrifying. Even though they were powerful in their own right, considered absolute masters within the Celestial Song Empire, they could not withstand even a mere fragment of that aura's onslaught. Supreme and unmatched, invincible. A sage could obliterate mountains with a drop of blood, in the blink of an eye. They could annihilate the heavens and earth. This realm was entirely on a different level from the previous Supreme Realm. Though only a step apart, the distinction felt as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Only by entering the Holy Realm could one truly claim the title of strong across the Jiuxiao continent, reigning freely over the world. Father. He, the crown prince of the Celestial Song, Li Shun, gazed in bewilderment. He was the firstborn son of Li Song after he ascended the throne, gifted with exceptional intelligence and talent, hailed as a peerless prodigy not seen in the ancient state domain for 100,000 years. Yet now that he was utterly stunned by the scene before him, Father has been reborn from death, achieving sagehood. The second son, Li Qian, reacted even more strongly. He was a talented alchemist, having reached the level of an 8th-rank alchemist in just a few decades. Secretly, he had taken an unnamed old man in a black robe as his master, following his guidance. He had concocted a special elixir for Li Song, extending his life by a century. Heaven bless our father. Heaven bless the empire. Within the hall, the crowd bowed deeply. Behind them, the third son, Li Yin, was filled with tears, his emotions surging. Among the 3 brothers, he possessed the weakest talent and mediocre cultivation. Yet despite this, his father had always treated him equally, without a trace of bias. The notion of a heartless imperial family was non-existent within the Celestial Song Empire. Now, witnessing his father Li Song's miraculous rebirth, how could Li Yin not be exhilarated? As for those who had served Li Song for hundreds of years, the guards and palace maids, they all knelt down, tears streaming. Long live our emperor. May he eternally bless the Celestial Song Empire. Boom! In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of all, his aura surged once more. Ancient sage, holy king, quasi-emperor, even to the point of that realm which borders on the legendary, standing at the very pinnacle of the entire 9 heavens continent. The emperor. Boom! The majesty of the emperor pervades the air, and the heavens shift in hue. A tempest sweeps through. Amidst the formerly tranquil skies, several dragon-shaped phantoms emerge, seemingly symbolizing the dragon vein of this imperial dynasty. At this moment, the weight of destiny reaches its zenith. Crack! Li Song shatters the dome of the hall, stepping upon the azure skies. The emperor, possessing countless years of lifespan, wielding the laws of the great Tao, reigning supreme over all existence. Such a formidable being. With a mere utterance, they can obliterate vast territories spanning thousands of miles, extinguishing billions of lives, leaving no trace of their remains. Even the stars in the void beyond, despite the infinite distances that separate them, they can effortlessly seize and annihilate them, or even refine them. This is the true pinnacle of power within the 9 heavens continent. It embodies supremacy and signifies the ultimate destination of the cultivation journey. And at this moment, Li Song, having nearly experienced a death and rebirth, without a doubt, has stepped into that realm of supremacy. Moreover, he stands at the absolute apex among emperors, surpassing all who have attained the title throughout history. Ha! Ha ha! Li Song spreads his arms wide, laughing uproariously towards the heavens. The dragon phantoms in the skies likewise surge in tandem with his exuberance, as if celebrating his rebirth. The Celestial Song Dynasty, your emperor, has returned. Chapter 2. The Imperial Assembly, the Fearful Ministers. Overlooking the magnificent imperial city below, Li Song's eyes shimmered with unparalleled brilliance, his voice resonating like thunder, reverberating across the universe. After achieving the status of the great emperor, he no longer bore the frailty of age. His countenance was resolute, emanating an aura of authority. Clad in a black and gold dragon robe, surrounded by an ethereal glow, he appeared as a celestial sovereign descended from the heavens. "Your Majesty, we pay our respects." In an instant, the entire imperial palace erupted with fervor, hundreds of thousands, even millions of officials and guards prostrating themselves on the ground, reverently bowing to the towering figure that stood against the sky. "Rise." His voice, imbued with a detached yet seasoned gravitas, carried a hint of weariness. Li Tsong slowly descended, returning to his chamber, where he beheld the tear-filled faces of Li Shun and his brothers, a fleeting expression of guilt crossing his visage. "Shunner, Chinner, Yinner, over these years, I have caused you much worry." For nearly a century, in pursuit of extending his lifespan, the Tiansong imperial lineage had nearly exhausted all its wealth and treasures. His 3 sons had tirelessly sought rare and precious elixirs for his consumption. Had it not been for this, Li Yin, Li Qian, and Li Shun would not have appeared so gaunt and haggard. Particularly his eldest son, Li Shun, who forsook the opportunity to enter the sacred land of Zhenwu, dedicating himself to safeguarding the empire for decades against all manner of ambitious schemers. Father, Li Yin, Li Qian, and Li Shun knelt in unison. The overwhelming joy of this near-miraculous revival stirred their spirits, rendering them unable to contain their emotions. "Rise. From this day forth, I shall protect you all, sparing you any further worries." With a gentle sigh, Li Tsong extended his hand, personally aiding each of them to their feet. As an emperor, he had taken but one consort, the sole empress who had accompanied him through life's journey, from nothing to greatness. The 3 sons she bore were now the most cherished treasures of Li Tsong. He could not bear for them to suffer even the slightest harm. Opening his arms, he embraced them tightly. In his heart, he vowed that now, having attained the pinnacle of imperial power, he possessed the strength to safeguard and even transform everything. Amidst tears, Li Shun and his brothers were rendered speechless. After a prolonged moment, Li Tsong patted their shoulders and slowly rose. He then turned to an elder in the hall and spoke. "Montang, prepare to summon the ministers. In 3 hours, I shall personally attend the court." "Yes, Montang." The chancellor of the Tiansong Empire, and the one who had accompanied Li Tsong the longest, trembled slightly, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. "The emperor has returned. With an unprecedented might. Those restless elements within the court shall meet their reckoning." Contemplating this, Montang's heart surged with exhilaration, feeling as if the once tyrannical emperor had indeed returned, now more unfathomable than ever. 3 hours swiftly passed, within the golden hall of the imperial palace. The very symbol of the supreme authority of the Tiansong Empire, the ministers buzzed with speculation. Has the emperor truly transcended to the supreme realm? Returning from the brink of death? Decades had passed since the emperor last graced the court. Surely, a grand purge was imminent. The emperor has returned. Within the hall, numerous civil and military officials engaged in fervent discussions. Some displayed excitement, while others appeared visibly terrified, beads of cold sweat glistening on their foreheads. All knew too well what the return of the Tiansong emperor signified. He was the founding monarch who had risen from nothing to establish this realm. His iron-fisted methods were etched into the memories of many. After a millennium, he had dismantled the previous kingdom of Longwu, declaring himself the Tiansong emperor, establishing the Tiansong nation with the support of 30 million troops. For 2 millennia, he obliterated all remnants of the Longwu monarchy and annexed the Tianhai dynasty, transforming the Tiansong nation into the Tiansong Empire, becoming one of the largest nations in the ancient regions. At this moment, the reputation of the Tiansong emperor resonated throughout the realms, echoing far and wide. Yet, this was merely the beginning. 8 centuries ago, the malevolent forces of the Xianxiaaudiobooks cult besieged the realm. The Tiansong emperor single-handedly confronted 6 demonic lords, even facing a demonic sovereign. Ultimately, he eradicated all demon cultivators, transcending class to slay the demonic sovereign. This battle shook the world, solidifying the emperor's illustrious reputation, which reached the ears of various realms. Now, witnessing the once invincible and domineering Tiansong emperor break through his limits, no longer confined by mere mortal lifespan, many schemers lurked in the shadows, consumed by trepidation. With a resounding creak, the hall doors swung open. Li Tsong strode in with his hands clasped behind his back. Instantly, the clamor ceased, and hundreds of eyes converged upon him. "Your Majesty, congratulations on your breakthrough in cultivation, Your Majesty. Your might is unmatched. May you dominate the 9 heavens." Having confirmed that the once dying Tiansong emperor now radiated vitality, the ministers promptly bowed in unison, exclaiming their accolades. Li Tsong's gaze was profound as he surveyed the assembly, gradually taking his seat upon the imperial throne. Beside him stood Crown Prince Li Shun and his 2 brothers, along with Chancellor Montang, all gazing down upon the court. "My beloved ministers, there is no need for formalities. observing the hundreds of officials kneeling at his feet.
Li Cong's expression remained composed. I have been in seclusion for a century, and it has been a long time since I last attended court. Today,
I have summoned you all to gain a comprehensive understanding of the current state of the Tian Empire. His gaze swept across the hall before finally resting upon a middle-aged man clad in armor, exuding a robust aura, General Xianxia, the protector of the Tian Empire. He commanded 12 legions, having fought alongside Li Cong on the battlefield, rescuing him from perilous situations multiple times. He was truly Li Cong's most trusted confidant. Xianxia, has there been any unrest from the Burning Flame Empire? His calm voice echoed within the hall, carrying an inexplicable chill that weighed heavily upon the hearts of the ministers. The Tian Empire had been established for merely over 2 millennia, yet its territory had expanded manifold. In the ancient regions, it posed a significant threat to other imperial nations, frequently resulting in border conflicts. The Burning Flame Empire was one such adversary, an age-old rival that launched incursions every 20 or 50 years. However, each time, they returned defeated. Your Majesty, during your seclusion, the Burning Flame Empire has not invaded our borders. However, they have been secretly disseminating rumors of your impending demise, attempting to win over local lords and ministers. Undeterred by the stern gazes of many, Xianxia candidly recounted the intelligence he had gathered. The Burning Flame Empire harbors ambitious designs. They clearly intend to launch an assault on the entire empire following your fall, employing external forces to fully annex the Tian Empire. Oh, Li Cong atop the throne smiled indifferently, resting his chin on his hand, his gaze leisurely descending upon those below. The Empire of Burning Flames harbors treacherous ambitions. My esteemed ministers would not be so foolish as to fall prey to their insidious machinations, would they? The voice, though indifferent, resonated with immense authority, like that of a deity rendering judgment. We would never dare deceive your Majesty. Upon hearing this, the ministers felt a sudden chill in their hearts and hastily prostrated themselves upon the ground. Among them, those with ties to the Empire of Burning Flames turned ashen. For this sovereign was renowned for his iron-fisted rule. Should their misdeeds come to light, not only would they face dire consequences, but even their entire lineage would be inescapably doomed. Father, at this moment, the Crown Prince Li Shun slightly bowed and whispered words into Li Cong's ear, causing the latter's smile to deepen, though it hinted at an ominous foreboding. Chapter 3. The Traitor. Is the Blood Gun King present today? A brief silence ensued. Li Cong's eyes flickered before he slowly spoke. Blood Gun King? The mere mention of the name startled everyone present. He was indeed one of the most formidable nobles of the Tian Empire, a renowned general who had fought valiantly for centuries, amassing unparalleled achievements for the empire. Thus, he was personally bestowed the title of Blood Gun King by the sovereign, entrusted with the governance of the 3 major regions, North Mountain County, Qinglong County, and Shiyan County. Behind the ministers, a figure clad in crimson, with an unruly demeanor, coldly smiled, his lips curling into a sardonic arc. It was none other than the current mightiest noble of the Tian Empire, the Blood Gun King, Yin Wushang. The Blood Gun is here. May I inquire what commands your Majesty has? Yin Wushang entered the hall and half knelt, offering a slow salute to Li Cong, who sat imperiously on the throne. However, the glimmer in his eyes revealed an absence of the previous reverence and fervor, now tinged with a subtle disdain. Even though the sovereign had once been invincible, he was now merely an old dog nearing his end. Yin Wushang had conducted a thorough investigation into Li Cong's physical condition. In no more than 3 years, at most 6 months, this once mighty emperor would meet his demise. His presence in court today was likely a mere pretense, a fleeting moment borrowed to clear the path for the future emperor, Li Shun. Wushang, I have witnessed you rise from an ordinary soldier in the vanguard to your current esteemed status as the Blood Gun King. Li Cong regarded Yin Wushang from his lofty seat, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Yet today, I find myself greatly disappointed in you. A tremor coursed through Yin Wushang's heart, though he maintained his composure, merely clasping his hands in a smile. Your Majesty, might I ask what I have done to incur your disappointment? Sighing, Li Cong responded, In the past, I promised you that as long as you remained loyal to me, all that you desired in the future would be within your grasp. Even the title of saint would not be beyond your reach. Yet here you stand, so impatient, merely awaiting my demise, betraying the empire I have built. Silence fell like a shroud over the hall, the sound of cold sweat dripping onto the floor resounding with eerie clarity. The ministers exchanged glances, shocked by the unexpected confrontation on the very first day of the sovereign's return to power against the now mighty Blood Gun King. It seemed a momentous event was about to unfold. Another noble felt a tremor of fear. The Blood Gun King had once extended an olive branch to him, which he had declined. Now, he realized that if the sovereign had indeed not merely borrowed a moment of clarity, but had genuinely broken through to the supreme realm. He would be grateful for his past decision. Otherwise, today could very well mark his own demise. Ha ha. After a profound silence, Yin Wuxiang suddenly erupted into laughter, his gaze turning ever colder. Your Majesty, your words are rather harsh, are they not? I, the Blood Gun King, have shed blood in service of the Empire. My Iron Riders have trampled countless foes, achieving victory after victory. After serving the Empire for 900 years, do you now fear my accomplishments and seek to eliminate me? Gradually rising, Yin Wuxiang met the gaze of the figure on the throne, his eyes fearless. Even if Li Tsong had indeed ascended to the supreme realm today, with the assistance of the Empire of Burning Flames, Yin Wuxiang had long since broken through to the supreme realm 7 years ago. No longer merely a half-step supreme in the eyes of the world. Even if he were to face defeat, he could still retreat unscathed. This vast Tianzong Empire was already on the brink of collapse. It could not impede him. With a resounding boom, as Yin Wuxiang's voice echoed through the hall, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from him. The air within the hall surged violently, a fierce wind sweeping through, rustling the robes of the ministers. A supreme pressure? To think that after General Zhang Che and Lord Shen Lai, the Blood Gun King had also entered the supreme realm and was brazenly plotting treason. Blood Gun King, you dare display such murderous intent before the sovereign? That is a capital offense. Another supreme presence erupted as the guardian General Zhang Che roared, suppressing Yin Wuxiang's aura with a force that reverberated like a collision of two titans in the void. The two supremes faced off before the gathered officials, a tense standoff unfolding. At that moment, amidst Li Tsong's sigh, a long sword was cast down from the throne, landing before the Blood Gun King. End your life. For the sake of your decades of loyalty, I do not wish to personally take your life. The frigid words echoed throughout the opulent Golden Hall. At this moment, Li Tsong stood tall, gazing down upon Yin Wuxiang from his elevated position. According to Li Shan, this man had maintained close ties with the Empire of Burning Flames for over a century. He had secretly wed the 14th princess of the Flame Emperor, having truly defected from the Empire. Yet even upon discovering this early on, Li Shan had been powerless to confront him. In the face of Li Tsong's impending demise, he could not openly sever ties with this noble. But now, everything had drastically changed. Gazing at his father, who had regained his youthful appearance after breaking through, Li Shan felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement within. In this day and age, the number of individuals who comprehend the true prowess of the Emperor is exceedingly rare. The Blood Spear King naively believes that the Emperor has merely reached the initial stage of the Supreme Realm. Yet he could never fathom that the Celestial Emperor has genuinely ascended beyond the Sacred Realm. Is he an ancient sage? Or perhaps the legendary Sage King? Li Shan remains uncertain. He only knows that his father's cultivation is undoubtedly above that of the saints, and the saintly level is already sufficient to crush all in existence. Chapter 4. The Death of the Blood Spear King and the Annihilation of 10 Clans. Self-inflicted demise. Upon hearing Li Tsong's pronouncement, Yin Wuxiang's gaze darkened profoundly. Since your Majesty is so obstinately unyielding, I, Yin, shall fight to the death. With a hum, he extended his right palm, drawing forth a slender blood-red blade from the void, and with a mere flick, directed it towards the gathered crowd. Ultimately, he pointed it straight at Li Tsong. Today, whoever dares to impede me shall perish. The audacity of the Blood Spear King's actions finally provoked the ire of Li Tsong seated upon the imperial throne. A chilling smile spread across his face, his eyes ablaze with sorrow and fury. He never anticipated that this young man, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, would dare to wield the slaughtering knife meant for his enemies against himself. Do you dare to threaten my life? Boom. It was as if the heavens were collapsing. In an instant, an unimaginable and colossal pressure erupted from Li Tsong, engulfing the entire city of Lintian. In that fleeting moment, the Grand Hall seemed to freeze in time, as if all motion had come to a standstill. Gulp. The assembly struggled to swallow, feeling as though an avalanche had descended upon them, mercilessly suppressing their very beings, rendering even the act of breathing a Herculean task. How could such pressure exist? At this moment, at the epicenter of this overwhelming force, the Blood Spear King Yin Wuxiang bore a countenance filled with shock. Under such terrifying pressure, he found himself unable to even twitch a finger or summon a wisp of spiritual energy. The Emperor's might is unparalleled, capable of obliterating the very firmament. The pressure now unleashed is but a fraction, less than 1/10,000th, of Li Tsong's imperial might. Should he unleash his full power in an instant, he could reduce this city of Lintian to naught but a desolate void. Step, step. As the footsteps approached, Li Tsong descended from his throne, gradually making his way towards Yin Wuxiang, his gaze as frigid as a bottomless abyss, suffused with an inexhaustible aura of malice. Your Majesty. Yin Wuxiang struggled to lift his head, gazing at the Emperor, who loomed above him as if he were a celestial being, his eyes brimming with profound regret. He had made the wrong bet. The emperor remains the sovereign who can quell all with a mere gesture. Though the strong may fade, silence is but a transient state. Yet, the future will inevitably witness their resurgence. In this moment, a wave of remorse washed over him. Choosing to ally with the burning flame empire would undoubtedly be the gravest error of his life. At the brink of death, memories of once standing side by side with this emperor on the battlefield, regarding each other as comrades, flooded his mind. Buzz, however, in an instant. As Litsong's will pressed down, Wushang's entire being, his body, soul, and the countless particles that composed him, was subjected to an unfathomable and terrifying force. Crushed into nothingness, he vanished as if reduced to ashes in a heartbeat. The Bloodspear King Wushang has openly rebelled against the empire today, committing an unforgivable crime. He must be eradicated. After the thought crushed the Bloodspear King, Litsong turned. His indifferent proclamation echoed like thunder across the skies of Lintian City, resonating in the hearts of millions with an unmistakable tremor. Moreover, Xianxia, your servant is here. Execute the 10 clans of Wushang. Subject the 14th princess of the Burning Flame Empire to a lingering death, and then hang her head at the border city gates. Thus, with a chilling decree issued, the ministers within the hall erupted in astonishment, collectively gasping as they comprehended Litsong's intentions. He was unequivocally declaring an all-out war against the Burning Flame Empire, leaving no room for tolerance. After dismissing the court, Litsong uttered 2 words in a detached tone and departed the Lintian hall without a backward glance. Long live our emperor. The ministers hastily reacted, kneeling in reverence as they paid their respects. Once the majestic figure vanished from sight, a collective sigh of relief swept through them. Beads of sweat dotted their brows, their hearts trembling with fear. With a single move, they had scarcely witnessed how the emperor had acted. The Bloodspear King, who had already reached the supreme realm, had been reduced to mere ashes, obliterated without a trace. What extraordinary power is this? Could it be that the emperor has not only transcended the supreme level, but has also reached an even more terrifying realm? Some lords felt their pupils constrict as they gazed at the faint, dark imprint left in the hall, realizing that the emperor's return had rendered him unfathomable. The pinnacle of the supreme realm? Or perhaps a saint? As night fell, within the imperial palace, in the grand chamber of Litsong's quarters. Host, Litsong, age, 3701, identity, celestial emperor, sovereign of the celestial empire, cultivation, peak of the great emperor, technique, chaos scripture, primordial level technique, initially incomplete, now forcibly perfected due to the host's breakthrough to great emperor. Divine abilities, martial arts, 9 extinction sword art, upper sacred grade, great path palm, lower sacred grade. Ancient heavenly seal, upper heavenly grade. Next check-in location, not yet refreshed, cooldown, 6 days, 11 hours. Opening the so-called Supreme Check-in System's attribute panel. An ethereal light curtain emerged from Litsong's consciousness, presenting information clearly. Peak of the Great Emperor. I have transitioned from a dying man to the highest echelon of this world. Everything that transpired today feels as if it were a dream. Litsong gazed at the rows of attributes, murmuring to himself. Over 3,000 years ago, when he traversed from Blue Star, struggling merely to secure a morsel of food, did he ever contemplate the existence of such a system? Regrettably, unlike the protagonists of novels, this entity did not manifest within Litsong at the outset. After years of hardship, he unexpectedly plummeted into a chasm, acquiring the chaos scripture, a terrifying technique capable of transcending the great emperor level. This is Litsong's greatest secret in this realm. Even his 3 sons remain unaware of a single fragment. It was precisely because he cultivated the incomplete chaos scripture that he was able to single-handedly establish this vast empire and subsequently engage in battles beyond his rank, slaying demonic sovereigns with the cultivation of a venerable. Chapter 5. The Complete Chaos Scripture, 66 trillion Great Emperor Powers. Primordial Level Technique. Is this the Complete Chaos Scripture? Following the familiar operational pathway, Litsong instantly discerned the extraordinary nature of the Chaos Scripture in its current form. It is astonishing that within him lie an astounding 66 trillion cells, each possessing the terrifying ability to store the entirety of his formidable power. Each individual cell seems to transform into a channel, a realm of its own. By saturating these cells, Litsong could once again acquire the might of a peak emperor. The upper limit of this power could reach the unimaginable total of 66 trillion emperor-level strengths. Such horror. It is utterly absurd. A feat so defiant that the very thought of it would leave many powerful beings utterly aghast. A peak emperor represents an unparalleled existence capable of subduing the ages. What manner of monstrous entity could arise from the aggregation of 66 trillion peak emperor powers? Upon understanding the true nature of the chaos scripture, even the current Litsang could not help but exhale sharply. In the Nine Heavens continent, becoming an emperor is the ultimate destination, an impassable frontier. Yet, Litsang can still infinitely strengthen himself beyond the so-called emperor tier. Truly, the system is remarkable. Merely through the first sign-in, it has bestowed upon me such astonishing surprises. I cannot help but wonder what divine treasures await me upon my next sign-in. Litsang was elated. For the existence of the chaos scripture revealed to him that being an emperor is not the ultimate pinnacle. There are always beings beyond beings, heavens beyond heavens. Now, having achieved the status of a peak emperor, he remains ever vigilant, never viewing the world with an arrogant heart. However, with the sign-in system and the chaos scripture by his side, even if the Nine Heavens continent were to undergo tremendous upheaval in the future, Litsang would remain unperturbed. It is rumored that the celestial forces from the stars beyond are exceedingly abundant. If I wish to swiftly enable the 66 trillion channels within me to store emperor power, I must cultivate accordingly. Swish. With this thought, Litsang's figure instantaneously vanished from his palace. Within mere breaths, he had ascended to the upper void of the Nine Heavens continent. Positioned in this realm, he could nearly gaze down upon the magnificent expanse of the continent below. There it is, the star ignited with golden flames. Litsang traversed billions of miles in an instant, channeling his power to seize the distant golden star. He shrank it down to an infinitesimal size. Then, with a resounding roar, his strength erupted, and Litsang transformed into a colossal titan. Like a great whale, he devoured and refined the energy of this star, causing the first of his cellular channels to rapidly accumulate energy, exuding an aura of terrifying imperial might. Crack, crack. As night fell, this star transformed into a darkened relic, becoming a dead star, devoid of any energy release. In Litsang's gaze, it crumbled and shattered, scattering into stardust within the void. This star allowed the energy accumulated in my first channel to reach approximately 30%. According to the complete chaos scripture, the maximum limit for each channel should correspond to my current peak emperor strength. Yet, to swiftly attain an accumulation of 66 trillion emperor powers is a monumental task. Even devouring the entire Nine Heavens continent would be utterly impossible. Shaking his head, Litsang could only temporarily set aside his cultivation from that night. Moving his form back to the Tiansong imperial court, the consumption of this star indeed augmented his strength by about 30%. For Litsang, who had already reached the pinnacle of cultivation in this realm, it was undoubtedly an excellent start. Your Majesty, Lord Shattered God requests an audience. Just as Litsang returned to his palace, a maid outside respectfully announced, "Let him in." Litsang waved his hand with indifference. "Your Majesty, I congratulate you on your breakthrough in the acquisition of millennia of lifespan." Moments later, a robust man clad in a long black robe, with chiseled features, entered the hall and respectfully bowed to Litsang. This shattered god, named Gu Hao, was one of the two supreme powerhouses in the Tiansong imperial court. Having known Litsang since childhood, sharing a brotherly bond. "Ha, Gu Hao, there is no need for such formalities before me. Rise quickly." Litsang smiled. Since his lifespan had dwindled and his physical condition had deteriorated rapidly, he had not seen this old friend for several decades. Naturally, their reunion brought him great joy. Soon, after they were seated, Gu Hao exchanged pleasantries before swiftly broaching the main topic. "Your Majesty, during your absence from governance over the past century, the situation in our Tiansong imperial court has undergone a dramatic upheaval." Gu Hao's gaze sharpened, and with a gesture of his right hand, he isolated the sounds of the palace from the outside world, indicating that what he was about to discuss with Litsang was of great significance. "Oh, what is it? Do you too sense the unrest?" Litsang inquired, raising an eyebrow. Gu Hao, with his extraordinary talents, was a ruthless figure akin to a battlefield tyrant. A century ago, he had already reached the third tier of the supreme realm, surpassing even the national protector, General Xianxia. Nodding, Gu Hao fell into silence for a moment, lifting a cup of tea from the table, taking a sip, and then slowly speaking. "Your Majesty, do you still remember the Eight Desolate Sect?" The Eight Desolate Sect? Upon hearing this somewhat unfamiliar name, a hint of confusion crossed Litsang's eyes, but it quickly transformed into sharp clarity. "I remember, 700 years ago. After I vanquished the supreme of the demon path, many sects entered the domain of our Tiansong imperial court, and the Eight Desolate Sect was among them." Litsang recalled that this sect had come from beyond the ancient state. It was rumored that they fled their territory after their main sect was annihilated, seeking refuge in the fringes of the Tiansong imperial court to re-establish their sect. As for these external sects, Litsang had not shown excessive disdain, so long as they nominally submitted to the imperial authority and did not engage in any outrageous acts. He could turn a blind eye and allow them to develop. Chapter 6. The Eight Desolate Sect, a chaotic situation. Ungrateful wretches. 700 years ago, these rascals crawled into my imperial court, and due to your majesty's benevolence, they were allowed to survive. Yet, they do not seek to repay this kindness. They dare to manipulate the court from behind the scenes, secretly controlling the thoughts of several lords, using them as puppets to amass vast resources and wealth. As Li Tsong finished speaking, Gu Hao's expression suddenly became animated. Recounting the Eight Desolate Sect's deeds over the past century, denouncing them fiercely, this is simply unforgivable. Such audacity! They dare to covet the empire I have painstakingly built? The Eight Desolate Sect truly possesses immense gall. Hearing this, Li Tsong's gaze turned frigid, an aura of coldness enveloping him. Buzz! In an instant, the temperature within the palace plummeted to sub-zero levels. Even the laws of the void seemed to freeze, halting all things in their tracks. He is the emperor. After over 3,000 years, from nothing to something, he painstakingly forged the kingdom beneath his feet. Every inch of land, every mountain, was wrought from countless efforts. Who dares to touch it? Who has the audacity to seize it? Boom! The imperial might erupted in an instant. The majesty was beyond imagination. In that fleeting moment, Gu Hao felt as though he had witnessed a star shatter, its shockwaves obliterating everything across the vast expanse of the universe. What terrifying realm had his majesty transcended to? Gu Hao's heart raced violently, his pupils constricting, as tumultuous waves surged within him. Under such overwhelming pressure, even as a formidable being of the supreme triple heaven, he felt as insignificant as a mere insect, with a single breath capable of crushing him to oblivion. Could it be that his majesty had not merely broken through to the supreme realm? Rather, had he ascended to an unimaginable height, perhaps even surpassing the saint realm and standing at the precipice of the legendary emperor realm? At this thought, even Gu Hao's iron will faltered, and he could not suppress a gasp of cold air. This was absurd. An emperor-level existence was unfathomable within the entire ancient state, let alone a true emperor. Even a quasi-emperor was an unparalleled existence. In his memories, only the four great sacred grounds renowned across the Nine Skies continent housed true emperor-level powers. Your Majesty, what is your current cultivation? Driven by astonishment and insatiable curiosity, Gu Hao hesitated for a moment before tentatively inquiring. As for my true cultivation, you need not concern yourself with the specifics. Simply understand this. From this moment forth, there shall be no force in this world capable of shaking the celestial emperor dynasty. Li Tsong's gaze was profound, his voice calm. Yet, as his words resonated, an overwhelming and magnificent authority swept through the entire hall, enveloping all within 10,000 feet. His tone carried an infinite dominance, gazing down upon the cosmos as if to survey the heavens themselves. In that instant, Gu Hao felt an unprecedented sense of insignificance wash over him, as if he were confronting an ancient god, rendered utterly prostrate in worship. Congratulations, Your Majesty. May you reign for eternity, safeguarding our dynasty forever. He trembled with excitement, bowing deeply once more to Li Tsong, his expression fervent. From now on, no one shall challenge the dynasty. Such audacious and tyrannical declarations seemed entirely natural when uttered by Li Tsong. In a daze, Gu Hao envisioned countless beings prostrating at the feet of the celestial emperor, offering their reverence. This sight stirred his emotions profoundly, filling his eyes with tears, as he finally comprehended the magnitude of the being he followed. The Eight Desolation Sect shall be dealt with by you, Li Tsong stated, nodding slightly before presenting a long sword that shimmered with a faint golden hue to Gu Hao. What is this? Gu Hao accepted the sword, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. This sword contains a fragment of my current power. Regardless of how many supremes the Eight Desolation Sect possesses, or even if saints lurk in the shadows, they are insignificant. Anyone who dares to encroach upon my dynasty shall meet their demise. I command you to use this sword to bathe the Eight Desolation Sect in blood. Li Tsong's expression grew cold as he issued the command. Even a mere fragment of the absolute power of an emperor was enough to effortlessly annihilate an entire dynasty, turning vast lands into scorched earth. Clearly, Li Tsong was driven by genuine wrath at this moment, intent on obliterating the Eight Desolation Sect to serve as a warning to others, and to deter those who covet the dynasty's territory. Understood. Gu Hao's eyes blazed with fervor as he felt the terrifying power contained within the sword. He understood all too well that the emperor's words were not mere fabrications. This sword indeed possessed the capability to easily extinguish the Eight Desolation Sect and wipe out its entire lineage, even with the four supremes stationed within. It would be utterly futile. Within a day, Your Majesty shall receive news of the Eight Desolation Sect's demise, Gu Hao vowed, gripping the sword tightly. Very well. You may withdraw, Li Tsong nodded slightly. Your servant obeys. Gu Hao bowed respectfully before departing the hall, leaving Li Tsong standing alone, his expression growing increasingly frigid. I have merely secluded myself for a century, and now I find a fragmented realm, neighboring powers lurking, and my dynasty beset by sects attempting to seize control from within. Suddenly, a piece of extraordinarily hard meteorite materialized in his hand. Its solidity was such that even a pinnacle supreme would struggle to shatter it. Yet, in Li Tsong's grasp, it crumbled to dust with a mere squeeze. It seemed a thorough cleansing was in order. With a detached smirk, Li Tsong stepped out of his chamber, gazing up at the heavens. My sky shall not tolerate any insolence. Chapter 7. Gu Hao arrives, the order to annihilate the sect. In the Celestial Emperor Dynasty, Longshan County lay at the southern frontier, encompassing over 100 cities. While it may not rival the bustling central counties, it was nonetheless a significant second-tier county within the dynasty. Numerous forces thrived there, with countless disputes erupting daily. Yet, in the face of the colossal 8 Desolation sect, all powers were compelled to bow their heads. Even the ruler of Longshan County, the Duke of Longshan, who possessed peak supreme cultivation, had been reduced to a mere puppet in the shadows of the sect. At this moment, within the headquarters of the 8 Desolation sect, in the grand hall of the sect, report to the sect master. News has arrived from Lintian City that the Celestial Emperor has seemingly broken through to the supreme realm, regaining thousands of years of lifespan. Within the grand and ancient hall, a black-clad elder knelt on the ground, respectfully reporting, his voice tinged with surprise and trepidation. The Celestial Emperor, Li Tsong. This individual, hundreds of years ago, possessed only peak supreme cultivation, yet was able to slay a demonic cultivator of the 4th supreme level. It was precisely because of his presence that the 8 Desolation sect remained dormant for centuries, only revealing its fangs after Li Tsong's century-long seclusion and negligence of state affairs. What? The Celestial Emperor has broken through? The elder's voice fell, and the hall erupted into chaos. Nearly every face turned slightly pale, their eyes flashing with cold malice. The Celestial Emperor's breakthrough to the supreme realm and his return to power implied dire consequences they could not ignore. They were acutely aware that the actions of the 8 Desolation sect over the years would soon reach the Emperor's ears, prompting him to act against them. And now, although the 8 Desolation sect boasted the protection of 4 supreme powers, none could guarantee victory against the infamous Celestial Emperor, whose name had echoed for 1,000 years. Silence. At that moment, a cold, indifferent voice resonated from the highest seat of the sect master. The crowd raised their heads slightly, their gazes coalescing upon the 8 Desolation sect master. He was a young man clad in a light gray robe, with a somewhat androgynous appearance. His eyes were narrow and cold, his aura deep and foreboding as a prison. In the blink of an eye, the entire grand hall seemed to be enveloped by an overwhelming aura of malevolence. There is no need for alarm. Even though Li Tsong has successfully broken through, I possess absolute confidence in my ability to eliminate him. He is merely a fortunate old dog who has managed to break through by chance, incapable of stirring any significant turbulence. A hint of mockery curled upon the lips of the Lord of the 8 Desolations as he spoke lightly. Over the course of 7 centuries since the establishment of the Tian Empire, it seemed as though the 8 Desolation sect had been blessed by some grand fortune. Not only had they discovered numerous exceptionally gifted disciples, but the high-ranking members within the sect also encountered continuous opportunities. Evolving from a solitary half-step supreme being to now boasting 4 supreme beings presiding over the sect. The Lord of the 8 Desolations himself had also ascended to the 4th level of the supreme realm. Moreover, he secretly controlled a godly puppet, which served as the sect's most formidable trump card, capable of battling at the pinnacle of the supreme realm. It was precisely for this reason that the Lord of the 8 Desolations held such confidence, unafraid of the Tian Emperor in the slightest. Whoosh. Those of the 8 Desolation sect, come forth to meet your demise. However, before the numerous elders within the hall could respond, the sound of rending air reverberated from above, followed by a thunderous roar filled with boundless killing intent, erupting suddenly. Boom. It was akin to the roar of 1,000 thunderclaps. In an instant, not only the 8 Desolation sect, but even much of Longshan County could hear this voice. What transpired? Someone is attacking the 8 Desolation sect. Many powerful figures rushed forth, gazing toward the source of the rolling thunderous sound from thousands of miles away. As they sensed the gathering of such overwhelming energy, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Today, it seemed, a cataclysmic event was imminent. Bold, audacious. After a brief silence, the 8 Desolation sect erupted in a chorus of furious shouts. Nearly 1,000 figures soared into the air, hovering in place, gazing into the distant void. There, they beheld dozens of dark silhouettes standing tall, exuding an incomprehensible and terrifying pressure. At the forefront was none other than the Supreme Prince, God-split King Gu Hao, who had come at the behest of Li Tsong to obliterate the 8 Desolation sect. God-split King. We of the Eight Desolations sect bear you no grudge. What, pray tell, is your purpose in coming here today? Upon recognizing the identity of the visitor, an elder clad in crimson robes, with a countenance sharp as a blade and an imposing presence, stepped forward, coldly inquiring. This was the Grand Elder of the Eight Desolations sect, Xianxiu. His cultivation reached the pinnacle of the second level of the Supreme Realm, merely a step away from the third level. What purpose? Godsplit King Gu Hao chuckled icily. He then pointed his sword toward the Eight Desolations sect, proclaiming, I, Gu Hao, the Godsplit King, come today under the decree of His Majesty the Tian Emperor, to wash the Eight Desolations sect in blood, leaving not a single creature alive. Upon hearing these words, an uproar erupted throughout the Eight Desolations sect. Countless disciples and officials wearing expressions of utter horror. The Tian Emperor? He actually intends to annihilate the Eight Desolations sect. It was rumored that the emperor had been in seclusion for 100 years. Why then did he suddenly issue an order to exterminate the Eight Desolations sect today? Most of the powerful figures of the Eight Desolations sect, still unaware of Li Zong's return to power, were stunned and shaken. Meanwhile, the true high-ranking members of the Eight Desolations sect were filled with righteous fury. What audacity! Godsplit King, you are merely a third-level supreme. How dare you speak of exterminating my Eight Desolations sect? Humph! That Tian Emperor is truly arrogant, thinking that by regaining control of the court, he can sweep away all opposition. Go back and tell him that the current Tian Empire is no longer a realm he can dominate. Angry roars echoed from all directions, causing Gu Hao's expression to darken. He was a dignified prince of the imperial court, now representing the Tian Emperor. At this moment, he was being mocked and openly insulted by these rebellious traitors. These traitors must be eradicated. Have you finished with your last words? With a firm grip on the longsword entrusted to him by Li Zong, Gu Hao coldly surveyed the entirety of the Eight Desolations sect, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Godsplit King, the forces you have brought today are still far from sufficient to annihilate my Eight Desolations sect. Our sect's grand formation could withstand even the full might of high-level supreme beings. What can you, a mere third-level supreme, do against us? The Lord of the Eight Desolations scoffed, raising his hand to envelop the entire sect in an invisible barrier. The Four Symbols Heavenly Array. This formation was acquired by the previous sect master from the tomb of a local sage, rumored to be capable of easily resisting even ordinary sages when fully activated. In his view, regardless of how Gu Hao sought to attack today, it would be utterly futile. Chapter 8. A Sword to Obliterate. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Gu Hao shook his head, a mocking smile gracing his lips. These foolish frogs at the bottom of the well will likely never comprehend the heights the current emperor has achieved. Buzz. In the next moment, he slowly lifted the long sword shimmering with a faint golden divine light. Using a wisp of his own spiritual energy, he connected with the vast power contained within. And in an instant, boom. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, all spiritual energy erupted violently. Even the forces of the laws of heaven and earth seemed to be plundered, all converging upon that sword. The storm howled, and the clouds shifted ominously. When the imperial power contained within the long sword finally manifested, even the heavens seemed to dim in comparison. In a daze, the onlookers vaguely perceived a towering divine figure standing majestically above the heavens, surrounded by stars, as the cosmos itself seemed to flip upside down, with boundless chaos swirling forth. Then, that divine figure wielded the sword and struck down upon the very location of the Eight Desolations sect. Boom. In a moment of confusion, it seemed as though the entire sky was cleaved in two by this strike. The world was stripped of all color, save for an enormous, resplendent divine sword descending, radiating brilliant golden light, illuminating the Eight Desolation and the entirety of the void. Once the sword was unleashed, it was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth were shattering. Boom. The terrifying shockwave, carrying an aura of annihilation, swept through the land where it passed. Space crumbled, and the heavens and earth distorted, obliterating all existence. A beam of sword light, seemingly capable of destroying the world, struck directly upon the protective formation of the sect. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed instantly. Not even a fraction of a moment could it withstand. That so-called Four Symbols Heavenly Array was obliterated in an instant, as the world-ending golden sword light fell without pause. There was scarcely time for the Lord of the Eight Desolations to utter a final word, for in mere moments, everything, the sect structures, the disciples, the elders, even the earth, the sky, and space, under that golden sword light, was all rendered to nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. The resounding explosion reverberated for thousands of miles. Not only in Longshan County, but even in neighboring regions, people heard it, their gazes filled with terror as they looked toward the direction of the Eight Desolation sect. This aura was far too horrifying. Even supreme beings were rendered as insignificant as ants before it. What kind of existence has the Eight Desolation sect provoked to draw such a terrifying force to obliterate them? Countless leaders of various factions were filled with dread, and even from afar, they could distinctly sense the terrifying aura carried within that shockwave, far surpassing the realm of the supreme. Boom. The endless tumult has finally begun to wane, as the myriad powerful figures of Longshan County gazed anew into the distance. They were all rendered pale and drenched in cold sweat, their souls seemingly escaping them in fright. At the horizon, the once magnificent Ba Huang sect had vanished without a trace, replaced instead by a terrifying sword scar that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, resembling an abyss. The very landscape of Longshan County had undergone a dramatic transformation. The earth was cracked, the heavens shattered, and chaos reigned. This was the manifestation of His Majesty's current power. For those who defy the imperial court, their fate is bound to be as dire as that of the sect. Sensing the countless gazes from afar, Gu Hao turned to the distant crowd and coldly warned them. With a single stride, he ascended into the sky, disappearing into the vast expanse of the heavens in the blink of an eye. The aura of the imperial realm? How intriguing. It is surprising to find someone in this remote nation who has touched upon the threshold of such power. Shortly after Gu Hao's departure, a ripple suddenly surged through a void in Longshan County. Following this, an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his white hair cascading to his shoulders, gaunt and with sunken eyes, stepped forward slowly. In his gaze flickered a dark, eerie soul fire, ominous and strange. It seems the old man is determined to confront that emperor of Tiansong. 3 days later, news of the total annihilation of the Ba Huang sect swiftly spread throughout the Tiansong Empire. Simultaneously, the Bloodspear King was slain along with 10 clans, and his wife, the 14th princess of the Burning Flame Empire, succumbed to her fate after 3 days of excruciating torture, her head displayed atop the city walls. Li Tsong's ascension to power and his resumption of governance was already known to countless subjects, the majority expressing joy and exuberance. Yet a minority, upon learning of the fate that befell the Bloodspear King and the Ba Huang sect, were engulfed in profound fear, unable to find peace in their hearts. In the imperial palace of Lingtian City, Li Tsong observed his son, Li Shun, who was practicing the 9 extinction sword technique, and slightly shook his head. My son, your mastery of the 9 extinction sword technique is still far from complete. I can discern too many flaws with merely a glance. You possess extraordinary talent. You reached the 2nd level of the venerable realm a century ago, yet now, after all this time, your progress is painfully slow, and your sword technique is practically stagnant. Father, I am indeed foolish, Li Shun replied, lowering his head in silence for a long while before finally speaking with a bitter tone. I can feel that you have developed a kind of heart demon. Due to someone or something, your heart's resolve has been compromised, hence your cultivation stagnates. Upon seeing Li Shun's demeanor, Li Tsong instantly understood the reason, his gaze turning icy as he pressed. Tell me, what exactly transpired? Yes, Li Shun's heart trembled, and he quickly complied. He recounted how, decades ago, numerous prodigies from the true martial sacred land had visited. It turned out that during the 7th year after Li Tsong declared his seclusion, 10 prodigious figures from the true martial sacred land passed through this area. Aware of Li Shun's identity, they came to pay their respects. However, during their visit, several of these prodigies displayed extreme mockery and disdain upon mentioning Li Tsong's name. Furious, Li Shun fought fiercely for his father's honor, ultimately tearing all cordiality with the sacred land's prodigies. Yet he was utterly defeated, meeting with even greater humiliation and derision. After this battle, Li Shun lost all desire to cultivate, pouring himself into state affairs in hopes that the complexities of governance would numb his memory of that disgrace. Chapter 9. The Turmoil of the True Martial Sacred Land and the Burning Flame Empire. Bang! Li Tsong listened quietly to all that was said, then suddenly slammed his palm onto the table. Instantly, a terrifying pressure erupted from within him, sweeping through the heavens and earth, causing the very space to solidify as if it were tangible. The true martial sacred land. His voice was cold and piercing, saturated with profound hatred. As a father, how could he stand idly by while his son suffered such humiliation? Shunner, why did you not awaken me at that time? Had I known of this matter, even at the cost of my life, I would have eradicated those sacred land scoundrels. Li Tsong spoke with intense fury. The true martial sacred land, one of the 4 great sacred lands of the Jiuxiao continent, was rumored to be presided over by an emperor. In the past, the Tiansong Empire was but a mere ant before such a colossus. Yet now, everything had changed drastically. After 3 days of devouring stars and absorbing power, Li Tsong had significantly enhanced his capabilities, now possessing the strength of 4 times a peak emperor. The annihilation of the true martial sacred land would likely pose no challenge. Father, Li Shun replied with difficulty in the face of Li Cong's fierce inquiry. The true martial sacred land is immensely powerful. Knowing his father's temperament, he was reluctant for their family to provoke such a behemoth. He felt the burden of humiliation should rest solely upon his shoulders. Come. At that moment, Li Cong firmly grasped Li Shun's shoulder, causing his son to falter, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. Father, what do you intend to do? Let the true martial sacred land give me an explanation. If they fail to provide a satisfactory answer today, then simply for the crime of humiliating my offspring, I shall cleanse their lineage with blood. Li Cong's gaze was chillingly fierce, his tone laced with a murderous intent that made Li Shun's heart race. No, I cannot allow father to be dragged into this. Though you have made significant breakthroughs, the true martial sacred land is one of the 4 great sacred lands, with profound depths, far beyond what the Tiansong Empire can provoke. As thoughts spun in his mind, Li Shun opened his mouth to speak, but at that moment, a guard abruptly entered, kneeling and reporting with urgency, Your Majesty, urgent news from the border. Upon seeing the 14th princess's head, the Burning Flame Emperor is now utterly enraged, ordering millions of troops to launch a full-scale assault on our Tiansong Empire. Li Cong raised an eyebrow, momentarily setting aside his fury towards the true martial sacred land, pondering for a moment before inquiring, what is the current situation? The guard replied with a serious demeanor. The Burning Flame Empire, enraged, has initiated a full-scale assault. General Xianxia and the 5 great lords are valiantly resisting, but the enemy's numbers far exceed ours. And the Burning Flame Empire has already dispatched 6 supreme powerhouses to the battlefield, leading to a situation of imminent collapse for our forces. Furthermore, among the 5 great clans of the empire, the supreme ancestors of the Chu, Lu, and Yun families are hurrying to the battlefield, while the Lin and Shao families have yet to make any significant response. 6 supreme powerhouses? It seems the Burning Flame Empire has committed all its forces, intent on annihilating our Tiansong Empire. Moreover, the esteemed clans of Chu, Lu, and Yun remain steadfast in their loyalty to the imperial family. As for the Lin and Shao clans, once the great conflict concludes, I shall thoroughly investigate their peculiar movements over the years. Li Cong's gaze flickered subtly, his indifferent words laced with an undertone of frost. Within the Tiansong Empire, myriad forces vie for dominance. The most formidable is undoubtedly the imperial authority he embodies, beneath which lie the 5 great clans that dub themselves vassals of the imperial lineage. Each clan is steeped in profound heritage and remarkable strength, each presiding over a venerable ancestor of supreme rank, formidable lineages that Li Cong had once subdued through sheer might in his youth. Presently, among these 5 great clans, 3 still ardently defend the imperial family. However, the remaining 2 father, Li Shun hesitated, fully aware of his father's temperament after years spent by his side. Once the Burning Flame Empire is vanquished, I shall undoubtedly take you to the sacred land of Zhenwu. No one, not even the celestial deities, shall dare to insult my son, Li Cong. With a cold huff, a palpable aura of murderous intent erupted from Li Cong's eyes. Father Li Shun felt a tremor within. His eyes slightly reddened. The sensation of being shielded by his father was truly comforting. Come, follow me to the battlefield at the border and witness the demise of the Burning Flame Empire. With a casual wave of his hand, the air before them was violently torn asunder, creating a direct passage to the battlefield miles away, allowing them to step forth into the distance with a single stride. Li Cong stepped forward first, followed swiftly by Li Shun, who quickly reacted and vanished alongside his father. Kill! Boom! The cries of battle and the thunderous roars continuously echoed across the battlefield. From the heavens above, the soldiers on the ground resembled swarming ants, engaged in a frenzied melee. The Burning Flame Empire, in its initial wave of assault, had unleashed a staggering force of 10 billion, each soldier possessing formidable prowess, with a Nirvana realm powerhouse leading every 10,000, orchestrating their subordinates into formation for slaughter. Buzz! Li Cong and Li Shun materialized in the void above the battlefield. As soon as they set foot in this realm, the acrid stench of smoke and blood assaulted their senses, causing Li Shun's eyes to involuntarily narrow. The battlefield beneath them was utterly brutal. Though forewarned, the frenzied offensive of the Burning Flame Empire had still caught the Tiansong Empire off guard, resulting in significant losses among the border guards. Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince, Xianxia and the 2 esteemed lords behind him swiftly soared upwards, bowing respectfully to the emperor who had personally graced the battlefield, their gazes shifting to a distant point, their expressions shifting in alarm. Swish! From afar, the sound of slicing air grew closer, culminating in 6 figures clad in crimson and white robes, each adorned with the emblem of a blazing red flame. Tiansong Emperor. It has been quite some time. I thought you had long perished. but it appears you still cling to life. Chapter 10. A single palm to annihilate 6 supremes. Advancing towards the capital of the burning flame empire. The foremost figure, with flowing crimson hair and eyes as fiery as his countenance, was none other than the second high priest of the burning flame empire, the Crimson Flame Supreme. Beside him stood 5 other formidable beings of supreme caliber, all esteemed high priests of the burning flame empire, boasting unparalleled status. Crimson Flame, do not be so audacious. Upon hearing this, a noble of half-step supreme realm standing beside Xianxia erupted in fury. Growing up with tales of the Tiansong Emperor, he had developed an unwavering loyalty towards the imperial family, harboring a deep disdain for any blasphemous remarks against the Tiansong Emperor. Hearing the Crimson Flame Supreme openly insult his faith ignited a fire within him. Humph, a mere half-step supreme and dares to speak so in front of me? The Crimson Flame Supreme's gaze turned icy, and with a casual swipe of his hand, boom. In an instant, the palm print materialized, crimson flames surging, an inferno that engulfed the heavens and the earth. Humph. However, the terrifying might of the Crimson Flame Supreme's strike was extinguished in an instant, dissipating into nothingness under Li Tsong's cold snort. I have merely secluded myself for a century, and now even the likes of you dare to act insolently before me? Stepping forward, his black and gold dragon robe billowed without wind, resonating with a powerful sound. Though he had yet to unleash any oppressive aura, a strange tremor coursed through the hearts of the 6 from the burning flame empire, filling them with an indescribable fear and oppression. It was as if the Tiansong Emperor before them was a terrifying existence of an entirely different echelon, utterly incomparable, like a towering divine mountain. They were but insignificant ants at its base, pretending to be divine. After a brief moment of shock, the Crimson Flame Supreme gathered his spirit power, dispelling the fear that had crept into his heart. He assumed that Li Tsong had employed some arcane technique to induce such a bizarre illusion, and with a sinister laugh, he proclaimed, Tiansong Emperor, your decree to punish Princess Lingxi has already incited the wrath of His Majesty the Emperor of the Burning Flame. For hundreds of years, the Burning Flame Empire has merely toyed with your Tiansong Empire, but now boom, a formidable pressure surging to the 5th level of supremacy erupted. The Crimson Flame Supreme's face contorted in a cruel, merciless grimace. This time, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of your Tiansong Empire, leaving not a single Li alive. To annihilate my Li clan? Upon hearing this, a cold, chilling smile crept upon Li Tsong's lips, embodying an air of boundless frost. A dragon has its reverse scale. Touch it and die. The words of the Crimson Flame Supreme had undoubtedly trampled upon Li Tsong's forbidden line. Since you of the Burning Flame Empire seek your own demise, today I shall let the world know how foolish it is to offend my imperial family. Rumbling, a terrifying, boundless chill of murderous intent erupted from Li Tsong's being. In an instant, the temperature plummeted to the extreme. Crack, crack. In the sky, myriad fine black spatial fissures manifested, resembling the heavens themselves on the brink of collapse. Father Li Shun understood that at this moment, Li Tsong had truly ignited with fury, ready to extract an unfathomable price from the entire Burning Flame Empire. Attack. Beneath the overwhelming aura of murderous intent, though the Crimson Flame Supreme felt a flicker of trepidation, he quickly bellowed, urging the 5 high priests around him to strike first, aiming to slay the Emperor of the Tiansong Empire and thereby severely diminish the enemy's momentum. Boom. The 6 supreme beings launched their combined assault, their might shaking the very heavens, causing the skies to tremble. Waves of earth-shattering, cataclysmic energy surged forth, collapsing the space around them, evoking the horrifying spectacle of an impending apocalypse. Ants. Almost simultaneously, Li Tsong struck down with his palm. Unremarkable. It seemed devoid of any spiritual power fluctuations. Yet, in that instant, an indescribable, terrifying might surged forth. Boom. The heavens trembled, and all things quaked in terror. With a resounding crack, an invisible palm imprint instantaneously solidified, crashing down upon the inferno conjured by the 6 great vassals with a force of unimaginable magnitude. In an instant, the entire void shattered. In but a fleeting moment, the boundless flames were crushed beneath that single strike, obliterated and scattered into nothingness. The 3 foremost vassals were instantly annihilated, their souls extinguished beneath that terrifying palm imprint. They could not muster even the slightest resistance before being reduced to ashes. Not good. Retreat. The Red Flame Sovereign, witnessing this horrifying scene, could no longer afford to consider anything else and sought to flee. However, the moment this thought took flight in his mind, whoosh, the palm imprint thundered down, and yet another 3 clouds of blood mist ascended into the void, only to be extinguished completely by the residual force. Such was the fate of the 6 supreme beings, crushed as if they were mere ants under Li Tsong's hand. Xianxia and the two lords behind him were utterly dumbfounded, their minds blank. The 6 supreme experts, who stood at the pinnacle of the burning flame empire, had fallen so effortlessly, and all within a single strike from His Majesty. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. Meanwhile, Litsong nonchalantly waved his hand, seemingly disinclined to elaborate further to the two lords. To obliterate 6 supreme beings with a single strike? This was merely the result of Litsong restraining his power by over several 100,000 times. Were he to unleash his full strength, it would not only be the 6 supreme beings of the burning flame empire that would meet their doom. The entire border battlefield would be utterly annihilated by the force of his palm. With the combined might of 4 apex emperors, Litsong had undeniably ascended to an unprecedented realm of supremacy. Even the most ordinary emperors could scarcely fathom such power. All the vassals have perished. It is the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor has effortlessly slain the 6 supreme experts with but a single hand. That figure is far too terrifying, with the vassals fallen. How can we contend with the Celestial Emperor? On the other side, the countless soldiers of the burning flame empire were equally stunned by the spectacle, retreating in a frenzy like frightened dogs. The forces of the Celestial Emperor's dynasty seized the moment to pursue, annihilating the enemy troops without a trace, turning the battlefield into a scene of overwhelming dominance. This battlefield is now entrusted to you. Observing this, Litsong had no intention of lingering further. While he could continue to annihilate the enemy forces with a single strike, the Celestial Emperor's dynasty was not solely his dominion. Only through the trials of battle could the imperial army truly grow. As his voice echoed, Litsong's figure traversed the vast void, heading straight for the direction of the burning flame empire. Ultimately, his destination was none other than the imperial capital of the burning flame empire. Chapter 11. Breaching the imperial capital. Whoosh. How swift was the speed of an emperor. Even though the burning flame imperial capital lay countless miles away from the border battlefield, Litsong needed but a few breaths to shatter the void and arrive above the celestial dome of the imperial capital. The burning flame imperial capital was grand and imposing, its scale surpassing that of the celestial emperor's Lin Tian imperial city. Spanning a full 1,000,000 miles, it loomed like a colossal primordial beast, exuding a terrifying aura of dominance. The burning flame empire had repeatedly transgressed against the borders of my dynasty, and today was the time to settle this matter. Standing upon the void, Litsong appeared diminutive before the towering city, yet the dreadful aura emanating from him dimmed the very skies. At this moment, rumble, the heavens darkened, and thunder roared. Throughout the imperial capital, all beings sensed an inexplicable oppression, as if some unfathomably terrifying event was about to unfold, causing hearts to race. Whoosh. Several sounds of tearing air resonated at this moment. Sensing Litsong's arrival, several formidable figures surged forth from deep within the imperial palace, manifesting before him in the void. Who dares intrude upon my burning flame imperial capital? A thunderous voice boomed. 8 figures swiftly positioned themselves in 8 directions, sealing off Litsong's path and encircling him entirely. The leader was an elderly man with a weathered visage, clad in gray, his gaze sharp and penetrating, as if imbued with the power to pierce through the void. He was the grand vassal of the burning flame empire, Zhou, whose cultivation had reached the 6th level of the supreme realm, comprehending 30% of the devouring law, and was revered by countless powerful beings as the devouring sovereign. Wait, I seem to have seen you somewhere before. This aura feels strangely familiar. Could you be the Celestial Emperor? At this moment, Zhou narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Litsong as if he had suddenly recalled something. Indeed, I am the sovereign of the Celestial Emperor's dynasty. Litsong stood with his hands clasped behind him, appearing composed and unruffled despite being surrounded. He surveyed the surroundings with indifference before speaking slowly. You of the burning flame empire, who seek to meddle in my Celestial Emperor's dynasty, deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I have come today solely to wash the burning flame clan in blood. Any meddlesome fools who dare to obstruct me shall perish. Boom. As his words fell, an overwhelming pressure erupted, sweeping across the entire imperial capital, awakening countless experts of the burning flame empire. Then, as Litsong slightly spread his fingers, boundless spiritual energy coalesced, manifesting a colossal black sun in the heavens, suspended in the void. At this moment, all beings within the imperial capital looked up, gazing at the black sun that blotted out the sky, trembling in fear. The aura emanating from this black sun was so vast that it was nearly suffocating. Many of lower cultivation levels collapsed to the ground, shivering uncontrollably. Burning flame emperor, you and I have battled for centuries. Now it is time for you to confront me directly. Beneath the black sun, Litsong stood like a deity, looking down upon the entire imperial capital, his voice devoid of warmth. Humph. A cold snort followed, and suddenly, within the burning flame imperial capital, a monumental flame surged skyward. This flame was incredibly concentrated, swiftly splitting apart to form 9 fiery dragon silhouettes, causing the temperature of the vast sky to surge almost to boiling point. The scorching waves overturning the clouds. Li Tsong, you are far too arrogant. Do you truly believe there is no one within my burning flame clan? In the next moment, accompanied by a booming roar, the 9 fiery dragons howled into the void, converging in a brief instant to reveal a figure enveloped in crimson flames. Resembling a king of fire, the ruler of the burning flame empire, Xianxiao, was nearly the mightiest among them. Having reached the 6th level of the supreme realm and wielding mastery over 50% of the fire laws, having cultivated various holy tier divine abilities. Tianxiao, this child seems to have come prepared. Do not underestimate him. Following the emergence of Yin Tianxiao, another fiery figure materialized behind him. Before us stands an elderly figure, his long crimson and white hair cascading over his shoulders, and within his murky gaze lies an unfathomable inferno. As if he were a deity commanding heavenly fire, capable of plunging the mortal realm into a purgatory of flames with but a mere gesture. Indeed, he is the unparalleled champion of the burning flame empire, having survived for 9 millennia, the esteemed patriarch of the Qishao imperial clan, Yan Juechen. His visage darkened with foreboding. Yin Tianxiao responded in a grave tone. The celestial emperor had slain his progeny and subjected him to a brutal execution, leaving his severed head to dangle from the walls of the border city. This act was, without doubt, a grievous affront to Yin Tianxiao and to the dignity of the entire burning flame empire. Yet now, this audacious individual dares to approach, seeking his own demise. Such audacity. Even if the celestial emperor has achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, his solitary venture into the heart of the burning flame empire shall assuredly end in his annihilation. As the Emperor of Flames and the Patriarch made their appearance, Zhou Han reacted instantaneously, unleashing a furious roar. To speak of bloodshed within the imperial family of the burning flame empire? Absurd. This is the very heart of the empire, where supreme beings converge. At this moment, no fewer than 10 formidable figures have gathered in the heavens, and the Patriarch himself, a transcendent being of the 8th layer, could effortlessly extinguish the arrogant celestial emperor with a single strike. Have all gathered? Ignoring Zhou Han's furious outburst, Li Tsong surveyed the myriad of powerful figures surrounding him. A low hum resonated in the skies above, as the dark sun quivered slightly, emanating an aura of terrifying danger that caused the Patriarch's expression to shift. He found himself utterly unable to discern the true level of cultivation possessed by the celestial emperor, Li Tsong. Had he employed some concealed artifact of cultivation? Or had his prowess surpassed that of the Patriarch, reaching a pinnacle beyond the supreme? A flicker of wariness ignited in the Patriarch's gaze. For reasons unknown, he sensed a change in the celestial emperor before him, yet could not articulate what had shifted. Your Majesty, Patriarch, eliminate that celestial emperor and his kin. Laughter erupted from those around, deriding the notion that mere denizens of a lower realm might stand against the burning flame empire. Slay him. Let the head of their emperor adorn our banners, proclaiming to the world the fate that befalls those who offend the burning flame empire. Amidst this clamor, voices rose throughout the imperial capital. Countless citizens of the burning flame empire displayed sinister grins, their gazes upon Li Tsong akin to that of viewing a corpse. In their eyes, victory was assured. Shortly thereafter, the entire territory of the celestial emperor would fall into the grasp of the burning flame empire, establishing it as the foremost nation within the ancient domains. Chapter 12. An instantaneous annihilation of Zhou Han, the fall of the burning flame patriarch. It appears this is your choice, Li Tsong stated, his countenance growing increasingly tranquil, eliciting an uneasy chill in the air. I had initially aimed to eradicate your imperial lineage, thereby declaring the demise of the burning flame empire. However, your current demeanor has made it abundantly clear that this is far from sufficient. He surveyed the multitude below, shaking his head slightly. Today, I shall obliterate this imperial capital. Of course, I shall grant you a brief moment to resist, but this shall be your final opportunity. His voice, devoid of emotion, resonated with an undeniable authority. Upon uttering these words, a cacophony erupted within the burning flame capital. What? The celestial emperor dares to proclaim he will annihilate our imperial capital? Outrageous, utterly outrageous. A mere individual, does he truly believe himself a legendary supreme sovereign? Countless subjects of the burning flame empire scoffed, deeming it preposterous. This celestial emperor is utterly deluded. Even if he could combat above his rank, and has now breached the supreme realm, it is inconceivable that he could bring ruin to this vast imperial capital. Such notions are mere folly. Haha, Li Tsong. After all these years, you remain as arrogant as ever, still believing yourself to be that once mighty celestial emperor? Upon hearing the celestial emperor's brazen declaration, Yin Tianxiao erupted in laughter, his eyes icy as he spoke. Indeed, none could deny that the former Li Tsong was a prodigy among prodigies. The chasm between a respectable and a supreme being is immense. Yet, he had once traversed multiple tiers and vanquished countless foes single-handedly. Yin Tianxiao, in his prime at the pinnacle of the respectable realm, would have found it impossible to escape, let alone counterattack. Yet now, 8 centuries have passed. The present is not the past. The might of the Burning Flame Empire far surpasses that of the ancient evil cult. Zhou, eliminate him. I wish to witness the extent of his audacity. Yin Tianxiao commanded with a cold smirk. Confident that the powerful allies he had nurtured over the years would easily subdue Li Tsong. Celestial Emperor, your life is forfeit. With a whoosh, Zhou propelled himself forward. A streak of darkness flashing beneath his feet, and in an instant, he traversed countless miles to stand before Li Tsong. Devouring law consumed the heavens and the earth. An intangible force coalesced in Zhou hands, forming a minuscule black hole that devoured all surrounding energy before crushing it to oblivion. The devouring law, capable of consuming all. It could obliterate the very firmament. Even though Zhou had only grasped a third of the law's power, the might he exhibited was beyond what an ordinary supreme being could withstand. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Li Tsong merely turned his gaze toward the oncoming Zhou, his expression cold and indifferent. With a mere glance, all of Zhou's offensive energies dissolved instantaneously. Li Tsong's gaze was akin to a piercing cold light, descending to absolute zero, causing Zhou to freeze in place, as if his will and thoughts were slowed to an immeasurable crawl, dragged into an abyss from which he could not escape. Crack, 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 like ice shattering. Zhou was reduced to nothingness before the horrified eyes of the numerous strong within the Burning Flame Empire, his form disintegrating into a mist of crimson that scattered across the heavens. In a single glance, merely a sweep of his eyes, the mightiest vassal of the Burning Flame Empire, a supreme being of the 6th layer, had fallen in an instant. What? Shock and horror swept through the ranks of the Burning Flame Empire as they recoiled from Li Tsong, creating distance between themselves and the Celestial Emperor. The scene before them felt like a nightmare, yet the lingering scent of blood in the air unequivocally confirmed the reality. This was no mere dream. Zhou had perished. Techniques. Witnessing this, even the erudite patriarch of the Burning Flame Empire was unable to suppress his racing heart, his visage marred by profound astonishment. To annihilate a supreme of the 6th layer with but a glance was beyond his wildest imaginings. Even the fabled Taoist son he had once encountered, with his time-turning gaze, could not achieve such unfathomable feats. There remains but 30 breaths of time. As the expressions of the onlookers turned grave, they instinctively distanced themselves. Li Tsong wore an indifferent smile, but soon delivered a chilling reminder to Yin Tianxiao and his companions that their remaining time was scant. Damn it! The Burning Heaven Creation Palm. Overcome with fear and fury, the Burning Flame Emperor could no longer remain seated. He chose to unleash his strongest technique, stepping forward to summon the power of the laws within a radius of 10,000 miles. Thunderous roars echoed as a colossal palm blotted out the sun and moon, its terrifying might suffocating. This Burning Heaven Creation Palm was a superior holy-level divine ability, crafted by an ancient Saint King of unparalleled strength. In this moment, under the full eruption of Yin Tianxiao, ordinary supreme beings stood no chance of survival. Tianxiao, even this old man shall aid you. Boom. To the left, another even grander palm imprint coalesced. It was the Burning Flame ancestor, who at this moment chose to join the assault, vowing to eliminate Li Tsong in a single strike to prevent him from showcasing that dreadful eye technique again. Crack. The heavens trembled and the void tore asunder. The two Burning Heaven Creation palms converged, threatening to pierce through the very fabric of the cosmos. At the epicenter of this cataclysmic force, Li Tsong felt the temperature around him soar to unimaginable heights, as if his very soul and flesh were on the verge of combustion, an apex of terror. Yet, in the face of such a disastrous onslaught, Li Tsong's countenance remained as tranquil as ever, seemingly muttering with indifference, "Ants shall never comprehend the vastness of the universe. All that you are is far too feeble." As his words fell, Li Tsong abruptly raised his right arm and extended it toward the two impending palm strikes. Boom. In an instant, the entire realm appeared to tremble as boundless flames of law surged forth, seemingly breaking free from the palm imprints, as though they feared something that made even the highest laws of the universe tremble with trepidation. In that moment, whoosh. The once overwhelming Burning Heaven Creation Palm was as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, obliterated in an instant. Death. Following that, Li Tsong casually flicked his fingertips upward. Pop. In the next breath, the heads of the Burning Flame Emperor and the Burning Flame Ancestor were severed from their bodies, blood spraying forth to stain the heavens. In a mere flicker of lightning, the three most powerful beings of the Burning Flame Empire met their end with a casual ease, not even affording a moment of resistance. "Ah, Your Majesty, Ancestor." their heads severed from their bodies. It seemed even their souls were instantaneously torn asunder. The Burning Flame Emperor and the Burning Flame Ancestor had lost all hope of survival, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 13. The Destruction of the Burning Flame Empire and the Arrival of the Desolate Sovereign. This is impossible. How can the power of the Heavenly Song Emperor be so terrifying? What have you done? What have you done? The remaining elites of the Burning Flame Empire fell into chaos and fear. Some die-hard loyalists of the Burning Flame Emperor, in desperation, charged recklessly toward Li Tsong, attempting to perish alongside him. But as hundreds of figures approached within 3 zhang of Li Tsong, they were all annihilated into clouds of blood mist. Not even a single scream escaping their lips before they were utterly extinguished. One man, suppressing the entire field, gulp, gazing at the figure before them. As if a deity or demon had descended, the warriors of the Burning Flame Empire could not help but swallow hard, their eyes brimming with boundless dread. Was this truly a human? Even the formidable ancestor, a terrifying existence of the 8th tier of supremacy, was killed in an instant as if crushed like ants beneath the other's heel. Could it be that the Heavenly Song Emperor had achieved sainthood, transcending the supreme? Cold sweat poured from the foreheads of many powerful beings. As they gazed upward at the increasingly turbulent dark sun, their hearts raced with fear, terror overwhelming them. At this moment, they fully realized that the Heavenly Song Emperor's declaration to annihilate the Burning Flame Empire was not mere words. He undoubtedly possessed the capability to do so. Flee. Escape. In an instant, the warriors' spirits were shaken, their will to fight extinguished, as they sought to escape this realm. 3 breaths, 2 breaths, 1 breath. Time was up. However, at this moment, as Li Tsong's self-reflective voice resounded, the dark sun enveloping the heavens finally tore apart. Boom. The sun shattered, darkness descended. An endless torrent of black light, carrying a terrifying wave that caused all things to wither, poured down like a tidal wave, engulfing an area of hundreds of thousands of miles, completely submerging the entire domain of the Burning Flame Empire. No, I do not wish, Cries of anguish and despair echoed incessantly. Yet soon, an overwhelming silence filled with despair followed. Boom. As the earth trembled, the vast Burning Flame Empire crumbled under this terrifying force, utterly reduced to nothingness. Countless billions of lives perished in an instant, becoming the sacrificial offerings of this ancient capital, plunging into the abyss of death. Breath. Time lost meaning as yellow sand filled the air and wild winds howled. The once mighty Burning Flame Empire had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a deep, pit-like black chasm in its wake. This ancient capital, which had stood for tens of thousands of years, had been wiped clean in a mere moment, as if it had never existed. The might of the emperor, supreme and unparalleled, swept away all. And Li Tsong, standing at the absolute pinnacle of imperial power, had merely employed a trace of imperial energy's gathering technique, without invoking any divine abilities or compressing forces. With a mere gesture, he extinguished all. What does it mean to be formidable? This is the essence of true might. The so-called emperors are the most powerful beings within the realm of the 9 heavens, and even the starry void beyond, looking down upon the myriad beings of the universe, capable of annihilating trillions with but a snap of their fingers, let alone a mere burning flame empire. Even if Li Tsong wished to eradicate all living beings within a vast territory, he would do so with the greatest ease. Now, I have long transcended your realm. With a single strike, the Burning Flame Empire was laid to waste. Li Tsong walked slowly, his gaze indifferent, resembling an immortal king high above the 9 heavens, devoid of any emotion in his eyes. It was as if he were the embodiment of heavenly law, capable of dictating the cycle of life and death with a mere thought. To him, all things were but dust, mere ants in the grand scheme of existence. Clap, clap, clap. Yet at that moment, from the void behind Li Tsong, 3 distinct sounds of applause suddenly rang out. Buzz. Following that, as the space twisted, an elderly figure clad in a gray robe, with long white hair, emerged. The Heavenly Song Emperor indeed possesses remarkable means. The gray-robed elder appeared emaciated, exuding a faint aura of decay and death. Upon his arrival, the surrounding void seemed to freeze. Who dares? Li Tsong slowly turned around with his hands clasped behind his back. As a supreme emperor, he was certainly aware of the presence lurking in the void, secretly observing his every move. However, he refrained from striking first, curious to see what the other party's intentions might be. Old Master of Desolation. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed elder grinned widely, the creases on his face deepening, rendering him rather unsettling. The name of the Master of Desolation startled Li Tsong slightly, as he felt a flicker of surprise. Who was the Master of Desolation? It was said to be the founding ancestor of the Desolation Divine Sect, a colossal force that dominated the 5 domains 100,000 years ago. Even within the ancient regions, tales of the Desolation Divine Sect and its master circulated widely, and Li Tsong had certainly heard of them. This legendary figure, the Master of Desolation, had reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm 100,000 years prior, achieving a terrifying and boundless existence akin to that of a sacred king with a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. According to the legends that traveled through the ancient domains, the Master of Desolation, after inadvertently acquiring a forbidden art, fell into madness and chose to refine the entire sect, its millions of disciples and elders. Ultimately, he attained the status of a quasi-emperor. In the final chapters of the legends, the Master of Desolation, having achieved quasi-emperor status, vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air, completely fading from existence. Who would have thought that he would reappear in the land of the Burning Flame Empire today? The Master of Desolation, a quasi-emperor of legend, with a lifespan stretching up to 3,000,000 years. I have indeed heard whispers of your legend, Li Tsong spoke calmly, his initial surprise dissipating, restoring his expression to one of tranquility. A quasi-emperor. In times past, that was truly a supreme existence, capable of obliterating his celestial Tsong empire with a mere flick of the wrist, even the entirety of the ancient domains. But now, Li Tsong possessed fourfold the power of a supreme emperor, not to mention a quasi-emperor. Even the pinnacle of emperors could not pose a threat to him in the slightest. Celestial Tsong Emperor, you show no fear towards an old man. It seems my conjectures are indeed accurate. The overwhelming aura of imperial might surrounding you suggests that you have acquired a legendary imperial artifact, yes? The Master of Desolation's smile was enigmatic, revealing his yellowed teeth, with a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. Chapter 14, Quasi-Emperor? Merely a hand's crush. Since you are aware of my identity, the matter has become significantly simpler. Hand over the imperial artifact to me, and when I achieve the status of an emperor in the future, I shall, without hesitation, grant you dominion over the 10 domains, even should you desire it. With that, the Master of Desolation took a single step forward. A seemingly unremarkable footfall caused the very laws of heaven and earth to tremble, resonating with a crackling sound, as if they were fragile glass. This was not merely the shattering of space. It was the very laws that construct all things collapsing, disintegrating from the very depths of their essence. A quasi-emperor, merely one step away from the unparalleled emperor realm. Sacred kings possess a lifespan of 1,000,000 years, while quasi-emperors enjoy 3,000,000. Their physical forms are indistinguishable from that of an emperor, even if their heads were severed, hearts crushed, or reduced to ashes. As long as a shred of their true spirit remains, a quasi-emperor can reconstruct their body in an instant, absorbing the boundless essence of the universe to be reborn. Quasi-emperors are nearly immortal. Even a true emperor would find it exceedingly difficult to slay a quasi-emperor. They can easily defeat them, but cannot utterly annihilate them. Imperial artifact? I possess no such relic. However, since you have sensed the aura of imperial might emanating from me, you must also comprehend the level of existence I currently embody. Gazing upon the Master of Desolation, who exuded the might of a quasi-emperor, Li Tsong's eyes remained indifferent and serene, devoid of any turmoil. Quasi-emperors are immortal? Even emperors struggle to kill them? Such rules hold no sway before my current power. One must understand that even a celestial star with a diameter of trillions of miles could be grasped and crushed by Li Tsong, exploding without the force of its detonation ever posing a threat to him. With fourfold the power of a supreme emperor at his disposal, there was virtually no entity within the 9 heavens continent capable of harming him in the slightest. A mere quasi-emperor was but an insignificant insect. Arrogance. The Master of Desolation's aged visage suddenly turned cold. I have investigated your entire history. At most, you are merely a minor sovereign. A sovereign is but a diminutive existence that lives for a mere 10,000 years. Above them, one must traverse through the sacred, ancient sacred king, and then the quasi-emperor before stepping into the realm of emperors. I have cultivated for a full 800,000 years, and only through the sacrifice of the entire Desolation Divine Sect's power did I barely attain quasi-emperor status, gaining an additional 200,000 years of life. You, a mere lord of a mortal nation, how could you possibly ascend to the level of an emperor within just a few brief thousand years? It is sheer folly. Boom. As his words fell, the Master of Desolation suddenly struck down with a palm. In an instant, a colossal black hand appeared in the sky, obscuring the sun. Imbued with boundless ferocity and devastation, descending fiercely towards Li Tsong, seeking to capture him and forcibly strip away the non-existent imperial artifact from within him. Master of Desolation, do you truly believe I fear you? Li Tsong's gaze turned sharp as he beheld the oncoming hand. In the next moment, the boundless power of the Supreme Emperor roared to life within him, unleashing approximately 1/10,000th of his strength. Boom. In that instant, the very heavens and earth trembled. An indescribable, supreme force descended upon this realm, compelling all cultivators within a radius of several 100 million miles to kneel, overwhelmed by terror. The might of an emperor. This was the true might of an emperor. At this moment, Li Tsong had unleashed a fraction of his true power, intending to directly suppress the quasi-emperor before him. How is this possible? This is genuine imperial might. Have you truly stepped into the supreme realm of emperors? The palm struck by the Master of Desolation was instantaneously obliterated beneath the overwhelming pressure. He gasped in horror, seemingly witnessing something beyond belief, his entire being trembling involuntarily. An emperor. The ultimate destination on the path of cultivation within the Nine Heavens continent. An embodiment of the great Tao, terrifying beyond imagination. No, I refuse to believe it. You must have relied on that imperial artifact to momentarily manifest such imperial might. Imperial technique, death's ruin, perish for me. After a brief moment of shock, an insatiable madness surged within the depths of the Master of Desolation's gaze. He yearned to become an emperor. By seizing this imperial artifact, he, the Master of Desolation, would surely attain the title of Desolation Emperor, restoring the Desolation Divine Sect, thus becoming another lineage of imperial authority for humankind. Sizzle. Within a radius of over 100 million miles, all vitality withered in an instant, coalescing into boundless power that surged into the Master of Desolation at the center. In the burning flame empire, countless beings perished in that moment. With the imperial capital as the epicenter, an unfathomable number of cities instantaneously transformed into desolate wastelands. Their inhabitants reduced to desiccated corpses. This was the might of the imperial-grade divine ability, Death's Ruin. This is the innate divine ability of the withering great emperor from the primordial era, wielded to its utmost limit. Capable of extinguishing life within a radius of billions of miles with but a thought, absorbing all life energy into himself, transforming it into unparalleled imperial might. This imperial art, it remains a mystery how it fell into the hands of the desolate sovereign. In the briefest of moments, he forcibly drained the life energy of trillions of beings, rendering a significant portion of the flame empire into desolation, and in that fleeting instant, he possessed power terrifyingly close to that of an emperor. Heavenly Tsong Emperor. Killing your imperial weapon is merely a trifle for me. The desolate sovereign had completely succumbed to madness, displaying an utterly reckless demeanor as he summoned dozens of sacred-grade spiritual artifacts to strike down upon Li Tsong. A lunatic, the Flame Empire was almost entirely ravaged by him in an instant. Should he continue his rampage, the entire territory might vanish without a trace. Witnessing this scene, Li Tsong felt a surge of righteous fury. Although the resources of the Flame Empire no longer held any significance for him, for the entire Heavenly Tsong dynasty, completely devouring this ancient empire would yield immense benefits. He would not tolerate any infringement. Die. In a fit of rage, Li Tsong released some of his own power suppression, instantly transforming into a towering giant, reaching skyward as he bore down upon the desolate sovereign, who was commanding numerous sacred weapons. Boom. Words fail to convey the sheer terror of Li Tsong's current strength. The desolate sovereign was instantly enveloped by his colossal hand, and the force erupted with the weight of countless worlds crashing down, rendering the latter silent and unaware of his fate. This was pure physical might. Having devoured and refined the energy of thousands of stars, Li Tsong's physical form had grown to an unimaginable level of terror. Even without any spiritual power, relying solely on his corporeal strength, he could likely crush a peak emperor into oblivion. The desolate sovereign, a quasi-emperor, was annihilated in an instant, his very essence and true spirit ground to dust, with no hope of rebirth. Chapter 15. The Wealth of the Desolate Divine Sect, the terrifying lord of the underworld tower. Buzzing. At the moment of his demise, a sphere of light abruptly broke free from Li Tsong's mighty hand, darting away with incredible speed, as if attempting to escape Li Tsong's grasp. However, in the presence of Li Tsong, any attempt at evasion was futile. With a casual wave of his hand, Li Tsong reverted to his original form. The sphere of light fell into his palm. Within it lay a scroll, an artifact of divine power. A scroll of ancient design emerged from the light. As Li Tsong tore apart the sphere, an overwhelming flood of memories surged forth into his mind the moment his fingertips brushed the scroll. A mid-grade imperial technique, the deathly withering. In an instant, it was as if he had practiced this technique for millennia, and Li Tsong completely mastered it. The old dog's Qianxian ring was also hidden within this sphere. Seizing this imperial art, the scroll vanished, leaving only an ancient Qianxian ring behind. Intrigued by the lifetime collection of a quasi-emperor, Li Tsong dispelled the seals and probed within. Inside the Qianxian ring, he was immediately greeted by hundreds of thousands of deep brown pills, piled high and radiating boundless spiritual energy. Nirvana pills. Li Tsong's eyes lit up. These were high-grade universal currency within the Nine Heavens continent. Their value surpassed that of inferior, middle-grade, superior, and supreme spiritual stones. Only those who had reached the nirvana realm could utilize the condensed spiritual energy from their dantians to forge a single nirvana pill. The process of refining just one nirvana pill required a nirvana expert to devote an entire month of cultivation's worth of energy into it. Consuming it would significantly accelerate a cultivator's advancement to the celestial realm. If the quantity were vast, even a sage or supreme expert would covet it. But now, even with Li Tsong's extensive experience, and despite the heavenly Tsong dynasty's treasury brimming with over 10 billion nirvana pills, he could not help but be astounded by the wealth contained within this Qianxian ring. The number of nirvana pills, at least several trillion. No, several quadrillion. This terrifying wealth could easily purchase the entire ancient state and still afford several dozen sacred realm servants. Yet, Li Tsong had long since transcended his former self. Such a quantity of nirvana pills would have once filled him with ecstatic joy. But now, compared to the stellar energy he had absorbed and refined, several quadrillion nirvana pills seemed trivial. High-grade, sacred martial art, the great radiance divine fist. Mid-grade sacred technique, the all-encompassing devouring art. Next, a vast array of techniques and divine arts appeared before Li Tsong, behind which were mountains of spiritual artifacts, carelessly discarded like refuse in a corner. This must be the accumulation of wealth from the desolate divine sect over countless millennia, carried by the desolate sovereign, who must have harbored aspirations to rebuild the sect one day. Exiting the Qianxian ring, Li Tsong held the seemingly small, yet vast advanced Qianxian ring in his hand. Musing aloud, the accumulated wealth of the entire desolate divine sect likely surpassed that of many ordinary emperors. Now it had fallen into his hands, and if utilized wisely, it could significantly bolster the strength of the heavenly Tsong dynasty. Whoosh! Whoosh! Father, what on earth is this place? Li Tsong pondered, when suddenly, the sound of tens of thousands piercing the air resonated from afar. It was the tardy arrival of Li Shun and others. Upon gazing down at the pitch-black desolation below, their hearts filled with dread, a sense of boundless fear creeping within. The area spanning billions of miles had been transformed into a lifeless wasteland. The Grand Flame imperial capital had vanished without a trace. They could hardly fathom what had transpired to create such a cataclysmic scene. It's nothing. I encountered a quasi-emperor, the desolate sovereign, and after a fierce battle, I killed him. In response to Li Shun's inquiry, Li Tsong merely waved his hand dismissively. The act of slaying a quasi-emperor akin to squashing an insignificant insect to him. What? A quasi-emperor, the desolate sovereign? Upon hearing this, not only Li Shun but even Li Qian, Li Yan, and the numerous nobles of the heavenly Tsong dynasty stood agape. The three imperial sons could not help but exclaim in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief and shock. A quasi-emperor. An existence capable of obliterating the ancient state with a mere gesture. Their father had slain a transcendent quasi-emperor today. It was inconceivable. Impossible. At the deepest recesses of Li Yan's mind, a voice echoed in sheer horror. The desolate sovereign. A supreme being whom even I dared not provoke at my peak. Today, he was slain by the sovereign of this nation? Old Ming, can you see clearly now the level my father has reached? Li Yan's thoughts stirred, and his consciousness engaged in a dialogue with the enigmatic voice resonating within his sea of knowledge, a conversation that he evidently found quite familiar. Several years prior, he had fortuitously acquired an ancient talisman, within which lay the remnant soul of a formidable being, Fang Tianming, the master of the Nether Tower. It was said that he had once approached the threshold of quasi-emperor status, inadvertently awakened by Li Yan, who subsequently took him as a disciple. Harboring hopes of one day reconstructing his physical form, to slay a quasi-emperor. If your father's words hold true, then he must have truly ascended to the unparalleled realm of the emperor, transcending the very heavens. The voice of this Nether Tower master was charged with an overwhelming sense of disbelief, clearly shaken by Li Tsong's revelations that shattered his prior understanding. Upon hearing this, even Li Yan, with his steadfast resolve, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The unparalleled realm. His father, now an emperor. He had assumed Li Tsong had merely stepped into the sacred realm, but now learning that the latter had achieved emperor status left him utterly speechless. Danger. Your father approaches, and he has discovered my presence. I must delve into the deepest recesses of the stone talisman. In an instant, Fang Tianming's voice became imbued with sheer terror, swiftly dissipating from Li Yan's consciousness and merging back into the ancient talisman he carried. Father. At this moment, Li Yan regained his composure and hurriedly bowed before the imposing figure of Li Tsong. Come forth. However, Li Tsong paid no heed to Li Yan's gesture. His gaze icy as he spoke. Buzz. In that fleeting moment, the air trembled. Although Li Yan felt no discernible change within the stone talisman, Fang Tianming was as if crushed beneath an avalanche, on the verge of collapse. Fang Tianming pays his respects to Emperor Tianzong. Please spare me, great emperor. I harbor no ill intentions towards your highness. I beseech your forgiveness. Soon, an exceedingly ethereal figure materialized before Li Yan, prostrating on the ground and repeatedly bowing to Li Tsong. How terrifying! Merely a single thought from Li Tsong was enough to send this remnant soul of the sacred king into disarray, threatening to obliterate it entirely. Chapter 16. A thought creates a quasi-emperor, the emperor's tribulation descends. Elder Ming, is that you? Li Yan was utterly astonished. He had never imagined that the once omniscient Elder Ming, hailed as the strongest of all, would now find himself in such a disheveled state. Yenner, is what this person claims true? Li Tsong, like a divine judge, gazed down with an indifferent countenance, instilling even greater fear in Fong Tianming, as though he stood before a celestial being. Yes, father. Were it not for Elder Ming, I would likely still be stagnating at the Nirvana realm, struggling for 100 years without making any progress towards the celestial human realm. Seeing this, Li Yan anxiously defended Fong Tianming, for the latter had provided immeasurable assistance on his path of cultivation. Oh, upon hearing this, Li Tsong spoke indifferently. Buzz. In an instant, the terrifying pressure of his soul dissipated. Huff, huff. Although Fong Tianming was merely a remnant soul, he now breathed heavily like an ordinary person, the fear in his eyes still unrelenting. Great Emperor. At this moment, he was entirely convinced. The Tiansong Emperor, Li Tsong, had undoubtedly reached the true level of an emperor. What he had previously claimed about slaying the desolate sovereign was likely a factual occurrence, having vanquished a being akin to an immortal quasi-emperor. So it was, Fong Tianming. Your assistance in cultivating my offspring is commendable, though you are now but a remnant soul. You must have once been a figure of immense stature. Li Tsong nodded slightly, and with a mere thought, he retracted all oppressive forces enveloping Fong Tianming. Yes, 30,000 years ago, I was the founder of the Nether Tower, a dominant force in the Black Mountain domain. Cultivators referred to me as the master of the Nether Tower. Though I achieved some measure of success, in comparison to your majesty, I am not but a humble insect. Fong Tianming knelt, recalling that 30,000 years prior, his highest cultivation was merely half a step into quasi-emperor territory. Before this genuine emperor, he felt no inclination to resist whatsoever. Thus, Fong Tianming was filled with reverence towards Li Tsong. Since you have contributed, a reward is in order. Buzz, buzz. Instantly, Li Tsong waved his hand, and boundless chaotic imperial energy surged forth, wildly converging upon Fong Tianming's remnant soul, causing his physical form to rapidly regenerate as if conjured from nothingness, and his cultivation surged back to the sacred king realm in a mere moment. And then, the quasi-emperor. The chaotic imperial energy represents the pinnacle of spiritual essence in the Nine Heavens continent. The benefits of this power are beyond imagination. The nirvana energy pales in comparison, akin to mere dust and rubble, utterly worthless. Of course, this chaotic imperial energy could only be refined by beings of the supreme emperor tier. If a quasi-emperor were to obtain even a fragment, their chances of ascending to emperor status would skyrocket dramatically. Boom. The force roared, and the oppressive energy shook the heavens. After breaking through to quasi-emperor, Fong Tianming's cultivation continued to surge. Crack. Within his dantian, a vast miniature world began to take shape. Under the nurturing of the boundless chaotic imperial energy, this world soon manifested vitality from the primordial chaos, giving rise to countless races of heaven and earth, engaged in endless conflict, reminiscent of a true grand era. A world within, one of the hallmarks of an emperor-level being. By condensing a world, one can obtain the true power of that world. With every movement, one carries the genuine weight of an entire world, capable of crushing all. Fong Tianming's nascent world, despite being in its initial stages of expansion, already reached a diameter of several tens of thousands of miles, nearly equivalent to a moderately sized imperial dynasty. Yet, it was evident that this was merely the beginning. 30,000 miles in diameter, 80,000 miles in diameter, 100 million miles in diameter. Boom. The terrifying tidal wave of energy spread for billions of miles, and Fong Tianming's newly reborn body seemed unable to withstand the overwhelming mass of the world, beginning to crumble and disintegrate, only to be reborn and collapse once more. Yet, despite the agonizing torment, Fong Tianming persevered, enduring the pain of destruction and rebirth. For he understood that he was on the verge of a transformation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The endless chaotic imperial energy gathered, resembling a radiant star suspended above Fong Tianming, ceaselessly pouring forth, eternal and unyielding. He knew deeply that this was his sole opportunity to achieve the status of an emperor. Since the sovereign had bestowed upon him such unparalleled fortune, Fong Tianming vowed not to squander it. Father, what is happening to Elder Ming? At this moment, witnessing the terrifying transformation taking place within Fong Tianming, Li Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of concern. The latter had rendered him immense kindness, serving as his mentor. To merely watch him fall today would be unbearably cruel. I bestow upon him a tremendous opportunity. Should he succeed, my Tian Empire shall gain a second emperor to preside over it. If he fails, he shall be utterly annihilated. Li Cong's gaze remained indifferent. He could discern with a single glance that should Fang Tianming restore his cultivation, he would have a significant chance of stepping into emperor status. While he had already reached his pinnacle, having additional emperors to govern the empire would undoubtedly be advantageous. A world within, indeed. However, at this moment, witnessing the agonizing visage of Fang Tianming, Li Cong could not help but murmur softly. A small world. As a peak emperor, he naturally possessed such an existence within him. Furthermore, due to the existence of the Chaotic Sutra, it was not merely a singular realm, but rather a myriad of worlds could be opened within each cell and acupoint, as if countless celestial realms. Currently, Li Cong's body already housed 4 distinct worlds. The diameter of each internal world reached a staggering extent, far beyond mere millions or even billions, only calculable in trillions. The diameter of a world often signifies the ultimate limit of its power. Generally, a newly ascended emperor's internal world has a diameter of merely tens of millions of miles, yet Fang Tianming's ability to surpass 1 billion in diameter was truly astonishing. Should he successfully endure this trial, his foundation for achieving the emperor's realm would be further solidified, nearly unshakable. Roaring, Fang Tianming howled towards the heavens, his voice infused with boundless pain and ferocity, as if he sought to rend the very fabric of the void. In a fleeting moment, he had undergone an unfathomable 300 billion cycles of destruction and rebirth, his body truly transforming into an immortal emperor's physique, acquiring a terrifying strength capable of bearing worlds. Boom! The world finally coalesced, almost truly stepping into the domain of emperors. At this moment, the emperor's tribulation was also wildly gathering from the celestial expanse above, turning the vast sky into a tempestuous sea of thunder. It was about to surge downwards, crushing any mortals daring to aspire to the path of emperorship. The heavenly Tao. You shall not hinder me today. Faced with the terrifying emperor's tribulation, Fang Tianming exhibited no fear whatsoever. Instead, he soared skyward, confronting the thunderous sea with a furious roar. Chapter 17. Li Cong's Ambition, 2 Emperors in Command. Boom. As his words fell, the tribulation descended with unthinkable ferocity. Except for Li Cong. The onlookers from the heavenly Cong Empire were utterly dumbfounded, their bodies and souls trembling violently at the sight of the calamity that seemed to threaten the annihilation of worlds. This was a fear born of instinct. How magnificent was the 9 heavens continent! Even the largest stars in the cosmic expanse could not compare to its grandeur, being merely a fraction of its vastness. Its heavenly Tao was a divine existence forged over immeasurable epochs. Now, with the descent of the Emperor's tribulation, it was akin to the heavens unleashing their wrath, intent on reducing the entire ancient state to scorched earth and obliterating all. Do not panic. However, just as the surging remnants of thunder were about to descend, Li Cong casually placed a hand down, effortlessly blocking all remnants of the Emperor's tribulation, preventing them from harming anyone below. Boom, boom, boom. Following this, a total of 81 terrifying bolts of thunder struck down, leaving Fang Tianming appearing as if he had been reduced to a charred remnant, with only a faint glimmer of life discernible. Yet at this moment, the ominous clouds finally dispersed. Radiant sunlight poured down upon the earth, and Fang Tianming's physical form began to visibly recover at an astonishing pace, soon returning to a state of perfect integrity. Witnessing this, all were profoundly shaken. The Emperor's tribulation had been successfully traversed. From henceforth, between heaven and earth, another immortal emperor had emerged, granted a lifespan of 1,024,000 years, nearly an existence that could not die nor be extinguished, barring the exhaustion of that lifespan. Indeed, Li Cong nodded in agreement. Although the former, even upon breaking through to the emperor's realm, was but a slightly larger ant in his eyes. The heavenly Cong Empire was in dire need of capable individuals at this moment. Acquiring such an emperor would undoubtedly alleviate many troubles for him. Bang! Fang Tianming's ascension to emperor today was entirely reliant on the tremendous fortune bestowed by His Majesty. I, Fang Tianming, swear allegiance to the source of the great Tao from this day forth, serving under the heavenly Cong Emperor. Should I ever defy this vow, may I endure the torment of 1,000 souls and forever fall into the abyss of hell. At this moment, Fang Tianming quickly knelt, respectfully bowing his head to Li Cong. This action was, of course, to express his loyalty and submission to the heavenly Cong Emperor. The figure before him was far too formidable. With a mere wave of his hand, he restored Fang Tianming to his pinnacle of power and facilitated his ascent to the Emperor's realm. Although he, the master of the underworld tower, had once been renowned, if he could serve under this supreme emperor, it would not be a mark of disgrace, but rather an immense honor. Very well. Li Cong smiled. And with a wave of his hand, an invisible force lifted Fang Tianming effortlessly. Even now, as an emperor, Fang Tianming found himself utterly unable to resist this force, being unceremoniously elevated before he could comprehend what was happening. This heavenly Cong emperor had likely attained the legendary pinnacle of empires, a terrifying state worthy of reverence as the emperor of emperors. Fang Tianming could not help but ponder. The emperor, though already the highest realm in existence, is still divided into 9 tiers. The first to third tiers of the emperor realm represent ordinary emperors, the legendary supreme beings spoken of in tales. The 4th to 6th tiers signify the ancient immortal emperors. Each of these ancient emperors had lived for at least 500,000 years, and many were extraordinary beings who had deceived the heavenly Tao and reborn through reincarnation. As for the highest tiers, the 7th to 9th, these beings have transcended the realms of myth and legend, standing as the most esteemed among all emperors throughout history. They are known as the Emperor of Emperors. The Emperor of Emperors shatters all rules. They annihilate all opposition. The standard lifespan of 1,020,000 years for ordinary emperors is but a mere trifle before such exalted beings. They can reach a lifespan of 9,999,000 years, truly embodying the maximum limit of existence, and with one more step, they would trigger the greatest taboo of all realms. To utterly lose one's will, achieving immortality yet becoming a mere shell, drifting through myriad worlds as a skeletal demon emperor, destroying and annihilating all in sight. The limits of sentient beings cannot be surpassed for over 1 billion years. This is a rule that no one can break. Countless legends in the 9 heavens continent have perished for breaching this taboo, becoming skeletal demon emperors wandering the boundless cosmos. Even now, Li Cong's maximum lifespan is also capped at 9,999,000 years. Even with the powers of 4 Emperor of Emperors, he still cannot breach that taboo limit. Fang Tianming, henceforth, you shall be known as the Tianming Emperor. From this day forward, I shall establish 108 Emperor Pavilions within the Heavenly Cong Empire, serving as the most powerful sanctuaries for cultivation in the 9 heavens continent. You shall be the inaugural master of my Tianming Pavilion, tasked with nurturing strong individuals for the empire and safeguarding my realm. Li Cong proclaimed, his voice reverberating like the edicts of the heavens. The detached tone carried an oppressive weight akin to the laws of the great Tao, rendering all beings incapable of defiance. They could only accept the decree. Yes, thank you for your grace, your majesty. Fang Tianming hastily bowed his head in acceptance, his countenance brimming with fervor upon hearing Li Cong's words. 108 Emperor Pavilions. Could it be that His Majesty intends to recruit a total of 108 powerful emperors as masters, to establish the strongest sanctuary for cultivation in the 9 heavens continent? This is utterly insane. However, for His Majesty, who has stepped into the realm of the Emperor, there appears to be a realm of possibilities. The Emperor, among all the sovereigns, he stands as the utmost revered, venturing into the vastness of the outer cosmos. He can effortlessly obliterate an entire star domain with a mere flick of his hand, rendering even the most colossal stars powerless before such formidable strength. In the future, by aligning with this celestial emperor, it is inevitable that I shall command the winds and clouds, traversing the universe with an air of superiority, gazing down upon all rivals. Very well, the Flame Yin Empire has been vanquished. All that remains is for my celestial army to occupy it and eliminate any lingering forces. Additionally, after announcing Fang Tianming as the lord of the Tianming Pavilion, Li Cong surveyed the surrounding crowd, his gaze meeting countless eyes filled with shock and curiosity. And he slowly spoke, relay this message. I have ascended to the rank of emperor, and today I have subdued the emperor of the abyss, Tianming, for the benefit of my empire. This is no secret. I wish for the ancient realms, and indeed the entirety of the 9 heavens continent to know that my celestial dynasty is now fortified by dual emperors, establishing itself as a transcendent nation. Boom. As his words resonated, Li Cong shattered the void and departed. Yet his boundless and proud declaration continued to reverberate in the minds of those present, leaving them in a state of astonishment. The celestial dynasty, with dual emperors in command. It is unfathomable to consider the tumult that will ensue once this news spreads across the entire 9 heavens continent. Chapter 18. The world trembles. Second sign-in location refreshes. 3 days later, the news of the Flame Yin Empire's annihilation swiftly disseminated. Within the Celestial Dynasty, the explosive information regarding the dual emperors sent shockwaves through countless powerful factions, compelling them to concede that yet another colossal nation was on the verge of rising. What? The Celestial Emperor Li Cong has indeed achieved the rank of emperor, and even the Lord of the Wasteland has fallen to his might? Within the ancient realm, voices of disbelief emerged from the 3 sacred sects, long recognized as the supreme force. The Lord of the Wasteland had attained the status of quasi-emperor 100,000 years ago, yet the Celestial Emperor managed to slay him? Furthermore, rumors abound that the Celestial Emperor has also subdued another emperor, Tianming, resulting in a dual emperor stronghold within the nation. Heavens! To what level has his strength ascended? In the Grand Hall of the sect, the elders and high-ranking officials were utterly aghast. The three sacred sects, as the de facto rulers of the ancient realm, were acutely attentive to the rise of the Celestial Dynasty. In their eyes, regardless of how the latter ascended, it could never surpass the might of the three sacred sects, ultimately being compelled to submit and be covertly controlled. Master, what should we do? One elder from the three sacred sects spoke with a face filled with terror. Our three greatest elders are merely at the peak of the saint realm, facing those two emperors as insignificant as fireflies before the moonlight. In the ancient realm, who is unaware of the absolute dominion held by the three sacred sects? Now, with the Celestial Dynasty boasting dual emperors, how could they tolerate such weaklings presuming to stand above them? They will undoubtedly seek to eradicate them. The emperor, the sect master, collapsed onto his throne, his eyes devoid of spirit, muttering to himself upon hearing this shocking news. How could they dare to contend with true emperor-level powers? In the face of such terrifying existences, referred to as the supreme of the path, the three sacred sects are but laughable ants. Witnessing the sect master's demeanor, the inquiring elder could not help but lower his head once more. For a time, silence enveloped the three sacred sects, a profound stillness prevailing. In the eastern region of the Nine Heavens continent, millions of billions of miles away from the ancient realm, amidst numerous vast domains, the immortal peaks soared into the sky, where birds and beasts frolicked. Countless magnificent palaces, resembling celestial abodes, stood proudly amid the swirling mists, exuding an extraordinary presence. This place is none other than the true martial sacred land, one of the four great sacred grounds, standing at the pinnacle of humanity's power, its position unshaken even after countless eons. Swish! A celestial crane descended, delivering a letter to an elderly man atop a colossal peak. His hair and beard as white as snow. This elder is one of the 36 supreme elders of the true martial sacred land, embodying the true strength of the sect. Known throughout the Nine Heavens continent as the Source Law Emperor, an undeniable powerhouse of the emperor's caliber, the emergence of two emperors from the Celestial Dynasty? With a flick of his hand, the letter was effortlessly incinerated into ashes. The Source Law Emperor narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep and contemplative. He was not unfamiliar with the name of the Celestial Dynasty. A century ago, his disciple, the Saint King Wutian, had extended an olive branch to the prince of this nation, Li Shun, wishing to take him as a direct disciple, elevating him to a status equal to that of the true martial sacred land's true disciples. However, the prince of such a minor nation, faced with such an unparalleled opportunity, declined the offer, citing his father's impending demise and the need for someone to govern the nation in his stead. It was precisely because of this that the esteemed Source Law Emperor remembered the foolish prince of this nascent dynasty, keeping the name of the Celestial Dynasty etched in his mind. Interesting. The Celestial Emperor, the Abyss Emperor. The birth of these two emperors is undoubtedly a monumental boon for humanity, yet for the six ancient nations, it may not bode well. But what does this have to do with the true martial sacred land? We shall merely observe the unfolding events. The Source Law Emperor shook his head, dismissing the matter from his thoughts. The two new emperors may traverse the ancient realm and seize control of dozens of surrounding domains. But that is where their influence shall cease. As the true pinnacle of human strength, the true martial sacred land would never regard this unexpectedly rising mortal nation with any seriousness. Ding! The supreme sign-in system has refreshed. Sign-in location: the depths of the God Burial Abyss. Successful sign-in grants the attainment of transcendent insight. Transcendent insight, an extraordinary level of comprehension that transcends conventional understanding, enabling the enhancement of all skills, martial arts, and divine abilities to their ultimate perfection. Additionally, it grants astonishing advantages in cultivating or learning any technique, alchemy, or artifact crafting methods. Within a secluded chamber of the Celestial Dynasty, Li Tsang slowly opened his eyes, hearing the sudden voice of the system echoing in his mind. A glimmer of astonishment flickering in his gaze. The second supreme sign-in has finally arrived. Successfully signing in grants the ability to attain transcendent insight, enhancing all methods of cultivation and mastery, while also allowing one to become a supreme alchemist, artifact master, formation master, and more. However, the God Burial Abyss? This is one of the 12 forbidden zones of the Nine Heavens continent, where it is said that even emperor-level powers may fall if they enter recklessly, teeming with countless ancient demons of unparalleled terror. Gazing at the sign-in location, a rare look of gravity appeared on Li Tsang's face. Days passed, and using the Chaos Sutra, he sought to refine the stars from beyond, accelerating his progress to an unprecedented pinnacle of eightfold emperor-level power. He was nearly an all-encompassing force. Yet even so, Li Tsong remained cautious. The God Burial Abyss is fraught with peril. In the legends, one of the four sacred lands, the Thunder Sacred Land, has seen its venerable master venture deep within in search of treasure, never to return, much like sand and stones cast into the sea, leaving no trace behind. It seems that my journey to the true martial sacred land to seek an explanation for Shun's concerns must be temporarily set aside. Once I attain this extraordinary comprehension, my mastery over my own powers will undoubtedly reach an unprecedented level. Indeed, it may even allow me to effortlessly ascend to the status of an imperial alchemist, capable of concocting various supreme imperial elixirs for Shun and the others. Li Tsong pondered momentarily, ultimately deciding to prioritize the matter of his current sign-in. After acquiring this celestial wisdom, there would be ample time to proceed to the true martial sacred land. With a resounding rumble, the stone door of the training chamber slowly swung open. As Li Tsong stepped out, he found his three sons kneeling outside, seemingly eager to speak, yet hesitating to voice their thoughts. Casting a glance at Li Shun, Li Qian, and Li Yan, who were prostrate before him, Li Tsong raised an eyebrow and spoke with an air of indifference. "Do you have something to convey to me?" "Your Majesty, we." The three exchanged glances. And ultimately, the Crown Prince Li Shun gathered his courage and respectfully began. "Father, it concerns the true martial sacred land." "Oh, you need not elaborate. The true martial sacred land must answer to me, and this matter shall not be simply dismissed." Li Tsong interrupted, his hand dismissively waving as Li Shun began to speak. To insult Li Shun was tantamount to a grievous affront to him as a father. What is his current status? The Supreme Emperor, the revered one among emperors. Any entity that dares to insult him, Li Tsong, he could obliterate with a mere gesture, regardless of the formidable forces or titans that may back them. He felt no fear whatsoever. Chapter 19. Li Shun's request to enter the God Burial Abyss. Not at all. Seeing this, Li Shun hastily clarified, "Father, we do not seek to compel you into any compromises." Indeed, Li Qian and Li Yin chimed in, nodding in agreement. The three shared a look, and then spoke in unison. "Father, we earnestly request an opportunity to avenge ourselves personally, to defeat those talented disciples of the true martial sacred land, thereby bringing their reputation to ruin and turning them into a laughingstock. Now that you have achieved the status of emperor, we too wish for a chance to grow stronger." Upon hearing this, Li Tsong initially smiled calmly, then surveyed the three with a look of approval, firmly patting Li Shun's shoulder. "Very well, as expected of my progeny. Since you desire such an opportunity, I shall grant it to you." Li Tsong laughed heartily. "I must venture to the God Burial Abyss to retrieve an item. Upon my return, within a month, I shall ensure that you surpass countless prodigies across the continent, delivering a resounding slap to the faces of those who have mocked you." With a flourish of his sleeve, a tempestuous wind arose. By the time the three regained their senses, they discovered that Li Tsong had vanished without a trace. "Father is actually heading to the God Burial Abyss, one of the 10 forbidden zones." Li Qian soon realized, his heart stirred by Li Tsong's words. Worry etched across his features. The God Burial Abyss had a notorious reputation, with many an emperor having fallen within its depths. Although their father now possessed immense power, capable of effortlessly vanquishing quasi-emperors, the thought of him stepping into the abyss filled Li Qian with trepidation. "Do not fret, second brother. You cannot possibly fathom the extent of father's strength. Even the God Burial Abyss would be but a playground for him." Li Shun and Li Yan, however, appeared confident and untroubled. "Let us hope so," Li Qian sighed, his mind lingering on the latter part of Li Tsong's statement. "In a month's time, he shall elevate us above the countless prodigies of the continent. Surely, even the mightiest of emperors cannot possess such a miraculous means." What exactly is father scheming? The God Burial Abyss lay an extraordinary distance from the heavenly Tsong Empire, separated by 1,000 domains and spanning immeasurable distances. With a thunderous roar, the fabric of space tore asunder. In mere moments, propelled by Li Tsong's formidable speed, he traversed the void. Below him lay a profound chasm, reminiscent of the all-seeing eye of an ancient demonic god. The very aura of decay emanating from it could cause even a sage-level cultivator to rot and perish within mere breaths. The God Burial Abyss indeed lived up to its fearsome reputation. Li Tsong stood firm in the air, the swirling malevolent aura crashing against him. Yet it could not breach even the slightest semblance of his divine glow. Instead, under his gaze, the malevolent essence dissipated like mist, momentarily restoring clarity to the heavens and earth. The power of the Emperor transcends all. Even the God Burial Abyss cannot pose any threat to Li Tsong. The surface realm holds no power over him whatsoever. "Impressive, senior. The malevolent aura at the edge of the god-burial abyss is something even an ordinary ancient sage would struggle to withstand. As the malevolent essence retreated, several figures emerged from within. Among them, a girl clad in green, with black hair and an appearance reminiscent of a pure and innocent maiden, stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Li Tsong. Her beauty was striking, her dark eyes faintly shimmering with ancient divine patterns, while her bare feet were adorned with red strings. Upon closer inspection, these strings revealed themselves to be a profound high-tier sacred artifact, hinting at a connection to imperial weaponry. Following the girl, a group of figures trailed behind her. Four elderly men in white robes seemed to serve as her guardians, while in front of 5 black-robed protectors stood a strikingly handsome young man clad in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns, his demeanor exuding an unruly arrogance. "Identify yourselves," Li Tsong commanded, his expression indifferent. At the edge of the god-burial abyss, even ancient sages dare not approach recklessly. Hence the 2 parties present must undoubtedly be of extraordinary lineage. "I am Princess Xingxia, the 7th princess of the ancient Qing kingdom." The pure and innocent girl bowed gracefully, her expression revealing a hint of youthful shyness and admiration as she gazed upon Li Tsong. However, for someone who had lived for over 3,000 years and witnessed the myriad forms of cultivators, Li Tsong could only feel a slight chill. The girl had already reached the pinnacle of ancient sagehood, standing at the threshold of becoming a holy king. Such a formidable being would typically be an ancient monster who had cultivated for over 10 millennia. One must ask, who could endure the sight of a true ancient being, appearing deceptively youthful and innocent? "Hey, show some respect." Just as Li Tsong was contemplating this, he heard a furious shout nearby. Turning to the source, he saw the young man in black glaring at him with indignation, as though he had committed some unspeakable offense. "Wu Jian." It was this esteemed elder who cleared the malevolent essence, allowing us to be safe. "How could you speak so disrespectfully? Apologize to the elder at once." Upon hearing these words, Jun Xingya's delicate brows furrowed deeply, and she admonished sternly. She was the 7th princess of the ancient kingdom of Qingxia, a true prodigy ranked highly on the esteemed 9 heavens list of the Jiuxiao continent. Despite having cultivated for over 2 millennia, most of her time had been spent in the tedium of training, far from the notion of being an old monster as Li Tsong had envisioned. "Xingxia, how dare you speak on behalf of an outsider?" The young man in the black robe thundered, his fury palpable. "In a century, you shall become the Tao partner of the young master of my Tai sect. At that time, the ancient kingdom of Qingxia and my Tai sect will join forces, instilling fear in even the 4 great sacred lands." His indignation was unexpected, igniting a smoldering rage within him, and a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he glanced at Li Tsong. Who was he? He was the young master of Tai sect, one of the 12 immortal sects, second only to the 4 great sacred lands. Even the highly gifted 7th princess of the ancient kingdom of Qingxia had been bestowed upon him by the emperor of Qingxia, destined for marriage in a century. At that time, the ancient kingdom of Qingxia would align completely with Tai sect, forming a formidable power rivaling the 4 great sacred lands. Wu Jian, in his exalted position, viewed all beings and matters merely as playthings to be disposed of at will. As he realized the situation was slipping from his grasp, his fury erupted, unleashing boundless malice towards Li Tsong. "Leave the god-bearing abyss at once. I command you as the young master of Tai sect. This place is beyond your reach." Chapter 20. Slaying the young master of Tai sect, the 3 emperors descend. With a thunderous roar, Wu Jian pointed into the air, unleashing a violent surge of sacred might that crashed down upon Li Tsong, as if intent on crushing him utterly. As the young master of Tai sect, his cultivation was indeed remarkable. Ranked 57th on the Jiuxiao list, though significantly inferior to Jun Xingya's 13th position, he had nonetheless reached the 8th level of ancient sage, wielding countless ancient divine abilities and imperial techniques that even the strongest holy kings could contend with. "Are you speaking to me?" Li Tsong turned his gaze, noticing the disdainful look Wu Jian cast upon him, as if he were a mere servant. A chilling glint flickered in his eyes, revealing an extreme coldness. He was well aware of the terrifying nature of the Qingxia kingdom and the Tai sect. The former was one of the 6 most ancient and powerful kingdoms of humanity, while the latter had emerged as one of the mightiest of the 12 immortal sects over billions of years, rumored to possess ultimate methods surpassing even the emperors. Should the 12 sects unite, even the 4 great sacred lands would tremble in fear. However, Li Tsong's current identity was not to be underestimated. Whether in ancient times or today, an emperor was an existence beyond reproach. To speak such words in front of an emperor, or even a being of the emperor level, was tantamount to sealing one's own doom. Even if his background was that of Tai sect, and he was to become its next supreme leader, it would avail him nothing. "My time is limited. I trust you are some ruler of a trivial nation. If you seek to avoid incurring the wrath of Tai's sect, you would do well to leave this place. Wu Jian's face darkened, his sacred aura swelling like a blazing sun. Within Tai's sect, there were more than one emperor stationed. Even now, one of his protectors had reached the quasi-emperor level, transcendent and unparalleled. Even if the opponent could casually sweep away demonic energy, reaching at least the peak of Holy King or above, before Tai's sect, they were not but ants. The command of the young master was a decree, unassailable and undeniable. What was a mere scattered emperor from a small nation worth? A path to self-destruction. Boom. However, at the very moment Wu Jian's words fell, like a flash of lightning, Li Tsong struck without hesitation, slamming a palm down upon Wu Jian. Bang! A deafening explosion reverberated across the expanse of the god-burying abyss. Crack! Wu Jian's greatest reliance, the imperial weapon bestowed upon him by his father, the earth-guarding royal armor, shattered in an instant, unable to withstand even a fraction of a moment. Sizzle! In the blink of an eye, this exalted young master of Tai's sect was obliterated into a mist of blood, leaving no trace of his existence. Even his soul essence was entirely consumed. The young master is dead? The turn of events unfolded too swiftly. Wu Jian's protectors were caught completely off guard. They had not even seen how Li Tsong had struck. They merely felt a strange fluctuation in the void, and upon focusing, they were met with the horrifying sight. The young master had fallen. Even the imperial weapon had been rendered utterly powerless, shattered in an instant. This mysterious powerhouse was indeed an unparalleled emperor. Incensed by the young master's insolence, who had been annihilated with a single palm, Senior Yu, Xianxiaaudiobooks was also left dumbfounded. She had never anticipated that Li Tsong would display such ruthless prowess, showing no hesitation in slaying the young master of Tai's sect. This was an act of boundless arrogance, a daring defiance. Though Tai's sect was not on par with the four great sacred lands, it was nonetheless a superpower in its own right, home to many emperor-level experts, and even ancient emperors. At this moment, she could no longer maintain her innocent demeanor. Her mouth gaped wide, her face etched with terror. Dead. The young master of Tai's sect was truly dead. Wu Jian's status far surpassed her own as the seventh princess, and his demise would undoubtedly provoke the furious wrath of Tai's sect. In an instant, the formidable experts of Tai's sect would descend upon this place. Who is it? As she had surmised, merely 3 breaths after Wu Jian's death, a furious roar echoed from above, nearly driving one to madness. Boom! The heavens split as an overwhelming imperial might descended, threatening to shatter the very fabric of the world. It was a terror beyond the imagination of mortals. 3 towering figures, akin to deities, suddenly appeared at the pinnacle of the sky. The supreme leader of Tai's sect and 2 venerable elder emperors have arrived. Xianxia trembled uncontrollably, her voice tinged with fear. The 3 emperors descended, prepared to annihilate everything. Even as a princess of the ancient kingdom of Xianxia, she had never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle. Even from a distance, it sent shivers down her spine, rendering her unable to contain her emotions. Could this unknown senior evade such a calamity? Xianxia turned her gaze downward, to the man clad in a black gold dragon robe, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Could he truly withstand the assault of 3 emperors? Your Highness, we must retreat millions of miles away. This place is no longer safe. At that moment, one of the protectors behind her spoke urgently, his face grave. This battle had far surpassed the realm of the sacred, and even quasi-emperors must avoid the oncoming storm. The 3 great emperors united in their efforts, undoubtedly to confront a cataclysmic fate. Such exalted beings of the sacred realm ought not to interfere, for even the residual force of their might would be insurmountable. Whoosh! Xianxia and his companions swiftly retreated to a distant place. As the 3 emperors of the Tai sect truly manifested in the heavens, their imperial might was fully unleashed, effectively dispersing a significant portion of the demonic aura that loomed over the god-burying abyss, rendering the heavens and earth in a state of purity. Did you slay my child? The foremost figure, the headmaster of the Tai sect, fixed a chilling gaze upon Li Tsong, his eyes sharp as blades, radiating an unfathomable coldness that enveloped the realm in an icy grip. The martial sword, his direct disciple, possessed the divine body of the sun and moon, destined to become an unparalleled prodigy and emperor in the future. Over the course of millennia, the Tai sect had invested immeasurable resources in him, aiming to ensure his eventual succession as headmaster, leading the Tai sect to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 sacred lands. Yet now he lay dead. All investments, hopes, and schemes had been rendered futile. Chapter 21. The Retreat of the 3 Emperors of Tai, the Emergence of the Ancient True Demon. You carry imperial essence within you. It seems you are also a remarkable individual who has stepped into the imperial realm. Speak. Who sent you to slay the young master of the Tai sect? If you willingly divulge all you know, perhaps we can convert you and make you a servant of our sect. Otherwise, one of the elder emperors, the Dust Sword Emperor, spoke coldly, his tone laced with an air of condescension. What if the opponent was also an emperor? They were currently united as 3 emperors. Furthermore, each of them had cultivated within the imperial realm for over 100,000 years, particularly the Dust Sword Emperor, who had already ascended to the 3rd tier of the imperial realm, on the verge of entering the ancient emperor stage. Under the overwhelming pressure of the 3 imperial presences of the Tai sect, Li Tsong remained utterly unfazed. The terrifying oppression that could turn the earth into an abyss seemed to have no bearing on him, his expression coldly indifferent. I recognize the arduous path of your cultivation. Having expended hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of years to attain the status of emperor, I offer you a chance to submit to my heavenly Tsong Empire. Refuse, and you shall face death. He slowly raised his head, his gaze icy and detached, and in that moment, an even more formidable imperial might surged forth, shaking the very heavens and earth. In an instant, the entire god-burying abyss and the surrounding endless ocean boiled with energy. Under Li Tsong's oppressive force, the imperial might of the 3 Tai sect emperors crumbled as if they were mere fledgling sorcerers in the presence of a master. What? Such pressure? His imperial might surpasses ours by far? How can this be? The 3 emperors of the Tai sect instantly changed countenance. The heavenly Tsong Empire? From Li Tsong's words, the Tai sect headmaster, Wu Juntian, keenly grasped these words. The heavenly Tsong Empire. Wasn't that the newly risen nation with 2 emperors, rapidly ascending to prominence? Could this person be the sovereign of the heavenly Tsong Empire? Our Tai sect has no dealings with this nation. Why then would he seek to kill my child? In a flash, countless thoughts raced through Wu Juntian's mind, but soon his expression darkened ominously. A mere nation with 2 emperors dares to kill the young master of the Tai sect? Even if the heavenly Tsong Emperor has reached the ancient emperor level, he is destined to die today. Yet, just as he was about to strike at Li Tsong, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Boom. The void trembled as if the endless chaos beneath the god-burying abyss was being violently stirred, and the next moment, a blood-red moon hung ominously in the sky, casting a crimson hue across the vast expanse. This is dire. Our arrival has inadvertently summoned an ancient true demon from the god-burying abyss. Headmaster, we must leave the vicinity of the god-burying abyss immediately. The Dust Sword Emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the increasingly massive crimson moon, which threatened to obscure the entire sky. A sense of dread ignited within his eyes. An ancient true demon. Damn, heavenly Tsong Emperor, I shall spare you for today. Remember, the Tai sect will surely annihilate you and your heavenly Tsong Empire one day. For the death of my son, a bloody price shall be paid. Boom. The void tore open, revealing a portal to the heavens. The 3 emperors of the Tai sect stepped through. Before departing, Wu Juntian bellowed in fury towards Li Tsong, his rage palpable. Do you think you can escape? With such threats against me, do you believe I will allow it? However, in the face of his wrath, Li Tsong's expression remained unperturbed, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Boom. With a mighty grip, he conjured an immense hand from the heavens, akin to the very hand of the divine, ruthlessly descending upon the departing 3 emperors of the Tai sect. This is bad, headmaster. Upon witnessing this scene, another elder of the Tai sect, the Heavy Water Emperor, gasped in alarm, hastily gathering his strength in a futile attempt to resist Li Tsong's impending blow. Yet, bang. In an instant, the Heavy Water Emperor's imperial body was utterly obliterated by that strike, his very soul nearly shattered, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Flee. The Dust Sword Emperor's face was a mask of horror. Without hesitation, he swiftly closed the portal to the sky, teleporting back to the Tai sect. Boom. At that moment, Li Tsong unleashed another strike. Vast swathes of space were shattered by his blow, layers of reality fracturing like broken glass, scattering across the cosmos. Just a swarm of ants. Yet they dare to challenge me. This was merely a mild lesson. When I reach the domain of the Tai sect in the future, I shall ensure their complete extermination. Li Tsong snorted coldly, his temperament exceedingly tyrannical and violent. With the acquisition of power, he would obliterate all who dared threaten the heavenly Tsong Empire, reducing them to ashes. Even the 12 celestial sects would not be exempt. Roar. The blood moon gradually obscured the sky. At this moment, the ancient true demon that the 3 emperors of the Tai sect feared finally began to emerge from the abyss of darkness. Its form was grotesquely twisted, as if every biological characteristic of the world had been grotesquely stitched together. Its head resembled that of a dragon, yet its eye sockets contained countless eyes, each seemingly harboring a miniature world within. It emanated an overwhelming, sinister aura of ancient malevolence. The god-burying abyss, home to one of the most perilous ancient true demons. Known as the Blood Abyss Demon Lord, this terrifying entity could devour all it beheld, assimilating the abilities and cultivation of any powerful being it encountered. To date, numerous emperors had fallen to the hands of this Blood Abyss Demon Lord, including an ancient immortal emperor, rendering it a force of unspeakable terror. Chapter 22, World Cave. Slaying the Demon Lord. The ancient true demon, one of the most dangerous presences within the god-burying abyss. It is rumored to possess the power to kill ancient emperors, making even the rulers of the 6 ancient nations tread carefully, for a single misstep could lead to their demise. Litsong stood in the void, gazing upon the colossal, grotesquely twisted silhouette that instills sheer terror in the hearts of mere mortals. The Blood Abyss Demon Lord displayed not a flicker of solemnity, remaining utterly composed. This being of darkness could vanquish ancient emperors. A mere glance revealed its aura to be exponentially more formidable than that of the 3 emperors of the Tai sect, drawing upon the god-burying abyss, rendering it an almost immortal and inexhaustible entity. Even a peak ancient emperor would hesitate to claim assured victory against such a foe. However, Litsong now bore the strength of 8 peak emperor lords, with the vast worlds of 8 directions swirling within him, each world within him far surpassing the mere million-mile diameter of the celestial emperor's realm, nearly rivaling the vastness of the cosmos itself. Infused with boundless pure power and the augmentation of grand principles, Litsong's might had transcended the ordinary. In truth, facing a mere true demon, he could disregard it entirely. With ease, he could crush it into oblivion. The Blood Abyss Demon Lord. Litsong's gaze swept across the surroundings, his eyes exuding an air of disdain as he looked down upon the Blood Abyss Demon Lord. My realm still lacks the presence of numerous powerful beings. Thus, I offer you 2 choices: submit to me, or face death. With a thunderous boom, his words resonated, causing the immense form of the Blood Abyss Demon Lord to tremble, shaking the very heavens and earth. A boundless mockery and cruel ferocity glimmered in its eyes. In an instant, torrents of bloodthirsty energy erupted from its pores, engulfing the void, threatening to stain the very fabric of reality crimson. A mere human youth dares to demand my submission. I have cultivated in the god-burying abyss for eons. Traversing the realms, who can rival me? You think you're worthy? The Blood Abyss Demon Lord's voice, a grotesque cacophony reminiscent of countless tormented souls, reverberated, shaking Litsong's spirit to its core, nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. With a single step forward, the entire universe seemed to quiver, the overwhelming demonic pressure amplifying the gravity of space a billionfold, threatening to obliterate everything. The power of this ancient true demon had reached an alarming magnitude, comparable to the 6th layer of an emperor's realm, just one step away from attaining supreme emperor status, shattering the limitations of millennia of existence, transforming into a true sovereign among emperors. You arrogant fiend. Litsong remained unperturbed by the Blood Abyss Demon Lord's taunts, his arms crossed behind him, exuding calmness. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze chilled, radiating an infinite, chilling murderous intent. Then perish. In an instant, a vast realm, akin to a great sun, ascended from behind Litsong. Within it emerged the shadow of a magnificent world: mountains, rivers, flora, fauna, celestial bodies, all vividly discernible. Numerous formidable beings soared and clashed within that realm. Faintly, one could hear the resounding chants of ancient scriptures, emanating from the innate divine beings birthed within Litsong's world, following his will to bestow wisdom and paths of cultivation upon all sentient beings. The might of myriad spirits only strengthened the world. Now, Litsong stood as a terrifying figure enveloped by such vast power. The mere appearance of this world threatened to crush everything, as its overwhelming pressure caused the Blood Abyss Demon Lord's form to collapse, even its chaotic imperial essence being forcibly siphoned away, becoming part of Litsong's world origin. An Emperor Lord? When did humanity produce such a powerful Emperor Lord? This is bad. I stand no chance against an Emperor Lord. Panic surged within the Blood Abyss Demon Lord as it sensed the relentless weight of the world pressing down upon it. I must flee. But just as the thought crossed its mind, a voice, frigid to the core, echoed in its ears. Following closely, an unparalleled force descended. With a swift motion from afar, Litsong's palm shattered the Blood Abyss Demon Lord's head, showering the surroundings with a deluge of putrid demonic blood, polluting the seas surrounding the god-burying abyss, transforming them into a black-red, corrosive ocean. Flee. In a desperate moment, the Blood Abyss Demon Lord chose to relinquish its true demonic form, shattering into a rain of blood. Its true essence sought refuge within an inconspicuous drop of blood, plummeting toward the god-burying abyss below. Yet, All its escape plans appeared utterly ludicrous under the weight of absolute power, akin to a mere jester. With another strike of his palm, the remnants of the blood abyss demon lord, along with its true essence, were obliterated under Li Tsong's might. This ancient demon, having survived for countless eons, met its demise in mere breaths, unable to muster even a hint of resistance. At this moment, billions of miles away from the god-burying abyss, within the void of a vast ocean, the seventh princess of the Xianxia ancient kingdom, xianxia, employed her divine sight, witnessing the entire process of Li Tsong's annihilation of the blood abyss demon lord. She was utterly astounded, her complexion paling, her body trembling. She could hardly fathom that the enigmatic elder possessed such overwhelming strength. With a mere wave, he had extinguished an ancient true demon comparable to an ancient emperor. Such terrifying prowess surpassed that of her own father, the current ruler of the Xianxia ancient kingdom, the Xianxia emperor. The Xianxia emperor stood at the sixth layer of emperor cultivation. While formidable among ancient emperors, he was far from a match for the blood abyss demon lord, let alone capable of slaying it. Xianxia's heart quaked. This formidable being's power likely far exceeded that of her father, reaching the transcendent level of an emperor lord. In the Xianxia ancient kingdom, one of the 6 ancient nations of humanity, only a handful had achieved the status of emperor lord, and such beings were seldom revealed to the world, embodying the true essence of the kingdom's foundation. Truly, this was an emperor lord. Xianxia gazed at the towering figure in the distance, akin to a pillar of heaven, her heart swelling with excitement. The ancient demon lord was utterly no match for him. No wonder this elder displayed such fearlessness toward the Tai sect's vengeance. He had long stood atop the pinnacle of the 9 heavens continent, an unparalleled existence. Conversely, the Tai sect had likely entangled itself in a monumental predicament. Should this elder turn his wrath upon them, the Xianxia ancient kingdom would undoubtedly sever ties with the latter, with Wu Jian deceased. She had no need to marry into the Tai sect. With these thoughts swirling, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Xianxia's eyes as she gazed toward the formidable silhouette in the distance, her mind racing with possibilities. From a young age, she had admired the powerful. Should the opportunity arise to serve this supreme emperor lord as a handmaiden, she would do so willingly. Chapter 23. The Inheritance of the Starry Constellation Emperor Lord, Ninefold Emperor Lord Power. Boom. In the depths of the god-burying abyss, after vanquishing the blood abyss demon lord, Li Tsong ventured deeper into the abyss for hundreds of thousands of miles, unaware of how many eerie creatures and demonic races he had slain, until he finally came to a halt. Before him lay a colossal altar, imposing and entirely black, inscribed with myriad bizarre runes that emanated an inscrutable aura. What is this? Li Tsong's gaze fixed upon the immense altar, his brow furrowing slightly. A subtle, obscure essence wafted from the altar, seemingly harboring an unparalleled divine technique, or perhaps a secret manual left behind by an ancient powerhouse. The god burial abyss has undoubtedly entombed countless formidable warriors. Thus its treasures are exceedingly abundant, including several world vaults left by ancient emperors. Though this place is a forbidden zone, it is also a realm of opportunities. And the individuals from the Xianxia ancient kingdom and the Tai sect likely seek to enter and unearth treasures today. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tsong gazed at the dark altar, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. This altar appeared quite extraordinary, likely concealing numerous secrets. I shall investigate it. With that declaration, Li Tsong raised his hand and grasped, instantly transforming it into a gigantic hand that obscured the heavens, descending upon the black altar. Boom. However, just as Li Tsong had anticipated, as he was about to seize the entire altar, boundless power erupted around him, shattering his grasp into nothingness. Buzz buzz. On the dark earth below, countless patterns flickered to life, activating a terrifying killing formation in an instant. It aimed to eradicate all intruders who dared to covet the legacy of my master. Those who seek to taint the inheritance of my lord shall meet their demise. Above the formation, a towering phantasm clad in a Taoist robe materialized. Li Tsong gazed upon it, momentarily shaken. For this apparition resembled one of the legendary figures among the 5 sovereigns of ancient Array Tao, an unparalleled powerhouse whose strength reached the level of emperor and one of the mightiest formation masters throughout history. Star Sovereign. The celestial bodies of the heavens, serve me. The Star Sovereign's phantom bellowed, and the formation beneath him surged with renewed power, drawing infinite stellar energy from the cosmos, merging it within the array. In an instant, the might of the entire formation escalated, unleashing a terrifying aura potent enough to crush ancient emperors. The inheritance of my lord shall be accessible only to those he designates. All others who attempt to grasp it shall perish beneath this celestial array. The phantom of the Star Sovereign melded into the formation, embodying the spirit of this supreme array and carrying the last vestige of the star's sovereign soul, guarding this place for untold ages and having undoubtedly slain countless formidable beings. The star sovereign's legacy? Precisely what I require after attaining my extraordinary enlightenment. This inheritance shall serve me well. A faint smile graced Li Tsong's face. I never anticipated that I could obtain the legacy of an array emperor from the God-burial abyss. Should I become a master of formations akin to the five sovereigns? Even in my absence from the Tian-Tsang Empire, no one would dare to act recklessly under the formation's influence. This legacy of the star sovereign must be mine. Boom. Instantly, the wondrous vista of the world unfolded behind Li Tsong, an overwhelming pressure crashing down, causing the celestial array to dim and the flow of its power to slow. As if it had been solidified, an emperor-level powerhouse. Even if you are an emperor, you too shall perish. This celestial array is the pinnacle of my lord's achievements in formation. In the past, he had employed this array to slay 3 emperor-level beings. Fall before me. The spirit of the array roared, its voice reverberating like thunder. Under the gathering of boundless power, the void surrounding the array shattered and disintegrated, becoming an expanse of utter silence. The might of this array surpasses imagination. It is the strongest killing formation laid down by the star sovereign. With the convergence of 480 million stellar forces, even the most formidable emperor-level powerhouse would not dare to challenge it head-on. How fearsome this star sovereign is. Even in death, the array he left behind can unleash such might. Feeling the terrifying eruption of power, Li Tsong's eyes betrayed a flicker of solemnity. And as the celestial vista roared once more, 3 massive ethereal images emerged, merging the powers of 3 emperor-level beings into himself. Shatter. He pointed fiercely into the sky. Despite the absence of any divine technique, this gesture pierced the heavens, exhibiting an exceedingly terrifying might that crashed violently against the celestial array. Boom, boom, boom. The clash erupted into a tempest of unimaginable proportions, akin to the explosion of dozens of stars. Crack, crack. Endless fissures spread forth, and the array surrounding the dark altar revealed a spiderweb of cracks, expanding at a visibly rapid pace. How can this be? The spirit of the array was finally flustered. This array had been sealing the God-burial abyss for countless eons, having absorbed the essence of innumerable powerful beings, and was now exceptionally resilient. Even the assault from an emperor-level powerhouse should not have been able to inflict harm. I shall claim your master's legacy, the star sovereign. Boom. With another resounding strike, Li Tsong's fist crashed down, causing the celestial array to finally collapse under the pressure, disintegrating entirely. With a whoosh, endless array patterns dispersed, transforming into countless scintillating specks dancing through the air. Accompanying their dispersal was a chaotic imperial aura, akin to an ocean, which Li Tsong absorbed with a single palm, resonating with a thunderous boom that replenished the power of his 9th aperture, transforming it into a vast world of celestial vista. Boom. His power surged once more. At this moment, Li Tsong wielded the strength of 9 pinnacle emperor-level beings. The powers of 9 worlds converged within him. Let me see what this legacy of the star sovereign truly entails. Extending his hand, he caused the distant black altar to shatter and disintegrate. Ultimately, only a few dozen orbs of light remained, drawn to him. Chapter 24. Abundant Gains, effortlessly crushing the 7 fiends' demon lord. The first item that caught his eye was a genuine emperor weapon. Moreover, it was a peak existence among emperor weapons, the 5-element array plate. The very artifact of the star sovereign. Possessing this array plate, even a novice on the path of cultivation could effortlessly summon the powers of the 5 fundamental elements of heaven and earth, intertwining them to lay down various ancient kill formations, allowing mortals to easily slay sages. This 5-element array plate had been lost for millions of years, yet it had unexpectedly fallen into my hands. Li Tsong sighed and shook his head. This item is a true pinnacle emperor weapon, a coveted treasure even among emperor-level beings. The star sovereign, once immensely powerful, had wielded a significant portion of his strength through this 5-element array plate, enabling him to craft countless astonishing formations that encircled and annihilated emperor-level foes. Though I am now formidable, I have yet to possess even a single emperor weapon. Acquiring this legacy of the star sovereign has certainly enriched me. With a smile, Li Tsong directly stored the 5-element array plate within his celestial world and turned his attention to the second item. It was an ancient tome, seemingly crafted from sheepskin, its entire surface a deep yellow. What is this? Upon opening the ancient tome, Li Tsong was momentarily struck with profound astonishment. In an instant, as the ancient text unfurled, all the formations governed by the starry emperor surged violently into Li Tsong's consciousness. Millions upon billions of array layouts flooded his mind, all of which he comprehended instantaneously. Among these were the formidable celestial star array and countless primordial forbidden formations. With a resounding whoosh, as Li Tsang assimilated the entirety of the inheritance, the ancient book disintegrated into oblivion, as if it had never existed. All manners of grand formations have become mine. However, the intricacies of array construction remain exceedingly challenging. Even with my mastery of the 5 elements array disk, I can currently only arrange minor formations. It is only upon my next sign-in, after attaining a transcendent comprehension, that I shall fully command the legacy of the Starry Emperor and ascend to the rank of an imperial array master. Li Tsang opened his eyes. The treasure trove of the Starry Emperor's legacy was indeed immensely rich. The mere existence of this tome, chronicling his lifetime of insights into formations, was worth its weight in gold, surpassing even the value of the 5 elements array disk. The third item, astonishingly, was an imperial artifact, the Shumi Divine Ring, albeit of only middling quality. Within it lay a miniature world, serving both as a storage ring and a conduit for the world's power. Upon examining the third orb of light, Li Tsang shook his head. While this item was commendable, it paled in comparison to the previous 2. However, when he peered within the Shumi Divine Ring, he gasped in disbelief. Could it be the Chaos Emperor pill? Additionally, there were the skeletal remains of several alien emperors, who had been enslaved by the Starry Emperor, continuously exhaling and inhaling Chaos Emperor Qi, refining it into the Chaos Emperor pill. Li Tsang was astounded. In the 9 Heavens continent, spiritual energy was classified into various tiers. The common earthly spiritual energy was the most inferior and sparse. A step higher was the essence of gathered spiritual energy, known as spiritual stones. Absorbing spiritual energy from these stones significantly accelerated cultivation compared to ordinary practitioners. Ascending further, even the highest grade spiritual stones could not compare to a wisp of nirvana chi. Many talented disciples from prominent sects and empires had access to nirvana pills from a young age for their cultivation. The nirvana pill was not merely a cultivation tool. It was also a high-grade currency widely accepted across the 9 Heavens continent and many stellar realms, holding immense value for those below the imperial stage. Yet beyond the nirvana pill, those at the imperial realm found it challenging to advance merely through nirvana chi. Only the highest manifestation of spiritual energy, the Chaos Emperor Chi, could facilitate their progression. The Chaos Emperor pill, akin to the nirvana pill, was typically the product of a powerful emperor who refined it over several months, yielding a supreme elixir for cultivation. For those on the brink of becoming emperors, this pill's value was magnified several-fold, as acquiring substantial amounts of Chaos Emperor Chi could grant them the potential to break through to the emperor level. One Chaos Emperor pill could easily equate to trillions of nirvana pills, and the value of spiritual stones was incalculable. Furthermore, this was all under the premise of scarcity in the market. The Chaos Emperor pill provided immense assistance to emperor-level cultivators, and only those ancient emperors, the best among their ranks, utilized it as currency. Now, within the Shumi Divine Ring, Li Tsang beheld a veritable mountain of Chaos Emperor pills. There were tens of millions. The fruits of the labor of those alien emperors who perished in the process, their value immeasurable. To devour and refine these Chaos Emperor pills, the energy contained within surpassed even that which he had consumed from celestial stars in the cosmos. It could potentially nourish his very being, transforming it into a world of its own. With a single gulp, the mountain of Chaos Emperor pills was ravenously absorbed into his body, leaving not a trace behind. If this scene were to be witnessed by another emperor, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless with shock. Tens of millions of Chaos Emperor pills. The terrifying energy contained within could very well overwhelm even a peak emperor, causing them to burst asunder. Yet, after Li Tsang consumed and refined all of the Chaos Emperor pills, he suffered no adverse effects. Soon, the spectral images of 9 worlds manifested behind him, and with a slight tremor, the 10th world also erupted into existence. Tenfold the power of a peak emperor, Li Tsang could not contain his joy. In recent days, he had traversed the cosmos in search of celestial bodies to refine, expending tremendous effort. Today, to effortlessly acquire 2 more world realms within the god-bearing abyss was indeed a bountiful harvest. The celestial star array had indeed collapsed, and the legacy of the Starry Emperor had emerged. It rightfully belonged to this demon lord. However, just as Li Tsang was stabilizing his cultivation and relishing his triumph, a chilling voice suddenly reverberated through the depths. Swoosh. Following that, dozens of sounds of air being sliced cut through the atmosphere. Someone had sensed the disturbance and intruded directly. Ha! I, the 7 Fiends Demon Lord, have lurked beneath the god-bearing abyss for 200,000 years, and I have finally awaited the emergence of the Starry Emperor's legacy. The leader, clad in a pitch-black demonic robe, bore 7 eyes, his visage grotesque and formidable, his body imposing, surrounded by swirling dark demonic energy. Someone has arrived before this demon lord. Have you obtained the Starry Emperor's treasure? Surrender everything, and I may allow you to serve as my thrall. Otherwise, humph. The Seven Fiends demon lord snorted coldly, his murderous intent raging like a tempest. Observing his aura, he was evidently a figure of ancient emperor caliber, far stronger than even the Blood Abyss demon lord. A thrall? You dare speak to me in such a manner? Li Tsong's gaze turned frigid as he surveyed the encircling demonic cultivators, yet his oppressive aura was entirely repressed, revealing none of his true strength. One was at the 6th level of the Emperor realm, accompanied by 8 semi-emperors and 12 Saint Kings. Rumors of the numerous demonic cultivators hiding within the god-bearing abyss were indeed true. Boom. In the blink of an eye, in a fraction of a moment, Li Tsong struck with thunderous force, his palm obliterating the head of the Seven Fiends demon lord. Then thud, thud, thud. The sound of his heartbeat seemed magnified a billionfold. With each pulse, several semi-emperors had their souls shattered, and the 12 Saint Kings were annihilated in an instant, with none spared. Sizzle. In mere breaths, the Seven Fiends demon lord's head reformed, his eyes filled with pure terror. He realized he had provoked a formidable giant and wasted no time in fleeing. Boom. Yet, just as he entertained this thought, another terrifying palm struck down, shattering his flesh, soul, and true essence into nothingness. The Emperor fell, and his inner world crumbled alongside him. Boundless chaos Emperor Qi permeated the void. With a wave of his hand, Li Tsong summoned a tempest. All the chaos Emperor Qi was devoured and refined, further augmenting the power of the 11th realm, which would surely become Li Tsong's 11th world in due time. With his fingers slightly spread, he collected the treasures of the demonic cultivators. Li Tsong resolved to leave this place, preparing to delve deeper into the ultimate depths of the god-bearing abyss for the second sign-in of the Supreme Sign-In System. Chapter 25, Successful Sign-In, 18-fold Sovereign Power. Is this truly the deepest part of the god-bearing abyss? The darkness is profound, and all things are silenced. After soaring downward for billions of miles, Li Tsong finally reached the abyssal depths of the god-bearing abyss, a realm entirely shrouded in a peculiar darkness. Even those of the Emperor realm risk losing themselves within its depths, finding it nearly impossible to escape. However, for Li Tsong, it poses no threat whatsoever. Just as he prepared to advance further, chilling, bone-rattling roars suddenly echoed through the void. Roar. It sounded like the growl of a beast, akin to the whispers of a demon. The boundless darkness seemed to morph into a writhing mass of colossal serpents, which then converged before Li Tsong's gaze, forming 3 entities of utter darkness that bore a humanoid shape. The dark beings. These entities emitted deep, hoarse sounds, lacking any facial features or traits characteristic of living beings. They were merely constructs of pure, endless darkness, resembling solidified shadows, eerily terrifying. Ding. Approaching the sign-in location. Continue forward for another 10,000 miles to perform the second Supreme Sign-In. At that moment, a notification echoed in Li Tsong's mind, informing him that he was nearing the true sign-in point and only needed to proceed another 10,000 miles to complete it. Do you intend to obstruct my path? Li Tsong surveyed his surroundings, and within mere breaths, the strange dark beings had coalesced into thousands, each radiating a terrifying pressure, reaching the level of nascent emperors, instilling dread. Over 10,000 emperors. What a staggering concept. If situated in the Nine Skies continent, this could easily incite a cataclysm, compelling countless ancient beings, hidden for millennia, to emerge and confront this calamity. Who would have imagined such an astonishing secret lay concealed in the depths of the god-bearing abyss? Over 10,000 dark beings at the Emperor realm could very well overpower even the strongest sovereigns, leaving no chance for escape from this abyss. Leave this place. This is the tomb of my god, not a realm for humanity to tread upon. In response to Li Tsong's icy inquiry, one of the dark beings stepped forward. Its face partially transformed into crimson runes, while the other half remained enshrouded in darkness, a towering figure. A tomb? This abyss, named the god-bearing abyss. Could it truly house a deity? Li Tsong furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Legends of the god-bearing abyss have circulated since antiquity, spanning at least several hundred billion years. If a true deity lies buried within, it is highly likely that this being once existed beyond the Emperor realm. Ethereal, an existence surpassing mortal comprehension. Leave. Seeing that Li Tsong showed no intention of departing, the voices of the dark beings turned icy and filled with violent intent, as if they were ready to strike at any moment. What of deities? Today, at the bottom of the god-bearing abyss, I shall prevail. Boom. In an instant, with a thunderous shout, Li Tsong unleashed his power, revealing the 5 realms of the world behind him, manifesting an astounding 5-fold sovereign power. With a single palm strike, He obliterated the dark beings. The darkness receded with an explosive roar. The combined force of fivefold peak sovereign power surpassed all imagination, directly annihilating the throngs of dark beings, leaving no trace behind. Too weak. Li Tsong laughed triumphantly. The god-bearing abyss is truly one of the most forbidden zones of the Nine Skies continent. Even emperors and ancient powerhouses dare only to explore its surface and middle layers. Only sovereigns venture into the lower depths, while the abyssal bottom is nearly untraversed by anyone. Yet today, Li Tsong has traversed through this abyss, crushing all who oppose him. Divine barriers are but obstacles to be shattered. The so-called forbidden zone resembles a treasure trove, ripe for plundering. It is an exhilarating experience, akin to reliving the days of youth, crushing countless prodigies in the ancient domains without restraint. Whoosh! In an instant, he soared across 10,000 miles, and the system's sign-in notification finally resonated. Ding! Sign-in location detected at the bottom of the god-burying abyss. Signing in grants you unparalleled insight. Would the host like to sign in immediately? Sign in. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tsong opted to sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring unparalleled insight. Your comprehension of all things will ascend to an unprecedented level. The next sign-in location will refresh in 14 days. In the next moment, the system's voice echoed again. Instantly, upon receiving this unparalleled insight, Li Tsong's perception of all things transformed dramatically. In a mere glance, he appeared to perceive the foundational rules governing the entire Nine Skies continent, the intricate patterns of all things. Even the dark essence within the god-bearing abyss was laid bare before his eyes. So it is. I previously grasped the operation of power in such a rudimentary manner, nearly squandering the vast majority of its potential. Now, with unparalleled insight, after redistributing the power of the world's operation, my tenfold sovereign power can surge to at least 18-fold. Furthermore, even when my cultivation is on par, the power I can unleash far exceeds what I was capable of before. Turning inward to examine the 10 great realms within, Li Tsong experienced an overwhelming surge of enlightenment as the source power of his internal world restructured amidst a thunderous tumult, gathering the laws in their most perfect form to construct the world. Thus, the previously 10-fold sovereign power was flawlessly utilized, escalating to 18-fold sovereign power. 18 realms. Boom. Within his being, it was as if a myriad of thunderbolts erupted. Li Tsong's eyes shimmered with chaotic divine lightning, and an unprecedented aura erupted from him, sweeping through the cosmos and shaking the very foundation of the god-burying abyss. Boom. Bang. Bang. Under this overwhelming aura, the surrounding dark beings, once again converging, were utterly obliterated, vanishing without a trace. The darkness spanning billions of miles was entirely dispelled, revealing a desolate plain, the true visage of the abyss's depths. The five-element array, the complete legacy of the stellar sovereign's array techniques. Buzz. The laws of time around Li Tsong twisted as he began to comprehend the stellar sovereign's lifelong teachings, wielding that terrifying, unparalleled insight to master them completely. Time laws in motion. While the external time remained unchanged, Li Tsong's personal time sped away, severed from the external flow. As if merely a fleeting moment had passed, Li Tsong had, through his unparalleled insight, comprehended over a month's worth of knowledge. With countless array symbols soaring into the sky, and with a mere thought, he could condense billions of grand arrays. Chapter 26. Refining Emperor Elixirs. The emergence of the Xiantian Tower. An Emperor-level array master. No. In just a month of comprehension and study, Li Tsong had far surpassed the so-called Emperor level, transcending even the legendary 5 sovereigns of the array Tao. His ability to arrange formations required almost no materials whatsoever. Even the most exalted formations of the celestial constellations can be summoned with but a single thought, disassembling and reconstructing the boundless chaotic imperial essence within one's internal realm, transforming it into all the requisite energies and materials for the formation. The essence of all things is singular. The chaotic imperial essence represents the pinnacle of energy. Thus it can be deconstructed and reconfigured into nearly all substances of this world, achieving the terrifying feat of manifesting existence from nothingness. The benefits reaped are immeasurable. This extraordinary comprehension defies the heavens. My current combat prowess is at least 100-fold greater than before. The laws of time surrounding Li Tsong have come to a halt. He opens his eyes, and 2 brilliant beams of light flash and vanish, his entire being exuding an astonishing sharpness, as if capable of severing all obstacles and annihilating everything in its path. Invincible. This is the sole assessment Li Tsong holds regarding his own strength. Even when faced with dozens of imperial lords in unison, I harbor no fear. Li Tsong lets out a long howl, his expression one of disdain. This is not arrogance, but rather a firm belief in his own power. With the 18 realms at his command, he masters all forces to their utmost, enabling each strand of chaotic imperial essence to unleash the most formidable offensive. This is an unprecedented transformation within a month of enlightenment. The 9 extinguishing sword technique he cultivated has even been radically refined into a terrifying power that transcends the imperial tier. It is truly the 9 extinguishings. Extinguish the earth. Extinguish the heavens. Extinguish the laws. Extinguish space and time. Extinguish all living beings. Extinguish the divine. Extinguish the heavenly path. Extinguish the universe. Extinguish chaos. Once invoked, it wields the genuine might to obliterate all, truly deserving of the name 9 extinguishings. Upon returning to the Tiansong Empire, I shall become the supreme alchemist and artifact master at the swiftest pace possible. Since my sons wish to ascend to the Jinwu Holy Land themselves, I shall grant them that opportunity. I will forge supreme imperial pills for them, impart transcendent imperial techniques, and equip them with imperial weapons. Thus, they shall sweep through the Holy Land with overwhelming force, leaving those from the Holy Land utterly humiliated. Li Tsong smirks, his gaze revealing a hint of chilling intent. He has made his decision. First, he must ensure that his 3 sons, the 3 imperial scions of the Tiansong Empire, become invincible beings. Should any ancient monsters dare to lay hands on them, he will crush them with a mere palm. 3 days later, within the training chamber of the Tiansong Empire, Li Tsong exclaims, "Ah, I understand now. I can now conjure pills with a wave of my hand. With a mere thought, I can forge weapons." Within the chamber, countless ancient tomes related to alchemy and artifact forging float in the air. Before Li Tsong, golden flames surge, and as he laughs heartily, the chaotic imperial essence around him disassembles and reconfigures, solidifying within the flames to form several crystalline pills, imbued with a lifelike spirit. These are his self-created pills, imperial pills, life creation pills. Consuming one will enhance one's constitution into a divine body, fully unblocking all meridians and expelling all impurities. One will leap into the realm of prodigious talent, with a cultivation speed exceeding that of ordinary individuals by hundreds or thousands of times. Fire. From nothingness. After forging these life creation pills, Li Tsong is still unsatisfied. He conjures forth another wave of divine flames, melting countless pieces of refined black iron, and with the chaotic imperial essence mixed in, he gradually shapes a small tower. Then, with a thunderous roar, the heavens above erupt with thunder, as if a heavenly tribulation were descending. The imperial weapons, imbued with spirit, will also undergo the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. With a casual gesture, Li Tsong astonishingly forges a true imperial weapon, using merely refined black iron as the foundation. Smash. Boom. Upon witnessing the heavenly tribulation manifest, Li Tsong shouts, causing the dark clouds above to dissipate. The heavenly path seems to tremble in fear, and the vast tribulation vanishes without a trace. Thank you, Master, for your assistance. I beseech you to grant me a true name, to truly forge an imperial weapon. The small tower, standing 3 feet tall, emanates a spiritual light, transforming into a charming little beast, the embodiment of the weapon-s spirit. Supreme imperial weapon, Xianxian Tower. Xianxian, this shall be your name. You are to faithfully accompany my son Li Shun, becoming his right hand and guarding his safety. Do you understand? Li Tsong muses for a moment before speaking. Indeed, the very first imperial weapon he forged is a terrifying supreme imperial weapon, surpassing even the 5 elemental array. The Xianxian Tower, when casually dropped, could crush even ancient emperors. Even the weapon spirit possesses strength comparable to an early-stage imperial lord, making it akin to a true hidden powerhouse. Of course, forging the Xianxian Tower was not as simple as it seems. The difficulty of crafting an imperial weapon far exceeds that of an imperial pill by thousands of times. While an imperial pill can be created from nothingness, directly coalescing chaotic imperial essence, an imperial weapon requires the amalgamation of powerful materials. Within the Xianxian Tower, he infused a drop of his own blood essence, enabling its transformation into a supreme imperial weapon of unimaginable might. I shall comply with the Master's wishes. The weapon spirit, taking the form of a small beast, bows respectfully, eyes gleaming with excitement and enthusiasm. As a supreme imperial weapon, even though it has only recently gained sentience, it senses the vast and majestic power of its master, almost on par with the heavens themselves. No, it may even surpass it. To be forged by such a magnificent being is a tremendous honor for the imperial weapon. Shun, Qian, Yen, come forth. Li Tsong continues, calling to those outside the chamber. With a click, the chamber door swings open, and Li Shun and the others bow respectfully, their gazes filled with awe as they behold the floating tower before Li Tsong. This tower is anything but ordinary. A mere glance reveals its extraordinary nature, far surpassing any spirit artifact they have encountered, reaching an unimaginable level of classification. How goes your practice of the new 9 extinguishing sword technique? Upon their entry, Li Tsong waves his hand, causing the Xiantian tower to recede slightly, inquiring of them. Hearing this, the expressions of the three turn grim, their heads lowering in shame. Father, forgive us. We are dull-witted, and have yet to grasp this technique. Chapter 27. The 3 Supreme Imperial Weapons, Li Tsong's Plan. The new 9 extinguishing sword technique is a transcendent divine art that can extinguish heaven and earth, the chaos and the primal. However, the comprehension of such a divine technique, even its initial forms like the extinguishing of the heavens and the extinguishing of the earth, presents a difficulty that is unfathomably high. An ordinary genius, even with hundreds of thousands of years devoted to it, would find it challenging to achieve even a minor success. No matter, I anticipated this. Upon seeing their shame-ridden expressions, Li Tsong laughs heartily, waving his sleeve to present 3 life creation pills before them. Father, what is this? The pills before them are extraordinary, crystalline and translucent. Within, they seem to contain a chaotic scene, reminiscent of the world's primordial beginnings. Having already achieved the rank of an 8th-tier alchemist, Li Qian's expression is one of disbelief, as if he has encountered an object of faith, his face turning fervently passionate. Imperial pills, life creation pills. Utilizing this elixir will bestow upon one the formidable celestial body, enabling a cultivation speed that accelerates by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, one's comprehension of martial arts and techniques will be significantly enhanced, reaching the pinnacle of prodigious talent. Li Tsong explained to the 3 with a calm demeanor. As his words resonated, the trio was rendered speechless, their breaths quickening. The Imperial Elixir? Their faces flushed with excitement, and Li Qian, in particular, became so exhilarated that his breaths grew rapid, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The Imperial Elixir. Indeed, the one that grants a person the divine body of heaven and earth, altering fate itself. This single pill could cultivate a future genius destined to ascend as an emperor. If it were to fall into the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite a bloody storm, prompting countless emperors and powerful beings to seize it, unleashing a tempest of slaughter. Father, could it be that you personally refined this? Li Qian's hands trembled uncontrollably, his emotions in tumult. The Imperial Elixir is too precious. Across the vast expanse of the 9 Heavens continent, the number of Imperial-grade alchemists is exceedingly rare. Even his elusive master is merely a saint-level alchemist, vastly inferior to the Imperial level. Oh, Qianer, you possess remarkable insight. You discern that this elixir was crafted by none other than me. Li Tsong responded with a glimmer in his eyes, as once again, a blazing fire of alchemy surged forth from his hands, infusing the chaotic imperial energy within. Soon, 5 smooth, jade-like pills materialized in his grasp. Though not as extraordinary as the life-altering elixir, they left Li Qian utterly dumbfounded, his mind blank with disbelief. He recognized those pills. The Supreme Saint level, 9 Heavens Spirit Pill. This unparalleled elixir could genuinely integrate myriad forces of law into the flesh and soul, paving the way to the exalted realm of the Saint King, a treasure whose worth is beyond measure. And now, within mere moments, 5 pills capable of forging a Saint King were conjured from thin air by his father. It was simply beyond comprehension. Under such mastery, it seemed that this life-altering elixir must also have been refined by his father. To refine imperial elixirs, his father could effortlessly create them with a mere wave of his hand. Bang! Overwhelmed by exhilaration and astonishment, the second imperial son, Li Qian, collapsed to the ground, fainting instantly. Father, what about my second brother? Li Shun exclaimed, hurriedly seeking guidance from Li Tsong, only to see the latter smile indifferently and shake his head. Let him slumber for a while. He shall gradually come to terms with it all. As of now, not only is my cultivation the finest in the continent, but my mastery over formations, alchemy, weapon forging, and even the creation of unique techniques surpasses all of history. As my son, it is unacceptable for you to lack insight. In the coming month, I shall elevate you to true power, making you formidable figures within the 9 Heavens continent. Prepare to witness this. With a hearty laugh, Li Tsong's figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind the mysterious Xiantian tower that soared toward Li Shun, embedding itself into his brow and merging seamlessly. What is this? In an instant, Li Shun was taken aback, astonished to discover that this extraordinary tower had recognized him as its master and was communicating with him as if it had become his innate treasure. Greetings, His Highness the Crown Prince. I am Xiantian, the spirit of the supreme imperial artifact, the Xiantian Tower. It was crafted by my master to safeguard your well-being. The The spirit of the Xiantian Tower, resembling a small beast, appeared once more, bowing respectfully to Li Shun as it revealed its identity. The supreme imperial artifact, the Xiantian Tower? What level of mastery has my father achieved to be able to forge such a transcendent weapon? Before Li Shun could voice his thoughts, Li Yin beside him was already overwhelmed with shock, his eyes brimming with fervor and adoration. The supreme imperial artifact, what does that signify? The ultimate pinnacle of spiritual artifacts in the Nine Heavens continent, existing solely in legends. Even common emperor-level practitioners lack the qualifications to wield such power. Yet now, an imperial artifact has been forged by my father. Furthermore, it has become my elder brother's innate treasure. This is simply incomprehensible. What a remarkable individual my master is. Akin to the reincarnation of the ancient celestial emperor. Your Highness the Third Prince, you need not worry. My master is currently out seeking suitable materials for imperial artifacts for you and the Second Prince. Rest assured, the imperial artifacts he forges will undoubtedly rival my own. The Xiantian spirit laughed heartily, its beastly visage glowing with uncontainable fervor and pride at the mention of Li Tsong. What? Not only my elder brother, but we can also possess supreme imperial artifacts. Upon hearing this, even the fainted Li Qian jolted awake, staring at the Xiantian spirit in shock and disbelief, as if he had heard the most incredible declaration. Of course, my master possesses extraordinary capabilities. 3 supreme imperial artifacts are nothing to him. The Xiantian spirit nodded, pride radiating from its features. Your Highness the Third Prince, Your Highness the Second Prince, you both need only to consume this life-altering elixir and cultivate it in peace. Soon, you shall each receive your exclusive imperial artifacts. Exclusive imperial artifacts. Long live Father. Eternal Father. Li Qian and Li Yin, brimming with joy, wasted no time in joining Li Shun to consume the life-altering elixir, immediately settling down to refine its effects. Imperial-grade elixirs. Supreme imperial artifacts. Before them lay treasures that had previously existed only in dreams. Yet now, they were truly within their grasp. What Father had promised within a month would elevate them to true power in the Nine Heavens continent. It seemed utterly plausible. Their father now possessed the means to defy the heavens and alter fate itself. In that moment, the 3 became increasingly engrossed in their cultivation. Under the influence of the life-altering elixir, their meridians appeared to radiate with divine splendor, an endless stream of chaotic imperial energy swirling around them. They were undergoing an unparalleled transformation. Meanwhile, Li Tsong tore through the void, traversing tens of thousands of domains. At this moment, he had distanced himself far from the domain of the Tiansong Empire, arriving in an ancient and prosperous region revered across the continent as a sacred trading ground. Hua Tian Domain, the headquarters of the largest commercial guild, Hua Tian Pavilion, where countless treasures of heaven and earth are auctioned daily. In terms of genuine power, the Hua Tian Pavilion is perhaps not inferior to the 4 great sacred lands. However, this faction has maintained eternal neutrality, never actively confronting any nation or sect, allowing it to endure through the ages. I am currently financially well off, so I should be able to procure suitable materials for imperial artifacts for Qiener and Yinner here. Li Tsong mused as he swiftly soared through the skies, gazing at the majestic domain emerging in the distance. The Xiantian Tower, forged from his own blood, possesses boundless power. In union with Li Shun, it is truly an exceptional match. However, moving forward, matters concerning the innate imperial artifacts for Li Qian and Li Yin require careful consideration. Li Qian, a veritable genius in the realm of alchemy, is someone Li Tsong hopes will one day become an imperial-grade alchemist. Thus, it is most fitting to forge a divine cauldron that embodies both formidable power and alchemical efficacy, utilizing the legendary supreme divine metal, Chaos Xianjin, as the material. This would create not only a transcendent alchemical furnace, but also a world-subduing divine cauldron capable of obliterating the very fabric of existence. However, this Chaos Xianjin is indeed a true relic of legend. Throughout the entire Nine Heavens continent, only the Huadian Pavilion has announced an impending auction of it. Li Tsong mused to himself, the worth of a single piece of Chaos Xianjin is beyond imagination. Even the value of ordinary imperial weapons pales in comparison. Common cultivators lack even the privilege to cast a glance upon it. Yet for Li Tsong in his current state, regardless of how exorbitant the price of Chaos Xianjin may be, acquiring it would pose no challenge. Not to mention the countless inherited treasures left by the Starry Sovereign. With the ability to effortlessly forge imperial weapons and elixirs, Li Tsong himself is akin to wielding boundless wealth. The price of goods is merely a laughable number to him. Chaos Xianjin, it shall be mine. Regardless of the cost, I shall procure it. As for Yinner's imperial weapon materials, I have already devised a plan. I shall utilize the star cores I have collected over these days to forge the xianxia. Then, I shall capture numerous rare heavenly fires to incorporate into it, crafting the supreme divine fire imperial weapon. Chapter 28. The City of Heaven, a cataclysmic strike against the ancient imperishable. In the void, Li Tsong's gaze flickered, his thoughts swirling as he made his plans. Outsiders must halt. Ahead lies the headquarters of the Huatian Pavilion, located in Huatian City. To enter, one must pay a fee of 100,000 nirvana pills. Just as Li Tsong was about to continue his contemplation, several armored guards suddenly descended, blocking his path. 100,000 nirvana pills. Li Tsong was momentarily taken aback. This amount in the ancient state is indeed a considerable fortune, and many families or sects would struggle to gather such wealth. Yet within Huatian City, this is merely the entry fee, revealing the terrifying degree of prosperity within. Swish. With a mere thought, 100,000 nirvana pills flew into the hands of the guards. Welcome. After paying the entrance fee, the guard's demeanor transformed entirely, stepping aside to unveil the majestic visage of the towering city behind them. It resembled a celestial palace, vast beyond imagination. The grandeur of Huatian City left Li Tsong momentarily astounded, as he reflected. This city spans nearly 100 billion miles, encompassing a single city that surpasses countless nations in expanse. Truly astonishing. My own Lin Tian Imperial City pales in comparison. It seems I must consider a reconstruction upon my return. Huatian City, akin to a city of deities. The alabaster walls soar to heights of 10,000 miles, with gates resembling portals to the celestial realm. At intervals, guards patrol, each possessing the cultivation level of the celestial realm, a standard that would enable them to reign supreme in ordinary domains. Upon entering, Li Tsong was awestruck by the layout and magnificence within. In the main cities of ordinary nations, the streets are lined with various shops and buildings. Yet within Huatian City, countless edifices conceal vast inner worlds, their essence transformed into miniature realms, boundless and immense. The ancient state feels exceedingly small. Huatian City has truly broadened my horizons. Shaking his head, Li Tsong could not help but sigh. Once a revered figure among the ancient state, he had established an imperial dynasty. Yet within Huatian City, he felt akin to a slightly larger ant. Should he offend a significant figure, it would lead to his immediate demise. Power is capable of altering everything. Even now, as I stand invincible in the world, my perspective continues to expand. After marveling at the grandeur of Huatian City, Li Tsong could not help but contemplate the immense benefits if the Huatian Pavilion were to fall under the dominion of the Tiansong Imperial Dynasty. Get out of my way. A furious roar suddenly pierced through Li Tsong's thoughts. Turning, he beheld a luxurious palanquin, drawn by 9 golden-scaled dragons, speeding recklessly down the expansive street, crushing several unsuspecting celestial realm cultivators beneath its wheels, leaving a trail of blood. The 9-dragon golden palanquin. Could this be the young master of the Meng family? With the Huatian Pavilion's centennial auction approaching, the little killing god has personally arrived. The Meng family. They are a transcendent clan with 3 emperors and an ancient imperial ancestor in residence. This little killing god, Mengyu, now ranks on the 9 heavens list, holding the 861st position, with a cultivation level reaching the 5th heaven of the ancient sage. Ancient sage? How can a junior reach such a terrifying level? Do we even have the right to exist? Upon hearing the words from within the palanquin, the surrounding cultivators displayed expressions of dread, hastily retreating. The Meng family is a behemoth they cannot provoke. Even if crushed by the palanquin, they would not dare express a hint of resentment. The little killing god, Mengyu, ranks 861st on the 9 heavens list? Li Tsong furrowed his brows. The 9 heavens list is the pinnacle roster of the human prodigies of the 9 heavens continent, compiled by the Heavenly Mechanism sect. Those who achieve a place on this list are considered unparalleled talents of the current generation, though they belong to the younger generation. Their prowess often eclipses that of many sect ancestors. Mengyu, being listed at 861, is nearly at the tail end. Li Tsong had not anticipated that this seemingly insignificant prodigy would dare to act so arrogantly in Huatian City. Boom. The 9-dragon golden palanquin surged forward at an alarming speed, barreling directly toward the area where Li Tsong stood, seemingly intent on crushing him into oblivion. Haha. Anyone who blocks my path shall perish. Within the palanquin, Mengyu was flanked by 2 stunning maidens, laughing heartily. Upon catching sight of Li Tsong ahead, he could not suppress a sinister grin. His status was exalted as the young master of the Meng family, a lineage of emperors. Having inherited the brutal legacy of the ancient emperors, he was dubbed the Little Killing God, having slaughtered countless prodigious talents along his path. His disposition was tyrannical beyond measure. Even the slightest obstruction in his way would warrant total annihilation. Haha, how laughable are the weak. Only I, Mengyu, am worthy to be the true sovereign among emperors, the unparalleled overlord of the world. Mengyu cackled wildly within the palanquin, seemingly envisioning Li Tsong being crushed beneath the wheels, his mood soaring, his handsome visage twisted with cruelty. The palanquin rushed forward, and the surrounding cultivators hastily retreated. In less than a breath's time, it was barreling directly toward Li Tsong. Humph! Yet, in the fraction of a moment, accompanied by Li Tsong's cold snort, an unimaginable and terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 9-dragon golden palanquin was reduced to a pile of crimson ashes. Vanishing without a trace, Mengyu was instantaneously slain. The onlookers along the street were struck with dread, never expecting that the once arrogant little killing god Mengyu would ultimately encounter a true ruthless figure, meeting his end in an instant. Moreover, the demise was so swift and decisive, a mere display of overwhelming pressure was sufficient to crush a prodigious figure of the ancient sacred realm. This left the onlookers trembling in their hearts, pondering the true identity of the man clad in a dark golden dragon robe. Within the grand city of Xianxiaaudiobooks, countless illustrious figures congregated, with the presence of emperors being a rare occurrence. It was likely that the formidable being who had directly annihilated Mengyu was one of those emperor-level existences, utterly beyond reproach. The little killing god, Mengyu, had perished, and his palanquin was utterly obliterated, instantly drawing the gaze of countless spectators. Who was this audacious individual, bold enough to slay the little killing god Mengyu? To kill an ancient saint solely through pressure suggests that this person had undoubtedly surpassed the quasi-emperor realm. Such terror, with Mengyu's death, the ancestor of the Meng family would surely descend into madness. After all, he was the sole unparalleled prodigy of the Meng clan, and they would never acquiesce to this affront. Several powerful beings at the Saint King level were secretly observing, their hearts filled with shock. They were acutely aware that Mengyu was an exceptional talent of the Meng family, with a status that was nothing short of formidable. Furthermore, the Meng family was notoriously protective of their own. Once, a quasi-emperor attempted a covert assassination on Mengyu, but was met with catastrophic retribution from the ancient emperor-level ancestor of the Meng family, who obliterated him and refined his imperial body into nothingness. This dark golden-robed powerhouse had stirred up a tremendous hornet's nest. "Ah, my grandson, you have slain my grandson." Soon, amidst the ashes, a shadow materialized, revealing none other than the ancestor of the Meng family, a fearsome being who had reached the 4th level of the emperor realm. A figure who could be called an indomitable ancient emperor. Regardless of who you are, the Meng family shall not tolerate this. What need is there for further discourse? Prepare to fall. The shadow roared furiously at Li Tsong, yet before the words could fully escape his lips, Li Tsong casually struck with his palm, delivering a devastating blow toward the source of this apparition. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, seemingly shaking the very foundations of Xianxiaaudiobooks, far beyond the myriad domains. The ancestor of the Meng family was directly annihilated by Li Tsong, causing the apparition here to dissipate into thin air, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded and in a daze. The ancestor of the Meng family, dead? In secret, a powerful individual of the emperor realm within Xianxiaaudiobooks employed divination techniques and soon discovered that the fate of the Meng family's ancestor had been severed, with no trace remaining. The legendary figure who had single-handedly established the vast Meng family had fallen. To strike down an ancient emperor with a single palm, this individual might very well be that legendary emperor-level sovereign, the Emperor Venerable. I must report to the pavilion master immediately. Such a formidable presence warrants our utmost caution. Upon receiving this critical information, the hidden emperor-level expert felt a surge of trepidation, and in an instant, vanished into thin air. Hurrying to relay the news deep within Xianxiaaudiobooks. An ancient emperor may be formidable, but before me, they are naught but ants. Meanwhile, after annihilating the ancestor of the Meng family, Li Tsong let out a cold laugh and departed, leaving behind a multitude of stunned powerhouses who were left to ponder the heart-stopping spectacle they had just witnessed, a single palm strike that felled an ancient emperor, the Emperor Venerable. Today in Xianxiaaudiobooks, an invincible being had graced them with his presence. Chapter 29. The value of imperial weapons at Wadiangu Pavilion after extinguishing the life of the Meng family's ancestor. Li Tsong chose not to linger any longer in the city, but instead made his way directly to the absolute center of Xianxiaaudiobooks, the location of the Wadiangu Pavilion's main hall. At this moment, within the highest-level VIP room of Wadiangu Pavilion, the doors creaked open. A middle-aged man clad in a purple-gold robe, with narrowed eyes, stepped inside and inclined his body slightly towards the seated Li Tsong. "Your Excellency, the Emperor Venerable of the Celestial Tsong, we warmly welcome your arrival. I am Jiang Li, the Vice Master of Wadiangu Pavilion. Should you require anything during your visit, please do not hesitate to inform me. As one of the vice masters, Jiang Li displayed a demeanor of utmost reverence. Yet Li Tsong discerned at a glance that Jiang Li's cultivation also hovered around the fourth level of the emperor realm, no weaker than the ancestor of the Meng family he had just vanquished. Merely a vice master possessed such terrifying strength. The foundation of Wadianga Pavilion was indeed formidable. Oh! Li Tsong lifted a cup of tea from the table and took a delicate sip. Wadianga Pavilion is quite well informed. I have yet to disclose my identity. Yet you already know my origins. Your Excellency jest, Jiang Li chuckled lightly, continuing, a few days ago, you nearly annihilated the Emperor Xianxiaaudiobooks of the Tai sect with a single palm strike. Today, you have once again displayed your thunderous might, resulting in the demise of the Meng family's ancestor. Your divine might has already spread throughout the vast territories of the Nine Heavens continent. I naturally have heard of it. As Jiang Li spoke, he maintained a demeanor of deep respect. Wadianga Pavilion was exceptionally well informed, receiving news of significant events almost instantaneously. Despite his extraordinary power, he dared not exhibit even a hint of disrespect before this superlative being, comparable to the Emperor Venerable, treating him with utmost caution. It is as you say. The Tai sect's threat to me has touched upon my reverse scale. I shall undoubtedly uproot them in the future to serve as a warning to others, lest some insignificant beings become emboldened and attempt to challenge my authority. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Li Tsong's face, yet his words were laced with an icy chill, causing Jiang Li to feel a surge of dread shoot through his mind. Cold sweat cascading down his brow. Could it be that your Excellency intends to eradicate the Tai sect entirely? Jiang Li trembled inwardly, unable to restrain himself from asking. The Tai sect was one of the 12 celestial sects, with a legacy spanning over several 100 million years. Wadianga Pavilion had established numerous trade relations with the Tai sect, building a considerable rapport. However, should the former face annihilation, it would be wise for Wadianga Pavilion to sever ties early to avoid calamity. Of course, do you think I lack the capability? Li Tsong retorted, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Li's heart sank. This individual had the power to obliterate an ancient emperor with a single strike. His strength transcending the heavens, viewing all rules as mere trifles. In his eyes, the Tai sect was likely just a slightly larger ant. Jiang Li shuddered internally, reluctant to speak further. This matter concerned the grievances between the celestial Tsong Emperor and the Tai sect, and his intuition warned him against becoming too embroiled. Enough with the trivialities. I have come today to engage in trade with Wadianga Pavilion. I have heard that the pavilion's centennial auction is soon to commence, and I am quite interested. I wish to procure the chaos Xianjin. Noticing Jiang Li's demeanor, Li Tsong shifted the conversation, speaking nonchalantly. Chaos Xianjin? This auction is unprecedentedly vast. The 4 sacred lands, 6 ancient nations, and 12 celestial sects will all have powerful participants. As the centerpiece of the auction, the price of chaos Xianjin is likely to soar to an extraordinarily terrifying figure. Does your Excellency possess sufficient financial resources? If not, Wadianga Pavilion could lend you some Chaos Emperor pills, Jiang Li replied, visibly relieved, before continuing. The auction of Chaos Xianjin has been secretly prepared by Wadianga Pavilion for several million years. The restrictions are exceedingly stringent, permitting only those of the stature of continental titans to partake. The currency utilized for transactions is far beyond the mere Nirvana pills. It is the genuine Chaos Emperor pills, each of which possesses boundless value, capable of driving countless quasi-emperors to madness. Financial resources? I nearly forgot. For I possess certain items I wish to trade with the Huatian Pavilion. Li Tsong smiled faintly and then flicked his fingers. A black and white jade pendant materialized, hovering gracefully in midair. This is a mid-grade imperial weapon, the Yin-Yang dual birth jade. It harbors 800 laws of the great Tao, half embodying destruction, and half embodying rebirth. Perhaps the esteemed Master Jiang Li would care to assess its worth? The Yin-Yang dual birth jade, one of the treasured legacies left by the Starry Sky Emperor. To Li Tsong, this item is merely superfluous. Being a mid-grade imperial weapon, he could effortlessly refine another. Using it in exchange for Chaos Emperor pills would indeed be a commendable choice. Mid-grade imperial weapon? Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's eyes narrowed sharply. Imperial weapons are categorized into 5 grades: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, peak, and supreme. Typically, the method of discerning the grade of an imperial weapon is through the investigation of the great Tao laws infused within. Low-grade imperial weapons usually contain fewer than 100 laws, while mid-grade ones range from 100 to 1,000. Given that the Yin-Yang dual birth jade contains 800 laws, it is evidently a premium among mid-grade imperial weapons, hence its exorbitant value. What astounded Jiang Li even further was the faint emanation of 2 fundamentally different laws from the jade: destruction and rebirth. the interplay of yin and yang, entwining and consuming one another. This imperial weapon could serve as a terrifying harbinger of destruction or as a divine artifact capable of reviving all things and creating life. What say you? Li Tsong inquired, his expression a blend of amusement and indifference, observing the captivated Zhang Li as he scrutinized the yin-yang dual-birth jade. How many Chaos Emperor pills does the esteemed master wish to exchange for such a treasure? How about 5,000 Chaos Emperor pills? Zhang Li, suddenly roused from his reverie, found his breath quickening as he contemplated. The Chaos Emperor pill. This is the highest currency within the Nine Skies continent. A single Chaos Emperor pill is equivalent to 100 trillion Nirvana pills. It is more than sufficient to procure an ordinary large domain. This underscores the immense magnitude of 5,000 Chaos Emperor pills, a sum that is nearly unimaginable for those below the Imperial realm. 5,000 Chaos Emperor pills. This is one of the Starry Sky Emperor's treasures. Such a price is rather low. Li Tsong furrowed his brow and directly recounted the origin of the yin-yang dual-birth jade, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Do not be displeased, esteemed master. If it is indeed a treasure of the Starry Sky Emperor, then how about 8,000? Zhang Li hastily offered a conciliatory smile, tentatively proposing. Typically, mid-grade imperial weapons are valued between 1,000 to 10,000 Chaos Emperor pills, as the yin-yang dual-birth jade is among the finest of mid-grade imperial weapons. This price of 8,000 is the utmost limit that the Hua Tian Pavilion can offer. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, Li Tsong acquiesced to this valuation with a slight nod. In the next instant, a maid approached, presenting a Qinquan ring. Li Tsong casually inspected it. Precisely 8,000 Chaos Emperor pills lay within. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but muse. If a mere mid-grade imperial weapon containing 800 laws of the Great Tao is worth 8,000 Chaos Emperor pills, then what would the value be for the 5-element array disc, which he has further refined into a supreme imperial weapon containing 50 million laws of the Great Tao? The Xianyuan Tower, possessing an astonishing 90 million laws of the Great Tao, would surely cause the entire Hua Tian Pavilion to tremble if revealed. With a secretive smile, having grasped the value of imperial weapons, Li Tsong was now ready to present the items for this transaction. Buzzing, as his thoughts stirred, dozens of radiant orbs materialized, floating in midair. Master Zhang Li, what I previously presented was merely an appetizer. Allow me to inform you that I am not only a formidable emperor, but also a renowned alchemist and blacksmith. Herein lie 330 imperial pills, 80 low-grade imperial weapons, 21 mid-grade imperial weapons, 3 high-grade imperial weapons, and 1 peak imperial weapon. I wonder if the Hua Tian Pavilion is capable of accommodating such a substantial deal today. Chapter 30, Master Ling, the caution of the Hua Tian Pavilion. These hundreds of imperial pills and imperial weapons are, in fact, the fruits of Li Tsong's recent endeavors in refinement. Merely within the first day, his blacksmithing skills reached an astonishing level. Even the low-grade imperial weapons he crafted contained at least 100 laws of the Great Tao, their might rivaling that of typical mid-grade imperial weapons. Such a plethora of imperial weapons and pills, even a peak imperial weapon. Gazing at the radiant orbs suspended before him, Zhang Li trembled with profound astonishment. The esteemed Emperor Tianzong is not merely a supreme being of imperial stature. He is also an unparalleled alchemist and blacksmith. If what he claims is true, then this vast array of imperial weapons and pills has all been forged by his own hand. The shock is overwhelming. Over 100 imperial weapons and pills lay before Zhang Li. Even as the vice master of the Hua Tian Pavilion, accustomed to countless treasures, he found himself utterly awestruck. Master Tianzong, such skill is indeed remarkable. This considerable collection of imperial pills and weapons must surely be the result of your countless years of accumulation. Rest assured, the Hua Tian Pavilion will undoubtedly offer you a satisfactory price. Buzzing, the void warped, and suddenly, an elderly figure clad in a gray-brown robe, exuding an air of ancient wisdom, appeared before Li Tsong, bowing in respectful greeting. Master Ling. Upon witnessing this elder's arrival, Zhang Li's heart raced. In the Hua Tian Pavilion, the number of vice masters like him is not small. However, those who hold the title of master are but 3, the Master of Heaven, the Master of Earth, and the Master of Spirit. These 3 masters are unparalleled beings whose cultivation transcends the earthly realm, residing in the secret realms of time and space, with only their avatars overseeing the pavilion. With a cultivation level on par with the fearsome Emperor Tianzong, they are true emperors of the highest order. An emperor? Observing the appearance of one of the Hua Tian Pavilion's 3 titans, a flicker of intrigue sparkled in Li Tsong's eyes. The depth of Master Ling's cultivation is formidable, having reached a level equivalent to 1/20th of his own celestial domain's strength. In other words, He possesses a cultivation level equal to 1/20th of a peak emperor's power. He is undoubtedly the most powerful cultivator Li Tsong has encountered thus far. Even he must exercise caution to ensure a decisive victory. It appears you are indeed one of the illustrious masters of the Hua Tian Pavilion. What price do you intend to offer for these treasures? Li Tsong spoke coolly, his gaze shifting away from Master Ling, as if his interest had waned. Aside from this peak imperial weapon, I can offer you 860,000 Chaos Emperor pills. Master Ling's gaze meticulously assessed each radiant orb within. The twin orbs glimmered with ethereal brilliance, as if having undergone immense calculations in the blink of an eye, responding to Li Tsong. The quality of these imperial weapons and imperial elixirs was extraordinarily high. The staggering sum of 860,000 Chaos Imperial elixirs was considerably above the usual price, leaving no room for Li Tsong to suffer any losses. 860,000? That price is quite agreeable. However, what do you intend to do with this pinnacle imperial weapon, the flame-devouring star sword? Do you plan to include it in this auction? Li Tsong nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the price. He then inquired of the Spirit Pavilion Master. Your Excellency, this pinnacle imperial weapon contains a staggering 999,000 principles of the Great Tao. Its might is already on par with the legendary supreme imperial weapons. Our Hua Tian Pavilion dares not rashly set a price for it. We can only auction it on your behalf. The Spirit Pavilion Master clasped his hands once more, his tone tinged with respect. A pinnacle imperial weapon housing a full 990,000 principles of the Great Tao. It is worth noting that even the 5 elemental array plate, the life treasure of the Star Constellation Emperor, one of the 5 masters of the array Tao, contains merely 500,000 principles. The value of the flame-devouring star sword is truly incalculable. Even an emperor-level powerhouse like him covets it. Were it not for the consideration of the other 2 pavilion masters, he might have directly placed a bid to secretly acquire this treasure. Jiang Li, issue an order. The highlight of this auction has changed. It is no longer the Chaos Xian Gold, but rather the flame-devouring star sword, comparable to a supreme imperial weapon. Upon concluding, the Spirit Pavilion Master addressed Jiang Li beside him. Clearly, even the legendary supreme refining material, Chaos Xian Gold, pales in comparison to a divine artifact of this caliber. The flame-devouring star sword, crafted by Li Tsong, has become the focal point of this auction event, serving as the ultimate treasure. Your Excellency, this is the heavenly grade VIP token from Hua Tian Pavilion, which is itself a semi-imperial treasure. The auction will officially commence in 3 days, and we have arranged the highest tier of residence for you in Hua Tian City. I kindly ask you to await for 3 days. After directing his subordinates, the Spirit Pavilion Master slightly bowed to Li Tsong and produced a white gold token, presenting it to him. The heavenly grade VIP token, the true representation of the highest echelon of guests in Hua Tian Pavilion. Throughout the countless years since its establishment, fewer than 10 such tokens have been issued. Each individual recognized as a heavenly grade VIP by Hua Tian Pavilion is undeniably a superpower, possessing exceptional cultivation and influence. Evidently, Hua Tian Pavilion now regards Li Tsong as an unprecedented figure of significance. Even the Spirit Pavilion Master, an emperor-level powerhouse, personally bows in deference, showcasing the pavilion's regard for him. I shall forego the residence. I need to venture to the 10,000 Fire Divine Domain in search of the spirits of exotic flames in the coming days, and it would be unwise to linger. Li Tsong waved his hand, gently declining the Spirit Pavilion Master's offer. The 10,000 Fire Divine Domain, one of the extraordinary regions of the 9 Heavens continent, is the largest gathering place for various heavenly exotic flames. Its finest denizens have even transformed into elemental deities, capable of incinerating the world with a mere gesture. A terror beyond description. This time, he intended to seize the opportunity of the next 3 days to capture a plethora of heavenly exotic flames, preparing for the refinement of the supreme imperial weapon, the Flame Heaven Ruler, for Li Yan, the 10,000 Fire Divine Domain. Then I shall await your arrival in 3 days, Your Excellency. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Pavilion Master's pupils slightly contracted, and he promptly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Farewell. Whoosh. After collecting the 860,000 Chaos Imperial elixirs from the spatial ring, Li Tsong departed without further delay. Phew. Once he left, the Spirit Pavilion Master finally exhaled a sigh of relief, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by a profound seriousness and an air of incredulity. Master Pavilion Master. Jiang Li observed the former's expression and felt a twinge of dread in his heart. He had never witnessed the exalted Spirit Pavilion Master, both in status and strength, display such a grave demeanor. Who on earth is he? After a prolonged silence, the Spirit Pavilion Master slowly uttered a few words. According to the information we have gathered, that individual's true name is Li Tsong, the sovereign of the remote ancient domain of the Tian Empire. It is rumored that a century ago, he was merely at the level of a respectable, but now, Jiang Li quickly responded, relaying all the information he had uncovered, causing the Spirit Pavilion Master's eyes to narrow, his expression growing even more profound. A century ago, at the level of a respectable, now, he has already broken through to the Emperor level, making him feel unfathomable and instilling a sense of caution within me. What kind of immense fortune has Li Tsang encountered to soar to such heights? The Tian Emperor is destined to be a figure we must regard with utmost respect in the future. All cultivators within Hua Tian Pavilion are strictly forbidden from discussing this individual's deeds without permission. They must tread carefully. Furthermore, if any other cultivators from the Tian Empire visit our Hua Tian Pavilion branches, grant them all a third-tier VIP status, and do not treat them lightly. Any subordinate of Hua Tian Pavilion who dares to speak disrespectfully to this Tian Emperor shall be executed as a warning to others. After a moment of silence, the Spirit Pavilion Master issued a series of commands aimed at fostering goodwill with Li Tsang, leaving Jiang Li astonished, silently lamenting that the strength of this Tian Emperor likely far exceeds his imagination. Even one of the legendary 3 Pavilion Masters treats him as an esteemed guest. Exercising utmost caution. Yes, Master Pavilion Master. Chapter 31. The 9 Heavens Ranking, the 4 Divine Sons. Meanwhile, within the Tian Empire. Boom. The 3 figures of Li Shan, seated in their cultivation chamber, trembled in unison, their eyes fluttering open, revealing an expression of extreme elation. The life-giving creation fruit, crafted by Father Emperor, is indeed extraordinary. My physique has truly been transformed into the creation divine body, allowing me to cultivate at an astonishing pace. My comprehension of divine techniques has also significantly accelerated. Li Shan clenched his fist, feeling the boundless power coursing through him, his face flushed with excitement. Beside him, Li Qian and Li Yin mirrored his enthusiasm, completely immersed in their joy. At the respectable 7th layer, the respectable 2nd layer, and one at the peak of the celestial being. To be honest, although your highnesses have achieved commendable cultivation, when compared to those true prodigies of the continent, the disparity is vast. There is no basis for comparison. Observing the 3 imperial sons' ecstatic demeanor, the beast-like Xianxian shook his head, interjecting with a note of disapproval. Upon hearing this, Li Shan and the others were momentarily taken aback. Li Yan, unable to restrain himself, retorted, pointing at Xianxian, "No basis for comparison? Setting aside myself. My elder brother is now at the respectable 7th layer. In the ancient domain, he is an absolute figure. Ordinary youth are no match for him. Do you mean to suggest that those true continental prodigies could reach the supreme or saint levels in merely a few hundred years?" Li Qian nodded in agreement. Indeed. My elder brother has only been training for 200 years and has already attained the respectable 7th layer. While there may be a gap between him and those true prodigies, it is certainly not as immense as you claim. Your Highness. Xianxian was about to speak, but at that moment, a figure suddenly materialized in the chamber, leaving all 4 in astonishment, quickly followed by expressions of delight. The arrival of none other than Li Tsang was startling. "I pay my respects to Father Emperor. How have you returned?" Li Qian and Li Shan first offered their greetings, then promptly inquired with utmost reverence. "Haha, this is merely an incarnation left behind by me. My true self is currently situated billions of miles away in the divine domain of 10,000 flames, where I am assisting my son, Yin, in capturing the extraordinary flames of heaven and earth to forge a supreme imperial weapon comparable to the Xianxian Tower." Though Li Tsang's form was merely an incarnation, it possessed the complete and formidable power of a peak emperor, radiating an unparalleled terror. Days prior, upon achieving the status of a supreme formation master and returning to the Tian Empire, he had intricately laid countless formations throughout the entirety of the Ling Tian imperial city, leaving behind several incarnations to guard against any potential occurrences. This incarnation was indeed one among them. Upon sensing that Li Shan and the others had successfully refined the imperial pill, it had manifested directly to commence the forthcoming training plans. Extraordinary flames of heaven and earth. Supreme imperial weapon? Upon hearing this, Li Yan's face brightened with excitement, as he felt increasingly eager for the imperial weapon he was about to acquire. "By the way, what were you discussing earlier? Why not share it with Father Emperor?" Li Tsang settled casually, his true self currently wreaking havoc in the divine domain of 10,000 flames, where he had obliterated the nether sacred flame, a force comparable to an emperor, with a single punch, claiming its primal fire. His plan was to seal 3,000 extraordinary flames within the Yin Tian, gradually lifting the seals as Li Yan's cultivation progressed, thereby unleashing the might of this supreme imperial weapon. Father Emperor, elder brother has already broken through to the 7th layer of the sovereign realm. However, That fellow Xiantian claims that elder brother is vastly inferior to true prodigies and that there is no comparison whatsoever. Upon hearing Li Cong's inquiry, Li Yin quickly spoke, gesturing towards Li Shun and Xiantian. Yet, the former's expression was exceptionally bitter, showing no sign of contradiction. Among the three imperial sons, only Li Shun was aware of the 9 heavens ranking and had fought against the true prodigies of the sacred lands. Realizing the gap between ordinary individuals and those extraordinary beings, even after breaking through to the 7th layer of the sovereign realm, he did not believe he could rival any of those on the 9 heavens ranking. Facing any one of them would likely lead to his immediate demise. Upon hearing this, Li Cong's smile slightly faded, and he sighed before speaking. What Xiantian says holds some truth. The ancient state is still far too small, causing most people to live their lives like frogs at the bottom of a well, forever oblivious to the vastness of the world. There are people beyond people, realms beyond realms. Very well, I shall show you the true power of those prodigies from the continents. With a wave of his hand, a magnificent golden list materialized in the void, drawing the attention of Li Yin and Li Qian. As the golden list floated, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into their minds, revealing boundless information. First on the 9 heavens ranking, the Thunder Sacred Land's divine son, Xianxiafa, the inheritor of the ancient Thunder Tao Emperor, Yin Tian, born with the 9 sacred thunder body. He stepped into the sea of transformation at 1 year old, attained the divine palace at 3, condensed his Dharma form at 6, entered nirvana at 11, and by 16, he had already become a sovereign, capable of battling above his rank, slaying ordinary sovereigns. Now, after over 2,000 years of cultivation, it is rumored that he has reached the realm of sacred kings. Furthermore, he has even been said to have slain sacred kings, making him the undisputed first on the 9 heavens ranking and the likely candidate for the next Thunder Sacred Lord. Second on the 9 heavens ranking, the divine son of the Tao origin sacred land, Gu Tianhao, a legendary figure possessing the supreme divine eye of time and space. With one glance, all things wither, and with another, the world is reborn. The details of his inheritance are unclear. Yet he is the destined nemesis of the Thunder Divine Son, having contended for a millennium. At one point, he even occupied the top position on the 9 heavens ranking for 100 years, overshadowing the Thunder Divine Son. Third on the 9 heavens ranking, the divine son of the true martial sacred land, Nian Wu Ming. Fourth, the divine son of the sky, sword sacred land, Jian Tianhen. This was the 9 heavens ranking, comprising a total of 1,000 slots. The names inscribed above represented the true geniuses and prodigies of this continent. However, you need not belittle yourselves. In the coming month, I shall ensure that you become figures who surpass all the prodigies on the 9 heavens ranking, storming the true martial sacred land to demand an explanation from your elder brother. Li Cong spoke with a calm demeanor, his words exuding an undeniable authority, as if everything lay within his grasp. His words were a decree. How terrifying! How terrifying! The 4 sacred land divine sons each possessed combat prowess rivaling that of sacred kings, especially that Xianxiafa, who became a sovereign at merely 16. Was he even human? Yet, despite Li Cong's promises, Li Qian and Li Yin were utterly astonished by the prodigies listed on this roster. Li Yin murmured in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that anyone could defy the heavens to such an extent. Father Emperor, will we truly be able to reach a level comparable to these 4 sacred land divine sons in a month's time? Li Qian asked, his voice trembling. For those were unparalleled prodigies equivalent to sacred kings. Just 1 month, surely, even if Father Emperor employed the might of an emperor to enlighten us. Reaching such heights would be exceedingly difficult. Haha, if I say it can be done, then it certainly shall be. Moreover, the month I mention merely refers to the time in the outside world. You will soon enter the Xiantian Tower for cultivation, where the passage of time differs from the outside. 1 month outside equates to 100 years within the Xiantian Tower. My abilities are celestial and transformative. If I cannot mold you into beings comparable to sacred kings in 100 years, it would indeed be laughable. Li Cong's words left Li Qian and Li Yin exchanging astonished glances, their hearts brimming with shock. 100 years to catch up to the 2,000 years of cultivation that those sacred land divine sons had undergone. Gazing at their father's earnest demeanor, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within them, setting their sights on those 4 divine sons as their targets. Xiantian, commence. Li Cong nodded, then spoke to the spirit of the Xiantian Tower, signaling the initiation of the grueling training regimen for his 3 progeny. Boom. The Xiantian Tower suddenly expanded thousands of times, and with a wave of his hand, the 4 of them transformed into radiant beams of light, vanishing within. In the vast training chamber, only the colossal tower remained suspended in the air, emanating a terrifying power capable of distorting laws. Xiantian Tower, first floor. What overwhelming gravity. The gravity here is at least 100 times stronger than that of the outside world. Upon entering the tower, Li Shun and the others immediately sensed the shift in gravity, feeling as if they were being crushed under immense weight, their movements hindered. The gravity here was at least 100-fold, even 1,000-fold stronger than that of the outside world. To become a formidable warrior, bodily strength was the most fundamental requirement. Next, I shall impart a secret technique for body refinement. This technique, known as the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, is derived from my memories and can bestow the power of 480 million ancient divine elephants upon your bodies, allowing each movement to shatter galaxies and collapse the very fabric of reality. The power of a single ancient divine elephant was comparable to that of an ordinary sacred king. You shall have merely 40 years to cultivate your physical forms. Thus, I require that within these 40 years, you attain at least the strength of an ancient divine elephant, enabling your bodies to rival those of sacred kings. Li Tsong spoke with a half-smile, casually gesturing as the divine elephant suppression technique materialized in the minds of Li Shun and the others, a technique surpassing the imperial level, imbued with boundless power. 40 years? The physical form is comparable to that of a saint king. How can this possibly be? Despite the extraordinary and unfathomably powerful secret techniques swirling in their minds, Li Shun and his companions could not help but express their skepticism. How could they, in a mere 40 years, attain such heights? In response, Li Tsong merely smiled. Within this Xiantian Tower, you three are indeed immortal beings. My son, Li Tsong, bears no weaklings, since you have chosen to ascend to the sacred land to seek retribution. I shall grant you the opportunity, albeit at a certain cost. Roar. With a wave of his hand, the distant plains erupted with the thunderous roars of countless beasts. Behold, a multitude of ferocious creatures manifested, their numbers surpassing hundreds of thousands, nearly engulfing the earth itself. Emperor Dan, divine herbs, I shall provide them in abundance. During these 40 years, your sole task shall be slaughter, death, and thereafter, rebirth through nirvana. Fight, my sons. If you cannot endure true life and death, genuine combat, then you shall never attain the desires that dwell within your hearts, nor shall you stand atop this continent. Li Tsong's words struck Li Shun, Li Qian, and Li Yin like a divine revelation, igniting a fervor within their hearts. Gazing upon the surging tide of beasts before them, each grasped their weapons tightly, their eyes alight with fervent intensity. Only through the trials of life and death can one prove their worth. Once my training is complete, I shall undoubtedly slay those former tyrants who once trampled upon me, making them aware that not only my father, but I, Li Shun, Li Qian, Li Yin, am also inviolable. Roar, roar. Gigantic beasts charged forth, their massive forms akin to mountains, exuding an overwhelming aura. Each was comparable to a revered being, their entire bodies radiating a fierce energy, as if they were tangible blades, sharp and menacing. In comparison to the colossal herd, Li Shun and his companions appeared diminutive, akin to mere ants, utterly defenseless. Yet, within their gazes, there was no hint of retreat or fear. Rather, a surge of madness erupted as they brandished their weapons and charged into the fray. Roar. The air was filled with roars and anguished cries. The weakest, Li Yin, after slaying a single beast, was swiftly torn apart, only to be resurrected by the powers of the Xiantian Tower. He re-entered the fray, drenched in blood, relentlessly slaughtering beasts, refining his essence, and continuously augmenting his strength. Li Shun fared somewhat better, being the strongest among them. He wielded various mystical abilities, allowing him to hold back countless beasts while his spiritual energy lasted. However, energy is finite, and when forced into close combat, he too was soon torn asunder, only to be reborn. As for Li Qian, he had succumbed to death the most times, having long immersed himself in the alchemical arts, rendering him weaker than ordinary cultivators of his realm. Thus, amidst the chaos, he was swiftly overwhelmed and torn apart by the beasts, meeting his end a dozen times. In the void, Li Tsong's incarnation remained ever vigilant, observing his three sons die and be reborn time and again. A twinge of compassion filled his heart. Yet he understood that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse must face trials. If they cannot withstand such tribulations, how could they ever become true powerhouses? Buzzing. With a flick of his hand, a plethora of precious and extraordinary materials were shattered, transforming into countless intangible energies that engulfed the three as they revived, significantly accelerating their physical refinement. Attaining mastery of the divine elephant suppression technique is exceedingly difficult. Even Li Tsong, the very architect of this secret method, has only activated a mere 90 million powers of the divine elephant, never achieving true perfection. Without the extraordinary comprehension to defy the heavens, Li Shun and his companions could only adopt this seemingly extreme and reckless method of physical refinement. Persevere, my sons, Shun, Qian, Yan. Behind him, a magnificent throne rose. And Li Tsong's incarnation had no intention of departing, keenly observing the three while guarding against any unforeseen events. Chapter 33. Gathering of forces from all directions. Arrival at the true martial sacred land. Soon, 3 days had passed. Within the Xianxian Tower, after years of arduous training, Li Shun and his companions had amassed the strength of tens of millions of ancient giant elephants, facing beasts that had escalated from the initial revered ranks to nearing the pinnacle of supremacy. The power of the ancient giants could shake the heavens. It took a staggering 480 million ancient giant elephant powers to coalesce into the might of a primordial divine elephant. This divine elephant power could contend with the Saint King and shatter the very fabric of reality. The extraordinary nature imbued within the divine elephant suppression technique is not inferior to any legendary imperial art, even standing firmly above it. Within the Xianxian Tower, the rate of growth for Li Shun and his companions surged ever faster. After enduring countless cycles of death and rebirth, their bodies had become incredibly refined and resilient, emanating a faint golden radiance reminiscent of a divine form, brimming with unimaginable explosive power. Meanwhile, in Huatian City, the grandest auction event in 100,000 years was set to commence today. Above the vast expanse of the sky, a grand purple-gold palace floated majestically, resembling a divine palace, awe-inspiring in its grandeur. Boom! Surrounding the palace, countless colossal vessels from various powerful factions surged forth, vast as mountains, their numbers reaching into the thousands, nearly obscuring the heavens. Whoosh! Li Tsong transformed into a streak of light, gracefully landing at the edge of the purple-gold palace, casually surveying the immense vessels in all directions. A smile crept across his lips as he mused. Today is indeed lively. I wonder if the disciples of the Tai sect will grace us with their presence? Should they arrive, I shall ensure their complete annihilation, leaving none alive. At this moment, he bore a broad, hefty ruler on his back, etched with thousands of divine fire patterns, radiating an endless heat that subtly distorted the surrounding space. This was the supreme imperial weapon, the Flame Heaven Ruler. After 3 days of slaughter within the realm of a million fires, Li Tsong had finally crafted this supreme imperial weapon, sealing within it 2,800 sources of otherworldly flames. A single strike from the ruler could invoke an infinite resonance of divine fire, incinerating all. Senior. Just as Li Tsong prepared to step into the palace to await the commencement of the auction, a voice filled with surprise and reverence rang out from behind him. Turning, he was met by none other than Xianxia, the 7th princess of the Xianxia ancient kingdom, with whom he had previously crossed paths. Today, the young lady donned a light azure gown, her long, dark hair cascading down to her waist, resembling an ethereal fairy, stunningly beautiful. So it is you. What brings you to seek me? Upon seeing her, Li Tsong raised an eyebrow, responding casually, his tone rather indifferent. He held no particular interest in such youthful figures. However, considering her status as a princess of an ancient kingdom and a prominent figure on the 9 heavens list, if his sons were fond of her, he might as well consider bringing a few back to the Tiansong Empire as consorts or concubines. I have met the senior before. The Wadiang Pavilion's auction event has commenced, and the Xianxia ancient kingdom has naturally been invited. However, today, I am merely accompanying my great-grandfather to witness the true powerhouses of the continent. Xianxia offered a graceful bow, her melodious voice ringing clear. Oh, the Grand Empress of the Xianxia ancient kingdom? Upon hearing her words, Li Tsong's gaze flickered, and he soon discerned an elderly figure clad in a dark robe among the silhouettes behind him. This man exuded an air of refined elegance, radiating a profound and vast aura, unmistakably a being of ancient imperial stature. In comparison to the ancestors of the Meng family and the vice-master of the Wadiang, Zhongli, he was several degrees more formidable. The old man respectfully acknowledged, I have met the esteemed Emperor Tiansong. Today, my granddaughter accompanies me. Should I inadvertently offend, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. The powerful ancient emperor, sensing Li Tsong's gaze upon him, turned with a smile and clasped his hands in greeting. The incident from 3 days prior, where Li Tsong had dispatched the ancestor of the Meng family with a single strike, had already spread like wildfire among the major powers. Even the Tai sect had learned of the news, and despite their own emperor nearly falling victim to Li Tsong's might, they refrained from taking any rash actions, too fearful to provoke him further. After all, only a true emperor could deliver such a lethal blow to an ancient emperor. Although the Tai sect had its own ancient emperors, they resided within the temporal secret realms, diligently cultivating their divine abilities and rarely intervening in worldly matters unless faced with an existential threat. Thus, even as one of the 12 immortal sects. The Tai sect found itself profoundly cautious of Li Tsong, this sovereign who traversed the Nine Heavens continent with such freedom. At the Jinwu sacred land, Li Tsong slightly nodded towards the Qingze Grand Empress, his attention soon captured by an immense palace treasure that towered like a celestial citadel. The palace's gates swung open, and the current sovereign of the Jinwu sacred land stepped forth, accompanied by the Jinwu divine son, Nian Wuming, whose cultivation had astonishingly reached the realm of Saint King, emanating an unfathomable sacred might, as if he were truly in harmony with the cosmos, embodying the power of the Tao. The Jinwu sovereign was a stern-faced middle-aged man, donned in a blue robe, his eyes filled with boundless pride, seemingly dismissing all that the world had to offer. His cultivation was exceedingly formidable, nearing the realm of an emperor, and in Li Tsong's perception, he was scarcely inferior to the emperor-level spirit master. Suddenly, Li Tsong addressed the imperious master of the sacred land, drawing the attention of countless powerful figures present, who were momentarily struck with astonishment. Who was this? The newly ascendant Emperor Tianzong, who had recently slain the Meng family's ancestor with a single strike in Wadianj, prompting the spirit master of Wadianj to personally extend a warm welcome, recognizing him as a distinguished guest of the highest order. The murmurs of the 6 ancient nations and the 12 immortal sects echoed with astonishment, reflecting their incredulity at the audacity of this young emperor, whose very presence threatened to reshape the dynamics of human power. Emperor-level beings stood unparalleled, sweeping across the realms. Regardless of the force, such entities were regarded as the ultimate trump cards, seldom revealing themselves. It seemed an unspoken agreement had been forged among the various factions, with none daring to breach this tacit understanding. Yet, the emergence of Emperor Tianzong shattered this convention as he traversed the heavens with an air of invincibility. At this moment, as Emperor Tianzong boldly called out to the Jinwu sovereign, speculations arose among the spectators. Could it be that this emperor sought to confront the Jinwu sacred land directly, perhaps due to some past grievances? Chapter 34. The Challenge, the Humiliation of the Jinwu Sovereign. Emperor Tianzong, maintaining his regal composure, addressed the Jinwu sovereign with an air of unwavering pride. Might I inquire as to the reason for your summons, esteemed sovereign? With a chuckle, he continued, I merely wish to inform you and all present that, 1 month hence, my 3 offspring shall challenge all disciples of your sacred land, aiming for a resounding victory. You would do well to prepare, lest you wish to salvage any remaining dignity for the Jinwu sacred land. Li Tsong's words dripped with arrogance. Casting himself as a celestial monarch surveying his subjects, he audaciously declared that his progeny would challenge the entirety of the Jinwu sacred land's disciples, intent on leaving them utterly humiliated. Provocation. The audacity of Emperor Tianzong to openly challenge the Jinwu sacred land was unprecedented. Who had dared to speak so brazenly before the 4 great sacred lands in countless years, claiming he would reduce them to naught? Indeed, Emperor Tianzong was as brazen as they come, yet one could only wonder at the source of his confidence. The Jinwu sacred land boasted numerous prodigies ranked among the 9 heavens, and it seemed implausible that his 3 offspring could overcome them all. The Jinwu divine son had already achieved the status of Saint King. In his youth, the emperor himself had barely begun his journey as an ancient sage, rendering him insignificant in comparison. The crowd erupted in hushed whispers. The imperial figures from various factions expressed their disbelief, deeming Li Tsong's aspirations as nothing more than the fantasies of a madman. While he himself was indeed an emperor of great might, his children were not of the same caliber, lacking even the distinction of being noted prodigies among the 9 heavens. Challenge. You are indeed a formidable emperor of your generation, but such grandiloquence, the Jinwu sovereign remarked, unperturbed. It has been long since our sacred land faced such a challenge, and I shall not only accept your challenge, but also extend an invitation to all great powers to witness this historic clash. Hearing this, the Jinwu sovereign remained composed, his expression neutral. The Jinwu sacred land had withstood the test of time upon the 9 heavens continent, its profound heritage beyond the imagination of ordinary powerful beings. This Emperor Tianzong had merely seized an opportunity, fortuitously attaining the status of emperor, yet he dared to provoke the sacred land so openly. This presented an excellent opportunity to not only crush his offspring, but also to summon the true highest emperor from within the sacred land to extinguish this child's arrogance. The sovereign's intentions aligned perfectly with Li Tsong's own. A smile danced upon his lips, a hint of mocking amusement gracing his features, as he replied coolly, let us depart. The Jinwu sovereign nodded, leading his fellow sacred land figures into the auction hall, maintaining an outward calm throughout the encounter. Li Tsong, however, could not help but let out a cold, mocking laugh. With a casual flick of his finger, he unleashed an overwhelming imperial pressure that bore down upon the Jinwu sovereign. causing him to stumble and crash heavily to the ground. The very bones of the sovereign reverberated under the weight of that terrifying aura. The once majestic leader of the sacred land, embodying its dignity, was now reduced to a state of utter humiliation before countless powerful witnesses, leaving them in shock at the audacity of this Emperor Tianzong. The humiliation of their sovereign was tantamount to a public affront to the entire sacred land. Emperor Tianzong, you dare? The elders of the Zhenwu sacred land erupted in fury, ready to retaliate, yet the memory of Li Cong's formidable power held them back. They could only glare at him with rage, their teeth gritted in frustration. Ah, it seems my hand slipped, Li Cong quipped, but why the pretense? A mere ancient emperor ant, what pretense do you hold before me? Li Cong's cold laughter echoed repeatedly. His seemingly innocuous words nearly drove several elders of the sacred land to the brink of bloodshed. The celestial emperor was indeed exceedingly overbearing. Celestial emperor, I appreciate your teachings. The true martial Saint Lord struggled to rise, having been humiliated in front of the public, losing all semblance of dignity. At this moment, his fists were clenched tightly, an endless fury and resentment swirling within him, yet he dared not show it. He could only bow his head in frustration. I shall take my leave first. Upon witnessing the other's demeanor, Li Cong scoffed once more. He held no fondness for the true martial sacred land, a faction that had previously humiliated Li Shan. Were it not for the requests of Li Shan and the others, he might have unleashed a fierce battle right here today, potentially leading to the downfall of the true martial Saint Lord. After all, under the dominion of absolute power, Li Cong was devoid of any reservations, completely unrestrained. As his words fell, Li Cong stepped into the auction hall, no longer lingering outside. Damn it. Soon after his departure, the true martial Saint Lord could no longer contain the wrath boiling within him. He let out a hysterical roar that shook the heavens, startling the celestial realms. If anyone dares to spread today's events, they shall become my eternal enemy. His gaze swept across the surroundings, icy and filled with murderous intent. The various powers present fell silent, daunted by the overwhelming might of the true martial sacred land, none daring to defy it. Humph. The true martial Saint Lord snorted coldly and led the strong ones of the true martial sacred land into the hall. This matter could not simply be left unresolved. A month from now, should I challenge the true martial sacred land? Then, I shall make you watch as your 3 sons are crushed and slaughtered, and you yourself shall be eternally suppressed by my true martial sacred land, enduring boundless torments of hell. Upon witnessing such events, the onlookers outside finally breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking, today, the celestial emperor's reckless actions have surely provoked the true martial sacred land, and calamity will undoubtedly follow. Although the celestial emperor holds the title of emperor, he is far from invincible. The true martial sacred land has more than one emperor. How will he cope if they reveal themselves? Death is inescapable. A month from now, the celestial emperor is likely to pay a heavy price. The 4 sacred lands have been the supreme powers of the human race since time immemorial. For countless ages, who has dared to provoke them? Let alone openly challenging an entire sacred land, leaving its lord utterly humiliated. A blatant slap in the face. Qingyi, the celestial emperor, is too arrogant. Provoking the true martial sacred land this time, he is surely courting death. Sighed the great emperor of the Xianxia ancient nation. Millions of years ago, a demonic emperor had also ignited the fury of the true martial sacred land. The final outcome was his demise at the hands of multiple sacred land emperors, with all his established power and bloodline utterly extinguished. How long has it been since that demonic emperor, once as arrogant as the celestial emperor, claimed to be invincible? Yet, the conclusion was such a bitter end, death and dissolution. Thus, in the eyes of the great emperor of Xianxia, the celestial emperor bore no difference from that ancient demonic emperor. The ultimate fate, only eternal suppression or demise. The might of my predecessors was unparalleled. He must have some reliance, perhaps enough to contend with the true martial sacred land. Yet, Jun Qingyi shook her head in rebuttal. After witnessing Li Cong's obliteration of the demon lord, she had become his fervent admirer, utterly devoted. In her eyes, this emperor was truly an invincible existence. Even the true martial sacred land was not insurmountable. The auction is about to commence. Let us enter together. Hearing this, the great emperor of Xianxia merely shook his head, choosing not to respond further. Changing the topic, he led Jun Qingyi into the hall. Chapter 35, The Spear of Heaven's Punishment. Celestial Emperor, I, on behalf of the Hua Tian Pavilion, welcome your return. In the auction hall, within the exclusive room number 6 belonging to Li Cong, Deputy Pavilion Master Jiang Li and dozens of attendants had long awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Li Cong's appearance, they promptly bowed in unison. With a wave of his hand, signaling Jiang Li to rise, Li Cong took his seat directly. After sensing the formidable auras of countless powerful guests within the various rooms, he couldn't help but smile, a flicker of discerning brilliance glimmering in his eyes. This auction hosted by your Huatian Pavilion is indeed extraordinary. With just a slight perception, I've already detected over 100 Emperor-level powerhouses gathered here. The Emperor, regarded by the world as the pinnacle of the cultivation path, was a rarity to be found even in the vastest of domains. Yet today, within the highest grade auction hall of Huatian Pavilion, the Zicheng Hall, Emperor-level powerhouses were already commonplace. If an ordinary cultivator from a lesser domain were to suddenly appear here, they would likely be utterly petrified by the sight before them. Over 100 Emperor-level strongmen. Among them were dozens of ancient emperors, and within Li Tsang's keen perception, there were not just one or two Emperor-level powerhouses. Truly, the strong gathered like clouds. Indeed, the Huatian Pavilion is the foremost auction house of the human race. Its allure is terrifyingly potent. You flatter me, Celestial Lord. Today's grand spectacle owes much to your flame-devouring star sword. After we released the news, even some hidden ancient beings over 1,000,000 years old were stirred to come, eager to contest for this peak Emperor weapon. Jiang Li quickly complimented upon hearing Li Tsang's words. The flame-devouring star sword. This weapon, comparable to the supreme Emperor weapons, harbors a terrifying essence of 999,000 laws of the Tao. Once the news was released, it stirred a great uproar. It must be noted that even a typical peak Emperor weapon, with over 100,000 Tao laws, could drive countless ancient emperors to madness. Even emperors would covet it. Yet, the flame-devouring star sword is a true Emperor weapon that approaches the realm of the highest. Nearing 10 million Tao laws, a treasure so enticing that even Emperor-level powerhouses would be driven to frenzy. Because of this, the auction not only attracted various factions of the human race from the Jiuxiao continent, but also drew in formidable beings of other races and transcendent powers from the outer starry skies, all vying for this terrifying peak Emperor weapon. Lord, during this auction, feel free to bid. The most conservative price for the flame-devouring star sword will exceed 80 million Chaos Emperor stones. The amount you spend in this auction will be deducted from the final grand auction by our Huatian Pavilion, Jiang Li continued, bowing. Oh, hearing this, Li Tsang raised his eyebrows, revealing an expression of interest. Other race powerhouses and beings from the outer starry skies. I am eager to see just how high a price my flame-devouring star sword will be raised. I am the Spirit Pavilion Master of Huatian Pavilion. Today, in this Zicheng Hall, I welcome all of you. There are a total of 632 items for auction, all of which are rare treasures from our Huatian Pavilion, each an extraordinary rarity. I hope you all will enjoy. Without further ado, the auction officially commences. Shortly after the opening remarks from the esteemed master of the Spirit Pavilion, this grand auction extravaganza is set into motion. With a hum, the figure of the pavilion master dissipates, replaced by an elderly man in a gray robe, his hair as white as snow, yet possessing an ageless visage. He bows deeply to the countless distinguished guests within the hall. I am the vice master of the Spirit Pavilion, Ling Yuanzai, and I shall serve as the auctioneer for this event. The first item on the block is a relic from one of the 12 forbidden zones of the Jiuxiao continent, specifically from the chaotic battlefield of the past. This item is known as the Celestial Spear, although it is in a severely damaged state, rendering its precise rank indiscernible. Our extensive tests at the Spirit Pavilion have revealed that even the bodies of ancient emperors can be effortlessly pierced by it, showcasing power that is not inferior to that of mid-grade imperial weapons. The starting bid for the Celestial Spear is set at 1,000 Chaos Emperor pills. Ling Yuanzai's voice rang out clearly across the hall. This weapon bears no inscriptions of the Great Tao, yet its unparalleled sharpness is sufficient to effortlessly cleave through the bodies of ancient emperors, indicating it is by no means an ordinary object. 1,000 Chaos Emperor pills? That amount is sufficient to procure a standard mid-grade imperial weapon. The Celestial Spear, lacking any essence of the Great Tao, is fundamentally just an exceptionally sharp artifact. It is far too expensive. As an Emperor-level powerhouse, although my savings are considerable, I would hesitate to invest 1,000 Chaos Emperor pills on a gamble. 1,000 Chaos Emperor pills? I would rather use that to acquire a portion of primal blood to enhance my son's lineage. However, the introduction of the Celestial Spear did not incite much excitement. Instead, many attendees shook their heads discreetly. The strength of imperial weapons lies in their ability to harbor the Great Tao. The Great Tao is nearly the source of all laws, transcending the myriad laws of every realm. One single law can reverse the universe. As the quantity of Great Tao inscriptions within an imperial weapon increases, even its spirit can attain a terrifying height, rivaling that of ancient emperors or even imperial sovereigns. Without such inscriptions, no matter how sharp the Celestial Spear may be, it remains merely a mundane object in the eyes of the emperors present. Perhaps this item has a significant background. But how many would be willing to expend 1,000 Chaos Emperor pills to take a chance? In an instant, the vast hall of the Ziqing Palace fell into silence, with no one daring to bid. The Celestial Spear? Meanwhile, in the uppermost VIP chamber, Litsong's gaze was fixated, as if he were deep in thought. The black spear measures 3 feet in length, its surface marred by cracks. Although it lacks inscriptions of the Great Tao, it still emanates a terrifying aura, as if the essence inscribed upon it is of a higher order, beyond the comprehension of the Emperor's present. This item is undoubtedly extraordinary. 2,000 Chaos Emperor pills. Nodding, Litsong instructed Jiang Li to announce the bid. In the 6th VIP chamber, the bid of 2,000 Chaos Emperor pills was declared. Upon witnessing this, auctioneer Ling Yuanzai immediately beamed with delight. The Spirit Pavilion has secretly researched the Celestial Spear for countless years, yet has yielded no results. To sell it for 2,000 Chaos Emperor pills, equivalent to the price of an ordinary mid-grade Imperial weapon, is certainly not a loss for the Spirit Pavilion. However, just as Litsong finished his bid, a detached voice emerged from the 17th VIP chamber. The Starry Divine Palace bids 4,000 Chaos Emperor pills. Chapter 36. The Starry Divine Palace. Instant annihilation of the falling stars. The Starry Divine Palace is one of the colossal entities of the outer cosmic expanse. Its foundation is not inferior to the 12 immortal sects of the Jiuxiao continent, and may even surpass them. At this moment, within the 17th VIP chamber, a figure stood by the window, exuding an aura of infinite starlight, resembling an ancient star in its brilliant splendor. This is Xingyun, one of the 28 star gods of the Starry Divine Palace, a transcendent being at the 4th level of the Emperor realm, an ancient emperor. 6,000 Chaos Emperor pills. Furrowing his brow, Litsong did not anticipate that the Starry Divine Palace would contest him for this item. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed and continued to bid. Who is in the 6th VIP chamber? Hearing the name of my Starry Divine Palace, they still dare to continue bidding? Upon seeing Litsong's renewed bid, Xingyun's brows knitted slightly. He hails from the outer cosmic realm, and naturally knows nothing of Litsong, not even deigning to acknowledge him. My lord, the identities of the guests in the VIP chambers are confidential. I am unaware, hastily explained a Holy Realm attendant responsible for the bidding. The 6th VIP chamber is reserved for true heavenly level guests, and those within are undoubtedly formidable figures. How could a mere Holy Realm attendant possess the right to know? Useless. Boom. Xingyun's rage manifested as he unleashed a punch, instantly annihilating hundreds of attendants within the 17th VIP chamber, reducing them to a cloud of blood mist. What I, Xingyun, desire, no one shall contest. After exterminating the useless servants, Xingyun's gaze remained fixed on the 6th VIP chamber, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he spoke slowly. The Starry Divine Palace bids 10,000 Chaos Emperor pills. This time, he doubled the bid, soaring to a staggering 10,000 Chaos Emperor pills. Gasp! 10,000 Chaos Emperor pills. The stronghold of the Starry Divine Palace truly spares no expense. Such a price is tantamount to that of a genuine ancient divine herb. The individuals from the Starry Divine Palace are characterized by their domineering and reckless nature. Each one of them is immensely wealthy, rendering 10,000 Chaos Emperor pills a trivial sum to them. Xingyun's bid sent the entire auction hall into an uproar. 10,000 Chaos Emperor pills is no small amount for many emperors, especially for those whose cultivation has been relatively brief, where accumulating even a single Chaos Emperor pill is akin to scaling a mountain. Witnessing this Starry Divine Palace powerhouse readily offering 10,000 for auction is simply astonishing. 20,000. In the 6th VIP chamber, upon hearing Xingyun's continued bidding, Litsong spoke with indifference, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Clearly, the incessant rivalry was beginning to irk him. Then 20,000 and 1,000. Yet, in response to Litsong's bid, Xingyun only smiled mockingly, continuing to raise the price. 40,000, 40,000 and 1,000. 60,000. 60,000 and 1,000. Regardless of how much Litsong bid, Xingyun remained unfazed, each increment dripping with sarcasm, as though he were merely toying with the individual in the 6th VIP chamber, nothing more. Damn it, Lord Tiansong. This fellow is clearly bidding deliberately to irritate you. In the 6th VIP chamber, Jiang Li could no longer contain his indignation. I have decreed that he shall perish. Continuing to bid, Litsong's eyes narrowed slightly, a chilling smile gracing his face as he spoke coldly. What is merely an ant, newly entered into the ancient emperor realm, to dare provoke me? If I do not slay this audacious wretch today, would it not tarnish my current imperial sovereign reputation? 10,000. The 6th VIP chamber bids 10,000 Chaos Emperor pills. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Ling Yuanzizi's face flushed with excitement, nearly bursting with exuberance. 100,000 Chaos Emperor pills. This sum could procure a top-tier Emperor weapon or a dozen Emperor-grade elixirs. The fact that the Zhutian spear could be auctioned for such an astronomical amount meant that the Wadianj had struck an unimaginable fortune. 100,000, and at the 17th VIP room, as Xingyun observed Li Cong's bid, he was sneeringly preparing to raise his offer. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and a colossal hand appeared from the void, crushing the entire 17th VIP room into oblivion. With a resounding hum, Xingyun, one of the 28 star gods of the Celestial Star Palace, perished in an instant. As he met his demise, a plethora of treasures and Chaos Emperor pills surged forth from his shattered microcosm, drawn by an invisible tempest, flooding into the 6th VIP room. Boldness. To brazenly act within the confines of Wadianj. Are you out of your mind? The sudden upheaval left the entire venue in an uproar. In the following moment, a gigantic visage manifested above the Zicheng Hall, revealing the Earth Pavilion Master, one of the 3 Pavilion Masters, an unparalleled powerhouse of Emperor Zun. Earth Pavilion Master, do not be negligent. That Xingyun was merely courting death. It is only fitting that the Tiansong Emperor extinguished him. However, soon after, the figure of the Spirit Pavilion Master appeared in the sky, defending Li Cong, fully aware of the formidable strength of the Tiansong Emperor. A terrifying existence that Wadianj could never afford to offend. Naturally, he could not allow the Earth Pavilion Master to engage in combat with the latter, for the consequences would be dire. Spirit Pavilion Master, you, sighed the Earth Pavilion Master, his expression grim as he opened his mouth, ultimately exhaling a weary sigh before vanishing without a trace. Although he was one of Wadianj's 3 Pavilion Masters, he still felt the disparity compared to the Tiansong Emperor and dared not to provoke him lightly. How ruthless! Within the 6th VIP room, the Tiansong Emperor acted once more, annihilating that Celestial Star Palace powerhouse. Even the Earth Pavilion Master could not vent his ire upon him. The Spirit Pavilion Master defended him. Just how terrifying was the strength of the Tiansong Emperor. Witnessing this scene, the astonishment in everyone's hearts intensified. In Wadianj, no formidable being was permitted to act. This had been the foundational rule since the inception of Wadianj, a rule that none dared to breach for countless eons. Yet today, they were witnessing the very breach of this rule. First, the Tiansong Emperor openly executed the Celestial Star Palace individual. Then the 2 Pavilion Masters of Wadianj appeared. Yet neither dared to lay a finger on him. They could only depart. What a shocking affair. The Wadianj, which stood shoulder to shoulder with the sacred lands, was now quaking in fear. 3 million Chaos Emperor pills. This Celestial Star Palace fellow has truly bestowed upon me a windfall. In the 6th VIP room, Li Cong collected all of Xingyun's wealth into his world cave, casually counting it as he spoke with a nonchalant smile. Just a moment ago, that Celestial Star Palace powerhouse, who had been fiercely competing against him, had now transformed into an indistinct wisp of nothingness, all his riches now secured within Li Cong's grasp. If one feels discontent, then one may simply eradicate. Had the Earth Pavilion Master attempted to strike against him earlier, he too would have met with the same fate. Li Cong acted without any need for restraint. Chapter 37, Chaos Xianjin, Appearances of Several Emperor Zun. The second auction item was 5 Emperor pills of the 10,000 poison Xianin variety. After a brief commotion, the auction resumed, and the Zhutian spear was soon delivered to Li Cong's VIP room after costing 10,000 Chaos Emperor pills. As he grasped it, the power of his otherworldly comprehension was immediately unleashed. This is a heavenly artifact? The images revealed were murky, as if deliberately concealed by some existence. The existence of this object had lasted for an astonishing trillion years. It did not even originate from the Nine Skies continent, nor from the starry void beyond, but rather from an exalted realm known as the Heavenly Realm, a terrifying existence classified as a celestial artifact. Buzz, however, upon learning of the so-called Heavenly Realm, Li Cong was suddenly beset by a splitting headache, as if something sought to erase his memories in an instant. It felt as though the Heavenly Realm was an absolute taboo. Any being from the lower realms had no right to know of it. Boom. In a moment, the 10 great cave heavens erupted. The invisible force that had infiltrated Li Cong's consciousness was directly obliterated, restoring clarity to his thoughts. In all the ancient texts and legends I am aware of, the name of the Heavenly Realm has never appeared. It seems to be a deliberately erased taboo, one that must never be known or mentioned. If just moments ago, my strength was merely within the ordinary Emperor Zun realm, then that surge of power that invaded my consciousness could have rendered me a fool. Li Cong furrowed his brows deeply. In that moment, it felt as though he had brushed against some ultimate secret of the myriad worlds, a realm of forbidden knowledge that could not be spoken of. The Heavenly Realm. Above the emperors, could there exist immortals? Why has the name of the Heavenly Realm become a taboo? Why has it been forcibly erased from countless ancient legends, leaving no one in later generations to utter a word about it? Countless questions flooded Li Zong's mind in an instant. He pondered for a long time, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. He wished to delve deeper into the heavenly realm, yet found himself at a loss for how to proceed. After all, for billions of years, not a single individual has successfully transcended the emperor level and stepped into a higher realm. Does the heavenly realm truly exist? Li Zong ceased his deep reflections, redirecting his attention back to the auction. He began to bid, joining the fray of competition. The auction continued, with various individuals and factions placing bids. Li Zong spent several million Chaos Emperor pills, acquiring numerous extraordinary treasures. Soon, several days passed, and this grand auction event was finally approaching its climax, heralding one of the pivotal highlights of the auction, the Chaos Xianxian. Esteemed guests, the true treasure of Wadianj is about to make its grand appearance. Ling Yuanzizi's voice rang with fervor. Boom, boom, boom. As his words fell, several burly men of quasi-emperor cultivation jointly bore forth a massive jade platform. Each step they took seemed to reverberate with a tremendous weight, causing the entire Zicheng Hall to tremble slightly, capturing the rapt attention of all within. Chaos Xianxian. Indeed, it was the Chaos Xianxian. Upon the jade platform lay a palm-sized crystal, radiating a soft, golden hue. It was enveloped by a thick layer of chaotic mist, inscribed with innate laws of the great Tao, supreme and profound, brimming with endless mysteries. The quality of Chaos Xianxian was exceptionally high. Even this small piece weighed several trillion pounds, truly akin to a mountain's heft. Hiss, is this the Chaos Xianxian? It is said to be one of the finest materials for crafting emperor weapons, and integrating it into ordinary emperor weapons allows for a direct transformation into a higher tier. It draws upon the power of countless laws from the roots of the great Tao. The grand gathering of the Chaos Xianxian, weighing in at over 100 trillion pounds, is a remarkable undertaking by the Wadianj. I have secluded myself for 7 million years in pursuit of refining tools, and this Chaos Xianxian is the one material I have long sought. Today, no matter the cost, I must acquire it. Within the Zicheng Hall, reactions vary. Some are awestruck while others burn with fervor. Many formidable beings, who have come specifically for the Chaos Xianxian, now open their eyes, eager to seize the opportunity. I require this Chaos Xianxian. You must ensure its acquisition. In the VIP room number 3, a commanding voice resonates in the minds of the Saint Lord of the Daoshi sacred land and the numerous elders present, instructing them. This is the declaration of an esteemed ancestor from the Daoshi sacred land, who is also preparing to forge a supreme imperial weapon, with the Chaos Xianxian being one of the prime materials. Indeed, and it is not solely in the VIP room of the Daoshi sacred land that this scene unfolds. A similar spectacle transpires in the grand chambers of several major powers. Even multiple imperial experts are stirred, issuing commands to secure the Chaos Xianxian. The competition is bound to ignite unbridled frenzy. The initial bidding for the 18 trillion pounds of Chaos Xianxian begins at 5 million Chaos Emperor Dan. 10 million. The Thunder Sacred Land bids 15 million. In the mere moment that Ling Yuanzi's words are spoken, the sound reverberates through the various VIP chambers. Powers that had previously refrained from bidding now join the fray. 20 million. 23 million. The price skyrockets, soon approaching 30 million Chaos Emperor Dan. It must be said, the Chaos Xianxian is indeed a rare treasure, its value far surpassing all prior auction items. I, the Tiansong Emperor, bid 36 million Chaos Emperor Dan. This item is essential for me. Anyone daring to contest my claim shall find themselves facing my merciless blade in the future. At this moment, Li Zong finally speaks. Upon doing so, his words are filled with an overwhelming dominance, threatening all contenders without a shred of courtesy. Tiansong Emperor, you jest. I, the carefree Taoist, have awaited the emergence of this Chaos Xianxian for 1,000,000 years. I cannot simply concede it. Within an inconspicuous VIP room, an elderly man clad in a hemp robe, with a wine jug at his waist, strokes his beard and chuckles, displaying no fear whatsoever. Heavens, it is the carefree Taoist, that wandering sage who comprehends the Tao amidst the mundane. It is said he is devoted to martial arts, with an eccentric character. Yet he too has come for this treasure. Now, the Tiansong Emperor has met his match. The carefree Taoist once severely wounded a semi-imperial being from the divine wind ancient nation with a single strike, an injury that took tens of thousands of years to heal. Gasps of astonishment echo as the onlookers regard the old man with trepidation. Ha! You old immortal, carefree, have you come to vie for the Chaos Xianxian? Yet today, it is destined to belong to me, Yengu Emperor. As the voice of the Yengu Emperor, one of the ancestors of the Tai sect, booms from another VIP room, his blood-red robes billow ominously, radiating an aura of malevolence, akin to a god or demon, suffused with imperial might. Chapter 38. The Master of the Hall. One sword to slay an emperor. The Yingu Emperor? Hee. I never expected a member of the Tai sect to dare appear before me. You old cur truly seek death. Upon seeing the Yingu Emperor reveal himself, Li Tsong snorts coldly, his eyes reflecting a boundless murderous intent, dismissing both imperial powers with disdain. Ha! Tiansong Emperor, I acknowledge your formidable strength, but have you forgotten? My cultivation is on par with yours. We are both in the imperial realm. If a battle were to ensue, it is uncertain who would fall. The Yingu Emperor, however, laughs arrogantly, unafraid. Having stepped into the imperial realm for 2 million years, what exceptional beings has he not encountered? Why would he fear Li Tsong? A newly acclaimed emperor? This child has enmity with my Tai sect. Today is the perfect opportunity to suppress him and teach him the meaning of heaven and earth. Is that so? Li Tsong smiles indifferently, instantly heightening the tension in the Xicheng Hall, as cold glimmers of light flicker in the void, poised to explode into a shocking confrontation. Is the Tiansong Emperor about to strike? Damn it. If these two emperors engage, the entire Xicheng Hall will be reduced to rubble, incurring the wrath of all present. Who can stop them? Within the Wadianj, aside from the ancient beings residing in the Guaishu, only the strongest master of the hall might stand a chance. Various powerful beings murmur amongst themselves, casting fearful glances at the two adversaries. Both are unparalleled powers of the imperial realm. Should they truly unleash their battle, even the mightiest emperors would not dare to approach, lest they be torn to shreds by the aftermath of their terrifying energies. Everyone, please remain calm. Do not act rashly. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonates from the center of the Xicheng Hall. Following this, a graceful figure appears before the crowd, clad in a pure white palace gown, her glossy black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her beautiful eyes exude a gentle aura, evoking a sense of compassion. It is the master of the hall, the Tianhua Emperor. The master of the hall has finally been stirred to action. It is said she is a true pinnacle imperial power, a figure capable of intimidating the continent and subduing all heroes. Though the Tiansong Emperor is strong, he may not rival the Tianhua Emperor. Upon seeing this stunning woman, gasps of admiration ripple through the crowd. A pinnacle imperial power. Although the Tianhua Emperor is a woman, she is undeniably a supreme imperial force. Even the ancient beings from the 4 great sacred lands must show her due respect. It is the master of the hall. After many years, her beauty remains unparalleled. Upon the appearance of the Tianhua Emperor, the Yingu Emperor quickly offers his respects, his previous ferocity vanishing, replaced by a facade of flattery. The Tianhua Emperor is indeed a true pinnacle imperial power, a figure of unmatched prowess throughout the entire Jiuxiao continent and beyond, in countless vast worlds. Even the ancestors of the 4 sacred lands must treat her with utmost courtesy. Though the Yingu Emperor is strong, he is yet to reach the so-called pinnacle imperial realm. How dare he confront such an exalted existence? Yingu Emperor, Tiansong Emperor. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the Xicheng Hall. If your grievances cannot be resolved, perhaps you could step outside into the void and engage in a proper contest of skills. The Tianhua Emperor nods slightly, her voice soft and melodious yet imbued with undeniable authority. It is as if, should these two insist on brawling today, she would personally intervene to suppress them or even slay them. Naturally, this younger Tiansong lacks the courage to engage with me. Upon hearing this, the Yingu Emperor cannot help but laugh, casting a mocking glance at Li Tsong. He, master of the hall, why go through such trouble? If I wished to kill him, a mere breath would suffice. I wouldn't even damage the Xicheng Hall in the slightest. Li Tsong, disregarding the former's gaze, speaks with unyielding pride, leaving the gathered crowd utterly stunned. With a single breath, to annihilate a supreme emperor. Such a notion is utterly fanciful. Even the illustrious Tianhua Emperor or the venerable ancestors of the Holy Lands, those who stand atop the pinnacle of power, could never achieve such a feat. The Tiansong Emperor truly brings me to the brink of laughter. To claim that one could slay an emperor with a mere breath is an absurd jest. The Taoist of leisure could not suppress a chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief at Li Tsong's outrageous arrogance. A supreme emperor is not an ancient sovereign. Each one of them embodies a terrifying existence that has shattered the shackles of mortality, wielding the profound powers of the primordial paths. Their true spirits reside within the vast river of the Tao. Even should their corporeal forms and souls be obliterated, they would not easily perish. Only by seeking out and extinguishing their true spirits from that boundless river of the Tao can one truly slay a supreme emperor, ensuring their eternal demise. To eradicate a supreme emperor in a fleeting moment is an endeavor bordering on impossibility. To kill an emperor in a single breath Never in the annals of time has such a claim been heard. Upon hearing those derisive words, the Yin-Gu Emperor furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as a flicker of murderous intent surged within him. He bellowed, "To slay me in a single breath? Here I stand. If you possess the capability, then dare to try. Since you are so eager for death, I shall oblige you." Li Tsong replied coldly, and without hesitation. He drew forth the Yin Tian ruler from his back, grasping it firmly in hand. Boom, boom. In that moment, 5 ethereal images of worlds emerged behind him. The powers of the 5 great worlds converged, causing an overwhelming pressure that made even the Tianhua Emperor gasp in astonishment, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. Heavens! How can this be? That is the might of the 5 great worlds. How can the Tiansong Emperor contain such power within? Moreover, the combined force radiating from these 5 worlds surpasses even her status as a supreme emperor. In this state, the Tiansong Emperor would likely require but a single strike to leave her gravely wounded and on the brink of collapse. The 9 extinction sword technique, a single sword to extinguish the very laws, without even unleashing the boundless divine fire contained within the Yin Tian ruler. Li Tsong wielded it as a colossal sword, executing the sword of annihilation from the 9 extinction sword technique with a single hand. The very fabric of the void twisted in an instant, as the laws of the Tao shattered in that moment. Boom. Time seemed to halt. A dazzling, razor-sharp beam of chaotic sword light sliced through the air with unimaginable speed, piercing the skull of the Yin-Gu Emperor. Blood erupted as the Yin-Gu Emperor's head exploded instantaneously. Her soul, indeed, even the true essence hidden within the river of the Tao, was obliterated in an instant. She was utterly extinguished. Chapter 39. The entire assembly in shock, the thunderous Holy Land's gesture of favor. Boom. The fall of an emperor, and the heavens lament. In an instant, a torrential downpour of blood rained down, staining the entire realm a crimson hue, resembling a sea of blood. The Yin-Gu Emperor has perished. The numerous powerhouses within the purple Zenith Hall, unable to maintain their decorum, gazed upward in horror, their pupils constricting. The Yin-Gu Emperor, a paragon of supreme strength, a figure who had traversed for millions of years, was truly slain in a breath by the newly ascendant Tian Song Emperor. This scene was profoundly shocking, even terrifying beyond comprehension. It defied all reasoning. Hiss! The sound of sharp inhalation echoed as many present felt a chill surge from their spines to their minds, rendering them cold all over. Whoosh! A gale swept through, and the wealth within the Yin-Gu Emperor's small world was swiftly gathered by Li Tsong. He returned the hefty Yin Tian ruler to its place, resuming his calm demeanor as if he had merely dispatched an insignificant insect rather than a transcendent supreme emperor. At this moment, every gaze directed at Li Tsong was filled with awe, trepidation, and dread. The power of the Tian Song Emperor surpassed all imagination. It seemed he had reached the absolute pinnacle of supreme emperor strength, rendering even the Tianhua Emperor a potential adversary. How could I have dared to challenge such a monster? Cursed be my foolishness. At this moment, the Taoist of leisure was so shaken that he trembled uncontrollably, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes wide with fear. The Yin-Gu Emperor's strength was merely a thread stronger than his own, yet she was dispatched in an instant, losing even the chance of reincarnation. Inwardly questioning, if that sword had been aimed at him, would he have had any chance of survival? I shall not partake any longer. You may continue to vie for this chaotic, primordial gold. Overwhelmed by intense fear, the Taoist of leisure no longer dared to linger. Promptly announcing his withdrawal from the bidding and fleeing like a shooting star, terrified that he might become Li Tsong's next target. A monster. Truly a quintessential monster. This thought consumed him, as he grappled with the reality of an existence capable of slaying a supreme emperor in an instant, beyond the realm of comprehension. Rationality screamed at him that to continue contesting against such an opponent would surely lead to his obliteration. Cursed be it. What manner of being is the Tian Song Emperor, who can so easily slay the Yin-Gu Emperor? Even my master would find it impossible. Has he acquired some forbidden divine artifact? In the second VIP room, the Jinwu Holy Master's visage darkened, his teeth clenched as he muttered under his breath, too horrifying. The strength displayed by the Tian Song Emperor today far surpassed that of his own master, the revered Yunwu Zhenren, the supreme ancestor of the Holy Land. At this moment, the Jinwu divine son, Nian Wuming, was utterly dumbfounded. After 2,000 years of arduous cultivation, he had only just reached the rank of Saint King, with hopes of ascending to emperor. Yet today, he witnessed a supreme powerhouse of the emperor class being effortlessly slain by another in an instant, without the slightest resistance. So terrifying. That was an emperor, an existence beyond the reach of even the Holy Master, reduced to naught but paper. What power does the Tian Song Emperor possess? Has he transcended the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, entering an entirely new and unknown domain? No, this cannot be. Across the vast expanse of the Nine Heavens continent and the boundless starry realms, not a single soul has ever breached that final step in countless eons. This is a taboo, an absolute taboo equivalent to the impossibility of surpassing a lifespan of 100 million years. Beyond the Emperor realm lies the void. There exists no further realm. Shaking his head vigorously, Nian Wuming cast aside the absurd thoughts and exhaled a deep breath. He attempted to clench his fists, only to find his hands trembling uncontrollably, a primal fear stemming from the very essence of life, an extreme reverence for true power. Wuming, a month from now, you must ensure that the Tiansong Emperor's 3 little brats are thoroughly defeated. It would be best to cripple them, leaving them to suffer in despair. Yet even as Li Tsong had revealed such overwhelming strength, the animosity harbored by the true martial Saint Lord remains unabated, intensifying with each passing moment. The celestial sovereign of Tsong Tian must perish. Should he continue to exist, the true martial sacred land shall be plagued with unrest for eternity. I shall personally descend into the true martial spirit realm to beseech our esteemed ancestors to take action. Upon hearing this, Nian Wuming felt a flicker of unease. The true martial spirit realm, an independent temporal sanctuary within the true martial sacred land, is rumored to be home to all the ancestors of the sacred lands who have yet to fall, rendering it an absolute forbidden zone. At this moment, despite the lingering dread he felt towards Li Tsong, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He could only nod in agreement, saying, "Rest assured, my lord. I shall exert every effort." Meanwhile, within the Zikan Hall, the sudden demise of the Minggu Emperor plunged the entire auction hall into an eerie silence. No one dared to utter a word or continue bidding. Even those reclusive powerhouses who had come specifically for the chaos, Xianjin hesitated. Glancing toward the direction of the VIP room number 6, their eyes filled with trepidation. Celestial Sovereign of Tsongtian, the Thunder Sacred Land is willing to offer you a gesture of goodwill. I hereby announce the withdrawal from the bidding for this chaos, Xianjin. In VIP room number 2, the Thunder Saint Lord, clad in white robes and surrounded by crackling thunder, manifested his presence and bowed respectfully towards Li Tsong, signaling his exit from the contest over the chaos Xianjin. The Thunder Sacred Land has long been recognized as the preeminent force among the 4 sacred lands. However, witnessing the extraordinary might displayed by the Celestial Sovereign of Tsongtian, the Thunder Saint Lord prudently chose to withdraw after weighing the risks. The Celestial Sovereign of Tsongtian is far too formidable. Should one insist on opposing such a powerful being, it could very well invite catastrophe upon the entire sacred land. Thus, he decisively opted to retreat. Chapter 40, the Grand Finale, a series of shocking revelations. Since the Thunder Saint Lord has chosen to withdraw, so too shall the Daoshi Sacred Land. This chaos, Xianjin, shall belong to the esteemed Celestial Sovereign of Tsongtian. With the Thunder Saint Lord's declaration, the Daoshi Saint Lord in VIP room number 3 immediately spoke up, his tone calm. The Thunder Sacred Land and the Daoshi Sacred Land. Excellent. You both understand the art of retreat. This is indeed the mark of a wise individual. These 3 superior imperial weapons shall serve as compensation for you all. Upon hearing the proclamations of these 2 eminent lords, Li Tsong offered a faint smile, flicking his fingers as several luminous orbs flew toward VIP rooms number 2 and 3. These superior imperial weapons, containing the essence of 100,000 Dao laws, the Celestial Sovereign of Tsongtian possesses immense generosity. As he scanned the 3 imperial weapons within the luminous orbs, the Thunder Saint Lord was struck with astonishment, exclaiming in awe. Superior imperial weapons represent a significant threshold in the hierarchy of imperial weapons. The previous mid-tier imperial weapons contain at most 1,000 Dao laws. While superior imperial weapons can encapsulate a full 100,000 Dao laws, their power comparable to a full force strike from a half-step emperor. The least of the superior imperial weapons merely inscribes a few thousand Dao laws, valued at several tens of thousands of Chaos Emperor Dan. Yet now, the superior imperial weapons bestowed upon the 2 sacred lands by Li Tsong encompassed the maximum capacity allowed, exceeding 1 million Chaos Emperor Dan in worth. Haha. Your generosity is overwhelming, esteemed Celestial Sovereign. Should you find the time in the future, do visit my Daoshi Sacred Land. All the profound mystical arts within our domain shall be at your disposal for your perusal. Elated by the acquisition of these 3 exquisite superior imperial weapons, the Daoshi Saint Lord extended an invitation to Li Tsong, his joy palpable. To this, Li Tsong did not decline. Certainly, I shall make a visit in due course. Esteemed Celestial Sovereign, the Thunder Sacred Land eagerly anticipates your arrival. Seeing this, the Thunder Saint Lord hastily clasped his fists in salute, delighted at the prospect of befriending such a formidable being. Li Tsong nodded, his gaze sweeping indifferently across the entire Zikin Hall as he proclaimed, "For the chaos, Xianjin. I offer 40 million chaos, Emperor Dan. Is there anyone else who dares to contend?" His voice was calm, tinged with a chill, as though a celestial emperor were surveying the masses from on high. In that moment, the Zikin Hall fell utterly silent. Whether it be the remaining true martial and heavenly sword sacred lands, or the 12 celestial sects and 6 ancient nations, all chose to remain mute. The might of the celestial sovereign of Tsang Tian far surpassed everyone's expectations. Even the mightiest Thunder and Daosher sacred lands had no choice but to concede and seek goodwill. Who would dare offend him now? 40 million Chaos Emperor Dan, once. 40 million Chaos Emperor Dan, twice. 40 million Chaos Emperor Dan, thrice. Sold. Amidst the profound silence, the auctioneer, Dan Yuanzi, finally brought down his gavel, confirming the ownership of the Chaos Xianjin. The master of the heavenly pavilion, witnessing this scene, offered a slight bow to Li Tsong, warmly congratulating him. "Congratulations, esteemed celestial sovereign of Tsang Tian. The prowess you displayed today has left me in deep admiration." With a mere wave of his jade hand, the colossal Chaos Xianjin, weighing an astonishing 18 trillion pounds, gracefully floated into the VIP room where Li Tsong resided. "Indeed, I am unrivaled under heaven. Who would dare to disrespect me?" Hearing the praise from the celestial emperor, Li Tsong remained unyielding, his lips curling into a proud and imperious smile, looking down upon the world. The former had no intention of mockery. Instead, he revealed a smile of genuine admiration. "Your words ring true." With that, he dissipated into the ether. Shortly thereafter, the final crowning item of the Huatian Pavilion's auction event officially graced the eyes of the assembly. It was a sword shimmering with starry patterns and fiery motifs, resembling an endless river of divine flames, majestic and profound. "Ladies and gentlemen," the voice of Ling Yuanzi became exceedingly fervent, resonating throughout the hall as he called out. "The true centerpiece of our Huatian Pavilion, a divine artifact worth far beyond the Chaos Xianjin, has finally made its appearance. Surely, you have all heard of it, yes? This sword is a genuine pinnacle imperial weapon, containing an astounding 999,000 Dao laws, comparable to the supreme artifacts of the highest order." Ling Yuanzi's face flushed with excitement, his gaze fervently fixed upon the sword suspended on the platform. 999,000 Dao laws, rivaling the highest imperial weapons. Boom. As he uttered these words, the Zikin Hall erupted in a frenzy. Countless powerhouses locked their gazes upon the extraordinary sword, their hearts racing with anticipation. 999,000 Dao laws. Such a level of imperial weaponry would drive even emperor-level beings to madness. If placed in the Jiuxiao continent for contention, it would lead to a bloodbath among countless ancient entities. Hiss, how long has it been since such a pinnacle imperial weapon emerged? Even the legendary 5-element array plate contained only 500,000 Dao laws. No matter, even if the celestial sovereign of Tsang Tian wishes to contend, I must seize it. Such a divine weapon is far too precious. The gathered powers buzzed with fervor, their expressions animated, eyes gleaming with greed and fervor. As for the formidable titans of the sacred lands, their gazes were irresistibly drawn towards the direction of the VIP room number 6. Should the latter decide to intervene in the competition, they would undoubtedly refuse to retreat any longer. An artifact rivaling the supreme imperial weapon, its value transcends imagination. Should the ancestral emperors of the 4 sacred lands acquire it, their power would undoubtedly surge by at least 50%, if not more. However, as all powerful figures regarded Li Tsong with trepidation, the auctioneer Ling Yuanzi once again spoke, his words causing the crowd to be momentarily rendered speechless and frozen in place. "This object is known as the Devouring Flamestar Sword. It is an unparalleled imperial weapon personally forged by the esteemed Tian Tsang Emperor. Ladies and gentlemen, the esteemed Tian Tsang is not only a terrifyingly powerful emperor, but also one of the most exceptional alchemists and artifact smiths. To forge a friendship with such a figure would yield immeasurable benefits in the future." Ling Yuanzi exclaimed with great admiration. Instantly, the entire Zicheng Hall was enveloped in a profound silence, save for the heavy sound of deep breaths rising and falling in unison. This pinnacle imperial weapon was crafted by the Tian Tsang Emperor. He is not merely an emperor of extraordinary might, but also an emperor-grade alchemist and artifact smith. How could this be possible? To what extent has the Tian Tsang Emperor transcended the ordinary? Such a peak imperial weapon, even the foremost artifact master of our human race, Yen Rong, would find it an arduous task to forge. After a moment, expressions of astonishment slowly began to emerge, suffused with intense shock. Not only is he an apex imperial being, he is simultaneously among the most elite alchemists and artifact smiths. Such astonishing revelations have utterly surpassed the collective understanding of the assembly. They should not even be conceivable. Yet, astonishingly, it has all transpired. The mightiest power, the most formidable alchemy and artifact forging techniques, all converge upon a single individual. The Xianxiang Emperor is simply defying the heavens. In their hearts, the crowd could not help but collectively entertain this notion. At this moment, aside from the term defying the heavens, they found themselves at a loss for other words to adequately describe the brilliance of this supreme monarch. Chapter 41. Li Tsong's Recruitment, the Subjugation of the Emperors. You all need only to understand. I am akin to the firmament, eternally towering above all things. The powers and means at my disposal far exceed your comprehension. Not only can I forge pinnacle imperial weapons, but I can also create supreme imperial weapons at will. In VIP room number 6, Li Tsong declared with a haughty smile. The fact that Ling Yuanzai could openly utter such words today was, of course, under his direct instruction. In the face of absolute power, the notion of concealment has lost all significance. Or rather, he simply deemed it beneath him to hide even a fraction of it. As his words echoed, the entire Xiqing Hall erupted into a frenzy. To forge supreme imperial weapons? It is worth noting that such unparalleled artifacts are currently fewer than 20 across the entirety of the human race. Even the 4 sacred lands possess merely 1 or 2 each, serving as the true heirlooms of their sanctuaries, suppressing the fate of the ages. Yet now, the Xianxiang Emperor claims he possesses the ability to forge supreme imperial weapons? This is simply astonishing. The disparity between a supreme imperial weapon and a being capable of forging such an artifact is beyond verbal description. It is as if there exists an insurmountable chasm. In an instant, countless gazes filled with disbelief, shock, and confusion converged upon Li Tsong from all corners of the hall. Boom. This item, known as the Flame Heaven Ruler, is one of the supreme imperial weapons I have forged for one of my offspring. It contains 2,800 heavenly exotic fires, inscribed with 88 million laws of the great Tao, capable of incinerating all that it strikes. Observing this, Li Tsong was entirely unfazed. With a casual wave of his right hand, the enormous ruler he bore on his back soared into the air, hovering majestically within the grand hall of Xiqing, capturing the undivided attention of all powerful beings, rendering them incapable of diverting their gaze even for a moment. A supreme imperial weapon, a genuine supreme imperial weapon, 2,800 heavenly exotic fires, was the tremendous upheaval in the myriad fire divine domain a result of the Xianxiang Emperor forging this very item? The master of the burning heaven valley, a force close to the myriad fire divine domain, gazed in horror, exclaiming in disbelief. Indeed, it was precisely due to the forging of this item that such an event transpired. I vanquished 3 fire deities comparable to emperors within the myriad fire divine domain and fully integrated their essence into this, thereby enhancing the Flame Heaven Ruler's power. Li Tsong acknowledged without reservation, nodding lightly. Boom. In that instant, the entire assembly erupted into an uproar, a cacophony of astonishment. Slaying 3 fire deities comparable to emperors, forging supreme imperial weapons. Such actions are simply unfathomable. Even those standing at the pinnacle of imperial strength could scarcely achieve such feats. The Xianxiang Emperor is indeed a paragon of greatness, a figure unparalleled throughout the ages. If he can forge supreme imperial weapons, then the high-grade imperial weapons he previously bestowed upon the 2 sacred lands must have been crafted by his own hand. As an old and wandering emperor, having drifted for 1,000,000 years, if I could serve under the Xianxiang Emperor, my life would be complete. Within the Xiqing Hall, numerous powerful figures engaged in fervent discussions, their gazes ablaze with insatiable greed as they fixated on the colossal ruler in midair. Yet, despite their boundless avarice, none dared to make a move. All powerful beings merely dared to keep their eyes fixed upon the Flame Heaven Ruler, no one daring to stir. The overwhelming might of the Xianxiang Emperor rendered them paralyzed with fear. Ahem. You should all be aware. My Xianxiang Empire is currently in dire need of capable individuals, lacking numerous powerful beings at the sacred and imperial realms to fortify its ranks. Therefore, if any among you present wish to join my Xianxiang Empire, I can promise you the opportunity to become elders and revered members of my empire, enjoying generous rewards. Imperial weapons and elixirs will be at your disposal. Li Tsong nodded and continued. Moreover, should you contribute significantly to the Xianxiang Empire, you might even have the chance to obtain pinnacle imperial weapons, or even supreme imperial weapons akin to this devouring flame star sword. Boom. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. With Li Tsong's proclamation, the crowd within the Xiqing Hall erupted into complete chaos. Join and receive imperial weapons and elixirs. In the future, There may even be opportunities to acquire pinnacle and supreme imperial weapons. Upon hearing these words, many wandering emperors, and even the ancestral figures of minor sects, felt their hearts race with excitement. Such temptations are simply too immense. These wandering emperors have long suffered under the tyrannical oppression of the 4 sacred lands and 12 celestial gates, making it nearly impossible for them to acquire resources. Many wandering emperors are so impoverished that they cannot even possess a single middle-grade imperial weapon. Thus, when Li Tsang extended this olive branch to the assembly, all wandering emperors were overwhelmed with exhilaration. Haha, Your Majesty Tian Tsang, I, the Ghost Spirit Sect's ancestor, Ghost Kill Emperor, am willing to lead my entire sect to join the Tian Tsang Empire and become your loyal right hand. Your Majesty, I, the Wandering Dragon Flame Emperor, also wish to join the Tian Tsang Empire and pledge my life to follow you. Your Majesty Tian Tsang, the 100 Poison Sect is also willing to join the Tian Tsang Empire. I, of the Radiant Sun Divine Sect, hereby express my willingness to join the Celestial Empire. In an instant, numerous independent emperor-level cultivators and the ancestors of various mid-sized factions emerged, kneeling before Li Tsang in a gesture of submission to the Celestial Empire. In that fleeting moment, the highly anticipated grand auction, which had drawn the attention of countless powerful figures, was entirely overshadowed by the brilliance of Li Tsang alone. The name of the Celestial Empire penetrated the hearts of formidable beings from all directions, indelibly etched in their memories. The future of this imperial dynasty shall undoubtedly position it as a force not inferior to the 4 great holy lands. Even the 12 immortal sects and the 6 ancient kingdoms cannot be compared. Haha, splendid. Whoosh. Witnessing so many emperor-level cultivators pledge their allegiance, Li Tsang could not contain his joy. With a wave of his right hand, countless spheres of light soared into the air, precisely landing in the hands of each loyal strongman. Heaven. This is the 9 Orifices Celestial Pill, capable of significantly enhancing the strength of emperor-level cultivators. Haha. A mid-grade emperor weapon containing the essence of 1,000 Dao laws. I am profoundly grateful, Your Majesty. Is this the top-grade emperor weapon, the sun-extinguishing bow? Instantly, numerous gasps of astonishment echoed. Each independent emperor-level cultivator gazed at their newfound treasures with expressions of unrestrained ecstasy. Especially among the pledging cultivators, Xianxia. The Emperor of Flame Catastrophe, despite being a mere independent practitioner, had attained the 5th level of the Emperor realm, akin to the strength of a mid-tier ancient emperor. Thus, he was bestowed with the top-grade emperor weapon, the sun-extinguishing bow, which harbors 100,000 Dao laws. Such an emperor weapon is worth an incalculable fortune. For an ancient emperor of Xianxia's relatively modest means, it is indeed a coveted treasure. Thank you, Your Majesty. I humbly express my gratitude. Xianxia, overwhelmed with emotion, bowed deeply to Li Tsang. The others mirrored his sentiments. Li Tsang nodded in acknowledgement, a smile gracing his features. After a while, he turned his gaze toward Ling Yuanzi on the auction stage, signaling for the auction to proceed. Ahem. The pinnacle emperor weapon, the flame-devouring star sword. The starting bid is 30 million Chaos Emperor pills. Chapter 42, The Thunderous Dragon Sovereign. The auction event concludes. Clearing his throat, Ling Yuanzi's voice soon resonated throughout the venue. Instantly, representatives from various major powers began to place their bids, with prices ascending dramatically. The Thunder Holy Land bids 50 million. The Dao Initiation Holy Land bids 70 million. 83 million. A cacophony of frenzied bidding erupted. In mere moments, the price soared to the astronomical figure of over 100 million Chaos Emperor pills. This left countless ordinary emperors and ancient emperors in the Purple Heaven Palace gasping in astonishment, their hearts trembling. 100 million Chaos Emperor pills. What an unfathomably terrifying sum. Across the vast expanse of the 9 Heavens continent and the boundless starry skies, few cultivators could amass such immense wealth at once. It remains to be seen which power will ultimately claim the flame-devouring star sword today. 150 million. Suddenly, a low voice rang out from below the Purple Heaven Palace. It did not emanate from the VIP room, instantly shocking the formidable beings present, including Li Tsang, who cast his gaze downward. I am the sovereign of the Eversea Great World. Celestial Emperor, your formidable strength and this emperor weapon you forged have captured my admiration. Thus, today, I must secure this treasure. The speaker was an extraordinarily towering figure, standing a full 3 zhang tall, exuding an overwhelming aura. His rugged features and muscular physique resembled iron forged, embodying the aesthetic of supreme power. The sovereign of the Eversea Great World. Is that not the fallen star emperor? Such a terrifying existence on par with the celestial emperor, I never expected him to be present here. Damn, this fallen star emperor once killed a sovereign of our nation. harboring an irreconcilable enmity with my Yunxian ancient kingdom. Upon the arrival of the bidding individual, chaos erupted within the Purple Heaven Palace. This is yet another peak Emperor-level cultivator. Not from the Nine Heavens continent, but from a vast starry world. I, the Thunderous Dragon Sovereign, bid 200 million Chaos Emperor pills. However, the Fallen Star Emperor's bid had barely settled when another voice suddenly emerged from a VIP room. Boom. A figure materialized, half human and half dragon, with cascading hair, blood-red eyes, a single horn upon his forehead, and a physique as robust as an iron tower. He was enveloped in a dense black mist, within which countless dark, furious dragons could be discerned, exuding an aura of cataclysmic majesty that sent chills down the spine. A Dragon Clan powerhouse. The heritage of the Dragon Clan is far more terrifying than that of our human race. It is said that 30,000 years ago, this thunderous dragon sovereign killed an emperor-level powerhouse of the Feather Clan with just 4 punches, roasting 6 pairs of wings for the countless young talents of the Dragon Clan to feast upon. Such terror? Truly worthy of being one of the most powerful races on the Nine Heavens continent. Once again, the crowd was taken aback. The Nine Heavens continent is vast and teeming with myriad races, many of which possess formidable combat strength. While the human race is significant, it does not rank among the strongest races, even failing to place within the top 5. The Dragon Clan, however, is one of these top 5 races. Throughout countless ages, the Dragon Clan has repeatedly emerged as the preeminent race, compelling many others to become their vassals, nearly achieving true domination over the entire continent. Even today, the Dragon Clan firmly occupies a position among the top 3 forces on the continent, second only to the ethereal spirit race and the divine race. Dragon Clan powerhouses are nearly invincible within their realm. Moreover, they are exceptionally united. Should one dragon sovereign be suppressed by another race, it would inevitably incite a rebellion among the entire Dragon Clan. This is the most fearsome aspect of the Dragon Clan. Even the 4 great holy lands dare not provoke a single dragon sovereign. This thunderous dragon sovereign stands among them, though not a peak emperor. Li Tsong sensed that his power was not in the slightest inferior to that of the Fallen Star Emperor, perhaps even surpassing him. The Dragon Clan. The Fallen Star Emperor's expression fluctuated, seemingly wary of the thunderous dragon sovereign. 230 million. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. 300 million. Yet, the thunderous dragon sovereign remained resolute, showing no signs of retreat. Damn it. 300 million Chaos Emperor pills, such a staggering amount, undoubtedly caused even the Fallen Star Emperor to feel overwhelmed. He could only wave his hand, signaling his withdrawal from further bidding. Meanwhile, the 4 great holy lands and the 6 ancient kingdoms fell into silence. The sum of 300 million Chaos Emperor pills was extraordinarily substantial, far exceeding their estimates. More crucially, no one wished to offend the thunderous dragon sovereign, and after a long moment, no one continued to raise their bids. Very well. 300 million Chaos Emperor pills, first call. 300 million Chaos Emperor pills, second call. 300 million Chaos Emperor pills, third call. Sold. Congratulations to the thunderous dragon sovereign for acquiring the flame-devouring star sword. Soon, the auctioneer Ling Yuanzi's excited voice reverberated through the hall as he struck the gavel. Congratulations, thunderous dragon sovereign. Following this, the powerful figures from various factions stepped forward to offer their congratulations. However, the thunderous dragon sovereign paid them no mind. He simply grasped the flame-devouring star sword tightly in his hand, nodded slightly toward the 6th VIP room where Li Tsong was seated, and then, with a shift of his form, departed. The thunderous dragon sovereign is indeed an intriguing figure, a member of the Dragon Clan, perhaps. Within the esteemed hall, Li Tsong wore a faint smile. With 300 million Chaos Emperor pills, he had undeniably reaped a bountiful harvest this time. The opponent's demeanor, proud and unwavering, yet respectful only to the strong, was something he found quite commendable. Lord Tian Tsong, aside from the 49 million Chaos Emperor pills expended in this auction, there remains a sum of 251 million Chaos Emperor pills for your perusal. The auction has officially concluded. The Spirit Pavilion Master reappeared, presenting a Qianxiaaudiobooks ring to Li Tsong. As Li Tsong accepted the Qianxiaaudiobooks ring and cast a cursory glance, he nodded slightly. Spirit Pavilion Master, might your esteemed Hua Tian Pavilion be inclined to submit to my Tian Tsong Empire? Should the 3 Pavilion Masters choose to join my empire, I would not hesitate to bestow upon you a supreme imperial weapon. Your words are but jest, for Hua Tian Pavilion is merely a neutral commercial entity, hardly worthy of your attention. The Spirit Pavilion Master replied with a polite smile, subtly declining the offer. Li Tsong nodded nonchalantly, not pressing the matter further. Very well then. I hope that in the future, there will be opportunities for cooperation between my empire and Hua Tian Pavilion. With that, He waved his sleeve and departed. Safe travels, Lord Tiansong. Once he had left, the Spirit Pavilion Master finally exhaled in relief. Buzz. At her side, the Heavenly Pavilion Master and the Earth Pavilion Master materialized, their expressions somewhat grave. Heavenly Pavilion Master, in your estimation, how does your strength compare to that of the Tiansong Emperor? Turning to the ethereal beauty clad in white, the Earth Pavilion Master inquired in a hushed tone. Strength comparison? Huh. It appears you have yet to grasp the true depths of his terrifying power. To be candid, if I were to confront him, I would likely perish in a single strike, unable to offer even a modicum of resistance. The Heavenly Pavilion Master shook his head, sighing lightly. What? The revelation left both Pavilion Masters astounded. Heavenly Pavilion Master, unlike that ancient emperor of the underworld, you are a genuine pinnacle emperor. Such a powerful being claims he would be felled by a single blow, utterly incapable of defense. Is this truly so? The Earth Pavilion Master's expression was one of unprecedented tension, struggling to contain his shock. I never deigned to utter falsehoods. The Heavenly Pavilion Master replied coolly, then added, Today, only I and the Thunderous Dragon Sovereign have glimpsed but the tip of the iceberg regarding the Tiansong Emperor's might. The extent of his power is beyond your imagination. From this day forward, Huatian Pavilion must exert every effort to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, for any misstep could lead to our immediate annihilation. The Heavenly Pavilion Master's tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Rest assured, Heavenly Pavilion Master, since you have spoken thus, we shall adhere to your directives. The Earth Pavilion Master responded solemnly. Then I shall sever all trade ties with the true martial sacred land and Tai sect, to curry favor with the Tiansong Emperor. Excellent. However, considering His Majesty's decisive nature, I fear the Tai sect may not survive even a month. The Heavenly Pavilion Master remarked with a sardonic smile, as if he could already envision the dire fate awaiting the Tai sect. In this world, not everyone can afford to provoke such a being. Chapter 43. The New Lin Tian Imperial City, the Alliance of 10,000 Nations. 7 days later, at the heart of the Tiansong Empire, Lin Tian Imperial City loomed. Boom. The colossal city floated, dominating the skies. Upon returning to his empire, Li Tsong's first order of business was to wield his formidable powers to reshape and expand the entire imperial city. He meticulously applied his terrifying formations and forging techniques to their utmost potential, ultimately succeeding in crafting this entirely new Lin Tian Imperial City. With a diameter of an astonishing 30 billion miles, it towered magnificently, as if a divine mountain piercing the heavens, suppressing the myriad realms. Within the Imperial City, the number of inscribed formations reached into the billions. 128 imperial-grade gathering formations connected heaven and earth, elevating the spiritual energy concentration within the city to nearly 100,000 times that of the outside world. With each breath, one could condense the essence of rebirth, achieving a training speed akin to 1,000 miles a day. Of course, the number of killing formations was not insignificant either. Supreme killing formations such as the Celestial Constellation Array, the Four Symbols God-Slaying Array, and the World-Subduing Annihilation Array were inscribed throughout the city. Even 100 Emperor-level experts attacking the Lin Tian Imperial City would find it impossible to breach the infinite number of ancient killing formations, likely being exterminated in an instant, with no chance of escape. Today, within the Lin Tian Hall, Li Tsong sat upon the imperial throne, casting a glance at the numerous memorials in his hand. Meng Yuan. How fares the construction of the 108 Emperor Pavilions? 7 days prior, 17 Emperor-level powerhouses had sworn allegiance to the Tiansong Empire in the Zichen Hall. Naturally, Li Tsong welcomed them all and assigned them to the 108 Emperor Pavilions, providing the myriad prodigies of the empire with the corresponding doctrines. Your Majesty, we have completed 21 pavilions thus far. The Tianming Pavilion, under the Tianming Emperor, has already commenced the recruitment of disciples, with 11,000 students now enrolled. Furthermore, due to your illustrious feat of slaying an Emperor-level powerhouse at Huatian Pavilion, the entire ancient state domain has voluntarily declared allegiance to our empire, with none daring to defy us. At the side of the imperial throne, Chancellor Meng Yuan reported excitedly. 21 pavilions. This indicates that the number of Emperor-level powerhouses within the Tiansong Empire has surpassed 21. Moreover, with your Majesty, a being capable of slaying emperors and reigning supreme. Overseeing it all, I could scarcely have imagined such rapid advancement of our empire into a formidable force. The ancient state domain's submission? Not enough. Issue a decree. I intend to establish the alliance of 10,000 nations. Our Tiansong Empire shall be the leading nation, while the other nations will appear as allies, yet in truth, they shall all be vassals of the empire. At these words, Li Tsong shook his head from his gilded throne, unsatisfied with merely dominating this domain. The alliance of 10,000 nations? What sort of alliance does your majesty envision? Meng Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. Indeed, the ancient state domain was far too small. It could not contain the soaring dragon that was the Tian Empire. Expansion was essential to engulf surrounding powers. The alliance of 10,000 nations shall initially extend invitations to the surrounding 100,000 domains. Only those occupying significant territories shall qualify as allied nations, serving as vassals of my empire. As for the countless smaller nations, they shall be directly consumed. Should they resist stubbornly, we shall make examples of them to instill fear. Li Cong's laughter was laced with ambition, as he expressed his desire to swallow an entire 100,000 domains, propelling the Tian Empire to a status rivaling that of the 6 ancient nations. 100,000 domains. Meng Yuan gasped, feeling his head spin. Each domain spans 1,000 billion miles, a magnitude unfathomable to the average person, and 100,000 domains. Meng Yuan could scarcely fathom the vastness of such a realm, nor the multitude of empires and sects that must arise to form such a colossal entity. Yes, I will extend invitations to all major nations within the 100,000 domains, proclaiming your majesty as the leader of this alliance of 10,000 nations, thereby allowing our empire to dominate this vast expanse. The old chancellor harbored no doubts about Li Cong's vision and respectfully accepted the command. What a jest! Your majesty's current strength indeed sends ripples of astonishment throughout the entire 9 heavens continent. Even the 4 great sacred lands find themselves utterly powerless against it. Under such overwhelming might, who would dare to defy? Even should someone dare to resist with their last ounce of strength, it would merely amount to a futile struggle against an unstoppable force. Very well, let us conclude the court session. With a flicker of his form, Li Cong departed, setting aside the memorials in his hands. The ministers and officials bowed deeply in farewell, exclaiming, "We humbly bid your majesty farewell." In the Xiantian Tower, while 10 days had passed in the outside world, over 30 years had elapsed within its confines. The vast plain, once teeming with countless savage beasts, now witnessed a complete shift in the dynamics between Li Shun, his companions, and those ferocious creatures. Haha, what a delight! A tremendous roar echoed as tens of thousands of ancient sacred beasts were obliterated by a single punch from Li Shun, staining the earth with their blood. Is this the might of the primordial divine elephant? In my current state, a single strike can annihilate all. Once a man who had been utterly vanquished by the savage beasts, Li Qian now traversed the horde like a legendary war god, each palm and fist unleashing torrents of blood mist as countless beasts fell victim to his might. Eldest brother, second brother, today, let us compete to see who can slay the most beasts. At the rear, Li Yin crushed the skull of a sacred king beast lord beneath his foot, glancing at Li Shun and Li Qian with a hearty laugh. His bare torso glistened, the ethereal silhouette of the primordial divine elephant growing clearer, exuding an aura as if it could crush the very heavens. Just as I wished. Li Shun and Li Qian exchanged grins, their battle spirits ignited. In no time, the trio plunged into the sea of savage beasts, unleashing a brutal slaughter. Excellent. Over the span of 30 years, they had cultivated the divine elephant suppression technique to an astonishing level of 480 million ancient giants, achieving the essence of the primordial divine elephant. Presently, Shun, Qian, and Yin possessed physical prowess capable of tearing apart sacred kings and effortlessly crushing innumerable ancient saints, a rarity within the 9 heavens continent. Upon his throne in the void, Li Cong suddenly opened his eyes, brilliant light radiating from his gaze. No doubt, they are my bloodline, truly extraordinary. Chapter 44, The Chaos Primordial Scripture, The Celestial Pillar. Feeling the overwhelming bloodlust emanating from Li Shun and his companions, Li Cong could not help but feel a swell of pride for their accomplishments. The earth trembled as if it were succumbing to a cataclysm, and under their unrestrained slaughter, the million-strong army of savage beasts was swiftly eradicated, each of them drenched in blood, resembling blood-soaked deities of carnage. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Li Cong descended from his celestial throne, applauding as he approached the trio, his eyes brimming with admiration. Well done. You 3 have not disappointed my expectations. In less than 40 years, you have harnessed the power of the primordial divine elephant, your physical forms capable of contending with sacred kings. Excellent. Father, your son pays his respects. The 3, who had endured 30 long years of confinement within the Xiantian Tower, their days filled with battle, were now overwhelmed with excitement at Li Cong's arrival. From this day forth, your physical training draws to a close. However, what lies ahead is of utmost significance. Li Cong smiled, gesturing with his hand, and in an instant, a profound technique entered the minds of the 3. It was the Chaos Primordial Scripture. Derived from the complete Chaos Scripture, It was an unparalleled path of cultivation, although he longed to bestow the full chaos scripture upon Li Shun and the others. An inexplicable warning surged within him the moment he entertained such thoughts, the absolute prohibition against revealing even a fragment of this technique, lest they invoke immeasurable calamity. The chaos scripture represented the pinnacle of primordial techniques, transcending even the imperial tier and standing as the highest celestial method. Its very existence was a taboo. That Li Tsang alone could practice, it was already a violation of countless rules. Were he to pass it on to Li Shun and the others, it would undoubtedly summon unimaginable disasters. This was not mere conjecture but a terrifying sensation, akin to a warning from the very will of chaos itself. Thus, he could only utilize his extraordinary understanding to derive the chaos primordial scripture from the original. Unlike the original, which boasted a staggering power limit of 66 trillion times, the chaos primordial scripture, when cultivated to its peak, only offered a limit of 10 million times, a far cry from the perfection of the original chaos scripture. Nevertheless, within the Nine Heavens continent, even this diminished version surpassed all other techniques, boasting a limit of 10 million times. Its terror was beyond imagination. With a rumble, Li Tsang's right palm gestured, and the very fabric of reality shifted, transporting them directly to the second layer of the Xiantian Tower. In the second layer of the Xiantian Tower, endless chaotic mists swirled, as though they had entered a realm of profound yellow, with ancient stars floating within its vastness. Do you remember the chaos primordial scripture? Li Tsang surveyed his three sons, his expression grave as he spoke slowly. Yes, father, this technique is truly astonishing. A limit of 10 million times in the same realm is simply unfathomable. No wonder your power is so fearsome. It stems from cultivating the chaos primordial scripture. Yet, is it truly permissible to pass it on to us? Indeed, father, I too sense the extraordinary nature of this technique. It far surpasses even the divine elephant suppression technique. It seems to intertwine with far too many mysteries. However, upon hearing this, the trio did not display joy. Instead, their faces were marked with concern as they gazed at Li Tsang, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. The chaos primordial scripture was immensely powerful, almost terrifyingly so. Throughout history, even the most formidable imperial techniques could only bestow a mere 100-fold enhancement in combat power. Yet, this chaos primordial scripture reached a staggering limit of 10 million times. Such a concept was unheard of, beyond imagination. There is no need for concern. Focus on your cultivation without hesitation, Li Tsang replied, shaking his head with a calm demeanor that conveyed unwavering certainty. Without delving into further explanation, he summoned a wisp of chaotic mist, addressing the trio. In the second layer of the Xiantian Tower, an abundance of chaotic imperial energy permeates the air. Typically, only those of quasi-imperial status can refine this energy, but with your cultivation of the chaos primordial scripture, everything is subject to refinement, even this chaotic imperial energy. Thus, for the time being, I require you to diligently cultivate here, devouring and refining the chaotic imperial energy to the best of your abilities. Bear in mind, the value of chaotic imperial energy far surpasses that of nirvana energy. It is a divine substance coveted by even quasi-imperials. Within the space, the dense chaotic imperial energy seemed on the verge of solidifying into liquid. When Li Tsang had forged the Xiantian Tower, he had expended all the chaotic imperial energy within his realm, infusing it into the tower. Thus, the concentration in this second layer was extraordinarily high. If a quasi-imperial were to discover it, they would undoubtedly risk everything to enter and attain a breakthrough in their imperial cultivation. Thank you, Father, for your grace. Li Shun and his brothers exchanged glances and responded in unison with respectful tones. The chaotic imperial energy was invaluable. Even a mere wisp would be enough to incite fierce competition among multiple quasi-imperials. Moreover, the chaotic imperial aura here is akin to an immeasurable ocean. A mere breath of it causes the stagnation in the cultivation of the three to tremble, as if they are on the verge of a breakthrough after decades of being at an impasse. Unless one attains the status of a Saint King, leaving the Xiantian Tower is not an option. Strive diligently in your cultivation. Chinner, Yenner, your supreme imperial weapons are already prepared by me. Observing the three of them sitting cross-legged, entering a state of meditation, Li Tsang nodded in satisfaction. As his words fell, two luminous orbs appeared in his hand, each encasing a small cauldron and a heavy ruler respectively. The latter, undoubtedly, is the supreme imperial weapon, the Flame Heaven Ruler, forged from the essence of thousands of exotic fires. The former, however, is none other than the heaven-suppressing cauldron, crafted from chaos xianjin, its quality surpassing even that of the imperial weapons from the Xiantian Tower and the Flame Heaven Ruler. One cauldron to suppress the heavens and the earth, one cauldron to refine the universe. The number of grand laws within it is equivalent to that of the Shintian Tower, but due to the miraculous properties of Chaos Xianjin, its might is even more formidable. Even an ordinary emperor could instantly crush a realm of imperial sovereigns with it. Without a doubt, as Li Tsong waved his hand, the heaven-suppressing cauldron and the flame heaven rulers soared into the air, hovering above the heads of the meditating Li Qian and Li Yan. The moment they successfully ascended to the rank of Saint King, these two supreme imperial weapons would automatically recognize them as their masters, becoming their innate treasures. Very well. I must take my leave. I intend to establish a coalition of nations, commanding countless great powers to submit, yet I foresee numerous voices of rebellion rising. Thus, a decisive act is required to serve as a warning to others, ideally instilling in them an overwhelming fear that renders them incapable of resistance. I almost forgot. The Tai sect would be just perfect for this, wouldn't it? Whoosh. In the next instant, a chilling smile spread across Li Tsong's face, as if he had recalled something, and his figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 45. Assaulting the Tai sect with 40-fold peak emperor power. The following day, 30,000 domains away from the Tiansong Empire, within the designated area of the Coalition of Nations, lies one of the most powerful realms, the Qianquan Empire. Your Majesty, the Tiansong Emperor has sent invitations to all the countries and forces within 100,000 domains, inviting us to join the so-called Coalition of Nations, and requesting our presence today at noon to witness the demise of the Tai sect, one of the 12 immortal sects. In the grand hall of the Imperial Palace, a eunuch knelt on the ground, his voice trembling as he reported. Before him, upon the imperial throne, sat a middle-aged man clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, his brow furrowed, fists clenched, and his expression darkened significantly. The deeds of the Tiansong Emperor have now spread throughout the entire Jiuxiao continent. This figure is rumored to possess the terrifying power to annihilate an emperor with a single strike. Even the 4 great sacred lands and the 3 lords of the Wadiang Pavilion dare not offend him, opting instead to avoid his sharpness. Although the Qianquan Empire is under the protection of a mighty emperor and stands as one of the few transcendental nations next to the 6 ancient kingdoms, facing this legendary emperor with his terrifying methods leaves them utterly helpless. Their strongest warriors would seem no more than mere grass before him. The Coalition of Nations? This is a blatant attempt to compel all nations to submit, and the ambition of the Tiansong Emperor is glaringly evident. What is the reaction of the Fuxing Empire and the Yanhuang Empire? Though we, the Qianquan Empire, cannot confront the Tiansong Emperor directly, we may not necessarily fear him if we unite. Within the hall, the various princes and ministers of the Qianquan Empire were engaged in heated discussions, each face reflecting profound anger and astonishment. The ambition of the Tiansong Emperor is simply too great. With just a single invitation, he demands the submission of 100,000 domains, positioning himself as the lord of the Coalition of Nations. Such arrogance and tyranny, who can tolerate it? Silence. Just as the discussions in the hall reached a fever pitch, threatening to erupt, the solemn Qianquan Emperor, adorned in a dragon robe, finally spoke with a cold voice, quelling the tumultuous atmosphere. He then continued in a low tone. Our Qianquan Empire has inherited for 80 million years. Despite enduring countless national calamities, we remain unyielding. Though the Tiansong Emperor is formidable, he lacks the qualifications to reclaim the nations and become the sovereign of the 100,000 domains. Today at noon, does he not wish for us to witness the demise of the Tai sect? Then let us wait and see what capabilities he possesses to dare attempt the destruction of one of the 12 immortal sects. As he spoke, the Qianquan Emperor rose abruptly, his eyes shimmering with a fierce light. The 12 immortal sects. This is an existence second only to the 4 great sacred lands among the human forces of the Jiuxiao continent. Their status is equal to that of the 6 ancient kingdoms, and they are regarded as one of the strongest foundations of humanity, almost representing the pinnacle of human power. Such a colossal force, how could it be easily extinguished? Indeed, if he seeks to annex the nations of 100,000 domains, it is already audacious. Now the Tiansong Emperor dares to treat the Tai sect as a soft target, intending to use it as an example to intimidate others, truly arrogant beyond belief. If he is slain by the Tai sect in this battle, then this newly risen Tiansong Empire will meet its demise. Does the Tiansong Emperor truly believe that the Tai sect has only 2 or 3 emperor ancestors? I have had the fortune to step into the time-space secret realm of the Tai sect. What a spectacle it was. Upon hearing this, the courtiers displayed mocking smiles, as though they could already envision the Tiansong Emperor returning in defeat, or even perishing on the spot. Boom. However, at that very moment, as the hour approached noon, a colossal luminous screen resembling a translucent mirror began to coalesce in the sky above the entire Qianquan Empire. as well as over countless nations and major sects within the 100,000 domains. This screen, like an enormous sun, obscured the sky, allowing all beings within the 100,000 domains to see clearly, as if it were a divine omen. Has it begun? Gazing at the immense light screen in the heavens, the Qianqian emperor and the numerous princes and ministers within the hall all felt their pupils constrict, simultaneously looking up at the sky. What a terrifying display! It projects a vision across the 100,000 domains, making it visible to all nations. Such a feat is something even the strongest ancestors of our Qianqian empire cannot achieve. Whoosh! As the winds howled and time flowed, the massive light screen slowly revealed its contents, showcasing a grand figure clad in a dark golden dragon robe. Treading upon the void, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, long hair billowing, surrounded by a faint chaotic mist. His pair of pitch-black eyes surveyed the heavens, looking down upon the world, akin to the supreme emperor of all realms, gazing down upon the multitude of beings. What an overwhelming pressure! With a single glance, the Qianqian emperor felt his pupils violently shrink, his heart twitching slightly, as if he were on the verge of suffocation. Even merely gazing upon the projection of this Tiansong emperor instilled an indescribable sense of extreme oppression. This pressure is disheartening, it induces trembling. Even as a mere projection, it appears to possess the power to annihilate, capable of effortlessly sweeping away all opposition and slaughtering countless rebels. Could such a formidable being truly be defeated? Involuntarily, the Qianqian emperor felt a surge of intense unease within, as if he vaguely sensed that the Tai sect would face true annihilation, while the Tiansong emperor would emerge as the victor. No, calm down. The Tai sect is one of the 12 immortal sects. Its foundation is vast, and it possesses more than one peak emperor among its ranks. Even though the celestial sovereign possesses immense powers, it is utterly impossible for him to achieve complete annihilation. Yet, the emperor of the universe soon compelled himself to regain his composure. He continued to gaze at the magnificent celestial barrier that obscured the sun and the moon. Regardless of what transpired, he must witness the entirety of this spectacle to grasp its ultimate conclusion. At this very moment, on the other side of the barrier lies the domain of the Tai sect. I am the celestial sovereign. Today, I shall obliterate the Tai sect not for any reason, but merely to remind you all that in this world, none can defy my command. The chilling words of Li Tsong reverberated throughout the 10,000 realms. The instant his proclamation echoed, the heavens abruptly darkened. The previously clear and cloudless sky morphed into a scene of utter darkness, intermittently illuminated by flashes of rolling thunder. Celestial Sovereign, you are truly audacious. Do you dare to attempt the annihilation of my Tai sect? Do you truly believe that by eliminating the worthless Minggu, you can contend with my entire sect? A thunderous roar resounded through the cosmos. From within the protective array of the Tai sect, two figures emerged, both clad in white robes, their hair billowing as they bore expressions of fury. These were the revered realms of escape and transformation. Among the most formidable ancestors of the Tai sect, whose peak imperial prowess had been established millions of years ago, making them ancient titans of unparalleled strength. In the 10,000 realms, a powerful being at the threshold of the Holy King realm gasped in astonishment, his face a mask of horror. These two ancestors were legendary figures in countless ancient tales, especially the realm of escape, who, for 100,000 years ago, had brazenly slain 3 imperial powerhouses from the ancient god sect in the outer realms, seizing their treasured divine bell, creating an uproar across the universe. The realm of transformation, equally formidable, had previously vanquished the Sea Tribe's emperor, the King of Waves, and possessed a fragment of a supreme imperial weapon, said to be capable of shattering all laws, rendering everything to oblivion. The emergence of these two ancestors ignited a glimmer of expectation mingled with trepidation among the many kings and ministers in the Emperor of the Universe's city. Each of these supreme ancestors could easily sweep through the 10,000 realms, annihilating countless kingdoms in an instant. Although the Emperor of the Universe was powerful, he could only stand in utmost reverence before such terrifying beings, not daring to oppose them in the slightest. Should the celestial sovereign face defeat, it would be a loss of face, but if he triumphed, even going so far as to slay these two peak imperial beings. A wave of anxiety and fear washed over the hearts of the ministers and nobles, glancing at one another in silent concern. If the Tai sect were indeed to be obliterated today, the 10,000 realms would lose all will to resist. After all, if even one of the 12 immortal sects could be treated as an example by the celestial sovereign, what could these minor nations and sects hope to achieve? Even if they united? In the face of absolute power, resistance loses all significance. Whether I can extinguish your Tai sect, I shall find out for myself. Seeing the manifestation of the two peak imperial beings, Li Tsong was not the least bit surprised. His projection throughout the 10,000 realms had ensured that the demise of the Tai sect was already known across all major sacred lands and ancient kingdoms. It was impossible to conceal it from these individuals. Thus, he had finally provoked the genuine wrath of the Tai sect's ancestors. Before any attack could be launched, they had dispatched 2 peak imperial beings to confront him directly. However, did Li Tsong fear merely 2 peak imperial beings? With a cold laugh, he revealed a pitch-black spear, the infamous heavenly execution spear, which he had partially repaired, capable of exhibiting a fraction of celestial law's power. Boom! The shadow of the world cave behind him gradually emerged, carrying a terrifying pressure capable of subduing the heavens and earth, sweeping forth in an instant. Notably, after 7 days of cultivation and refining immense amounts of chaos imperial pills, Li Tsong's number of world caves had reached an exceedingly terrifying 40. This far surpassed the previous 18 worlds' power. Possessing 40 world caves, he wielded a staggering 40 times the power of a peak imperial being. What a terrifying concept that is. Should Li Tsong unleash his full strength, he could obliterate a peak imperial being with a mere breath, or annihilate an entire realm with a flick of his fingers. Chapter 46. A single shot to slay the realm of escape, the divine bell of the ancients. Not even 100 imperial beings gathered within the Tai sect could withstand Li Tsong's assault. Go ahead and strike, you esteemed ancestors of the Tai sect, supreme beings of peak imperial might. Should you be instantaneously slain by me, unable to even muster a resistance, that would indeed be profoundly embarrassing. Li Tsong stood amidst the void, surrounded by 3,000 dragons of law, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the 2 Tai sect ancestors, his voice dripping with haughty disdain. You insolent wretches, seeking death. Upon hearing these words, the 2 Tai sect ancestors erupted in fury, their voices rising in unison, especially the realm of escape. With a mere motion of his fingers, an ancient, vast bell appeared, emanating the chant of countless beings, slowly rotating as it radiated millions of strands of dark golden energy, descending towards Li Tsong to impose its might. A half-step supreme imperial weapon, the divine bell of the ancients. A single strand of dark golden energy bore the weight of billions of miles of earth, having slain no fewer than 100 imperial beings throughout the ages, establishing an endless reputation for terror. The realm of escape had once risked everything to obtain this imperial weapon, and now he unleashed its full might. It was utterly horrifying. Throughout the 10,000 realms, countless leaders of powers gasped in shock as they beheld the ancient bell suspended in the void, radiating divine majesty, their faces pale with fear. This old dog realm of escape is starting off with the divine bell. It seems he intends to instantly suppress the celestial sovereign to eliminate future threats. Simultaneously, as the divine bell manifested, an elder from the Thunder's sacred land, the realm of thunder, couldn't help but furrow his brow, his expression grave. Clearly, the attention on this battle extended beyond the 10,000 realms. The 4 great sacred lands, 6 ancient nations, and even the 11 immortal sects were secretly observing, eager to witness the depth of the celestial sovereign's power. Celestial sovereign, with the full force of my divine bell, even a colossal star system would be reduced to ashes. All things shall be crushed to oblivion. Today, I shall see how you intend to resist. The realm of escape bellowed. At this moment, the millions of strands of dark golden energy coalesced into a fearsome primordial beast, roaring as it tore through layers of spatial barriers, seemingly on the verge of crushing Li Tsong to ashes. The divine bell? What a treasure! To have it accompany you is to tarnish its glory. Yet, even in the face of the monstrous dark golden beast that seemed capable of effortlessly obliterating a starry expanse, Li Tsong remained unfazed, a calm smile gracing his lips. Let me grant this treasure a true rebirth. With that, he firmly gripped the heavenly execution spear and thrust it forward. Whoosh! The void fractured, and myriad orders danced chaotically. In an instant, the once vast and boundless, seemingly capable of annihilating the infinite starry rivers, the colossal beast of profound yellow was suddenly pierced and obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Boom! Behind Li Tsong, the shadows of 10 realms flickered. The countless primordial deities within all bowed their heads and chanted aloud. As if in the presence of their singular, supreme sovereign, they channeled the myriad powers of the 10 worlds, bestowing them upon Li Tsong. Boom! Though it pierced through the colossal beast, the might of this spear remained undiminished. On the contrary, as the ethereal shadows of the 10 realms surged, the spear's image appeared to magnify a millionfold, slicing through the heavens, suddenly lunging towards the elusive Jinni. A sense of foreboding surged within Jinni, sending chills down his spine. Instinctively, he activated the protective laws within his body. Buzz! Runes of law emerged from his form, each one shimmering like stars, resplendent to the utmost degree. These runes coalesced, forming a magnificent nebula that enveloped him. In a fleeting moment, he transformed all the laws he commanded into a defensive force, seeking to withstand that spear capable of piercing all. Yet, it was utterly futile. Sizzle. In an instant, the spear pierced through him. Immediately thereafter, Jinni's corporeal form erupted into a cataclysmic explosion, every cell and particle constituting him utterly annihilated. A complete obliteration of the void. No. After cultivating for countless eons, I have finally reached this pinnacle. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Within the vast river of laws, Jinni's true spirit frantically fled, hiding within the multitude of laws. Yet it was still instantly sought out by the spear that transcends all. Pierced, shredded. With one strike, he was irrevocably lost. In a mere moment, a supreme being, standing at the pinnacle of ancient and modern times, was utterly reduced to nothingness, as if he had never existed at all. Jinni, ancestor, Huai, and the numerous high-ranking powers of Tai Gate were left in utter shock. How could this be? Jinni had clearly unleashed his most formidable means, even refining a semi-supreme imperial weapon like the Ancestor God Bell to its utmost. How could he be slain in an instant? Jinni, a peak emperor has perished. One spear execution, instantly annihilated by the Emperor of Heaven. Am I dreaming? How is this possible? That was Jinni, an unparalleled figure, a supreme among emperors. The others from the 100,000 domains were equally terrified, their faces ashen, hearts racing. A supreme emperor was so casually slain, body and spirit obliterated, utterly vanishing from the cosmos. Witnessing this scene, not only the common powers of various nations were stunned, even the ancestors of the four great sacred lands were completely taken aback, especially the true martial Saint Lord, who trembled uncontrollably, disbelief etched across his face. The instantaneous slaying of the ancient emperor could be surmised as the Emperor of Heaven utilizing some secret technique to condense overwhelming power for a single, lethal strike. However, the instantaneous slaughter of Jinni defies all explanation. Jinni, a true titan of supremacy, whether in the starry void or throughout the entire Jiuxiao continent. He stood at an absolute pinnacle. In fact, even when the true martial Saint Lord was but a child, he had heard tales of Jinni's boundless might. Back then, he was already a peak emperor, traversing the cosmos with impunity. But now he lies dead, a living legend, extinguished by a single spear from the Emperor of Heaven, shattering the very fabric of legend. Ancestor God Bell, submit to me. In an instant, after slaying Jinni, Li Tsong remained unfazed. With a gesture of his right hand, the now masterless Ancestor God Bell was swiftly drawn to him, its spirit rebelling, only to be immediately stripped of its consciousness and branded with Li Tsong's soul imprint. Ancestor God Bell, recognize your master. Boom. The next moment, even more world shadows, 20 in total, rose into the air. Infinite chaotic imperial energy transformed into primordial fire, instantly melting the Ancestor God Bell, embedding it within the countless laws of the universe. In mere breaths, this renowned imperial treasure was entirely reforged, transformed into the supreme imperial weapon. It inscribed 99 million laws, the maximum possible for an imperial weapon. At this moment, each wisp of profound yellow energy weighed hundreds of thousands of times more. A single wisp descending could instantly suppress even an emperor-level powerhouse. With billions of wisps of profound yellow energy converging, it could reduce a star-studded universe to a terrifying void. I do not like the name Ancestor God Bell. From now on, you shall be known as the Xianhuang Bell, to suppress all realms and crush all adversaries beneath my hand. Li Tsong spoke indifferently, his words carrying a domineering and fierce aura. Chapter 47. The Fall of Two Ancestors, Tai Gate's ultimate move. Xianhuang Bell, I thank your majesty. The spirit of the Xianhuang Bell manifested as an elderly man with white hair and youthful features, bowing reverently to Li Tsong. Emperor of Heaven, what have you done? Upon witnessing the completely altered form and aura of the Ancestor God Bell, Huai finally spoke, his eyes filled with unprecedented terror and shock. To his perception, the power of the Ancestor God Bell had surged exponentially in an instant. Its previously chaotic, profound yellow energy had transformed into an extreme purity, as if it flowed directly from the primordial chaos, capable of effortlessly crushing the myriad worlds. What has the Emperor of Heaven done? How could he cause this already immensely powerful peak imperial weapon to undergo such a metamorphosis, becoming a true supreme imperial weapon? What has he done? Merely a small enhancement. I have stated before, my cultivation is not only unparalleled in the world, but my artifact refinement also ascends to the utmost zenith. Reforging this Ancestor God Bell into the supreme imperial weapon Xianhuang Bell, what does that even mean? Li Tsong scoffed. In an instant, he activated the Xianhuang Bell, causing trillions of wisps of profound yellow energy to surge, nearly enveloping the entire firmament. Once it descends, the entire Tai domain would be utterly annihilated. Huai was left utterly dumbfounded, barely able to articulate his astonishment. This was terrifying. The Emperor of Heaven was a veritable monster. With a single strike, he executed Jinni. And he could casually forge supreme imperial weapons. What had Tai Gate done to provoke such a terrifying existence? Unrivaled. This individual is absolutely unmatched. Emperor of Heaven, no? Your Majesty, I, Huai, am willing to sever ties with Tai Gate, to submit to you, and pledge my loyalty to your empire for all eternity. In the midst of his turbulent thoughts, Huai suddenly knelt in the void, bowing deeply to Li Tsong without a hint of hesitation. Before life and death, all dignity seemed utterly trivial, especially for one such as he, who has devoted countless years to cultivation, ultimately attaining the pinnacle of strength in this world. Should he now perish, all his efforts would vanish into thin air, leaving no trace behind. He does not wish to die? Surrender? The submission of a peak emperor is undeniably a tempting proposition. Observing the terrified figure of the true man of transformation kneeling in the distance, Li Tsong smiled indifferently and continued, however, I have previously declared my intention to annihilate your entire Tai sect, leaving not a single soul behind. My words carry immense weight. Today, before the myriad powerful beings of the 100,000 domains, to falter in my promise would be a source of ridicule and mockery. Calm words resonated through the shimmering barrier, echoing across the realms. Upon hearing this declaration, the onlookers couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, secretly pondering. To become a laughingstock? From this day forth, who would dare ridicule you, the celestial sovereign? Even if today I choose to spare the Tai sect, transforming it entirely into a vassal of the celestial sovereign's dynasty, who would still dare to voice a single word of dissent? Yet, the thoughts of the crowd remained unheard by Li Tsong. With a chilling smile, he spoke once more. Thus, today, not a single individual from your Tai sect shall escape. Boom. In an instant, boundless mysterious yellow energy converged, coalescing into a colossal seal that obscured the heavens, inscribed with the formidable characters proclaiming dominion over the myriad worlds, resplendent and infinite, as though it could suppress the chaos of the universe. The very next moment, it surged forth with unparalleled might, mercilessly crushing down upon the body of the true man of transformation. No, the true man of transformation let out a piercing scream. Boom, accompanied by a resounding crash. Under the unimaginable weight of pressure, both his physical form and true spirit were instantly obliterated. Another peak emperor had thus fallen. Thunder roared across the sky, and blood rained down. The demise of two peak emperors seemed to send tremors through the heavens themselves, manifesting boundless anomalies that drenched the entire Tai domain in a crimson hue. The birth of a peak emperor is already an arduous endeavor, requiring the accumulation of countless eons. Typically, within the Nine Skies continent, the fall of such supreme beings is nearly inconceivable. Only after tens of millions of years might a peak emperor perish due to the decline of their lifespan or in the throes of battle. Yet today, witnessing the simultaneous fall of two peak emperors is an exceedingly rare occurrence throughout the annals of history. Such a scene might only be witnessed during the ancient era of the myriad races contending against one another. The two mightiest ancestors of the Tai sect had perished. The celestial sovereign had triumphed. He was truly invincible in this world. Even the 12 immortal sects could only meet their doom. Who, in the Nine Skies continent or the countless celestial worlds beyond, could thwart this unparalleled monarch? Among the 100,000 domains, the people had become utterly numbed. Even the most indomitable and combative of warriors, upon witnessing these horrifying scenes, chose to remain silent, their hearts devoid of any will to resist. Before the celestial sovereign, everything and everyone could only submit and worship. To challenge one akin to a deity meant only a path to annihilation. The impending fate of the Tai sect served as a bloody lesson. The celestial sovereign, I shall contend with you. Even if today the Tai sect faces destruction, I shall ensure this rebellious individual is completely eradicated to prevent future calamities. Arise, ancestors who have safeguarded the Tai sect for countless ages, I beseech you to manifest, to annihilate all. And at this moment, when everyone believed the Tai sect was on the brink of annihilation, an unexpected change erupted within the Tai sect. The demise of the two mightiest ancestors finally drove the sect into a frenzy. They disregarded all caution. The remaining few ordinary emperor ancestors shouted, each wielding a command plate inscribed with endless dark purple runes, and upon activation, it tore through the void, revealing 6 pitch-black, ominous coffins. These were the ancestors of the Tai sect who had attempted to transcend the imperial realm and break through the limitations of their lifespans over countless epochs. They had become mindless, bloodthirsty corpses, and once awakened, they would plunge the myriad heavens into chaos, leading to untold suffering across the nine skies continent. Boom, 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 boom. The command plates turned to ash, and the six coffin lids flew open in an instant. In that moment, an indescribable wave of ferocious malevolence swept across the land, distorting the very fabric of the void. In the eyes of the many astonished, powerful beings, the six long-fallen ancestors of the Tai sect rose abruptly, adopting an exceedingly bizarre posture, hovering above the heavens. Chapter 48. The Destruction of the Tai Sect, the Six Corpse Demons. Madness. This is utterly incomprehensible. The Tai Sect dares to unleash the six corpse demons. They have now fused with darkness, possessing boundless power and an almost absolute immortality. Witnessing this scene, the powerful beings of the four sacred lands gasped in shock and outrage. Those who could become corpse demons had, in life, reached the absolute pinnacle of this world, stepping into the realm of taboo at the cost of their very existence. They possessed no soul, nor any true essence. All weaknesses that could befall living beings were entirely absent. The power of the corpse demons stems from the negative shadows of the myriad heavens, rooted in darkness. It is a force of ultimate destruction, diametrically opposed to the chaotic imperial energy, as if bearing the responsibility to annihilate all that lies before them. As the six fallen ancestors of the Tai sect fully awakened, even the great titans observing this battle from afar felt their spirits tremble violently. The corpse demons were far too terrifying. Confronted with such boundless, immortal opponents, even the four sacred lands would find themselves in a perilous predicament. A moment's carelessness could lead to the obliteration of all realms. No one had anticipated that the Tai sect would be driven to such madness, releasing those fearsome, taboo entities to seek mutual destruction with the celestial sovereign. Crack, crack. In the void, the sound of cracking bones and the squelching of flesh echoed incessantly. The six corpse demons slowly raised their heads, their eyes voids of boundless darkness, as deep as the abyss, seemingly poised to consume all light and time. They remained eerily silent while radiating an endless aura of evil, cruelty, and savagery. In a daze, many felt that these six figures were not human at all, but instead manifestations of the countless negative factors of the heavens, six dark, demonic gods. Ancestors, kill him. Kill the celestial sovereign. Yet, even at this moment, an emperor ancestor within the Tai sect was still shouting, as if attempting to command the six corpse demons to attack Litsong. But soon, as his voice echoed, the six corpse demons simultaneously turned their heads toward the direction of the Tai sect, their six pairs of pitch-black eyes staring down coldly, causing the ancestor to break out in a cold sweat. Boom! The demonic light pierced the heavens, shaking the very earth. Upon awakening, the six ancestors of the Tai sect executed their first act by launching a direct assault towards the sect, intent on annihilating all. With a thunderous crash, the power of the six corpses, nearly transcending the level of the great emperor, erupted forth, their might truly overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, the entire Tai sect was reduced to rubble. Mountains, rivers, and valleys ceased to exist, and the oceans and lakes evaporated. Countless members of the Tai sect, be they disciples, elders, or the esteemed ancestors of the emperor realm, met with death and devastation. Above the Tai sect, the protective grand formation that enveloped the entire sect was shattered, reduced to ashes, scattering fragments of spiritual light across the heavens. In an instant, merely a fleeting moment, as one of the 12 celestial sects, the Tai sect, which had stood for countless eons, was obliterated, erased by the very six formidable ancestors they once revered, leaving nothing but emptiness. Thus, the Tai sect met its demise. The Thunder Sacred Land bore witness to the might of the corpse demon emperors. Though they had violated taboos to gain immortality, they had become mere demons, lost to perpetual slaughter and destruction, eternally devoid of self. Observing this terrifying spectacle, the Xianxiadrama murmured to himself, his gaze sharpening. He looked at the six seemingly invincible dark figures within the luminous screen, feeling an increasing sense of dread within. Skytsong Emperor, you must prevail. Should these six corpse demon emperors roam the nine heavens continent, it would herald an unending catastrophe. How ironic it is that the ancestors summoned to protect the Tai sect were the very ones to obliterate it. They had sought to wield such forbidden power, and inevitably, the first to perish was themselves. The legendary corpse demon emperors, 6 in number. Could the Sky Tsong Emperor truly contend with them? He will win. Voices echoed throughout the myriad domains and ancient nations, as well as among the other celestial sections. Witnessing the final destruction of the Tai sect, many were filled with regret, astonished that their ultimate trump card for retaliation had become the very catalyst for their complete annihilation. Eons ago, those ancestors who had painstakingly founded this sect now returned to bring about its ruin. This ironic and absurd conclusion symbolized the total extinction of this supreme sect. Henceforth, the world would know no Tai sect, and the 12 celestial sects would be reduced to 11. As they lamented the fall of the Tai sect, their gazes turned to the Sky Song Emperor, hoping fervently that he could achieve victory against the 6 terrifying corpse demon emperors, suppressing or annihilating these forbidden entities entirely. You possess remarkable audacity to preemptively seize my prey. Do you know? Such a crime is sufficient to warrant the extermination of your 10 clans. On the other side of the void, Li Tsong cast a dispassionate glance at the distant 6 corpse demon emperors, a cold smile creeping upon his lips, tinged with mockery. As his words fell, they instantly captured the attention of the corpse demon emperors. In an instant, they turned in unison, silently locking their 6 pairs of deep, dark eyes upon Li Tsong, their next target for slaughter. Boom. Suddenly, without a hint of forewarning or fluctuation of aura, the 6 corpse demon emperors charged forth, tearing through the layers of void, hurtling towards Li Tsong with ferocious speed. Their velocity was unparalleled, so swift that even the xianxiadrama from the Thunder Sacred Land could not catch a glimpse. They seemed to transform into 6 streaks of darkness, traversing the chasm between the void and reality, omnipresent. Chapter 49. The 5 Supreme Emperor Puppets and the Grand Alliance Ceremony in 7 days. What astonishing speed! Even I, as the master of this pavilion, would surely perish against these corpse demon emperors. At Huatian Pavilion, the Tianhua Emperor gazed upon this breathtaking scene, her beautiful eyes grave, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. These legendary forbidden entities are indeed terrifying. She was a peak emperor-level figure, secretly wielding a supreme imperial weapon, her combat prowess unmatched. Yet, faced with the assault of the 6 corpse demon emperors, she feared she would find herself utterly powerless to resist. To dare strike first against me, you possess great audacity. Xianhuang Bell, suppress. Boom. With the corpse demon emperors making their ferocious move, a rare look of anger surfaced on Li Tsong's face. Behind him, 20 ethereal worlds manifested. Infinite chaos imperial energy surged into the Xianhuang Bell, fully activating this supreme imperial weapon. Myriads of Xianhuang energies coalesced, transforming into a towering deity adorned with a holy crown, traversing the boundless rivers of stars, standing between heaven and earth. With a single hand, he pressed down, rendering the 6 corpse demon emperors as if trapped beneath the 5-finger mountain, utterly immobilized. Heavens! What terror has the Sky Song Emperor wrought upon the Zushan Bell, transforming it into such a formidable imperial weapon? It has indeed subdued the 6 corpse demon emperors. Such power is simply unprecedented. The 6 corpse demon emperors suppressed? Yet this remained of little consequence, for they were nearly indestructible. The Sky Song Emperor likely could not maintain this suppression for long. As the Xianhuang Bell displayed its might, subduing the corpse demon emperors, the crowd erupted in fervor once more. However, some strong figures regarded the situation with skepticism, believing the Sky Song Emperor could only hold these forbidden entities at bay for a fleeting moment. The corpse demon emperors were immortal. Unless their connection to the dark source was entirely severed, it was utterly impossible to truly slay them. Roar! Bound by the chaotic deity conjured from the Xianhuang Bell, the 6 corpse demon emperors howled, their voices shrill and jarring, echoing as if from the depths of the 9 hells, sending shivers through the hearts of all present. They thrashed violently, endless dark demonic energy surging within them. Yet, under the relentless suppression of the boundless Xianhuang energy, their struggles proved futile. They were trapped beneath this 5-finger mountain. Your current posture is quite gratifying. The world shall witness me, and all shall kneel in reverence. Li Tsong flickered into existence before the 6 subdued figures, treading upon the void, gazing down with indifference. Then, he spread his right palm, revealing numerous profound runes. A hint of a smile gracing his lips as he continued. Corpse demon emperors, beings of legendary power, impervious to death. I have been contemplating the art of puppetry. It is only fitting that I experiment upon you, to forge puppets. As his words fell, an infinite cascade of golden runes erupted from his palm, frantically inscribing themselves upon the surface of a corpse demon emperor's body, causing the latter to scream in madness, its entire form twisting and contorting as though on the brink of collapse. Boom. Ultimately, against the frenzied resistance of the dark source power within, this corpse demon emperor's form disintegrated completely, severing its connection to the dark source, and thus, it perished. Insanity. The Sky Song Emperor must be mad. He dares to attempt to transform the corpse demon emperor into a puppet under his control. Witnessing the corpse demon emperor's body shatter and vanish due to the clash of powers, an ancient elder from the divine puppet sect among the 11 celestial sects gasped in astonishment. What manner of existence is the corpse demon emperor? The very essence of it has fundamentally transcended the realm of what is deemed sentient life, akin to a mere puppet manipulated by the dark will itself. Should one aspire to transform it into a marionette, it is imperative to utterly eradicate the dark intent that drives it, to genuinely contend with the negative shadows of the myriad realms, and to wrest a fragment of power from its grasp. This task is nearly insurmountable. Even if 10 peak emperors were to join forces, they would scarcely hope to accomplish such a feat. After all, the roots of darkness are akin to the celestial pathways of the myriad worlds, an existence of unparalleled grandeur that cannot be shaken. The transformation of the corpse demon emperor into a puppet is utterly impossible. The initial attempt has failed. Yet, should you continue, the obliteration of the Tai sect has indeed cost me significantly. However, if I can secure a few peak emperor puppets today, it would not be in vain. Witnessing the first corpse demon emperor explode, meeting its demise, Li Tsong felt no surprise. He had employed his extraordinary insight to conduct 3,700,000,000,000 simulations in advance, ultimately arriving at merely 3 methods to turn the entity into a puppet. Each method's success rate varied, and to discern which was the most effective, further experimentation was required. Buzzing, the runes in his hands surged once more, this time coalescing into countless minuscule and intricate array patterns. Each of these enigmatic patterns contained the ineffable resonance of the great Tao, imbued with unfathomable power. Boom. The array's formation fused with the puppet technique, reaching its zenith. An infinite number of runes instantly surged into the second corpse demon emperor's body, enveloping it entirely, as if transforming it into a golden statue. Roar! Roar! The frenzied cries of resistance echoed relentlessly. Beyond the luminous barrier, countless formidable beings trembled, their spirits quaking as they beheld the corpse demon emperor gradually cease its struggles, utterly inscribed by the golden runes. Even its originally pitch-black eyes regained a glimmer of clarity. Master, in barely the span of an incense stick's burning, the entity known as the taboo of the heavens, the corpse demon emperor, knelt numbly at Li Tsong's feet. Its voice hoarse and mechanical, tinged with bewilderment. Success. He had personally refined a taboo powerhouse of the heavens into a puppet. At this moment, Li Tsong felt a surge of elation. This was indeed a true peak emperor puppet, and due to its unique status as a corpse demon emperor, it was even more formidable than an ordinary peak emperor. It was a terrifying force to behold. If today he could transform all 5 corpse demon emperors into puppets, the gains for the imperial dynasty would be monumental. Instantly, possessing 5 peak emperors to oversee matters, even if he were to temporarily depart from the imperial dynasty. With these 5 puppets, no faction would dare to covet the imperial dynasty's interests. Boom. Soon, a tempest of golden runes surged forth. In the same fashion, they inscribed themselves upon the remaining 4 corpse demon emperors, turning them all into puppets. In no time, amidst the horrified gazes of numerous powerful beings, the remaining 4 corpse demon emperors also knelt in unison, calling out to Li Tsong as their master. Henceforth, you shall be known as the first to the 5th of the corpses. Unless there are pressing matters, you shall reside deep within the imperial city of Lintian, slaying all invading foes. Having secured 5 peak emperor puppets, Li Tsong's spirit soared. He commanded the 5 puppets to remain stationed deep within the imperial city of Lintian, to vanquish all enemies that dare approach. Is it truly successful? The Xianxiang Emperor has acquired 5 peak emperor puppets. From this moment on, the Xianxiang dynasty's power may well stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 Holy Lands. That sovereign has invited us to join the alliance of nations. How could we dare to refuse? Invincible. A month hence, even if the 3 imperial sons of the Xianxiang Emperor were to wreak havoc in the true martial Holy Land, those ancient ancestors would likely be forced to smile weakly, too fearful to confront the Xianxiang dynasty openly. At this juncture, no words could adequately express the shock and astonishment felt by all. These were 5 puppets that had once been the formidable corpse demon emperors. With their indestructible nature, even the 4 Holy Lands could not contend with them. Such might, one could hardly say, confined merely to this paltry realm of 100,000 domains. Even if they were to occupy several 100,000 domains, or even annex an ancient nation, no one would dare to defy the Xianxiang Emperor's decree. Only submission would suffice. Esteemed guests, in 7 days, the grand ceremony for the establishment of the Alliance of Nations shall commence. Now that the Tai sect has been obliterated, I trust that the nations of the 100,000 domains will make the correct choice. Thus, today I extend an invitation to the 3 Holy Lands, the 6 ancient nations, and the remaining 11 celestial sects to witness and jointly celebrate the founding of the Alliance of Nations. Through the luminous barrier, a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown graced Li Tsong's lips as he invited the powers of the world, excluding the true martial Holy Land. to witness the establishment of the alliance, his eyes revealing unabashed ambition. I shall await your arrival in Lin Tian's imperial city in 7 days. As his words echoed, the luminous barrier closed, leaving countless powerful beings exchanging glances, unable to regain their composure for a long while. What they had witnessed today was truly overwhelming. And in 7 days, the establishment of the Alliance of Nations, a ceremony unprecedented in scale, would likely rewrite the very dynamics of the realm. Chapter 50. The Divine Lord of Heaven and the Schemes of the Ethereal Clan. The news of the Tai sect's destruction and Li Tsong's mastery over 5 peak emperor puppets swiftly spread throughout the Nine Heavens continent. This news reached not only the human realm, but also countless powerful beings of various races, all of whom were left utterly astounded and unnerved. The public execution of 2 peak emperors, the suppression of 6 corpse demon emperors, and the transformation of 5 of them into puppets. Each piece of news sent shivers down spines. The human race had indeed birthed an unparalleled powerhouse, a being capable of altering the fate of the Nine Heavens. 3 days later, in the far west of the Nine Heavens continent, within the territory of the divine race, the divine kingdom of heaven, the land was boundless, with celestial palaces floating in the air. This area belonged to one of the foremost races of the Nine Heavens, the divine race. The divine kingdom of heaven spanned an area equivalent to 300,000 common domains, housing 4,872 kinds of racial believers who prayed daily, providing faith and willpower to that true heavenly kingdom, the divine race, a unique existence that feeds on the will of all beings, inherently powerful, capable of attaining supreme status upon maturity. Despite their minuscule numbers, merely a fraction of the human race's total, they still maintained an overwhelmingly dominant position among the strongest races. Even the dragon race dared not challenge them. Divine Lord of Heaven, have you heard about the Tiansong Emperor's recent exploits? High above, amidst a myriad of clouds, a magnificent platinum divine palace hovered in the sky, emanating immense authority. Within the palace sat 2 imposing figures. One was clad in a purple-gold imperial robe, enveloped in resplendent divine light, exuding an overwhelming aura of power, akin to a radiant sun, dazzling and transcending all. This was none other than the sole ruler of the divine kingdom of heaven, equivalent to a peak emperor of the human race. An existence even more formidable than that, the divine Lord of Heaven. It is noteworthy that the supreme beings of the divine race do not typically refer to themselves as divine emperors. In the realm of the divine, the ordinary low-tier deities typically refer to themselves as god kings, akin to the ancient emperors of humanity, while those of the mid to upper echelons adopt the title of god lords. As for the exalted beings at the pinnacle of divine existence, they are universally revered as god sovereigns. A god sovereign. Even among the entire divine race, a god sovereign stands as the epitome of supremacy, an exceedingly rare phenomenon. Their cultivation path diverges somewhat from that of humanity. Each god sovereign possesses the ability to unleash a unique divine domain, capable of temporarily altering the very rules of the divine realm, even obscuring the senses of the heavens, thereby breaking the taboos of the emperors and unleashing powers that transcend the imperial domain for a fleeting moment. Within the divine lineage, there are a mere 13 supreme god sovereigns, each presiding over a magnificent divine nation, drawing in infinite wills of sentient beings, transforming countless foreign powerhouses into devoted worshippers who know only to pray day and night, like mere servants. At this moment, facing the god sovereign of imperial heaven, a figure clad in silver robes sits with poise. He possesses 6 eyes, and 3 ethereal, translucent tails sway gracefully behind him. His white hair cascades over his shoulders, with each strand seemingly woven with myriad patterns of the great Tao, emanating an aura of profound mystery. Yuan Xianking, do you wish for this emperor to make a move against that human sovereign? The god sovereign of imperial heaven's gaze flickers as he regards the silver-robed figure, suddenly letting out a cold snort. Yuan Xianking, a paramount figure among the second-ranked race of the myriad, the spirit race, one of the 9 kings of the spirit realm, whose strength is unfathomable. Even the god sovereign of imperial heaven holds a measure of trepidation towards him. This individual's rise is beyond imagination. He will undoubtedly become a grave concern for both our races in the future. Yuan Xianking replies with a detached smile, continuing. Moreover, this heavenly Tsong emperor harbors colossal ambitions. While he seeks to establish a coalition of nations, this mere realm of 100,000 domains will not suffice for him. Eventually, his minions will extend their reach into the territories of other races, particularly yours, the divine race. The enmity between your kind and humanity has endured for ages. That heavenly Tsong emperor may not simply let bygones be bygones. The animosity between the divine race and humanity traces back to ancient times. Humanity, having faced defeat on the battlefield of the myriad races, was stripped of vast territories by the divine race, leading countless humans to become slaves to the divine. Until today, should that human race dare to set foot in my divine nation, I shall make them aware of what cruelty truly means. Upon hearing Yuan Xianking's words, the god sovereign of imperial heaven narrows his eyes, revealing a murderous intent. His divine race stands as the mightiest race on the nine heavens continent, victors of the ancient war among the myriad races. How could they allow mere humans to intrude? Yet, deep down, he knows Yuan Xianking speaks the truth. The speed at which the heavenly Tsang Emperor rises is indeed alarmingly swift. His extreme arrogance and boundless ambition are evident. Once he addresses the myriad issues concerning humanity, he will surely set his sights on other races, launching a staggering campaign of conquest. The divine race is likely to become the primary target of the heavenly Tsang Emperor. Yuan Xianking, do you possess a method to eliminate him? He is a formidable being capable of subduing the 6 great corpse demon emperors. Even I might only manage to contend with him at best. After a moment of silence, the god sovereign of imperial heaven finally speaks again. His gaze towards Yuan Xianking is tinged with suspicion, for the heavenly Tsang Emperor is known to be capable of dispatching peak god emperors in an instant, easily suppressing the 6 great corpse demon emperors. How could he be easily dealt with? It seems you have developed a modicum of interest, Yuan Xianking responds, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I naturally possess means to eliminate him. After all, humanity is not as tightly knit as the dragon race. Their historical records are filled with endless internal strife, engaging in mutual slaughter for countless eons. It is said that one of humanity's 4 holy lands, the true martial holy land, has deep-seated grievances with the heavenly Tsang Emperor. They likely yearn to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. He slowly rises, an aura of chilling cold radiating from him. 6 silver-white, eerie eyes flicker, exuding a cold, ghostly light. We need only to capitalize on this point. When the heavenly Tsang Emperor leads his progeny to challenge the true martial holy land in a few days, we shall strike him down in one fell swoop. For this plan, both I and the heavy underworld king, as well as the daylight king, will take matters into our own hands. If you, God sovereign of imperial heaven, join us, it will ensure an utterly foolproof scheme. Yuan Xianking's sinister smile suggests that he has meticulously crafted this plan, ready for execution. Heavy underworld king, daylight king, your spirit race truly possesses immense audacity. To eliminate this human, 3 of the 9 kings are willing to act personally. Very well, I shall lend my strength to you. The spirit race and my divine race have allied for countless ages. This time, let me assist you. The god sovereign of imperial heaven takes a deep breath, then suddenly slams his palm against the table. Each of the 9 kings of the spirit race is a terrifying powerhouse, not inferior to the god sovereigns of his divine race. This time, the 4 supreme beings from both races joining forces to eliminate that human heavenly Tsang Emperor is a matter of certainty. Chapter 51, the 3rd sign-in refresh. Fishing across the heavens. Meanwhile, in the imperial city of Tianlin, the formation of the Alliance of Nations proceeds remarkably smoothly, within just a few days. The countless kingdoms within the 100,000 domains have largely submitted, with the remaining holdouts merely a matter of time. Ding! The supreme sign-in system has been refreshed. Sign-in location, Holy Fallen Great World. Successful sign-in grants a brand new system module. Fishing across the heavens. Fishing across the heavens, one of the system modules. It allows for the random fishing of any item from the infinite worlds of the heavens, with 10 fishing opportunities available each day. Within the Tianlin Palace, as Li Tsang attends to state affairs, the voice resonates beside him. Clearly, the 14-day countdown for the sign-in refresh has completely concluded, ushering in the next round of supreme sign-ins. The reward for this sign-in is a brand new system module, Fishing Across the Heavens. Upon hearing this, Li Tsang's body shudders, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. This supreme sign-in system has never failed to impress him. This Fishing Across the Heavens module is sure to be extraordinary. The Holy Fallen Great World, one of the grand worlds in the starry expanse, lies trillions of miles away from the 9 heavens continent, measured in light years. To reach this place swiftly will undoubtedly require some time. Then, gazing at the new sign-in location, Li Tsang furrows his brow. While the Holy Fallen Great World may not be as perilous as the God Burial Abyss, its vast distance from the 9 heavens continent is daunting. Even an average emperor would require hundreds or even thousands of years to traverse such a distance. However, Li Tsang soon seems to recall something, his features relaxing. I almost forgot. Did I not forge a supreme imperial flying vessel, the Celestial Escape Ark, just yesterday? It can traverse the starry seas and cross the cosmos with ease. Even if the Holy Fallen Great World is so far away, Traveling on the celestial escape arc would only take the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. He opens his right palm, revealing a delicate bronze flying vessel, yet another supreme imperial flying vessel, the celestial escape arc. Skeleton. I shall be departing from the Nine Heavens continent for a time. Guard the imperial city of Tianlin well. Yes, master. He arranges for the 5 puppets and leaves several avatars behind, just in case. In an instant, the spiritual vessel in Li Tsong's hand expanded exponentially, and with a flicker, he stepped inside, swiftly darting into the cosmic void, racing towards the boundless distance. Soon, merely half a stick of incense passed. Within the vast emptiness of the holy fallen world, the colossal ancient vessel materialized in a heartbeat. Boom. Moreover, its speed did not wane in the slightest. It plunged directly into the expansive world below, piercing through countless layers of clouds. The holy fallen world was desolate beyond measure, its earth shrouded in gray sand. The heavens above were shrouded in a pallid haze, as though perpetually dim. With a thunderous roar, as the ancient vessel entered this realm, Li Tsong sensed an incomprehensibly terrifying elemental magnetic gale violently assailing the vessel, threatening to rend it asunder. However, this ancient vessel, being a supreme imperial weapon personally refined by Li Tsong, would not be so easily torn apart by mere elemental winds. It emerged unscathed, traversing the fearsome tempest in an instant. Ding. Host has arrived in the holy fallen world. Check-in is now available. Check-in. The ancient vessel fully entered the world. Hovering thousands of feet above the ground, Li Tsong received a prompt from the system and, without hesitation, opted for check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. The multiverse fishing module has been unlocked for the host. You may fish 10 times daily. The next supreme check-in location will refresh in 28 days. The multiverse fishing module was instantly acquired. After the check-in, Li Tsong could not help but gaze down upon this desolate world cloaked in gray sand, noting that its condition was vastly inferior to that of the Nine Heavens continent. Not only was the spiritual energy severely depleted, but the very air was filled with countless elemental magnetic gales, tearing apart all that existed. Ordinary beings would find it nearly impossible to survive here. The entire holy fallen world exuded a sense of deathly silence and chill. It felt as though, true to its name, this world was a sacred place of demise, merely a graveyard. Moreover, this sacred was certainly not the same as the sacred realms of the Nine Heavens continent. The power capable of reducing an entire world to such a state must be at least an emperor of the utmost caliber, a pinnacle of imperial supremacy. A living being is merely 30,000 miles from me. Buzz. Li Tsong's figure darted out of the spiritual vessel, crossing the 30,000 miles in an instant. Soon, he discovered the nearly unique survivor in a stone cave. A dragon clan? Entering the cave, he found a filthy little girl with dragon horns, appearing no older than 5 or 6 years. She seemed to have been born but a century ago. Her cultivation was merely at the divine mansion level. And she was extraordinarily weak, her life force barely perceptible, as though she could perish at any moment. No, she is a hybrid of human and dragon, likely abandoned by some starry dragon clan, left to fend for herself in this holy fallen world. Glancing over her somewhat mottled bloodline within her, Li Tsong quickly deduced the girl's origins. Who are you? At that moment, sensing the approach of a strange being, the half-dragon girl struggled to open her eyes, fear evident in her voice. Seeing the terrifying presence of Li Tsong, her dirty yet adorable little face was filled with trepidation, and her body instinctively shrank away. Alas, since fate has brought me to witness you, how could I ignore you? Li Tsong slowly approached the half-dragon girl, reaching out to gently stroke her disheveled little head. Sighing softly as he spoke, "Little one, I am the emperor of the celestial Tsong dynasty of the Nine Heavens continent, the supreme being among the myriad stars and rivers. Today, your encounter with me is a tremendous fortune. I offer you a choice. Will you remain in this barren world? Or will you follow me back to the Nine Heavens continent and become the princess of my dynasty?" He then smiled gently, his gaze warm. This little one, abandoned by the dragon clan and left desolate in the holy fallen world, would hardly survive long. Conversely, in his vast dynasty, what harm could there be in nurturing one more half-dragon girl? Really? Really? Upon hearing this, the girl's previously fearful expression brightened slightly, and she cautiously lifted her head to look at Li Tsong. Why you can truly take me away from here? She slowly stood, tightly clutching the tattered hem of her clothing, as if unable to believe that this person could genuinely save her. My words have never been false. Li Tsong nodded, his tone resolute. Although he had no need to deceive a little girl, in the face of her pitiful gaze, he naturally spoke with sincerity. What is your name? I don't have a name. At Li Tsong's inquiry, the girl immediately lowered her head, a hint of sorrow in her amber eyes, her voice dropping a few tones. Since her birth, she had been abandoned here, her mind only holding fragments of the Star Abyss Dragon clan's legacy. How could she possibly have a name? No name? Then from now on, you shall take my surname. My name is Li Tsong. You shall be called Li Nianer. After a moment's contemplation, Li Tsong declared, if you choose to follow me, then I shall be your father, and no one in this vast universe shall harm you in the slightest. His tone was solemn, brimming with an intense aura of authority. Nienu? Nianer sounds lovely. Thank you, father. I wish to follow you. Please save Nianer. As soon as Li Tsong's words fell, Li Nianer joyfully lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears. She was an outcast. Ever since she could remember, she had existed in this dim world, barely surviving. Now, suddenly hearing someone offer to take her away, even if only temporarily, filled her with ecstatic joy. Chapter 52, 10 Consecutive Fishing, a Frantic Explosion. Excellent. Nodding, Li Tsong casually gestured, and a torrent of chaotic imperial energy transformed into primordial fire, instantly forging a garment of imperial quality for little Nianer. With a flick of his finger, the once filthy little Nianer was transformed into a picture of purity, clad in a flowing white dress, appearing even more adorable. Wow, father is so impressive. When I grow up, I too want to be as formidable as you. Dressed in her new attire, little Nianer exclaimed in awe. And with a gentle infusion of chaotic imperial energy into her being, she was no longer the frail child she once was. Her small face radiated with joy and excitement. Hee, when Nianer grows up, you may be as formidable as you wish. Li Tsong smiled faintly, warmth blooming in his heart. Then he reached down to scoop up little Nianer, preparing to return to the ancient vessel. Whoosh! The void twisted, and in a single step, he traversed 1,000 miles. The realm where the ancient vessel docked remained eerily silent. But Li Tsong furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, it is said that though the holy fallen world is desolate, it serves as a hiding place for countless star thieves and fugitives. It appears that this is indeed the case. Father, what is it? Little Nianer, nestled in his arms, looked up with a puzzled expression, her crystal-clear amber eyes scanning the surroundings. It's nothing. You need not worry, Nianer. Li Tsong waved his hand, reassuring her. Although the holy fallen world was fraught with danger and home to countless ruthless beings, it posed no threat to him, the celestial Tsong Emperor. Even 100 imperial sovereigns would fall before his might. Haha, you are quite perceptive, capable of sensing our presence. Suddenly, at that moment, a chilling, sinister laugh pierced through the silence. Boom. Instantly, the void shattered like a mirror, layer upon layer. Dozens of figures emerged from the fractured void, methodically occupying positions in the sky, coldly gazing down upon Li Tsong, as if he were merely prey trapped in a cage. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the master of the Abyssal Demon Palace, the ancient Emperor of Desolation. The foremost figure, towering 3 zhang high, emanated an aura of wickedness and brutality. His eyes resembled those of a hawk, glinting with a murderous and ferocious red light. The Abyssal Demon Palace, one of the notorious demonic factions in the starry sky, has rampaged unchecked for countless eons, slaughtering innumerable star realms and committing heinous crimes. Among the countless sects in the cosmos, the master of the Abyssal Demon Palace, the ancient Emperor of Desolation, is indeed one of the most wanted criminals. Countless individuals harbor an intense hatred towards him, yearning to see him slain. The Abyssal Demon Palace? I have not heard of it, but have you finished your speech? If so, you may prepare to meet your end. Li Tsong's expression remained unchanged as he indifferently surveyed the powerful beings surrounding him. 1 ancient emperor, 7 quasi-emperors, and 19 saint kings. Such a paltry display dares to obstruct the path of the heavenly sovereign, truly laughable. Arrogant. I had intended to spare your life after you surrendered this spirit vessel, merely crippling your cultivation. But now boom. At these words, the ancient Emperor of Desolation was instantly enraged, yet before his words could fully escape his lips, dozens of strands of profound yellow energy ruthlessly crushed down upon all who had come. In an instant, they were obliterated, leaving the world in utter silence. You speak too much nonsense. Li Tsong waved his robe, his demeanor icy to the extreme. An ancient emperor, to him now, was nothing more than a pitiful insect. With a mere thought, he could annihilate a vast swath. A breath could reduce them to dust. Father, where did they go? Many members of the Abyssal Demon Palace were instantaneously crushed and obliterated in midair, not even leaving a trace of blood mist. Little Nianer blinked her sparkling eyes, filled with confusion. The sudden appearance of these individuals, followed by their swift disappearance, left her feeling quite perplexed. Could it be that they were playing some sort of game with Father? They are villains. Father simply sent them to where they ought to go. Li Tsong gently stroked little Nianer's silky hair, a tender smile gracing his lips. Oh, upon hearing his words, little Nianer nodded, though only partially understanding. All right, now we shall return home. In my imperial court, 3 brothers are awaiting you. Carrying little Nyener back to the ancient vessel of escape, Li Tsong urged this supreme spirit vessel into motion, slicing through the void in an instant, vanishing into the vast depths of the cosmos. It must be said, the gains from this sacred fallen world were quite satisfactory. The new module of 10,000 realms fishing has been activated, and I even acquired a daughter, thus fulfilling my long-held desire for both sons and daughters. 10,000 realms fishing. After entrusting the spirit vessel to the vessel spirit for navigation along the original route, Li Tsong finally turned his attention to the 10,000 realms fishing he had obtained from this sign-in. With a thought, a figure holding a fishing rod seemed to appear in his sea of consciousness, casting it into the ocean of countless stars. 10,000 realms fishing has been activated. Remaining fishing attempts, 10. Simultaneously, a line of ethereal light screens manifested before Li Tsong. He nodded slightly, then directly expended an attempt to conduct a fishing trial across the myriad realms. Engaging in fishing. Soon, the figure, nearly identical to Li Tsong, lifted the rod, reeling in the first item from his fishing endeavor. Ding. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a summoning item. Heavenly Punishment Legion Summoning Card. Heavenly Punishment Legion Summoning Card. Summons 100,000 Heavenly Punishment Legion, eternally loyal to the host. Within the Legion are 99,000 Saint King level Heavenly Punishment Warriors, 860 Quasi-Emperor level Heavenly Punishment Commanders, 36 Emperor level Triple Heaven Heavenly Punishment Generals, 3 Emperor level 6 Heaven Heavenly Punishment Commanders, and 1 Peak Emperor level Heavenly Punishment Lord stationed therein. A card shimmering with lightning, engraved with the figures of 100,000 powerful beings, abruptly appeared in the depths of Li Tsong's consciousness. With a mere thought, he could extract it directly. Heavenly Punishment Legion, 99,000 Saint Kings, over 100 Quasi-Emperors, several tens of Emperors, and even a Peak Emperor as the commander of the entire army. Haha, the 10,000 realms fishing is indeed extraordinary. Merely the first attempt has bestowed upon me such a formidable force. Excellent. After thoroughly reviewing the introduction of this Legion summoning card, Li Tsong could not help but feel elated, secretly praising it. Continuing, I will proceed with a 9 consecutive fishing attempt. Without hesitation, he chose to utilize all of today as fishing opportunities, eager to see if he could reel in even more divine items. Ding. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a medium-grade immortal weapon, Soul Slayer Blade. Ding. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a drop of Candle Dragon's Primordial Blood. Ding. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a fragment of a miniature universe's source. 9 fishing attempts, nearly 9 resounding successes. Each item was extremely precious, of immeasurable value, causing even Li Tsong to tremble with excitement. Observing her father's exhilaration, little Nyener could not help but break into a silly grin, revealing her 2 sharp little tiger teeth, her appearance utterly adorable. Nyener, you are truly a blessing to your father. Ha! In the midst of his excitement, Li Tsong scooped up the little girl, unable to resist planting a fervent kiss on her cheek, his laughter ringing out joyously. Father is Nyener's lucky star. Little Nyener giggled, her cheeks flushed, utterly charming. Boom. Meanwhile, the ancient vessel of escape finally emerged from the twisted cosmic void, slowing its pace. Before the vast window, a land of immense proportions, beyond the imagination of all beings, far surpassing the aggregation of billions of star realms, materialized before them, breathtakingly magnificent. Little Nyener's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment. The Nine Heavens continent has arrived. Chapter 53. Returning to the Nine Heavens continent. The terrifying Candle Dragon's source blood. The Nine Heavens continent. Even amidst the endless expanse of the cosmic starry sky, this continent-shaped world stands as the largest celestial body among them. Even a million so-called great worlds cannot compare to the mere tip of the iceberg of this magnificent continent. Before the Nine Heavens continent, it is as if the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. This world is simply too vast. A single region stretches across trillions of miles, while the great regions within the Nine Heavens continent are innumerable, as abundant as grains of sand. Within this colossal, prosperous continent, throughout the ages, the births of powerful beings have been countless. Even those who appear nearly supreme to ordinary mortals, if one's vision is infinitely expanded, can discover. Even such formidable beings are not in the least rare across the entire Nine Heavens continent. With the extreme accumulation of time and the vast resources that far exceed common understanding, the number of powerful beings within the Nine Heavens continent is virtually limitless. This single continent alone boasts a number of emperor-level beings that nearly eclipses that of the entire starry sky. Terrifying indeed. What a vast, beautiful world. Unlike the desolate infinity of the sacred fallen world, the heavens remain perpetually dim, brimming with boundless vitality. The nine heavens continent, as the epicenter of myriad realms, presently radiates like a resplendent jewel, emanating an overwhelming brilliance. Xianxianer, perched by the window, rests her chin on her small hands, gazing in awe at the breathtaking expanse before her. Although she is young and innocent, she is aware, through the ancestral memories of the dragon clan, that such a vast and magnificent world is undoubtedly a coveted treasure for practitioners. Compared to the desolate sacred fallen world, it is akin to heaven above and earth below. Utterly incomparable. This is my world, and it shall also be Nienner's homeland in the days to come. Li Song stands beside Xianxianer, gently stroking her head as he speaks with tenderness and resolve. It is truly wonderful for Nienner to meet father today. The little girl clutches Li Song's garment tightly, her sweet smile illuminating her youthful face. Li Song chuckles, and the ancient vessel swiftly traverses the endless clouds, returning once more to the skies above the capital of Heavenly Emperor. Your Majesty, welcome back. This is, in the imperial study, Meng Yuan, who had been waiting for a considerable time, immediately greets Li Song with deference upon his return. However, just as he begins to speak, his attention is drawn to the hidden Xianxianer behind Li Song, creating a look of puzzlement on his face. Dragon horns on her head. This girl must be of the dragon clan. I wonder what brings His Majesty to the capital of Heavenly Emperor with her. Indeed, Li Song acknowledges with a nod, then turns to Xianxianer, softly saying, Nienner, allow me to introduce you. This old gentleman is Meng Yuan, the Prime Minister of my dynasty and one of my most trusted confidants. Oh, greetings, Grandpa Meng. I am Li Nienner, she chirps, her initial wariness dissipating as she cheerfully greets him in a sweet, childish voice. Li, I have the honor of meeting Her Highness the Princess. You need not stand on ceremony. Consider this palace your home, Meng Yuan responds, quickly regaining his composure from his surprise, bowing respectfully to the little girl. Although he is unaware of her precise origins, since she has been taken under the emperor's wing and granted the Li surname, it is no longer his concern. Your Majesty, there are still some trivial matters concerning the alliance of nations and the ancient Lan Empire. Meng Yuan gestures, soon summoning his subordinates to present a multitude of official documents to Li Song for review. The alliance of nations spans a vast domain of 100,000 realms, and the affairs therein are exceedingly numerous. As the Prime Minister of the Heavenly Song dynasty, Meng Yuan has hardly slept for 4 consecutive days, tirelessly occupied with his duties. With a wave of his hand, Li Song effortlessly manifests a doppelganger to remain in the imperial study, engaging with Meng Yuan to deliberate on these governmental matters. The true Li Song smiles gently at Xianxianer, and with a flicker of his form, he transports her into the Xianxian Tower. Inside the second level of the Xianxian Tower, while mere days have passed in the outside world, decades have elapsed within the tower. Li Shun and his companions have made remarkable progress, each achieving the ancient sage realm, and they have begun to grasp the primordial chaos scripture, wielding powers several times their original strength. Nienner, these are your 3 elder brothers, Li Shun, Li Qian, and Li Yan. Li Song gestures toward the 3 seated in meditation on stone platforms, smiling at Xianxianer. However, they are currently engrossed in their training and cannot be easily disturbed, so they won't be able to greet you at this moment. Elder brothers? Nienner has met you all, she exclaims, seemingly oblivious to Li Song's latter words, stepping closer to the 3 with her curious, sparkling eyes. Haha, they won't awaken just yet, Li Song chuckles, shaking his head at her adorable demeanor. He waves for her to come closer. Come, Nienner, come to father. Okay. Nienner obediently replies, scampering toward Li Song with her short legs. Upon her arrival, Li Song's expression takes on a slight seriousness as he gazes at her, pondering momentarily before speaking slowly. Nienner, today I shall bring you into the Xianxian Tower, and it is not merely to introduce you to your brothers. With a flick of his wrist, a drop of dark red primordial blood materializes in his palm. The mere aura emanating from it warps the very fabric of space within the Xianxian Tower, as if on the brink of shattering. This is the blood of the Candle Dragon. Today, Li Song has acquired this divine essence from his fishing in the myriad realms. And what is the Candle Dragon? A true supreme being among the dragon clan, rivaling even the ancestral dragon, if not surpassing it. Should this drop of Candle Dragon blood be refined by Xianxianer and integrated into her draconic lineage, her mottled star abyss dragon bloodline would be entirely consumed in an instant, as the primordial blood permeates her entire being. This would allow her to be reborn as a true little Candle Dragon, mastering the most exalted bloodline within the dragon clan. Do you wish to grow stronger? Li Song's gaze penetrates deeply, quietly watching Xianxianer as he inquires. Xianxianer nods emphatically, brandishing her tiny, delicate fists. Nienner wants to become a powerful being like father. Once I grow stronger, I can protect father. Her innocent voice echoes throughout the Xiantian Tower. Despite her pure and kind-hearted nature, the years of struggle for survival in the sacred fallen world have ignited within her an insatiable yearning for power. This, too, stems from the innate cravings of the dragon clan. Very well, today Father will assist you in assimilating this blood. From henceforth, you will truly soar to great heights, possessing the most illustrious dragon bloodline among all realms. With a resounding clap, a fierce wind howls. In an instant, the drop of candle dragon blood is forcefully injected into Xianxia's heart, awakening a fragment of the candle dragon's will within. Boom. An overwhelming and earth-shattering pressure permeates the cosmos. The shadow of the dark dragon looms colossal beyond imagination, as even the celestial rivers and primordial chaos seem incapable of bearing its immense form. Everything is crushed and shattered in its wake. This is the candle dragon. Even a mere fragment of its will, lingering in the blood, is terrifying beyond measure, instilling dread across countless universes. Chapter 54. Suppressing the will of the candle dragon. Devouring the essence of the universe. Mortal, you dare to infuse my source blood into this mere hybrid little dragon? The candle dragon does not speak, yet its voice reverberates, capable of shaking the heavens and causing billions of stars to explode in response. A hybrid little dragon? She is my daughter. Even your candle dragon source blood must obediently be consumed and refined by her. Li Tsong bellows, as a staggering 58 worlds simultaneously open behind him. Astonishingly, having absorbed the life-s wealth of the two pinnacle emperors, he experiences a surge in power, reaching a terrifying 58-fold peak emperor strength. Though merely at the true immortal realm, you possess strength comparable to that of a celestial immortal? Mortal, your fortune is indeed extraordinary. However, if you wish to refine this drop of my candle dragon source blood, that remains a delusion. With a cold snort, it exudes unmatched dominance. A mere wisp of will dares to act wildly before me? Boom. The Xuanzong Bell, the celestial spear, and even the recently acquired true immortal artifact, the soul-devouring blade, were all completely summoned by Li Tsong. With an enraged roar, an unprecedentedly terrifying strike thundered down, ruthlessly suppressing the shadowy candle dragon. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed, chaos disintegrating. Even the formidable will of the candle dragon could only succumb and be obliterated by this horrific blow, reduced to a vast expanse of ashes. Within the space, only a voice, tinged with satisfaction, resonated. Good. Today, I acknowledge your strength. Your daughter shall not only inherit the bloodline of the candle dragon, but shall also receive a portion of my own legacy. As the inheritor of chaos, I shall await your arrival in the heavenly realm. Today is but a minor trial. We shall ultimately meet again. The words lingered, ethereal and profound. In the next moment, the drop of candle dragon's source blood that had merged with Xianxia's heart erupted completely, its bloodline surging with her heartbeat, flooding through her veins. A transformation occurred. Power surged, and Xianxia closed her eyes, succumbing to slumber. Boom. A colossal cocoon enveloped her entirely, akin to her becoming a dragon egg once more, nurturing boundless vitality. The fusion of Xianxia's bloodline was fortunate enough to be without peril. Furthermore, witnessing the existence of the candle dragon today confirms the reality of the heavenly realm. He referred to me as a true immortal? Does that mean the emperor is already within the realm of immortals? Yet, why have there been no ascensions to the heavenly realm throughout the endless ages of the Jiuxiao continent? Instead, there is a systematic erasure of all information pertaining to the heavenly realm, treating it as a taboo. Beside him, Li Tsong gazed at the massive cocoon enveloping Xianxia, unable to suppress his thoughts on the words of the candle dragon's will, murmuring softly to himself. However, after a moment of contemplation, he felt utterly perplexed regarding the heavenly realm, ultimately deciding to refrain from further pondering. Xianxia's fusion with the candle dragon's bloodline would require considerable time. I can seize this opportunity to digest the treasures acquired from the myriad realms, particularly the source of the miniature universe. Leaving the second level of the Xiantian Tower, Li Tsong made his way directly to the pinnacle of the tower, a vast expanse resembling the void of a universe, boundless and infinite. Standing within, with a mere thought, an endless, twisted sphere of ominous black energy materialized in his hand. This entity was known as the source of the miniature universe. According to the system's description, it was the true core of a universe that had fallen into decay, although it paled in comparison to the vast universe encompassing the Jiuxiao continent. The energy contained within reached an extremely terrifying magnitude. Li Tsong had a premonition that if he were to completely refine this object, he could facilitate the birth of countless world caverns, with energy in abundant supply. After refining this cosmic source, I would possess the power of hundreds of peak emperors. Within the Jiuxiao continent, I would be unassailable, even capable of effortlessly annihilating the strongest peak emperor. Li Tsong's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of fervent anticipation. It is crucial to understand that the cumulative power of the Chaos Sutra is not simply the straightforward addition of 1 plus 1 equals 2. Under the aggregation of dozens of peak emperor levels of strength, Li Tsong felt as though he had surpassed the ultimate boundaries of imperial realms. Even the will of the Candle Dragon was astonished, obliterated by his full-force strike. Immortals too have their hierarchies. If the emperor is the true immortal of the heavenly realm, then Li Tsong's power has long since surpassed that of a true immortal, reaching the celestial realm as described by the Candle Dragon. Once he fully refines this cosmic source, gathering the strength of hundreds of emperors, to what heights would his combat prowess ascend? I shall become the sovereign of the Jiuxiao continent and the entirety of the Jiuxiao universe. And this is merely the first step. Once I forge a path to the heavenly realm, I shall make that realm tremble, to become the master of the heavenly realm, the supreme emperor of all realms. From this day forth, anyone who dares to obstruct my path to the heavens shall face annihilation. Li Tsong gazed skyward, an inexplicable dominion surging from within, sweeping through the cosmos in an instant. Refinement. Boom. In the blink of an eye, he hesitated no longer, releasing the full power of this cosmic source. He transformed once more into a colossal figure towering billions of miles high, with 58 flickering shadows of world caverns behind him, resembling 58 radiant divine rings, illuminating the heavens. With a mighty opening of his mouth, the terrifying energy capable of creating several star domains surged wildly into Li Tsong's mouth. He frantically refined it, swiftly filling his numerous still-dormant world caverns within. Outside, a single hour passed, yet within the highest point of the Xiantian Tower, an entire year had elapsed. A cosmic source. Even if it were merely the source of a decayed miniature universe, the energy contained was unimaginably vast. Just a whisper fully refined by an ordinary cultivator could create a sage, or even an ancient sage king. If vast amounts were absorbed and refined, even a peak emperor would be directly obliterated. The energy within the cosmic source was too violent. Even Li Tsong felt as if his body might shatter during the refining process. Yet now, after a full year of devouring and refining, Li Tsong's power had reached a terrifying 170 times the strength of a peak emperor. Behind the transformed giant, 170 shadows of world caverns flickered, as if he were the supreme deity of primordial chaos, creating the myriad realms and inscribing the laws of existence. The cosmic source indeed harbored energy beyond imagination. I have only refined a third of it, and already command a full 170 world caverns. With the power of these 170 worlds bolstering me, should I face the likes of the elusive and transformative true man, even with merely the strength of the worlds within me, I could crush them with a mere finger. In the vastness of space, Li Tsong's gaze was fervent, as boundless energy was absorbed and transformed by the Chaos Sutra, filling the world caverns with an overwhelming aura of chaos. At this moment, he felt akin to a true celestial being. Even the ultimate strong ones of the Jiuxiao continent, the peak emperors, appeared as insignificant as ants before him. Across the continent, even throughout the entirety of the Jiuxiao universe, not even the Grand River of Destiny or the heavenly path of Jiuxiao could instill fear in Li Tsong now, as he truly mastered the power to slay the heavens. Invincible, truly invincible. Should the heavenly realm remain closed, Li Tsong would be the very essence of the Jiuxiao world. Chapter 55. 430 times the power of the emperor, the transformed Xianxianer. Haha, delightful. Continue refining. I must see to what astonishing heights this cosmic source can elevate me. Li Tsong laughed triumphantly. This feeling of being invincible and in control of everything was simply exquisite. The frenzied surge of power drew him deeper into its embrace, compelling him to refine more and seize greater strength. And indeed, he acted upon this impulse. 200 world caverns, 270 world caverns, 340 world caverns. Within the Xiantian Tower, time flowed swiftly, and the once inexhaustible cosmic source gradually diminished under Li Tsong's relentless devouring and refining. Crack. As the final trace of primordial energy was absorbed, the essence of the universe was finally exhausted, gradually vanishing from existence. With a deep breath, Li Tsong reverted to his human form, exhaling a heavy sigh before slowly opening his eyes, which radiated an aura of infinite majesty and aloofness. At this moment, with but a thought, he could alter the very fabric of day and night. With a mere gesture, he could annihilate an entire realm. The power of 430 worlds combined equated to a staggering 430 times the might of a peak emperor. Now, it seemed that with a single thought, he could extinguish the very existence of his former self, his true strength having multiplied thousands of times. Li Tsong murmured to himself, Indeed, having refined the primordial essence of this universe, his power had ascended to an unprecedented 430 times that of a peak emperor. The accumulation of over 400 worlds had brought about a terrifying transformation in his true capabilities. In a fleeting moment, he could vanquish the former self who possessed merely a handful of world realms. Such formidable strength caused even Li Zong's heart to tremble slightly. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Now, his might was no longer something that could merely exist within the confines of the Nine Heavens universe. Previously, Zhulong had deemed his strength to be at the celestial, immortal level. Now, after refining the primordial essence of the universe, his power had surged catastrophically. Perhaps he had already transcended the so-called realm of celestial immortals. Within this realm of the Nine Heavens, his strength could be likened to a dimensional strike, placing him far above the ranks of other formidable beings. Shaking his head, Li Zong inwardly lamented, "Yet, it is still far from sufficient. What I seek is not merely the power to crush the Nine Heavens. Even the heavenly realm must bow before my feet. I am the heavenly emperor, unparalleled in my supremacy." Boom. As his words fell, an abrupt shift occurred in his aura, transforming into something even more terrifying. A vast will suddenly swept across the surroundings. With the grand assembly of the 10,000 Nations Alliance imminent, my plan to dominate the Nine Heavens is about to take its first step. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. From this moment forth, all beings in the Nine Heavens must bow and kneel before me. Otherwise, they shall face annihilation. Kill, kill, kill. Li Zong's domineering voice reverberated throughout the expanse. Having acquired the true power to suppress all and crush every foe, he had become brazenly arrogant, his gaze filled with an unyielding dominance. Merely a few years have passed within the tower, and Nienner's bloodline fusion is nearing completion? It seems that Zhulong is trying to curry favor with me. Splendid. I am the future Lord of Chaos, the Supreme Heavenly Emperor. Even Zhulong and the Ancestor Dragon must bow before me. With a slight perception of the second level of the Xiantian Tower, Li Zong's eyes sparkled, instantly grasping the situation within. That drop of Zhulong's primordial blood had completely supplanted Nienner's original Star Abyss Dragon bloodline, granting her the inheritance of Zhulong. She had truly become the pinnacle of the dragon lineage. Swish. In a flash, Li Zong appeared on the second level. Observing the cultivation progress of Li Shun and the others, he could not help but feel a surge of joy. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my son, Li Zong. Their progress in cultivating the primordial chaos scriptures has far exceeded my previous expectations. With several more years within the tower, and only a few days having passed outside, Shun and the others will soon achieve the status of holy kings, each mastering powers exceeding 5 times their previous realms. After the grand ceremony of the 10,000 Nations Alliance, they will be poised to directly challenge the true martial sacred land. Should that true martial sacred land harbor any treacherous intentions, I shall not hesitate to obliterate it and seize all its resources. Li Zong's gaze deepened, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The 4 sacred lands, steeped in countless epics, are the epitome of human strength. For him now, they were nothing more than mere trifles. If the true martial sacred land recognizes the situation, he could peacefully annex it, transforming it into a foundational legacy of the Tiansong Empire. However, should they prove obstinate and conspire in the shadows, he would not hesitate to annihilate them entirely, eliminating any future threats. After all, the current Li Zong was no longer that ordinary emperor from a small domain, but the true Tiansong Emperor, a supreme being towering above all, instilling fear throughout the continent. Crack, crack. The colossal cocoon shattered, revealing countless fissures. A stream of dark luminescence burst forth, enveloping the shattered cocoon, making it increasingly resplendent. Boom. At last, a thunderous sound resonated. Dark purple patterns spread across the entire cocoon, densely covering it before suddenly exploding, transforming into myriad dark starry lights that diffused into the void. Roar. In the void, a translucent little dragon, its body seemingly forged from a myriad of resplendent starry nebulae, radiated an endless, ethereal divine light, soaring high in the sky and roaring majestically. It emanated an astonishing aura, resembling a true primordial Zhulong hatchling, though merely a fledgling form. It exuded an inexplicable intimidation. All dragon bloodlines that beheld it could only tremble and prostrate themselves. Father Emperor. The dragon formed Nienner soared through the void before swiftly transforming back into the appearance of a little girl, leaping into Li Zong's embrace, joyfully exclaiming, "Holy King cultivation? This Zhulong source blood is indeed extraordinary. Nienner, your cultivation has surpassed that of your 3 elder brothers." The appearance of Nienner, who successfully fused with the Zhulong bloodline, remained almost unchanged, still embodying the charm of a delightful little girl. However, within her amber dragon eyes, boundless primordial runes seemed to manifest. With just a glance, Li Tsong felt as though he were witnessing the primordial chaos and the awe-inspiring spectacle of the universe's genesis. He even perceived a colossal, boundless giant standing amidst the chaos, wielding a massive axe as if intending to rend the infinite heavens. As his consciousness returned, Li Tsong gained a deeper understanding of the formidable nature of the Zhulong. Surely, within the heavenly realm, Zhulong is an unequivocal pinnacle existence. Chapter 56, 9 Hellfire. The grand ceremony of the 10,000 Nations Alliance commences. Father Emperor, Nyener feels incredibly powerful right now. I had a dream where a colossal dragon grandfather taught me many things and promised to bestow a gift upon me when I grow up. The little Nyener in his arms was overflowing with excitement, clinging to Li Tsong's neck. Oh, this must be Zhulong. Has he taken Nyener as one of his disciples? Li Tsong's eyes flickered, a smile spreading across his face. It seems that Zhulong's final words of intent to gift Nyener with a legacy are indeed true. Haha. Since Nyener is so powerful now, why not let Father Emperor witness the secret arts of Zhulong's inheritance and see just how formidable my Nyener has become? With a smile, Li Tsong set Nyener down, squatting to gently pinch the little girl's cheek, teasingly saying. Upon hearing this, Nyener puffed out her cheeks adorably, glaring at Li Tsong with the cuteness of an irate kitten. Humph. The techniques that Dragon Grandfather taught me are extremely powerful. Father Emperor, if you lose, you mustn't cry. Then, the little one, with her playful eyes, sweetly chimed in. Haha, if Nyener defeats Father Emperor, I promise you a wish. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill. Feigning indignation. The adorableness of little Nyener was irresistible, even causing Li Tsong to chuckle, speaking with immense affection. Hee, Father Emperor is indeed the best. Now, let Nyener show you her skills. Upon hearing these words, the young girl's eyes sparkled momentarily, and she soon broke into a playful smile. Raising her small head high and striking a serious pose. Please be cautious, Father. Oh, very well. Li Tsong chuckled softly, stepping back and watching with keen interest. Boom. In an instant, as the little girl took a step forward, the void erupted with a deafening roar. All things dimmed. Surrounding her was an endless surge of dark divine fire, its quality far surpassing all other extraordinary flames within the 9 heavens continent. Even the distant spirit of the Yin Tian Qi trembled in fear, as if confronted by a supreme fire deity. This was the 9 Nether Fire, the utmost essence of darkness from the myriad realms of the 9 hells. It was the eternal, supreme divine fire. Though a flame, it possessed an unimaginable chilling coldness, capable of freezing the very laws of the great Tao. The fabric of time and space in the heavenly realm would be rendered immobile, terrifying to an unimaginable degree. This was the innate flame of the Zhulong, revered even in the celestial realm as the eternal and supreme blaze. In the next moment, the little girl extended her right index finger and pressed it into the void. An infinite expanse of 9 nether fire erupted forth, transforming into tens of thousands of colossal dark dragons that surged toward Li Tsong with ferocious intent. Each of these dark dragons wielded the power to traverse heaven and earth. Fierce and terrifying, their claws striking with the ferocity of true dragonkind. Each one possessed a strength akin to that of an ordinary holy king. Indeed, the legacy of the Zhulong was extraordinarily formidable. Though the little girl had only just stepped into the realm of holy kings, her power was already comparable to that of a quasi-emperor under the eruption of the 9 nether fire. Even ordinary emperors would need to tread carefully. Seeing the boundless ferocity displayed by the little girl, Li Tsong smiled with satisfaction, his eyes glimmering with admiration. The Zhulong lineage truly deserved its reputation as a transcendent legacy. Even countless supreme legacies of the heavenly realm could hardly compare. As the formidable 9 dragons approached, Li Tsong's thoughts shifted, and the Xianhuang bell was summoned, unleashing a torrent of yellow gas that suppressed all the 9 nether fire. Although this fire was renowned as an eternal flame, it was evident that the little girl, still in her nascent control over it, could only unleash a minuscule fraction of its true power. Thus, Li Tsong easily subdued it without effort. Nyener, you have lost. With a flicker of his figure, he gently tapped the little girl on the head, speaking with a light smile. Father is indeed formidable. Nyener cannot defeat you. The little girl sighed, but quickly regained her vibrant spirit, pouting as she extended her small hands towards Li Tsong. Nyener is unhappy. I want a hug. Li Tsong chuckled, pulling the little girl into his embrace. With the addition of a daughter, their days ahead would surely be filled with lively joy. Time flowed by swiftly. Before long, several days had passed. The grand ceremony for the establishment of the 10,000 Nations Alliance was set to take place as scheduled. The majestic Tiandi city, akin to a celestial palace, welcomed its multitude of guests today. Boom. Surrounding this floating city, countless luxurious spirit boats soared, or chariots raced, and grand carriages arrived from various domains. Some strong figures rode ancient beasts, while others, lords of ancient kingdoms, commanded palace-like imperial vessels to descend from the skies. In a moment, the area around the imperial city was enveloped in a whirlwind of energy. Various divine rainbows shot into the sky, and auspicious clouds intertwined, creating a spectacle of unparalleled brilliance. It was evident that today's ceremony was not merely attended by the supreme forces invited by Li Tsang. Numerous medium and small factions had also come in droves, bringing gifts to pay their respects to the formidable Tianzong Emperor and express their admiration. Look, that is the rumored fallen immortal bone emperor from the ancient sage sect. He has reappeared to congratulate the 10,000 Nations Alliance ceremony. Wow, so many emperors have come. Even the lords of the 6 great ancient kingdoms have personally arrived. The influence of the Tianzong Emperor is truly terrifying. Many young disciples, accompanying their sect's powerful figures to witness the grandeur, gasped in awe. The gathering of the continent's top powers was indeed a rare sight, leaving them in utter astonishment. Boom. Soon, as the number of strong individuals arriving outside the city increased, the towering gates of Tiandi City, reaching heights of 100,000 feet, finally began to open slowly. Swish. Amidst the cacophony of countless sounds of shattering air, nearly 10,000 figures clad in black armor, with the ancient characters for heavenly punishment engraved upon their helmets, emerged. They stood in perfect formation on either side of the gate, seemingly welcoming today's guests. These 10,000 city guards were all at the pinnacle of Holy King cultivation. Heavens! Holy Kings are indeed formidable figures in our East Holy Ancient Kingdom. Those who can be sealed as lords and wield dominion over vast territories are terrifyingly powerful. Yet here in Tiandi City, even the guards are Holy Kings. This is utterly astounding. In an instant, everyone felt the overwhelming might of these heavenly punishment guards. They were utterly shaken, pondering just how much the Tianzong Emperor had transformed this city to reach such alarming heights. Even the gatekeepers were Holy Kings. It was simply outrageous. Chapter 57. Having seen the Heavenly Emperor, why not bow? Welcome, esteemed guests. No flying spirit treasures or beast-drawn carriages are permitted to enter Tiandi City. From this moment on, all must proceed on foot within this supreme imperial city, as decreed by His Majesty. We kindly request everyone to adhere to His Majesty's edict. Before the throng of heavenly punishment guards, a commander of the heavenly punishment, whose cultivation reached the 6th tier of the Emperor realm, that is, at the level of an ancient emperor, stepped forth. After a brief welcome announcement, he lifted his chin, imperiously declaring the rules to the assembly. What? This is outrageous. Not even flying spirit treasures or beast-drawn carriages are allowed entry. As an emperor-level being, am I to walk alongside these mere mortals? In an instant, the previously discussed immortal bone emperor erupted in fury. He respected the Tianzong Emperor, indeed. Yet for this mere gatekeeper to address him in such a tone was simply insolent. In that moment, he nearly lost his composure. Buzz. With a clenched fist, a mid-grade imperial weapon long knife materialized, and he intended to draw it before the crowd to slay this gatekeeper, asserting his dignity as an emperor. Anyone who acts recklessly within the imperial city shall face death. Crack. However, in the blink of an eye, the crowd barely witnessed a brilliant flash of lightning. And then they beheld the charred corpse of the immortal bone emperor crashing to the ground, lifeless and devoid of spirit. A true emperor had fallen like a wild dog. In an instant, the venue fell silent. Countless powerful beings, even those at the level of ancient emperors, were left utterly bewildered. They hadn't even seen how the strike was delivered that led to the immortal bone emperor's instant demise, leaving no room for resistance. The ancestor has fallen. How is this possible? The members of the ancient sage sect trembled as they gazed upon their elder, now reduced to a charred corpse. The legendary ancestor had perished? And by the hand of a mere gatekeeper within Tiandi City? Heavens! A true emperor-level powerhouse has been slain in an instant. How powerful must that gatekeeper be? The supreme ancestor of our sect is likely not even a match for him in a single confrontation. How terrifying! A collective gasp of disbelief echoed through the air. Not only the entourage from the ancient sage sect, but numerous powerful beings were equally astounded, feeling an unsettling chill rising at their backs, leaving them utterly frozen. It became apparent that aside from the celestial sovereign, his empire had already birthed such formidable figures. To obliterate an emperor with a single strike is an achievement that even high-tier ancient emperors would find difficult to attain. How many more powerful entities lie hidden within this imperial city of ascending heavens? What further shocks must we endure? Whoosh whoosh. Under such a terrifying aura, the powerful figures from various factions were compelled to disembark from their spiritual vessels, choosing to suppress their own presence. Under the watchful gaze of the thousands of celestial guards, they entered the city gates one by one, scarcely daring to breathe. Upon stepping into this majestic imperial city, they were immediately greeted by an overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy that was almost terrifying, causing their hearts to race uncontrollably. Absorbing this energy, even those among them who were holy kings, quasi-emperors, and emperors felt a surge of vitality, as if they were floating. The younger generation of sect disciples trembled with excitement, believing they had entered some ancient secret realm or a legendary paradise. This level of pure and dense spiritual energy could only be rivaled by the Nine Thunder Immortal Pool in our Thunder Sacred Land. Yet within this imperial city, it is omnipresent. All living beings within the city can freely absorb and exhale this energy, and their cultivation speed is likely several 100,000 times that of the outside world. An elder from the Thunder Sacred Land was astonished, disbelief etched across his face. It is important to note that the Nine Thunder Immortal Pool in their sacred land is only open to the 100 most exceptional prodigies. Yet within this imperial city of ascending heavens, the number of beings exceeds billions. How can such a concentration and quality be maintained amidst such terrifying daily consumption? What extraordinary means has the celestial sovereign employed to achieve this feat? Boom, boom, boom. As they ventured deeper, more imperial guards came into view. Remarkably, these were the summoned legions caught by Li Tsang during his recent fishing endeavors, not at all inferior to the Celestial Punishment Legion, and indeed superior. Before the crowd, each step they took resonated with thunderous sounds, heralding the presence of the Golden Blaze Legion. Clad in resplendent golden armor, they marched in unison, their numbers reaching 1,000,000. The weakest among them possessed ancient saint-level cultivation, and the commander of the Golden Blaze Legion was a peak emperor stationed alongside the Imperial Palace. In addition to the Golden Blaze Legion, the Shadow Legion, the Burning Sky Legion, and the Blade Slaughter Legion, among others, were also present, patrolling the city. With every distance traversed, they encountered thousands of guards advancing past them coldly and indifferently. The celestial sovereign, in his arrogance, had invited our ancient sky nation to the grand ceremony, yet showed us no respect. He allowed his subordinates to act recklessly. Such blatant disrespect ignited a wave of discontent among the crowd, who began to voice their grievances. However, when they finally arrived at the plaza before the celestial sovereign's palace, they were rendered utterly speechless, unable to utter a single complaint. For there, in the vast expanse of the plaza, knelt millions of figures adorned in imperial robes and the garb of sect leaders and elders. They prostrated themselves, heads bowed deeply to the ground, akin to lowly servants offering fervent obeisance. My heavens, these were the rulers of every nation and sect across the myriad domains. The so-called alliance of 10,000 nations was merely a pretext for the celestial sovereign to dominate the vast territories. All emperors and sect leaders had been reduced to his subservience. Witnessing this visually striking and horrific scene, a high emperor of the Yunxian ancient nation felt a surge of trepidation. Although these sovereigns now knelt, they still donned their customary imperial robes, amplifying the shock of the moment. It was enough to make even this ancient emperor feel a chill run down his spine, a sensation of suffocation rising within him. Throughout history, any nation capable of commanding the allegiance of countless realms is deemed a colossal power. Yet now, beneath the celestial sovereign, 1,000,000 emperors bow their heads as if they were mere servants. What unparalleled tyranny! What extraordinary majesty! This shocking sight left not only him, but even the elders of the three great sacred lands utterly astounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the millions of foreign emperors in the plaza began to bow in unison, producing a series of thunderous sounds that reverberated through the air. We humbly welcome the descent of the celestial emperor. The chorus of emperors rang out in unison, their voices resonating across the heavens. With their proclamation, the very fabric of the world began to shift. The space around them seemed to warp, and in an instant, the imperial plaza transformed into a magnificent celestial palace, with countless dazzling jade columns illuminating the surroundings. Before them, a golden imperial throne materialized, soaring above the void. Seated upon it, Li Tsang donned a dark golden imperial robe, resembling an unparalleled monarch ruling over the heavens, his gaze surveying the myriad worlds. Esteemed guests, having beheld the celestial emperor, why do you not kneel? Chapter 58. Ultimate Oppression. The foundation of the empire. The imperious yet indifferent words resonated throughout the hall. Clearly, Li Tsang's earlier declaration that all beings of the Nine Heavens continent must bow and pay homage to him was not mere rhetoric. Today, at the grand ceremony of the alliance of 10,000 nations, in the presence of nearly the entirety of the human race's supreme forces, he had proclaimed himself as the celestial emperor, displaying his boundless ambitions with an air that nearly transcended all beings of the realms. Celestial Emperor? The countless powerful figures in the hall felt their pupils constrict sharply, their hearts shaken beyond measure. They had long anticipated that today's grand ceremony would not be simple. Yet they never expected the celestial sovereign to audaciously claim the title of Celestial Emperor, seeking to compel all worldly powers to bow before him and acknowledge him as their master. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the crowd's thoughts began to whirl, unexpectedly, the void on both sides of the palace once more twisted and shattered. Numerous imposing figures, exuding an aura akin to a bottomless abyss, stepped forth, standing in formation on either side of the golden imperial throne, resembling divine guards before the celestial emperor, safeguarding their sole sovereign. Peak Emperors. Apart from the 5 skeletal demon emperors, from where had the celestial sovereign garnered the allegiance of so many powerful beings that it bordered on the terrifying? An elder from the Sword of Heaven's sacred land, his hair completely white and bearing 3 ancient swords on his back, was utterly astounded. He was one of the ancestral figures of the Sword of Heaven's sacred land, known as the Sword Void Real Person. His strength was also at the peak emperor level, standing at the absolute pinnacle of the 9 heavens continent. Yet now, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was completely petrified. Just a glance revealed that the peak emperor-level protectors safeguarding the celestial sovereign exceeded a staggering 15. Compared to the boundless essence of the sacred land at the end of the ages, this presence is overwhelmingly profound, even more astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the 15 peak emperor sovereigns simultaneously hurled their imperial weapons down towards the void below, unleashing thunderous echoes. They bellowed in unison, "Kneel, kneel, kneel," with a resounding crash. A terrifying pressure descended like an ocean of heavy waters, causing the faces of the younger generation to flush crimson, their bodies feeling as though they were on the verge of bursting. Thud! In a flurry, they hastily prostrated themselves, and only then did the dreadful pressure finally dissipate. The multitude of prodigies dared not even lift their heads. Their usual lofty pride had, in that instant, vanished without a trace. Ultimately, the juniors are merely juniors. Under the absolute disparity of realms and the crushing force, even the true disciples of the sacred lands had no choice but to lower their proud heads. In an instant, a multitude of 1,000,000 attendees in the hall had knelt down in disarray, nearly 90% of the young elites, along with many powerful figures from smaller factions who had come in response to the commotion, pressed their knees firmly against the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Among the juniors, only the 3 divine sons from the sacred land struggled to maintain their stance, especially the Thunder Divine Son, Xianxiafa, the foremost prodigy of the human race who shared a name with the Thunder Punishment Legion, displayed a terrifying will, withstanding the immense pressure of the Emperor Sovereigns. Although his figure was hunched, he never truly knelt. Gritting his teeth, he held on. Beside him, the divine son of the sword's sacred land, Xianxiahan, lacked such fortitude. His cultivation, merely at the second layer of the Saint King realm, could no longer endure. He spat blood, his bones cracking as though they were about to shatter. Ultimately, he too had to kneel, striking the ground in humiliation, glaring at the still-standing Thunder Divine Son and Dao Shi Divine Son, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Among the 3 divine sons, he had become the first to prostrate himself. It was a profound disgrace. However, at that moment, a sudden anguished wail erupted from the lips of the dashing and exceptionally handsome Dao Shi Divine Son, Gu Tianhao, who possessed the legendary sacred eye of time's cycle. His legs, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, erupted into a mist of blood. The entirety of his being collapsed heavily to the ground, having lost all support. Haha. Gu Tianhao, I never imagined you would meet such a fate. Jian Tianhen couldn't help but feel elated upon witnessing this scene. The extreme humiliation he had just felt was completely swept away as he gazed at the disheveled Dao Shi Divine Son, a wave of relief washing over him. Damn it. Gu Tianhao's expression darkened tremendously. He had intended to endure like Xianxiafa, and even if he ultimately could not hold on, he at least wanted to surpass the others. However, as his combat prowess relied heavily on his eye techniques, his physique and willpower were ultimately no match for the Thunder Divine Son, who had refined his body from a young age. He could only fall behind. How arrogant of the Tian Song Emperor Sovereign. Allowing the juniors to kneel is one thing, but demanding that we also bow down is nothing short of an affront. It is a blatant provocation. At this moment, the gaze shifted to the ancient ancestors and titans of the sacred lands, ancient kingdoms, and celestial sections. Numerous ordinary emperor sovereigns had already knelt down. Under the combined pressure of the 15 peak emperor sovereigns, even the elder ancestors of the sacred lands felt a terrifying oppression, an impulse to bow in reverence. The intensity of the pressure varied upon each individual. These formidable beings, who were undoubtedly at the peak emperor-sovereign level, felt the brunt of the oppressive force. Tian Emperor-Sovereign. In this world, no one is qualified to proclaim themselves as the heavenly emperor. I, the looming emperor-sovereign of the Fan Kingdom, shall not kneel before you today, not even in death. In such a domineering atmosphere, a rebel soon emerged. The looming emperor-sovereign, donned in a resplendent platinum robe, crowned and emanating with dazzling rays of the great Tao, showcased his unfathomable power as a peak emperor-sovereign. The looming emperor-sovereign was one of the strongest hidden cards of the Fan Kingdom. It was said that he had once debated with the ancestor of the Thunder-Sacred Land, Miale Jinren, for 10,000 years, ultimately earning Miale Jinren's acknowledgement of his strength, only slightly inferior to his own. The looming emperor-sovereign was the first to rise in defiance. He was eager to see how Tian Emperor-Sovereign would deal with him. The Titans in the hall exchanged thoughts, unable to suppress their discussions. Looming Emperor-Sovereign. He is a being even more formidable than the likes of Dun, Yi, and Hua Jinren. Should Tian Emperor-Sovereign wish to slay him, it would undoubtedly not be an easy feat. Boom! Yet before the whispers of ease could even settle, the hall erupted with a thunderous roar as the Emperor-Sovereign seemed to witness a terrifying shadow of a spear darting through the air. In an instant, the looming Emperor-Sovereign was reduced to a headless corpse, collapsing heavily to the ground. The blood of this supreme Emperor-Sovereign still pulsated with immense power. Yet at this moment, his soul and true essence had been entirely obliterated, leaving behind a complete corpse. Such a clean and decisive kill. Hiss! In that fleeting moment, the hall was filled with gasps of horror. Looming Emperor-Sovereign. This is indeed looming Emperor-Sovereign. He is no ordinary figure, but a true ancestor of the ancient kingdom, ranking among the highest of the human race. Yet now, he had fallen so casually on the spot. They were even unaware of the means by which he had been taken down. Those who defy me shall meet their end. At the side of the imperial seat, the Zhutian spear, imbued with the true essence of immortality, hovered beside Li Tsong. His gaze was indifferent, having just slain a genuine titan of the ancient kingdom. He appeared as though he had merely crushed an inconsequential ant, his demeanor chillingly nonchalant. From the celestial fishing yesterday, Li Tsong had unexpectedly acquired a card for the restoration of celestial artifacts. This card could revert most damaged celestial artifacts to their original peak state. Regardless of how broken they were, Li Tsong utilized it on the Zhutian spear. The result was a treasure of unimaginable terror, far surpassing the rank of imperial weapons. This artifact was designated as a king-grade celestial weapon, causing Li Tsong's already formidable power to surge astonishingly. The king-grade celestial weapon, the Zhutian spear. Previously, the Xianhuang bell was an immensely powerful treasure, yet now, in comparison to the restored Zhutian spear, it appeared dim and insignificant, akin to a firefly against the brightness of the moon. Now, with but a thought, the Zhutian spear could instantly pierce through the void, annihilating all targets it locked onto. This looming Emperor-Sovereign had evidently perished under this very strike, akin to an ant facing the collision of a star, with not a shred of resistance possible. Now kneel. Li Tsong, seated upon the imperial throne, spoke personally at this moment. Boom. In an instant, an unimaginable oppressive force descended, powerful enough to threaten the very existence of numerous peak emperors. Thud, thud. In that fleeting moment, one figure after another knelt before the ground. Apart from the three venerable ancestors of the sacred lands who remained standing, all other peak emperors were compelled to bow their heads, prostrating themselves before the celestial emperor. It was impossible to defy, and even more so, to resist. Under the overwhelming might of the celestial emperor, even if the peak emperors banded together, their demise would be inevitable. Cursed be it. Thud. Yet, the support of the three venerable ancestors did not last long. Within mere breaths, they too had succumbed to kneeling. The power of Li Tsong was simply too terrifying. Just the activation of the powers from dozens of celestial realms was enough to obliterate the very fabric of existence, rendering these venerable ancestors unable to contend against it. Absolute dominance. Boundless tyranny. At this moment, numerous young prodigies could not help but slightly raise their heads, gazing up at the figure seated upon the divine throne. In this moment, he commanded the world to kneel. All emperors bowed in reverence. What grandeur! What magnificence! In an instant, countless young talents were engulfed in a fervent admiration. This was the true paragon of strength that shook the heavens. The pinnacle that all cultivators aspired to reach, with the celestial emperor reigning supreme over all beings. Inevitably, many prodigies had already regarded Li Tsong as their ultimate goal, yearning to become such an overwhelming force that could suppress all emperors and resonate throughout the universe. Very well. Inside the grand hall, not a single person stood upright. All had knelt down, paying homage to Li Tsang. Witnessing this, a satisfied smile crossed Li Tsang's lips as he surveyed the multitude present in the hall. You may rise. Today, I do not seek to impose upon you. Rather, I prepare for the future subjugation of the realm. After all, it is beneath my dignity as the Celestial Emperor to govern this trifling alliance of nations. With a rustle, everyone rose. Upon hearing Li Tsang's words, an overwhelming sense of trepidation washed over them. The Celestial Emperor had proclaimed that their kneeling was a preparation for the future subjugation of the realm. Did he intend to unify all of humanity? To command the entire world to bow before him? Emulating the deeds of the ancient human emperor and ushering in a new epic? Madness. The ambition of the Celestial Emperor was simply unfathomable. In that moment, the crowd felt an absurdity, yet none dared to question it. After all, given the power he had displayed today, it was entirely possible he could accomplish such a feat. I shall abolish the 9 heavens ranking established by your sect and replace it with my own celestial and stellar rankings. Do you have any objections? After a brief silence, Li Tsang, seated upon the throne, spoke once more, intending to abolish the 9 heavens ranking used to rank the continent's prodigies, replacing it with his 2 newly established rankings. Such a thing cannot be. Boom. The countenance of the current leader of the Celestial Mechanism sect changed drastically as he hastily attempted to intervene. But before he could finish his words, a long blade wreathed in thunderous bloodlight appeared from the void, tearing apart myriad laws and cleaving him in two. It was none other than the Celestial Punishment Commander making his move. Presumptuous. If you wish to offer counsel to His Majesty the Celestial Emperor, you must do so with the utmost reverence, kneeling thrice and bowing 9 times. How dare you speak out of turn? The Celestial Punishment Commander barked coldly, striking once more, directly obliterating the body of the Celestial Mechanism sect leader. Complete annihilation. Should you continue to show disrespect, all of you from the Celestial Mechanism sect shall be exterminated. With a scoff, the Celestial Punishment Commander soared back to the sides of the throne. The few venerable elders of the Celestial Mechanism sect dared not voice their anger. Their sect leader had been slain with a single stroke, and if they were to dare retaliate, they too would surely meet a similar fate. Thud, thud, thud. An ancient emperor elder had no choice but to follow the Celestial Punishment Commander's edict of kneeling thrice and bowing 9 times before he dared to speak. Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor. The 9 heavens ranking is a sacred list established by our Celestial Mechanism sect over countless years, and it has become the very foundation of our sect. If the 9 heavens ranking is abolished, our sect's foundation would be utterly destroyed. As he spoke, the elder's visage grew increasingly bitter. The essence of the 9 heavens ranking contained an unimaginable amount of fortune. This ranking was the cornerstone of the Celestial Mechanism sect's prosperity for countless eons, its unyielding existence. To abolish it would be akin to severing the very lifeblood of the sect, potentially harming the fortune of all humanity. I understand your concerns. However, the solution to this matter is exceedingly simple. After the abolishment of the 9 heavens ranking, your Celestial Mechanism sect may join my imperial court and share in this new fortune. Li Tsang replied with a dispassionate smile. The many powerful individuals from the Celestial Mechanism sect below were left utterly dumbfounded, some stammering in disbelief. Your Majesty, do you mean for our Celestial Mechanism sect to submit? Chapter 60, Stellar Ranking. Though the Celestial Mechanism sect ranked at the bottom among the 12 celestial sects, even weaker than the now-destroyed Tai sect, it was held in high regard due to the nearly transcendent divination skills of its 3 ancestors, fostering connections with numerous formidable figures. Now, to expect the entire Celestial Mechanism sect to submit with just a single phrase? It was utterly impossible, even if the 3 ancestors of the sect agreed. Countless powerful beings from the continent who sought the sect's aid would undoubtedly reject such a notion. His Majesty has made it abundantly clear. Your Celestial Mechanism sect's submission to my imperial court is a tremendous honor. Quickly express your gratitude and bow. Do not keep His Majesty waiting. Seeing the members of the Celestial Mechanism sect filled with doubt, the Celestial Punishment Commander raised an eyebrow and coldly reprimanded. With this command, the many powerful figures surrounding them felt a chill run down their spines, astonished at how resolutely the Celestial Emperor demanded the entire Celestial Mechanism sect's submission. For ages, the Celestial Mechanism sect had maintained a position of neutrality. Rumor had it that they had connections with numerous emperors in the starry skies and had debts of gratitude from several dragon lords. With merely a call, countless strong allies could come to their aid. Forcing this sect to submit was akin to ascending to the heavens. Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor. Finally, the strongest representative of the Celestial Mechanism sect, one of the 3 ancestors known as Wan Xiang, spoke. He was a kindly, tall, and slender elder, his gaze seemingly swirling with the myriad forms of the world. Several young prodigies could not help but look upon him, feeling as if they beheld the true essence of all creation. They felt insignificantly small and instinctively lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. This man was one of the three ancestors of the celestial mechanism sect, regarded as one of the most enigmatic figures among human cultivators, possessing terrifying abilities to see through myriad forms and discern the secrets of fate, having reached the pinnacle of the emperor level and earning the reverence of countless beings. Wanxiang bowed respectfully to Li Tsong, as he observed that the individual had yet to perform the ceremonial 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. The commander of the Heavenly Punishment Army could not help but furrow his brow. He contemplated intervening once more, but was halted by another pinnacle Emperor Zun commander, who gestured for him to remain calm. The 3 ancestors of the heavenly mechanism are beings of unparalleled status, revered as wise sages among humanity. At this juncture, it is prudent to refrain from placing undue pressure on the opponent, lest we disrupt His Majesty's plan to subdue the heavenly mechanism sect. The commander conveyed this thought discreetly, while the heavenly punishment commander merely shook his head, closing his eyes in silence. I am the true man of 10,000 appearances from the heavenly mechanism sect. Should His Majesty desire our submission, he must present a sacred list even more formidable than the 9 heavens list. The true man of 10,000 appearances raised his head slightly, a soft golden luminescence flickering in his eyes as he spoke each word with meticulous clarity. Upon hearing this, the 3 esteemed ancestors of the sacred lands immediately became intrigued, casting their gazes towards Li Tsong, eager to witness what astonishing sacred list this self-proclaimed celestial emperor could unveil to overshadow the existence of the time-honored 9 heavens list. Indeed, it would be absurd for me to attempt to usurp the 9 heavens list with a work inferior to it, only to become a laughingstock. Li Tsong replied with a casual smile, gesturing with his hand. Instantly, the air before him rippled with layers of shimmering waves. Subsequently, a colossal sacred list manifesting the shape of the cosmos, seemingly containing myriad star rivers, appeared within the hall. Boom! In that instant, the celestial dome above the entire 9 heavens continent transformed dramatically. Even the stars of the boundless universe appeared to be subtly influenced by this list, flickering and radiating brilliant light, casting reflections across countless vast star realms. Could this be the star list spoken of by the celestial emperor? An exalted emperor armament. This is indeed a supreme emperor armament. The celestial emperor's craftsmanship is astonishing, for he has produced a supreme emperor armament to serve as the foundation of the star list. What kind of fortune does he intend for it to bear? In an instant, the assembly was engulfed in awe and incredulity. Even the members of the heavenly mechanism sect grew pale. The essence of the 9 heavens list could only rival a supreme emperor armament with the support of boundless fortune. Yet, the star list held by the celestial emperor was merely its initial form, already embodying the might of a supreme emperor armament. It could carry unimaginable fortunes, far surpassing the 9 heavens list. The star list encompasses a total of 100,000 slots, including the prodigies of myriad races across the 9 heavens continent and the boundless extraterrestrial monsters. Those who secure a place on the list shall receive enhancements in their comprehension of the principles of the great Tao and the ability to perfectly refine the chaotic imperial aura. Those who rank among the top 3 for an extended period may even be summoned by the spirit of the Star Tower into a realm of the cosmos, where they are granted a peak emperor armament. Li Tsong surveyed the hall, his voice calm, yet deliberate as he introduced the star list. This is not merely a sacred list ranking the prodigies of humanity. It is the supreme list capable of encompassing the prodigies of the entire 9 heavens continent and indeed the universe itself. The comprehension of the great Tao and the perfectly refined chaotic imperial aura, and those in the top 3 shall be bestowed with peak emperor armaments. At once, the numerous prodigies within the hall erupted into fervor. Even the divine sons of the 3 sacred lands were filled with intense excitement as they turned their gazes towards the temporarily vacant star list. The 9 heavens list offered little more than an ethereal glory, devoid of tangible rewards. However, the star list grants those who ascend its ranks opportunities for understanding the great Tao and access to chaotic imperial aura. Undoubtedly, this significantly increases the chances of those listed achieving the status of emperor, making it nearly certain that anyone who enters the star list will eventually become a formidable emperor. They were driven to madness. The prodigies in the hall were wholly consumed by their fervor. We no longer desire the hollow prestige of the 9 heavens list. Your Majesty, the Celestial Emperor, please allow the star list to commence its operations. I shall certainly secure a place among its ranks and become a star son. Abolish the 9 heavens list. The era of the star list has arrived. They each shouted fervently, voicing their unwavering support for the star list and demanding the abolition of the 9 heavens list. Excellent. Li Tsong slightly raised his hand, instantly silencing the hall once more. In the astonished gaze of the true man of 10,000 appearances, he gently pointed towards the star list. Buzz. Radiant lights flickered, and starry glimmers burst forth. Boom. In that moment, it seemed as though an invisible ripple surged forth from the star list, scanning the entirety of the 9 heavens universe in an instant, recording all the contemporary prodigies. Then, the first name gradually appeared on the star list. Star list rank 1. 4th Princess xianxiadrama of the Celestial Emperor's Dynasty of the 9 heavens continent. Haha, of course, the foremost position belongs to my xianxiadrama. Observing that his daughter's name occupied the top rank, Litsong could not suppress a satisfied smile. This outcome had been anticipated. The star list has begun its rankings. The first position is surprisingly claimed by the 4th Princess of the Celestial Emperor's Dynasty. However, this individual has never been known for any notable deeds. Is she truly powerful enough to stand at the pinnacle among the universe's prodigies? What a farce. The Celestial Emperor must have intentionally placed his daughter in the top rank. Yet, the reactions within the hall were starkly divergent. Many, upon seeing the first name on the star list, began to murmur amongst themselves, guessing and questioning the fairness of this list. Buzz. But soon, a multitude of names began to surface. As the crowd focused their attention once more, they finally recognized several familiar names on the list. Star list rank 2. Shun Clan's Emperor Xiao Wu of the 9 heavens continent, the sole son of the only supreme deity of the Shun clan. He has only practiced for a mere 1,500 years and has already reached the peak of the Holy King realm. Furthermore, within the Holy King realm, he has already mastered an authentic Great Tao principle, able to contend even with quasi-emperor powerhouses. Star list rank 3. Yun Sangyu of the Jiuquan Sacred Palace, a contemporary holy son commanding the colossal forces of the Jiuquan Sacred Palace with a half-step quasi-emperor cultivation. Star list rank 372. Xianxiafa, the thunder god son of the 9 heavens continent. Star list rank 511. Gu Tianhao, the Tao initiate son of the 9 heavens continent. Upon glancing at the list, the assembly was left speechless. The divine sons of the 3 sacred lands wore grim expressions. Typically ranked among the top 5 on the 9 heavens list, they now found themselves relegated to mere hundreds on the star list. How could this be possible? Chapter 61. The Challenge of Sword Tianhen, a moment of collapse. Particularly for the last-ranked sword son, Jian Tianhen, whose position had plummeted to over 600. At that moment, his fists were clenched tightly, fingernails digging into his flesh. A disgrace. Over 600? How could this be possible? The star list must be a fraud. As the dignified sword son, who had ranked 4th on the 9 heavens list, how could he be surpassed by so many lesser figures? Damn it. The star list must be false. How could these worthless individuals rank above me? He gritted his teeth, unable to suppress his roar of indignation. In an instant, numerous proud prodigies of humanity began to wear grim expressions as well, their doubts regarding the star list intensifying. Since their companions had yet to emerge from their seclusion, they had not been accounted for on the star list. Once they emerged in a few days, they would likely ascend directly into the top 5, eclipsing countless prodigies. On the other side, Li Tsong, seated upon the imperial throne, murmured softly, harboring a subtle anticipation for the performance of Li Shun and his companions upon their emergence from seclusion. However, it seemed that this group of youngsters harbored considerable skepticism towards my star ranking. Subsequently, he cast a detached gaze downward. With just a single glance, he pierced through the myriad doubts swirling in the minds of the younger generation, and then spoke. I understand the thoughts that dwell within your hearts. Yet, the star ranking is a paragon of absolute fairness and impartiality. All who harbor doubts today may ascend this arena and challenge the targets of their skepticism. Should you prevail, the star ranking shall indeed be amended. As he spoke, Li Tsong waved his hand grandly. In an instant, the space within the grand hall expanded once more, revealing a colossal arena at its center, ancient and solemn, reminiscent of the divine battlegrounds from the primordial era. Very well, the heavenly sword son, Jian Tianhen, was the first to speak, raising his hand and proclaiming, Your Majesty, I shall not be remiss. Today, I, Jian Tianhen, dare to challenge the 4th princess of the Celestial Empire, the individual ranked 1st on the star ranking. Might I ask for your permission, Your Majesty? Boom. His voice resonated like thunder, rolling through the vast emptiness and capturing the attention of all present. Jian Tianhen, with his cultivation at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Holy King realm, possessed an exceptionally profound mastery of swordsmanship, wielding a mid-grade imperial weapon, the Shattering Spirit Sword, capable of contending even with ordinary high-tier holy kings. Yet, such a prodigious talent was merely ranked over 600 on the star ranking. In an instant, curiosity surged among the crowd. Just how formidable was Li Nianer, the 4th princess of the Celestial Empire, the one who held the top position on the star ranking? If she truly possessed the strength to claim the title, defeating this heavenly sword son should be a mere formality, should it not? Presumptuous. How dare you challenge the princess? The commander of the heavenly punishment army erupted in fury, appearing as if he would obliterate Jian Tianhen into ashes at any moment. However, Li Tsong swiftly interjected with a cold command, ordering him to retreat. Jian Tianhen, you possess quite the audacity to leap over 600 ranks and directly challenge the current leader of the star ranking, my cherished pearl. Jian Tianhen implored, Your Majesty, I humbly request permission for this battle. Below, confronted with Li Tsong's evident anger, Jian Tianhen's body trembled slightly, but driven by a fierce unwillingness, he mustered the courage to voice his plea for battle once more. Humph, Nyener, since someone wishes to compete with you, you may indulge him. Li Tsong furrowed his brow but ultimately acquiesced. Buzz. Soon, the void twisted, and a little girl clad in a black dress, appearing merely 5 or 6 years of age, materialized within the hall. She stretched lazily, yawning, and bore an air of drowsiness. Father, someone wants to challenge Nyener? Her voice was sweet and childlike. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were instantly petrified. They could not help but roar within their minds. This is the number 1 on the star ranking? A girl who might not have even weaned yet. This is absurd. There must be some hidden agenda behind the star ranking. Even the elders of the 3 great sacred grounds now wore peculiar expressions, secretly pondering, what scheme does the celestial emperor have in mind? To elevate the star ranking above the 9 heavens ranking, yet so blatantly place his daughter at the top, utterly stripping the list of any semblance of fairness. Within the arena, Jian Tianhen's expression darkened as he beheld the little girl materializing from the void, his lips twitching incessantly. Nevertheless, he soon suppressed his emotions and respectfully cupped his fists in salute towards the little Nyener. I am Jian Tianhen, the heavenly sword son. I humbly ask for your guidance, your highness. Despite the immense frustration bubbling within, Jian Tianhen maintained his decorum. After all, she was the current number 1 on the star ranking. Should he openly defeat the top-ranked individual, the credibility of the star ranking would be irrevocably tarnished. Your Majesty, may I ask one more question? If Tianhen triumphs today, can we consider the star ranking null and void? At that moment, an elder from the heavenly sword sacred ground spoke up, casting a serious gaze towards Li Tsong. While such an outcome is highly improbable, if this young man were to best my Nyener, I would bestow upon your heavenly sword sacred ground the true essence of the star ranking. Li Tsong scoffed lightly. Although he held no belief that Jian Tianhen could surpass little Nyener, he still responded thus. The essence of the star ranking, a supreme imperial weapon. Jian Tianhen, you must prevail in this battle. Upon receiving Li Tsong's promise, the members of the heavenly sword sacred ground erupted in fervor, their gazes locking onto Jian Tianhen, standing upon the arena, eyes glinting with a fervent greed. Facing a mere child, it felt somewhat unjust. Yet, should they acquire a supreme imperial weapon, what would that matter? Is it you? Little Nyener stepped onto the arena, still appearing drowsy as she rubbed her eyes and spoke with a somewhat slurred tongue. Pardon me. Upon hearing the extremely innocent voice of little Nyener, Jian Tianhen felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. In an instant, he lunged forth, unleashing an overwhelming sword intent. He aimed to secure victory in a single strike, even if it meant staining the grounds with the blood of the celestial emperor's daughter. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, sword intent traversed the realms, tearing apart the void. Jian Tianhen moved with unimaginable speed, reaching little Nyener in the blink of an eye, wielding his long sword infused with boundless sword intent, ready to slice through the drowsy girl. At that moment, several female prodigies could not help but cover their eyes, particularly the princess of the Qingxia ancient kingdom. Jun Xingya, who had a prior connection with Li Tsong, felt her heart tighten, nearly gasping for breath. However, the next second, swoosh. Just as Jian Tianhen was about to close in on little Nyener, his figure suddenly vanished without a trace. Bad person. The little Nyener on the arena stomped her foot in irritation, casually tossing a piece of humanoid paper onto the ground, before vanishing into thin air, settling onto a small throne beside Li Tsong. Upon witnessing that somewhat peculiar piece of paper, the crowd focused their gazes. Yet, as they discerned its true nature, they could not help but feel their scalps tingle with dread, a chill creeping up their spines. This was no ordinary piece of humanoid paper. It was, in fact, a depiction of Jian Tianhen, utterly crushed to the extreme. It resembled a paper effigy. Even the expression on his face and the long sword in his hands were meticulously etched onto it. A bizarre and fatal demise. Chapter 62, Li Tsong's Fury. Crushing the 7 sword realms with a single finger. Since time immemorial, mortals must not touch the divine. Little Nyener, possessing the bloodline of the Candle Dragon, could be regarded as a true juvenile deity. Surrounding her was a peculiar realm of absolute darkness, the nine nether domain, within which any mortal spirit that dared to intrude would meet certain death. And while Xianxiahan was undeniably powerful, he was ultimately still confined to the realm of holy kings. The emperor is, indeed, a true immortal, transcending the ordinary. The hierarchy of life has reached a terrifying new height. Above the sacred king, even the quasi-emperor is but a mere phantom immortal. The so-called imperial body of the nine heavens continent is, in truth, merely the vessel to condense the form of an immortal, preparing for the ultimate achievement of becoming a true immortal and ascending to the celestial realm. Yet, Xianxiahan is not a true immortal. He is still far from even being a phantom immortal. Therefore, when he displayed murderous intent towards Xianxianer and stepped into that realm of annihilation, he had already committed the grave sin of blaspheming the divine. In an instant, he faced obliteration. No, Tianhen, divine son, at this very moment. As Xianxiahan met his abrupt demise and transformed into a bizarre paper figure, the many strong practitioners of the heavenly sword's sacred land were engulfed in despair and fury. Xianxiahan, this divine son, was a rare prodigy of swordsmanship that the heavenly sword's sacred land had not seen for millions of years. And he was taken as a disciple by the venerable ancestor, Seven Swords' real person. Once he stepped into the imperial realm, he was destined to become a sovereign being. Now, he has met such a tragic end on the spot. Emperor Tianhen is my disciple. I know his strength better than anyone. How could he fall to a mere child? You must have employed despicable means in secret. You must provide an explanation to the heavenly sword's sacred land. Stepping onto the arena, tightly grasping the paper figure that was Xianxiahan, the Seven Swords' real person's eyes blazed crimson, as if he were about to spew fire. Xianxiahan was the most outstanding among his hundreds of disciples. He was bound to achieve greatness as an emperor, perhaps even easily claim the title of emperor sovereign. Such a genius is a rarity that may not be seen for countless eons. His fall cannot be brushed aside so easily. Despicable means? I am the heavenly emperor. Do I need to employ any means against you, a group of insignificant ants? Upon hearing this, Litsang's expression turned icy. He had no desire to explain anything to these individuals of the heavenly sword's sacred land. As he spoke indifferently, a terrifying pressure that seemed capable of collapsing the very heavens descended once more, mercilessly crushing down upon the Seven Swords' real person. Ancestor, do not interfere. Our heavenly sword's sacred land cannot afford to tear our faces with the heavenly emperor. Today's matter is merely a personal grievance of the Seven Swords and has nothing to do with our heavenly sword's sacred land. The strong practitioners of the heavenly sword's sacred land wished to step forward to assist, but another ancestor, the Qinjian real person, blocked their path. With a gaze filled with struggle, he spoke in a low voice. Qinjian ancestor, what you say upon hearing the words of the Qinjian real person? Some elders became indignant. The heavenly sword's sacred land has endured for countless ages, historically the most formidable force of the human race. They have never yielded or compromised. Yet today, with the divine son of the sacred land falling in public, the Seven Swords' real person seeking an explanation on his behalf could not gain the recognition of the other ancestors. They regarded it merely as a personal feud of the Seven Swords' real person and chose to turn a blind eye. Witnessing this scene, many disciples and elders of the heavenly sword's sacred land felt a chill in their hearts. The Seven Swords' real person had contributed immeasurably to the sacred land throughout his life, yet in the end, he could not garner any support. Tianzong Emperor, you need not say more. Let me kill that wretched beast. For killing my disciple, a life must be repaid with a life. Li Tsong's indifference completely stripped the Seven Swords' real person of his reason. At this moment, he screamed in madness. Countless sword laws surging forth as if turning the void into an ocean of swords, completely disregarding Li Tsong, and charging directly towards Xianxianer, seeking death. Hearing the Seven Swords' real person refer to his beloved daughter as a wretched beast, Li Tsong was utterly enraged. Behind him, 100 worlds of cave heavens shimmered ominously. With a single finger, he crushed down. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth turned upside down. The void trembled. The Seven Swords' real person's attack was obliterated in an instant beneath the pressure of 100 imperial powers. His entire being was reduced to ash, leaving no trace behind. The venerable ancestor of the sacred land, a supreme being who had roamed the cosmos for tens of millions of years, was still crushed by a single finger. Silence enveloped the arena, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. The many powerful figures of the heavenly sword's sacred land wore expressions of horror, their hearts trembling. The Seven Swords' real person, an ancestor of the heavenly sword's sacred land, has fallen. With just one finger, an invincible existence among the imperial sovereigns was crushed, shattering the myth of the four sacred lands' supremacy. Remember, I am the heavenly emperor. My command is the decree of heaven. My decisions are the will of the heavens. All who dare to defy my will shall face death. You four sacred lands are no exception. A cold, chilling voice resounded. As Li Tsong's gaze surveyed the strong practitioners of the heavenly sword sacred land, indifferent and frigid to the core. However, today, considering that you made the choice to distance yourselves from this rebel at the first opportunity, I shall only annihilate half of your sacred land's beings. Moreover, in the future, your heavenly sword sacred land shall become the heavenly sword pavilion of my 108 imperial pavilions. Do you have any objections? The domineering and cold voice reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. The strong practitioners of the heavenly sword sacred land trembled in spirit, especially those from the heavenly sword sacred land, who could not help but attempt to speak. Heavenly Emperor Humph. A flash of golden light pierced through the void. Subsequently, the heads of the many strong practitioners of the heavenly sword sacred land, including the heavenly sword master, were severed in unison. Blood sprayed forth, staining the void crimson. Do you have any objections? In an instant, among the thousands who had come from the heavenly sword sacred land, 90% perished. At this moment, only a few supreme elders and the Xianxian real person remained standing, their gazes flickering faintly. This is madness. This Tiansong emperor is nothing short of a tyrant. A demon emperor. They had clearly made their choice and had not aligned themselves with the seven swords real person. Yet this tyrant still rained his wrath upon the heavenly sword sacred land, not only claiming to annihilate half of the sacred land's beings, but also demanding the entire sacred land's submission. A lunatic. A complete lunatic. Your Majesty, regarding your claim to annihilate half of my heavenly sword sacred land's beings, I dare to ask, how will you accomplish this? Suddenly, the Xianxian real person took a deep breath, raising his head to look at Li Tsong. In the depths of his eyes, a sharp glint flickered. Though the heavenly sword sacred land ranks at the bottom among the four sacred lands, its foundation is robust. With 8 pinnacle imperial sovereign ancestors residing within the half-plane of the 10,000 sword void realm. Furthermore, wielding the supreme imperial weapon, the ancient Lantian sword. Even the dragon clan's dragon sovereigns and the divine clan's divine lords would find it difficult to breach this 10,000 sword void realm. And at this moment, the Tiansong Emperor is still a full 100,000 domains away from the heavenly sword sacred land. The Xianxian real person was eager to see what kind of transcendent means the other party possessed to dare to speak of annihilating the majority of the heavenly sword sacred land. Chapter 63. The Annihilation of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, the Birth of a Fortuitous Treasure. However, upon hearing the words of the Xianxian real person, Li Tsong suddenly threw his head back and laughed maniacally, filled with derision. Do you truly believe that the power I have displayed thus far represents my true strength? As Li Tsong's voice echoed, a surge of energy erupted, 100-fold stronger than before. This aura was vast and magnificent, as if it could shatter countless seas of stars, sweeping through heaven and earth. 300 worlds of cave heavens manifested. At this moment, the pressure Li Tsong exuded turned the external heavens and earth into a different hue, causing mountains to tremble. In a radius of tens of thousands of domains, everything quaked in madness, the void splitting open in layers, as if the end of days were upon them, and worlds were collapsing. How could this be? This is impossible. On that day, the celestial emperor, Li Tsong, had evidently acquired an extraordinary opportunity, transcending the very limits of the imperial realm to ascend to an unparalleled legendary domain. The sheer terror of the oppressive aura he emanated sent shivers down the spines of numerous powerful emperors, who gasped in disbelief. In the vast expanse of the 9 heavens continent, the imperial realm represented the ultimate pinnacle of the cultivation path. For countless eons, no one had managed to breach this threshold. Only ancient tomes from epochs beyond comprehension contained vague references to what lay beyond the imperial realm. However, today, as they truly felt the overwhelming might of Li Tsong, a power that existed on an entirely different plane, they finally comprehended why he dared to proclaim himself as the celestial emperor. He had surpassed the imperial realm, truly reigning above the entire continent. Was this his ultimate trump card? In the void, the scene of the heavenly sword sacred land emerged. Li Tsong descended from his imperial throne, wielding the royal-grade immortal weapon, the heavenly punishment spear, his gaze surveying the world below as he spoke indifferently. Even across hundreds of thousands of domains, should I wish to annihilate your heavenly sword sacred land, one strike would suffice. Amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers, Li Tsong hurled the divine spear into the infinite distance, and in an instant, a brilliant golden radiance pierced the boundless void. Within a mere breath, it manifested upon the celestial dome of the light curtain. Then came the cataclysmic explosion. The resounding roar was deafening as a colossal mushroom cloud, towering billions of miles high, erupted into existence. The entire realm transformed into chaos in an instant. The shockwave alone obliterated hundreds of vast domains, reducing them to mere dust and sand. Witnessing this scene, the Xianxian real person was struck with an indescribable terror, trembling uncontrollably. Even from behind the light curtain, he could sense the world-destroying power radiating from Li Tsong. Even if 1,000 versions of himself were present, they would be annihilated in an instant. The Star Sword real person? The Nether Sword real person? The Void Sword real person? In desperation, the Xianxian real person shattered a jade talisman, urgently sending a message to the other ancestors within the myriad swords void, seeking to ascertain their survival status. Yet, ultimately, none responded. Between the shattered talismans, only an oppressive silence remained. It seems I have inadvertently extinguished your entire heavenly sword sacred land. However, it is fitting, for your kin dared to refer to my daughter as a little beast, thus provoking my ire. This is your punishment. With a flick of his right hand, the still glimmering heavenly punishment spear instantly returned to his grasp. He looked down with detached calmness, his words flat, as if recounting a trivial matter. The Xianxian real person was on the verge of madness. The heavenly sword's sacred land, a supreme force of humanity that had existed for countless ages. Was it truly obliterated just like that? With a single throw of the spear, had everything been reduced to nothingness? The annihilation of the heavenly sword's sacred land revealed that the celestial emperor's self-proclaimed title was backed by genuine power. How could one resist? Even the heavenly sword's sacred land had been obliterated in the blink of an eye. Eons of accumulation were lost in an instant. The true martial sacred land might very well be the next to face destruction. From this moment forth, humanity would likely only hear the voice of this celestial emperor. The fear and horror within the hearts of the spectators surged to an unprecedented peak. With a mere thought, the heavens and earth could be overturned. In the blink of an eye, a sacred land could be rendered to ashes. Who could contend with such might? Even if the remaining 3 sacred lands joined forces, they would stand no chance against a single strike. The celestial emperor. This was the true essence of the celestial emperor. His overwhelming presence, capable of sweeping through the universe and subduing all realms, was enough to instill despair and induce surrender in anyone. With a crack, Li Tsong stepped through the void, appearing directly before the Xianxian real person. His eyes were cold, his voice deep. Xianxian real person, you are the last remnant of the heavenly sword's sacred land. Will you choose death or allegiance? I trust you have made your decision. I, the old servant, submit. The Xianxian real person was profoundly impacted by the destruction of the heavenly sword's sacred land. Blood dripped from his lips, his complexion as pale as death. Witnessing the terrifying spear hover once more, he immediately knelt before Li Tsong, repeatedly bowing in submission. He no longer possessed the courage to resist. Before this celestial emperor, he and the heavenly sword's sacred land had always been akin to mere ants. With a mere thought, they could be crushed to oblivion. Celestial Emperor, my Tiangong sect also submits. Your Majesty's majesty will forever be etched in the annals of our human history, passed down through the ages. Following the Xianxian real person's actions, the Tiangong patriarch and the myriad appearances real person also knelt, drenched in cold sweat, proclaiming the submission of the Tiangong sect. Resistance was futile. This individual's destiny was so exalted that it was beyond comprehension. It could not be defied. Very well. Li Tsong returned to his imperial throne, gazing downwards, his eyes deep as an abyss. From this day forth, the Tiangong sect shall transform into the Tiangong pavilion of my imperial court. The heavenly sword's sacred land shall be erased from existence, henceforth known only as the heavenly sword pavilion. With a flick of his finger, the radiant star rankings at the center of the palace surged with brilliance. With the assistance of the myriad appearances real person, it swiftly absorbed all the fortunes of the 9 heavens rankings, merging into one. The void trembled as, to the astonished gazes of all, the star rankings slowly ascended. It seemed to unite with the heavenly Tao of the 9 heavens continent. In the minds of countless prodigies, the projection of this ranking appeared, truly integrating into the operations of the heavenly laws. At this moment, the star rankings transcended being merely a supreme imperial weapon. It became a treasure of destiny comparable to immortal artifacts, capable of infinitely enhancing the fortunes of prodigies within the 9 heavens universe, ensuring that future strong individuals would grow ever more formidable. Moreover, the stronger the prodigies inscribed upon it, the greater its power would become. Ultimately, it could even assist Li Tsong in completely mastering the heavenly laws of the myriad realms, truly becoming the sole sovereign of the 9 heavens universe. Thus, as the master of the star rankings, Li Tsong was also endowed with boundless fortune. In mere breaths, the number of worlds within his body surged once more, reaching a staggering total of 500. Chapter 64. The Emergence of the Celestial Rankings, the Schemes of the Taibao Divine Emperor. As the star rankings merged with the heavenly laws, the grand ceremony of the nation's alliance concluded amidst the astonishment and dread of the powerful from all directions. Now, both the Tiangong sect and the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land had submitted beneath the celestial Emperor Litsong. All present understood deeply that the time allocated to themselves and their respective factions was rapidly dwindling. It would not be long before this celestial emperor truly showcased his undeniable tyranny and strength, encompassing the entire realm of humanity, with the celestial court possibly being renamed to the heavenly court. The day after the conclusion of the ceremony, the celestial ranking, which truly represents the might of the myriad emperors of the nine heavens universe, has finally manifested within the vast river of the great Tao, providing a hierarchy for the pinnacle powers of the cosmos. The celestial ranking, a total of 1,000 slots. It signifies the most formidable 1,000 emperors of the entire nine heavens universe, with its ability to condense luck far surpassing that of the star ranking by countless magnitudes. This extraordinary artifact, a top-tier celestial weapon, was acquired by Li Tsong through his angling endeavors. Such divine objects cannot merely be described as treasures of luck. A designation as a treasure of the heavenly Tao might be more fitting. Boom. In that instant, the emperors and titans from all corners of the nine heavens continent and the starry skies opened their eyes wide, their hearts trembling. Within their seas of consciousness, an exalted divine ranking began to rise, slowly etching down robust and powerful characters. Celestial ranking, first. Nine heavens continent, Heavenly Emperor Li Tsong. An absolute invincibility of the present age, unmatched and sovereign. Li Tsong's rank stands at the pinnacle. The description bestowed by the celestial ranking is both simple and clear, unrivaled in this world. An unparalleled force that tramples all. From the divine clan, the Emperor Taihao of the 33 Heavenly Divine Palace awakened upon the emergence of the celestial ranking. Taihao Emperor, the sole emperor among the divine clan, capable of manifesting the realm of the gods as a norm, transcending the taboos of emperors, and successfully ascending to a higher plane of existence. Indeed, he is the true celestial immortal, a peerless figure whom even the taboos of emperors cannot obstruct. While the world knows the Taihao Emperor as the mightiest and invincible, few realize that his cultivation has long since transcended the confines of the emperor realm. Beneath the ever-present protection of the Taihao divine realm, he has quietly achieved the status of a celestial immortal. Heavenly Emperor Li Tsong, standing at the apex of the boundless firmament, within the supreme palace of the 33 Heavenly Divine Palace. The Taihao Emperor opened his eyes and slowly gazed upon the abruptly manifested projection of the celestial ranking within his consciousness. Upon seeing Li Tsong's name in the first position, this supreme emperor coldly smiled, his eyes betraying unmasked disdain. A mere human dares to call himself a heavenly emperor and ranks himself among the mightiest of the entire nine heavens universe? Truly arrogant. After a million years of secluded cultivation, he did not expect to awaken to such a farcical sight. The celestial ranking? A ranking of emperor-level powers for the entire nine heavens universe? Even a supreme imperial weapon could not possibly bear the luck of such a multitude of strong beings, let alone categorize them. This, the Taihao Emperor firmly believed. After all, even his life-bound treasure, the Mountain Sea Map, could not accomplish such a feat. Yet soon, amidst the mocking gaze of the Taihao Emperor, the subsequent rankings of the celestial ranking continued to materialize. Celestial ranking, second. Abyssal Star Sea, Devouring Star Lord. A cosmic beast known as the World Devourer, one of the few in the nine heavens universe to break the Emperor's taboo. How could this be? There are others who have shattered the Emperor's taboo besides myself. Upon seeing the name of the Devouring Star Lord in second place, the Taihao Emperor's pupils constricted, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. The Devouring Star Lord. This title was one he had never heard before. A mere cosmic beast could become an entity that broke the Emperor's taboo and stand alongside him. Boom. Before the Taihao Emperor could ponder further, the remaining rankings of the celestial ranking continued to unveil themselves. Celestial ranking, third. Nine heavens continent, Dragon Ancestor, Dragon Emperor. A bearer of 1 in 10,000 of the ancestral dragon bloodline, breaking the Emperor's taboo with an extraordinarily powerful body and will, stepping into the supreme heights. Celestial ranking. Fourth, Nine Heavens Continent, Divine Clan Taihao Emperor. Utilizing the Divine Clan's talents, he cleverly broke the Emperor's taboo, the ostensible strongest in the Nine Heavens Continent. Boom. Upon seeing his name appear among them, the Taihao Emperor was filled with rage rather than joy, as his fury surged. The entire hall he occupied trembled violently, as if it were about to collapse. This emperor can only be ranked fourth? This absurd celestial ranking defines me, with the words cleverly breaking the taboo? Crack. The emperor's wrath shook the heavens and earth. The surrounding void for millions of miles shattered inch by inch, revealing boundless darkness. Heavenly Emperor Li Song, very well. After a long while, the Taihao Emperor finally regained his composure. His voice icy as ice. I wish to see what means you possess that allows this celestial ranking to bestow such an evaluation upon me. Whoosh. In the midst of his words, a magnificent golden radiance erupted from the Taihao Emperor's body, resembling an endless sun exploding. Boom. A gigantic hand suddenly manifested, directly crossing through countless voids, and ruthlessly struck towards the essence of the celestial ranking, attempting to crush it directly. However, sizzle. Before the gigantic hand could approach, the rebound force emanating from the celestial ranking had already arrived first. In an instant, the Taihao Emperor felt himself being forcefully suppressed by an enormous golden tablet, causing a mouthful of blood to spurt forth as he was sent flying, utterly disheveled. Damn it! The Taihao Emperor's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his face filled with horror. He had broken the Emperor's taboo, his power having long transcended the limits of the Emperor realm. Yet this celestial ranking, with merely a trace of rebound force, could completely nullify his attack and even injure him. A supreme imperial weapon? No, this is far beyond the realm of just imperial weapons. It is likely a legendary celestial artifact, originating from the upper realm's treasure. The Taihao Emperor calmed himself slightly. Although he had never seen a celestial artifact with his own eyes, the descriptions of their powers in the forbidden ancient texts of the divine clan were truly earth-shattering. The celestial ranking is perhaps one of the few remaining celestial artifacts of the Nine Heavens continent, because it was unexpectedly obtained by this human clan. It dares to be so arrogant and presumes to call itself a heavenly emperor, a celestial artifact. As thoughts raced and ideas flickered, the Taihao Emperor quickly devised a plan. He intended to seize this celestial artifact, thereby allowing the divine clan to become the sovereign of the entire Nine Heavens continent, making all races submit, with only the divine clan enduring eternally. Oh, this fellow, Emperor Tian, has actually reached an agreement with the powerful beings of the Void Spirit clan to infiltrate the human realm, preparing to annihilate that heavenly Emperor Li Song in one fell swoop. Immediately, the Taihao Emperor scanned through all matters reported by the divine clan. His eyes flickered slightly, and at that moment, he made a decisive resolution. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, while the Emperor Tian and the three lords of the Void Spirit clan delay Li Song's time. He could take the opportunity to seize the celestial ranking and even conveniently obliterate all the forces established by the human clan. Cold Moon, Your Majesty the Divine Emperor, a voice called out, and a figure of a woman quietly materialized behind the Taihao Emperor. It was none other than one of the 13 lords of the divine clan, the Cold Moon Lord, whose strength surpassed that of the Emperor Tian by a notch. She is the true right-hand companion of the Taihao Emperor. Accompany me to the human realm, conceal your form and aura, and do not raise any alarms. Buzz, as she spoke, the Taihao Emperor's form began to shift. Surprisingly, he transformed directly into a stooped old man, his aura diminishing to that of an ordinary ancient sage. Meanwhile, the Cold Moon Divine Emperor also took on the guise of a youthful maid in white, her appearance a stark contrast to the frostbitten visage she had previously displayed. Whoosh! In the next moment, both figures transformed into divine radiance and vanished into the vast void. Chapter 65. The Realm of Immortals and the Truth of the Nine Heavens Universe. Simultaneously, in the time and space secret tower that Li Song had constructed within the imperial city of Tian, the announcement of the celestial ranking was made. However, the fortune it brought was considerably less than that of the stellar ranking, merely granting him access to another 7 world caves. It appears that this ranking has yet to gain the recognition of the powerful, failing to fully integrate into the laws of the heavenly Tao. Li Song concluded his meditation. Seated upon a jade platform, and sighed softly. The celestial ranking is indeed the true ranking of the mightiest across the myriad realms. Once acknowledged by the world and completely integrated into the heavenly Tao's rules, the fortune it bestows could allow Li Song to increase his world caves by at least 100 and grasp the operational rules of the Nine Heavens universe. He began to set his sights on his next objective, to establish a heavenly court in the future, to create reincarnation, and to open the Yellow Springs. Thus, the lives and deaths of all heavenly court citizens would not be subject to the control of other rules. All beings would fall into reincarnation upon their demise. In the heavenly court, they would be reborn. Li Song proclaimed himself the heavenly emperor, and this declaration was far from mere words. He aspired to truly seize control over everything, to dominate the lives and deaths of all beings, to oversee the reincarnation of myriad worlds. Ding! The fishing attempts across the myriad realms have been refreshed, current remaining 10 attempts. As Li Song pondered the future, the melodious notification of the system suddenly resounded, indicating the refresh of his fishing attempts. Without a hint of surprise, he opted to utilize his 10 consecutive fishing attempts. which had become a daily routine over the past few days. Ding. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mid-grade celestial item, the Heavenly Origin Peach. Ding. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a character summoning card for the Great Compassion Taoist. Ding. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the National Guardian Celestial Beast, the World-Settling Heavenly Turtle. The Great Compassion Taoist and the World-Settling Heavenly Turtle? The items obtained from the 10 consecutive fishing attempts soon materialized, causing Li Tsong's eyes to gleam with excitement as he examined their respective descriptions. Heavenly Origin Peach. One of the mid-grade celestial items. Consuming it allows a mortal to instantly become an immortal. It increases one's lifespan by an entire epoch. 1 epoch equals 10,240,000 years. In his hand appeared a translucent, enormous fruit, radiant like a ruby, exuding a mystical mist, with a rich and alluring fragrance wafting through the air. 1 heavenly peach could enable a person to ascend to immortality in the 9 heavens continent. This would equate to the level of an emperor. Indeed, the treasures of the heavenly realm are extraordinary. Beholding such a terrifying efficacy, even Li Tsong could not help but gasp in astonishment. If he possessed hundreds of thousands of these peaches, could he not immediately establish a formidable army of emperors? There would be no need for him to intervene personally. In just a few days, he could sweep across the entire 9 heavens universe. Great Compassion Taoist Summoning Card. A fallen figure from the heavenly realm, the founding ancestor of the Great Compassion sect. With a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of the Profound Immortal. Using this summoning card will instantly resurrect this individual. They will serve the host eternally. World-Settling Heavenly Turtle, Juvenile. A royal-tier celestial beast with an exceptionally long lifespan. In its adult form, it can rival an immortal king. But it takes over 1,000,000 epochs to mature. Usually serves as a guardian celestial beast for various nations and sects. An auspicious beast capable of stabilizing the fortunes of countless worlds. Note, the cultivation levels in the heavenly realm are divided into Void Immortal, Quasi-Emperor, True Immortal, Emperor, Celestial Immortal, Profound Immortal, Golden Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Sovereign, Immortal Monarch, Immortal Emperor, Profound Immortal. So this is the complete classification of realms within the heavenly realm. After reviewing the ultimate gains from this fishing session, Li Tsong murmured to himself, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. A profound immortal. He had actually gained the loyalty of a true powerhouse from the heavenly realm. A profound immortal is likely not inferior to his current self. And even among the vast heavenly realm, they would be considered a formidable force, would they not? Buzz, as he used the summoning card. A figure clad in black robes with white hair and a face lined with wrinkles manifested before Li Tsong. Kneeling halfway, the elder respectfully spoke. I am the Great Compassion Taoist, paying my respects to your majesty, the heavenly emperor. Li Tsong nodded lightly and gestured for him to take a seat. Great Compassion Taoist, as you were once a celestial being of the heavenly realm. Do share with me the detailed circumstances regarding the heavenly realm. The black-robed elder hesitated slightly, as if striving to recall something, before slowly responding. To speak candidly, your majesty, my memories are largely muddled after my rebirth. I only know that I was the ancestor of the Great Compassion sect, which governs an area of 9 trillion miles within the Qinghe mountain range, a mere small sect. The Qinghe mountain range? A mountain range spanning 9 trillion miles. Upon hearing this, Li Tsong was shaken to his core. Just how magnificent is the heavenly realm, that a single mountain range could stretch across such an expansive distance, far exceeding the imagination of ordinary beings. Your majesty, the heavenly realm is the true center of countless worlds. Its grandeur surpasses that of myriad cosmic seas. Under the pervasive nurturing of the ethereal energy of the heavenly realm, all living beings and entities are extraordinarily powerful. Even the mountains are of immense density and scale. The Great Compassion Taoist began to explain, conjuring a sphere of pure spiritual energy in his hand, which was indeed the ethereal energy he had mentioned. Is this the Chaos Emperor Qi? Li Tsong realized with clarity that the Chaos Emperor Qi was synonymous with the ethereal energy, which is why only those at the Emperor level, or true immortals, could condense and refine such power. It originated from the heavenly realm. Li Tsong understood with sudden insight. The Emperor is the true immortal, and immortals naturally cultivate by absorbing and refining genuine celestial energy. This aligns with what the populace of the 9 heavens continent refers to as the Chaos Emperor Qi. Your Majesty, although I have lost much of my memory, I seem to have a vague familiarity with the world you inhabit. It resembles the 9 heavens realm, which was lost to the Chaos Immortal King a myriad of epochs ago. At this moment, the Great Compassion Taoist subtly sensed the laws of the 9 heavens continent. Suddenly, he spoke, causing Li Tsong's heart to tremble. Grabbing the Great Compassion Taoist, he demanded, the 9 heavens realm? How much do you know about this? Speak to me in detail. Of course, Your Majesty. The great compassion Taoist was startled by Li Cong's sudden action but quickly regained his composure, speaking solemnly. Your Majesty. It is rumored that after the Chaos Immortal King acquired the Nine Heavens realm, he completely sealed off the path for this realm to ascend to the heavenly realm. Furthermore, in the future, the Chaos Immortal King will personally descend upon the Nine Heavens realm, plunging all order and laws of this realm into utter chaos, leading to the slaughter of countless beings. This is to forge his immortal king laws, the great chaos method. What? Upon hearing the words of the great compassion Taoist, Li Cong's pupils constricted. This is the truth of the Nine Heavens universe. Merely a tool for an immortal king to refine his own laws. A wager lost to another powerful being. A myriad of epochs, equivalent to 1 billion years of time in the Nine Heavens continent. In the Nine Heavens continent. For 1 billion years, the name of the heavenly realm has seemingly become a taboo. The realm of emperors has become the absolute pinnacle of this world. So it is. Subsequently, Li Cong achieved a profound understanding. Upon hearing the words of the great sadness Taoist, all his doubts were instantly resolved. It was not that ascending to the heavenly realm was impossible. Rather, it was that the chaotic celestial king had deliberately sealed off the pathways to the heavenly realm, viewing all beings in the Nine Heavens universe as mere pawns in his game. How formidable is the celestial king? After a moment, Li Cong finally exhaled a breath of foul air and solemnly inquired. He was aware that he, who currently commanded 500 world caves, was at the level of a profound celestial. He was indeed more powerful than the great sadness Taoist before him. Yet the celestial king, just hearing his name, revealed the supreme grandeur of his realm. To be addressed as king among the myriad celestial beings undoubtedly implied unimaginable combat prowess. Facing such an existence now seemed an insurmountable challenge for him. The celestial king is immensely powerful, capable of obliterating spans of 1 billion miles with a mere wave of his hand within the heavenly realm. In the lower realms, a single strike could annihilate an entire vast universe. For someone like me, a profound celestial, a mere breath could extinguish millions. Chapter 66. The Celestial Monarch's Secret Treasure. The Chaotic Celestial King's Strategy. The great sadness Taoist chuckled bitterly. In the heavenly realm, beings of the void celestial level are merely the lowest echelon, without exceptional talent. They are often relegated to the role of cannon fodder. Slaves. True celestials and heavenly celestials are the main forces, possessing the means to barely scrape by in the heavenly realm, even to command territories spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Upon reaching the profound celestial level, one becomes a genuine powerhouse within a small region, with countless small sects like the Great Sadness sect having their strongest members at the profound celestial stage. Beyond that lies the Golden Celestial. The Golden Celestial is an almost truly immortal and indestructible, transcendent being, existing timelessly across all dimensions. Their lifespan stretches into the unimaginable, eluding the conventional measures of days, months, and years, instead quantified in epochs. Each Golden Celestial is a supreme existence. In the heavenly realm, a Golden Celestial can be a ruler of a domain, vastly surpassing profound celestials in strength by tens of thousands of times. They can establish a medium-sized power, controlling tens of thousands of worlds, and perpetuating their legacy through the ages. 1 million profound celestials could scarcely produce a single immortal Golden Celestial. And beyond the Golden Celestial lies the Celestial King, the king of 10,000 celestials, an unparalleled being who transcends the heavens, commanding billions of universes and governing infinite time and space. If among 1 million profound celestials, perhaps one might achieve the Golden Celestial rank. Then among 10 million or even 100 million Golden Celestials, the number who can take that final step to become the Supreme Celestial King would likely not exceed 5. The Celestial King, a true giant in the heavenly realm, capable of ruling a celestial domain and commanding countless vast worlds. The chasm between the peak of the Golden Celestial and the Celestial King may well be greater than that between mortals and Golden Celestials. Once one enters the realm of the Celestial King, they become the supreme eternal sovereign. Their lifespan is measured in chaotic epochs, with one chaotic epoch equivalent to over 10 million ordinary epochs. In terms of lower realm time, it is virtually impossible to quantify, let alone the existence of celestial lords, celestial sovereigns, and celestial emperors above the Celestial King. Those 3 tiers are far beyond the comprehension or qualifications of the great sadness Taoist. A single strike can annihilate the universe, a true figure of great stature within the heavenly realm. Upon hearing the great sadness Taoist's description of the Celestial King's power, Li Cong's gaze grew unprecedentedly solemn. The chaotic Celestial King, a foe of unparalleled magnitude. Before this Celestial King descends upon the 9 heavens universe, He must attain Celestial King-level combat strength to defeat the chaotic Celestial King. Furthermore, he must open the gates to the heavenly realm and step into a world of greater magnificence. However, Your Majesty, there is no need for immediate concern. Observing Li Tsong's grave demeanor, the great sadness Taoist waved his hand and reassured him. Celestial-level beings measure time in epochs at the very least. In the blink of an eye, several epochs may pass, which translates to tens of millions of years in the lower realms. Your Majesty, what kind of person are you? In a span of millions of years, you will certainly command the power of a Celestial King and need not fear the chaotic Celestial King in the slightest. By the end of his words, the great sadness Taoist's eyes gleamed with fervor. He possessed immense confidence in his current master. Indeed, I hope so, Li Tsong replied. At present, I must fully dominate the nine heavens universe, allowing my will to thoroughly merge with the Tao of heaven. By doing so, I can control this vast world. If I command the Tao of heaven, I will be able to freely devour and refine the boundless energies of the universe. The rate of power growth will undergo a qualitative transformation, condensing thousands, even millions of world caves. Upon hearing this, Li Tsong nodded slowly. What he needed now was time. Not only the power of the chaotic scriptures, but also the boundless benefits from the supreme sign-in system would aid him with every sign-in. Thus, time became ever more crucial. He also needed to provide the chaotic scriptures with more energy for devouring and refining. Everything must begin with the control of the nine heavens realm, following the original plan. Your Majesty, if you could control the Tao of heaven in the nine heavens realm, that would be splendid. This vast world is not simple. It is rumored that a celestial lord lies buried within, and somewhere in the void of the universe exists boundless treasures left behind by that celestial lord. If one could unite with the Tao of heaven, the entire universe could become your eyes, allowing you to swiftly locate the treasures of the celestial lord. Upon hearing Li Tsong express his intent to master the Tao of heaven in the nine heavens, the great sadness Taoist suddenly recalled something and spoke with uncontainable excitement. What? Celestial Lord's treasures? Is the chaotic Celestial King aware of this? With his power, he should be able to easily locate the position of the treasures, no? Li Tsong's eyes sparkled with excitement, but then he furrowed his brow, contemplating the strength of the chaotic Celestial King, and asked, though the nine heavens universe is vastly larger than ordinary universes, a Celestial King's strength should still allow for its easy destruction, let alone finding the location of these treasures. My liege may not know, the great sadness Taoist replied. The Celestial Lord buried within the nine heavens realm is known as the Disaster Celestial Lord. The Celestial Lord, indeed, is a Celestial Lord. It is said that the Disaster Celestial Lord was betrayed by the other three great Celestial Lords and barely escaped to the nine heavens realm, where he laid down rules and restrictions to guard all his treasures at the moment of his demise. No being above the golden celestial can enter. Any forced entry will result in the self-destruction of all treasures, annihilating the entire nine heavens realm. The great sadness Taoist sighed heavily. The profound flame Celestial King once discovered the location of the Disaster Celestial Lord's treasures and sent countless profound celestial disciples to explore, but they all perished without exception. Completely wiped out. Clearly, when the profound flame Celestial King entrusted this realm, he did not reveal the location of the Celestial Lord's treasures to the chaotic Celestial King. Thus, even after 10,000 epochs, the latter has not taken a single action. I suspect the chaotic Celestial King intends to refine the nine heavens realm with the chaotic great method before beginning to search for the treasures, dispatching his descendants and disciples to enter. The great sadness Taoist proposed. The allure of the Disaster Celestial Lord's treasures is too great. Even the chaotic Celestial King cannot ignore it. He likely seeks to plunge the nine heavens realm into endless chaos. After the annihilation of all living beings, he can then begin to pursue the treasures. So it is. Li Tsong nodded slightly, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes. It appears I must swiftly seize control of the nine heavens way and ascertain the location of the Calamity Sovereign's secret treasure, prohibiting those above the golden immortal level from entering? This is undoubtedly a treasure prepared specifically for me, merely awaiting my arrival to claim it. Ha! With the knowledge of the treasure's whereabouts, Li Tsong couldn't help but erupt into hearty laughter. The earlier sense of oppression, stemming from the existence of the chaos immortal king, dissipated like mist before the sun. Boom. At that moment, three resounding booms reverberated from the direction of the Xianxian Tower, followed by a multitude of extraordinary phenomena ascending into the sky, transforming the celestial landscape above the entire Ling Tian imperial city. The immortal emperor descends to the nine heavens. The chaos-seated azure lotus. The 10,000 flames incinerate the universe. Various breathtaking spectacles emerged, shaking the hearts of all, causing the entire Ling Tian imperial city to erupt in fervor. Chapter 67. Li Shun and the others break through. The campaign begins. Who has successfully ascended to provoke such celestial manifestations? Could it be the Crown Prince and the second and third princes? Rumor has it they are on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King level. Yet the might of such a breakthrough seems too terrifying. Even an emperor could not conjure such phenomena. Swish. Above the imperial city, countless powerful beings soared into the sky. Their gazes filled with astonishment as they turned towards the imperial palace, engaging in animated discussions. Meanwhile, within the Xianxian Tower, Li Shun, Li Qian, and Li Yin sat cross-legged like statues, their auras surging dramatically, ascending like a tempest. Their presence grew increasingly formidable, as if they were eternal and unyielding. Boom. At last, as the final remnants of energy spread outward, the three simultaneously opened their eyes, their gazes sharp as blades, radiating brilliance. They had all simultaneously stepped into the Saint King realm. Furthermore, under the influence of the primordial chaos scripture, upon entering the Saint King level, they had reached the pinnacle of that realm. Ha! Instantly, Li Tsong's laughter resonated throughout the Xianxian Tower. Soon, a figure clad in a black dress, the young Yenner, appeared behind him, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at her three elder brothers. Father. The three of them performed a respectful bow. The laws of the great Tao they had coalesced around them distorting slightly, exuding an overwhelming and fierce aura. Remarkably, all three had condensed the great Tao laws at the Saint King level, capable of contending with those of the Emperor level. Shunner, Chinner Yenner, report your current cultivation status to your father. Li Tsong's demeanor was warm and inviting as he waved his hand, causing a wooden chair to materialize for him to sit upon. Yes, reporting to father, my current cultivation is at the 9th heaven of Saint King. The primordial chaos scripture grants me 87 times the strength of my peers, and I have cultivated the divine elephant suppression technique to harness the power of 170 ancient divine elephants. The Crown Prince, Li Shun, spoke first. Compared to the first day he entered the Xianxian Tower, he seemed entirely transformed, radiating an unshakable composure. Father, I feel that I can now kill ordinary quasi-emperors with a single strike, and even contend with emperors. Li Shun clenched his fist. The earlier celestial phenomena of the immortal emperor descending to the 9 heavens having been triggered by him, as if he possessed an innate destiny for the immortal emperor. Use all your strength against me, Li Tsong said with a gentle smile, inviting Li Shun to unleash his full power to assess his true strength. Yes, father. Upon hearing this, Li Shun nodded without hesitation. Without concern for harming Li Tsong, he summoned the shadows of 100 divine elephants around his right fist, the ethereal figure of the immortal emperor reappearing behind him. With a single punch, he struck forth. Boom. The heavens and earth trembled, the void distorting. Li Shun's right fist collided firmly with Li Tsong's palm, the latter's gaze glimmering as he spoke. Excellent. The power of this punch approaches that of an ordinary second heaven emperor. All the prodigies of the 9 heavens universe are but mere fodder before you. Easily crushed at your whim. Li Tsong laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Li Shun's performance. Next, it's your turn, Li Qian and Li Yin. He then turned his gaze toward his remaining 2 sons, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Reporting to father, I am at the 9th heaven of Saint King. The primordial chaos scripture grants me 62 times the strength of my peers, and the divine elephant suppression technique allows me to harness the power of 81 ancient divine elephants. Li Qian declared, no longer resembling the boy who had solely immersed himself in alchemy, neglecting his cultivation. His demeanor was now cold and domineering, with an added fierceness. Very well. Li Tsong nodded, his gaze shifting to Li Yin. Reporting to father, I too have reached the 9th heaven of Saint King. I possess 53 times the strength of my peers, and my mastery of the divine elephant suppression technique allows me to control the power of 280 ancient divine elephants. As he spoke, Li Yin raised his fist, and in an instant, the air crackled with thunder. He had completely refined the flame heaven ruler, and through the tempering of various celestial fires. His physique had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level, surpassing even that of his highly gifted elder brother, Li Shun. Excellent, excellent. You three have not disappointed me, Li Tsong said, patting the shoulders of Li Shun, Li Qian, and Li Yin with a smile of satisfaction. He then scooped up the shyly hiding Yenner behind him and addressed the 3 brothers. Allow me to introduce, this is my Yenner, your future 4th sister. Do not entertain any thoughts of bullying her. She possesses the bloodline of the Candle Dragon, and I fear even you 3 may not be her match. Greetings, big brother. Second brother, third brother, the little girl said bashfully, her face flushed, her voice timid. 4th sister? Ha! Father, I must confess, I have long desired a younger sister. Bully her? Impossible. I will cherish her dearly. The 3 brothers were instantly overjoyed, surrounding the little Yenner, playfully teasing her, even presenting her with various treasures. Laughter and joy filled the Xiantian Tower with a warm atmosphere. It was not until a while later that Li Tsang cleared his throat, halting the merriment. At that moment, his expression turned serious, and he spoke to Li Shun, Li Qian, and Li Yin with gravity. Shunner, Chinner, Yinner, I shall not conceal it from you. I intend to dominate the entire Nine Heavens continent, to encompass the boundless cosmos within my grasp, becoming the sole supreme ruler among the myriad realms. Tomorrow, we shall assault the true martial sacred land, marking the beginning of this path to dominance. As my sons, I hope you will rise in this campaign. I am the Heavenly Emperor, and you shall be the sons of the Heavenly Emperor. Defeating the true martial sacred land is merely your first step toward ascendance. Do you understand? As he spoke, Li Tsang's gaze sharpened. Li Qian, Li Yin, and Li Shun trembled, their hearts ablaze with fervor. In that moment, they finally grasped their father's ambition, not only to become the sovereign of the myriad races of the continent, but to rule the infinite cosmos, compelling the Nine Heavens way to submit, to attain the position of the Heavenly Emperor. Yes, the three shouted in unison, their eyes sparkling with boundless battle intent. Father is the Heavenly Emperor, and we are the sons of the Heavenly Emperor. The future is destined to ascend to the utmost pinnacle, where I shall stand alongside my esteemed father, surveying the myriad realms. Tomorrow, it shall commence from the sacred land of Zhenwu, as I tread forth to obliterate all obstacles in this world for my father. As the son of the Heavenly Emperor, I shall rise above all beings, sweeping through adversaries with an unparalleled might. Chapter 68. Onward to the sacred land of Zhenwu, where undercurrents surge. The next day, before the city of the Heavenly Emperor, the thunderous roar of the assembled legions, including the Heavenly Punishment Legion and the Burning Heaven Legion, resonated like a cataclysmic tide poised to engulf the heavens. Their presence was awe-inspiring, a palpable aura of menace that pierced the sky. Each soldier donned heavy armor and carried weapons, with the weakest among them possessing the cultivation of the ancient saint realm. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the congregation of millions caused the very fabric of the world to tremble. Bow before His Majesty. We humbly welcome your descent, Your Majesty. In an instant, as Li Tsang made his appearance, the leaders of the legions knelt in reverence, paying homage to him. Esteemed ministers, rise. Li Tsang inclined his head slightly, while Li Shun and the others stood resolutely beside him, suspended in the void. At that moment, their auras were contained, yet each movement hinted at an unfathomable power, instilling awe and trepidation in the legion commanders. Truly, the progeny of the Heavenly Emperor is extraordinary. The Great Compassion Taoist, I entrust you with the guardianship of this place during my absence from the imperial city to prevent any nefarious disturbances. After a brief survey of the legions before him, Li Tsang turned to the Great Compassion Taoist, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Understood. Should any harm befall the imperial city, I shall bear the blame. The Great Compassion Taoist replied earnestly, fully aware of the significance of the city of the Heavenly Emperor. Thus his promise was made with utmost seriousness. No matter how formidable the adversary, he would eliminate them with relentless force, leaving no room for future troubles. In the celestial realm, a xianxian might be considered inconsequential, merely capable of dominating a small territory. However, within the Nine Heavens, the Great Compassion Taoist of the Xianxian Third Heaven was undoubtedly the strongest after Li Tsang, a figure capable of shattering the Emperor's taboos and ranking among the top on the celestial ranking. In his hands, even the mightiest were but feeble prey, easily crushed. With a swift gesture, Li Tsang summoned the colossal ancient ship of escape, revealing it against the celestial backdrop. Board the vessel. Yes. Li Shun, Li Qian, and Li Yin responded in unison, leaping aboard. The countless soldiers followed suit. In an instant, the entire ancient ship of escape soared into the skies, tearing through the fabric of space. In the blink of an eye, it traversed tens of thousands of domains, vanishing at the horizon's edge. Meanwhile, within the sacred land of Zhenwu, in the Grand Hall of Deliberation, 36 esteemed elders and several revered ancestors bore grave expressions, their brows furrowed in concern. Esteemed ancestors and elders, I report that the Heavenly Emperor has departed from the ancient state, leading his 3 offspring and millions of legions towards our sacred land. A sacred land steward hurried into the hall, bowing respectfully as he conveyed the alarming news. His tone was thick with dread, for today, the Heavenly Emperor did not merely come to challenge his offspring. Rather, he sought to compel the entire sacred land of Zhenwu to submit, and should they resist, their fate would likely mirror that of the Sword Saint land. Your Majesty, I have long warned that the Heavenly Emperor harbors ulterior motives. He will not simply allow the sacred land of Zhenwu to persist. Among the elders, the king of the Void Spirit clan, one of the 9 rulers, unexpectedly interjected. holding a wine cup and casting a mocking smile towards the high-ranking elders of Jinwu. Humph. One elder, the so-called True Transformation Emperor, a middle-aged man clad in white, suddenly turned pale upon hearing this. The Void Spirit Clan and the Divine Clan, both were formidable foes of humanity. To ally with them would be tantamount to betraying our kind, a sin warranting 1,000 deaths. Yet, the sacred land of Jinwu found itself with no alternative but to consider collaboration with these two factions. Otherwise, upon the arrival of the Heavenly Emperor, the annihilation of the sacred land would be imminent. King Xianxia, this matter pertains to the survival of our sacred land. Pray, enlighten us on your plans so we may make a decisive resolution. After a moment, the True Transformation Emperor inquired coldly. Some 10 days ago, King Xianxia and Divine Lord Tiantian suddenly appeared in the sacred land, claiming they would assist us in vanquishing the Heavenly Emperor. They sought collaboration. However, throughout this period, King Xianxia has yet to disclose any details of the plan. The only options presented to the sacred land are acceptance or refusal. This naturally incensed him, and he could not help but harbor suspicions regarding their true intentions. Yet, with the arrow already knocked, they had no choice but to act, leaving no room for refusal. Haha. Upon hearing your inquiry, the King Xianxia chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed. You merely need to arrange for your disciples to engage the offspring of the Heavenly Emperor in battle to stall for time. The full scope of the plan will soon be revealed to you. He took a sip from his cup, his 6 silver eyes shimmering with an eerie light as he spoke with chilling indifference. Those detestable void spirit beings. What do they take the sacred land of Jinwu for? Although the True Transformation Emperor cursed inwardly, he merely nodded on the surface, acquiescing. Since King Xianxia is so resolute, the sacred land of Jinwu shall surely cooperate fully. Upon hearing this, the other elders exchanged glances filled with apprehension and doubt, yet ultimately, they could only shake their heads slightly, choosing to accept the terms. As long as they could slay the arrogant Heavenly Emperor today, they were willing to pay any price. The speed of the ancient ship of escape was astonishing. In mere breaths, it arrived at the region of the sacred land of Jinwu. Beneath countless protective formations that shielded the mountains, the sacred land, larger than thousands of imperial domains, emerged amidst towering peaks and celestial palaces, creating an overwhelming visual impact that was truly breathtaking. Behold, the sacred land of Jinwu. The Heavenly Emperor has descended. Hasten forth to welcome him. The commander of the Heavenly Punishment Legion, upon disembarking from the ship, bellowed towards the sacred land, his immense pressure cascading downwards, causing the protective formations to ripple dangerously close to shattering. Within the sacred land of Jinwu, countless disciples and elders, including the Jinwu Divine Son, Nian Wuming, felt a tremor run through them as they gazed skyward. The grandeur of the ancient ship of escape exceeded their wildest imaginations. To them, it resembled a celestial palace descending from the heavens, an overwhelming aura compelling them to worship. Haha, the arrival of the Heavenly Emperor today truly brings glory to the sacred land of Jinwu. Moments later, a resounding laughter echoed. A young man clad in golden robes stepped forth, exuding an imposing presence, surrounded by powerful laws of the Tao, undeniably a peak emperor of the sacred land. I am the Emperor Xianhui, honored to meet the Heavenly Emperor. The Emperor Xianhui feigned surprise, extending his arms in greeting and bowing deeply. Before the plans of the Divine Lord Tiantian and King Xianxia commenced, the sacred land of Jinwu must do all it could to buy time, ultimately aiming to slay the Heavenly Emperor. Let the self-proclaimed celestial emperors meet their downfall. Chapter 69. The Celestial Emperor Descends, Boundless Arrogance. The Xianhui Emperor contemplated this within his heart. Yet at this moment, he was also on high alert, a palpable tension surging within him. After all, who could predict whether the Celestial Emperor would suddenly strike and unleash an assault upon his true martial sacred land? Kneel. Upon witnessing the arrival of the true martial sacred land's representatives, the Heavenly Punishment Army leader bellowed once more, simultaneously half-kneeling to the ground, reverently welcoming the ancient vessel of escape. In an instant, millions of soldiers behind him also fell to their knees in unison. They were here to honor the arrival of their singular sovereign, the Celestial Emperor Li Tsong. Boom. In that moment, a pressure that trembled the very heavens swept across the land, as storm clouds roiled above and thunder cracked, heralding the imminent eruption of a boundless heavenly tribulation. Stamp. A singular footstep reverberated throughout the cosmos. It felt as though it trampled upon the hearts of all living beings, each echo sending shivers down their spines, causing every hair to stand on end. In a daze, the void seemed to resonate with billions of deities bowing in homage. A chaotic mist rose. Even the primordial deities manifested their ethereal forms, all lowering their heads in submission. The overwhelming celestial might was simply terrifying. It appeared as if the celestial emperor was born to reign supreme over the heavens, destined to command the universe. With raven hair and obsidian eyes, clad in a dark gold dragon robe, Li Tsong stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze surveying the realms with indifference, high above all. He resembled a deity traversing the mortal realm, reigning over the 9 heavens. The celestial emperor had arrived, under such an awe-inspiring presence. Nearly all the formidable beings of the true martial sacred land prostrated themselves on the ground, unable to bear the weight of his might, trembling uncontrollably. I am the celestial emperor Li Tsong, the sovereign of all beings across the myriad realms. Today, I come accompanied by the son of the celestial emperor to challenge the disciples of all sacred lands. Boom. With a mere flick of his finger, the grand protective formation of the true martial sacred land shattered, dispersing into countless glimmering particles. In the fearful and horrified gaze of the Xianhui emperor, Li Tsong, with an expression of calmness, led Li Shun and the others into the sacred land, arriving at the martial arts arena. This arena had long been filled with all disciples and elders of the true martial sacred land. Yet at this moment, regardless of whether they were the sacred lord, the grand elder, or the esteemed true disciples, all were rendered speechless, frozen in place. Shunner, the ones who once humiliated you shall repay that debt 1,000-fold today. Li Tsong spoke with a tranquil gaze, a dark imperial throne manifesting behind him, towering over all the powerful beings of the sacred land. He addressed Li Shun, "Father," naturally. Upon seeing the familiar faces within the crowd, Li Shun's eyes turned icy cold to the utmost. It was indeed these very individuals who had shamelessly insulted and ridiculed his father. They even sought to strip away his cultivation. For decades, they had spawned a heart demon within him, one he found difficult to overcome. Boom. The 3 stepped onto the colossal arena. Li Shun pointed towards a certain void, proclaiming loudly, "Lu Che, Jinyuan, Song Yenyu. What? Do you not recognize this prince upon seeing him today? Kneel and pay your respects quickly." Boom. As he spoke, hundreds of divine elephant phantoms materialized behind Li Shun. The primordial chaos scriptures resonated as dozens of small worlds revolved around him, exuding unmatched majesty. Although Li Tsong was at the sacred king realm, his true strength could rival that of an initial stage emperor. Upon fully unleashing his power, he could even contend with ancient emperors. Thus, the moment he emerged from seclusion, the second place on the stellar rankings was instantly claimed by Li Shun. As for Li Yin and Li Qian, they were equally formidable, occupying the 3rd and 4th positions respectively, their true strengths creating a terrifying chasm between them and the 5th place on the stellar rankings. Li Shun, among the disciples of the sacred land. The 2 men and 1 woman named by Li Shun immediately changed their expressions, fear glimmering in their eyes. Decades ago, they had indeed humiliated Li Shun. However, at that time, he had merely been a prince of a small nation. His status had been insignificant compared to them, like an ant beneath their feet. Yet today, that once helpless prince had suddenly transformed into the son of the celestial emperor. His status was unparalleled. Moreover, he had personally descended upon the true martial sacred land, seeking retribution against them. Damn it! Under the gaze of Li Tsong, which was both utterly indifferent yet brimming with infinite majesty, the legs of the 3 weakened, and they could only force themselves to ascend the arena to confront Li Shun. Ancient Saint 3rd level, Ancient Saint 2nd level, Ancient Saint 6th level. Over the years, you 3 have indeed made significant progress. Observing their cultivation levels, a cruel smile curved upon Li Shun's lips as he spoke nonchalantly. "Come at me together. I shall grant you 1 breath's time. If you can touch my garment, I shall depart from the true martial sacred land and spare the 3 of you." He stood with his hands clasped behind him, his expression indifferent, strikingly similar to that of his father, as if he were a small celestial emperor, set to suppress the ancient skies. Upon uttering those words, the expressions of the 3 darkened abruptly. Li Shun, this is sheer contempt. Though they had not reached their peak, they were still of the ancient saint realm. They had never been so openly belittled. Arrogance. Kill. We shall unite. They shouted in unison. Boom. In an instant, their spiritual powers intertwined, forming a small battle formation, their strengths converging. In a brief moment, they broke through the limits of the ancient saints, reaching the sacred king level. Hiss. However, with but a flick of Li Shun's finger, their combined might crumbled, exploding into a spray of blood mist, scattering across the arena. In the past, you had been the heart demon of this prince, the target I sought to surpass at all costs. Yet now, you are but mere ants. As he expressionlessly crushed the 3, Li Shun's demeanor increasingly mirrored that of his father, extremely domineering and disdainful. This scene, witnessed by the other formidable beings of the sacred land, sent shivers down their spines. The 3 ancient saints were obliterated with a mere flick of a finger. It was terrifying enough that Celestial Emperor Li Tsong possessed such power. But his offspring also wielded such unfathomable strength. Numerous elder experts of the imperial realm felt their hearts race. The brief display of Li Shun's strength had instilled within them a sense of danger. So this is the true disciple of the true martial sacred land? It truly opened this prince's eyes, merely a group of useless beings. Behind Li Shun, Li Qian and Li Yan exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with mockery, their gazes icy. The disciples of the true martial sacred land? In the past, they had indeed been figures they could only look up to. But now, the times had changed. As sons of the Celestial Emperor, they no longer needed to show deference to anyone. They held no reservations against these disciples who had once insulted their elder brother. Feel free to come at us all at once. After all, no matter how many useless beings there are, they remain just that, useless. This prince holds them in utter contempt. They even directly taunted all the disciples of the sacred land. Boundless arrogance. Chapter 70. Crush. Crush. The divine lord of the emperor, Tian, was instantaneously crushed. These three audacious individuals truly believe they can trample upon our sacred land, as if it were devoid of defenders. As these words fell, the disciples of the true martial sacred land were engulfed in a furious wrath, particularly the true martial son, Nian Wuming. After spending over 10 days in the time and space secret realm training, where a single day in the outside world equated to hundreds of years within, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the Holy King realm. Surrounding him, several personal disciples of the emperor also wore grim expressions, their hearts ablaze with indignation. Humph, how brazen. If that is the case, I, Su Xiao, shall demonstrate the prowess of the son of the heavenly emperor. In the next moment, amidst a furious snort, one of the personal disciples of the emperor took the lead. Su Xiao, my lord has expressly commanded him not to engage, yet this young man, brimming with youthful vigor, has been provoked into stepping forward. Sigh. Upon witnessing the robed youth ascend the arena, one of the venerable ancestors of the true martial sacred land, the Emperor Yuxing, furrowed his brow. Although his disciple possessed formidable strength, having reached the 7th level of the Holy King realm, the disparity when faced with these three sons of the heavenly emperor was still insurmountable. Su Xiao, we shall assist you. They claim to challenge all disciples of our sacred land. Then let us oblige them. Boom. The true martial son, along with 7 or 8 personal disciples of the emperor, also stepped onto the arena. They were indeed the pinnacle figures among the disciples of the true martial sacred land. The loss of even a single one would ignite the wrath of the entire sacred land. Yet now, as nearly 10 prodigies prepared to enter the fray, the true martial sacred lord and the venerable ancestors remained silent, merely casting sidelong glances towards Li Tsong, vigilantly guarding against any potential attacks. Meanwhile, Li Tsong reclined upon his throne, surveying the unfolding scene. Today, he was exceedingly pleased with the haughty demeanor displayed by Li Shun and his companions. As the son of the heavenly emperor, maintaining such an air of arrogance was only fitting. No matter the adversary, anyone bold enough to provoke him would meet with merciless retribution. As for those enemies with whom he bore grudges, 1,000-fold vengeance awaited. The dignity of the heavenly emperor must not be trifled with. The same holds true for the son of the heavenly emperor. However, just as the true martial son and his companions were about to engage Li Shun and the others, a sudden hum echoed, the space-time continuum shifted, and myriad domains resonated. Li Tsong felt a fleeting blur before the very fabric of reality around him transformed entirely. Ethereal clouds swirled, and a golden palace floated in the air. The scene before him was extraordinary, resembling a true celestial realm. Perched atop this vast palace enshrouded in mist was a towering figure, clad in a purple-gold imperial robe, enveloped in resplendent radiance. Even the faintest aura emanating from him surpassed mortal comprehension, capable of turning day to night and silencing the cosmos. I am the divine lord of the emperor. Within my domain of the divine heaven, you, with a detached tone, the purple-gold figure began to speak, his voice resonating through the heavens. Yet, before he could finish, Li Tsong casually clenched his right hand, instantly obliterating the divine lord of the emperor, shattering his very being. A being of such stature, one of the 13 supreme divine lords, commanding billions of lives, was annihilated in an instant by Li Tsong. He hadn't even completed his words before being reduced to nothingness. The divine race? A mere half-step into the celestial realm dares to lay an ambush against me? With a single palm, Li Tsong obliterated the divine lord of the emperor. His icy gaze swept across the heavens, quickly detecting 3 concealed presences. This is bad. The divine lord of the emperor was unexpectedly crushed in an instant. My estimation of the strength of the heavenly emperor was erroneous. We must flee. The strength of the heavenly emperor surpasses all expectations. We must report this to His Majesty the Emperor of the Void Spirit, hidden in the shadows. The trio of Yuanguan, who had initially intended to strike, felt a surge of terror. How is this possible? Within the realm of the divine, the strength of the divine lord of the emperor was equivalent to breaking the taboos of the emperors. Such a figure could not possibly be crushed so effortlessly, as if squashing an ant. With the fall of the divine lord of the emperor, Yuanguan's meticulously crafted plan was shattered in an instant. Li Cong's terrifying power rendered all schemes utterly laughable in the face of absolute strength. This was a truth made painfully clear. The divine race? The void spirit race? The true martial sacred land has indeed allied with you. It appears they have chosen to betray humanity. Such treachery deserves extermination. Li Cong's gaze was frigid. He raised his right hand, slowly extending 3 fingers, and then struck down upon the void. Bang! In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted. The divine realm condensed by the divine lord of the emperor was instantly shattered. Before Yuanguan Wang, Chongming Wang, and Ryu Wang could even react, they were utterly pulverized, reduced to a rain of blood cascading from the heavens. Boom! Li Cong's figure reappeared above the true martial sacred land's firmament. How could this be? In merely a few breaths, the auras of the divine lord of the emperor, Yuanguan Wang, and other alien powerhouses completely dissipated. They had fallen. The true martial sacred lord and the venerable ancestors were struck with profound horror, gazing at the heavenly emperor Li Cong, who had emerged from the divine realm. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. Indeed, many of the elders trembled violently. Shock, fear, despair, an inexplicable emotion spread among these high-ranking, supremely powerful ancestors of the sacred land. What manner of monster is this heavenly emperor Li Cong, the divine lord of the emperor, the 9 kings of the void spirit? Such beings possess terrifying capabilities that transcend the limits of the emperor realm. They, the peak emperors, were utterly outmatched. Yet now, in but 3 breaths, they had all perished. What a farce! The previously self-assured and enigmatic Yuanguan Wang, along with all his elaborate schemes and plots, had become a mere joke in this moment. From beginning to end, the divine race and the void spirit race were nothing more than clowns. Utterly ridiculous. Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. The true martial sacred lord's throat constricted. His complexion as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He looked towards the now liberated Li Cong, whose expression had grown increasingly frigid. A profound terror arose within him. He wished to explain, but before he could utter a word, Li Cong's voice thundered across the heavens, issuing a command. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. Each word was chilling to the bone, causing the temperature of the entire sacred land to plummet to freezing levels. The very air seemed to stiffen. Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, we can explain. Boom. The true martial sacred lord hastily began to speak. However, Li Cong offered him no opportunity for explanation. With a single finger, he pointed, and the true martial sacred lord, along with several supreme elders behind him, was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Colluding with alien races, even 1,000 deaths would not absolve their sins. His indifferent voice echoed across the universe. Amidst the earth-shattering roars, the million-strong army led by Li Cong surged into the true martial sacred land, slaughtering all in their path, staining the heavens in blood. Puff! On the arena, Li Shun unleashed a devastating punch, obliterating the true martial sun, while behind him, Li Qian and Li Yin also displayed their might, decimating the personal disciples of the emperor on the spot. How dare they lay in ambush against the emperor and conspire with alien races? The true martial sacred land possesses audacity beyond measure. Kill, kill, kill. Since they have chosen to betray humanity, they must face their demise. The furious roars of the Li Shun brothers echoed incessantly. Since time immemorial, collusion with foreign races has been deemed a heinous crime, deserving of universal condemnation and retribution. The audacity of the true martial sacred land, a paramount force of the human race, to engage in such treachery is utterly unforgivable. Cursed be it. The plan of the abyssal sovereign has failed. Summoning the supreme imperial artifact, the Chronicle of Time, we shall confront the celestial sovereign with all our might. Within the true martial sacred land, chaos erupted instantaneously. A million-strong legion clashed with countless formidable beings from various sacred lands, while several ancestral elders gritted their teeth and resolved to unleash the sole supreme imperial artifact of their true martial sacred land, the Chronicle of Time. Boom. In an instant, a phantom heavenly tome materialized in the sky. As the first page turned, countless shadows of ancient human sages appeared, under the urging of the ancestral elders. These shadows transformed into corporeal entities, returning from the annals of lost time to dominate the world. Chapter 71, The Chronicle of Time. The destruction of the true martial sacred land. I am the Azure Emperor of the Celestial Tree. I am the Sovereign of the Nine Suns. I am, in that moment, 8 magnificent and ethereal figures stepped forth from the chronicle of time. Each one possessed an unparalleled power capable of suppressing the heavens and the earth. Several elders spat out blood, infusing vast amounts of chaotic imperial energy into the figures, causing them to solidify and amplify in strength, as if they had truly awakened. Oh, is this the true martial sacred land's treasured chronicle of time? To be able to summon 8 celestial-level powerhouses is indeed remarkable. As the foundational cards of the true martial sacred land were revealed, the 8 celestial figures of human sages emerged. Li Tsong raised an eyebrow, a hint of intrigue crossing his face. He coveted the chronicle of time. Sages, slay that celestial sovereign. He is a criminal of the human race. Defying the heavens and committing unspeakable sins, he deserves the most severe punishment, shouted an ancestral elder. Swish. As his words fell, the 8 sage phantoms simultaneously lifted their gazes, locking onto Li Tsong. Boom. The convergence of their vast auras caused the heavens to tremble, as if the apocalypse was upon them. A few newly ascended celestial figures are but mere ants. Li Tsong scoffed, taking a step forward, raising his right hand lightly, and pressing down. I shall send you all to accompany that foreign scum. Bang. A colossal hand blotted out the sun, descending like a mountain. The 8 sage phantoms could barely withstand a moment before they crumbled into nothingness. To Li Tsong, who possessed 500 cycles of worldly realms, and whose true strength reached the level of the profound immortal, celestial beings of the imperial realm were nothing more than insects. No, several ancestral elders were filled with terror, desperately seeking to escape. Yet under the overwhelming pressure of Li Tsong's terrifying aura, they could barely move a muscle. They could only await the descent of that dreadful hand, awaiting death. Accompanied by the sound of flesh and bone shattering, almost simultaneously. These ancestral elders were crushed by Li Tsong's palm, their souls scattering. Boom. The summit of the true martial sacred land was obliterated, transforming into a terrifying abyss, unfathomably deep. Son of the heavenly emperor, even if my true martial sacred land perishes today, I shall still kill you. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, several supreme elders of the imperial realm had completely lost their minds. Witnessing the fall of their ancestors, they could no longer afford to care about anything else. They directly chose to attack the 3 younger descendants of Li Shun, vowing to annihilate them on the spot and make Li Tsong pay the price. Celestial Cauldron. Suppress and kill. Yet, before the attacks of these elders could land, Li Qian unleashed his supreme imperial artifact, the Celestial Cauldron infused with chaotic golden energy. Boom. The massive cauldron soared through the void, expanding with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into an immense size, crashing down upon the supreme elders. No, a supreme elder screamed in agony, only to be reduced to a pulp. Following that, 2 more supreme elders met the same fate, their cries echoing in despair. Run. The heavenly emperor cannot be opposed. Even the son of the heavenly emperor is the same. Quickly escape. Flee beyond the borders of the human race. The remaining supreme elders, poised to attack, were left dumbfounded. They could muster no fighting spirit and fled in panic. Attempt to escape? The Xiantian Tower, ensnare and kill. The Flame Sky Ruler, a ruler to incinerate the heavens. Witnessing this scene, both Li Shun and Li Yin showed no mercy, shouting fiercely. The Xiantian Tower and the Flame Sky Ruler, 2 supreme imperial artifacts, were activated, annihilating the fleeing supreme elders without leaving a single one. The true martial sacred land was finished. How could my true martial sacred land have provoked such a ruthless enemy? Why did the leaders conspire with foreign races? Would it not have been preferable to submit to the heavenly emperor? As they witnessed this scene, despair gripped the hearts of all within the true martial sacred land. The decisions of the higher-ups had become the fuse for the destruction of the true martial sacred land. They had believed that at least the legacy of the true martial sacred land could be preserved, yet they never anticipated such a catastrophic fate. In an instant, numerous disciples, elders, and guardians felt as if their hearts had died, their resistance growing increasingly feeble. Soon, silence enveloped them as they marched towards annihilation. After the heavenly sword sacred land, had the true martial sacred land also met its demise? In the boundless distance, the ancestral elders of the thunder sacred land and the Tao initiation sacred land stared blankly at this scene, murmuring to themselves. Though they had long known of the heavenly emperor Li Tsong's might, witnessing the annihilation of a sacred land still left them profoundly shaken. The 4 great sacred lands, the strongest forces of the human race, were mere playthings in the hands of that heavenly emperor, capable of being crushed at will. At this moment, they found themselves utterly unable to fathom the true extent of the heavenly emperor's power. Though both were peak imperial sovereigns, they felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance in comparison. They were simply not on the same level as that heavenly emperor. This time, the true martial sacred land's collusion with the divine and ethereal races had led to its deserved downfall. The elder of the Thunder Sacred Land shook his head and sighed. But soon, he gritted his teeth, as if making a difficult decision in an instant. He spoke again, sigh. Perhaps it is best for my Thunder Sacred Land to submit to the heavenly emperor. In the face of such an existence, resistance holds no meaning. What? The elder of the Tao Initiation Sacred Land, Enlightenment Realizer, gasped in shock, exclaiming, Elder Miele, are you mad? The Thunder Sacred Land is a paragon of existence, the foremost among the four sacred lands, the strongest force of a human race that has remained unchanged for countless eons. Now, you wish to voluntarily submit to that heavenly emperor Song? The ambition of the heavenly emperor is to dominate the entire Nine Heavens continent, compelling all races to submit. In his eyes, our four great sacred lands are inconsequential. If we continue to resist and defy the will of that being, our fate may not be much better than that of the true martial sacred land or the heavenly sword sacred land. Elder Miele smiled bitterly, slowly replying. Song's unparalleled might had already instilled a profound sense of fear and despair within him. He was utterly at a loss as to how he might contend with such power, which seemed to emanate from a true deity, rendering him a mere mortal, incapable of standing against it. Thus, the only path left was one of submission. You, the enlightened Taoist, wished to articulate further thoughts, yet found your throat seemingly constricted, leaving you voiceless. After a prolonged silence, you finally exhaled a heavy sigh and spoke. It appears that the era belonging to that heavenly emperor has indeed arrived. Chapter 72. The great Emperor Taihao infiltrates the imperial city. The great sadness Taoist emerges. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the imperial city of Tian, the emperor sensed the aura of the celestial artifact with increasing clarity as he approached the city. There could be no doubt. The celestial sky ranking was a genuine celestial artifact. It was the greatest secret controlled by the heavenly emperor Song. Before the majestic and expansive city gates, the great Emperor Taihao, disguised as an elder, gazed fervently at the imperial city of Tian, his eyes gleaming with avarice and desire. A celestial artifact. If he could seize control of the celestial sky ranking, then the entire universe of Juxiao would bow beneath the dominion of the divine race. All things would revere him. The great Emperor Taihao, as their sovereign, Hanyue, accompany this emperor into the city, until we ascertain the true location of the celestial sky ranking. We must not reveal our identities. The great Emperor Taihao instructed his companion, the Godmaster Hanyue, communicating through divine thought as he stepped through the city gates. Understood, Your Majesty, Hanyue replied respectfully, following closely behind him, suppressing her true aura to the utmost, rendering her identity as a member of the divine race nearly undetectable. At the city gates, throngs of people flowed continuously. Every few moments, groups of powerful individuals soared through the air. The speed of development of the Celestial Sky Dynasty was astonishing, under the immense resources of 100,000 domains. The emergence of powerful figures within the dynasty was akin to bamboo shoots sprouting after a rain, sprightly and rapid. Especially notable was the establishment of the 108 imperial pavilions, though merely over 20 had been founded thus far. The resources Song allocated to each pavilion were nothing short of terrifying. Endless resources poured forth as if they were free, creating an abundance of unparalleled prodigies. Within the pavilions, countless formations capable of distorting time and space were inscribed. The most extreme time distortion could render a single day in the outside world equivalent to tens of thousands of years within the tower. While this required the expenditure of vast amounts of chaos, Emperor Dan, for the currently affluent Celestial Sky Dynasty, it was but a trifling matter. Whoosh! Above the firmament, a shadowy figure swiftly darted past. Waves of imperial might swept across the realm, instantly igniting excitement among many talented individuals at the city gates. Heavens! It's the master of the Tianming Pavilion, the Tianming Emperor. Are we still referring to that esteemed master as the emperor? That individual has distorted time, training within the pavilion for over 1,000,000 years. He is no longer merely the Tianming Emperor, but has ascended to the rank of Tianming Emperor Zun. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as admiration for the pavilion master was palpable. The Tianming Pavilion, being the first of the imperial pavilions under the Celestial Sky Dynasty, undoubtedly received special attention from Song. Moreover, its master, Fong Tianming, had been bestowed with a half-step supreme imperial weapon, allowing him to cultivate within the highest-level time-space tower, maximizing his training. Now, this former Tianming Emperor had become a truly terrifying figure listed on the Celestial Sky ranking, distinguished even among the Emperor Zun. Apart from Li Zong's summons of powerful figures, he was arguably one of the mightiest under Li Zong's command, ranking just beneath the 5 great corpse puppets, the 3 ancestral figures of the celestial mechanism, and the Zither sword realizer, achieving the pinnacle of Emperor Zun in merely 1,000,000 years. Truly, the heavenly Emperor Li Zong was extravagantly wealthy, distorting time and investing vast cosmic treasures, enough to make even this emperor feel a pang of regret. As he overheard the excited discussions of the talented individuals, the great Emperor Taihao remained impassive, casting a glance at the already distant figure of the Tianming Emperor Zun, pondering quietly within. Your Majesty, I have already detected the aura of all the powerful figures within this city, came the voice of the god Master Hanyue from behind him. Utilizing a supreme imperial weapon, the cave heaven mirror, she had grasped the complete layout of the city's powerful figures in mere breaths. Speak. The elder form of the great Emperor Taihao did not pause, continuing to hunch forward. Yes. With a slight nod, Hanyue gathered her thoughts and reported. Within the imperial city of Tian, there are a total of 12 peak Emperor Zun, 15 Emperor Zun, 35 ancient emperors, and 71 emperor-level experts. Among the 12 peak Emperor Zun, 5 are puppets transformed from the corpse demon emperor, possessing strength far surpassing ordinary peak Emperor Zun, making them exceedingly formidable. The great Emperor Taihao fell silent, his brow furrowing gradually. 12 peak Emperor Zun, particularly those 5 corpse demon emperor puppets. Even if he were to break the taboos of the emperor and reach the legendary celestial realm, dealing with them would surely require considerable effort. However, that heavenly Emperor Li Zong could not have anticipated my sudden arrival, could he? A cold smile crept across the lips of the great Emperor Taihao as he contemplated this. Once I seize the celestial sky ranking, all difficulties will naturally resolve themselves. Even if Li Zong returns, I shall find a way to eliminate him and utterly obliterate the dynasty he has established. Cough. Just as the great Emperor Taihao's thoughts surged, an unexpected transformation enveloped the realm where the two stood. They found themselves in a misty expanse of vast and empty space, accompanied by a light cough. A figure in a black robe with flowing white hair approached, his gaze indifferent as it swept over the two. Boom. In an instant, an utterly terrifying pressure descended upon them, akin to a mountain collapsing or an ocean overturning. This overwhelming force seemed capable of crushing the void and extinguishing the sun and moon, causing both the great Emperor Taihao and God Master Hanyue to tremble, their faces paling. Who are you? The pupils of the great Emperor Taihao constricted as he stared at the black-robed elder, an intense wariness and horror surging within his gaze. The aura emanating from this elder was far more terrifying than even that of a strengthful figure who had broken the taboos of the emperor. It was vastly superior. I am the great sadness Taoist, the elder in the black robe remarked. You two uninvited guests certainly possess considerable audacity. His gaze turned to the great Emperor Taihao, a hint of mockery and faint sympathy evident. Foreign individuals daring to intrude upon the heavenly emperor's imperial city is a capital offense. Leaning on his staff, the black-robed elder spoke calmly and nonchalantly, displaying no hint of murderous intent. Yet, it rendered both the great Emperor Taihao and God Master Hanyue feeling utterly chilled, as if an invisible hand were gripping their hearts. The specter of death loomed overhead, nearly suffocating them. I am the great Emperor Taihao. Today, I demand that you kneel. Boom. A thick shadow of death instantly enveloped his mind, and in that moment, the great Emperor Taihao lost his composure, hastily attempting to explain. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a cold snort erupted suddenly. Crack. The great Emperor Taihao felt the surrounding void solidify, followed by the resounding cracks of his bones echoing ominously. His legs twisted grotesquely, causing him to kneel down abruptly. Chapter 73. Crushing the Divine Emperor Taihao. Plundering the treasure vault of the true martial sacred land. A profound sense of humiliation immediately jolted the Divine Emperor Taihao back to reality. The disguise of the aged man fell away in an instant, revealing his true form. With a furious roar, the Divine Emperor Taihao summoned all his power in a fleeting moment. Boom. In an instant, the void trembled and the laws resounded. Yet, no matter how he strove, even with the tremendous force of the Divine Emperor Taihao, he could not rise again. Not even the slightest pressure from the great sadness Taoist could be shaken. Instead, as he struggled, the sickening sound of bones cracking echoed. The legs of the Divine Emperor Taihao exploded into a mist of blood, leaving him in a pitiful state. Desperately lying on the ground, finding it hard to even lift his head. Outrageous. Witnessing this, the cold moon Divine Lord erupted in fury, immediately shedding his disguise to reveal all his power. He charged directly at the great sadness Taoist. To dare subject the Divine Emperor to such humiliation, I shall kill you. However, upon seeing this, The great sadness Taoist remained indifferent, raising his cane, which fell with the weight of a mountain. Bang! With a tremendous crash. The delicate form of the cold moon divine lord was instantly crushed to pieces, a scream escaping his lips before silence enveloped him. Cold moon. The divine emperor Taihao howled in madness, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. The cold moon divine lord was akin to his partner, the queen of the divine race. Now, witnessing the brutal demise of his wife, how could he endure? I shall slay you. I shall kill you. Yet no matter how he struggled, the divine emperor Taihao could not escape the boundless might that suppressed everything. Under the oppression of a celestial immortal from the heavenly realm, his struggles as a mere mortal were utterly futile. Divine Emperor Taihao, I recall you were supposed to be the sovereign of the divine race, correct? A mere maid was killed, but you, the emperor of the divine race, shall be dealt with by the celestial emperor. A calm voice emerged as the great sadness Taoist sauntered over, leaning on his cane. Great sadness Taoist, I shall fight you to the death. Upon hearing this, the divine emperor Taihao's eyes turned blood red. In a sudden roar, he unleashed his power to its utmost, even sacrificing his lifespan to awaken all his potential, attempting to break free from the suppression. Boom. In an instant, the aura of the divine emperor Taihao surged dramatically. His cultivation skyrocketed, astonishingly reaching the second level of the celestial immortal realm. Yet, still insufficient. Boom. The great sadness Taoist, a being of the celestial immortal realm, merely frowned, slightly intensifying his pressure, and following the destruction of his legs, the divine emperor Taihao's hands were likewise crushed into a mist of blood, collapsing to the ground like a powerless wretch. The hierarchy of the heavenly realm is rigid. A celestial immortal is simply a celestial immortal, even among countless celestial immortals. It is rare to find one capable of battling beyond their level. The disparity is indeed tremendous. Thus, under such absolute realm suppression, whatever the divine emperor Taihao attempted was in vain. As a nascent celestial immortal, the gap between him and a celestial immortal's strength was frightfully vast, akin to the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. The celestial emperor commanded me to guard the imperial city to prevent you alien races from encroaching. The great sadness Taoist shook his head. Since you have come to my door today, then remain here. With that, he waved his hand and captured the divine emperor Taihao. Whoosh! Amidst the cascading celestial power, the divine emperor Taihao was encased within a round prison, severing all connections. I am the divine emperor Taihao, the sovereign of the divine race. If you dare harm me in the slightest, it will surely incite the wrath of my divine race, and the entire realm of humanity shall be reduced to rubble. Even the celestial emperor Li Tsong shall not be able to stop it. Within the prison, the divine emperor Taihao continued to scream in despair. However, in response to his howls and roars, the great sadness Taoist could not help but chuckle, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Divine Emperor Taihao, a divine emperor, ha ha ha. A mere mortal dares to call himself a divine emperor? In my time in the heavenly realm, there were countless celestial immortal servants like you, and you, a mere insignificant insect, dare threaten the celestial emperor? Ha ha. You are ultimately just a frog at the bottom of a well. With that, the great sadness Taoist shook his head and turned to leave. Upon hearing the words of the great sadness Taoist, the previously roaring divine emperor Taihao suddenly fell silent. His eyes filled with terror as he cried out in horror at the mention of the heavenly realm and celestial immortal. Great sadness Taoist, tell me, tell me. Yet no matter how he shouted, the great sadness Taoist departed without looking back, leaving the divine emperor Taihao alone, firmly imprisoned here. Meanwhile, in the true martial sacred land, within the treasure vault that had accumulated countless years of secrets, countless orbs of light floated in the firmament, with the number of Chaos Emperor pills being exceptionally staggering. It was as if transformed into a magnificent river flowing, filling the space with endless chaotic energy, akin to stepping into a true heavenly realm. Is this truly the treasure vault of the true martial sacred land? It is indeed a treasure trove. Li Tsong and Li Shun entered, gazing at the resplendent and vast scene of the treasure vault before them, their hearts racing uncontrollably. The true martial sacred land, as a lineage that has endured for billions of years, possesses an extraordinary foundation. It is terrifyingly immense. Just the Chaos Emperor pills alone in this vault number a staggering 300 billion. If one were to simply consume Chaos Emperor pills, 50 million Emperor pills would enable Li Tsong to condense another world cave. These 300 billion Chaos Emperor pills would suffice to support him in condensing a terrifying 600 world caves, truly achieving a 1,000-fold peak of Emperor-respected power. However, at this moment, upon witnessing the endless treasure vault, Li Tsong could not help but recall the heavenly sword's sacred land, which he had utterly annihilated with a single shot. Certainly, The vault of the heavenly sword's sacred land must also have been part of it, destroyed by his own hand. Hiss! It aches. The pain is unbearable. Just the thought of having personally obliterated such vast resources made Li Tsong's heart twitch violently. The foundation of the heavenly sword's sacred land. That must have been at least 100 billion Chaos Emperor pills accumulated. Enough for him to condense hundreds of world caves. To see such a quantity of resources reduced to nothingness is truly a lamentable loss. Father, what is wrong? Noticing Li Tsong suddenly clutching his chest, his expression turning somewhat unwell, Li Qian quickly approached him, inquiring with concern. It's nothing. Li Tsong forced a smile, slowly uttering 2 words. Although it pains me, what is done is done. The heavenly sword's sacred land has been completely destroyed in my wrath, and there is no turning back. I must remember in the future, before annihilating hostile forces, to thoroughly plunder their treasure vaults. After all, what he currently lacks the most is resources. Resources that can be infinitely devoured and refined, allowing him to coalesce more world realms. Chapter 74. Fishing once again, the Golden Immortal Laws. Soon, after thoroughly plundering the treasury of the Zhenwu's sacred land, Li Tsong returned to the ancient vessel of escape, ready to utilize today's fishing opportunities across the myriad realms. A tenfold fishing endeavor. Faced with the looming threat of the chaotic immortal king, every item acquired through celestial fishing has become exceedingly significant. And Li Tsong naturally would not hesitate to employ his daily quota. With the refresh of daily opportunities, he opted to use them immediately, striving to obtain a true treasure that would drastically accelerate the growth of his strength. Ding! Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a low-grade immortal weapon. The Breaking Spirit Sword. Ding! Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Immortal Path Killing Formation, the 9 Curves Extermination Array. Ding! Ding! Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 Golden Immortal Laws, attributeless, can be perfectly refined. The tenfold fishing concluded. 2 immortal weapons, 1 Immortal Path Killing Formation, and several rare materials from the heavenly realm. Undoubtedly, the most valuable among them is the 10 Golden Immortal Laws. The moment Li Tsong summoned them, he felt the boundless power contained within, should he devour and refine them. It would not only enhance his strength, but also induce a tremendous transformation in every world realm he possesses. By assimilating the true, immortal rules of the Golden Immortals, the strength of his worlds would surge explosively. It might even facilitate a direct breakthrough to the celestial immortal realm. Each world realm would bestow upon Li Tsong a cumulative explosion of power comparable to that of a peak celestial immortal. The Golden Immortal Laws. Truly a remarkable treasure. At this moment, Li Tsong was overwhelmed with joy. The 9 Heavens realm is not the heavenly realm, especially under the blockade of the chaotic immortal king. Even those who have attained the true immortal realm cannot comprehend the rules of the heavenly realm, thus failing to condense their own true immortal laws. They can only retreat to grasp the grand rules of the 9 Heavens' heavenly path, ultimately forming a false true immortal law, which is what people refer to as the Grand Path Law. Of course, Li Tsong's true immortal realm is evidently distinct from that of many powerful beings in the 9 Heavens realm. His pinnacle emperor cultivation is essentially equivalent to a complete peak true immortal cultivation, with each world realm possessing an astonishing 10,800,000 true immortal laws. He has reached an absolute pinnacle in this realm, surpassing all of history. Even within the heavenly realm, he could easily fight above his level, battling ordinary celestial immortals. Therefore, under the augmentation of the primordial technique, the Chaos Sutra, Li Tsong, who currently controls 500 world realms, can effortlessly attain the power of a mysterious immortal. He even surpasses the seasoned mysterious immortal from the heavenly realm, the great Sadness Taoist. Now, once he refines these 10 golden immortal laws, allowing all his world realms to be imbued with immortal rules, after countless epochs of eternity, Li Tsong's true strength will once again undergo a terrifying qualitative change. Perhaps with the hundreds of world realms, he will genuinely touch the threshold of the golden immortal. Even in the heavenly realm, he could be considered a hegemon, a true powerhouse. My son, I require a period of seclusion to cultivate. During my absence, you shall be the true little heavenly emperor, wielding all the authority of the Tiansong Empire. Li Tsong spoke solemnly. The power contained within the golden immortal laws is terrifying, far surpassing the grand laws of the 9 Heavens realm. Even he must choose to refine them with caution. Yes, father, Li Shun replied with a serious nod. However, just as Li Tsong prepared to depart for the void starry expanse to enter seclusion, a heavenly punishment guard rushed in urgently to report. Your Majesty, the 2 ancestral elders from the Thunder Sacred Ground and the Tao Beginning Sacred Ground request an audience, stating they are prepared to lead their sacred grounds to submit and acknowledge the heavenly emperor as their master. Oh, These two sacred grounds have indeed made a correct choice. But I currently have no time to entertain them. Shunner, you and your brothers shall handle this matter." Upon hearing this, Litsong initially smiled indifferently, then waved his sleeve lightly, dismissing the matter. His mind was solely focused on refining the golden immortal laws and transforming his world realms. Understood. The three princes bowed in response, and in an instant, Litsong's figure vanished, as if he had never been there. "Second brother, third brother, let us go." Li Shun called out to Li Qian and Li Yan, slightly bowing in the direction of Litsong's departure as they left the core area of the ancient vessel of escape. The Thunder Sacred Ground and the Tao Beginning Sacred Ground, truly formidable existences among the countless forces of humanity. They are significantly more powerful than the recently obliterated Jinwu Sacred Ground. And the two sacred grounds share an excellent relationship, almost forming a covert alliance. Under normal circumstances, Li Shun and his brothers would never have had the opportunity to meet the ancestral elders of these two sacred grounds. But now, as the sons of the Heavenly Emperor, their status is genuinely one beneath one, above countless others. Even the ancestral elders of these two sacred grounds must treat them with respect and dare not show any neglect. In the boundless starry sky, having distanced themselves billions of light years from the Nine Heavens continent, Litsong finally halted his steps. With a flick of his hand, he tore through layers of void and stepped inside, preparing to refine the 10 golden immortal laws. According to the prior words of the great Sadness Taoist, the strength of heavenly realm beings of the same level is typically measured by the intensity and quantity of their laws. Common void immortals cannot condense any immortal path laws. Thus, they can only fall into the lowest ranks of the heavenly realm, unable to grasp the immortal path laws. Upon reaching the true immortal realm, one can condense true immortal laws, truly wielding celestial power, rendering all mortals incomparable. The chasm between immortals and mortals is immensely vast. This is why beneath the emperors of the Nine Heavens realm, all are deemed insignificant. Even if their power is not a complete true immortal strength, they can still surpass all beings. Generally speaking, a true immortal can at most condense 100,000 true immortal laws. Exceeding this number requires those with an immortal body, sacred body, or noble bloodline to achieve. Yet now, each of Litsong's world realms possesses an astounding 10,800,000 true immortal laws. With 500 world realms, he possesses a total of 50 billion true immortal laws. Under such a terrifying accumulation of law power, even a celestial immortal above the true immortal realm could be easily obliterated with a mere wave of his hand. The immortal path laws are the wellspring of power for nearly all beings in the heavenly realm. Even the chaotic immortal king must condense the immortal king laws. However, for such existences, even the refinement of a single immortal king law requires an extraordinarily daunting span of time. Such time, even most immortal kings would be reluctant to spend. Therefore, they generally resort to alternative methods for refinement. For instance, the chaotic immortal king aims to incite chaos in the Nine Heavens realm to expedite his comprehension of the chaotic laws. Once successful, he could condense over 100 immortal king laws, saving at least 10 million epochs of arduous cultivation. In this instance, the golden immortal laws that Litsong has obtained, while only numbering 10, are more than sufficient for him. The golden immortal law stands as the epitome of true immortality, granting formidable golden immortal beings the unparalleled power to traverse the eternal realms of time and space with absolute freedom. Although there remains a vast chasm between this and the sovereign immortal law, it undoubtedly surpasses the realms of celestial immortals and profound immortals by a considerable margin. To even slightly rival a single golden immortal law, one would require at least 100,000 profound immortal laws. It is worth noting that even the esteemed Great Compassion Taoist possesses merely 200,000 profound immortal laws within him. Should the power of these 10 golden immortal laws be unleashed, they could obliterate him into mere dust in an instant, rendering him incapable of resisting, even for a fleeting moment. Chapter 75, Breaking Through to Celestial Immortal, Chaos Divine Form. The Golden Immortal Law. If I were to attempt refining it on the Nine Heavens continent, a single misstep in the process could lead to the annihilation of tens of thousands of realms. The entire continent would tremble in response. Hence, I have chosen to refine it amidst the boundless starry void, where even if the power were to spread, there would be no loss whatsoever. Buzzing. Before Litsong, 10 shimmering laws of the golden immortal, akin to ancient runes, emerged. He murmured, contemplating the potential repercussions of refining the golden immortal law. Thus, he opted to distance himself from the Nine Heavens continent, choosing to refine it in this ethereal abyss of stars. Let us commence. The 10 golden immortal laws radiated outward, and behind Litsong, over 500 world cave phantoms manifested. An infinite array of true immortal laws emerged, seemingly inscribed into every corner of his body and soul, bestowing upon him a terrifying augmentation of power. Boom! The seal of the first golden immortal law was shattered in an instant. A cataclysmic force erupted forth, penetrating layers of void and sweeping across the vast expanse of the starry river. This power was unfathomably terrifying, beyond mortal comprehension and impossible to articulate. In a heartbeat, countless stars exploded, and billions of celestial bodies were extinguished. A galaxy reminiscent of what Li Tsang knew in his past life was instantaneously shattered, obliterated, and transformed into a cascade of stardust. What boundless power! This is the golden immortal law, the true essence of immortal law. As the force of the golden immortal law erupted, Li Tsang's demeanor became profoundly solemn. Within the infinite world caves, the Chaos Sutra was immediately activated. In that fleeting moment, a vast, inscrutable, and supreme aura, capable of overlooking the heavens, surged forth from him. He seemed to undergo a transformation, as if he were an innate chaos deity, born to preside over all, the sovereign of all existence. Golden immortal law, I command you to be refined. Li Tsang's eyes sparkled with divine radiance, each word resonating like celestial music, echoing throughout the cosmos. With the utterance of his decree, he instantly transformed into the visage of the chaos giant god, with the infinite world caves shimmering like the heavens, seizing the wildly expanding golden immortal law into his grasp. He voraciously devoured and refined it, extracting the essence of its immortal rules. Power. This is the true immortal law, touching upon the ultimate force of eternity. In but a moment, as 1% of the golden immortal law's power was absorbed, Li Tsang, now embodying the chaos giant god, appeared as though cloaked in a golden sheen of immortal divinity, bathed in resplendent golden light, like a transcendent deity descending to suppress the myriad realms. With a breath, the giant god exhaled, unleashing boundless chaos mist that enveloped the area, obliterating billions of star rivers. Suddenly, all the stars that had been destroyed began to undergo an astonishing reversal, realizing true time reversal, restoring countless celestial bodies to their former states. Chaos divine form, mastering the fates and causalities of time and space. Activating the true power of the Chaos Sutra, every action mirrored that of a deity. Within the void, having refined a fragment of immortal law, a terrifying divine ability materialized in Li Tsang's mind. Chaos divine form. At this moment, he no longer resembled the previous giant god, but rather appeared as a true celestial sovereign, adorned in a golden chaos robe, crowned with the 9 saints diadem. His countenance exuding an aura of profound authority, elevated above all. This is the true symbol of immortal sanctity. The genuine power of the Chaos Sutra was fully awakened, allowing him to wield the might of countless world caves to its fullest potential, drawing strength from the innate chaos, immensely beyond imagination. In the state of the chaos divine form, my power surged exponentially. Continuing to refine these 10 golden immortal laws would directly elevate him to the golden immortal tier. And this was no ordinary low-tier golden immortal. With endless majesty, Li Tsang's eyes brimming with chaotic divine light, he spoke. Boom. In this godlike state, even his voice resonated with the eternal reverberations of the 9 heavens, causing the entire expanse of the great Tao to boil with fervor. At this moment, Li Tsang was undeniably formidable. In his eyes, even the great compassion Taoist of the profound immortal realm was but a fleeting thought away from annihilation. In the lower realms, he was a true supreme deity, reversing time, commanding the laws with a mere utterance, truly omnipotent. Refining, with a wave of his hand, the 10 golden immortal laws were instantly absorbed into his being. In the state of the chaos divine form, those golden immortal laws seemed to exude a sense of fear, nearly ceasing all resistance. They were completely refined into his essence, and the immortal golden radiance enveloping his form grew ever brighter, akin to the divine light of the heavenly realm illuminating all worlds. Boom. The world caves underwent a metamorphosis. Immortality, sublimation. Their sizes shrank 1,000-fold, yet their mass reached a previously unimaginable level of terror. A singular world cave now possessed strength equivalent to thousands of times its former might. Though their number remained at over 500, Li Tsang, relying solely on the power of one world cave, could effortlessly crush a profound immortal powerhouse. His foundational realm had successfully shattered the imperial taboo established by the chaotic immortal king, genuinely reaching the celestial immortal tier. Upon entering the celestial immortal realm, he stood at the pinnacle of this level. Achieving this state allowed him to perceive the heavenly realm with increasing clarity. However, the chaotic immortal king's barriers obstructed the path of ascension, preventing him from stepping into the celestial domain. Li Tsong clenched his fist, feeling the transformation of his power. He had truly undergone a rebirth, experiencing a qualitative change. He had imbued himself with the essence of immortality, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. The countless true immortal laws within him had all been transmuted into even more potent celestial immortal laws. His power had undoubtedly ascended to the golden immortal tier. However, the Chaos Emperor pills required for condensing the celestial immortal laws had also increased significantly. He would need at least 10 billion Chaos Emperor pills to once again condense a world cave. Ascending to the celestial immortal realm brought both joy and concern. The joy stemmed from his power surging once more, rendering him unafraid of any ordinary golden immortal being. Yet the concern lay in the soaring demand for resources. As his realm continued to elevate, the challenge of condensing more world caves would become increasingly arduous. Ding! The Supreme Sign-In system has refreshed. Sign-In location, 9 Heavens Continent. Divine Clan S33 Heavenly Palace. Successful sign-in grants a new system module, Cultivation Critical Return. Cultivation Critical Return, one of the system modules, where the host can potentially trigger a critical return upon devouring and refining any energy item. The potential for an extraordinary 100 million-fold return beckoned. Yet as Li Tsong fretted over his scarcity of cultivation resources, an unexpected system notification resonated, sending a jolt of surprise through him. Astonishingly, during Li Tsong's seclusion, more than 10 days had elapsed in the outside world. The Supreme Sign-In system had refreshed once again. This time, the rewards for signing in promised a remarkable cultivation crit return. Every instance of devouring and refining during cultivation now held the chance to trigger a crit return, potentially bestowing upon him an instant increase of several tens of millions in world cave growth. In an instant, this resolved Li Tsong's pressing dilemma. Chapter 76, The Unwitting Obstruction. Storming the Starry Divine Palace. Excellent. With this sign-in, my future demands for resources shall significantly diminish. If I can consolidate hundreds of millions of world caves in one go, then that chaotic immortal king shall evoke no fear in me. When he arrives, I might even dispatch him with ease. The brilliance in Li Tsong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The fourth instance of the Supreme Sign-In undoubtedly gifted him tremendous joy. With the cultivation crit return at his disposal, he felt entirely confident that he could elevate his power substantially in a short span of time. With a swift motion, he tore through the void, reappearing amidst the boundless starry expanse. Who goes there? Surrender your treasures. We are the formidable forces of the Starry Divine Palace. Hand over your treasures immediately, or face death. In an instant, the cosmos shimmered with brilliance. As Li Tsong emerged into the starry void, a multitude of figures, thousands of cultivators clad in starry robes, materialized around him, their presence resonating with the cosmic laws that connected to the forces of the heavens. They were undeniably from one of the titanic factions in the starry expanse, the Starry Divine Palace. Evidently, the commotion caused by Li Tsong's refinement of the golden immortal laws had attracted these greedy individuals, eager to seize the artifact that had stirred the cosmic waves upon his reappearance. The Starry Divine Palace? Li Tsong felt no surprise upon seeing these newcomers. After all, the outer cosmic realm was rife with chaos, a peril far exceeding that of the 9 Heavens Continent. Such acts of murder and treasure theft transpired daily, akin to the most mundane occurrences. It was a pity that today, these Starry Divine Palace cultivators were destined to encounter a true iron wall. They had provoked a terrifying power beyond their wildest imaginations. Ah, the Starry Divine Palace. How could I forget? I recall slaying one of your star gods at the Huatian Pavilion auction. Li Tsong rested his chin on his hand, briefly reminiscing about that day. He recalled the moment when one of the 28 star gods had incessantly provoked him during the bidding, only to be obliterated by his palm. A faint smile graced his lips as he thought, how unexpected it is that today, individuals from the Starry Divine Palace would dare to appear before him again, scheming to kill him and seize his treasures. Truly, they seemed to be oblivious to their fate. What? You killed one of our star gods? Could it be the Starfall Master? You must be the Celestial Emperor of the Sky. Upon hearing this, the Starry Divine Palace cultivators were filled with shock and rage, their gazes toward Li Tsong igniting with murderous intent. The Starfall Star God was a disciple of one of their star emperors, holding a position of utmost esteem. His demise had incited the wrath of his master, who had issued a bounty across the cosmos. If they could slay the Celestial Emperor of the Sky, they would be rewarded with 3 half-step supreme imperial artifacts and could ascend to become the 5th star emperor of the Starry Divine Palace, ruling over the endless cosmos. Who would have thought that today they would encounter the Celestial Emperor of the Sky in this very place? Celestial Emperor of the Sky, you dare to kill the disciple of the Starfall Star Emperor? You deserve 1,000 deaths. And you dare to show yourself in the domain of our Starry Divine Palace? You are simply courting death. Prepare to meet your end. Several starry divine palace emperors exchanged glances, their voices rising in unison. In an instant, countless attacks surged toward Li Tsong, causing the stars to shatter and unleashing a terrifying cosmic storm. Though they feared Li Tsong's formidable reputation, the cosmos was never devoid of reckless individuals. As long as they could eliminate the celestial emperor of the sky, they would ascend to greatness, transforming into a cosmic titan. I have little fondness for the title of Starfall Star Emperor, Li Tsong declared. Let us eradicate the starry divine palace today. A gathering of blind fools whose existence only heralds disaster. As he gazed upon the oncoming onslaught, Li Tsong's eyes remained tranquil, betraying not a hint of disturbance. The next moment, with a mere glance, he unleashed a wave of power that shattered the countless attacks and obliterated the thousands of starry divine palace cultivators gathered in that place, reducing them to nothingness, leaving not even the slightest trace behind. In an instant, a dozen imperial-level cultivators from the starry divine palace, including 2 esteemed emperors, were turned to ashes. Gasp! The distant onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress their gasps of astonishment, their faces as pale as death. What had they just witnessed? One glance, merely a single glance. Those typically exalted and powerful cultivators of the starry divine palace had been utterly annihilated, dissolving into dust. How terrifying! No, it was beyond terrifying. It was utterly horrifying. More shocking than the ancient myths recorded throughout history, the celestial emperor of the sky was nothing short of a monster, a true deity. Flee! We are mere ants before the celestial emperor of the sky. Run! Run! Moments later, the starry onlookers regained their senses and turned to flee. Each one erupted with unprecedented speed, vanishing into the vast cosmos in the blink of an eye, terrified that a moment's delay would seal their doom. Li Tsong observed the frenzied escape of the distant onlookers, yet he paid them no heed, instead allowing a soft smile to grace his lips. After all, for him at this moment, the imperial-level cultivators of the Nine Heavens realm were but akin to ants. With a mere glance or a breath, he could effortlessly crush vast swathes of them, requiring not the slightest exertion. As he contemplated this, Li Tsong raised his foot, warping the layers of the void, instantly traversing countless distances to arrive at the star domain of the starry divine palace. Boom! The palace loomed majestically, resplendent as if it were an empire established upon the river of stars, grand vessels traversing its expanse in glorious splendor. Yet at this moment, the very instant Li Tsong arrived, the hearts of countless cultivators from the starry divine palace trembled violently. Buzz! The sound of the void trembled. Within mere breaths, hundreds of saint kings and protectors from the starry divine palace manifested, standing resolutely in Li Tsong's path. Who are you? Without the permission of our starry divine palace, you cannot trespass into this realm of myriad stars. The expressions of the guardians grew grave as they coldly issued their warning. The celestial star palace commands billions of star realms. Its status within the cosmos is exceedingly elevated, such that even the mightiest of emperor-class beings dare not engage in open conflict within its hallowed halls. Therefore, these guardians felt emboldened to intervene. For in the span of countless eons, none have dared to offend the majesty of the celestial star palace. Yet, Li Tsong harbored no intention of engaging in discourse with these insignificant beings. With a mere snap of his fingers, an overwhelming force surged through the vast expanse of the celestial star palace, resulting in the instantaneous annihilation of 99% of its denizens, turning them to ash. Those so-called prodigies and imperial disciples, all beings of cultivation beneath the true celestial realm, essentially, those of imperial status, were obliterated in that single moment, as if they had never existed at all. In an instant, the entire celestial star palace fell into an eerie silence, void of sound. Countless spiritual vessels lost their masters and plunged toward the abyss, descending into the vast and unfathomable darkness of the void, their fates unknown. Chapter 77. Annihilation of the Celestial Star Palace. Unification of Humanity. After several breaths had passed, a cacophony of enraged roars resonated from the depths of the Celestial Star Palace. Soon after, a tremendous imperial pressure surged forth, evidently the response of the palace's mighty emperors, who had sensed the disturbance and appeared on the scene. What have you done? Where are all the disciples and guardians of my Celestial Star Palace? Where have you sent them? Boom! The multitude of stars trembled, their might overwhelming. In that fleeting moment, the 4 most powerful star emperors of the Celestial Star Palace manifested, directing their furious shouts toward Li Tsong, who stood distantly in the void, their anger palpable, teetering on the brink of hysteria, their visages twisted with rage. In that instant, all disciples, guardians, and even a number of elders beneath the imperial realm within the Celestial Star Palace vanished without a trace. Faced with such an unfathomable occurrence, Even the four-star emperors, despite their peak imperial strength, could no longer maintain their composure. Who is the celestial slayer? Ignoring the furious inquiries of the four-star emperors, Li Song merely turned his gaze slightly toward their leader. It is I, the emperor. Who are you? Hand over the disciples of my celestial star palace at once. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man clad in dark crimson imperial robes, his countenance somber, stepped forward among the four-star emperors. His voice was frigid, laced with murderous intent. Had it not been for the need to extract the whereabouts of the palace's disciples, this star emperor, known for his ruthless nature, would have likely struck at once, seeking to slay the figure before him. Ah, what a fitting name for one who slays the heavens. I am the heavenly emperor, yet you dare to claim the title of celestial slayer. Truly, you know not the meaning of peril. Li Song replied, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unmistakable chill. Heavenly emperor? Huh, who does this emperor think he is? The celestial slayer initially faltered. Before a mocking laugh escaped his lips, but before he could finish his taunt, suddenly, with a mere lift of his right hand, Li Song caused the body and soul of this star emperor to explode, transforming into a crimson mist that dissipated into the air. Celestial slayer, how could you? Boom, boom, boom. The other three-star emperors were struck with horror, but before they could articulate their thoughts, they too met the same fate, exploding into blood mist without warning. Rumble. With an expressionless gesture, Li Song pointed, and a colossal, transcendent finger manifested above the celestial star palace, slowly descending to obliterate everything within its reach. Of course, he had not forgotten to plunder the treasure vault of the celestial star palace. With a mere thought, he caused the location of the vault to shift, reducing its size by billions of times, until it rested in the palm of his hand. 200 billion chaos imperial pills? This celestial star palace is truly impoverished, even inferior to the true martial sacred land. As he perused the contents of the vault, Li Song shook his head, feeling rather dissatisfied with the haul of 200 billion chaos imperial pills. He had initially believed that these celestial factions would be more affluent than the four sacred lands. Yet it appeared there was still a disparity. Nevertheless, even the tiniest morsel is still sustenance. Shaking his head, Li Song willed all the items from the celestial star palace's vault to be stored within the world cave. In just the span of a brief incense stick's burn, a colossal entity within the starry void was utterly annihilated by his hand. Countless eons of accumulated essence were completely siphoned away. As a powerful being, strength reigned supreme. Li Song was not a man of pity. His creed was simple. Those who align with me shall live. Those who oppose me shall perish. Since the celestial star palace had provoked him, its doom was all but assured. On the Nine Heavens continent, after Li Song entered seclusion for cultivation, several days had passed. Following the submission of the Thunder Sacred Land and the Tao Origin Sacred Land to the Heavenly Song Empire, the 6 ancient nations and various celestial sects also expressed their allegiance. In less than a month's time, the entire territory of humanity had fallen under the dominion of the Heavenly Song Empire, restoring a level of unification unseen for 1 billion years. On this day, within the imperial study of the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Li Shun was diligently perusing countless reports. Over the past several days, he, along with Li Qian and Li Yan, had personally led troops to conquer numerous territories, suppressing and slaughtering all those who resisted, serving as a warning to others. Within the imperial court, all affairs had been meticulously arranged by him, maintaining an unwaveringly domineering stance against any formidable figures of humanity, much like his father, truly worthy of the title, the Little Heavenly Emperor. However, just as Li Shun was engrossed in the reports, a sudden distortion of space heralded the abrupt appearance of Li Song within the study, prompting Li Shun to rise hastily and bow in respect, calling out, "Father," whom Li Song nodded, and shortly thereafter, the little girl, Xianxian, who was within the imperial palace, seemed to sense her father's return. The door swung open, and she rushed in, her face alight with excitement. "Father, you have finally returned. I've missed you so much these days. Did you bring me a gift?" Leaping into Li Song's embrace, the little one blinked her sparkling eyes and gazed up at him, her adorable expression igniting a tender smile upon Li Song's lips. He reached out to tousle her hair, chuckling softly, "Of course. This is a gift for you, the Celestial Star Palace's treasured artifact, the 10,000 star chain." Producing a radiant necklace that shimmered with the brilliance of countless stars, he presented it to Xianxian. It was indeed a supreme imperial treasure. Acquired from the treasure vault of the Celestial Star Palace, its power seemed trivial to Li Song, yet it was more than sufficient as a toy for Xianxian. "Yay. Thank you, father. I love you the most." As soon as the 10,000 star chain was in her hands, Xianxian's face broke into a radiant smile, her eyes crinkling into crescent shapes as she hugged Li Song's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek, sweetly exclaiming, "Greetings, father." At that moment, Li Qian and Li Yan also arrived, gazing at the little girl nestled in Li Cong's embrace. The two exchanged a knowing glance and could not help but share a wry smile. In the vast expanse of the Nine Heavens continent, and indeed throughout the boundless universe, it seemed that this little girl was perhaps the only one capable of such endearing antics before the Emperor, the unparalleled celestial sovereign. Li Qian, in particular, found himself reflecting on the legendary 10,000 Stars chain, the supreme imperial weapon safeguarding the Star God Palace. Typically, even the four great star emperors would not dare to wield it lightly. Now, with it appearing in the hands of the Emperor, the fate of the Star God Palace appeared to be hanging by a thread. Chapter 78. Establishing the Celestial Court. One sword annihilates 80 million realms. Your Majesty, our empire has now unified the human territories. You truly live up to the title of Celestial Sovereign. Perhaps the name of the Tiansong Empire should be reconsidered, remarked Prime Minister Meng Yuan as he arrived. After bowing respectfully to Li Cong, he proceeded to report on the current state of the Tiansong Empire. With the absolute might and formidable support of the Thunder Sacred Land and the Daoshi Sacred Land, within merely a few days, the empire commanded the world to submit, achieving a grand unification of the human race. Thus, Meng Yuan proposed to Li Cong a change in the name of the Tiansong Empire. I am the Celestial Sovereign, yet my realm still bears the title of an empire. It does indeed fall short of the grandeur I envision. However, a new name? Li Cong pondered, furrowing his brow as he set the little girl down. As the Celestial Sovereign, his domain should aspire to the stature of a celestial court, standing shoulder to shoulder with the heavens. And he, the one who orchestrates the celestial expanse from behind the scenes. Celestial Court. After a moment of contemplation, Li Cong slowly articulated the four words. Upon hearing this, Li Shun and Meng Yuan's pupils dilated in shock. The term Celestial Court denotes the sovereign of the heavens, the eternal firmament of the myriad worlds, a realm unattainable by mortals and immortals alike, symbolizing the very essence of the Celestial Sovereign. Excellent. The brilliance ignited in Meng Yuan's eyes as he nodded in agreement. The name Celestial Court is indeed resplendent, embodying the authority of the heavens. Only such a title could reflect the Celestial Sovereign's grandeur and his unrivaled presence that transcends all beings. From this day forth, I shall establish the Celestial Court in the name of the Celestial Sovereign. With a single gesture, Li Cong summoned a tremor across the human territories. As the grand celestial rankings and star rankings materialized from the laws of the celestial way, above the firmament, myriad laws unveiled themselves. A resounding boom echoed throughout the Nine Heavens continent, causing not only the human race, but also the myriad powerful beings to tremble in their souls, their countenances paling in astonishment. The Celestial Court. Has the Celestial Sovereign finally unified the human territories and set forth on his next grand design? We extend our heartfelt congratulations to Your Majesty, the Celestial Sovereign, for unifying the realm of humanity and establishing the Celestial Court. The Daoshi Sacred Land shall undoubtedly become your staunch ally in conquering the sacred expanses of the heavens. Among the countless factions of the human race, it was the Thunder and Daoshi Sacred Lands that first responded. Having decided to yield, these two sacred lands became the Empire's greatest external support. Today, as the establishment of the Celestial Court was proclaimed, both sacred lands naturally rushed to express their loyalty, hoping to step into the vast celestial realms with the aid of the Celestial Sovereign. Well, I bestow upon the Thunder Sacred Land 10 celestial spirit pills, and upon the Daoshi Sacred Land 10 supreme imperial weapons, the severing blades. Above the expanse of the Nine Heavens continent, Li Cong's voice resonated like a mighty bell, causing the myriad powerful beings to gasp in awe. Although they had no knowledge of the celestial spirit pills, they were acutely aware of the immeasurable value of the supreme imperial weapons. Just one was worth more than they could imagine. Even the transcendent Star God Palace possessed only one as its treasured artifact. Yet today, with a mere wave of his hand, the Celestial Sovereign bestowed them freely. The Celestial Court. Our Xianxia ancient kingdom pledges eternal loyalty to Your Majesty, the Celestial Sovereign, in the conquest of the 8 desolations. The Yunxiao sect is willing to offer their humble service. Your Majesty, the Celestial Sovereign, is truly wise. Countless powerful beings among the human race erupted in fervor, especially the 6 great ancient kingdoms and numerous celestial sects. Their most formidable ancestors appeared in person, bowing in the direction of the Celestial Sovereign city, expressing their fealty to the unparalleled Celestial Sovereign. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless streams of light streaked across the sky. With a mere thought, Li Cong accurately distributed the rewards to the powerful factions, their quality astonishingly high. Many of them were even treasures from the celestial realms. As an emperor, it is only fitting to reward loyalty and mete out justice. For those who remained steadfast in their allegiance, Li Tsang was more than generous with his rewards. This spirit stone contains the essence of chaotic imperial energy. No, it is not merely ordinary chaotic energy. Its quality is unfathomable. A peak emperor of an ancient kingdom received a reward, a mid-tier celestial stone from the celestial realms, brimming with abundant celestial essence, which is essentially chaotic imperial energy from the nine heavens realm. However, its quality far surpassed that of ordinary chaotic energy. Just one celestial stone could enable dozens of quasi-emperors to successfully break through, creating a multitude of new emperors. Half-step supreme imperial weapons, 100 immortal herbs. Our esteemed elders of the Yun Shao sect shall extend their lifespans once more. This peach is astonishing. Consuming just one could potentially create a great emperor. The multitude of rewards not only thrilled the human emperors, but also allowed them to personally experience the unfathomable depth of the celestial sovereign's resources. Such grand gestures had rarely been witnessed in the annals of the Nine Heavens continent's history. However, they felt no jealousy, for now. The entire human race was subject to the celestial sovereign. They were all subjects beneath the celestial court. As long as they made significant contributions to the court in the future, boundless rewards would naturally await them. The celestial court? This human emperor is too audacious. Could it be that his next plan is to wage war against the myriad races and unify the Nine Heavens continent? Yet, in stark contrast to the excitement of many human powerful beings, countless beings from other races wore grim expressions, filled with trepidation towards the impending establishment of the celestial court. Particularly the divine clan, the ethereal clan, the blood devour clan, and other adversarial races of humanity. The human celestial sovereign? My blood god ancestor has been in seclusion for countless eons, and yet humanity has birthed such an arrogant individual. To establish the celestial court? Today, my blood god ancestor shall emerge and ensure your plans do not come to fruition. In the territory of the blood devour clan, within a secret realm of time and space, a colossal blood-red giant suddenly manifested. With a cold smile directed towards the distant celestial sovereign city, he waved his hand, summoning countless blood laws, attempting to directly invade the fate of the celestial court, seeking to shatter it. To obstruct the establishment of the court, you must die. However, almost instantly, accompanied by a voice of authority echoing through the heavens and the earth, the blood god ancestor's body froze suddenly, and then, boom! With a flash of golden sword light that spanned the heavens and the 8 desolations, a deafening roar reverberated, shaking the very foundation of the Nine Heavens continent. In the blink of an eye, the territory of the Blood Devour clan, encompassing 80 million realms, was obliterated in an instant. In an instant, nearly all the formidable beings of the Blood Devourer clan have fallen, akin to a complete annihilation of their lineage. Alas, the 11th ranked race among the myriad clans, the Blood Devourers, has been obliterated. The blood god ancestor sought to entwine himself with the fortunes of the divine court, provoking the human emperor to take action personally, extinguishing 80 million domains with a single stroke. Thus, all the powerful members of the Blood Devourers were utterly eradicated, leaving only a handful of weak kin to cling to life. How ruthless are the methods of this human emperor! Countless alien powerhouses tremble in fear. The Blood Devourers, renowned for their formidable strength, are by no means inferior to the human race. For countless eons, they have preyed upon trillions of humans as sustenance. Even the ancient human emperor of bygone eras could do naught against them. Yet today, under the hands of that terrifying human emperor, the entire race faced near extinction in but a breath's time. A single strike had nearly obliterated the entire Blood Devourer clan. All its mightiest warriors have perished. Chapter 79. Endless Shockwaves. Journey to the Forbidden Realm of the Divine Clan. Just how powerful has the human emperor become? The Dragon Clan, several dragon sovereigns are equally astounded. Among them is the previously esteemed Xianxian dragon sovereign, who had acquired the flame-devouring star sword. He could hardly have anticipated that the once formidable Tian Tsang emperor could elevate himself to such an extraordinary level in a mere few months. He has shattered the taboos of emperors. Your Majesty, this human emperor, one dragon sovereign, rendered speechless, gazes towards the imposing figure seated upon the imperial throne, radiating an aura that rivals the heavens. The sacred ancestor, Dragon Emperor, a terrifying existence that has broken the taboos of emperors with sheer physical prowess. Even the spirit of the Tsang Tian ranking would marvel at such a force, a true heir of the ancestor dragon bloodline. His legacy may well stand equal to that of the emperor himself. From the heavens above this Nine Heavens realm, the supreme forbidden domain looms. The sacred ancestor dragon emperor's gaze darkens, revealing a hint of gravity. Possessing the ancestor dragon bloodline, he has thus inherited a fragment of the ancestor dragon's legacy. understanding the divisions of the heavenly realm and numerous celestial realms. In this nine heavens realm, however, merely mentioning the heavenly realm is a taboo that must be reframed for the dragon sovereigns under him. Above in the skies, equal to the dragon emperor, you say? No wonder. It appears that the rankings on the Xianxian ranking are accurate. The human emperor has received a transcendent legacy. His power has already surpassed the nine heavens, stepping into an entirely different realm. All the dragon sovereigns come to a sudden realization, yet their trepidation and wariness towards Li Tsang deepens significantly. If one day this human emperor desires to unify the nine heavens continent and the boundless starry skies, even the mighty dragon clan may find themselves with no choice but to submit. With the overwhelming response of countless human powerhouses, the divine court of the upper realm is truly established. Boom. The Xianxian and Xingchun rankings once again channel boundless fortune. The once possessed fortune dragon vein of the Tian-Tsang dynasty now burgeons into an immense force, far surpassing many great worlds of the starry skies. The establishment of the upper realm divine court heralds the true unification of humanity, yielding an unimaginable return of fortune. It is equivalent to the energy of 400 billion Chaos Emperor pills, capable of consolidating heavenly worlds even now. Feeling the influx of fortuitous power coursing through him, Li Tsang is momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the establishment of the upper realm divine court would grant him such terrifying returns. This bounty is no less than the destruction of several major sects. However, at this moment, he does not rush to refine it, opting instead to wait until he signs in with the divine clan, ready to utilize the cultivation reward module to refine all his resources in one fell swoop. The divine court has been successfully established, and all humanity reveres you as sovereign. Congratulations, your majesty. Meng Yuan bows deeply, his eyes brimming with fervent respect. Father, the next goal of the upper realm divine court is to truly unify the nine heavens continent, to wage war across the endless starry skies. Yes? Li Yin is even more exhilarated, his eyes seemingly ablaze with boundless martial intent, eager to contribute to the divine court's achievements. Indeed, Li Tsang replies, his gaze profound and indifferent. Within a year, the upper realm divine court shall become the sovereign of the nine heavens universe, and I shall be the sole master of the heavenly Tao. Long live your majesty. Upon hearing this, all in the imperial study bow and kneel. Even little Nyener obediently imitates, calling out in a sweet voice, long live. This is merely a matter of course. Li Tsang casually waves his hand, an invisible force lifting everyone back to their feet. A faint smile graces his lips, his eyes brimming with boundless pride. He possesses sufficient confidence. Everything is well within his grasp. Your majesty, this is the thief who once infiltrated the imperial city. It is said he is the emperor of the divine clan, the Taihao divine emperor. After the proclamation of the upper realm divine court's establishment, the great sadness Taoist quickly informs him of the imprisonment of the Taihao divine emperor, allowing Li Tsang to decide how to deal with him. Oh, Li Tsang's gaze shifts to the Taihao divine emperor, who is now missing limbs and appears utterly wretched. Once the foremost powerhouse of the nine heavens continent, he now finds himself in such a pitiful state, imprisoned within this void cage like meat on a chopping block, merely awaiting slaughter. Haha, so you are the human emperor. Li Tsang, let me tell you, no matter what today, this emperor shall never divulge the secrets of the divine clan to you. My divine clan possesses great fortune, great opportunity, and a vast foundation. Once you step into the territory of the divine clan, even you shall meet your demise. Having been imprisoned for more than 10 days, the Taihao divine emperor is utterly exhausted. His face is gaunt, his eyes sunken, lips cracked, and his murky eyes are filled with madness and savagery. He seems resolute, unwilling to reveal even a sliver of the divine clan's secrets, even if it costs him his life. Divine clan, merely an insignificant insect. Do you truly believe I would be daunted? Li Tsang retorts with a laugh, completely disregarding the Taihao divine emperor's words. Today, I shall visit your divine clan's 33 heavens palace. It is time for the countless humans enslaved by your divine clan to be liberated. Li Tsang stands with his hands clasped behind his back, then slowly turns, instructing the great sadness Taoist, take this pitiful divine emperor with me. I want him to witness how his so-called supreme divine clan shall be obliterated by my hands. Yes. The great sadness Taoist nods in agreement. With a casual gesture of his fingers, the Taihao divine emperor's entire form shrinks several-fold, confined within a transparent sphere. Damn it. Your arrogance will surely lead to your downfall. No one can extinguish my divine clan, remember. No one. The Taihao divine emperor roars from within the transparent sphere, his voice frenzied. He despises Li Tsang, but even more so, he loathes himself. Had he not coveted that so-called immortal artifact, how could he have met with such calamity? Heh. Li Tsong smiles indifferently, choosing to ignore him. Let us proceed to your divine clan's territory. I wish to witness the might of the divine clan. With a flick of his sleeve, he and the great sadness Taoist vanish from sight. In an instant, they traverse the majority of the 9 heavens continent, arriving at the divine clan's supreme, forbidden domain, the 33 Heavens Palace. Chapter 80. The 4th Supreme Sign-In. The hidden god clan's manipulator emerges. Ding. The system has detected that the host has arrived at the 33 Heavens Divine Palace. Sign-In is now available. Before the vast divine palace. At the very moment Li Tsong set foot in this ethereal realm, the resounding notification of the supreme sign-in system echoed forth. Sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. The cultivation critical return module has been unlocked for the host. Devouring and refining any energy item may trigger a critical return of benefits. The next location for the supreme sign-in will refresh in 2 months. With a mere thought, the sign-in was instantly completed. The activation of the new system module rendered the plethora of resources in Li Tsong's possession imbued with boundless possibilities. This could facilitate a further metamorphosis of his strength, propelling him to the realm of the immortal king, who dares to trespass the 33 Heavens Divine Palace. Yet, in the fleeting moment following the completion of the sign-in, countless formidable beings of the God Clan surged forth within the palace. Their numbers exceeded 100,000, swiftly shrouding the heavens and encircling both Li Tsong and the great compassion Taoist. Lord of Calamity, save me. The imprisoned Taihao Divine Emperor's eyes gleamed with desperation upon witnessing this scene, as though he had clutched onto a final lifeline. He frantically cried out toward the leading faction of the God Clan. Lord of Calamity, the strongest among the 13 divine lords of the God Clan. His might only slightly inferior to that of the Taihao Divine Emperor. Though he had yet to break the Emperor's taboo, he was perilously close. The Lord of Calamity possesses 3 heads, each representing a type of calamity, embodying the true path of annihilation. At this moment, all 3 of his heads opened their eyes, gazing intently at Li Tsong and the great compassion Taoist. Particularly when he noticed the transparent orb held by the great compassion Taoist, his pupils constricted violently. Your Majesty the Divine Emperor. The Taihao Divine Emperor, who had been missing for over 10 days, unexpectedly appears in the hands of these 2 human beings, dismembered and in a state of utter despair. Upon witnessing this, the Lord of Calamity's fury ignited instantly. It is you, the human Emperor Li Tsong. Release His Majesty the Divine Emperor, and you may depart in peace today, otherwise. Boom. Impudent. How dare you address His Majesty the Divine Emperor so casually? Kneel. However, almost simultaneously as the Lord of Calamity's furious roar echoed, the great compassion Taoist abruptly lifted his head and coldly commanded. In an instant, the overwhelming might of the profound immortals surged forth like a tidal wave, crushing mountains beneath its weight. Crack. Countless powerful beings of the God Clan wailed in agony. Their flesh and bones seemed to shatter under this oppressive force, leaving them no choice but to kneel. Impossible. Such power, what on earth are you? Under the crushing pressure, even the formidable Lord of Calamity could no longer maintain his stance. He struggled to keep a half-kneeling position, staring at the great compassion Taoist in sheer terror. The great compassion Taoist snorted coldly, his gaze frigid. Die. With a flick of his finger, a strand of sword energy imbued with the laws of the universe whistled past. Sizzle. In the blink of an eye, the 3-headed form of the Lord of Calamity was torn asunder, exploding into a mist of blood. His soul extinguished, unable to perish any further. What nonsense about a divine lord. Although I am but a trifling servant of His Majesty the Divine Emperor, slaughtering you is as easy as butchering livestock. With a mere gesture, the great compassion Taoist displayed a terrifying prowess that sent the God Clan into a state of profound dread, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Upon concluding his words, he bowed deeply to Li Tsong, adopting an exceedingly humble posture, referring to himself merely as a servant. Yet this declaration, falling upon the ears of the still kneeling God Clan, undoubtedly stirred a tempest of shock. In an instant, the second most powerful figure among their kind was slain. In his grasp, he held the current divine emperor of the God Clan, an unparalleled existence that had broken the emperor's taboo. Such a terrifying individual, yet merely a servant of the human emperor, a being of little consequence. A divine lord, a being of the empyrean level among humans, was nearly rendered unconscious by fear. With just a strand of pressure, they were immobilized, unable to move. With a flick of his finger, the Lord of Calamity, the second most formidable entity among the God Clan, was crushed like an ant. Such a character, such strength, yet merely a servant beneath the human emperor, forced to maintain this lowly demeanor before him. If a servant possesses such overwhelming might, to what unfathomable extent must the power of the human emperor reach? Surely it surpasses all imagination. He could be deemed a sovereign of the heavens. Upon this realization, the God clan could scarcely bear to contemplate further. Their bodies quaking with fear. Kill them all, leaving none behind. With a casual wave of his hand, Litsong regarded these God clan beings as mere dust, showing them not the slightest bit of regard. In the calmness of his words lay the fate of the remaining members of the God clan. As you command. The great compassion Taoist responded respectfully, then brought his staff crashing down. Boom. In an instant, 100,000 powerful beings of the God clan were obliterated into dust. Not a trace remained. In the hands of a true profound immortal, all beings of the world are but fodder. In the lower realms, profound immortals are akin to the celestial laws. Golden immortals are like creators of the divine. No entity can rival them. All spirits can be extinguished in an instant. Buzz. Yet, at the very moment of the annihilation of the 100,000 God clan warriors, the entire location of the 33 Heavens Divine Palace underwent a violent transformation. As boundless immortal aura permeated the heavens, it felt as though one had truly entered a realm of celestial grandeur, stepping into a world of supreme magnificence. A half-plane connected to the celestial realm. Your Majesty, the situation has changed. This God clan likely has a spy embedded here. A powerful being from the celestial realm is about to respond and descend upon this place. Sensing the familiar aura of immortal energy enveloping the surroundings, the great compassion Taoist's heart sank suddenly, and he hastily turned to report to Litsong. This is an exceptionally unique half-plane. It exists within the interstitial void of the 33 Heavens Divine Palace, connected to the celestial realm in a peculiar manner. It must be the handiwork of at least a golden immortal, a covetous individual seeking the treasures of the disaster lord. I have long proclaimed. The God clan's foundation is so formidable that you cannot fathom it. They are a race protected by true deities. The heavenly divine kingdom will eternally shield us. Seeing the solemn expression on the great compassion Taoist's face, the imprisoned Taihao divine emperor momentarily froze. Then, as if recalling a childhood legend, he erupted into maniacal laughter. The God clan is indeed an unparalleled race protected by true deities. They should command the 9 heavens and dominate all other races. Boom. Just as the Taihao divine emperor laughed in madness, a dazzling silver radiance suddenly erupted from billions of miles away through the void. It transformed into a vast silver ocean, sweeping in all directions. Endless silver light instantaneously enveloped the entire cosmos, crafting the sun and moon, the rivers of stars, and even the unfathomable expanse of the universe. So immense that mortals could scarcely conceive, it felt as though a silver celestial realm had descended, infinitely expanding to cover all. Chapter 81. The Arrival of the Golden Immortal. The Terror of Hongyin. How intriguing. In the vast expanse of the world governed by the Lord of the Immortal Kings, an unexpected presence has emerged, a formidable celestial being and a mere heavenly ant. Amidst the boundless silver radiance, a young man adorned in a long robe, with a cold and strikingly handsome visage, materializes. His deep-set eyes shimmer with an enigmatic glow, enveloped in silvery brilliance, resembling a divine entity from the celestial realms. Upon his appearance, an indescribable aura of terror sweeps across the surroundings, leaving the Taishang Emperor trapped within a translucent sphere, feeling as though the very heavens were collapsing. He is crushed under the oppressive force, unable to breathe or move a single muscle. This is a true golden immortal. The great compassion Taoist gazes in astonishment, unable to fathom that such a powerful being lies in wait within the 9 heavens realm. A golden immortal, master of the eternal laws, reigning over all time and space with absolute freedom. Although he is merely one realm shy of the golden immortal, the chasm between them is unimaginably vast and terrifying. A golden immortal can erase existence with a mere wave of his hand. Celestial being, reveal your name. The figure speaks with an indifferent tone. I am Hongyin, a servant under the command of the Xianxian Immortal King. As he speaks, Hongyin strides forward, hands clasped behind his back, approaching Litsong and his companion. With each step, silver chains weave through the void beneath his feet, shattering the very rules that permeate the 9 heavens realm, obliterating them entirely. At this moment, the golden immortal blatantly disregards Litsong, who stands beside the great compassion Taoist, for the latter merely exhibits the peak cultivation of a heavenly immortal. Hardly worthy of his attention, a servant. Now it is the great compassion Taoist who is taken aback. A golden immortal, a sovereign in the heavenly realms, could effortlessly annihilate hundreds of forces like his great compassion sect with a single strike. Yet, under the Xianxian Immortal King, he is reduced to mere servitude? I have only recently entered the golden immortal stage, having existed for 300 epochs. Naturally, I must serve in the capacity of a servant. overseeing this nine heavens realm for my master. Observing the astonishment of the great compassion Taoist, Hong Yin exhibits no disdain. Rather, his countenance radiates fervent devotion when mentioning the Xianxian immortal king, as if even being a servant to him is an incomprehensible honor. The Xianxian immortal king, the original sovereign of this nine heavens realm. It seems your master has not abandoned his ambitions regarding the calamity of the celestial monarch's secret treasures. At this juncture, Li Tsong interjects, showing no hint of fear even when facing a true golden immortal. Instead, he gazes at Hong Yin with keen interest, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. What else do you know about the Xianxian immortal king and the chaotic immortal king? Do enlighten me. Hong Yin's brow furrows slightly, and a glimmer of cold light flickers in his eyes as he regards Li Tsong. In his perception, a mere heavenly ant dares to speak so boldly before him. Such insolence is tantamount to courting death. In an instant, an invisible wave of power emanates from him, revealing the might of the golden immortal's laws, swiftly enveloping Li Tsong with the intent to obliterate him in one fell swoop. Foul creature, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Die! The force erupts instantaneously. The Taishang Emperor, confined within the transparent sphere, is merely grazed by the pressure. Yet his soul shatters, transforming into a mist of blood. This once mighty figure of the nine heavens continent is rendered no more than an insignificant insect before the might of a golden immortal, merely touched by the oppressive aura. He meets his end. The power of the golden immortal is overwhelmingly terrifying. Even Li Tsong deeply understands this. He has once refined 10 golden immortal laws. Yet before him stands a true golden immortal, albeit at the threshold of this realm. The laws he commands must surely number far beyond mere dozens. Chaotic divine form. With a thought, he draws the great compassion Taoist into his world cave to shield him from the impending doom. Then, the chaotic scriptures whirl into action. 500 world caves igniting with resounding brilliance. Garbed once more in the chaotic divine robe and crowned with the eternal imperial crown, he manifests as the embodiment of the true power of the chaotic scriptures. Boom! As boundless strength erupts, Li Tsong transcends into the realm of the golden immortal, effortlessly dispelling Hong Yin's assault with a single hand movement. The laws, an infinite expanse of heavenly immortal laws, even imbued with the essence of eternity. Such techniques surpass even those of the celestial kings. No, even the celestial lords cannot achieve this. Who are you? Why do you find yourself in the nine heavens realm? Have you already acquired the legacy treasures of the calamity celestial monarch? Witnessing the instantaneous eruption of Li Tsong's power and the imposing stature of the chaotic divine form, Hong Yin, this unblemished golden immortal, descends into utter madness. A mere peak heavenly immortal should pose no threat to him, yet this individual stands equal to him. The techniques he wields must be unfathomably powerful. If he could seize them and present them to the Xianxian immortal king, he might have the chance to become the adopted son of the immortal king, receiving endless resources to cultivate and emerge as a paragon among golden immortals. Indeed, if I can procure such techniques for the Xianxian immortal king, I will be richly rewarded, soaring to new heights. The more Hong Yin contemplates, the more invigorated he becomes. Die! In an instant, he unleashes dozens of golden immortal laws, conjuring a slender silver sword that slices through the air, accompanied by boundless celestial techniques. Boom! The cataclysmic force surges. Fortunately, this semi-plane has been nourished by the celestial aura for countless epochs, rendering the fabric of heaven and earth exceptionally resilient, thus barely maintaining its integrity amidst the onslaught. Is this the power of a golden immortal? Though formidable, it still falls short of my previous estimations. Yet, as the dust settles, Li Tsong remains unscathed, his form untouched by the chaos. His gaze is indifferent as that of a supreme being. Heaven-piercing spear, penetrate, annihilate. Suddenly, a spear materializes in his hand, hurtling toward Hong Yin with tremendous force. Whoosh! In an instant, the sound of slicing wind fills the air. The true might of the heaven-piercing spear is unleashed, poised to rend through the very heavens, transforming into chaos. Damn it! Hong Yin's countenance shifts dramatically, his pupils constricting. A royal-grade celestial weapon. The aura emanating from this black spear is akin to that of the Yenshin sword, the life treasure of the Xianxian immortal king. Such a supreme artifact can only be wielded by celestial kings. A true royal-grade celestial weapon. Not good if aid. Under the spear's lock, even Hong Yin, the golden immortal, senses a grave threat. In a flash of thought, he prepares to dodge. However, it is too late. Uft! The annihilating heaven-piercing spear shatters all of Hong Yin's defenses in an instant, piercing through him and obliterating much of his form, nearly resulting in his immediate demise. Ah, damn it! How can this be? A mere heavenly ant dares to wield such a royal-grade celestial weapon? No. I must report the happenings of the Nine Heavens realm to the Yin immortal king at once. Hong Yin's anguished roar echoes in despair. In the next moment, disregarding the wounds upon his body, he audaciously tore through the void to escape. Alas, before the celestial emperor, he was fated to suffer eternal calamity. Chapter 82. Refining the Golden Immortal, 8,500 Worlds of Caverns. Suppression. The 500 worlds of caverns resounded incessantly, under the frenzied eruption of billions of laws. The formidable Hong Yin was relentlessly subdued. Even as a golden immortal, he found it impossible to struggle. Bang! Hong Yin's physical form and soul were pinned firmly in the void. His eyes were filled with horror and rage. Dare you suppress me? Lord Yin will surely kill you and seize all your legacies. The royal grade immortal artifact. I had already intended to slay the Chaos Immortal King, and it would be no trouble to eliminate another immortal king in the process. As for you, obediently be refined by me. A cold and merciless voice echoed. Then, Li Tsong raised his right hand, and countless worlds of caverns began to operate the chaos scripture, attempting to refine this golden immortal alive. To devour all the golden immortal laws he commanded. No, you cannot kill me, no. Hong Yin's cries reverberated through the heavens and earth. A dignified golden immortal, a sovereign presence even in the celestial realm, was being devoured and refined by a mere celestial immortal in the lower realm, a truly shocking spectacle. The energy contained within a golden immortal is exceedingly potent, reaching an extremely terrifying level. 300 golden immortal laws, the power within his immortal body, was at least equivalent to trillions of Chaos Emperor Dan. Even without critical return, it could still forge 100 worlds of caverns. While refining Hong Yin, Li Tsong felt the vast energy surging into his body, and his delight grew exponentially. Please, I beg you. I spent countless time to become a golden immortal. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Soon, amid Li Tsong's ravenous refining and devouring, Hong Yin's voice shifted to pleas for mercy, hoping to exchange for a chance at survival. Mercy? Too late. Hearing this, Li Tsong could not help but chuckle coldly. With a mere thought, the speed of the devouring refinement surged once more. Instantly, Hong Yin's screams erupted again, as all source laws and immortal body powers headed toward inevitable exhaustion and destruction. Before long, the wails grew fainter. Hong Yin transformed into a pile of ashes, devoid of his prior imposing presence, utterly fallen. Ding! Detected that the host has refined a first-tier golden immortal, triggering cultivation critical return. Received an 80-fold increase. The refinement was complete. The system's voice resonated at the opportune moment, and the originally attainable number of 100 worlds of caverns surged terrifyingly by 80 times, directly obtaining the power of 8,000 worlds of caverns. Boom! An immense and overwhelming pressure exploded and enveloped the surroundings. The power under Li Tsong's control soared wildly. Transcendence and elevation. A total of 8,500 worlds of cavern power converged, under the 80-fold return. The 300 refined golden immortal laws infused an immeasurable number of immortal divinity into the boundless worlds of caverns. The strength of the Chaos Divine Avatar grew astonishingly. So terrifying. Beneath the Chaos Divine Avatar, my power has at least increased 8,000 times compared to before. A low-tier golden immortal like Hong Yin could easily annihilate hundreds with a mere wave of his hand. However, even so, the gap between me and the immortal kings remains exceedingly vast. In fact, many peak golden immortal powerhouses recalled in Hong Yin's memory were already so powerful that even I now harbor trepidation. Restoring to his original state, Li Tsong could not help but sigh inwardly. Through the refinement of Hong Yin, a genuine golden immortal powerhouse from the celestial realm, he had also acquired his memories. Gaining a general understanding of Lord Xianxian and the numerous golden immortal powerhouses under his command, Lord Xianxian is still far too terrifying. The disparity between immortal kings and golden immortals is so vast it defies description. In the few memories where Hong Yin encountered that immortal king, he, as a golden immortal, felt akin to an ant, an existence of dust. It is imperative to obliterate this semi-plane. Currently, the true master of the Nine Heavens realm is the Chaos Immortal King. If I destroy this semi-plane, Lord Xianxian will no longer be able to send powerful beings to descend. Boom. With a clenching of his fingers, this semi-plane, which secretly connected to the celestial realm, was instantly annihilated. This action would undoubtedly attract the attention of Lord Xianxian. Yet, Li Tsong could afford no such concerns. After all, Hong Yin had already perished here. Allowing this semi-plane to remain would inevitably draw more celestial realm powerhouses, eventually alerting the Chaos Immortal King to personally descend. The Immortal King is so unfathomably powerful. It seems the plan to seize control of the Nine Heavens Tao must be expedited. If all races do not submit, they shall be eradicated, leaving only the voice of the celestial divine court throughout the entire Nine Heavens continent. In an instant, after annihilating this semi-plane and averting subsequent crises, Li Tsong's expression remained grim. From Hong Yin's memories, he gleaned much about the celestial realm, and his apprehension toward the chaos immortal king deepened. In the eyes of a golden immortal, all beings in the lower realm are but ants. Yet in the eyes of an immortal king, golden immortals are merely ants as well. If the chaos immortal king sought to utterly obliterate the Nine Heavens realm, this boundless universe would likely not withstand even half an hour in his grasp. The Nine Heavens realm, in the hierarchy of realms within the celestial realm, it is considered one of the most supreme worlds, vast beyond imagination. Even a golden immortal would require an unfathomable amount of time to fully comprehend it. And even such a magnificent world is merely a somewhat larger toy in the hands of an immortal king. He could effortlessly annihilate it, leaving no trace of its existence. Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor, that golden immortal, the 33 Heavens Divine Palace, Li Tsong and the Great Compassion Taoist reappeared in the void. As they exited the world of caverns, the Great Compassion Taoist, in a state of panic, urgently inquired, his eyes darting around in search of Hong Yin's trace. He was unaware that Li Tsong had made a breakthrough and truly grasped the power of a golden immortal. Thus, he remained anxious. Do not worry. That fellow has already perished, devoured and refined by me. His bones are no more. Upon hearing this, Li Tsong waved his hand nonchalantly, speaking with indifference. What? Perished? A golden immortal powerhouse. The Great Compassion Taoist was utterly stunned, but he quickly regained his composure, his gaze suddenly igniting with fervor. The Celestial Emperor is invincible. He will surely crush the Chaos Immortal King in the future, leading the Nine Heavens realm into the Celestial realm. Your Majesty's cultivation must have made another breakthrough. To annihilate a golden immortal powerhouse in such a manner, perhaps the power of an immortal king is not far off. It is a rare honor for a mere mystic immortal like me to follow such a transcendent figure. Chapter 83. Conquering the Myriad Races, Absolute Domination. Boom. Ignoring the Great Compassion Taoist's flattery, Li Tsong waved his hand, directly crushing and annihilating the supreme forbidden zone of the divine race. It disintegrated into countless fragments scattered across the heavens. I must expedite the plan to seize control of the heavenly Tao of the Nine Heavens. With the fall of Hong Yin to the lower realms, it is undeniable that the Xian Immortal King is aware of this matter, leaving me with significantly diminished time. In an instant, the 33 Heavens Divine Palace was obliterated. Li Tsong turned to the great sadness Taoist beside him and spoke in a hushed tone. In accordance with your Majesty's decree, I shall personally take action, leading the numerous legions of the Divine Court to wage war against the myriad races. Within a month, the Divine Court shall become the sole sovereign of the Nine Heavens continent. Upon hearing this, the great sadness Taoist's expression grew unusually grave as he solemnly replied, It shall not only be you, many powerful Xian immortals will also join the fray. Boom. At this moment, Li Tsong waved his hand, causing the boundless void to twist. And a total of over 10 Xian immortal powers arrived, evidently accumulated through the multiple fishing opportunities over the past days. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Emperor. The numerous Xian immortals bowed in unison, each on par with the great sadness Taoist in strength. Among them, the strongest had even touched upon the realm of golden immortals, reaching a half-step golden immortal state. Your Excellencies, no need for such formalities. Li Tsong raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal and then coldly commanded, You shall heed the orders of the great sadness Taoist and swiftly wage war across the Nine Heavens continent, commanding the myriad races to submit. Should they refuse to yield, their entire lineage shall be exterminated. To refuse is to invite death. Previously, Li Tsong had employed rather gentle methods, granting various powers ample time for choice. Yet now, confronted with the ceaseless pressure from the Xian Immortal King and the Chaotic Immortal King, it would be utterly foolish to continue with such leniency and delay. Boom. We shall comply with the Heavenly Emperor's decree. In an instant, the gathered Xian immortals stood resolutely, without a hint of hesitation, their resonant voices echoing through the heavens. Li Tsong nodded in acknowledgement, his figure flickering as he departed from the scene. He needed to enter seclusion once more to fully absorb and master the myriad celestial arts wielded by Hong Yin, as well as to refine all the resources at his disposal, reaping immense rewards in return. In the realm of the Divine Clan, there lay the Wutian Divine Kingdom. The 13 divine kingdoms of the Divine Clan were formidable forces, even more so than the ancient kingdoms of the human race. The Wutian Divine Kingdom occupied the northwest corner of the Divine Clan's territory. Countless divine palaces soared high into the sky, beneath which resided innumerable human slaves, a place of worship providing the gods with willpower, devoid of any self-awareness. Boom. Today, amidst the boundless sky, a terrifying rift was suddenly torn open. Following this, tens of thousands of figures stepped into the central region of the Wutian divine kingdom. Their auras deep and foreboding, instilling dread among the many powerful beings within the kingdom. I am the Bone Annihilation Immortal, sent by the Heavenly Emperor to command you to submit to the Wutian divine kingdom. Should you refuse, I shall annihilate every last one of you. In the void above, a figure donned in a white bone mask and tattered Taoist robes appeared, directly addressing the Wutian divine lord in the grand hall with a voice that resonated through the clouds. Impudence. The Wutian divine lord, seated within a magnificent palace, unleashed a terrifying pressure that erupted into a rolling, thunderous roar. The titans of this divine kingdom manifested, particularly the Wutian divine lord, whose gaze was as dark as water, brimming with murderous intent. What audacity! A mere human emperor dares to act so brazenly within my Wutian divine kingdom. Does he truly believe himself invincible? As 5 breaths passed, I shall take your choice to resist as granted, and all soldiers shall slay the Wutian divine kingdom. Exterminate all divine beings. Without heeding the Wutian divine lord's furious roar, the Bone Annihilation Immortal coldly declared the order to annihilate the Wutian divine kingdom. You, with the bone transformation technique, wither all living beings. The Wutian divine lord, filled with rage, faced the icy finger pointed by the Bone Annihilation Immortal. Sizzle. Decay. As the furious words escaped his lips, the Wutian divine lord and numerous other divine powerhouses instantly withered and decayed, transforming into scattered remnants of bone. Buzz. From around the Bone Annihilation Immortal, a wave of terrifying, decaying ripples swiftly spread out. In but a single breath, over half of the divine beings in the Wutian divine kingdom had completely withered and fallen. Boom. Following this, the tens of thousands of soldiers surged into action. They swept across the land, ruthlessly slaughtering everything in their path, sparing only those lowest among the ranks who were treated as human worshippers. As their spiritual consciousness returned, the human race regained their own will, completely shedding their identities as mere followers. Such a scene did not merely unfold within the divine clan's territory. In the realm of the Void Spirits, the Void Spirit Emperor proclaimed, "If you wish for my Void Spirit clan to submit, then summon your human emperor." Crash. Just as the Void Spirit Emperor manifested, he was crushed by a single palm strike from a 9th-level Xian Immortal, the Black Pung Daoist, who retorted, "Enough of your prattle. What kind of being do you think the Heavenly Emperor is? You, an insignificant insect, dare to gaze upon him." In the Demon Clan, the Undying Demon Emperor roared defiantly, "I shall never submit. I am the Undying Eternal Body. Impossible to." The Undying Demon Emperor, having broken the Emperor's taboo, was abruptly silenced as another Xian Immortal struck him down, reducing him to ashes. The so-called indestructible body was left as nothing but a memory. A mere celestial body dares to claim eternal life? Truly laughable. The Xian Immortal scoffed, and upon witnessing their emperor's demise, the numerous powerful beings of the Demon Clan could only submit, bowing low in reverence to the Heavenly Emperor. With the issuance of Li Tsang's decree, a genuine storm of blood and carnage swept across the 9 Heavens continent. Unlike the ancient era of mutual warfare among the myriad races, this situation was an absolute domination. Faced with the arrival of over 10 Xian Immortals, even the mightiest of races stood powerless. Their so-called strongest, even those who had breached the Emperor's taboo, appeared no more than insects before the Xian Immortals. Despite any hidden cards they possessed, it was all to no avail. They were utterly crushed, unable to resist in the slightest. In merely the first day, the Divine Clan exterminated nearly every last one. The billions of enslaved humans were liberated, and the once mighty races of the 9 Heavens continent were relegated to history. As for the Void Spirit Clan, they suffered a 70% annihilation, with the survivors branded as slaves, destined to serve the celestial divine court for eternity. The Dragon Clan submitted. The Demon Clan also capitulated. Within a single day, a total of 37 races were completely obliterated, while 81 races declared their submission. The celestial divine court's influence expanded at an alarmingly terrifying pace. Even countless celestial titans received word of this, their hearts filled with trepidation, fearful that the human emperor would soon set his sights upon them. Meanwhile, in the celestial emperor's city, within a temporal secret tower, Li Tsang remained in seclusion. At this moment, he had astonishingly begun to utilize his extraordinary insight to comprehend the myriad celestial techniques of Hong Yin. Furthermore, he directly refined several celestial artifacts he possessed, resulting in a profound transformation of the Xianyuan bell, elevating it to the true rank of a celestial artifact. The abilities of celestial-level divine spells were indeed remarkable. My thoughts have been significantly broadened, allowing me to further deduce the 9 extinction sword technique, whose power could potentially increase by at least 100-fold. With the complete understanding of the celestial techniques, Li Tsong enhanced the might of the 9 extinction sword technique, enabling it to reach the so-called celestial king level. This was a substantial advancement compared to the celestial techniques mastered by Hong Yin. With a wave of his hand, the Xianyuan bell, now upgraded to a celestial artifact, appeared in Li Tsong's grasp. After refining 5 celestial artifacts from Hong Yin and 4 obtained through fishing, he had successfully forged a total of 9 celestial artifacts. This culminated in the creation of the brand new Xianyuan bell, achieving the pinnacle of a superior celestial artifact. It was merely a step away from reaching the king-level celestial artifact tier. The current might of the Xianyuan bell had undergone a transformation, capable of effortlessly subduing profound immortals with a mere wisp of mysterious yellow energy. Even golden immortals like Hong Yin could be easily vanquished. Li Tsong felt immense satisfaction with the pale gold bell in his hands. Although its power still paled in comparison to the heaven-slaying spear, the latter was, after all, a king-level celestial artifact, a divine object that even the Xianyan Celestial King and the Chaos Celestial King coveted. Li Tsong was thoroughly pleased with the Xianyuan bell's capabilities as a superior celestial artifact. Father, for days have passed. The celestial court has now dominantly ruled over 8 or 9 of the myriad races, truly becoming the sovereign of the Jiuxiao continent. The remaining races are but remnants. Exhausted and feeble, buzzing. At this moment, with a thought, a luminous screen appeared before Li Tsong, revealing the latest report from Li Shan. In just 4 brief days, the celestial court had established itself as the ruler of the continent. Excellent. The fortune of the myriad races has been bestowed upon me, further enhancing my grasp over the Jiuxiao heavenly Tao. The celestial ranking and the stellar ranking have provided the fortune necessary to create 60 world caves. If I continue on this path and annihilate a few colossal entities in the starry skies, I shall truly master the Jiuxiao heavenly Tao, with boundless fortune empowering me. Even the Jiuxiao heavenly Tao seems to bow in submission before me. Naturally, Li Tsong was overjoyed and commanded Li Shan to continue the campaign, setting his sights on the endless starry expanse after conquering the Jiuxiao continent. Yes, I shall not disappoint your expectations, father. Through this period of cultivation and the abundant celestial treasures provided by Li Tsong, Li Shan and his companions successfully broke through to the Emperor realm, achieving the true celestial realm of the heavenly realm. They now possessed a lifespan of over 10 million years, befitting the number of an era. Within the luminous screen, Li Shan respectfully nodded. He then refrained from disturbing Li Tsong's seclusion and ordered the other profound immortals to continue their conquests, allowing the influence of the divine court to expand uncontrollably. It is time to begin refining the resources I currently hold. In the time-space secret tower, as Li Shan's report concluded, Li Tsong began to calculate all of his resources. The Chaos Emperor Dan obtained from the conquest of the myriad races was undoubtedly an astoundingly terrifying figure. From the countless treasures of the divine clan alone, he had acquired a staggering 8 trillion Chaos Emperor Dawn. This was sufficient to coalesce the resources for 80 world caves. As for other affluent races, the Void Spirit Clan, Sea Clan, Winged Clan, Demon Clan, Dragon Clan, and so forth, within just 4 days, a total of 24 trillion Chaos Emperor Dawn had been presented to Li Tsong. Currently, to coalesce a single world cave, he required 100 billion Chaos Emperor Dawn. This 24 trillion Chaos Emperor Dawn, even without the benefits of cultivation feedback, could yield a terrifying 2,400 world caves. Whether he could attain the power of a celestial king depended on this opportunity. Li Tsong murmured to himself. With 2,400 world caves and a vast amount of fortune yet to be refined, as long as the cultivation feedback module did not yield mediocre results, he could immediately step into the celestial king tier, wielding the true power to stand unafraid against 2 celestial kings. Let us commence with this fortune. The immense fortune of the myriad races could allow me to coalesce 100 rounds of world caves. I wonder what magnitude of critical benefits will be triggered. Boom. The celestial ranking, the stellar ranking. And now, the boundless fortune dragon of the celestial court manifested. The substantial fortune amassed from the submission of the myriad races converged, causing the entire Jiuxiao firmament to exhibit extraordinary phenomena. It was as if a pale golden pillar of heaven had appeared, standing tall between the heavens and the earth, visible to all beings across the continent. All the fortune of the myriad races I absorb into my being. Li Tsong transformed into an embodiment of chaotic divinity, his form expanding infinitely. He devoured the terrifying pillar of fortune in one gulp, and an overwhelming, incomprehensible pressure surged forth, causing the myriad beings across the Jiuxiao continent to tremble in shock. The submission of the myriad races, how much fortune would that yield? If a peak emperor attempted to devour it, they would likely burst apart in an instant, unable to refine even a millionth of its power. Throughout endless ages, perhaps only the heavenly emperor could achieve such a feat. The myriad powerful beings were filled with awe. Even the dragon clan's ancestral dragon emperor could only look up in reverence before the terrifying fortune of the myriad races. Even he was but a leaf adrift upon an ocean. Yet at this moment, this ocean was being devoured by a divine being. Endless power surged into Li Tsang's body. Boom. With each explosive sound, numerous world caves were opened. Although the fortune of the myriad races was abundant, it became mundane against Li Tsang, who now controlled 8,500 world caves, comparable to a high-tier golden immortal. Within him, 100 world caves were rapidly opened. Countless laws manifested, enveloping the newly birthed 100 worlds, which evolved into the primordial chaotic state. Ding! The host has received the fortune feedback from the myriad races, triggering cultivation feedback. Obtained a 370-fold increase in benefits. However, when all the fortune dissipated, having been completely refined by Li Tsang, the system's melodious notification rang out, causing Li Tsang's eyes to shine with brilliance. 370-fold benefits. What could originally yield only 100 world caves instantly transformed into 37,000. Such gains far exceeded his previous expectations. Chapter 85. Ultimately ascending to Celestial King, the power of 1 million world caves. Boom. In an instant, vast energy surged into Li Tsang's body once more. Each world cave seemed to split continuously, expanding at an unprecedented terrifying speed. This caused Li Tsang's power to soar wildly, reaching an incomprehensible and terrifying realm. Boom. Finally, at a certain moment, a resounding roar echoed from within Li Tsang. The 37,000 world caves were completely opened, merging into one. At this moment, he possessed a total of over 45,000 world caves. His power surged exponentially, reaching the threshold of a half-step celestial king. As remembered by Hong Yin. Powerful. Utterly powerful. Inexorably powerful. In this moment, with a mere gesture, I can cause an entire realm, even within the vastness of 1,000 worlds, to erupt instantaneously. Countless sentient beings would be obliterated in an instant. Yet, despite this overwhelming power, I still fall vastly short of the enigmatic Xianxian, the celestial king. The chasm between a golden immortal and a celestial king, although seemingly narrow, is in truth as profound as an abyss. Li Tsang's heart surged with fervor. At this moment, he was immeasurably powerful, capable of annihilating a minor universe with a mere flick of his wrist. Within the ranks of golden immortals, he could already be regarded as an invincible force. A half-step celestial king. However, a half-step celestial king is still merely that, only a half-step, not yet having truly ascended to the realm of the celestial king. Thus, Li Tsang did not allow pride to overtake him. Instead, he produced the staggering 24 trillion Chaos Emperor pills, intent on devouring and refining them completely. Seizing the moment, he aimed to harness the power of the celestial king in one fell swoop. These 24 trillion Chaos Emperor pills represent the accumulated essence of countless races over eons, the very foundation of the entire Nine Heavens continent. The feedback module must not let me down. Within the colossal secret tower of time and space, the atmosphere was thick with the overwhelming presence of Chaos Emperor pills, obscuring the sky. Even the supreme beings of the Nine Heavens continent, such as the Taihao Divine Emperor and the Holy Ancestor Dragon Emperor, could scarcely fathom the magnitude of such a concept. Such an immense resource, if placed within the celestial realm, would undoubtedly provoke envy among numerous golden immortals, leading to bloodshed over its possession. From this day forth, I shall ascend to the rank of Celestial King. With a wave of his hand, the boundless Chaos Emperor pills instantly began to melt, transforming into a golden celestial river that surged directly into Li Tsang, flooding into the myriad world caverns. The thunderous roar of the opening world caverns resounded once more violently than before. Each world cavern expanded wildly, evolving into increasingly vivid representations of their respective realms, with majestic landscapes of mountains and rivers becoming discernible within. Suddenly, the myriad world caverns quaked in unison, releasing peculiar waves of energy that belonged to Li Tsang, now bestowing a baptism of transformation upon all newly birthed worlds. From the chaos emerged fresh world rules. A total of 2,400 brand new world caverns materialized at that instant, their powers merging with Li Tsang. And the feedback module was triggered at this moment. Beep. Detected host refining a vast quantity of Chaos Emperor pills, triggering feedback for cultivation. Obtained 500-fold returns. The final outcome did not disappoint Li Cong in the slightest. In fact, it surpassed the frenzy experienced during the refining of the luck power, achieving a staggering 500 times the return, 2,400 world caverns. Under the 500-fold multiplication, that amounts to an astounding 120 million world caverns. From this moment forth, the number of Li Cong's world caverns would officially be measured in tens of thousands, reaching an unparalleled pinnacle, perhaps rivaling that of a celestial king. The force was overwhelmingly potent, surpassing the combined might of countless oceans. The secret tower of time and space, where Li Cong resided, collapsed instantly, unable to withstand such terrifying energy, disintegrating into ash. Should this energy dissipate, a significant portion of the Nine Heavens continent would be annihilated. Thus, I shall create a world to serve as my sanctuary for absorbing this boundless energy. Li Cong's fingers curled and spread, causing the impending energy surge that threatened to engulf the entire Lintian Emperor city to come to a halt. Countless laws surged around him, and a mist of chaos enveloped him as he endeavored to conjure a world from nothingness to serve as his retreat for cultivation. With a resounding crack, the heavens and earth took shape, and the rules of existence manifested. The foundation of this new world was laid within the void, and with a wave of his hand, the dissipating energy was drawn into this nascent realm. Subsequently, he himself flickered and settled upon the seething lava of this new world, fervently refining the energy within, resulting in a substantial increase in the number of world caverns, with their power surging exponentially. The passage of time within this world began to warp. What transpired as a single day in the outside world equated to a century within. Li Cong continued to devour and refine, akin to an infinite universe of energy, which soon began to dwindle. Ultimately, it was entirely consumed, leaving only an expanse of flames in its wake. This world had already endured over 80 years, while merely a day had passed outside. With a rumble, Li Cong slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, the laws of existence fell silent. The very fabric of the cosmos trembled as if shaken by the awakening of a deity, on the brink of collapse. Nearly 125 million world caverns had activated another aspect of the chaos scripture of all things returning to the void. To me now, even a half-step celestial king is no more than an ant. My strength has multiplied by millions compared to before. Upon reaching the million mark in world caverns, it felt as though I had entered an entirely new realm. Perhaps this is the true power of a celestial king. Gazing at the palm of his hand, Li Cong slowly clenched his fist, savoring the boundless and magnificent power coursing through him. It was now comparable to that of the Xianxian celestial king from Hong Yin's memories. I have truly reached the realm of the celestial king. Celestial king, I have finally grasped this power. Even if Xianxian and the two chaotic celestial kings descend to the mortal realm, I shall not falter. Haha, at last, I have become a celestial king. In this moment, I am fully prepared to confront the impending crisis. Li Cong threw back his head and laughed, his eyes radiating with fervent light. Yet first, I must shatter the taboos set by the Chaos Celestial King. I shall reconnect the Nine Heavens realm with the Celestial realm, allowing the boundless celestial energy to pour forth. Then, with a mere thought, a terrifying force surged into the rules of the Nine Heavens realm, obliterating the blockades and prohibitions left by the Chaos Celestial King. Instantly, Li Cong felt the clear call from the Celestial realm. With but a thought, he could ascend to the Celestial realm. Chapter 86. Annihilating the Chaos Celestial King's avatar. The plan to ascend to the Celestial realm. Who has broken the barriers I set for this realm? Soon, as the seal shattered, the ethereal avatar of the Chaos Celestial King materialized, an ominous middle-aged man clad in a crimson-black robe, his countenance foreboding, now glaring at Li Cong with unrestrained fury. Who are you, Celestial King, to dare tread upon my Nine Heavens realm? Do you truly think my Chaos Celestial King is easy to bully? Boom. As the words left his lips, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended upon Li Cong. The Chaos Celestial King, founder of the Celestial Chaos Palace, though recently ascended to the realm of the Celestial King, now commanded the 3,000 laws of the Celestial Kings, equivalent to the arduous cultivation of numerous chaotic epics. Among the initial stage Celestial Kings, he was already regarded as a true standout. Even the Xianxian Celestial King would be but a fraction weaker. At this moment, the spectral manifestation of the chaotic Celestial King emerged, and the power encapsulated within this mere avatar was exponentially greater than that of any half-step Celestial King. In an instant, the universe trembled, and the very fabric of the Tao fractured. The entire Nine Heavens realm seemed unable to withstand the wrath of this powerful Celestial King. The heavenly Tao emitted a mournful wail, and the stars across the heavens swayed and fell, as if the cataclysmic end of days had arrived. I am the Celestial King Tian Tsang. The heavenly realm stands infinitely majestic, far surpassing the current formidable existence of Li Tsong. Therefore, in this moment, Li Tsong refrained from self-identifying as the heavenly emperor. Instead, in the face of the chaotic celestial king's furious inquiries, he chose to refer to himself as the celestial King Tianzong. The celestial King Tianzong? I have never heard of your name. Could you be one of those hidden old monsters from the heavenly realm? The chaotic celestial king scoffed coldly, appearing calm, yet his gaze grew increasingly frigid, as if it could freeze the very heavens. Regardless, anyone who dares to trespass into my realm, even if they are a celestial king, must perish. With a thunderous roar, the surging celestial power erupted, and the laws of the celestial kings intertwined in a chaotic dance. The forces of chaos surged forth, reversing all known rules, and the myriad powers within Li Tsong became a tumultuous maelstrom, as if they were slipping beyond his control. How dare a mere avatar behave so audaciously before me? With a chilling command, the chaotic celestial king unleashed his chaotic divine visage to devour. Yet Li Tsong's expression darkened, and with a commanding shout, he transformed once more into the eternal divine figure, consuming the chaotic laws released by the chaotic celestial king entirely. Countless worlds and realms became tainted with the attributes of chaos, and within the haze, they subtly possessed a trace of the celestial king's laws. Chaotic celestial king, I am the true master of the nine heavens realm. Leave this avatar behind today, for I shall personally journey to the heavenly realm to claim your life in the future. Await your fate. Li Tsong stood high above, gazing down upon the chaotic celestial king. With a tone of indifference, he struck out with a single palm, mobilizing the power of 1,000,000 worlds, shattering the avatar of the chaotic celestial king into countless fragments of celestial energy, which were ultimately devoured by Li Tsong. Excellent. Celestial King Tianzong, I shall remember you. When I return to the chaotic celestial palace, it will be your day of doom. The avatar was obliterated, and the furious roar of the chaotic celestial king echoed through the skies. At this moment, his true body resided in another celestial domain, hunting beasts of the realm alongside 3 other celestial kings, rendering him incapable of descending in person. He could only leave behind a fierce proclamation, vowing to seek trouble with Li Tsong in the future. The chaotic celestial palace? Whether that force still exists upon your return is an unknown. As Li Tsong smirked, the tone of the chaotic celestial king's voice abruptly shifted. You dare. With that, the avatar of the chaotic celestial king dissipated without a trace. Devouring this avatar, the vast array of celestial king law projections contained within bolstered Li Tsong's power significantly. He could distinctly sense that should he successfully refine a true celestial king, all his laws would undergo a profound metamorphosis, allowing him to firmly establish himself within the realm of the celestial kings. Boom. Above the nine heavens realm, it seemed as though the very firmament had been torn asunder. Under Li Tsong's terrifying prowess, countless celestial energies from the heavenly realm were ruthlessly siphoned, nurturing the myriad realms of the universe with boundless energy. Given time, the nine heavens realm would undoubtedly become a miniature heavenly realm, capable of birthing an inexhaustible number of immortals. Buzzing, a multitude of heavenly laws materialized, and the shadowy river of the Tao manifested, intertwining and coalescing into a massive seal. Its name, the Seal of the Heavenly Tao. It truly represented all authority within the nine heavens realm, symbolizing the submission of the heavenly Tao and the highest status of the sole ruler of this realm, with the fortuitous alignment of the fates of myriad races. The opening of the heavenly realm's gates, and the annihilation of the chaotic celestial king's avatar, the heavenly Tao of the nine heavens finally submitted to Li Tsong. By refining this seal of the heavenly Tao, Li Tsong would become the singular sovereign of this realm. He would possess the ability to master all causal laws within, and with a mere utterance, myriad laws would follow. Noble heavenly Tao of the nine heavens, you have finally submitted to me. Excellent. In the days to come, I shall ensure this realm is well cared for. Even upon stepping into the heavenly realm, the nine heavens shall remain the core of the celestial court. I will seize countless celestial energies from the heavenly realm, even the very essence of worlds, to render the nine heavens infinitely powerful. It shall transform into a true miniature heavenly realm. Li Tsong smiled as he reached out to grasp the seal of the heavenly Tao, assimilating the myriad primordial law imprints contained within into himself. In the briefest of moments, he gained an exquisite clarity regarding all things within heaven and earth, even the fates of all beings and boundless causality. At this moment, Li Tsong truly merged with the heavenly Tao. He stood as a creator god, gazing down upon the nine heavens realm, and as long as he remained within this realm, he felt as though he were omnipotent. His power received an extreme and terrifying augmentation. The stronger the nine heavens realm grew, the greater the enhancement it afforded him. After all, even in the heavenly realm, compelling a vast world to submit to the heavenly Tao was an exceedingly arduous task. Even ordinary celestial kings found it nearly impossible. Yet the rewards of success would undoubtedly surpass the mere annihilation of a world. Li Tsong took a deep breath, his gaze glimmering with brilliance. By mastering the Nine Heavens realm, he had also acquired the ability to prevent any intruders from entering this domain. Even if the Xianxian Celestial King or the true body of the chaotic Celestial King were to arrive, forcibly intruding into the Nine Heavens would be nigh impossible. Next, once I acquire the treasures from the Disaster Monarch, I will be poised to step into the heavenly realm. First, I shall obliterate the power of the chaotic Celestial King and the chaotic Celestial Palace, using this region as a foundation to develop the Celestial Court's influence within the heavenly realm. Li Tsong rested his chin in contemplation, pondering the future development of the Celestial Court within the heavenly realm. Chapter 87. Entering the secret realm of the monarchs, the 11 Celestial King puppets. First and foremost, the Nine Heavens realm is undeniably indispensable. On the contrary, once he enters the heavenly realm, he must invest vast resources into the Nine Heavens, truly establishing it as the core of the Celestial Court. As for the heavenly realm, according to Hong Yin's memories, it is known that although the heavenly realm is vast and boundless, it is broadly divided into 100,000 and 8,000 celestial domains. Each celestial domain is significantly larger than the Nine Heavens realm, and they can be further divided into millions of grand celestial states. The Xianxian sect, led by the Xianxian Celestial King, resides in one of these celestial domains, the Xianxia Celestial Domain, governing 17 grand celestial states, with over 1 million golden immortal powerhouses and countless celestial immortals. However, despite the Xianxian sect's formidable strength within the Xianxia Celestial Domain, it can only be considered a second-tier force. The chaotic Celestial King's chaotic Celestial Palace is not much different, ruling over 20 grand celestial states. Also a second-tier force within the Xianxia Celestial Domain. As for the Xianxia Celestial Domain, it is rumored to encompass a staggering 40 million grand celestial states. The one who holds dominion over this celestial domain has transcended the level of celestial monarch, reaching the status of celestial sovereign. The supreme being known as the Xianxia Celestial Sovereign is revered by countless celestial beings, possessing unfathomable strength. He is a true sovereign among immortals and the supreme of the heavens. Even celestial kings can only gaze up in awe, unable to behold the visage of such a towering existence. Celestial sovereign, given time, I too shall inevitably ascend to this exalted realm. The entire Xianxiatian domain shall come under the dominion of the celestial divine court, and even the esteemed Xianxiatian Zun shall bow beneath my feet. Having meticulously devised my plans, the brilliance in Li Tsong's eyes surged forth, and with but a thought, he began to probe the entirety of the Jiuxiao realm. First and foremost, he must acquire the secret treasure of the disaster calamity, Celestial Monarch. Only then would he possess the true fortitude and assurance to advance into the celestial realm. Moments later, he discovered it. A sudden intensity gripped Li Tsong's gaze as he found himself within a pitch-black void, reminiscent of a starry abyss in the cosmos. At last, he had located the whereabouts of the disaster calamity, Celestial Monarch's secret treasure. With a resounding hum, his figure flickered, traversing the vast expanse of the universe in an instant. He shattered the myriad layers of illusory voids, and there before him emerged the ancient gate concealing the Celestial Monarch's treasure. Boom! Countless intricate patterns of law manifested upon the door, embodying an unparalleled power that transcended even the laws of the Celestial Kings, the true essence of Celestial Monarch laws. Like a sovereign among laws, it caused the myriad regulations within Li Tsong's world to tremble, as if they were on the verge of submission. The domain of the disaster calamity, Celestial Monarch forbade any powerful beings above the golden immortal level from entering. Yet now, although Li Tsong had reached the Celestial King realm, his true cultivation remained merely at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal level. Thus, this Celestial Monarch law did not impede him. The gate began to slowly open, revealing an endless void within, as if leading to another realm. Whoosh! Amidst the tumultuous currents of space, Li Tsong hesitated not for a moment and boldly stepped inside, resolute in his quest to seize the Celestial Monarch's treasure. Thud, thud, thud. Upon entering the secret realm, the light from all directions grew exceedingly bright, and with Li Tsong's arrival, resonant chimes that shook the heavens echoed throughout, as if to herald his presence. The master of the Jiuxiao heavenly Tao has awaited your arrival for quite some time. A voice accompanied the chimes, and an elderly figure clad in gray gradually materialized before Li Tsong. He offered a slight bow, seemingly anticipating Li Tsong's arrival. With a wave of his hand, a stone table appeared, adorned with 2 cups of tea exuding an enticing fragrance. Please, have a seat. The The gray-clad elder smiled, and Li Tsong, sensing no hostility from this individual, furrowed his brow slightly before taking a seat. Who are you? It is said that the domain of the disaster calamity celestial monarch is fraught with peril, a place where one could die 9 times over. Yet, from my perspective, it does not seem to be the case, Li Tsong remarked, casually lifting a cup from the table as he surveyed the tranquil surroundings. The once treacherous secret realm, notorious for the losses suffered by the disciple of the Xianxian celestial king, now appeared extraordinarily serene and splendid, akin to a paradise. I am the spirit of the Calamity Tower, known in the past as the Calamity Monarch by the assembled immortals. However, now that the Calamity Tower lies in ruins, I am but a mere spirit, the gray-clad elder responded, shaking his head lightly. As for your assertion of peril within my master's secret realm, that is naturally due to those who came before not fulfilling the true prerequisites for the inheritance, thereby stepping into a realm of death. They could never attain the legacy. To inherit my master's teachings, one must command the Jiushao heavenly Tao to submit and become the sovereign of this realm. Until today, I have awaited many years for a true inheritor to arrive. The gray-clad elder gazed intently at Li Tsong, as if harboring some expectation. Why must one command the Jiushao realm to obtain the inheritance of the disaster calamity celestial monarch? Was that celestial monarch the creator of this realm? Li Tsong inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Not quite. It is simply that my master originally ascended to the celestial realm from the Jiushao realm, thus establishing this rule. The gray-clad elder clarified, shaking his head once more. The disaster calamity celestial monarch existed in the Jiushao realm long before, nearly countless epochs ago. At that time, he was the supreme ruler of the starry skies, blessed with boundless fortunes and opportunities. After achieving the golden immortal level within the Jiushao realm, he ascended to the celestial realm, embarking on his legendary journey. What? The disaster calamity celestial monarch once emerged from the Jiushao realm? This realm actually produced a celestial monarch-level powerhouse. Hearing this, Li Tsong was taken aback, never expecting such a formidable being to have originated from the Jiushao realm. That was a celestial monarch, a true king among the heavens. Even a being of the chaos celestial king's stature would be but an ant in the eyes of a celestial monarch, and the disaster calamity celestial monarch. Such an imposing and powerful figure was once merely a mortal in the Jiushao realm. The Jiushao realm of old was immensely powerful. Though it was a lower realm, celestial immortals and Xian immortals were commonplace. Later, when my master ascended to the celestial monarch level, this realm received an influx of fortuitous energy, transforming it into one of the mightiest worlds among the lower realms, where 1 or 2 celestial kings were born. However, as the gray-clad elder's voice suddenly darkened, he seemed to recall some sorrowful past. The burial emperor celestial monarch, the holy Buddha celestial monarch, and the fighting god celestial monarch joined forces to ambush my master, leaving him gravely injured and ultimately leading to his demise within the Jiushao realm. With my master's fall, the fortunes of the Jiushao realm drastically waned. The few celestial kings who emerged from it were also hunted down by the 3 great celestial monarchs, causing the Jiushao realm to weaken infinitely. It was even sealed off by a lower-tier celestial king, preventing it from producing any beings above the celestial immortal level. The gray-clad elder sighed, his gaze dimming with melancholy. A celestial monarch-level powerhouse can alter the very fabric of fate for countless beings connected to him. While the disaster calamity celestial monarch lived, the Jiushao realm thrived immensely, allowing celestial kings to emerge. But once the disaster calamity celestial monarch fell, everything dissipated like a fleeting dream. Ah, I see. Li Tsong nodded in realization, his understanding of the history of the Jiushao realm deepening. My master left behind 4 treasures of inheritance, the gray-clad elder continued. Firstly, 11 puppets of celestial kings, each possessing the combat strength of a pinnacle celestial king. However, to activate them requires an astronomical amount of celestial spirit stones. With a wave of his hand, 11 puppets clad in black armor, inscribed with countless laws of the celestial kings, appeared. Even without any supply of celestial energy, their imposing presence was terrifying, causing Li Tsong's pupils to constrict. Chapter 88. For Great Treasures, the Inheritance of the Disaster Calamity Celestial Monarch. Pinnacle Celestial Kings. Truly formidable. These 11 puppets are all at the pinnacle celestial king level. If supplied with sufficient celestial spirit stones, they could indeed be deemed invincible beneath a celestial monarch. A being like the chaos celestial king would be obliterated with a single blow. Secondly, my master's innate treasure, a half-step holy-grade celestial artifact. It also serves as the essence of my true form, known as the Calamity Tower, which seals 9 types of catastrophic powers within. In its prime, a single burst of calamity power could severely injure an ordinary celestial monarch, annihilating hundreds of celestial kings in the process. As he spoke, a black tower manifested in the gray-clad elder's hand. Endless inscriptions of celestial sovereign-level laws adorned the structure, yet at this moment, the Calamity Tower lay in severe disrepair. Its celestial radiance dimmed. It was evident that it had nearly been annihilated during the cataclysmic battle of celestial sovereigns eons ago. Its rank had plummeted from a semi-divine celestial artifact to its current status as a mid-tier royal-grade artifact. Nevertheless, even in its damaged state, this tower, inscribed with the 9 great calamity laws, remained an extraordinarily formidable celestial treasure. Litsong's heavenly execution spear, classified as a lower-tier royal-grade artifact, inscribed with the law of obliteration, was evidently inferior in comparison to this severely damaged calamity tower. Our sovereign, the Calamity Sovereign, has cultivated the 9 paths of calamity, which include the paths of thunder calamity, flame calamity, frost calamity, wind calamity, earth calamity, decay calamity, ruin calamity, annihilation calamity, and the ultimate path of calamity, the end of all. The gray-robed elder, the spirit of the Calamity Tower, murmured. The obsidian small tower in his hand flickered with the laws accompanying each of his utterances. The Calamity Tower comprised 9 levels, each inscribed with the 9 great calamity paths, and its calamity laws resonated with the tower itself, unleashing even more terrifying apocalyptic disasters. Furthermore, the origin seeds of our sovereign's 9 calamity laws constitute the true legacy of the Calamity Sovereign. They encapsulate the sovereign's lifelong insights and the countless celestial techniques he has mastered. As his words fell, a translucent orb emerged from within the Calamity Tower, suspended before Litsong's gaze, igniting a fervent gleam in his eyes. What a magnificent treasure! The culmination of the Calamity Sovereign's lifetime of learning. The myriad insights into celestial arts, and most importantly, the 9 calamity law seeds. This petite, crystalline orb would undoubtedly be considered an unparalleled treasure even within the celestial realm. Countless celestial kings would vie for it, and even celestial sovereigns would personally engage in the contest. Lastly, the 4th item, of lesser value compared to the first 3, was a staggering 1 billion top-tier celestial spirit stones stored within the Calamity Tower, sufficient to animate these 11 celestial king puppets for 1,000,000 epochs. The Calamity Tower spirit merely stated this matter nonchalantly. However, upon hearing of the entire 1 billion top-tier celestial spirit stones, Litsong could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. 1 billion, and all of them were top-tier celestial spirit stones. It must be noted that the chaotic emperor pills he had previously devoured could only barely equate to lower-tier celestial spirit stones. A single middle-tier celestial spirit stone could equal 1,000 lower-tier stones, and the upper-tier stones followed suit, equating to 1,000 middle-tier stones. Thus, when calculating, a single top-tier celestial spirit stone could equate to a staggering 10 billion lower-tier celestial spirit stones. That is, 10 billion chaotic emperor pills. As this thought crossed his mind, Litsong felt a wave of suffocating astonishment rise within him. He had initially believed that the 24 trillion chaotic emperor pills he had previously consumed constituted a monumental figure even in the celestial realm. Yet now, before the prospect of 10 billion top-tier celestial spirit stones, that number seemed utterly trivial. If he could completely absorb and refine these 10 billion top-tier celestial spirit stones, and subsequently receive a return boost from the impact module, the ultimate number of world cave heavens he could consolidate would be beyond his estimation. What must I do to acquire these 4 great treasures? He inquired directly, having regained his composure. He understood that the Calamity Sovereign would never freely bestow his lifelong legacy. There must be some condition. Otherwise, why would he have expended such tremendous effort to arrange this upon his demise? Only one condition. Upon hearing this, the Calamity Tower spirit's gaze suddenly darkened ominously, and with the surge of its killing intent, the temperature of the entire secret realm plummeted, freezing the void itself. In the future, should you ascend to the level of Celestial Sovereign, avenge our sovereign by slaying the Burial Emperor, the Saint Buddha, and the Dual God. Each word was spat out with gritted teeth. He could never forget the scene of the 3 celestial sovereigns joining forces to ambush the Calamity Sovereign, revealing that even those noble sovereigns were merely a pack of despicable and treacherous knaves. Kill them? Litsong's eyes narrowed, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. As boundless cold light erupted from his gaze, a chilling murderous intent. I will fulfill this vow. If one day I reach the level of Celestial Sovereign, I shall undoubtedly avenge the Calamity Sovereign. Excellent. With your word, I shall consider myself fortunate to have found a true heir to fulfill my master's wishes. The Calamity Tower spirit smiled in relief upon hearing Litsong's affirmation, as if he could already envision the day Litsong would become a Celestial Sovereign and slay the Burial Emperor, the Saint Buddha, and the Dual God. Buzz. The Calamity Tower floated and gradually moved in front of Li Cang. Your Majesty, if you do not mind, simply refer to me as Elder Jia. In the celestial realm, I will do my utmost to assist you in your quest to ascend to the exalted realm of celestial sovereign. The Calamity Tower spirit spoke, evidently well aware of every event transpiring within the Nine Heavens realm, and was fully cognizant of Li Cang's identity in this world. Very well. Li Cang nodded, extending his hand to imprint the Calamity Tower with his soul mark, thereby gaining complete control over it. With a wave of his hand, the 11 celestial king puppets and the orb containing the essence of calamity laws were drawn into his world, Cave Heaven, preparing to begin comprehension and refinement upon his return to the celestial divine court. Within the Calamity Tower, countless translucent celestial spirit stones, radiant with multicolored brilliance, floated like beautiful crystals, exuding resplendent light. The accumulation of these spirit stones resembled a river of stars, akin to the celestial sea. Li Cang felt a surge of fervor in his heart. Should he devour and refine all these celestial spirit stones, he could likely reach the supreme pinnacle of Celestial King in an instant. Perhaps he might even touch the threshold of Celestial Sovereign. Chapter 89. A Million World Cave Heavens. Journey to the Celestial Realm. Elder Jia, accompany me as I depart. After a final period of seclusion in the Nine Heavens realm, I shall truly venture into the Celestial Realm to establish the first foothold for our Celestial Divine Court. After assessing the immense gains he had acquired, Li Cang addressed Elder Jia, who promptly transformed into a ray of spirit light, merging with the Calamity Tower, and together they vanished from this secret realm. 7 days later, in the Celestial Emperor City of the Nine Heavens realm, commanding the power of the Celestial King indeed proved to be, as Elder Jia had described, no different. Cultivation became exceedingly arduous. The effects of ordinary celestial spiritual energy significantly diminished, necessitating the comprehension and refinement of more laws to rapidly enhance one's strength. Once again within that world of cultivation, Li Cang concluded his seclusion, letting out a deep sigh. The path of the Celestial King is fraught with challenges. He had originally thought that possessing 10 billion top-tier celestial spirit stones would enable him to directly consolidate over 100 million world cave heavens, thereby commanding absolute pinnacle power within the Celestial King realm. Alas, it was not so. Li Cang's current true cultivation level was merely at the peak of the heavenly fairy stage, and the laws within each world cave heaven were still far too feeble compared to those of an ordinary celestial king. Although he had absorbed and refined the primordial seeds of the 9 great calamity laws during his seclusion, condensing their embryonic forms, these remained but mere prototypes, vastly inferior to the true laws of an immortal sovereign. To undergo transformation, he needed to devour an immense, almost infinite, amount of law power to elevate himself to the realms of xianxian, jinxian, and ultimately, the laws of the immortal king. 1 million worlds of cave heavens. This was the limit of my current capabilities. To further expand into additional worlds, the boundless laws within me must at least ascend to the jinxian level, attaining the properties of immortality. Li Cang mused. Having refined a substantial quantity of celestial spirit stones, the number of his cave heavens had already reached the million mark. Yet, to continue expanding to the truly astronomical figure of billions, he would require the support of at least Jinxian-level law power. He was still far from even the Xianxian laws. It seemed the next course of action was straightforward. Resting his chin on his hand, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Cang's eyes, an icy chill that pierced to the bone. It was time for extermination. To refine countless Xianxian and Jinxian beings, even immortal kings, plundering their law power to infuse into the cave heavens, thus nourishing the embryonic forms of the 9 calamity laws within him, allowing them to metamorphose. Li Cang realized he could no longer remain in the Jiuxiao realm. To seize law power, he must venture to the heavenly realm, annihilating the chaotic immortal palace and the Xian flame sect, while simultaneously establishing a foothold for the celestial court in the heavenly realm, would allow him to refine countless Xianxian and Jinxian beings, breaking through the current bottleneck he faced. Kanjin guards, your majesty. A voice called out. Behind Li Cang, a figure in a black robe materialized in an instant. The aura he exuded was exceedingly fearsome. Unmistakably a true Jinxian powerhouse. He was one of the 32 Kanjin guards Li Cang had summoned from the myriad realms, each possessing Jinxian cultivation. They were regarded as the strongest beings in the celestial court, second only to Li Cang himself. I am about to journey to the heavenly realm. During my absence from the Jiuxiao realm, you must safeguard the celestial court. Should any harm befall it, you shall present your heads before me. Li Cang commanded solemnly. Although he presently wielded control over the Jiuxiao Dao, allowing him to perceive all anomalies occurring in this realm, and could return with but a thought even after reaching the heavenly realm, he prudently left 3 immortal king puppets in the Jiuxiao realm as a precaution. The 32 Kanjian guards were not to accompany him to the heavenly realm. They were to remain and protect this domain. As you command, the Kanjian guard respectfully acknowledged, then vanished in an instant as if he had never been there. With a subtle shift of his thoughts, Li Cong distorted the void, arriving at the Xiantian Tower where Li Shun and others resided. The Xiantian Tower had been further transformed by Li Cong, successfully upgraded to an immortal artifact, which was more than sufficient for Li Shun, who had just entered the imperial realm. Father, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Upon seeing Li Cong, the group immediately gathered around him, their faces alight with joy. Another 7 days had passed. With the subjugation of the Jiuxiao Dao, the celestial court now unified the endless starry skies, becoming the sole sovereign of the Jiuxiao realm. In the vast universe, only one voice resounded, the voice of the celestial court, belonging to the unparalleled celestial emperor, as Li Shun and his companions had personally led the strong in conquering the starry seas. They felt immense pride and admiration for their father, Li Cong. Indeed, Li Cong nodded, surveying his 4 offspring, and then spoke with solemnity. I am about to embark on a true journey to the heavenly realm, to pave the way for our celestial court and establish our first stronghold. The heavenly realm is fraught with peril, while I am invincible in the Jiuxiao realm. Countless dangers lurk within the heavenly realm. Therefore, I shall take only a select few powerful allies with me. As for you, you must cultivate to at least the level of Tianxian before you can step into the heavenly realm. Do you understand? With the forbidden seal of the chaotic immortal king shattered, countless cultivators from the Jiuxiao realm became aware of the existence of the heavenly realm. With many strong individuals advancing to Tianxian and thus able to ascend, Li Shun and his companions were no strangers to this, and they nodded earnestly. Father, rest assured, we shall strive diligently in our cultivation to break through to the Tianxian realm as soon as possible. All matters within the celestial court shall be arranged properly. Hearing this, Li Cong nodded in satisfaction. If that is the case, then I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and stepped forward, instantly arriving at the highest pinnacle of the Jiuxiao realm, where a shattered void twisted continuously, a torrent of celestial spirit energy surging from above and entering the Jiuxiao realm. This was the portal to the heavenly realm, the so-called Ascension Gate. Heavenly realm, I come. Li Cong took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with boundless brilliance. Boom. In an instant, the void beneath his feet roared and trembled, oscillating violently like rippling waves. The once dark and distorted space now radiated infinite celestial light, revealing the silhouettes of majestic worlds within. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Cong stepped forward. Buzz. The void rippled once more, and he vanished completely from sight. Chapter 90. Entering the Heavenly Realm, 3,000 Immortal Emperors. The Heavenly Realm, vast and boundless, encompassing countless mountains and continents, all shrouded in a hazy mist of celestial light. Boom. In the ancient mountains of the virtual cloud celestial state, the void suddenly tore open, distorting miles of space and causing numerous celestial beasts to flee in terror, triggering a cacophony of rumbling sounds. Is this the heavenly realm? Amidst the fractured void, Li Cong, clad in a dark golden imperial robe, surrounded by the shadows of countless cave heavens, gazed toward the towering mountains ahead, murmuring to himself. Exceedingly vast, utterly magnificent. This was Li Cong's first impression of the heavenly realm. Upon sensing the pervasive celestial spirit energy enveloping the heavens and the earth, his eyes shone even brighter. Celestial spirit energy, the legendary chaotic imperial aura of the Jiuxiao realm. For ordinary cultivators in the lower realms, even a single wisp was priceless. It was something even quasi-imperial powerhouses struggled to obtain. Yet in the heavenly realm, this so-called chaotic imperial aura was omnipresent, freely absorbable and refined by all beings. Even the very air one breathed was laden with abundant celestial spirit energy. Should a mortal inhale just a breath, it could extend their lifespan by over 1,000 years. Boom. Casually wielding several rounds of cave heaven power, Li Cong's expression remained indifferent as he unleashed a punch. With that single blow, a portion of the mountain range was obliterated, causing several small mountains, towering at 1,000,000 miles, to collapse, resulting in significant tremors throughout the realm. Indeed, this is the heavenly realm. Such world strength is already 1,000,000 times greater than that of the Jiuxiao realm. This punch of mine, in the Jiuxiao realm, could obliterate tens of thousands of regions, encompassing an area of billions of miles. Yet here in the heavenly realm, it could only devastate this mere stretch of 1,000,000-mile mountain range, without even witnessing the shattering of space. Li Cong shook his head. The celestial realm boasts an extraordinary intensity, where a single mountain can traverse billions of miles, and vast continents stand magnificent and boundless. It surpasses the expanse of countless lower realm universes. This punch, although merely a flicker of my current inconsequential power, vividly illustrates the sheer terror of the celestial realm, which is incomparable to the 9 heavens. Your Majesty, this is but natural. The celestial realm is the true nexus of all worlds, a sanctuary for countless supreme beings. Its age is unfathomable. Even a celestial sovereign's attempt to obliterate a mere fragment of this realm would be an exercise in futility. Buzzing. Elder Jia manifested beside Li Tsong, once more stepping into this realm that was both familiar and foreign. At this moment, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Recalling the carefree days spent alongside the catastrophe celestial sovereign as they traversed the celestial realm. I can sense that the gravitational force of the celestial realm is at least 300 million times that of the 9 heavens. Should an ordinary mortal inadvertently enter this realm, they would likely be crushed into a mist of blood by this terrifying gravity. Only cultivators above the sacred realm can barely endure it, and they must possess an exceptionally robust physique, lest they crumble in mere moments if their strength is lacking. Li Tsong clenched his fingers, instantly shattering a vast expanse of void with a piercing shriek. His gaze grew increasingly brilliant. The celestial realm. This shall be my next conquest. One day, the celestial realm will kneel before me. I am the true supreme celestial emperor, wielding dominion over the heavens. Your Majesty's divine might. Upon hearing this, Elder Jia was filled with solemn respect. To conquer the celestial realm. This ambition is undeniably audacious. It is essential to understand that within the celestial realm, a golden immortal level cultivator is deemed a powerhouse, akin to a general in the lower realms, capable of fending off thousands of troops with unpredictable tactics. As for the immortal kings, they are the feudal lords, commanding countless generals to bow beneath them. They govern vast and formidable territories, their every action capable of shaking the very heavens. Beyond the immortal kings lies the immortal lords. These are the sovereigns who rule over the feudal lords, with even more territories submitting to a singular monarch, an endlessly majestic ruler of the heavens. The former catastrophe celestial sovereign held such an exalted position in the celestial realm. Continuing onward, we reach the terrifying realm of the immortal sovereigns, who, even in the celestial realm, are nearly divine. If the immortal lords are kings presiding over countless vassals, the immortal sovereigns are the true paragons of the world, covertly controlling innumerable monarchs. They are regarded as the supreme beings of the heavens, a stature so immense that even the catastrophe celestial sovereign could scarcely fathom. One can only look up in awe. Elder Jia, what precisely is the concept of an immortal emperor? At this moment, Li Tsong seemed to recall something and abruptly inquired of Elder Jia. From Hong Yin's memories and Elder Jia's descriptions of the celestial realm, Li Tsong had gained a certain understanding of the immortal kings, immortal lords, and even the immortal sovereigns, grasping the extent of power each tier commands. However, the immortal emperor represents an unparalleled pinnacle within the celestial realm. Even Elder Jia, who had spent countless years alongside the catastrophe celestial sovereign, refrained from mentioning it, evoking a sense of caution. This piqued Li Tsong's curiosity. An immortal emperor? Upon hearing this, Elder Jia's expression grew grave. It seemed that these two words were akin to a taboo, not to be mentioned lightly. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. In truth, I too am unaware. I have only heard tales of the 3,000 immortal emperors, each representing the ultimate zenith of a singular path. Each path can yield but one immortal emperor. Should a successor wish to ascend to that status, they must slay the existing immortal emperor to take their place. As Elder Jia spoke, sweat beaded on his forehead, as if simply uttering the truth was a tremendous act of disrespect towards such beings, fearing divine retribution. After all, within the celestial realm, everyone knows the terror of the immortal emperor. 3,000 paths. Li Tsong's pupils constricted. A singular path can yield but one immortal emperor. To attain that status, one must eliminate their predecessor. Yet, to slay an immortal emperor while merely at the immortal sovereign level seems nearly impossible. The disparity between each layer of the immortal kings is already monumental, not to mention the vast gulf between entire realms. The latter represents an invincible existence at the end of a path. This presents virtually no possibility. One would have to hope for the downfall of a certain immortal emperor to seize the opportunity to become the immortal emperor of that path. However, possessing the chaos scripture, I might one day reach the peak of the immortal sovereign realm, allowing me to transcend and slay an immortal emperor. Yet, upon further reflection, Li Tsong felt reassured. With his current peak celestial cultivation, he could already sweep through the immortal kings, nearing the strength of a pinnacle immortal king. In the future, with the myriad worlds and the power of the celestial realms at his disposal, slaying an immortal emperor may not be beyond the realm of possibility. Chapter 91. Instantaneous slaughter of 8 great profound immortals. The celestial region of Su Yun. Who are you? That you are unaware this Jade Balance mountain range is under the dominion of my Jade Balance sect? What is your intent in wreaking havoc here? However, just as Li Tsong pondered, several chilling voices reverberated through the heavens. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, 9 figures clad in white robes, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to the sea, descended from the celestial gates. The leader, with an ethereal presence, held a whisk that fluttered gracefully, his expression cold and indifferent, his gaze revealing hints of hostility. Leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Thunderous roars. The surging celestial power surged forth like a furious tide, pressing towards Li Tsong and his companions. At this moment, the eyes of the elders behind him flickered with astonishment, silently acknowledging, truly, Elder Bai Chun is formidable. With a cultivation at the 9th level of the profound immortal realm, he stands as a true exemplar among the 800 celestial mountains of Su Yun. Indeed, Elder Bai Chun has tirelessly cultivated for thousands of epochs, finally reaching the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. It is likely that our Jade Balance sect will soon produce an immortal golden immortal, a being whose lifespan is nearly boundless, no longer needing to worry about the passage of time. Several youthful elders of the Jade Balance sect, whose cultivation was merely at the nascent profound immortal level, engaged in fervent discussions. This region is known as the 800 Celestial Mountains, composed of over 800 celestial mountain ranges, where countless forces vie for dominance, embroiled in ceaseless conflict. Among these forces, the Jade Balance sect ranks foremost, commanding a territory encompassing 80 mountain ranges. Furthermore, 3 golden immortal powerhouses preside over it, instilling fear in numerous forces across the 800 celestial mountains, who dare not provoke even a fraction. It can be said that within the entire Su Yun celestial region, the Jade Balance sect is not a weak force, standing as a second-tier power within this celestial expanse. The pinnacle of the profound immortal realm? Merely insignificant insects. Witnessing the audacity of that celestial elder to exert pressure upon himself, Li Tsong's expression turned cold. Boom. In an instant, the flames of the catastrophe path surged forth, incinerating the brazen, profound, immortal elder into oblivion, while simultaneously refining all of his profound immortal laws into nothingness. Ding. Detection of the host refining a 9th-level profound immortal powerhouse, triggering a critical return. Gained an astonishing 820-fold return. The successful triggering of a critical strike has returned. Under the extraordinary yield of 820 times, the 9 great calamity laws within the myriad worlds of Li Tsong have successfully undergone a transformation, evolving into profound celestial-level laws. Yet, for Li Tsong, who possesses a staggering 10 million world realms, this is merely a drop in the ocean. What? How could this be possible? Elder Bai Chun has fallen? In the blink of an eye, he was consumed by celestial flames, leaving not a trace behind. Are they perhaps golden immortals? This humble servant pays homage to the esteemed golden immortal. Today, this lowly one was unaware of your presence at the Yu Hung sect. If I have offended, I beseech your mercy. This sudden upheaval has left the elders of the Yu Hung sect in utter terror. Those who had initially planned to capture Li Tsong and refine his laws are now paralyzed with fear. They immediately kneel in the void, repeatedly bowing and pleading for forgiveness. 2 golden immortals. Even the entire Yu Hung sect possesses merely 3 golden immortals to oversee it. Compared to these true golden immortals, the lowly Xian immortals are but ants, easily extinguished with a mere flick of the finger. Thus, it is only natural for everyone to be consumed by dread, hoping for Li Tsong's mercy. Yu Hung sect? First, I must ascertain the territory in which I find myself. With a flick of his hand, the remaining 7 Xian immortal elders were instantaneously obliterated, their laws completely plundered and refined. Only a young elder of the Yu Hung sect remained, trembling on the ground, too fearful to even raise his head. In an instant, Elder Bai Chun, along with the 7 Xian immortals, turned to dust. Golden immortal. This is the true essence of a golden immortal. The fear within his heart reached its zenith, rendering him speechless. Golden immortal, please spare me. I ask you, in which celestial domain and which great continent do we reside? In response to the latter's plea for mercy, Li Tsong disregarded him entirely and instead pressed for answers. Golden immortal. I know. I will tell you at once. The young elder, feeling the weight of Li Tsong's gaze, was drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly replied. This place is beneath the Tsong high heavenly domain, within the 800 immortal mountains of the Su Yun immortal state. Our Yu Hung sect governs 80 mountain ranges within the 800 immortal mountains, and you are currently within our domain. Su Yun immortal state? What forces govern this state? Li Tsong inquired further. It is rumored that the Su Yun immortal state is superficially ruled by 3 great immortal nations and several ancient families. However, I have received word that this state is, in fact, secretly controlled by the chaotic immortal king through the chaotic immortal palace, with the 3 immortal nations merely serving as the palace's vassals. With his head deeply bowed to the ground, the Yuheng elder trembled as he imparted this information. So it is. Having grasped his situation and identity, Li Tsong's eyes narrowed. I have not been transported to a remote continent within the realm of the chaotic immortal palace. Let us begin with this Su Yun Dao state, and gradually devour the chaotic immortal palace. Should the chaotic immortal king return, I shall obliterate and refine him without hesitation. Upon hearing Li Tsong's words, the elder's body trembled even more violently, his face a mask of terror, scarcely daring to breathe. To annihilate and refine the chaotic immortal king? Who on earth is this individual, the immortal king? That is a being capable of destroying countless Yuheng sects with a mere gesture. Yet this unknown powerhouse speaks of devouring the chaotic immortal palace with such nonchalance, even contemplating the immortal king's demise. Lead the way. I have just arrived and require a place to settle in the heavenly realm. Your Yuheng sect shall serve as a suitable choice. Amidst his fear, Li Tsong's words rang out once more, causing the elder's pupils to constrict, his heart racing. To lead a being of at least golden immortal caliber back to the Yuheng sect? If the sect master learns of this, I will surely face death. The most excruciating punishment awaits. No, it cannot be. Yet, in the next moment, just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was utterly annihilated, leaving only a wisp of soul memory that Li Tsong directly consumed, acquiring knowledge of the Yuheng sect's actual location. Before me, none shall refuse. Li Tsong's dominance knew no bounds, granting no opportunity for the former. With a single thought, he erased the elder from existence, plundering his soul memory. He is now the rightful master of the celestial court, the sovereign of the 9 heavens, the celestial king of heaven. How could a mere Xian immortal dare defy him? Jielao, let us depart. We shall seize the Yuheng sect as my temporary foothold in the heavenly realm. With a wave of his sleeve, Li Tsong summoned Jielao, the spirit of the robbery tower, who once possessed the power of an early immortal monarch, but now, due to the tower's disrepair, had seen his strength plummet to that of a high-tier immortal king. Even when invoking the robbery tower, his power was only comparable to Li Tsong's current might. Yes, Your Majesty. Jielao bowed respectfully and followed closely behind Li Tsong. With a single step, they traversed billions of miles, swiftly arriving above the Yuheng sect. Chapter 92. Li Tsong arrives, the son of destiny. Yuheng sect. As a prominent force among the 800 immortal mountains, its expanse is boundless. Several veins of celestial spirit stones have been drawn together, resulting in an immense concentration of celestial energy, surpassing that of the outside world by 100-fold. At this moment, the Yuheng sect was abuzz with activity, countless disciples and elders gathering at the sect's martial arts arena. Shadows clashed on numerous platforms, celestial techniques were unleashed, and the disciples observing below erupted into cheers, filled with excitement. Today marked the sect's grand competition, held once every millennium. All 700,000 disciples of the sect participated, vying to determine the most formidable prodigy of the millennium. Furthermore, there was a chance to gain the favor of the 3 golden immortal ancestors and be accepted as direct disciples. Master Yinyu. This generation of Yuheng disciples is truly exceptional, especially that Xianxiaran, who has only cultivated for 3,000 years. He has now stepped into the realm of celestial immortals. Such talent is truly astonishing. In the floating palace above the martial arts arena, the sect master, Taoist Yuheng, surveyed the scene and turned to a venerable elder clad in red robes beside him. The elder exuded an imposing aura, his eyes shimmering with celestial light, radiating a rich, immortal presence, clearly a powerful golden immortal. Taoist Yuheng addressed him as Master Yinyu. It is not hard to imagine that this individual is one of the most formidable beings within the Yuheng sect, one of the 3 golden immortal ancestors. Xianxiaran, you say? Master Yinyu's red brows twitched, revealing his concern for this disciple. If this young man performs well in the competition, I might exceptionally accept him as a named disciple and nurture him properly. Wise master, Taoist Yuheng, though the nominal leader of the Yuheng sect, was only half a step into golden immortal territory. Before the true golden immortal powerhouse, one of the 3 ancestors, he showed the utmost respect, daring not to overstep his bounds. This senior brother recognizes it. At this moment, on the arena, a youth clad in flowing white, exuding an extraordinary grace, radiated brilliance akin to a celestial being from the heavens. With a mere flick of his palm, he effortlessly triumphed, offering a courteous gesture to the disciple who had fallen before him. Though the disciple harbored deep resentment, he could only depart in silence. This remarkable youth was none other than Xianxiaran, a rising star of the Yuheng sect, who, in a mere 3 millennia, had ascended through the 9 realms of true immortals to reach the celestial immortal stage. Given time, he was destined to become a formidable figure among the mystical immortals, and even achieve the status of a golden immortal. However, amidst the fervent competition of the Yuheng sect, the fabric of the sky suddenly ruptured, and 2 figures descended slowly from the void above. One was draped in a dark golden imperial robe, hands clasped behind his back, emanating an aura of aloofness and coldness, as if viewing all beings as mere ants unworthy of his attention. The other was an elderly man, his eyes half closed, a smile lingering on his lips that sent shivers down the spine, emanating a palpable sense of danger. These 2 were none other than Xianxia and the Elder of Tribulations, newly arrived in the celestial realm, intent on seizing control of this place as a temporary stronghold. Who dares intrude upon the headquarters of the Yuheng sect? Elders, be on high alert. In an instant, the formidable members of the Yuheng sect became vigilant, the sound of breaking air resonating as over 1,000 powerful figures soared into the skies, their hands weaving intricate spells, poised to unleash a myriad of celestial techniques upon the unexpected intruders. Kneel. The celestial king of the heavens has descended. Should you dare to act with any disrespect, your blood will flood the ground. With a cold snort, the Elder of Tribulations unleashed an overwhelming pressure akin to a tempest. In that moment, all present were compelled to the ground. Even the formidable Flame Moon Immortal could not withstand a fraction of the might. Only the figures bowed towards Xianxia in submission. The celestial king of the heavens? Upon hearing this title, a tremor coursed through the hearts of the entire Yuheng sect, a wave of profound fear engulfing them. A being of such stature, capable of altering the very fabric of the celestial cloud immortal province with a mere gesture, why had he descended upon their humble sect today? The Flame Moon Immortal quaked in terror, fully aware that the oppressive might bearing down upon them was no falsehood. This was the true might of a celestial king. The power he had painstakingly cultivated over countless years as a golden immortal felt inconsequential in the presence of such a being, utterly incomparable. Celestial king, your presence in our Yuheng sect, may I inquire what commands you have? The Yuheng Taoist prostrated himself upon the ground, earnestly addressing the celestial king with utter trepidation. The mere thought of a celestial king, capable of annihilating countless mighty figures of the Yuheng sect with a mere wave of his hand, filled him with dread. Any hint of defiance would surely lead to the sect's obliteration. Very simply, from this day forth, your entire Yuheng sect shall submit to me, and you will provide intelligence on all celestial forces. Should you perform well, I may grant you a tremendous opportunity, allowing you to catch a glimpse of the path to golden immortality, and even the path of the celestial king. Xianxia's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, leaving the listeners in disbelief. Submit? Upon hearing this, the Yuheng Taoist's face paled instantaneously, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. The power of a celestial king loomed high above, capable of extinguishing innumerable lives with a single utterance. He had no grounds to challenge such a decree. We, the Yuheng sect, willingly submit to the celestial king. From this moment on, all matters and beings within our sect belong to you. Just as the Yuheng Taoist hesitated, the Flame Moon Immortal interjected, hastily voicing his agreement. Bang, bang, bang. He bowed thrice before Xianxia, demonstrating utter submission, entirely compliant in demeanor. The sight of the Flame Moon Immortal, a terrifying powerhouse of golden immortal rank, whom they could hardly glimpse on ordinary days, now prostrating like a dog before a true celestial king, sent shockwaves through the hearts of the many disciples observing from the martial arena. A celestial king? Among the crowd, the disciple Xianxiaran gazed skyward, and upon witnessing Xianxia's towering, indifferent figure, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him. It felt as though a mere glance from the latter could annihilate his very soul, for they existed on entirely different planes. Jiang, you would do well to take this opportunity to leave the Yuheng sect. As chapter 93 unfolded, the name of the celestial king reverberated in his mind, though he had never heard it before. Yet, the presence of these 2 figures unmistakably radiated the aura of beings who had transcended the 7th heaven of celestial kings, and they could very well uncover his existence. It was imperative for him to escape swiftly, otherwise, both of them might perish in this place. At that moment, a weighty voice echoed within Xianxiaran's consciousness. It was the essence of his profound secret, the remnant soul of a fallen, invincible celestial king, a being of immense power. His rapid ascent to the celestial immortal realm over the past 3 millennia was intricately tied to this remnant soul. According to the remnants, he had once been known as the undying celestial king, a figure who commanded an unparalleled method of immortality. However, word of his power had reached a celestial monarch, leading to a relentless pursuit for tens of thousands of years. ultimately resulting in the destruction of his celestial form and the shattering of his laws, leaving only this remnant soul and the legacy of the undying technique. Understood. Xianxiaran silently acknowledged. The undying celestial king had imparted upon him the secrets of immortality, and now he was his deeply revered master. The words of his master were to be followed without question. With this thought, Xianxiaran began to retreat quietly within the crowd, concealing his aura as he planned to exit the martial arena, aiming to distance himself from the Yuheng sect, and perhaps even from the entire celestial cloud immortal province. But how could his actions escape Li Tsang's keen perception? Boom. In an instant, a dreadful force descended upon Xianxiaran, overwhelming him. Not good. The remnant soul of the undying celestial king exclaimed, merging completely with Xianxiaran's essence, rendering his presence undetectable even to ordinary celestial kings. With a wave of his hand, Xianxiaran was abruptly lifted from the ground, imprisoned before Li Tsang. What a potent aura. This individual must be a child of great fortune within the celestial realm. Li Tsang's gaze fell upon Xianxiaran, who was suffused with rich luck, and in that brief moment, he discerned that Xianxiaran was shrouded in the protection of celestial laws, destined for greatness. Your Majesty, this lad harbors something within his consciousness. The Elder of Tribulations interjected suddenly, having detected the presence of the undying celestial king's clever concealment method, which even Li Tsang had missed. Oh, could it be the remnant soul of some powerful being? Li Tsang's surprise was fleeting as realization dawned upon him, his gaze transforming into ice as he commanded. I care not who you are, reveal yourself at once. Otherwise, both you and this individual shall be buried here today, leaving not a trace of your remains. Cursed be it. Who is this other celestial king, that he possesses the ability to perceive my existence? Within Xianxiaran's soul, the remnants of the indomitable heavenly king were filled with astonishment, his expression shifting erratically. The opponent was able to detect him. If this continued, his identity would be irrevocably exposed. Flee. Boom. In an instant, a formidable power erupted within Xianxiaran's body, which was firmly restrained by Li Tsang. The indomitable heavenly king's remnants seized control of Xianxiaran's form, unleashing the last vestiges of the celestial king's laws in a desperate attempt to escape. A thread of celestial king's power blossomed, seeking to elude my grasp. Preposterous. The world resonated with thunderous roars. Li Tsang immediately showcased his celestial might, crushing Xianxiaran's corporeal form, preserving only 2 strands of his soul. Celestial sovereignty on Tsang? Who are you? I am the indomitable heavenly king. Even if you slay me today, I shall return with the tides of time. The remnants of the indomitable heavenly king roared in fury. The celestial emperor's law, indestructible and immortal. Even should a mere wisp of the indomitable celestial king's power or laws remain, he could use it to be reborn. Even after enduring countless epochs of chaos, he could still return. Thus, at this moment, even with his identity fully revealed, he harbored no fear towards Li Tsang, issuing threats of a future resurgence. Indomitable heavenly king? Your Majesty, you can refine this remnant soul directly. It is said that the indomitable heavenly king wields the celestial emperor's law of immortality, a power so wondrous that even the disaster heavenly sovereign covets it. It is regarded as one of the highest celestial arts in the heavenly realm. Upon hearing the name of the indomitable heavenly king, the Elder of Calamity's expression changed dramatically, swiftly transmitting a message to Li Tsang. Who would have thought that within this humble jade balance sect, such a monumental opportunity would arise? The celestial emperor's law? Very well, I shall refine it. Boom. Upon hearing this, Li Tsang felt a jolt of energy surge through him. With a wave of his hand, he drew the 2 strands of soul directly into the world cave, where boundless divine flames and law powers rained down ferociously. The indomitable heavenly king barely had time to scream before being devoured and refined. The celestial king's laws within this remnant were scant. Even upon refining it, the return of power would not enable Li Tsang's laws to undergo further transformation. However, after refining the indomitable heavenly king, a celestial art suddenly ascended within Li Tsang's sea of consciousness. Its name, indestructible and immortal. Buzz. His extraordinary comprehension was instantly ignited. Li Tsang's consciousness plunged into his heart and began to comprehend this law. To the outside world, only a fleeting moment had passed, but within his consciousness, he had comprehended it for tens of thousands of years, mastering the indestructible and immortal celestial art. Crack. As his awareness returned, every bone in Li Tsang's body crackled, as if undergoing a complete metamorphosis in that brief instant, endowed with countless wondrous transformations. The celestial emperor's law was indeed formidable. This indestructible and immortal art nearly granted him a truly imperishable physique. A single wisp of remaining power was sufficient for instant rebirth, existing within the memories of countless beings in the celestial court. He could also be reborn from those memories. Moreover, to ensure my demise, one must simultaneously eradicate my past, present, and future. If any one of these is absent, I shall remain indestructible and immortal. Li Cong's eyes flickered, perceiving the abilities bestowed upon him by this indestructible and immortal law, his heart brimming with astonishment. The indomitable heavenly king had cultivated for endless years without fully grasping this celestial art. Yet, endowed with extraordinary comprehension, he had effortlessly mastered it, wielding true immortality. Now, even the mightiest heavenly sovereigns found it difficult to slay him. Even in death, he could resurrect in an instant, akin to an eternal being. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on mastering the supreme celestial art. The Elder of Calamity, seemingly realizing that Li Cong had already grasped the essence of immortality, spoke with excitement in his voice. The Celestial Emperor's law, even his former master, the Disaster Heavenly Sovereign, lacked the qualifications to practice it. It is said that the creator of this law, the indestructible Celestial Emperor, is one of the most ancient celestial emperors in the heavenly realm. Having survived countless epochs of chaos, no one has ever succeeded him. Eternally standing atop the celestial hierarchy. At this moment, the Celestial Emperor had acquired this law. It was akin to adding wings to a tiger, enabling him to roam freely within the heavenly realm, unafraid of any formidable foe. Chapter 94, Imperial-Grade Celestial Artifact, Summoning Card for Celestial Sovereigns. Time flowed on. Days swiftly passed since Li Cong took control of the Jade Balance sect. In a mere few days, the 800 Celestial Mountain region was incorporated into the domain of the Celestial Court, serving as the starting point for Li Cong's conquest of the heavenly realm. On this day, the fifth sign-in of the Supreme Sign-In system, located at the first sign-in point in the heavenly realm, finally refreshed. Beep. The Supreme Sign-In system has refreshed. Sign-in location, Heavenly Realm, Songhai Heavenly Domain, Divine Sword Celestial State. Successful sign-in rewards you with an Imperial-Grade Celestial Artifact, the Gate of Reincarnation. The Gate of Reincarnation, once the ultimate treasure of the Reincarnation Celestial Emperor, one of the strongest Celestial Emperors of yore. It vanished from the world after its master brazenly entered the forbidden land of primordial chaos. The Gate of Reincarnation governs the path of all beings' reincarnation. Any creature suppressed beneath this celestial artifact can be reborn, resurrecting from the Gate of Reincarnation and attaining supreme power in the future. An Imperial-Grade Celestial Artifact? The voice of the system resonated within his consciousness. At this moment, Li Cong was so astonished that he sprang to his feet, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. In the heavenly realm, celestial artifacts were initially classified into 3 tiers: low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade celestial artifacts. These 3 tiers were typically wielded by true celestial to golden celestial cultivators. In the lower realms, they could be considered unparalleled treasures, incomparable to any imperial weapons. However, in the heavenly realm, low-grade and mid-grade celestial artifacts were usually mundane objects. Only high-grade celestial artifacts were rare and typically held by golden celestial cultivators. Yet, if one were to ascend further, there existed the king-grade celestial artifacts. Such artifacts were inscribed with numerous celestial king laws, regarded as transcendent treasures. Even some initial-stage celestial kings were unable to possess them, their worth immeasurable. It could be said that even 1,000,000 high-grade celestial artifacts would be insufficient to exchange for a single king-grade celestial artifact. The disparity between them was as vast as the chasm separating golden celestials from celestial kings. Beyond king-grade celestial artifacts lay the more terrifying existence known as saint-grade celestial artifacts, which ordinary celestial sovereigns had no qualifications to wield. Even the Disaster Heavenly Sovereign, an exceptional figure among celestial sovereigns, could only control a half-step saint-grade artifact like the Calamity Tower, unable to obtain a true saint-grade artifact. Such treasures could only be wielded by those who reached the absolute pinnacle, invincible within that realm. Ascending further, one would encounter the celestial emperor-level artifacts, the personal treasures of the heavenly sovereign, wielding terrifying power. Even the spirit residing within such an artifact could surpass the likes of the Disaster Heavenly Sovereign. To compare them with the absolute pinnacle of that immortal artifact, akin to the immortal emperor, which symbolizes the utmost existence of the great Tao, they are merely insignificant figures. Akin to a small sorcerer gazing upon a grand one. The emperor tier immortal artifacts. Only the immortal emperor possesses the ability to refine and forge them. Enduring countless epochs of chaos, inscribed with the laws of the immortal emperor, just to manifest the embryonic form of such supreme objects. It can be said that if, at this moment, Any news related to the Gate of Reincarnation were to be released within the boundless sea celestial domain. Innumerable formidable beings, akin to the celestial sovereign of the boundless sea, would flock to it. Even several immortal emperors would be stirred, personally arriving to vie for that unparalleled treasure of the immortal artifact. The ensuing bloodshed could swiftly obliterate the entire boundless sea celestial domain. Numerous celestial sovereigns and countless powerful celestial lords would meet their demise within such a cataclysmic battle, where even the immortal kings might be reduced to mere ants. Nothing more than cannon fodder. The Gate of Reincarnation. Among the 3,000 great Taos. The Tao of Reincarnation is indeed one of the most challenging to achieve and one of the most formidable paths. Even though the Reincarnation Immortal Emperor has vanished, perhaps having perished long ago, throughout endless ages, no one has ever been able to attain the Immortal Emperor's status through the path of reincarnation. Yet, if one were to possess the Reincarnation Immortal Emperor's life treasure, the Gate of Reincarnation inscribed with boundless Immortal Emperor-level reincarnation laws, the probability of a celestial sovereign stepping into the realm of Immortal Emperor would increase by at least 60%. Furthermore, an Immortal Emperor could leverage this to once again seize control over a great Tao, thereby becoming an absolute paragon among the Immortal Emperors with the mastery of two great Taos. The Divine Sword Celestial State? It is not one of the celestial domains controlled by the chaotic Immortal Palace, but belongs to the Divine Sword Sect, a terrifying force that dwarfs even the Xianxian sect and the chaotic Immortal Palace by countless magnitudes. Moreover, it is rumored that the Divine Sword Celestial State is the very headquarters of the Divine Sword Sect, where all outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering. Any intruder shall be met with merciless extermination. Buzzing. Before Li Tsong, a phantom map of the boundless sea celestial domain materialized. Through the passage of several days, he had gathered substantial intelligence regarding various celestial powers, garnering an intricate understanding of the divisions within the boundless sea celestial domain. This domain encompasses a staggering 40 million celestial states, so vast that even Li Tsong found himself astounded, utterly oblivious to how many billions of miles it spanned, nor how many epochs it would take to traverse. Among them, powers like the Xianxian sect and the chaotic Immortal Palace, which command dozens of celestial states, are exceedingly numerous. After all, this celestial domain is overwhelmingly vast. Even within the entirety of the 40 million states, the number of immortal kings alone reaches an astonishing figure. As for the Divine Sword Sect, it stands as the true paragon among the forces within the boundless sea celestial domain, commanding a total of 80,000 celestial states. It boasts 360 sword peaks, each presided over by an immortal king. Its sect master and the high-ranking elders possess strength that could potentially reach the unparalleled tier of immortal kings, or even step into the realm of celestial lords. The Divine Sword Celestial State lies at the absolute center of this dominion, over 80,000 states. Now, my desire to journey to this place for registration seems an exceedingly arduous task. Li Tsong furrowed his brow. The Divine Sword Celestial State is, without a doubt, a great distance away. Moreover, to successfully reach the Divine Sword Celestial State for registration, one must traverse the territories governed by the Divine Sword Sect. Directly proceeding towards their central forbidden zone would undoubtedly invite numerous obstructions. Damn it, the Gate of Reincarnation. If I could immediately acquire this Emperor-tier immortal artifact, even the celestial monarchs would pose no threat. Even if immortal sovereigns intervened, I could easily retreat unscathed. Regardless, I must make my way to the Divine Sword Celestial State. It merely requires careful planning. Clenching his fists, a glint of resolute intent flickered in Li Tsong's eyes. He had not anticipated that the first obstacle he would encounter in the celestial realm would not be the Xianxian sect or the chaotic Immortal Palace, but rather the colossal entity of the Divine Sword Sect within the boundless sea celestial domain. Nevertheless, he now had amassed 100 opportunities for fishing across the myriad realms. Arriving in the celestial realm now allows him to utilize them all. Perhaps he could procure a treasure from this endeavor. Li Tsong pondered. He had not engaged in fishing across the heavens for 10 days. Thus he had accumulated a full 100 opportunities, enabling him to execute 100 consecutive fishing attempts. System. Initiate 100 consecutive fishing attempts. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tsong directly employed all 100 fishing opportunities he possessed. Ding, ding, ding. The resounding notifications of 100 fishing attempts echoed. In an instant, Li Tsong began to tally the significant items he had garnered. A king-tier immortal beast mount, the burning heaven dragon, 100,000 strands of golden immortal laws, a total of 9 summoning cards for immortal king-level beings, and the most formidable of all, a summoning card for a celestial lord-level being. Chapter 95. The Earth-Shaking Celestial Monarch. 9 Immortal Kings submit. Perfect. The fishing across the heavens has truly met my expectations. As he beheld the dazzling summoning card for a celestial lord, Li Cang's eyes brightened instantly, and his heart raced uncontrollably. A celestial lord. With the allegiance of a celestial lord, within the boundless sea celestial domain, where could he not venture? Even if he were to offend the divine sword sect, they would hardly dare to hold a grudge against the celestial lord. After all, a celestial lord is a celestial monarch, the true sovereign of the heavens, far surpassing the terrifying existence of the immortal kings. Utilize. With a mere thought, Li Cang eagerly activated this summoning card. Ding! Celestial Lord summoning card successfully used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the eternal allegiance of the earth-shaking celestial monarch. Earth-shaking celestial monarch, a 6th-tier celestial lord, a mighty saint of the demon clan. Slain by the human race's venerable saint celestial monarch over 50,000 epochs ago. The celestial lord's law embodies the pure path of destructive power. With an extremely formidable physical form capable of annihilating ordinary celestial lords with a single punch. Swoosh. The void suddenly shattered. Following this, a towering figure, several zhongs high, broad-shouldered and resembling a giant, emerged. Crack. Merely the release of a fragment of its aura seemed to threaten to crush the entire Jade Balance sect. The 3 grand golden immortal ancestors within trembled in terror, hastily kneeling in submission, fearing to provoke this magnificent being, lest it obliterate the 800 immortal mountains with a mere slap. The earth-shaking celestial monarch. This being possesses 4 eyes, its fangs gleaming white and horrifying, emanating an intensely violent aura of destruction that disordered the laws within the boundless void, as if on the verge of shattering. Boom. Huang Yuan pays respects to the master. A thunderous voice resounded, revealing this terrifying celestial monarch kneeling humbly before Li Cang, bowing deeply. Huang Yuan. This is the name of the earth-shaking celestial monarch. He is a celestial lord of the demon clan, holding a high status among his kind, often referred to as the Great Saint. In the past, he commanded an army of countless immortal king-level demon subjects, ruling over a genuine world-destroying force, plundering boundless resources from the celestial states. Yet now, he has been directly resurrected by the system, eternally serving as Li Cang's servant. Your Majesty, did the earth-shaking celestial monarch not perish long ago? What is the meaning of this? The old robber suddenly materialized, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets upon witnessing the earth-shaking celestial monarch kneeling in reverence. Having lived through countless epochs and experienced innumerable storms, this was the first time he encountered such an extraordinary situation. The earth-shaking celestial monarch. An entity that fell in the cataclysmic battle between the human race and the demon race over 50,000 epochs ago. At this moment, a being who had long since fallen into the annals of celestial history, even regarded as a figure of terror, suddenly resurrected and appeared here, proclaiming fealty to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Instantly, Elder Jia's mind was engulfed in a cacophony of confusion. The unexpected submission of an ancient celestial being from the demon clan to the Heavenly Emperor was so shocking that it rendered his thoughts nearly paralyzed. With a faint smile, Li Cang merely remarked, "I am the Heavenly Emperor. The revival of this mere demon saint is but a trivial matter beneath my command." Elder Jia, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt a chill run through him and ceased further inquiries, bowing respectfully. "Master, command me, and I shall vanquish any foe." The earth-shaking celestial king, brimming with fervor, bent low and roared. His words radiated an unwavering determination and fervor. The earth-shaking celestial king belonged to a lineage known for their extreme bloodlust and belligerence. He had once ascended to his current status by treading upon the corpses of countless kin and formidable adversaries. Now, reborn at Li Cang's behest, his loyalty reached its zenith, and he was eager to pledge his life in service to his master, prepared to endure any peril. Excellent, Li Cang replied with satisfaction. The existence of a celestial king at the 6th tier was no trivial achievement. Even at the peak of his power, the Calamity Celestial King had only reached the 8th tier. He had not yet attained the pinnacle of celestial might. Though the earth-shaking Celestial King might not rival the Calamity Celestial King in strength, he remained formidable enough to surpass expectations, capable of subduing all adversaries. Even the most powerful beings of the Divine Sword sect would find themselves no match for him. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on securing the allegiance of the earth-shaking Celestial King. The conquest of the Zhang High Celestial Domain is now imminent. Elder Jia, regaining his composure, expressed his elation. The strength of the earth-shaking Celestial King commanded respect, even from the Calamity Celestial King. With the Heavenly Emperor's entry into the Celestial Realm, first acquiring the immortal technique of the Celestial Emperor, and now the submission of the earth-shaking Celestial King, he had indeed amassed considerable gains and augmented his power. This Mirtsong high celestial domain is hardly worthy of my attention. Upon hearing this, Litsong shook his head dismissively. The celestial realm contained a staggering total of 100,000 and 8,000 celestial domains. A single Tsong high celestial domain was far too insignificant. His aspirations lay in dominating the entire celestial realm and commanding 3,000 celestial emperors to submit. This was his current objective. With a flourish of his hand, he summoned 9 celestial king summoning cards. Your humble servant, the 100 Battles Celestial King, pays his respects to your majesty. I, the Thunderbreaker Celestial King, kneel before my master. I, the Frost Whisper Celestial King, pay my respects to your majesty. With 9 Celestial King summoning cards activated, a formidable presence emerged, the 100 Battles Celestial King. Bearing a massive sword and wielding a spear, he possessed an arsenal of weapons, exuding an overwhelming might capable of slaying even entities like the chaotic Celestial King with a single strike, an embodiment of terror. The other 8 Celestial Kings were no less impressive, each having attained at least the 7th tier of Celestial Kingship and wielding royal-grade celestial artifacts at the zenith of their former glory. Just as Li Tsong was about to issue commands to these 9 Celestial Kings to conquer the Su Yundao province, an untimely voice echoed from the 800 Celestial Mountains. The messenger of the chaotic Celestial Palace has arrived. Those from the 800 Celestial Mountains, do not delay in coming forth to pay your respects. In the void, a young man with an arrogant demeanor and cold, piercing eyes materialized, gazing down at the 800 Celestial Mountains. Surrounded by ethereal violet light, clad in a luxurious robe, and adorned with a light golden crown. He was none other than the 9th son of the chaotic Celestial King, responsible for overseeing the Su Yun Celestial Province, Prince Zai, at the pinnacle of golden celestial rank. Boom. Behind Prince Zai stood 4 formidable half-step Celestial Kings, serving as his guardians, loyal confidants of the chaotic Celestial King, upholding his edicts. Why has this harbinger of doom come to our 800 Celestial Mountains? Rumors spoke of Prince Zai's ruthless methods, quick to annihilate those who displeased him. His father, the chaotic Celestial King, was the most powerful figure across several celestial continents. Who would dare provoke him? In an instant, the 800 Celestial Mountains trembled with unrest. The disciples filled with trepidation, while only a few venerable elders managed to maintain their composure, standing firm as they gazed at the figure in the void. Prince Zai, the son of the chaotic Celestial King, was known for his brutality and bloody tactics, and he was undeniably a prodigy of cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of golden celestial rank in a mere 1700 epochs. His chances of ascending to Celestial King were exceedingly high. Prince Zai has likely come at the behest of the Thunderbreaker Celestial King. With the backing of the chaotic Celestial King, he fears no confrontation, even with the Celestial King, murmured an elder from the Yuhing sect, casting a glance toward Li Tsong in the suspended Imperial Hall. Li Tsong, also a Celestial King, yet uncertain if he stood stronger or weaker than the chaotic Celestial King. Should these 2 Celestial Kings cross paths, a cataclysmic battle would be inevitable. I hadn't anticipated the chaotic Celestial Palace would seek me out before I had a chance to confront them. In the Imperial Hall, Li Tsong rested his chin on his hand, a frosty smile gracing his lips. Since they have come to me, let us resolve the grievances between myself and the chaotic Celestial King today. Once this matter is settled, I shall proceed to the Divine Sword Celestial Province. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tsong made his decision. Today, he would slay the chaotic Celestial King and initiate the grand endeavor of engulfing the entire chaotic Celestial Palace's influence. Thunderbreaker Celestial King, he called. The disheveled old man, burdened with the weight of thunder, immediately knelt before him. At your service. The Thunderbreaker Celestial King, a terrifying presence at the 9th tier of Celestial Kingship. Once a wandering cultivator who traversed the celestial realm for countless epochs, had gained fame through the 9 strikes of Thunderbreak, and had even fought 5 peak Celestial Kings without suffering defeat. Kill everyone except the son of the chaotic Celestial King, Li Tsong commanded coldly. The Thunderbreaker Celestial King bowed again, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight. With a whoosh, he appeared before Prince Zai. 1,000 miles away. Among you, who is the son of the chaotic Celestial King? The Thunderbreaker Celestial King's arrival was so swift that even the 4 half-step Celestial Kings who guarded Prince Zai were caught completely off guard, unable to react before he stood before them. Are you from the 800 Celestial Mountains? Prince Zai smirked arrogantly, nonchalantly revealing his identity. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, bang, 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 the sound of flesh being shattered resonated from behind him. A torrent of crimson splattered upon the garments of the esteemed Prince of Purple Night, while the formidable Thunderbreaker Immortal King had long since vanished from sight. Now standing ominously behind him, wielding a thunderous staff with a gaze that pierced the very essence of reality. The four great half-step immortal kings met their untimely demise in the blink of an eye, obliterated into mere dust by the power of the Thunderbreaker immortal king. Their remains, utterly erased from existence. Fear gripped him, trembling overtook his form, confronted with the tragic fates of the four guardians behind him. The Prince of Purple Night dared not turn back. His body quaked violently. The peak golden immortal prowess he once took pride in was now rendered utterly impotent. Under such overwhelming pressure, it felt as though his very soul was on the verge of unraveling. "Your master's command awaits. Proceed," came the hoarse, sinister voice of the Thunderbreaker immortal king from behind. It resonated like a death knell from the underworld, sending shivers down the prince's spine. "Yes, yes," he numbly nodded. And under the king's compulsion, he slowly entered the hall where Li Tsong awaited. Thud! He fell to his knees. "Spare my life. I beseech you, Great One. Spare my life. My father is the Chaos Immortal King. Whatever you desire, I can grant you. Please, I implore you, let me live." In an instant, the Prince of Purple Night was bowing profusely, his complexion ashen, wails of despair echoing around him. Such a cacophony, came Li Tsong's indifferent remark as he flicked his fingers. And in a heartbeat, the prince was reduced to nothing but ashes, leaving behind a multitude of golden immortal laws within his inner world, which Li Tsong consumed entirely. Buzzing. A drop of essence rose into the air, originating from the now-deceased Prince of Purple Night, a bloodline intertwined with that of his father, the Chaos Immortal King. Utilizing this drop of blood, they could invoke a secret technique to forcibly summon the Chaos Immortal King to this realm for immediate annihilation. "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall employ the bloodline tracing technique. Using the essence of the Chaos Immortal King's progeny, I will compel his arrival and slay him on the spot." The earth-shaking Heavenly Lord's robust voice resonated within the chamber. The unique bloodline tracing technique of the demon race. With merely a drop of progeny blood, one could invoke this method to summon them forth, nearly disregarding any spatial constraints. As a great sage of the demon race, the earth-shaking Heavenly Lord had naturally mastered this art. With the Prince of Purple Night presenting himself, he was the ideal candidate for this bloodline tracing sorcery. With a rumble, as the earth-shaking Heavenly Lord's celestial energies surged, the drop of blood split apart, transforming into a colossal teleportation array in the air. Blood-red patterns twisted and flickered, emanating an eerie aura. "In the name of the Heavenly Lord, I summon you." Boom. The earth-shaking Heavenly Lord's thunderous command unleashed a tempest of energy that engulfed the entire celestial expanse. "Ah, damn it. I was on the verge of capturing the world beast. Who dares to forcibly summon me? I shall have their head." In the next moment, an enraged roar erupted from within the blood-colored array. Crack! The array shattered. The true form of the Chaos Immortal King, clad in a dark red-black robe, was summoned forth. He was in the midst of a critical hunt for the world beast when he was abruptly called, igniting a fiery wrath within him. Chapter 97, 1800-fold Returns. Breaking through to Golden Immortal. How dare such insignificant creatures speak so boldly before the Heavenly Emperor? Upon hearing the Chaos Immortal King's furious bellow, the earth-shaking Heavenly Lord's countenance turned icy. A wisp of Heavenly Lord's might descended, instantly pressing the Chaos Immortal King to the ground, rendering him unable to even lift his gaze. "A mere immortal? You summoned me for what purpose? I beg your forgiveness for any offense." As the pressure bore down on him, the Chaos Immortal King was momentarily stunned. Upon realizing he was summoned by a powerful immortal lord, he hurriedly began to make amends. Though he held the title of Chaos Immortal King, compared to the terrifying power of a Heavenly Lord, he was merely a larger insect, insignificant in the grand scheme. Boom. However, the Chaos Immortal King's words did nothing to quell the earth-shaking Heavenly Lord's fury. Another wave of Heavenly Lords might crashed down, obliterating the Chaos Immortal King's physical form to mere pulp. With a muffled groan, he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. "You were summoned by my Supreme Master, the Heavenly Emperor of the Divine Court. Insect, you ought to repent for your sins before him, or your death shall be but a trifling matter." The cold, merciless words echoed in the ears of the Chaos Immortal King. "Master." The Chaos Immortal King's eyes widened in sheer horror. The master of a Heavenly Lord, the Divine Court, the Heavenly Emperor? What manner of power could compel even a Heavenly Lord to bow and call another master? Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld Li Tsong seated upon the imperial throne, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. "Chaos Immortal King, when I first learned of your existence, you were regarded as an unprecedented enemy, a figure to be approached with utmost caution. Yet now, mere months later, with the calamity of the Heavenly Lord's legacy, the immortal laws of invincibility, 9 supreme immortal kings, and the earth-shaking Heavenly Lord's allegiance, You have become nothing more than an insect I can crush at will. In my presence, you pose no threat whatsoever. Impossible. How could it be you? A mere thief who infiltrated my world, commanding a heavenly lord to submit. This is absolutely impossible. The vitality of an immortal is formidable. The chaos immortal king's bones swiftly mended within mere breaths. He struggled to raise his head, and upon seeing Li Tsong's familiar yet alien visage, his emotions spiraled out of control. That was the celestial king of the heavenly Tsong, the one who had usurped his dominion over the 9 heavens. Just a petty infiltrator. A petty thief? How audacious. Boom. Upon hearing the chaos immortal king's disrespectful words, the earth-shaking heavenly lord stamped down, obliterating 80% of the chaos immortal king's immortal form. Only his spirit and mangled remains lingered, a pitiful sight. What have you truly gained? Is this the legacy of the calamity heavenly lord? Even he could not command a heavenly lord to submit. Yet even so, the chaos immortal king continued to roar, madness and jealousy swirling in his gaze. A heavenly lord, and a demon race heavenly lord, the legendary earth-shaking sage. The secrets you possess must be beyond imagination. If I do not perish today, I shall expose all your mysteries to the celestial realm. Let the true powers of the celestial realm take action and seize all your opportunities and fortunes. Ha ha ha. As he laughed maniacally, the chaos immortal king appeared deranged. Is this your dying wish? Li Tsong rose slowly, advancing toward the chaos immortal king. With a cold smile, he ceased all further dialogue with him. With a single finger pointed down, boom. In that instant, the void trembled, and countless worlds surged forth into existence. Inside the chaotic immortal king's body, all the powers of the laws were frantically plundered, as a total of 3,000 chaotic immortal king laws merged into the world of the cave, causing the 9 great calamity laws to undergo a wild metamorphosis. Their might surged exponentially. You will regret this, echoed the immortal king's last words as he faced his demise, filled with endless resentment. What need have I to speak of regret when I can refine you, a mere insect? Li Tsong's gaze remained indifferent, disregarding the immortal king's curse entirely. With a slight motion of his palm, a resounding crack echoed. In an instant, all the immortal king laws were completely refined by him. The internal world shattered, turning to dust and ashes. Ding. Detecting the host has refined a second-tier immortal king, triggering a cultivation critical hit return. Acquired a growth of 1,800 times. Boom. Countless worlds roared anew. This critical hit return was nothing short of terrifying, directly granting Li Tsong an astounding 1,800 times increase. It was akin to devouring the combined power of 1,800 chaotic immortal kings. Crack, crack. The 9 great calamities truly transcended and transformed. In an instant, they surpassed the realm of celestial immortal laws, becoming genuine, profound immortal laws. And yet, this was merely the beginning. In the myriad worlds of the cave, each realm possessed millions of laws. To refine a single immortal king brought forth an utterly terrifying yield of 1,800 times. After enhancing the infinite celestial immortal laws, a vast reservoir of power remained. Soon, the 9 calamity laws became truly immortal and indestructible, transforming into resplendent and noble golden immortal laws. Golden immortal. The laws of countless worlds underwent a metamorphosis. At this moment, Li Tsong had ascended to the golden immortal level, shattering the current bottleneck of consolidating the world of the cave. The power he wielded surged 1,000-fold, allowing him to contend directly with immortal monarchs without falling behind. Exhilarating. Li Tsong's eyes sparkled with divine light, his aura growing increasingly terrifying. Threads of chaotic energy swirled around him, as if a primordial deity had descended to suppress the heavens. His strength was overwhelmingly formidable. He had directly bridged the vast chasm between immortal kings and immortal monarchs, truly capable of annihilating countless immortal kings and resisting immortal monarchs. With such power, even without the presence of the world-shaking monarch, it would be effortless for me to venture to the sword immortal state. However, now that I have attained the golden immortal status, I wonder how many immortal spirit stones will be required to consolidate another world of the cave? Li Tsong mused for a moment. He then turned his attention inward, examining the countless worlds of the cave within him. With a thought, he directly infused 10,000 top-tier immortal spirit stones into it, transforming them into pure energy. Boom. The infusion of 10,000 top-tier immortal spirit stones equated to a terrifying resource equal to 100 trillion Chaos Emperor pills from the 9 heavens realm. Yet now, the myriad worlds of the cave had merely split off another realm. This indicated that now, with Li Tsong having reached the golden immortal realm, to condense even a single world of the cave, he would require at least 10,000 top-tier immortal spirit stones. The demands had risen terrifyingly compared to before. Even with all 10 billion top-tier immortal spirit stones that Li Tsang currently possessed, he could only consolidate 100,000 worlds of the cave. To obtain more, he would have to rely on critical hit returns. Chapter 98. Journey to the Sword Immortal State, the terrifying son of the Celestial Lord. Ding. Detecting the host has devoured 10,000 top-tier immortal spirit stones, triggering a cultivation critical hit return, acquired a 700 times yield. Subsequently, the system's voice resonated in Li Tsang's consciousness, and the world of the cave he had condensed instantly transformed into 700 worlds. The demand for 1 million top-tier immortal spirit stones to reach the golden immortal realm was indeed astonishing. If in the future he were to reach the realms of Immortal King or Immortal Monarch, the quantity of immortal spirit stones required would likely reach astronomical figures. Fortunately, with the critical hit return module at his disposal, he could significantly alleviate the demand for cultivation resources. Li Tsang contemplated. He could distinctly sense that within the golden immortal realm, the maximum limit of worlds of the cave he could condense should be 100 million. Once his foundational realm reached the Immortal King level, perhaps the power of the Chaos Sutra would truly erupt. After all, the disparity between the Golden Immortal and Immortal King was exceedingly vast. Once Li Tsang stepped into the Immortal King realm, his strength would experience an unprecedented surge. He could perhaps even contend with the most powerful immortal lords. Now that the chaotic Immortal King was dead, the 20 great celestial states occupied by the chaotic immortal palace could all fall under the dominion of the celestial divine court. After fully conquering the void cloud immortal state, I could establish a portal here connecting to the nine heavens realm. All beings of the celestial divine court would be able to traverse freely between the two realms. Rapidly formulating plans in his mind, Li Tsang soon began issuing orders for his immortal kings to start devouring the chaotic immortal palace and eliminate all disloyal elements. Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor, do not worry. Within 3 days, the 20 great celestial states shall all submit beneath your feet. The strongest of the 9 immortal kings, the Battle King, bowed deeply, resolutely affirming. The chaotic immortal palace is merely a second-rate force within this vast sea of celestial domains. With its master, the chaotic immortal king, now deceased, the entire force has crumbled. Under the direct intervention of our 9 immortal kings, it can be eradicated in the blink of an eye. Indeed, go forth. Li Tsang nodded indifferently. After the Battle King and the others took their leave, he casually waved his hand, summoning the king-tier immortal beast mount, the Blazing Dragon of Ashes. Stepping onto the dragon's head, the Blazing Dragon of Ashes had a complete form stretching an impressive 900 million miles. It was an absolute paragon among king-tier immortal beasts. Even the invincible Battle King could hardly compete with it, approaching the strength of a half-step immortal monarch. At this moment, even if this Blazing Dragon of Ashes were to shrink 1,000-fold, its immense presence still nearly enveloped half of the jade-balanced sect sky, causing the boundless sea of clouds to boil. Ah, Yuan, accompany me to the sword immortal state. Yes, my lord, Li Tsang calmly commanded, instructing the world-shaking monarch to follow him, ensuring the utmost protection for this journey. The imperial-grade immortal artifact, the Gate of Reincarnation. According to the system's description, this item can suppress infinite beings. In an instant, it can imprint an eternal mark of servitude upon the souls of all those it subdues. However, the most terrifying aspect of this item is not its overwhelming suppressive power, but the reincarnation imprinted within, the supreme path of reincarnation. Within the Gate of Reincarnation, all beings can undergo a rebirth. They can reincarnate through countless lifetimes. In mere moments, any subdued being can reach the future, mastering the strongest powers accumulated through countless reincarnations as mere servants of reincarnation. It can be said that the Gate of Reincarnation is a true weapon of mass conscription, capable of transforming all enemies into servants, allowing them to experience countless cycles of rebirth, resulting in a terrifying surge in their cultivation. With a mighty roar, the Blazing Dragon of Ashes soared into the sky, carrying Li Tsang upwards. The sea of clouds churned, raising tumultuous waves. In but a fleeting moment, Li Tsang departed from the domain of the Shuyun immortal state, soaring towards the territory of the Divine Sword sect, the Divine Sword immortal state. A formidable power within the vast expanse of the Tsang high heavenly domain is the sacred ground of the Divine Sword sect. It is the bastion of the 12 mightiest sword peaks within the sect, aside from the elders. Only the most exceptional disciples of the Divine Sword sect may tread upon this hallowed ground, their status unparalleled. Great Lord Eastern Emperor Lu Weiyue is the holy maiden of the Sword Tao of our Divine Sword sect, the most gifted disciple in this million-year span. Even you would find it impossible to take her as a concubine. I, Gui Jian Tianjun, shall never acquiesce. Within the grand hall of the Divine Sword sect, Gui Jiantianjun, one of the four revered sword ancestors and a formidable immortal sovereign, glared fiercely at the casual figure seated below him, his voice a thunderous command. Haha. At the center of the hall, a young man clad in a dark golden dragon robe, with raven hair and golden eyes. His features chiseled like a sculptor's finest work, chuckled lightly. He then placed the goblet in his hand gently upon the table and rose to his feet. Gui Jiantianjun, do you presume to know who I am? I am the sole offspring of the 9 holy celestials. I intend to wed your divine sword sect's holy maiden, and dare you refuse? With a resounding boom, the terrifying aura of the heavenly sovereign engulfed the entire hall, causing the very structure of the divine sword sect to tremble violently, fissures erupting across the boundless space. Great Lord, Eastern Emperor. You. Though Gui Jiantianjun's countenance darkened, the moment he recalled the figure behind the Eastern Emperor, the words that were about to escape his lips faltered, swallowed back down. The Eastern Emperor, one of the youngest heavenly sovereigns of the current era, bears the weight of the sacred eye, flows with the divine blood of the Golden Emperor, and wields the sacred artifact, the Eastern Emperor's bell. He is a naturally born paragon, destined to rise above the countless prodigies of the heavenly realm, casting his gaze upon all beings. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of the Eastern Emperor is not merely his prodigious talent. It is his formidable lineage. He is the scion of the renowned powerhouse in the celestial realm, the 9 holy celestial, and the beloved only son, cherished beyond measure. The 9 holy celestial. Even the mightiest of the Xianxia heavenly domain, the Xianxia sovereign, would likely find himself no match for this titan of the celestial realm. He has achieved the status of celestial sovereign, rumored to have existed for a staggering 100,000 chaotic epochs. Amongst the ranks of celestial sovereigns, he stands at the pinnacle, freely traversing the myriad domains of the heavenly realm, nearly invincible beneath the title of immortal emperor. Weiyue, what is your perspective? Gui Jiantianjun's expression grew grim as he ultimately fixed his gaze upon a young woman clad in white. She is Lu Weiyue, the unparalleled prodigy of the divine sword sect, and one of the top 10 prodigies of the Xianxia heavenly domain. In merely a million years, she has ascended to the rank of immortal king, embodying the purest essence of the Sword Tao's immortal king principles, her talent truly astounding. Henceforth, she has been jointly accepted as a disciple by the 4 sword ancestors of the divine sword sect, conferred the title of Holy Maiden of the Sword Tao, and has already been secretly earmarked as the future sect leader, with no objections raised. The son of the 9 holy celestial. The young woman opened her eyes, her gaze as cold as frost. She rose slowly, as if resolute, and a melodious voice resonated. Since Great Lord Eastern Emperor has issued a command, Weiyue shall obey. However, as her words trailed off, a flicker of icy light glinted in the depths of Lu Weiyue's eyes, yet before she could take her next action, roar. A dragon's roar echoed across the skies of the divine sword immortal state. In an instant, a terrifying pressure that seemed poised to shatter the very heavens descended, enveloping the entirety of the divine sword immortal state. Chapter 99, Successful Sign-In, the Emergence of the Reincarnation Gate. Time reverted to a moment prior. The speed of the burning dragon was extraordinary, enhanced by the heavenly sovereign's deliberate release of his overwhelming aura. After only slaying a few obstructing foes, Li Tsang arrived at the periphery of the divine sword immortal state. Ding. Host has arrived at the designated sign-in location. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? Sign-in. The system's voice resounded immediately. Without hesitation, Li Tsang confirmed the sign-in, eager to witness the power of the reincarnation gate. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Emperor Tier immortal artifact, the reincarnation gate. In that very moment, as the sign-in was completed, an unparalleled, almost unimaginable pressure suddenly descended. Roar. Under the might of this overwhelming force, the burning dragon beneath Li Tsang let out a continuous roar, its dragon eyes filled with boundless terror. Master, what is this? The earth-shattering sovereign was equally astounded, nearly at a loss for words, feeling a rare thread of fear creep into his being before this overwhelming presence. Despite being a heavenly sovereign, a great saint of the demon race, he found himself experiencing an uncommon dread, as if his very soul quivered. Crackle. In the skies above the divine sword immortal state, all space shattered in an instant, transforming into a multitude of ethereal fragments scattering across the heavens. The divine sword sect, the 4 sword ancestors, and the Eastern Emperor were all drawn to this cataclysmic disturbance, leaving the confines of the sect to gaze upon the completely obliterated celestial expanse. Their eyes wide with disbelief, their pupils quivering. Boom. Amidst the dark void that enveloped the entire divine sword immortal state, a colossal entity gradually began to materialize. It resembled the edge of a portal, Even this mere glimpse was vast enough to obscure the entirety of the divine sword immortal state. Buzz. Upon its surface, countless intricate patterns of laws shimmered. Unlike the laws of immortal kings, immortal sovereigns, or even celestial sovereigns, these ancient and profound patterns seemed to embody the true essence of the heavenly path itself. They commanded all living beings to bow their heads, encapsulating the cycle of life and death within their grasp. What is this? The Eastern Emperor's heart trembled with awe. This forthcoming treasure is too fearsome. Even his Eastern Emperor's bell, a sacred artifact, pales in comparison, as if they belong to entirely different realms. Buzz. As the reincarnation gate continued to reveal itself, a wave of law ripples spread throughout the cosmos. In an instant, everything occurring in this realm became completely isolated from the outside world. The entire divine sword immortal state was shrouded in endless chaotic mist. Even celestial sovereign-level beings found it impossible to forcibly investigate, concealing the myriad celestial phenomena triggered by its emergence. Is this the reincarnation gate? Li Tsong's heart was equally shaken, matching the astonishment of the Eastern Emperor and others. This colossal gate, suspended between heaven and earth, seemed to sever the very fabric of the celestial dome from the earth. That portal appeared to symbolize the ultimate, eternal supremacy, the undying hope of all beings. Reincarnation. Stepping through this gate means entering the cycle of rebirth. In that fleeting moment, every living being within the divine sword immortal state appeared to glimpse their myriad lives across different reincarnations. Some were tragic, some weak, some powerful. Each cycle felt tangible, inciting heartfelt reflections that drew them into its depths. Yet, the next instant, these myriad scenes of reincarnation abruptly vanished, morphing into infinite phantoms that melded into the portal. In a moment of reverie, the door became increasingly resplendent, akin to a celestial sun spanning the heavens, illuminating the universe. Ding! The gate of reincarnation has successfully descended, and the host has established a seamless connection with it. You are now its sole master. With a flourish, the ethereal laws of reincarnation took on a tangible form, entwining with Li Tsong's essence like fine threads, wrapping around his very soul. As his gaze flickered, it seemed as though Li Tsong had traversed countless reincarnations, attaining profound understanding and insight into all things. At this moment, he had finally succeeded in becoming the master of the gate of reincarnation, truly wielding this imperial-grade celestial artifact. The augmentation of his power rivaling the convergence of myriad worlds and realms. The eye of reincarnation could unveil the myriad cycles of existence. His once obsidian eyes transformed, revealing an infinite tapestry of patterns within his pupils. They interwove, collided, and entwined, ultimately coalescing into a singular entity, manifesting a symbol of the primordial chaos, a cosmic rune. This was reincarnation, the eye of reincarnation. With a fluid gaze, Li Tsong looked toward the horizon. He instantly perceived the cyclical forms of countless powerful beings from the divine sword sect, as if glimpsing into the future. Even the cycles of the present world unfolded before him, allowing him to faintly discern the outcomes of every choice made. This woman, could she be the lingering soul of the ancient powerhouse, Linglong Tianzuan, reincarnated? Yet, Li Tsong's attention soon shifted to Lu Wuyue. Her past life revealed a scene of an earth-shattering battle. It was a confrontation from eons past, where Linglong Tianzuan challenged the Taisher Celestial Emperor, one of the 3,000 Celestial Emperors. In her previous life, Linglong Tianzuan was an unparalleled force among the celestial deities, her cultivation reaching its zenith. She had cultivated the primordial path, ultimately daring to challenge the Taisher Celestial Emperor at the very culmination of the primordial path. However, the outcome was dire. Upon finally encountering the Taisher Celestial Emperor, she was extinguished by a mere cold, indifferent glance. Terrifying. Witnessing the defeat of such a formidable entity, Li Tsong felt an overwhelming shock. An invincible celestial deity was effortlessly obliterated by a single gaze from a celestial emperor, rendering her lesser than an ant. The chasm in power was utterly unfathomable. It was no wonder that even after countless chaotic eons had passed in the celestial realm, there had never been a tale of a celestial sovereign slaying a celestial emperor to take their place. This artifact is far from ordinary, haha. Today I, the Eastern Emperor Tianjun, have acquired a treasure of unparalleled significance. Meanwhile, the number of powerful beings gathered outside the gate of reincarnation continued to swell. Among them, the Eastern Emperor Tianjun, with a grand gesture, unleashed his divine might to manifest an immense hand that blotted out the sky, intending to draw the gate of reincarnation into his own realm and claim it as his own. Chapter 100. Suppressing the Eastern Emperor Tianjun, the celestial sovereign submits. But in the next moment, just as the Eastern Emperor Tianjun's power was about to touch the gate of reincarnation, boom, A terrifying backlash erupted, and in an instant, it shattered the Eastern Emperor Tianjuan's physical form, spilling blood across the heavens. Sizzle! How formidable is the corporeal form of a celestial sovereign? Even if the Eastern Emperor Tianjun, who possessed the blood of the Golden Emperor, stood still to endure attacks from hundreds of celestial kings, he would remain utterly unscathed. Yet now, under the mere backlash from the gate of reincarnation, the Eastern Emperor Tianjuan's body disintegrated as if made of paper, exploding into a mist of blood in an instant, leaving only his soul. In but a fleeting moment, the body of a celestial sovereign was obliterated. What kind of rank does this celestial artifact possess? At this time, the powerful figures of the Divine Sword sect arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the Eastern Emperor Tianjuan's dire condition, the four Grand Sword ancestors were filled with dread. For he possessed a sacred-grade celestial artifact for protection, a terrifying powerhouse at the fourth level of the celestial sovereign realm. Yet beneath this colossal gate, he could not muster even a trace of power to resist. His corporeal form was directly shattered. Buzz, buzz. Celestial energy surged. In less than half a breath's time, the Eastern Emperor Tianjuan's body reassembled, restored to its former state. Clearly, for a celestial sovereign of his caliber, the destruction of his corporeal form was hardly a significant setback. It was merely a loss of face before the throng, casting a shadow across his eyes. Humph. It is merely a door. Can I, the Eastern Emperor Tianjun, not contend with you? At this moment, the Eastern Emperor Tianjun was utterly enraged. Bang, bang, bang. With a sweep of his right hand, the Eastern sacred bell, enveloped in golden radiance, was summoned, resonating thrice across the heavens. The sound reverberated, causing countless Divine Sword sect warriors to feel their blood surge, as if their souls might shatter beneath the tolling. Boom. Following the three chimes, an invisible force surged forth, hurtling directly toward the gate of reincarnation. The sacred-grade Eastern sacred bell. Under the unleashed power of this artifact, even the mightiest celestial sovereigns would tread carefully. For a moment's carelessness could lead to instant obliteration. Now, in the fury of the Eastern Emperor Tianjun, he summoned all his strength, the power soaring to the heavens. But in the next instant, the gate of reincarnation spoke, "Be suppressed by me." In all corners of the universe, a voice, slightly indifferent and casual, echoed. Boom. The massive gate of reincarnation trembled violently, shrinking exponentially in an instant. Unadorned and unassuming, it descended upon the Eastern Emperor Tianjun with crushing force. Clang. The crisp sound of metal meeting metal rang out. The Eastern sacred bell, once poised to annihilate the heavens, now seemed to meet its nemesis. Crack. Suddenly, all power collapsed in that moment, suppressed into nothingness. What is this? The Eastern Emperor Tianjuan's pupils constricted violently, and amidst a roar of astonishment, he found himself firmly crushed beneath the now diminutive gate of reincarnation, devoid of any breath. Hiss! The Divine Sword sect collectively gasped, disbelief painted across their faces. Unable to fathom the reality before them, the Eastern Emperor Tianjun, a being of supreme status, was thus suppressed? A celestial sovereign was suppressed? Very well. Let you experience countless reincarnations within the gate of reincarnation, and see how far you can ascend. Above the clouds, the gate of reincarnation, now the size of a palm, soared into Li Tsang's palm. Peering into the gate, he could clearly see the Eastern Emperor Tianjuan's current predicament. In a vacant, desolate expanse, the Eastern Emperor Tianjun raged and threatened, his maledictions echoing. Release me at once. I am the Eastern Emperor Tianjun, son of the 9 sacred celestial sovereign. If my father learns of your actions today, you shall not escape unscathed. Boom, boom. As he vented his power into the void, he continued to roar in fury. Yet, no matter his efforts, he could not escape the suppression of the gate of reincarnation. No secret technique would avail him. After all, the gate of reincarnation is an imperial-grade celestial artifact, capable of suppressing even celestial emperors, rendering escape impossible. Suppressing a mere celestial sovereign is but a trifling matter. Son of the 9 sacred celestial sovereign? Ha ha. I now wield dominion over the gate of reincarnation, rendering even the mightiest of celestial sovereigns utterly unafraid. Submit and become my humble servant. Through countless cycles of reincarnation, reach your ultimate zenith and serve me for eternity. Outside, Li Tsang smirked, with a mere flicker of thought. He summoned the power of the gate of reincarnation. Deep within the essence of the Eastern Emperor Celestial Sovereign's soul, he inscribed an eternal mark, branding him as Li Tsang's servant. Subsequently, the inexhaustible laws of reincarnation surged forth, manifesting boundless worlds within the vast expanse of the gate. The Eastern Emperor Celestial Sovereign was instantaneously thrust into the cycle of reincarnation, enduring one life after another, forever bound in servitude to Li Tsang. In the first life, Your Highness, Your Highness, within the ethereal realm of the celestial heavens, the Eastern Emperor, celestial sovereign, became the prince of a celestial kingdom, achieving the status of celestial sovereign after enduring hundreds of chaotic epochs, only to perish upon venturing into a hidden domain of the heavens. In the second life, he found himself in a fabricated lower realm. Who am I? The Eastern Emperor, celestial sovereign? No, I am but the servant of the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor is sending me to undergo trials and reincarnation. I must ascend to greater heights to better assist the celestial emperor. Amidst a desolate city, a young beggar suddenly opened his eyes. In merely the second reincarnation, he had irrevocably accepted his identity as Li Tsong's servant. And so it continued. Hundreds of cycles, thousands of cycles, tens of thousands of cycles passed, while the external world experienced but a fleeting moment within the gate of reincarnation. The Eastern Emperor, celestial sovereign, had genuinely undergone the profound baptism of time. In myriad cycles of reincarnation, he finally transcended his current realm, attaining the 8th heaven of celestial sovereignty. After millions of cycles, he achieved an unparalleled status as a celestial sovereign, standing at the precipice of the half-step celestial venerable realm. Ultimately, after countless reincarnations, the Eastern Emperor, celestial sovereign, reached the pinnacle of power attainable within the confines of the gate of reincarnation, the celestial venerable. With a thunderous sound, the gate of reincarnation once again obscured the heavens. As it slowly opened, the figure of the Eastern Emperor, celestial sovereign, re-emerged. At this moment, he was no longer the rebellious figure of before, but rather exuded an air of profound composure and detachment. He appeared as a dominator of the heavens, having endured the passage of time, and merely standing there caused the entire sword sect to pale in comparison. Such an aura? A celestial venerable? How could this be possible? The sword sovereign was utterly astonished. Just moments ago, the Eastern Emperor, celestial sovereign, had been suppressed beneath that colossal gate. Yet now he had transformed into a figure of immense power. What soon left the members of the sword sect astounded was the subsequent action of the Eastern Emperor, celestial sovereign. With a thud, he prostrated himself before the mysterious figure who controlled the celestial artifact of the gate, respectfully proclaiming, Eastern Emperor, celestial sovereign pays homage to the celestial emperor. Chapter 101. Once more suppressed, the Linglong celestial sovereign submits. The Eastern Emperor, celestial sovereign, a formidable entity traversing the celestial realm with an intimidating background, knelt before the enigmatic figure. Boom. Witnessing this shocking scene, countless strong individuals within the sword sect were left in disbelief. Even the sword sovereign was rendered speechless. He submitted? After attaining the status of a celestial venerable, the Eastern Emperor, celestial sovereign, bowed before this individual. He referred to him as the celestial emperor, adopting a demeanor so humble it resembled that of a mere servant. The first heaven of celestial venerable? Is this truly your current limit? It seems the chasm between celestial sovereign and celestial venerable is far greater than that between celestial king and celestial sovereign. At this moment, witnessing the Eastern Emperor, celestial sovereign's submission, Li Tsong couldn't help but murmur softly. Originally at the 4th heaven of celestial sovereignty, the Eastern Emperor, celestial sovereign, whose talent was regarded as monstrous, had endured countless reincarnations. Yet, he had only managed to break through to the initial stage of celestial venerable. However, even if his cultivation appeared to have not progressed significantly, the power of the Eastern Emperor, celestial sovereign, no. At this moment he should be referred to as the Eastern Emperor, celestial sovereign, had already grown millions of times stronger, a testament to his ascension to the celestial venerable realm, allowing him the power to extinguish countless celestial sovereigns with a mere wave of his hand. The secret of my control over the gate of reincarnation must remain concealed from all celestial emperors for now. Fortunately, when the gate of reincarnation emerged, it actively cloaked numerous anomalies of heaven and earth, completely sealing off the sword celestial state. This is why the attention of many powerful beings from the celestial realm was not drawn here. Yet, the individuals within the sword celestial state pose a dilemma. Li Tsong's gaze flickered as he contemplated for a long while. Finally, as if suddenly recollecting something, he reached out towards a certain direction within the sword sect. Whoosh! A slender figure was instantly grasped by him, still struggling futilely. You and I bear no enmity with your predecessors. Why do you imprison me? The one captured by Li Tsong was none other than the holy maiden of the sword sect, Lu Wuyue, the reincarnation of the Linglong celestial sovereign's remnant soul. Sir, I do not know how my sword sect has offended you. Please release our holy maiden, and we can discuss this amicably. Upon witnessing Lu Wuyue's sudden abduction, the 4 sword ancestors of the sword sect felt their hearts race and hurriedly spoke. In their exchange, their gazes inadvertently turned towards the Eastern Emperor, celestial sovereign. Filled with utmost trepidation, a 4th heaven celestial sovereign, the sword sect could still manage to contend with him. However, when faced with a true celestial venerable. Even the weakest celestial venerable would render the sword sect utterly powerless to resist. Regardless of what the other party demanded, they would have no choice but to comply. Linglong Celestial Sovereign, there is no need for pretense before me. I am aware that you have already awakened your past wisdom. As a celestial sovereign from the primordial era, you must be quite familiar with the gate of reincarnation, am I correct? Ignoring the words of the four-sword ancestors, Litsong gazed at the white-clad maiden before him, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. You. The maiden's expression shifted to one of shock, but it was quickly replaced by an icy demeanor. A surge of terrifying law power erupted from her being, allowing her to break free from Litsong's grasp in an instant. That was undoubtedly the celestial venerable law power from the remnant soul of the Linglong Celestial Sovereign, capable of obliterating even celestial sovereigns in a fleeting burst. Clearly, Lu Weiyue had intended to use this power to slay the Eastern Emperor Celestial Sovereign, even at the risk of mutual destruction. Do not harm my master. Yet at that moment, just as the last vestiges of the Linglong Celestial Sovereign's power erupted, the Eastern Emperor Celestial Sovereign also made his move. With a mere palm strike, he obliterated the already frail celestial venerable laws, which had long since fallen into decay. Despite having once been an invincible celestial sovereign, the Linglong Celestial Sovereign, whose essence had long since faded into the annals of time, could not possibly contend with a fully realized celestial sovereign using only the remnants of her soul. Boom. In an instant, Lu Weiyue was brutally suppressed within the void, struggling in vain to escape her confinement. Who are you truly? The gate of reincarnation cannot possibly submit willingly. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of the reincarnation celestial emperor? Lu Weiyue's eyes narrowed, a tempest of emotions surging within her heart. In her past life, as the Linglong Celestial Sovereign, she had gazed upon the gate of reincarnation from a great distance, witnessing its formidable power, which far surpassed what was visible today by incalculable magnitudes. Especially its master, the reincarnation immortal emperor, was an unparalleled being, far more powerful than the primordial immortal emperor. His charisma was unmatched throughout the cosmos, nearly making him unapproachable by anyone. Yet now, in the wake of the reincarnation immortal emperor's mysterious disappearance, why would the gate of reincarnation choose to recognize this individual as its master? Clearly, there was no trace of reincarnation's essence nor any inheritance from the reincarnation immortal emperor. Why would it select him? Lu Weiyue's mind was rife with speculations, and aside from the notion of the reincarnation immortal emperor's reincarnation, she could conceive of no other possibilities. Sensing Lu Weiyue's bewilderment, Litsong merely smiled indifferently, proclaiming with haughty disdain, "Reincarnation? Even the reincarnation immortal emperor is unworthy to be considered my past self. As for you, submit beneath the gate of reincarnation and transform into yet another formidable subordinate of mine." Boom. Ignoring Lu Weiyue's protests, Litsong's thoughts stirred, and in an instant, the gate of reincarnation suppressed her within. Just like the Eastern Emperor, she would be branded as a servant, enduring countless cycles of reincarnation, her cultivation reaching an unparalleled pinnacle. Crack. Mere moments later, the gate of reincarnation swung open once more, and Lu Weiyue, clad in white, stepped forth with a demeanor that was markedly different from before. Her aura had deepened and become ethereal, transcending the mundane. It was as if the true Linglong Celestial Sovereign from the age of antiquity had returned. Boom. Celestial might permeated the heavens and the earth, even more formidable and terrifying than the current Eastern Emperor. Within the gate of reincarnation, Lu Weiyue's memories as the Linglong Celestial Sovereign were nearly obliterated. Yet, despite this, she had relied on her supreme talent and fortune to successfully ascend to the realm of the three heavens of celestial sovereigns. Lu Weiyue pays homage to your majesty, the Celestial Emperor. The formerly cold and proud maiden, who seemed to disdain all existence, was now humbly kneeling, her eyes brimming with fervent devotion, as if she were a disciple gazing upon a deity. Chapter 102. Suppressing the five great immortal emperors and the terror of the former gate of reincarnation. The three heavens of celestial sovereigns, is it? Very well. The Linglong Celestial Sovereign once possessed the 9 apertures Linglong heart, the primordial divine eye, and the sacred spirit body of the great Tao, a peerless prodigy. In this life, merely a remnant soul reincarnated. Attaining the height of the three heavens of celestial sovereigns is already remarkable. Upon witnessing Lu Weiyue emerge from the gate of reincarnation and submit to him, Litsong initially furrowed his brow, but soon found solace in the thought. The gap between the initial stage and the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm was astoundingly vast. The chasm between each layer was immense. Perhaps among millions of immortal lords, only one might attain the first heaven of the celestial sovereign realm. Yet, The few who could take that seemingly minor step to reach the second heaven were exceedingly rare. Similarly, it was no easy feat for a second heaven sovereign to ascend to the third, though Lu Wuyue was the reincarnation of the Linglong celestial sovereign. Her qualifications and fortune in this life were still far inferior to her previous incarnation. The path to becoming a peak celestial sovereign was fraught with unpredictable fortunes. And now, relying solely on this small remnant of a soul reincarnated, it was evidently impossible to achieve that. Nevertheless, Lu Wuyue, as a three-heavens celestial sovereign, combined with the myriad celestial arts and secrets from her memories as the Linglong celestial sovereign, was already considered to be of mid-level strength among celestial sovereigns. With just a wave of her hand, she could obliterate initial stage sovereigns like the Eastern Emperor. "Rise," Li Tsong commanded, gazing down as he perceived Lu Wuyue's current cultivation. He spoke coolly, "Obey." Hearing this, Lu Wuyue respectfully acknowledged, and then rose, stepping back to the sides. The countless reincarnations within the gate had resolutely instilled in her the recognition of Li Tsong as her sole master. Without distorting her original thoughts, it perfectly led this ancient celestial sovereign to submit and serve Li Tsong eternally. Next, as for you, Divine Sword Sect. Having acquired 2 celestial sovereigns, Li Tsong's spirit soared. He gazed down at the members of the Divine Sword Sect, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. The Divine Sword Sect was renowned for its swordsmanship. It was home to many elders of the immortal king level, with the Four-Sword ancestors being formidable immortal lords in their own right, rendering the sect immensely powerful. Even when looking across the vast Songhai heavenly domain, they ranked among the elite. Yet, to Li Tsong at this moment, they were but ants. With 2 celestial sovereigns in subservience, he merely had to raise his hand, and the entire Divine Sword Sect would be obliterated. "Submit. I implore you to spare my Divine Sword Sect." As the gaze of Li Tsong fell upon him, Guo Jian Tianjun trembled within. And under the dreadful intimidation of the 2 celestial sovereigns, how could he still harbor thoughts of defiance? In an instant, he proclaimed submission, hoping to preserve his life. Countless disciples of the Divine Sword Sect knelt in unison. Fear had long since gripped their hearts. Celestial sovereigns, after the Eastern Emperor, their senior sister had also transformed upon entering that portal, becoming a genuine celestial sovereign, a supreme being of the heavens. They could hardly fathom what that portal truly was. What tier of celestial artifact could it be? What taboos did it encompass that could bring ruin upon the Divine Sword Sect? They dared not imagine. They dared not inquire. The prior exchange between Lu Wuyue and Li Tsong had been severed by the Eastern Emperor, leaving the members of the Divine Sword Sect to witness only Lu Wuyue being abruptly subdued, emerging from the gate of reincarnation, achieving her status as a celestial sovereign, and submitting to Li Tsong. Was that portal truly the legendary gate of reincarnation, capable of rendering the subdued eternally submissive, and enduring countless reincarnations to reach an illusory future, commanding the mightiest power within that future? At that moment, gazing upon the towering gate still shrouded in darkness, Pa Jian Tianjun, one of the Four-Sword ancestors, felt a sudden jolt in his heart, recalling a description from an ancient tome, an imperial-grade celestial artifact, the Gate of Reincarnation, the life treasure of one of the mightiest immortal emperors, the Reincarnation Immortal Emperor. It was said that at the height of its power, the Gate of Reincarnation had even subdued the 5 great immortal emperors. It sought to perfect reincarnation with its mastery over the great Tao, attempting to replace the cycles of the heavens, including the heavenly realm, with its own. An immortal emperor. What a figure. What an unparalleled existence. Even amidst the vastness of the heavenly realm, the infinite heavens, and the innumerable cosmic seas, only 3,000 immortal emperors could ever be born. They symbolized the 3,000 great Taos, representing the ultimate culmination of the forces of law. They were the embodiments of the Tao, the arbiters of rules. Anyone daring to challenge the authority of an immortal emperor was destined for death. Even the formidable Linglong celestial sovereign was but a fleeting glance before being annihilated by the primordial immortal emperor. To speak of resistance was to be as insignificant as an ant. And such beings, the 5 great immortal emperors, had once been suppressed beneath the gate of reincarnation. As a mere servant to the reincarnation immortal emperor, I am compelled to tirelessly contribute my own grand Tao power day and night, refining this unprecedented treasure. It cannot be mistaken. Such a thought surged within the mind of the broken sword heavenly monarch, causing his complexion to change abruptly, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. An imperial-grade immortal artifact, such a supreme entity, that even the mere whisper of its emergence is an absolute taboo. Should a formidable being akin to the 9 saints heavenly sovereign be present, they would likely offer no opportunity for reaction, erasing the entire divine sword continent and extinguishing all life within. After all, the dead cannot spread any news. The matter of the reincarnation gate is of utmost importance. Whoever comes into possession of it must conceal it at all costs. Thus, the broken sword heavenly monarch was engulfed in such dread. Spare us, my lord. All members of the divine sword sect are willing to voluntarily enter the reincarnation gate, pledging eternal loyalty to you. Following the voice of the returning sword heavenly monarch. The broken sword heavenly monarch proactively proposed entering the reincarnation gate, transforming countless powerful figures of the divine sword sect into Litsang's subservience. Oh, I did not expect you to be aware of the reincarnation gate. Litsang chuckled. With countless beings in the divine sword immortal state, it would indeed be somewhat cruel to bury them all to safeguard a secret. Upon hearing this, Litsang appeared to smile enigmatically, yet did not reject the broken sword heavenly monarch's proposal. The divine sword sect boasts numerous prodigies and commands a vast territory of 80,000 heavenly continents. To securely absorb such a colossal power would greatly benefit the celestial court's expansion within the heavenly realm. Moreover, Litsang currently lacks a substantial number of mid to low-tier powerful allies. The divine sword sect's voluntary submission is quite fortuitous. Chapter 103. The transformation of 10,000 immortals, billions of powerful beings submit. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Upon hearing Litsang's agreement, the broken sword heavenly monarch's face lit up with joy. With the two great heavenly sovereigns now under Litsang's command, it would hardly be a matter of humiliation for them to submit as lesser heavenly monarchs. As long as they could preserve their lives and safeguard the entire divine sword sect, it would be considered an immense stroke of luck. In light of this, a thunderous roar erupted. Litsang waved his hand, and at that moment, the reincarnation gate swung wide open. A powerful gravitational force enveloped the entirety of the divine sword immortal state, instantly consuming trillions of beings, with the sect's numerous strong figures willingly entering. They were all branded with the slave seal by Litsang, commencing their trials within the cycle of reincarnation. Suddenly, the world fell silent. The total number of beings across a heavenly continent is nearly impossible to quantify. Even though the divine sword immortal state serves as the sacred ground of the divine sword sect, the number of celestial citizens under its dominion is exceedingly vast, comprising over 99% of this heavenly continent's populace. Yet now, they have all been swallowed whole by the reincarnation gate. The laws of reincarnation operated with fervor, causing the boundless beings within to experience meteoric rises in cultivation, revealing countless fated prodigies, reaching the zenith of their potential. At this moment, the reincarnation gate seemed to reverberate with a faint hum. Countless celestial glimmers flickered within, and myriad phenomena manifested. At this juncture, the transformation of 10,000 immortals took place. A hunter's son from a secluded mountain in the divine sword immortal state, after enduring 8 million cycles of reincarnation, finally ascended to the rank of immortal king, becoming the formidable being he once could scarcely imagine. An elderly man from the divine sword sect's scripture pavilion, who had fallen into despair after cultivating to the point of madness and had diminished to the level of a golden immortal, was reborn within. Not only did he regain his former immortal king cultivation, but he also advanced further, stepping into the realm of heavenly monarch. Additionally, one ordinary celestial citizen after another, previously at the true immortal and celestial immortal levels, also ascended to the profound immortal realm within the reincarnation gate. The number of those achieving golden immortal status was countless, beyond enumeration. Boom. Just a few breaths later, the reincarnation gate opened once more. Countless powerful auras surged like colossal waves, causing the entire immortal state to tremble. Celestial phenomena erupted in the sky, and the stars quivered. We bow before your majesty, the celestial emperor. A figure in the heavens loomed, obscuring the sun and casting a shadow over all. With a single commanding shout, it seemed to echo across the realms, dimming the blazing sun above the clouds. For a moment, it felt as though the very heavens would be brought to heel beneath that celestial figure. Excellent. 70 heavenly monarchs, 8,000 immortal kings, and 1.7 billion golden immortals. With such power, my celestial court can finally commence its grand endeavors in the heavenly realm. We shall begin our conquest from this sea of stars, subjugating all and making 10,000 immortals submit. As Litsang surveyed the bowing crowd, his heart swelled with uncontainable joy, for the number of powerful beings birthed from the reincarnation gate was simply staggering. Although no immortal sovereigns had emerged, there were a full 70 heavenly monarchs, 8,000 immortal kings, and over 1 billion golden immortals, sufficient to form a formidable golden immortal army. Whoosh. Once more, Litsang retracted the reincarnation gate, drawing it into his palm. Yet he discerned that the engraved law patterns upon its surface had dimmed slightly. Clearly, the power of the laws had been consumed. necessitating repair through the power of reincarnation. It appears that in the days to come, I too must begin cultivating the laws of reincarnation. Fortunately, the reincarnation gate still possesses ample power at present. Creating thousands of immortal sovereigns is hardly a significant drain. Seeing this, Litsang couldn't help but murmur to himself. The surface of the reincarnation gate bears a total of 1,024,000 engravings of immortal emperor-level reincarnation laws. Within its inner world, there are also engravings of 70,000 immortal emperor-level life laws, 80,000 immortal emperor-level fire laws, 60,000 immortal emperor-level death laws, and numerous other laws. One can only imagine how many enmities the former reincarnation immortal emperor must have forged with the immortal emperors, forcibly seizing their laws. He even suppressed them directly as servants, compelling them to provide the power of laws for the reincarnation gate day and night. Should the reincarnation gate be exposed, it is likely that those immortal emperors with a grudge against him would shift their animosity towards me. Cursed reincarnation immortal emperor, you have truly brought upon me great calamity. Litsang cursed inwardly. Nevertheless, he gained a clearer understanding of the former reincarnation immortal emperor's might, even as he roamed to plunder the laws of the immortal emperors. Suppressing 5 of them, none dared to seek vengeance against him, existing in a realm of power that was unfathomable. However, why has the reincarnation gate not produced a spirit? Could it have perished alongside the reincarnation immortal emperor? As Litsang sensed the condition of the reincarnation gate, he furrowed his brow, finally perceiving its most peculiar aspect. There was no spirit. Generally speaking, even ordinary immortal artifacts can give rise to spirits. Should a half-step sacred-grade artifact spirit, like that of the old robber, its power could reach the threshold of an initial heavenly monarch. The spirits of powerful sacred-grade artifacts are at the level of immortal sovereigns. As for the spirit of an imperial-grade artifact, it is said to possess combat prowess comparable to that of an immortal emperor. Yet now, the reincarnation gate in my hands, aside from the myriad illusory reincarnation worlds, is nothing but an empty, desolate realm. It is as if its will has been completely erased by some entity, rendering it a mere lifeless object. It remains a mystery what trials the reincarnation immortal emperor endured in those bygone days. Shaking his head, Litsang chose not to dwell further on the matter. After all, the so-called primordial forbidden land is an area far beyond his current reach. Perhaps the chaos scripture is intertwined with it. To set foot in such a domain would require at least the power of an immortal emperor. With a resonant hum, he waved his hand, causing the veil that enveloped the entire divine sword immortal state to dissipate. The reincarnation gate was drawn into the world of his cave abode. With a thunderous roar, a magnificent imperial city emerged at his mental command, towering majestically and dominating half the sky of the divine sword immortal state, an awe-inspiring grandeur. With my current strength, connecting the ascension path of the 9 heavens realm to this place would require but a mere breath. As Litsang exerted his power, the boundless worlds within his cave abode reverberated. In an instant, he established a link with the 9 heavens realm, forging a portal that allowed free passage between the 2 realms. The divine sword immortal state has now become the temporary center of my celestial divine court within the heavenly realm. It has been some time since I departed from the 9 heavens realm. They say that a day in the heavenly realm equates to a year in the lower realms. I wonder if Shun and the others have made any progress in their cultivation, though the reincarnation gate offers rapid cultivation advancement. Entering it would be akin to severing one's future, potentially detrimental to later training. Gathering his thoughts, Litsang stepped into the portal bridging the 2 realms, returning once more to the 9 heavens realm. Chapter 104. The return to the 9 heavens realm and the sudden surge in the cultivation of my 4 offspring. In the 9 heavens realm, while merely a few days passed in the heavenly realm, it equated to over a decade in the lower realms. At this moment, the celestial divine court, bolstered by Litsang's significant investment of heavenly resources, had burgeoned to an astonishing degree. Due to the connection to the heavenly realm and the nourishment of boundless celestial aura, the quality and density of spiritual energy throughout the 9 heavens realm underwent a terrifying transformation, almost rivaling that of a major celestial province within the heavenly realm. The entire divine court was now a scene of unparalleled prosperity. Upon the vast expanse of the 9 heavens continent, the majestic imperial city sprawled magnificently, far exceeding the scale of the former Ling Tian imperial city by billions of times. Within the city, numerous starry worlds floated, a singular city housing an unfathomable number of colossal star rivers. It had truly become the absolute center of the 9 heavens realm, a revered sanctuary for countless powerful beings. In the firmament above, the celestial rankings and star rankings, enveloped in an aura of boundless fortune, stood tall. At this moment, they had both transformed, nearing the realm of royal-grade celestial artifacts. In just over a decade, prodigies and powerful figures had emerged in droves from the Nine Heavens realm. Even golden immortals had made their appearance. To think, in merely a decade, Shun has developed our celestial divine court to such an extent. Above the new Ling Tian imperial city, the void rippled, and soon, the figures of Li Tsong and the Linglong Tianzuan manifested. Who dares intrude upon my Ling Tian imperial city? The sudden arrival of the two drew immediate attention from the numerous guards within the imperial city. With a flurry of movements, they rushed forth, but upon recognizing Li Tsong's familiar and imposing visage, they all instantly retracted their auras and knelt before him in the void. We humbly welcome your return, Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Their voices resonated through the heavens. In that instant, throughout the vast imperial city, everyone who heard this proclamation fell to their knees, exclaiming the eternal reign of the Heavenly Emperor, their eyes alight with fervent admiration. After over a decade, the once absent Heavenly Emperor had finally returned. Ah, your vigilance has indeed been commendable. You shall be rewarded. The earlier impoliteness of the dozens of guards did not provoke Li Tsong's ire. Instead, he smiled amiably, gesturing with his hand to bestow immeasurable celestial power. With a thunderous crash, in a fleeting moment, dozens of guards, previously at the third tier of true immortal, the ordinary level of the former imperial realm, experienced a meteoric rise in cultivation, directly ascending to the realm of profound immortals. Our power has instantly surpassed that of peak emperor-level beings. Even reaching the realm of celestial immortals, we have attained the legendary domain of profound immortals. Thank you, Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. We shall strive to protect the imperial city with our lives. At that moment, the guards were overwhelmed with excitement. With a mere wave, they had stepped into the realm of profound immortals, a level that could be considered formidable even in the current Nine Heavens realm. What terrifying extent has the Heavenly Emperor's power reached? Surely it has surpassed that of the immortal kings, making him a titan even in the heavenly realm. Within their hearts, speculation brewed. After all, this Heavenly Emperor had once been synonymous with absolute invincibility in the Nine Heavens realm. His recent journey to the heavenly realm must have rendered him even more formidable. Surely he has ascended to the ranks of immortal kings, or even the legendary immortal lords. Father, from deep within the celestial emperor's palace, the voices of Li Shun and the others echoed, followed by four figures tearing through space, their eyes gleaming with astonished delight as they looked upon Li Tsong. Shun, what has happened to your cultivation? Upon seeing his four offspring, Li Tsong was taken aback. For at this moment, Li Shun, Li Qian, and Li Yan had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of golden immortals. Little Nyener, even more incredibly, had attained the realm of immortal kings, her Zhurong bloodline now seemingly 1,000 times denser, exuding an overwhelming aura. We, your children, Nyener, pay our respects to Father. The four bowed in unison. Over the years, their appearances had undergone a significant transformation. Li Shun's visage had grown resolute, adorned in a black gold python robe. His long tenure managing the celestial divine court had naturally imbued him with an air of authority. Li Qian, with his handsome features, now exuded an aura of cultured elegance, presenting an amiable demeanor. Li Yan, too, had shed his earlier disheartened appearance. With a colossal weapon on his back, the glint in his eyes radiated the fervor of a warrior. He stood as a paragon of valor, akin to a war god. Only little Nyener retained her playful and adorable demeanor, her large eyes sparkling with joy as she beamed at Li Tsong. Father, you have finally returned. The Zhurong bloodline. What has become of your daughter, Your Majesty? Upon seeing little Nyener, the Linglong Tianzuan behind Li Tsong widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment, her voice trembling with disbelief. She could distinctly sense the dense Zhurong bloodline coursing through little Nyener. The Zhurong, a uniquely special existence among the 3,000 immortal emperors. Legends say that it is not merely an immortal emperor, but a primordial divine being that transcends the immortal emperor. A terrifying entity secretly governing the celestial paths of the cosmos. In her previous life, Linglong Tianzuan had encountered ancient texts that described the Zhurong, revered among celestial beings as the Nine Zhurong immortal emperor, whose formidable powers could incinerate countless foes in an instant, shaking the very foundations of the heavenly realm. The reincarnation immortal emperor, having enslaved 5 immortal emperors, is already considered extraordinarily powerful, a true standout among the 3,000 immortal emperors. Yet, the terrifying prowess of the Nine Zhurong immortal emperor, capable of obliterating 3 immortal emperors with a mere gesture, transcends even her wildest imaginings, likely ranking among the top 3 of the 3,000 immortal emperors. Even akin to the legendary beings, they are indeed supremely divine entities that surpass even the immortal emperors. It is merely a fortuitous acquisition of the Zhu Long inheritance. Li Tsong offered a detached smile, harboring no denial regarding Xianxia's identity. This elicited another tremor from the exquisite Tianzuan, who promptly bowed and declared, "I pay my respects to Her Highness the Princess, and to all esteemed princes. The Zhu Long inheritance. This esteemed princess has indeed been bestowed with the teachings of the 9 Zhu Immortal Emperor. Should no unforeseen events transpire, it is certain that an unparalleled powerhouse at the Immortal Emperor level shall emerge in the future." Chapter 105. The Talented Prodigy of the Nine Heavens Realm. Xianxia's terrifying background. Well then, you have yet to elucidate to me the nature of your current cultivation. With a wave of his hand, Li Cong redirected the conversation back to its origins, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon his 4 offspring. At the time of his departure, Li Shan, along with Xianxian, had merely attained the true immortal stage. How could such an astonishing surge in power occur within a mere span of a decade? Presently, Xianxia's cultivation had already transcended his foundational level, truly reaching the immortal king realm. Reporting to father, I too am somewhat perplexed. A few years ago, our cultivation began to surge inexplicably, elevating us from true immortals to our current state in just a few short years. As for Nien'er, her bloodline is exceedingly formidable. Even without rigorous training, her cultivation increases daily, rivaling the efforts of ordinary individuals over hundreds of thousands of years. Li Shun replied with a wry smile. They remained in a state of bewilderment regarding their own abrupt advancements. Yet, Xianxia's progress was undeniably tangible. The terror of the Zhu Long bloodline was beyond imagination. Even though Xianxian had not diligently practiced over the past decade, she had nonetheless ascended to the immortal king realm. Your Highness, it is likely that you have imbued them with your causal power. As you wield the power of the immortal sovereign within the celestial realm, your offspring naturally benefit greatly. At this juncture, the Linglong Tianzuan spoke reverently. Once one's cultivation reaches a certain level, all matters related to it encounter feedback. For instance, the disaster Heavenly Sovereign once brought immeasurable prosperity to the entire 9 Heavens realm single-handedly, fostering a multitude of powerful beings. It is evident that Li Cong's current strength has granted him such capability. The fortunes of the entire 9 Heavens realm are soaring at an alarming rate. Countless prodigious talents are emerging from the celestial divine court, and among them, those most profoundly affected by Li Cong's causal feedback are undoubtedly his bloodline offspring, Li Shun and the others. As Li Cong's cultivation ascends, so too shall theirs. When the day comes that Li Cong steps into the immortal king realm, rivaling the immortal sovereign, it is likely that Li Shun and the others will ascend directly to the immortal king realm as well, and with the cultivation of the primal chaos scripture they practice, their strength may very well rival that of immortal sovereigns. Ah, indeed, I had nearly forgotten. Li Cong mused. His current foundational cultivation rests at the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage, yet even under the influence of the myriad worlds and cave heavens, he has manifested genuine heavenly sovereign causality, affecting all things around him. With such cultivation, you shall be able to accompany me into the celestial realm for adventures in the future. However, what is the current situation of the celestial divine court? Shunner, you must faithfully report to me. He patted Li Shun's shoulder, smiling with hope for his beloved children. Understood. Li Shun nodded solemnly. Soon after, the group entered the imperial palace high above the heavens to gain insights into the current state of the celestial divine court. Who would have thought? In just over a decade, a mere fortnight in the celestial realm, the celestial divine court could yield such an abundance of prodigies? I am truly gratified. Shunner, well done. It seems I may comfortably assume the role of a hands-off manager, entrusting the governance of the divine court entirely to you. Within the imperial palace, after learning of the flourishing development of the celestial divine court, Li Cong could not contain his joy and lavished praise upon Li Shun. Currently, within the celestial divine court, there are a total of 7 golden immortal powerhouses, all of whom have been cultivating diligently within the time and space tower for extensive periods. Yet, Li Cong's primary focus does not lie with these golden immortals. After all, he possesses an army of billions of golden immortals in the celestial realm. Even the addition of 7 or 8 more would scarcely alter the grand scheme of things. What truly warrants his attention are the newly arisen, extraordinarily gifted prodigies. For instance, there is a young lad named Yun Mo hailing from the ordinary planet Hylon. Under conditions of extreme scarcity of cultivation resources, he ascended to the quasi-emperor stage, also known as the void immortal realm, in merely 13 years. Following his entry into the celestial divine court, he received an abundance of celestial spiritual energy, and within a year, he solidified his mastery of true immortal laws, attaining the true immortal, great emperor, realm. At this moment, Yun Mo is diligently cultivating in the Tiandi city, his power nearing the pinnacle of the true immortal realm. Such rapid advancement in cultivation even astounds Li Tsang. He is convinced that this individual must possess some form of supreme celestial body. Minister Meng Yuan, at your service, Li Tsang called out. And the Minister Meng Yuan emerged from the distortions of the void, bowing respectfully. Though his innate talent for cultivation is mediocre, he has nonetheless achieved the second level of the celestial immortal realm, thanks to the endless resources of the celestial divine court. Bring before me the current star rankings and all the prodigies that Shunner has been monitoring over the years. I wish to bestow upon them a genuine opportunity for transcendence, allowing them to become supreme powerhouses. Li Tsang commanded solemnly. He intended to immerse these prodigies within the cycle door, eager to witness what sort of formidable beings they could become, should fortune favor them. It is likely that the first immortal sovereign of the Nine Heavens realm would be born, elevating the fortunes of the entire world. As for Li Shun and the others, Li Tsang had no intentions of sending them into the cycle door. Entering the cycle door necessitates enduring countless illusory reincarnations of the future. While merely stepping into the immortal sovereign level might not have a significant impact on their future cultivation, within Li Tsang's grand design, Li Shun and his siblings must also become existences of the immortal emperor tier. To forsake this foundational opportunity now for the sake of rapid advancement would be an egregious miscalculation. Lastly, regarding Xianxianer, Li Tsang's gaze fell upon her, as she was engrossed in playful antics with a young celestial beast, tugging on its tail and eliciting a series of delighted yelps from the creature, reminiscent of a small puppy. Should this little one aspire to become an immortal emperor in the future, it is likely that the Zhu Long will personally intervene, allowing her to choose a path to greatness and subsequently eliminate the corresponding immortal emperor. Li Tsang chuckled softly, now enlightened by the tales of the 9 Zhu immortal emperor from Linglong Tianzuan. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, there exists but a singular Zhu Long. Even after eons across countless chaotic epochs, not a single drop of Zhu Long's blood has ever been shed. In other words, Xianxianer is now likely one of the 2 pure-blooded Zhu Long in existence. The once vibrant bloodline of the dragon clan within her has been entirely assimilated, rendering her a true Zhu Long. For the 9 Zhu immortal emperor, she is not merely one of his disciples, she embodies the potential heir to his bloodline. As the granddaughter of that supreme immortal emperor, she is under the extraordinary protection of unfathomable terror. It seems that my previous encounters with the will of the Zhu Long were not as straightforward as merely being lenient. It was akin to unleashing an entire ocean. Chapter 106. The Arrival of the Young Master of Tongming, The Gathering of Talents. On the following day, in the imperial city of Lintian. Have you heard? The return of His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is summoning all the prodigies and extraordinary talents from the entire 9 Heavens realm. It is said that today he will bestow upon them the opportunity to attain unparalleled power. The imperial city today is a convergence of countless youthful prodigies, engaged in fervent discussions. Each one is ablaze with brilliance in their eyes. Under the command of Li Tsang, talents from all corners of the 9 Heavens realm have gathered here. Among them are even the most exceptional prodigies currently ranked on the starry list, including numerous descendants of ancient sects. Each one of them is a remarkable genius, unmatched throughout the ages. Now, they have all assembled in the imperial city of Lintian. The grandeur of this gathering is truly unprecedented, a spectacle unseen for countless eons. Look, there stands the current 7th on the starry list, the chief disciple of the Tianming Pavilion, revered as the young master of Tongming. Suddenly, a commotion erupts among the crowd. Countless gazes turn, and their pupils constrict in shock. Boom. From one side of this majestic imperial city, enveloped in clouds and mist, the Tianming Pavilion, seemingly piercing through heaven and earth, opens its gates. From within its portal emerges a tall and imposing figure, clad in flowing black garments. He stands with hands clasped behind his back. An aura of bone-chilling dark energy radiates from him, reminiscent of a specter emerging from the depths of the netherworld, instilling terror in all who behold him. The Tianming Pavilion. Among the 108 imperial pavilions of our celestial divine court, the Tianming Pavilion ranks within the top 5. Its master, the former Tianming Emperor, has received numerous honors from His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor and has successfully ascended to the realm of golden immortals. All of time and space are now eternally at his command. Heaven, a golden immortal? My ancestor from the Tianxia ancient palace has only just barely stepped into the realm of profound immortals after receiving divine elixirs from the divine court. Before the master of Tianming Pavilion, a profound immortal is nothing more than an ant. The talents from all directions are abuzz with chatter. Many display expressions of endless admiration, for the celestial divine court currently reigns supreme, far more authoritative than the numerous vassal forces. The 108 imperial pavilions directly under its command possess a profound heritage that is astonishing. Suddenly, the crowd furrows their brows. At this moment, aside from the young master of Tongming, another figure strides through the air, causing the winds and clouds to shift dramatically. It is none other than him. Someone gasps in astonishment. Instantly, the surroundings fall silent. All eyes fixate on that figure. He is a striking young man with dragon horns adorning his head. Clad in an emerald green robe, his countenance proud and defiant. He possesses a handsome visage, with thin lips and a single strand of hair cascading to his shoulders, enveloped in an endless aura of ancient dragon breath, as if a primordial dragon emperor has descended into the mortal realm. He is the direct disciple of the holy ancestor dragon emperor, rumored to have recently broken through to the realm of profound immortals just days prior. A celestial being of the demon race gasps in horror. This individual is the 8th-rank prodigy on the starry list. His name is Long Chun, a genius long hidden by the strongest of the dragon clan, the holy ancestor dragon emperor, for a millennium. After the unification of the Nine Heavens realm, Long Chun emerged like a dark horse, trampling countless talents on the starry list to secure the 8th position. Fong Buhui, I, Long Chun, have now stepped into the realm of profound immortals, awakening the ancient true dragon blood within me. In my view, it is high time you reconsider your position on the starry list, currently held at 7th. A faint, indifferent smile graces Long Chun's lips. The moment he appears in the void of the imperial city, he speaks unabashedly, his tone brimming with utmost arrogance and pride. That young master of Tongming is none other than Fong Buhui. In the past, his cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of celestial immortals. He and Long Chun have battled for years, yet each time he faced defeat by a narrow margin, never truly conquering his opponent. But now, he has broken through to the realm of profound immortals, and the minuscule distance that once existed between them has utterly vanished. He even stands far above his rival. Long Chun, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is about to summon us. Today, I have no interest in playing with you. Fong Buhui's gaze remains calm as he glances at Long Chun, speaking coldly. Boom. As he speaks, an invisible pressure instantly bears down upon Long Chun. Yet, the latter refuses to be outdone, unleashing the might of his profound immortal aura. The two colossal energies collide. The void trembles. Crack. In the next instant, Long Chun trembles. Blood seeping from his features. You? He looks up in shock, locking eyes with Fong Buhui, disbelief etched across his face. Do not embarrass yourself here with your mere first stage of profound immortal. I have sequestered myself within the time-space tower for 1,000,000 years and have received the aid of various celestial treasures. My strength now is such that I could even contend with mid-stage profound immortals. Fong Buhui retorts sharply. Buzz. At the same time, his aura, now at the 3rd stage of profound immortal, is fully unleashed, pressing down on Long Chun, causing his face to flush red, as if he might spew blood at any moment. Although both are in the realm of profound immortal, Long Chun's initial stage pressure is chaotic, weaker than that of an ordinary profound immortal. He needs to further stabilize his foundation. In stark contrast, Fong Buhui's aura is vast and enduring, akin to a turbulent ocean. Reaching the 3rd stage of profound immortal, his cultivation is extraordinarily stable, and his depth of power is unfathomable, far beyond what Long Chun, at the initial stage, can compare. The 3rd prince has arrived. However, just as the crowd is astonished by Fong Buhui's breakthrough and his overpowering suppression of Long Chun, a resounding voice suddenly reverberates throughout the imperial city. It seems you have all gathered. This saves me quite a bit of trouble. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, Li Yan rides in on the ancient divine phoenix, bearing the Yin Tian ruler, now upgraded to a royal-grade celestial artifact by Li Tsong. His aura is terrifyingly formidable. He does not exist on the same level as the countless prodigies present. Upon his arrival, a wave of suffocation washes over many, causing their hearts to race and their blood to surge. The son of the Heavenly Emperor, the 3rd prince of the celestial divine court. At the pinnacle of golden immortal cultivation, he overwhelms all talents on the starry list, and even countless powerful beings across the 9 heavens realm. We pay our respects to the 3rd prince. Li Yan's appearance instantly compels both Fong Buhui and Long Chun to behave more respectfully. Each bows in deference, not daring to show any sign of neglect. No need for formalities. Li Yan gestures lightly, then scans the crowd, and casually states, "You are all prodigies of our celestial divine court, the future pillars of support. There's no need to be restrained." Buzz. With a wave of his hand, an irresistible, intangible force manifests. In an instant, all those who had come to pay their respects were lifted into the air, causing numerous prodigies on the star list to tremble once more, silently lamenting that in the presence of Li Yan, they felt as helpless as infants, utterly devoid of any thought of resistance. a golden immortal powerhouse. Such terror is unfathomable. It is rumored that His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor has descended to the mortal realm, bringing with him an unparalleled celestial being of the immortal venerable rank from the divine realm. Immortal venerable. They could hardly fathom such a concept. Following the golden immortal is the immortal king. After the immortal king comes the immortal lord, and only then does one ascend to the rank of immortal venerable. And at this moment, how immensely powerful must the heavenly emperor be, who can subdue such formidable beings? Unbeknownst to them, all prodigies on the star list displayed a profound sense of reverence. The celestial court belongs to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. As the sons of the Heavenly Emperor, each of the 4 princes holds an infinitely transcendent status. They eternally occupy the top 4 positions on the star list. Third brother, now that everyone has arrived, let us proceed inside. Our father is already awaiting us. Buzzing. The void twisted, revealing yet another terrifying aura of a golden immortal. It was none other than the second prince, Xian, clad in azure robes and adorned with a jade pendant. A gentle smile perpetually graced his countenance, reminiscent of a modest gentleman, causing countless female prodigies to secretly admire him. Very well. Boom. With a wave of his hand, Xian effortlessly opened the grand gates of the majestic imperial palace. The two led a throng of prodigies into the palace to pay their respects to the heavenly emperor, the sole sovereign of this boundless realm. Chapter 107. The door of reincarnation reopens. Yun Mo's adverse fortune. The Hall of Ascendance. Majestic and awe-inspiring, it towered with colossal golden pillars resembling heavenly columns, emanating an overwhelming pressure that instilled a sense of unutterable oppression. At this moment, all prodigies, including Xian and Xian at the forefront, knelt within the hall, awaiting the mighty figure upon the imperial throne to speak. The entire hall was enveloped in a haunting silence. Litsong sat upon the imperial throne, his eyes closed and lips sealed. Yet the terrifying pressure radiating from him caused countless prodigies to quiver within, feeling as insignificant as a speck of dust in the face of the infinite cosmos. Acutely aware of their unimaginable smallness. Buzz. Suddenly, the figure upon the throne opened his eyes. All the prodigies in the hall felt as though their very beings were laid bare, every secret and essence exposed. Father, the most outstanding prodigies of the celestial court have been brought here. Upon seeing Li Tsong's gaze, Li Qian and Li Yan hurriedly rose and bowed, speaking in unison. We pay our respects to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. May His Majesty endure eternally, suppressing the myriad realms. Clatter. Following the voices of Li Qian and Li Yan, all prodigies bowed deeply, their voices resonating loudly, echoing throughout the hall. Rise. A tone of utmost indifference resonated from the throne. Li Tsong, with a mere thought, manifested a door of reincarnation, seemingly reduced in size 1,000-fold, standing only 1,000 feet high within the hall. He then addressed all the prodigies. This is the door of reincarnation. Stepping within allows you to experience countless ephemeral cycles of the future. Ultimately, you shall be endowed with the power of the most perfect future, leaping forth to become true powerhouses. The opportunity to serve the celestial court has arrived. Whether you seize it or not depends on your fortune and destiny. Boom. Li Tsong's words were devoid of pleasantries, directly elucidating the purpose of the door of reincarnation. Instantly, upon hearing the effects of the door of reincarnation, the eyes of all prodigies ignited with fervor, glimmering with intense brilliance as they fixated upon the colossal door of reincarnation suspended in the void. The door of reincarnation. Entering it grants one the might of the strongest future, achieving the utmost limit of one's potential in this lifetime. Such a divine artifact exists in the heavenly realm. Rest assured, Your Majesty, my accomplishments today are entirely due to the cultivation of the celestial court. This time, entering the door of reincarnation, I shall undoubtedly live up to your expectations, stepping into an even higher realm, thereby adding a formidable powerhouse to our celestial court. At this moment, Yun Mo, a prodigy greatly valued by Li Tsong, stepped forward, clad in white, his countenance resolute. He exited the ranks and strode directly towards the door of reincarnation. Whoosh! In the next moment, he stepped upon the ripples of space, his form abruptly vanishing within. Buzz! Inside the hall, scenes of Yun Mo's journey through reincarnation began to unfold. In his first life, Yun Mo was the third young master of the Yun family in a lower realm. Gifted from a young age, he was favored by his family and even betrothed to the saintess of a prominent sect, the Tiandu sect. However, this bliss was short-lived. In this cycle of reincarnation, Yun Mo was grievously wounded by a mysterious figure in a black robe at the age of 15, rendering him unable to cultivate. He fell into despair. Following this incident, the saintess of Tiandu came to annul the engagement. Public humiliation ensued. As the scenes played out, Many prodigies in the hall clenched their fists, empathizing with Yun Mo's plight in this cycle of reincarnation, wishing they could deliver a fierce slap to that wretched person. Is this the true efficacy of the door of reincarnation? Yet, Yun Mo's first life could hardly be deemed fortunate. Indeed, to have one's cultivation ruined and to endure such humiliation. Were he an ordinary person, he would have likely succumbed to despair and madness. The prodigies whispered among themselves, lamenting Yun Mo's tragedy in reincarnation while also harboring slight doubts about the power of the door of reincarnation. After all, in such dire circumstances, it was difficult for them to envision how Yun Mo could achieve anything significant in this life cycle. Perhaps he would merely descend into a common existence, spending the remainder of his days in obscurity. What? Such fortune, due to an accidental fall from a cliff, then obtaining the inheritance of the immortal king? However, as the images of reincarnation accelerated, the scenes displayed left the prodigies astounded, some even gasping for breath, their eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. In his first life, Yun Mo's experiences in reincarnation were entirely contrary to their expectations. He did not descend into the realm of the useless, unable to cultivate. Rather, after losing all cultivation and enduring myriad tribulations, he commenced his legendary journey in this life. Falling from a cliff, he obtained the inheritance of the immortal king. From that point forth, he surged forward, overcoming countless obstacles. In a mere 10 years, he achieved the realm of true immortal, becoming the overlord of this illusory lower realm. 20 years later, he ascended to the rank of celestial immortal, thus soaring into the heavenly realm. Subsequently, within a century, he attained the rank of profound immortal. After 5,000 years, he became a golden immortal. 89 million years later, he reached the immortal king rank. After 10 chaotic epochs, he ascended to the rank of immortal lord, becoming the celestial lord of Kangwu. How is this possible? The Dragon Clan prodigy, Long Chun, muttered to himself, his face a mask of disbelief. Celestial lord, such a terrifying realm. Even in his utmost pride, he could not conceive of achieving such heights. Yet, Yun Mo, in merely the first cycle of the door of reincarnation, directly attained the rank of celestial lord, an imposing strength beyond imagination. Furthermore, should he emerge from the door of reincarnation at this moment, his cultivation would perfectly align with that of the celestial lord of Kangwu in this cycle, truly becoming a celestial lord powerhouse. The myriad of prodigies were left utterly astounded. A tempest of disbelief, envy, and jealousy surged within their chests. Particularly those who had just mocked and derided Yun Mo were now gripped by a frenzied heartbeat and cold sweat trickling down their backs. The present Yun Mo was indeed a formidable celestial monarch. Moreover, his journey through reincarnation had only just commenced, and henceforth, he would exist on a plane far removed from these ordinary prodigies. Chapter 108. The pinnacle of celestial monarchs achieved, a hellish beginning in the second life. It appeared that Yun Mo's existence was not merely defined by his celestial physique. Upon witnessing the accomplishments of Yun Mo's first reincarnation, Li Tsong, seated upon the imperial throne, displayed a flicker of astonishment. He had initially presumed that this individual was merely one with a unique constitution. He believed that achieving the rank of celestial king or celestial monarch was the pinnacle of his potential. However, observing Yun Mo now, it was evident that he was far more complex than his previous assumptions suggested. He was likely a genuine scion of celestial fortune, even in the ephemeral realm of reincarnation. He would be enveloped in boundless providence. Yun Mo's first life had ultimately met its demise. It was indeed a harrowing battle. Within this realm of reincarnation, a cataclysm erupted between the demon and monster clans, culminating in the celestial monarch of Kangwu, transformed from Yun Mo, being besieged by 20 demon clan monarchs. He could only succumb to despair and death. Had he survived this conflict, he would surely have ascended beyond the rank of celestial monarch, achieving the stature of a celestial sovereign. The scenes of reincarnation continued to unfold. Time accelerated exponentially, rendering the brutal battle within the cycle almost tangible. Millions upon millions of celestial beings perished. Golden immortal powers were ubiquitous upon the battlefield. The celestial kings merely served as commanders. Only those at the level of celestial monarchs could steer the tides of battle. Such a terrifying spectacle left countless prodigies of the 9 heavens aghast. They finally grasped the enormity of the celestial realm. In that boundless, perilous world, even attaining the rank of celestial monarch did not guarantee invincibility. The first life's reincarnation had culminated in the apex of celestial monarchs. With singular prowess, he felled 11 demon clan monarchs. This individual's innate talent was indeed enough to send shivers down even the emperor's spine. Beside the imperial throne, the exquisite celestial sovereign marveled inwardly. Although Yun Mo hailed from the lower realms, his innate gifts and fortunes undoubtedly transcended her current reincarnated form. The prospect of him achieving the zenith of celestial sovereignty was not without possibility. Behold, Yun Mo's circumstances in the second life were even more dire. Abandoned by his parents at birth, he was cast into an exceedingly desolate village. This village was filled with the elderly, the sick, and the feeble. It was unlikely anyone would nurture him. The fall of the celestial monarch of Kangwu marked the end of Yun Mo's first life. As the scene flickered, his second life began anew in a desolate desert, where Yun Mo was abandoned by two figures cloaked in straw hats, before a village known as Tianjin. What a tragedy! It seemed that Yun Mo's reincarnation in this life would scarcely endure 3 days, with the path of cultivation still an uncertain prospect. A female prodigy, feeling some sympathy, softly remarked, "Who would have thought that the celestial monarch of Kangwu, who had just commanded the battlefield, would become this frail infant? Facing imminent death from the moment of birth? It is truly lamentable. Where did this child come from? Who would have thought that Tianjin village would welcome a new guest today?" Just as the scene flickered, moments before Yun Mo was engulfed by the sands, an elderly man in a tattered black robe appeared, leaning on a cane. He picked up Yun Mo, only to find the infant drenched in blood, his body marred by numerous stitches, and even his eyes cruelly gouged out. It was evident he had endured unspeakable torment, having everything he was born with brutally stripped away. Damn, what manner of cruel parents would not even spare their own child? Such inhumanity is beyond comprehension. This scene ignited a fury among the prodigies. In this life, Yun Mo was likely endowed with an extraordinary, terrifying divine eye. Yet now, it had been mercilessly taken from him by his own parents, leaving him to languish in abandonment. Parents? Even a tiger does not consume its young. Witnessing the plight of that small figure, the prodigies were filled with indignation. Such beasts are unworthy of parenthood. Even Li Tsong, seated upon the imperial throne, frowned, as he, the master of the reincarnation door, could clearly discern the origins of Yun Mo's current reincarnation. In this life, Yun Mo was born in the vast world of the bright rebirth realm. He was the second son of an ancient family, the Yun clan. From birth, he bore the legendary heavy eye and the great Tao sacred body once possessed by the exquisite celestial sovereign. It could be said that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Yun Mo's ascent to the rank of celestial monarch was all but assured. Yet, the unforeseen arrived far too swiftly. Although Yun Mo appeared to hold a prestigious position as the second son of the Yun family, in reality, he was nothing more than a sacrificial pawn for his elder brother, destined to become an unparalleled prodigy of the bright rebirth realm. His own parents callously chose to strip him of his heavy eye and the essence of his great Tao sacred body. What a tragedy! The start of Yun Mo's second life is far more than just tragic. This prompted Li Tsong to harbor a flicker of curiosity, eager to observe whether Yun Mo's extraordinary fortune could enable him to navigate such dire straits. Alas, poor child, such is your fate, and none can save you. The black-robed elder sighed deeply as he gazed upon the frail figure in his arms, whose breath was barely perceptible. Realizing this, the elder could only shake his head in resignation, as if choosing to ignore the plight, and set Yun Mo back down on the ground. Yet at that moment, the expression of the black-robed elder shifted once more. Unbeknownst to him, the bloodied little hand of the infant had tightly grasped his sleeve, even as his breath waned. Teetering on the brink of death, the last flicker of survival instinct compelled him to hold on. He wanted to live. Child this. The black-robed elder was taken aback. He had never before encountered a newborn infant exhibiting such an indomitable will to survive. Very well, then. I shall take you in on behalf of Tianjin village. Your soul's plea has moved me. The elder pondered for a long moment, ultimately sighing, and took Yun Mo into the village. Thus began the true journey of his second life reincarnation. Alas, even if Yun Mo was successfully taken in, his path of cultivation in this life held no promise. Deaf, mute, blind, his skeletal structure was grievously incomplete, with tendons severed. Even as a mortal, his lifespan would hardly extend beyond 30 years. Even should he miraculously survive, a tragic end would be his inevitable fate. As the prodigies observed the fading scene, they shook their heads and sighed in unison. If Yun Mo's first life was merely a challenging beginning, then his second life was truly a hellish commencement. If any of the prodigies present were to experience such profound despair, they would surely falter. Chapter 109. Entering the Tao through slaughter, the blood prison heavenly sovereign. In the following moments, the cycle of reincarnation flickered rapidly. The prodigies within the hall, all possessing remarkable cultivation levels, could perceive with clarity every trial endured by Yun Mo. Even as the scenes flashed 1 billion times in the blink of an eye, 3 years, 5 years, and even 15 years of time swiftly elapsed. What was once a village of the frail and weak, the Tianjin village, now included a boy with a black bandage over his eyes, mute and deaf to the sounds of the world. Yet, as this cycle of reincarnation unfolded, the prodigies discovered another identity of the village's inhabitants. The frail and ailing were, in fact, formidable beings of the demonic path, eternally sealed in this place. Is this a jest? That old man Su, with his yellowed teeth, who perpetually scowled at Yun Mo, was once the demon emperor of the sky-slaying, a peak heavenly immortal of this realm. And Granny Yi was once the holy maiden of the Yellow Springs, also among the most powerful of the heavenly immortals. Most terrifying of all was the black-robed elder who raised Yun Mo, the emperor of 10,000 ghosts, a being who once nearly commanded the entire realm of Chongming. He was eternally suppressed in this place. Gasps of astonishment echoed. The realization that in this village amidst the yellow sands lay a congregation of sealed demonic powerhouses was utterly unfathomable. It was indeed a possibility that granted Yun Mo a path to cultivation. Soon enough, the prodigies witnessed those 8 demonic powerhouses imparting their lifelong teachings to Yun Mo, using their own essence blood to reconstruct his dantian and meridians, guiding him in the cultivation of the devouring sky technique. To slay and refine all living beings, everything would belong to him. It was all exceedingly tyrannical and terrifying. Old ghost, when Mo returns once more, the world will only echo with my voice. In the yellow sands, the boy whispered with his spiritual power, waving farewell to those who nurtured him, before stepping resolutely into the vast world, embarking on a true journey of slaughter. Kill, kill. There would be no mercy, no compassion. The forsaken boy, from this moment forth, would unleash his frenzied vengeance upon the world. Countless so-called righteous sects would have their hypocritical masks torn asunder. All who defied Yun Mo would be bathed in rivers of blood. Massacres, a bloody slaughter. In merely a few years, the skies of the entire Chongming realm seemed to be stained red. In this life, Yun Mo was a true, unadulterated god of slaughter. Millions of demonic beings bowed to his command. Ultimately, he faced his brother, Yun Lingtian, in a climactic battle at the Ascension Portal. He succeeded in slaying him, annihilating the entire ancient family of Yun, and reclaiming all that was rightfully his. What a thrill. Well done. Such splendid killing. The righteous cultivators of the Chongming realm were nothing but despicable hypocrites. In contrast, the denizens of the demonic path were truly beings of flesh and blood, filled with emotions and loyalty. Ha ha ha, this is too exhilarating. Within the Lintian Hall, as the prodigies beheld Yun Mo's countless slaughters and ultimate vengeance, becoming the blood-prisoned demon emperor, not a single soul dared to condemn his actions of bloodletting against the righteous. They all applauded in admiration. The conclusion of the Chongming realm was utterly gratifying. The cycle of reincarnation continued. Upon becoming the blood-prisoned demon emperor, Yun Mo returned to Tianjin village, only to discover the legacy of the celestial sovereign beneath it. In merely 5 years of cultivation within the Chongming realm, he achieved the golden immortal status and ascended to the celestial realm. In this reincarnation, he exhibited even more unrestrained violence and bloodshed. Kill the disobedient, slay the defiant, annihilate the hypocrites, eliminate the traitors. The path of slaughter defined his existence. In the celestial realm, he became the blood-prison immortal king in a mere 5 million years. After a short span of half a chaotic era, he once again achieved the status of a celestial sovereign. But due to his incessant killings of numerous celestial beings, the powers of the celestial domain, particularly the heavenly celestial court, were incensed. They dispatched countless formidable beings to hunt him down, resulting in Yun Mo spending much of the subsequent reincarnation in constant flight. Yet, just as everyone presumed this second reincarnation would conclude with his demise, after 100 chaotic eras, Yun Mo ascended to the immortal sovereign realm, achieving the title of Heavenly Sovereign. What? A Heavenly Sovereign? He became a Heavenly Sovereign amidst the seemingly hopeless beginning of this second reincarnation, attaining such greatness through the path of slaughter? Heavenly Sovereign, the supreme of the heavens. Congratulations, Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Our celestial court has gained another Heavenly Sovereign to preside over the realms, destined to dominate all worlds, invincible in all directions. Astonishment. An overwhelming astonishment, indescribable in words. The prodigies gasped in disbelief, while the ministers of the celestial court within the Lin Tian Hall bowed in congratulations. Haha, splendid. This Yun Mo likely possesses the bearing of an immortal emperor, yet the door of reincarnation cannot forge an immortal emperor. I shall observe how many cycles it takes for him to reach the pinnacle of Heavenly Sovereign. On the imperial throne, Li Tsong was also overjoyed. A momentous surprise. Even he had never anticipated that such a fortuitous prodigy lay hidden within the Jiuxiao realm. achieving heavenly sovereign in just 2 lifetimes. Were it not for the inability of the reincarnation door to simulate immortal emperors, Yun might have slain immortal emperors in this ethereal celestial realm, directly becoming one among the 3,000 immortal emperors. The scenes continued. Upon achieving the title of Blood Prison Heavenly Sovereign, Yun decisively turned the tide against the relentless pursuit he had faced for countless years. He slaughtered the billions of beings from the heavenly celestial court, devouring and refining even a single heavenly sovereign that descended. His cultivation advanced further. At this moment, he appeared as a true invincible powerhouse within this cycle of reincarnation. He crushed his way through, once again becoming the leader of the demonic path in this celestial realm, establishing the Blood Demon Court. After 700 chaotic eras, he stepped into the second layer of immortal sovereign. The Blood Demon Court commanded 3 celestial domains, each more vast than the Kanglan heavenly domain known to Litsong. After 1,200 chaotic eras, his cultivation broke through once more, achieving the same level of immortal sovereign as the current Linglong heavenly sovereign. At this moment, the Blood Demon Court had risen to a colossal power in the celestial realm within this cycle of reincarnation, suffocating the righteous sects. Yet, just as everyone believed Yun would continue on a smooth path to achieving the pinnacle of heavenly sovereign, a chilling voice echoed through the heavens. The denizens of the demonic path must perish. Following this, an enormous hand, obscuring the sun and casting shadows over several celestial domains, descended. In an instant, it obliterated the grand Blood Demon Court, and Yun caught within, was crushed without the slightest chance of resistance. Chapter 110, Pinnacle Heavenly Sovereign. 100 million chaotic universes. This scene plunged the entire Lin Tian Hall into an abyss of silence. The Blood Prison Heavenly Sovereign, who had roamed freely and trampled on countless immortals within the cycle of reincarnation, had fallen so abruptly. Hiss! The sound of sharp breaths filled the air. All the prodigies felt their scalps tingle in shock. A heavenly sovereign. They can hardly fathom the immense power that exists within the true celestial realm, where beings of terrifying might are counted among the titans of the heavens. Yet now, in an instant, they have been crushed by an even stronger force. The so-called Blood Demon Court has dissolved into mere ephemeral shadows. It was a peak celestial sovereign who struck. And although my reincarnation gate cannot emulate the strength of an immortal emperor, it can still reach the pinnacle of invincibility within the realm of celestial sovereigns, and even approach the threshold of a half-step immortal emperor. Despite Yunmo's remarkable achievements in this world, he ultimately stands no chance against such formidable beings. Witnessing the astonishment and horror of the crowd, Litsong casually explained, revealing that he was not surprised by the final outcome of Yunmo's journey. The brutal actions of the demonic path have inevitably provoked a far more terrifying adversary. What significance does the third layer of celestial sovereign hold in the eyes of such beings? Merely that of ants. In the true celestial realm, Yunmo's reckless and indiscriminate slaughter would still lead to such a conclusion. So this is the essence of the saying, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens? The crowd was enlightened, and a subtle sigh escaped their hearts. It seems that only by cultivating to the supreme realm of the immortal emperor in this boundless universe can one truly grasp their own destiny. Free from the influence of others, let us step into the reincarnation gate as well. Observing Yunmo's experiences through 2 cycles of reincarnation, I too feel an urge to try it myself. Excellent. In an instant, as Yunmo's current cycle of reincarnation came to a close, the young prodigies in the heavenly hall all respectfully gestured towards Litsong, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they stepped into the reincarnation gate. Buzz. The scenes of reincarnation within the hall instantly revealed countless images, not only the cycles experienced by Yunmo, but also the reincarnation journeys of every prodigy entering at that moment were vividly visible from the grand hall. Their first reincarnation experiences were varied, with both good and bad outcomes. Many even perished shortly after birth, immediately commencing their second reincarnation. Your Majesty, it seems that today, the reincarnation gate will undoubtedly birth countless strong individuals, allowing our celestial court to dominate the heavens and reign supreme over infinite immortal domains. Seeing this spectacle, Prime Minister Meng Yuan stroked his beard and smiled, harboring high hopes for the ultimate achievements of these prodigies. After all, those gathered here are all astonishing and unparalleled talents within the 9 heavens realm, unrivaled throughout history. Indeed, my descent to the mortal realm this time is largely for this purpose. The more powerful beings born from the 9 heavens, the more formidable the fortune and heavenly path of our celestial court shall become. At that time, even if I do not personally lead as the celestial emperor, the countless top-tier forces within the court will surely be sufficient to sweep away all foes. Litsong's expression was one of pride. with the reincarnation gate in hand. He was fully confident in forging the celestial court into a true hegemon of the heavens. Even the immortal emperors would have to bow before it. This endeavor to allow numerous prodigies from the nine heavens to step into the gate was merely to cultivate the first batch of true powerhouses belonging to the nine heavens. Your Majesty, this Xianxiamo is too terrifying. Merely in his 17th reincarnation, he has already attained the 5th layer of celestial sovereign. In his 780 cycles, he has become a peak celestial sovereign, reaching the maximum potential achievable through the reincarnation gate. At this moment, as Li Tsong conversed with Meng Yuan, Xianxiamo within the reincarnation gate had once again undergone over 700 cycles. Almost every cycle, he successfully ascended to the rank of celestial sovereign. A level of horror that defies description. Even the Linglong celestial sovereign was left speechless in shock. This Xianxiamo is simply too fearsome. Buzz. The void twisted. Having traversed 780 cycles of life, Xianxiamo stepped forth. Boom. The very moment he emerged, the fortune of the entire nine heavens realm and the myriad rules seemed to undergo a terrifying enhancement by millions of times. Strange phenomena appeared in the heavens. Colorful clouds swirled, 9 rainbows encircled, and boundless golden light descended upon the nine heavens continent, illuminating the entire galaxy. Boom, boom, boom. As the master of the world, Li Tsong was also overwhelmed by an influx of endless energy. In an instant, the equivalent of billions of top-tier immortal spirit stones converged into his body, creating tens of thousands of golden immortal-level world caves. Ding. Detection of host refining a vast amount of world fortune power, triggering critical reward return. Obtained an 800 times increase in reward. Following the refinement, the critical return module was also activated. The 70,000 world caves that had newly emerged within him, under the influence of the 800 times terrifying reward, instantly transformed into a staggering 56 million world caves. Boom. An overwhelming aura of pressure erupted at that moment. Originally possessing millions of world caves and power at the threshold of an immortal monarch, Li Tsong now instantly commanded the might of a peak immortal monarch. And at this moment, the world fortune he received was still boundless. Peak celestial sovereign, terrifying beyond measure. Even in the celestial realm, such beings are hard to find. A powerhouse unmatched beneath the immortal emperors. Beyond the celestial realm, any world that gives rise to such a being will benefit the entire realm, instantly elevating its tier. The fortune surges, and the scope of the world expands infinitely, to truly become a world akin to a minor celestial realm. At this moment, the nine heavens realm found itself in such a situation. Boom, boom, boom. In just a few breaths, the number of world caves within Li Tsong soared to a staggering 100 million. Then boom, the countless worlds within him seemed to shatter at that moment. Amidst the boundless stardust of laws, vast and endless universes, rich in the order of the great Tao, were born. 100 million world caves. At this moment, they truly transformed into 100 million universes, each one as immense as the former nine heavens realm. In terms of scale, quality, and tier, they far surpassed ordinary vast worlds. The power contained within surged by billions of times. Any single chaotic universe now possessed more power than the combined strength of 100 million world caves. Now, under the aggregation of these 100 million chaotic universes, how could Li Tsong's strength have merely increased by 100 million times? Perhaps it has grown by billions of times. Though he had not yet truly stepped into the realm of immortal kings, at this moment, he could likely crush even ordinary celestial sovereigns with ease. Chapter 111. Half-Step Immortal King, the terrifying demand of the laws. Good. I am now merely a step away from the immortal king realm, only needing to refine the laws of the immortal king. In the heavenly hall, Li Tsong suddenly stood up. His aura surged forth like a raging ocean, shaking the very fabric of the universe. Xian Yin, immortal king, you shall be the one. With a grip of his right hand, he instantly pierced the boundless distance between the nine heavens realm and the celestial realm. He seized the Xian Yin, immortal king, who was far away in the celestial realm, and before the latter could utter a word, he crushed and refined him. Buzz. A torrent of immortal king laws surged into the vast and endless chaotic universe. Ding. Detection of host refining a being of the second layer of the immortal king realm, triggering a critical reward return. Obtained a 190,000 times increase. Explosion. A true explosion of magnitude. The 5,000 immortal king laws controlled by the Xian Yin immortal king experienced a horrifying 190,000 times surge. Approaching 100 billion immortal king laws, they all surged into Li Tsong's chaotic universe at this moment. Countless golden immortal laws have undergone a profound metamorphosis, evolving into the laws of the immortal kings. Yet, this is still insufficient. Far too scant. In this moment, my chaotic universe can only accommodate a mere 100 billion laws. To fully catalyze the transformation of this myriad chaotic universes, I require the refinement of countless immortal kings, or perhaps even hundreds of thousands of immortal lords. The necessity for refining a vast number of immortal king laws is paramount. Yet, even now, Li Tsong's expression remains unsatisfied, feeling that this 100 billion immortal king laws is still woefully inadequate. Initially, he believed that by refining at most 5 immortal kings, he could successfully step into the immortal king realm. But in retrospect, such optimism seems overly naive. The immortal king, among the many realms of the celestial realm, represents the first true separation from ordinary immortals, a chasm of disparity that is almost unfathomable. For an ordinary individual to achieve the status of an immortal king is fraught with insurmountable challenges. As one who practices the chaotic scripture and possesses 100 million chaotic universes within, the difficulty for Li Tsong has naturally escalated to an unfathomable degree. Had it been in the days when the world cave existed, things might have been more manageable. However, now, under the relentless tide of the 9 heavens realms fortunes, all of Li Tsong's world caves have transformed into chaotic universes. The demand for laws has surged exponentially. Without a critical return module, even the refinement of 1,000 or 100 immortal kings would yield little effect. Yet, it is precisely because of this that once I ascend to the immortal king realm, I fear I shall become the mightiest immortal king in history. Even the peak celestial sovereigns would not pose a threat. At that time, the only beings I might regard with caution would be the 3,000 immortal emperors. Regaining my composure, Li Tsong reflects and finds his expression considerably softened. As a practitioner of the chaotic scripture, the maximum power I can wield is a staggering 66 trillion times that of my peers. Currently, at merely half a step into the immortal king stage, my strength already rivals that of a mid-tier celestial sovereign. By refining a vast array of immortal king and immortal lord laws, I can directly attain the true pinnacle of the immortal king, surpassing all immortal kings that have ever existed. I will confront the peak celestial sovereigns head-on. The immortal king realm is thus truly formidable. When I eventually step into the immortal lord and celestial sovereign realms, with the number of chaotic universes within me reaching trillions, or even tens of trillions, I fear that with the strength of a celestial sovereign, an ordinary immortal emperor would be but a flick of my wrist. Only terrifying existences like the 9-candle immortal emperor or the reincarnation immortal emperor would warrant cautious regard. Minister Yunmo, I bow before your majesty, the celestial emperor. At this moment, a figure emerges from the reincarnation gate, the first peak celestial sovereign truly belonging to the divine court of heaven. Yunmo bows deeply to Li Tsong, proclaiming, "Congratulations, your majesty, on stepping into the half-step immortal king realm. Should you attain the status of an immortal king in the future, you shall undoubtedly stand above the heavens, unparalleled in might. As a peak celestial sovereign, an invincible force beneath the immortal emperors." Yunmo has sensed the explosive growth of Li Tsong's power. The boundless strength within the celestial emperor now compels even him to tread carefully. Today, my cultivation has broken through, much of which I owe to the contributions of Minister Yun. Li Tsong, regaining his spirits, laughs heartily. By the name of the celestial emperor, I bestow upon you the title of Yun Tian, sovereign of the divine court of heaven. From henceforth, your status shall only be beneath mine, commanding the endless forces of the divine court. The greatest gain of today undoubtedly belongs to the birth of this peak celestial sovereign. Not only does it elevate the hierarchy of the 9 heavens realm, transforming my world caves into chaotic universes, but it also adds a genuine powerhouse to the divine court of heaven. In the future, within the celestial realm, I will have little to fear, aside from the 3,000 immortal emperors. Thank you, your majesty, for your great grace. From this day forth, I shall not allow the name of Yun Tian sovereign to be sullied in the slightest. I will assist the celestial emperor in conquering all directions, establishing the unparalleled reputation of our divine court. Yunmo bows deeply. Having traversed over 700 lifetimes in the reincarnation gate, each filled with extraordinary figures, he now presents himself with remarkable composure. His gaze, deep as the ocean, conveys an air of profound understanding, as if he has already grasped the grand scheme of things. Heavens! The esteemed young master Tongming has also ascended to the status of celestial sovereign. After enduring 98 trillion cycles of reincarnation, he has finally broken through the last barrier of the immortal lord realm to achieve celestial sovereign greatness. At this moment, a deputy from the Tianming pavilion within the heavenly hall gasps in astonishment, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Boom! Just as he begins to speak, the heavens rumble with lightning, electric serpents dancing in the sky. The thunderous echoes reverberate throughout the nine heavens realm. From the reincarnation gate emerges a figure, provoking a significant celestial phenomenon that further expands the realm's scale, with fortunes soaring to the heavens. It is none other than the young Master Tongming of the Tianming Pavilion. Fang Buhui, ranked 7th on the stellar rankings, has now achieved celestial sovereign status, adding yet another formidable powerhouse to the divine court of heaven. I, Fang Buhui, humbly thank the Celestial Emperor for this great boon. This ascension to celestial sovereign is a gift from your majesty. I shall do my utmost to repay your majesty in the future. Clad in a dark robe and bearing a shadowy ancient sword, Fang Bui's gaze is sharp, exuding an aura of boundless brilliance. In his final reincarnation, he was revered in the celestial realm as the sword sovereign of the underworld. Though his cultivation remains at the first level of the celestial sovereign realm, he is undeniably invincible among his peers, having comprehended a staggering billion immortal sovereign-level sword laws and another billion underworld laws. The fusion of these two formidable law powers allows him to contend even with ordinary second-level celestial sovereigns, rendering him extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 112. The Arrival of the Nine Holy Sovereigns, Yun Mo's Fury. Another celestial sovereign? Indeed, my nine heavens realm is truly a breeding ground for prodigies. Extraordinary in every regard. Seeing this, Li Tsong cannot help but laugh and nod. With Fang Buhui's ascension to celestial sovereign, the divine court of heaven now boasts 4 celestial sovereigns, excluding Li Tsong himself. Even in the celestial realm, this constitutes a formidable force, commanding several boundless immortal domains. The Eastern Emperor Sovereign is sending me a message. His father, the Nine Holy Sovereign, has now descended into the Songhai domain and discovered the secret of his subjugation by me. However, soon after, as a message from the celestial realm enters his mind, Li Tsong's expression turns icy, a murderous intent surging within his brow. The Nine Holy Sovereign, the father of the Eastern Emperor Sovereign, a true powerhouse within the celestial realm. Rumored to have reached the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm, he stands as an absolute paragon among many celestial sovereigns. With the Nine Holy Sovereign's arrival, upon discovering that his offspring is under the dominion of another, he will surely not let this transgression go unpunished. Yun Mo, accompany me to the celestial realm. After a brief contemplation, Li Tsong decides to lead Yun Mo directly into the celestial realm. The Nine Holy Sovereign. What of a peak powerhouse at the celestial sovereign realm? Now, with such forces stationed in the divine court of heaven, can we truly fear the Nine Holy Sovereign? Indeed, with a swift motion, the void before them tears asunder, and in a single step, they traverse the endless distances between realms, arriving at the portal to the divine, sword immortal state. Your Majesty, we must hurry. Boom. Yet, as soon as Li Tsong and Yun Mo arrive in the celestial realm, the urgent voice of the Eastern Emperor Sovereign resounds in their ears, accompanied by a wave of terrifying destructive energy sweeping towards them. As the crisp sound of cracking reverberated, the void in this region was instantaneously annihilated, transforming into countless fragments that cascaded downward. Disperse. Beside Li Tsong, Yun Mo's expression also darkened in an instant. With a powerful strike of his right palm, a terrifying force of the laws erupted like a vast ocean, obliterating the destructive energy in an instant, dissipating it into nothingness. A peak celestial sovereign? The one who enslaved my son. It seems you are indeed formidable. Boom. As the mist cleared, a figure clad in golden robes emerged. Behind him, the ethereal shadows of 9 ancient saints materialized, revealing an imposing man before us. This man's visage was authoritative, exuding an overwhelming aura, as if he could command the universe and reverse the heavens. His eyes shone like torches, emitting 2 brilliant beams of golden light. He was none other than the 9 sacred celestial sovereign, a legendary powerhouse of his time, among the elite of celestial sovereigns. Your Majesty, depart the celestial realm at once. My father is a peak celestial sovereign, and you are by no means his match. Withdraw. Withdraw. Beside him, the Eastern Emperor Celestial Sovereign was firmly suppressed by a saintly phantom, struggling to raise his head, continuously warning Li Tsong, his father, the 9 sacred celestial sovereign. His power was utterly terrifying. Even when considering the entire celestial realm, he belonged to the most elite echelon, second only to the immortal emperors. At this moment, realizing he was subservient to another, his heart burned with fury. He immediately displayed his unparalleled ferocity, vowing to thoroughly investigate this matter, declaring he would slay everything related to it. Silence. You wretched creature, oblivious to your own subjugation, you truly bring shame upon my dignity. However, upon hearing the Eastern Emperor Celestial Sovereign speak, the 9 sacred celestial sovereign erupted in furious wrath, pointing a finger to seal the Eastern Emperor's mouth instantly. He completely sealed his celestial power, rendering him unable to act. Boom. After repressing the Eastern Emperor Celestial Sovereign once more, the 9 sacred Celestial Sovereign's gaze turned icy as he looked at Li Tsong, his murderous intent surging. At this moment, he wasted no words. Threatening in an authoritative tone, "You, release my son's slave seal immediately, and in light of your assistance in his ascension to Celestial Sovereign, I might spare you today, otherwise." Otherwise what? Huh? Daring to issue commands before me, 9 sacred Celestial Sovereign, what do you amount to in my presence? Yet, in the face of the 9 sacred Celestial Sovereign's threat, Li Tsong merely chuckled coldly, unabashedly mocking, seeking death. In an instant, astonishment and rage flickered across the 9 sacred Celestial Sovereign's face, a boundless killing intent surging in his eyes. Who was he? One of the most powerful Celestial Sovereigns. The 9 sacred Celestial Sovereign, who had traversed the Celestial Realm for 100,000 chaotic epochs, ruling the unparalleled force of the 9 sacred Celestial Palace. Capable of commanding tens of thousands of Celestial Sovereigns with a single word. A colossal being worshipped by billions of Celestial Lords. At this moment, he was actually ridiculed by a mere junior? Daring to speak arrogantly in front of me, you shall perish. In an instant, an immense pressure erupted. The space surrounding the 9 sacred Celestial Sovereign twisted violently, as if it could not withstand this terrifying oppression and was about to collapse. Do you wish to make a move against His Majesty? Have you consulted with my Yuntian Sovereign? However, facing the pressure from the 9 sacred Celestial Sovereign, Yun Mo merely stepped forward with a placid expression, the celestial energy within him surging. Boom. The 2 peak Celestial Sovereigns faced off, and a cataclysmic clash erupted in an instant. Amidst the thunderous roars, an infinite storm of space swept over half of the vast oceanic realm, causing all the celestial beings to tremble in terror. Under such terrifying pressure, even the atmosphere dared not draw a breath. Yuntian Sovereign, I have never heard your name, but since you are a peak Celestial Sovereign, an invincible powerhouse beneath the immortal emperor, you should possess your own pride and dignity. To be subservient beneath such a junior, do you not find yourself utterly ridiculous? Feeling that Yun Mo's strength was not beneath his own, the 9 sacred Celestial Sovereign's complexion changed, and a hint of derision flickered in his eyes as he coldly retorted, "Ridiculous? Before the Celestial Emperor, all beings are mere ants. Even as a peak Celestial Sovereign, I have yet to reach the realm of the immortal emperor. I am but an ant among the myriad of beings. I, Yun Mo, may be of humble origin, yet I am fortunate to serve beneath the Celestial Emperor. To be his right-hand man is already an unparalleled stroke of fortune. How can you speak of ridicule?" Crack. Upon hearing the 9 sacred Celestial Sovereign refer to Li Tsong as a junior, Yun Mo's expression instantly turned frigid, an intense chill radiating through the surrounding space, causing the void to crack open in layers. Everything he possessed was granted by the Celestial Emperor, bestowed by the divine court of heaven. Now, to be belittled by another. How could he endure it? Buzz. In the next moment, the celestial energy within Yun Mo surged wildly, the temperature around him plummeting, as if time and space were entirely frozen, descending into a state of absolute stillness. His gaze, colder than ever, reflected unprecedented frost. Even among peak Celestial Sovereigns, there exist disparities. His Majesty has allowed me to traverse through cycles of reincarnation for 100 lifetimes, and in each life, I would command different powers and laws. Now, I have refined the 6 paramount laws: time, space, slaughter, swordsmanship, thunder, and death to their peak. Though I have yet to reach the ultimate end of the great path and transform into the laws of the immortal emperor, I am more than capable of crushing beings of your ilk. Chapter 113. The 9 Sacred Manifestation, the Battle of Sovereigns. Boom. As Yun Mo's words fell, he waved his hand, unleashing the laws of the 3 supreme celestial sovereigns, space, time, and swordsmanship, in their entirety. Crack. The vast sky was instantly torn apart. A colossal black hole materializing, devouring thousands, pulling everything within. This area was engulfed in desolation. Only Yun Mo, clad in white, stood amidst the boundless darkness. He struck forth with one hand, and all assaults instantly disregarded the distances within the space, while simultaneously, the law of time operated, causing the very time at the 9 sacred celestial sovereigns' location to come to a halt for a moment. Boom, boom, boom. Countless ethereal spirit swords fiercely struck the body of the 9 sacred celestial sovereign. In an instant, blood rained down. Even the formidable 9 sacred celestial sovereign, under such a scale of law-based assault, had his physical form obliterated in an instant. His soul manifested within the heavens and earth, and only after a fraction of a breath could he barely restore his physical body. His appearance was utterly disheveled. To simultaneously master 6 paramount laws? How is that even possible? The sudden surge of attacks left the nine sacred celestial sovereign unable to evade. At this moment, he gasped violently. His gaze filled with disbelief as he looked toward Yunmo, his mind awash with tumultuous waves. 6 paramount laws. Ordinary celestial sovereigns typically cultivate at most 2 or 3 types of law powers. The stronger the cultivation, the more terrifying the conflicts between laws become. Cultivating 2 laws often leads to madness. The probability of law collapse increases 100-fold. As for 3 laws, 4 laws, the likelihood of collapse rises exponentially. Yet, before him stood Yuntian sovereign, mastering 6 laws. Such existences are not unheard of in the celestial realm. However, each one is a truly extraordinary and unimaginable powerhouse. Beings of such caliber have long since distanced themselves from ordinary peak celestial sovereigns. They all possess an extreme terror, a title only beneath the immortal emperor, the celestial emperors. Buzz. Once again, the force of a profound law erupted explosively from beneath the feet of the 9 sacred sovereign. There was no way to evade it. One could only endure. Damn it. Did you truly believe I would cower before you? One Yuan Saint, protect my being. Today, I shall undoubtedly slay you. As the relentless onslaught continued, the 9 sacred sovereign was genuinely enraged, roaring fiercely. Boom. The magnificent 9 ethereal figures of the saints behind him finally manifested into substance. Cradling a towering celestial tower, boundless sacred might cascaded down like an ocean. Bang! The heavens and earth trembled. It seemed as though a divine bell had sounded throughout the celestial realm. What a terrifying saintly apparition. The sacred law. The 9 sacred sovereign wielded his full power, commanding the 9 great saints born from the collective will of countless beings. Each manifestation was terrifyingly overwhelming, rivaling even the pinnacle of celestial sovereigns. How terrifying! Is this truly the might of one of the strongest celestial sovereigns? Under such means, we are but mere ants. The many powerful beings within the Azure Sea celestial domain felt the manifestation of this colossal power, their expressions shifting dramatically, hearts quaking in trepidation. The sacred law. It gathered the immeasurable will of beings throughout history, materializing the legendary saints who descended to suppress the 8 desolations, sweeping across the universe, truly defying the heavens. 2 Yuan Saints, uphold my strength. 3 Yuan Saints, restore my will. 4 Yuan Saints, guard my thoughts. The 9 sacred sovereign bellowed repeatedly, his boundless sacred laws completely erupting. The 9 saintly figures behind him seemed to have genuinely descended upon the celestial realm, each movement exuding an indescribable, terrifying majesty. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook, the void shattered. The entire divine sword immortal state appeared to be unable to withstand this vast and unfathomable power. With over half of the region collapsing into oblivion, transforming into an endless, terrifying abyss, empowered by the 9 great saints. At this moment, the 9 sacred sovereign truly showcased his strength as a supreme, celestial sovereign. Bang! With a mere flick of his finger, he obliterated a corner of the celestial realm, burying countless trillions of beings within. Haha, Yuntian sovereign. How do you find my 9 sacred law form? The 9 sacred sovereign laughed wickedly. With a snap, he annihilated an entire region, creating boundless slaughter. In stark contrast to the sacred laws he practiced, the concept of compassion for the beings was utterly contradicted. Yet at this moment, he exhibited no reservations. If I can slay the Yuntian sovereign before me, I shall spare no means. There is some merit to this. Yunmo replied calmly. Then, he raised his hand to grasp. Swish. In an instant, the 6 powers of law manifested behind Yunmo to their utmost. A celestial sword, enveloped in ethereal chi, as if born at the dawn of chaos, floated in the void. Is this a projection? In his final life within the reincarnation gate, Yunmo had wielded a sword capable of nearly rivaling an imperial-grade celestial weapon, and I had thought it merely an illusory object. To my astonishment, it is now being vividly projected by Yunmo. Upon witnessing the appearance of this sword, Li Tsang, who was observing the battle from behind Yunmo, felt a profound astonishment. Having traversed the reincarnation gate, he could only bring forth the cultivation power obtained from therein. The ultimate celestial treasures he possessed during his reincarnation were but fleeting illusions, ultimately ephemeral. But now, in Yunmo's hands, the sword that should have long since dissipated has been truly projected. Kill. Suddenly, Yunmo let out a cold shout, swinging his arm. Clang. The celestial sword cleaved through the vast expanse, in a fleeting moment, resembling a river of stars flowing across the 9 heavens, rushing towards the 9 sacred sovereign. This strike was utterly terrifying. It seamlessly integrated 6 distinctly different laws, though merely a projection. The power unleashed by this sword still reached the pinnacle of Yunmo's capabilities within the reincarnation, easily capable of shattering an immense celestial domain. Bang, bang, bang. The 9 saints collided with the god-slaying sword. In just a moment, the forms of 3 saints crumbled into nothingness. No, my saintly apparition cannot withstand this. Damn it, what manner of monster are you? Do you not fear the madness that comes from fusing 6 laws? The collapse of the laws. The proud 9 sacred law form disintegrated in an instant. At this moment, the 9 sacred sovereign finally fell into disarray, feeling an unprecedented sense of impending doom wash over him. In this dire situation, if he did not take action, he would undoubtedly perish. 9 Yuan saints, reverse my fate. At the critical moment, the 9 sacred sovereign resorted to his most forbidden celestial arts. He sacrificed the permanent integrity of his sacred laws in exchange for a chance of survival from this strike. Boom. The sword forged from the fusion of 6 laws descended. The entire world seemed to be cleaved in two at that instant. An infinite storm of space surged in all directions, yet beneath this terrifying strike, the divine sword immortal state remained unscathed. All power was perfectly suspended in the void. Clearly, Yuan's mastery over his strength had reached an exquisitely perfect level. Under such power, no matter how the 9 sacred sovereign attempted to employ his methods, he could not escape. Chapter 114. Transcending the Celestial King, Ascending to the Celestial Monarch. Amidst the smoke and dust, the 9 sacred sovereign spat blood and was sent flying. His body was drenched in blood, utterly disheveled. Even his soul was on the verge of disintegration. Despite sacrificing a portion of his sacred laws, he could not withstand even a fraction of this sword's might. Buzz, however, before he could catch his breath, the space around him rippled, and under an invisible colossal force, he was confined in the void, drawn upwards towards the heavens, before Litsong. Your Majesty, the 9 sacred sovereign harbors a vast reservoir of celestial sovereign-level sacred laws, and he is an absolute standout within the entire celestial realm. If your Majesty refines him, you will undoubtedly achieve a breakthrough, attain an unprecedentedly powerful celestial king. Yuan bowed respectfully. Defeating a colossal figure of the celestial realm, an overwhelmingly powerful peak sovereign, seemed to him merely a trivial matter, devoid of excitement, as he humbly consulted Litsong. This scene, observed by the 9 sacred sovereign, filled him with a blend of shock and fury. Refine me. Outrageous. Outrageous. Do you know who protects my 9 sacred heavenly palace? Allow me to inform you that it is the ultimate pinnacle of the sacred path, the supreme and unparalleled, the venerable Saint Emperor. If you dare to Amidst the roaring threats, his words abruptly ceased, transforming into a series of ghastly cries of despair. To his astonishment, Litsong paid no heed to his words, directly commencing the absorption and refinement of the endless celestial laws within him. The venerable Saint Emperor? I have heard of him. It is rumored that he protects numerous celestial powers, yet most of these are mere drunken boasts. I do not believe that a being of such stature, one of the 3,000 celestial emperors, would deign to act for a mere celestial sovereign. While refining the laws of the 9 sacred sovereign, Litsong shook his head, seemingly mocking the 9 sacred sovereign, utterly oblivious to his own weight. Celestial sovereigns and celestial emperors. Though it may seem as if the gap is merely a single realm apart, the chasm between them is unfathomably vast. It is a disparity far greater than that between a mere mortal and an exalted celestial being, regardless of how formidable a heavenly sovereign may be. In the presence of an immortal emperor, they are but insignificant ants. In the boundless expanse of the universe, the number of immortal sovereigns is limitless, without any semblance of restriction. Yet, the existence of immortal emperors is confined to merely 3,000. No matter the circumstances, this number remains immutable. It is an unbreakable ironclad law, one that no being can defy. You, the 9th holy sovereign, whose own laws are swiftly consumed, find yourself ensnared in unending agony. Your eyes ablaze with rage. You could never have anticipated that this descent would lead you into such calamity. After traversing the heavenly realm for 100,000 chaotic epochs, you are ultimately brought low by this nameless junior. It is a disgrace beyond measure. Even in death, you shall not succeed in refining my laws. Disrupt and collapse. I command you. In a fit of madness, the 9th holy sovereign resolved to forsake all holy Tao laws, allowing the very laws within him to shatter, hastening his own demise rather than permit Litsong to refine even a fragment. The gate of reincarnation, suppress. Yet, Litsong appeared to be well prepared. With a mere thought, the gate of reincarnation manifested within the 9th holy sovereign's inner world, subduing all the impending chaos of the holy Tao laws. The gate of reincarnation. Suddenly, upon witnessing this towering portal emerge within his own realm, the 9th holy sovereign's previously contorted visage froze in sheer astonishment. Following that, an overwhelming wave of horror and dread washed over him. This is impossible. Why has the gate of reincarnation appeared in your hands? Are you the inheritor of the reincarnation immortal emperor? Or perhaps a reincarnation? I have no obligation to respond to the deceased. The ninth holy sovereign was struck with terror, yet all that awaited him was Li Tsong's cold and indifferent reply. Bam! In an instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the cosmos. The gate of reincarnation swung open. Streams of celestial light cascaded down, akin to chains of order, utterly binding the essence of the ninth holy sovereign. In the blink of an eye, he eternally lost all control over his own laws. He could only watch helplessly as Li Tsong devoured the accumulation of his 100,000 chaotic epochs, the very power he had cultivated over countless eons. No, no. Why must everything I have strived for ultimately become the attire of another? The echoes of his roars and laments reverberated endlessly. In the outside world, mere days passed. Yet within the ninth holy sovereign's realm, a millennium elapsed. At last, Li Tsong completely absorbed and refined his immense power, akin to a cosmic ocean. Ding! Host has refined an immortal sovereign-level being from the ninth heaven, triggering a critical return. Gained 1,300 times return. Thunderous roars. The refining was merely the beginning. A critical return. A terrifying return of 1,300 times. The 100 million chaotic universes within Li Tsong had been transmuted into boundless laws of the immortal king. Now, under the onslaught of this infinite power, he underwent yet another metamorphosis. Even the quantity of chaotic universes began to surge uncontrollably. 300 million, 400 million, 500 million. Not only had he ascended to the immortal king realm, but propelled by the peak powers of 1,300 times. Li Tsong's cultivation was growing at a terrifying speed, even as he broke through to the immortal king. The chaotic universes reached a staggering count of 1 billion. Among them, the 9 great calamity laws and the laws of reincarnation were all transmuted into laws of the immortal Lord. In a fleeting moment, Li Tsong's cultivation soared once more, stepping into the immortal Lord realm. Boom! Within the shattered inner world of the ninth holy sovereign, as Li Tsong merely opened his eyes, the boundless might within him birthed countless miniature universes around him. Closing his eyes, these universes were then annihilated. His current strength had reached an unprecedented and terrifying height. Even a casual extension of a finger could effortlessly crush countless heavenly sovereigns. The vibrations of his internal chaotic universes could obliterate a peak existence like the ninth holy sovereign in an instant. There was no room for even the slightest resistance. Surpassing the heavenly sovereign, even the might of the immortal emperor, Yun Mo, could not contend with Li Tsong in his current form. Although there remained a disparity compared to the immortal emperor, it was no longer insurmountable. Chapter 115. Conquering the Heavenly Realm, the 399 Sovereigns. At that moment, in the nine heavens realm, within the celestial divine court, as Li Tsong's cultivation broke through to the immortal Lord, his strength exceeding that of the peak heavenly sovereign, a thunderous roar erupted. Li Shun, Li Qian, and Li Yin also experienced a sudden surge in their internal powers. The saying goes, when one ascends, all associated rise with them. In just a few breaths, the three, bearing Li Tsong's bloodline, directly broke through to the pinnacle of the immortal Lord level, now regarded as formidable powerhouses throughout the heavenly realm. What of our cultivation? It is our Father who has broken through. With his bloodline, we too shall rise. At the pinnacle of the immortal Lord level, we can now confidently step into the heavenly realm and lead the army of the celestial divine court into battle. Li Shun and the others were filled with immense excitement. Yet, they were not the only ones. Boom. The entire nine heavens realm saw a tremendous surge in power. The elevation of its master brought forth a fortune that rivaled the emergence of 10 peak heavenly sovereigns from the nine heavens realm. The scope of growth surged by trillions of times, more expansive than countless regions of the heavenly realm, rivaling that of a true transcendent celestial domain. Buzz. At this moment, within the Hall of Heaven, following Yun Mo and Fong Buhui, tens of thousands of prodigies simultaneously stepped forth, a total of over 16,000 prodigies. The number of those who achieved the immortal Lord status reached a staggering 90,000. The remaining 70,000 had all attained the immortal king level, with none beneath this threshold. In this moment, the fortune of the entire nine heavens realm reached unprecedented heights. The so-called Ascension Gate had vanished entirely. All that was needed was to gaze upward at the heavens to clearly see the outlines of the heavenly realm. In the nine heavens realm, all things could ascend to immortality. It could no longer be described as a lower realm. It had truly transformed into an existence rivaling the heavenly realm. It had become a realm of celestial wonders, a sacred land of myriad worlds. All forces of the celestial divine court, heed my command. In the name of the heavenly Emperor Li Tsong, I hereby decree, from this moment forth, the entire army shall invade the heavenly realm. conquer the four corners. And in the name of the heavenly emperor, bring the entirety of the heavenly realm under the dominion of the divine court. At this moment, a voice of immense authority resounded throughout the nine heavens realm. Litsong stood amidst the void, surveying the entire world. With a wave of his hand, countless beings underwent transformation. At his current level of power, creating true immortals, celestial immortals, or even profound immortals was effortless. In an instant, countless trillions of beings within the nine heavens realm ascended to immortality. Each one attained longevity. Each one witnessed the path to immortality. The entire realm seemed to undergo a rebirth, revitalized and anew. We shall comply, with utmost reverence to the decrees of His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. The general vows to follow His Majesty to the death, to sweep away the celestial realm and suppress the firmament. In an instant, countless formidable beings kneel before him, their collective presence shaking the very stars. Within the celestial realm, above the 80,000 immortal domains, lies the independent imperial realms of the 3,000 celestial emperors. Here resides the ultimate sanctity of the sacred Tao, the realm of the venerable Brahma Emperor. The sun and moon interweave, the heavens and earth sway. Countless resplendent palaces, adorned in gold and jade, stand magnificently, suffused with ethereal light that reflects across the cosmos. This is the Brahma Emperor's domain, a realm that even the most ordinary celestial sovereigns are deemed unworthy to tread, a supreme forbidden ground in the celestial realm. In an ethereal hall of immeasurable brilliance, whispers of countless beings reciting scriptures fill the air. Has the nine holy sovereign fallen? Others are vying to seize and refine his sacred laws. Hundreds of figures cloaked in robes, each with distinct appearances yet exuding an aura of sanctity, sit in solemnity. They are the manifestations of the venerable Brahma Emperor's infinite sacred laws, 399 sovereigns. Each sovereign surpasses the pinnacle of celestial lords and embodies an existence beyond the so-called celestial emperors. Though the venerable Brahma Emperor ranks at the bottom among the 3,000 celestial emperors, his power transcends billions of celestial lords. He stands at a height that countless celestial beings can only gaze up at in awe. The mere presence of these 399 sovereigns is sufficient to crush all visible forces in the celestial realm. Even without lifting a finger, they could easily dominate the myriad heavens. This is the terror of the celestial emperors. As true masters of the ultimate Tao, their power resides far beyond the comprehension of ordinary immortals. In the celestial realm, all beings cultivating the sacred laws exist solely as nourishment for our master. Upon their demise, their lifelong cultivation of laws will converge into the sacred Tao, becoming part of our master's power. Yet now, within the imposing golden hall, a monk clad in robes, with a polished bald head radiating a faint golden aura, resembling the descent of a Buddha, slowly speaks. His gaze is profound and boundless, as if two ancient worlds are evolving within. Though a smile graces his lips, a chilling aura seeps through, causing the temperature of the entire hall to plummet, plunging all into an absolute zero state. No one who dares to taint the sacred laws shall be spared. This matter need not alarm our master. Let the burial sky Buddha, saint, descend to the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, a figure clad in white, exuding a scholarly aura, nodded and spoke. When the sacred laws reach their zenith, each manifestation of a sovereign can truly become a tangible entity. They thus become true beings, eternally existing within the realm of heaven and earth. As the master of all sacred laws, the venerable Brahma Emperor commands 399 sovereigns to manifest in the world. Among them, the strongest rivals even his own physical strength, equivalent to the combined might of two celestial emperors, an unfathomable terror. Very well. The monk known as the burial sky Buddha rises, responding softly. Though he is not the most powerful among the 399 sovereigns, when it comes to ruthlessness, he undoubtedly takes the lead. Throughout the endless chaotic epochs, how many who brazenly refined sacred laws and violated the venerable Brahma Emperor's edicts have met their end by his hand? None have escaped. Buzz. In the next moment, the burial sky Buddha steps forth, crossing boundless distances to leave the venerable Brahma Emperor's domain. He ventures into the celestial realm, intent on subduing and crushing those who dare to defile the sacred laws. Chapter 116. The Arrival of the Burial Sky Buddha. 1 month later, in the center of the Tsang High Celestial Domain. Your Majesty, I, the Tsang High Celestial Sovereign, am willing to submit. I hope your Majesty can spare my life. With the decree of Li Tsang, who marched alongside him into the celestial realm, the entire celestial court moved in response. An endless army of powerful beings emerging from the gates of reincarnation. In just a month, the vast Tsang High Celestial Domain transformed into the territory of the celestial court. genuinely occupying one of the 80,000 immortal domains in the celestial realm. Excellent. In the void, Li Tsang sits upon a floating imperial throne. Upon witnessing the Lord of the Tsang High Celestial Domain surrender, he can't help but relax, a faint smile appearing on his face. The Tsang High Celestial Sovereign possesses exceptional cultivation, being at the 7th level of the Celestial Sovereign Realm and commands 17 other Celestial Sovereigns in secret. His surrender adds several Celestial Sovereigns to the court, ensuring a robust presence of high-ranking powers. Ding! The Supreme Sign-In system has refreshed. Sign-In location, one of the forbidden zones in the Celestial Realm, the depths of the chaotic abyss. Successful sign-in grants 5 Celestial Emperor summoning cards. Celestial Emperor summoning card randomly summons a fallen Celestial Emperor from the past, eternally serving under the host. At this moment, while Li Tsang revels in the growing strength of the Celestial Court, the sound of the system suddenly reverberates. In an instant, his pupils constrict violently, waves of terror rising within him. 5 Celestial Emperor summoning cards. The rewards for this supreme sign-in are astonishingly fearsome. The last time, it was merely an imperial-grade celestial artifact, the Gate of Reincarnation. Yet now, it directly offers 5 Celestial Emperor summoning cards? What manner of beings are Celestial Emperors? Even the weakest Celestial Emperor is a billion times more powerful than someone like Yun Mo, a Celestial Monarch. With a mere wave, an endless cosmic sea could be obliterated. Their power could shake the entire Celestial Realm. In a heartbeat, everything could be annihilated, and nothing could withstand their might. Only Celestial Emperors can contend with Celestial Emperors. Even with Li Tsang's current overwhelming strength, capable of obliterating countless Celestial Lords with a wave of his hand, he still stands no chance against the arrival of a true Celestial Emperor. Thus, a tempest brews within his heart. To summon a fallen Celestial Emperor? Does this mean that even the likes of the Reincarnation Celestial Emperor could potentially be summoned? If even the Reincarnation Celestial Emperor were to submit under him, Li Tsang can hardly fathom how powerful the Celestial Court would become. This thought barely takes root when Li Tsang quickly notices the sign-in location. The forbidden zone of the Celestial Realm, the chaotic abyss. Having been in the Celestial Realm for some time now, he had never heard of this chaotic abyss. Tsang High Celestial Sovereign, I ask you, do you know of the chaotic abyss? He descends from the void and casually takes a seat upon the throne that belongs to the Tsang High Celestial Sovereign, his tone cold as he inquires. The chaotic abyss? Upon hearing this, the Tsang High Celestial Sovereign's expression shifts, as if he has encountered some forbidden topic. His countenance flickers, and he seems to recall some horrendous legend. His voice trembling slightly. Your Majesty, the chaotic abyss is one of the most terrifying death zones in the Celestial Realm. It is said that beneath the chaotic abyss lies a being that transcended all levels of existence. He is referred to by future generations as the Chaos Demon, a terrifying entity that, according to legend, consumed and obliterated 90% of the worlds and beings in existence countless eons ago. With a single strike, the entire heavenly realm was cleaved in twain. He transcends the Celestial Emperors as the Supreme Demon, ultimately subdued only through the combined efforts of 3,000 Celestial Emperors wielding arcane arts, which compelled the will of chaos to descend upon him with retribution, sealing him in this place for eternity. The words of the Oceanic Sea Sovereign were imbued with profound awe and dread. The Chaos Demon, a being capable of rending the heavenly realm with a mere swipe. Merely learning of his legend by chance left the Oceanic Sea Sovereign trembling in fear. It is unfathomable that such a terrifying entity once existed. The mention of the Chaos Demon caused Li Tsang's brow to furrow deeply. Indeed, acquiring the summoning card of the 5 great Celestial Emperors would not be an easy feat. The last sign-in location at the Reincarnation Gate was merely of moderate difficulty. Yet this time, the Chaos Divine Abyss, a place that sealed an existence surpassing the Celestial Emperors, a being that nearly annihilated the myriad realms. If the legends hold any truth, even the 9-candle Celestial Emperor and the Reincarnation Celestial Emperor would not stand as equals against this Chaos Demon. To recklessly venture into such perilous territory would surely invite grave danger. A single misstep could spell catastrophe. Celestial Emperor? Celestial Emperor Li Tsang? A voice interjected, the Holy Saint, represent the venerable Brahma Saint Emperor. Might that so-called Celestial Emperor make an appearance? Suddenly, as Li Tsang pondered how to enter the Chaos Divine Abyss, a cacophony of terrifying sounds, as if flesh itself were being annihilated, erupted from outside the hall. Following that, an overwhelming aura descended. The entire Oceanic Sea domain trembled as mountains shifted and collapsed, rivers ran dry, and lakes withered. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. An unearthly coldness, imbued with murderous intent, pervaded the cosmos. The venerable Brahma Saint Emperor? Li Tsang, Yun Mo, and the Linglong celestial sovereign manifested in the void, their expressions darkening at the sight of the malevolent, bald monk. Below, within the palace, a scene of bloodshed unfolded, depicting the tragic demise of countless beings. 100,000 powerful entities from the celestial court had perished in an instant, among them several celestial lords of exceptional talent. Are you Li Tsong? How is it that I merely killed a few insignificant ants, and you are already enraged? The bald monk's demeanor was deceptively amiable, as if he were a benevolent monk. Yet every action he took exuded malevolence and brutality. I am the burial sky Buddha saint, the manifestation of the sacred laws of my master, the venerable Brahma saint emperor. Celestial Emperor Li Tsong, you have unlawfully refined the sacred laws, violating the prohibitions set by my lord. This is a capital offense. After declaring his identity, the burial sky Buddha saint maintained a facade of affable calm. But the malevolence in his eyes was unmistakable. What? Achieving the status of a saint emperor, does he truly believe himself the master of the sacred laws? What does my refining of the 9 saints celestial sovereigns have to do with him? A glimmer of sharp coldness flashed in Li Tsong's eyes as he retorted coolly. Venerable Brahma, Saint Emperor, I had not anticipated that my actions in refining the 9 saints celestial sovereigns would draw the attention of this celestial emperor. Fortunately, the presence here today is merely a fragment of the Brahma Saint Emperor's sacred laws manifesting. Burial Sky Buddha Saint, since you dare to come before me to demand accountability, then let this day mark your eternal departure. Chapter 117, An Instant of Crushing Power. His voice was frigid, and a surge of murderous intent ignited in Li Tsong's gaze. In the next moment, he indifferently extended a finger towards the burial sky Buddha saint. Boom! The heavens trembled, and the cosmos tilted. This seemingly casual strike contained terrifying power capable of extinguishing even the peak of the celestial lords in an instant. The chaotic force of the universe erupted within him, akin to countless suns exploding simultaneously. This single gesture could obliterate boundless universes, causing an expansive cosmic sea to collapse. The myriad realms quaked. This was the extent of Li Tsong's power. With only the chaotic cosmic force at his disposal, he could effortlessly crush peak celestial lords, surpassing even those of the celestial emperor level. With an aggregation of 10 billion chaotic cosmic forces, Li Tsong's strength had reached an astonishingly terrifying echelon. Even celestial emperor powers, and the manifestations of their laws, appeared as mere insects before him. Humph! I am a manifestation of the celestial emperor's laws. Any force below that of a celestial emperor is but chaff in my presence. Do you truly believe that with your paltry strength, you can shake the very laws of the heavens? Such naivety. Yet, even in the face of Li Tsong's overwhelming offensive, the burial sky Buddha saint remained unperturbed, whispering ominously. Suddenly, his entire being erupted in golden radiance, a faint golden halo materializing behind his head. He transformed into a golden Buddha, 1,000 hands and eyes materializing behind him, manifesting an expansive Buddha realm. The Buddha realm of all beings manifests through my thoughts. His voice resonated powerfully. Boom! As the words of the burial sky Buddha saint echoed, the golden Buddha realm behind him expanded dramatically, spanning immeasurable distances, resembling an endless continent suspended in the void. Upon it, lifelike ancient Buddhas sat in meditation, reciting sutras. An infinite wellspring of faith cascaded down, coalescing into brilliant beams of light that encircled the burial sky Buddha saint. The myriad sacred laws intertwined, the will of ancient beings converging, granting the burial sky Buddha saint the power of countless celestial emperors, his aura reaching unfathomable heights. What a formidable presence this is! My power has reached the apex of the celestial lords, a level nearly invincible beneath the celestial emperors. Yet, at this moment, why do I tremble beneath such an aura? Feeling utterly powerless to resist? Outside the oceanic sea domain, the ruler of the radiant light celestial domain, the esteemed Emperor Xian, murmured to himself. The oppressive might of the burial sky Buddha saint permeated the surroundings. Despite being separated by vast distances, the Emperor Xian still felt suffocated and despairing under this terrifying pressure. Such an aura is beyond comprehension. It even made him suspect that should he dare to approach even a step closer, he would be instantly crushed to oblivion. Humph! This Brahma Saint Emperor is truly tyrannical. It appears that someone is coveting his sacred laws, prompting his law-bearing saint to emerge and exterminate all seekers. Meanwhile, at the edge of the radiant light celestial domain, in a tavern of a small town, a disheveled man in tattered clothing slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was profound, as if the stars themselves were swirling. It was none other than an avatar of the carefree celestial emperor, one of the 3,000 celestial emperors. The carefree celestial emperor, who cultivated the path of freedom. possessed the most avatars among the celestial emperors, with legends stating he held a staggering 7 trillion avatars. Embracing the nature of freedom, he traversed countless realms, witnessing the entirety of good and evil, all that rises and falls in the world. On this occasion, the avatar of the carefree immortal emperor fortuitously traversed this location. Observing the scene within the void, the carefree immortal emperor's gaze was profound, a cryptic smile gracing his lips, yet he had no intention of intervening. He was disinclined to vie for anything with the other immortal emperors. He merely sought to continue his leisurely existence, acting as an observer amidst the myriad realms, which sufficed for him. However, today, it seemed that the self-proclaimed heavenly emperor would likely meet his demise at the hands of the Buddha saint of heavenly burial. Raising his goblet, he took a hearty sip, shaking his head with a faint smile, as if he had already foreseen the tragic fate of Li Tsong. The immortal emperor was overwhelmingly powerful. Even the mere manifestation of his laws could not be contended with by an ordinary celestial or even an immortal monarch. An emperor is an emperor, the epitome of supremacy, standing as the absolute terminus of all laws and order. Even though the path of the sacred ranks low among the myriad paths, it remains capable of subduing all things. Beneath the immortal emperor, there exists only reverent submission. Yet suddenly, the carefree immortal emperor raised an eyebrow, instinctively looking up. To his astonishment, the figure of the Buddha saint of heavenly burial had vanished. The majestic Buddhist realm he had just displayed was now reduced to boundless ashes, enveloping the entire cosmos. In its place emerged chaos. An endless mist of chaos surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds reminiscent of a cataclysmic force threatening to obliterate the celestial realm echoed through the boundless chaos. Within the carefree immortal emperor's slightly astonished gaze, an extraordinary giant, seemingly composed of infinite cosmic rivers, materialized from the mist. Surrounding it, countless worlds flickered in existence and extinction. It appeared to wield dominion over all paths of the world, transcending all sentient beings, surveying the heavens and earth, and grasping the river of time. Cough, cough. This is impossible. This saint is a manifestation of the immortal emperor's laws, capable of crushing all beings beneath the immortal emperor. What is the origin of your power? In the hands of the cosmic giant, the physical form of the Buddha saint of heavenly burial was obliterated, leaving only a fragment of a soul composed of laws. Howling in madness, in merely an instant, in the blink of an eye, his Buddhist realm was annihilated and all laws perished. Even though his essence was that of the immortal emperor's laws, deemed indestructible and eternal, it was still completely obliterated, leaving no trace of power behind. Even his law's origin sustained severe injury, on the brink of annihilation. I am the Lord of Chaos, the celestial emperor of the myriad realms. My power is beyond your comprehension. I declare that in heaven and earth, none can obstruct my ascendance to the celestial heights, and thus none shall. The voice, cold and devoid of warmth, resonated from the cosmic giant, as its hands slowly clenched. Chapter 118. The Fall of the Buddha Saint of Heavenly Burial and the Dismay of the Carefree Immortal Emperor. Boom. No. In a wail of despair, the once mighty Buddha Saint of Heavenly Burial was instantly crushed and obliterated by Li Tsong, a manifestation of the immortal emperor's laws, an existence that transcended celestials and immortal monarchs. Thus he was completely extinguished, eternally becoming the essence of his laws, with no possibility of restoration. This cannot be wrong. Why does this person's aura resonate with that of the once dominant chaos demon that swept through the celestial realm? The appearance of the cosmic giant sent tremors of shock through the carefree immortal emperor. He had survived countless epochs of chaos. His essence was among the elite of the 3,000 immortal emperors. Naturally, he had witnessed and subdued that chaos demon in the endless expanse of time. But now, the power he believed to have vanished, never to reappear, has now resurfaced. Let me observe further. Should this individual indeed possess some connection to that chaos demon, I cannot remain an idle spectator. In this moment, the carefree immortal emperor's gaze turned exceptionally grave and apprehensive. He set down his wine jug, casually tossing a few celestial spirit stones onto the table. Then, his figure vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Alas, the Buddha Saint of Heavenly Burial was merely a fragment of the manifestation of laws of the venerable Buddha Emperor. Though I have slain him, I cannot refine this law's power. The immortal emperors possess an extraordinary mastery over their laws. Aside from slaying them or compelling their voluntary submission, there is no possibility of refinement. Meanwhile, after crushing the Buddha Saint of Heavenly Burial, Li Tsong dispersed the visage of the chaos deity, murmuring to himself, "The laws of the immortal emperor are exceedingly formidable. Now, if I wish to see the number of chaotic universes continue to grow and even ascend to the realm of the celestial sovereign, I must at least require the formidable laws of an immortal sovereign or truly the laws of an immortal emperor. If I could refine the immortal emperor's laws from within the Buddha saint of heavenly burial, surely my power would surge dramatically, allowing me to grasp the profound mysteries of true immortal emperor strength, and thus continue the transformation of the chaotic universe. However, my slaying of the Buddha saint of heavenly burial will undoubtedly attract the genuine attention of the venerable Buddha emperor. He may even come personally. This complicates matters. At this moment, Litsong's eyes faintly reflected a hint of apprehension as he contemplated the potential repercussions of his actions. An immortal emperor, with merely a manifestation of laws, is so terrifying, possessing at least 10,000 times the strength of an immortal monarch. How formidable must the true venerable Buddha emperor be? It seems I must enter the abyss of chaos at the earliest opportunity. If I do not possess a powerful presence of the immortal emperor level beneath me, then when the venerable Buddha emperor descends in the future, the celestial court will face certain doom. After contemplating for a while, Litsong resolved to step into the abyss of chaos without delay. Even amidst overwhelming peril, he must secure those 5 summoning cards for immortal emperor-level beings. Songhai, you know the precise location of the abyss of chaos. Accompany me there. As for Yun Mo and Ling Long, during my absence, guard the celestial court well. Continue to wage campaigns against the surrounding celestial domains, expanding the territory of our divine court. Without further hesitation, he swiftly issued commands. Yes. Yun Mo and Ling Long bowed in acknowledgement. Upon hearing the destination of the abyss of chaos, Songhai's countenance turned exceedingly grim, yet before Litsong, he could only bow his head in acquiescence. Your Majesty, the abyss of chaos lies far at the edge of the celestial realm. Even if a celestial sovereign wishes to reach this place, it would take at least 1,000 epochs to swiftly arrive at the domain of the abyss of chaos. One must utilize the celestial-level teleportation array governed by the Void Immortal Emperor, which can transport one instantaneously to the edge. After a while, once Yun Mo and the others had departed, Songhai presented Litsong with the method to reach the abyss of chaos. First, one must travel to the Void Celestial Domain, located 10 domains beyond the Songhai Celestial Domain. That is the realm overseen by the Immortal Emperor of the Void, who governs the path of space, within which are laid 8 teleportation arrays capable of instantaneously reaching any corner of the celestial realm or traversing to the myriad realms. Any celestial realm power, upon paying a substantial sum of celestial spirit stones, may utilize the teleportation array to reach their desired destination. The Void Immortal Emperor? The path of space ranks among the foremost of the 3,000 paths. This immortal emperor must far surpass the formidable venerable Buddha emperor. Upon hearing this, Litsong's gaze slightly narrowed, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself. The 3,000 great avenues, chaos and the primordial path are indeed the most formidable paths. Legends are said to be the genesis of all myriad paths, far surpassing the existence of all other avenues. Beneath them lies the realm of fate, causality, eternity, and creation. These 4 avenues are all established upon the foundation of legends, and among the immortal emperors, they can be deemed supreme and unparalleled existences. Even the reincarnation immortal emperor pales in comparison. Their power has ascended to an unfathomable realm. Further down the hierarchy are the illustrious paths of time, space, reincarnation, life, and death. It is evident that the Void Immortal Emperor stands as a terrifying powerhouse, likely on par with the reincarnation immortal emperor. Comparatively, the Brahma Saint Immortal Emperor is but a laughable insect, deserving only to be relegated to a position of servitude. Very well. Let us first journey to the Void Heaven domain and utilize the spatial transmission array of that esteemed immortal emperor of the space path. Litsong nodded and, with a wave of his hand, summoned the Tribulation Tower. At this moment, it had been transformed by him into a true divine-grade celestial artifact, capable of traversing the void at an astonishing speed. In merely half an hour, we could traverse a mere 10 domains. With a whoosh, the immense Tribulation Tower instantly morphed into a black luminescence, ripping through the void and vanishing in an instant. Although the distances between each domain in the celestial realm are beyond imagination, the speed of the Tribulation Tower ensures that we shall not be delayed for long. Soon, half an hour later, the Tribulation Tower gently descended before a magnificent floating metropolis. Within the grand city, innumerable powerful beings dashed about, with countless immortal kings and immortal lords present. The towering city gates appeared as if they spanned the heavens, resembling celestial pillars that pierced through the firmament, evoking a sense of boundless grandeur and majesty. Upon the city walls, ancient inscriptions were etched. Lincoln City. Your Majesty, this city is one of the 8 great cities personally established by the legendary Void Immortal Emperor. It is a gathering place for the powerful of the myriad surrounding celestial domains, serving as the transportation hub of the entire celestial realm. As the two descended from the Tribulation Tower, the Ocean Sea Celestial Sovereign respectfully introduced the city to Li Tsang, clearly familiar with Linkong City from previous visits. Chapter 119. The Three Great Celestial Lords, One Finger to Annihilate the Burial God Palace. Your Majesty, it is the Burial Emperor Celestial Lord, the Battle God Celestial Lord, and the Saint Buddha Celestial Lord. They have slain the former master of this old fool, the Calamity Celestial Lord. Your Majesty, you must avenge the Calamity Celestial Lord. At this moment, within Li Tsang's consciousness, the spirit of the Tribulation Tower, Elder Jeeb, seemed to have suddenly discovered something. His voice became sharp, filled with boundless resentment, echoing loudly. Oh! Following Elder Jeeb's gaze, Li Tsang noticed three figures approaching Linkong City, not far away. Their auras were extraordinary, exuding the terrifying majesty of celestial lords. The leader, clad in black and gold armor that enveloped his entire being, wore an imperial crown and wore boots, his countenance stern and cold, with eyes glimmering with boundless ferocity, as if yearning to devour all. This was none other than the Burial Emperor Celestial Lord, a peak immortal lord, serving as the guardian elder of the Burial God Palace, a terrifying figure of immense status. Could that aura belong to the Tribulation Tower? To his right, an exceptionally towering bald monk, standing a full 3 zhang tall, surveyed his surroundings, suddenly revealing an expression of astonishment. He was the Saint Buddha Celestial Lord, one of the closest friends of the Burial Emperor Celestial Lord, also a peak immortal lord, specializing in the indestructible golden body, serving as an elder of the Buddhist sect. The Heavenly Plate Temple, the Tribulation Tower? When we struck down the Calamity Celestial Lord, this artifact should have perished alongside him, should it not? At the rear, a figure of an alien race with 2 heads and 4 arms, bearing 2 colossal swords, spoke with a cold indifference. His identity was the Battle God Celestial Lord, known for his combative nature, capable of achieving immortal kings in adulthood. The Battle God Celestial Lord's background was fearsome. His father was a general of the 100 Battles clan, a 5th-layer immortal sovereign, a top-tier powerhouse even within the celestial realm, with unfathomable strength. His kin were endlessly savage and warlike, with an alarming number of immortal kings and immortal lords among them. Let us go. Our time is limited, and we cannot afford to miss that event. Soon, it will be the billion-year anniversary of the Life Path Sovereign, the Pure Emperor. At that time, the Pure Emperor's realm shall open for 7 days, and we celestial lords shall have the honor of witnessing the Emperor's presence. If we present gifts to please him, we may even receive immense fortuitous opportunities. After sensing the surroundings, the aura of the Tribulation Tower became undetectable, and the Burial Emperor Celestial Lord shook his head, preparing to step directly into Linkong City. The Pure Emperor? In that instant, merely as the three of them took a step forward, the very heavens and earth underwent a sudden transformation. Not even a ripple in space could be felt. The three were abruptly drawn into a peculiar realm, their expressions turning grave, as though facing an imminent threat. May I inquire who you are, esteemed elder? I, the Burial Emperor Celestial Lord, have never met you. Why do you obstruct our path? However, being seasoned celestial lords, they did not panic excessively in the face of this bizarre situation. Within the span of a mere exchange of glances, they steadied their minds and gazed seriously at the figure that had appeared before them, questioning with a deepened tone. Their backgrounds were all extraordinary, especially the Battle God Celestial Lord, whose father was a celestial sovereign. Even an ordinary celestial sovereign would have to think twice upon hearing the identity of the Battle God Celestial Lord. However, soon, as the figure before them became discernible, a scene that caused their pupils to constrict sharply unfolded. Burial Emperor Celestial Lord, Battle God Celestial Lord, Saint Buddha Celestial Lord. It has been an endless age since your master, the Calamity Celestial Lord, perished, and yet you have continued to live in leisure. The indifferent words carried an overwhelming intent to kill. This voice. The three suddenly looked up, their bodies trembling, their faces filled with astonishment and horror. The spirit of the Tribulation Tower. How can you still be alive? Was it not I who obliterated the source of the Tribulation Tower? You should have perished alongside the Calamity Celestial Lord, especially the Battle God Celestial Lord, who reacted most violently. After all, it was he who had caused severe damage to the Tribulation Tower in the past, bringing it to the brink of destruction. How could he not be shocked to see it fully restored, even transformed into a true divine-grade celestial artifact? You are the culprits responsible for the downfall of the Calamity Celestial Lord? Li Tsang's gaze was deep as he regarded the three, a faint smile curving his lips. 3 peak celestial lords, now mere ants in his eyes. No matter how terrifying their backgrounds may be, they were but existences he could easily extinguish with a flick of his hand. Now, the only beings he needed to be wary of were the immortal emperors. With a thunderous rumble, a mere wisp of oppressive aura surged forth, causing all three celestial lords to kneel before the ground in unison. They found it impossible to rise, as though crushed by a colossal mountain, unable to move even an inch. Celestial Sovereign, how could the spirit of the Tribulation Tower be connected to such a powerful being? The three trembled in their hearts. The oppressive aura of a celestial sovereign. And not just any celestial sovereign, but one of extraordinary might. Even the father of the war god, an existence at the fifth heaven of the celestial sovereign, could not even remotely compare to this overwhelming pressure. The peak celestial sovereign? Suddenly, a terrifying thought flickered through their minds, yet they could hardly dare to believe it. Is there a connection? I once received the inheritance of the Calamity Lord and vowed to avenge him by slaying the three of you. Today, I have fulfilled that promise. As the indifferent words fell, a tremendous force surged, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere several-fold, instantly drenching the three celestial lords in blood. Their bones and meridians ground into powder. They emitted cries of agony and despair, shrieking in torment. Spare us, celestial sovereign, you cannot kill us. I am the elder guardian of the burial god palace, and its master is a super powerhouse at the sixth heaven of the celestial sovereign. Should you slay me, the palace master will never let this go. The burial emperor's celestial lord, in that moment, howled in a desperate threat, attempting to intimidate the figure before him with the name of the burial god palace. Yet, he remained oblivious to the terrifying level of power possessed by Li Tsang. To threaten before him with this so-called burial god palace was akin to an ant threatening a deity, utterly laughable. Ha, are you attempting to threaten me? Li Tsang slowly stepped forward. With a gentle grasp of his hand, he lifted the burial emperor's celestial lord into the void, injecting a strand of power into his mind. Seeking the location of the burial god palace. It was not far, merely beyond the three realms. With a tearing sound, the void ripped apart, revealing a luminous screen. The image of the burial god palace emerged, visible even to the burial emperor celestial lord at that moment. Do you see? This is the power you take pride in? Li Tsang sneered. Then, with merely a finger, he pressed down upon the grand and majestic burial god palace depicted in the image. Boom! The chaotic cosmic power within him erupted instantaneously. Above the burial god palace, a colossal finger, reaching from heaven to earth, suddenly manifested. It seemed poised to envelop the entire celestial realm, plunging the boundless world into darkness. While the countless beings within gazed in horror as it slowly descended upon the burial god palace. Chapter 120. The Abyss of Celestial Demons. Resonance of the Chaos Scripture. Boom. The earth-shattering roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Even within Ling Kong City, the three celestial lords sensed the tremors of the ground, alongside the relentless storm approaching. Whoosh. Following that, the image showed a furious gale sweeping through, and the entire burial god palace vanished without a trace. It was utterly obliterated by Li Tsang's distant gesture. No matter the might of those within, they could not escape this calamity. The burial emperor's celestial lord's gaze became vacant. He appeared as though his very essence had shattered, his eyes devoid of life as he mumbled, This? The war god and the sacred Buddha celestial lords were equally terrified, trembling uncontrollably and rendered speechless. A single finger annihilated the burial god palace. This faction, rumored to have three celestial sovereigns guarding it, was obliterated in an instant. The so-called background before me is nothing more than laughable insects. I am the celestial emperor Li Tsang, in the depths of hell. Remember my name well. Li Tsang turned, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. In an instant, before the three celestial lords could respond, a chaotic light pierced through, shattering the essence of their souls, while his palm flipped, devouring all of their power of laws. Thud. Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor, thank you for avenging the Calamity Lord today. This way, that esteemed one can finally rest in peace. With the fall of the three celestial lords, Jia Lao respectfully bowed, feeling the pent-up rage and hatred within his chest finally released. The three formidable beings who had once pursued the Calamity Lord to his death now perished like ants beneath the celestial emperor's hand, without the slightest chance to resist. Such exhilaration. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, emotions surging. The vengeance of years past was finally repaid. From hearing this, Li Tsang nodded slightly. He then waved his hand, and the temporary void space was obliterated, returning them to the gates of Ling Kong City. Entering the city, Li Tsang and his companions wasted no time and proceeded directly to the central area of Ling Kong City, where the Celestial Emperor-level teleportation array was located. From Ling Kong City to the Abyss of Celestial Demons? This requires at least 100 billion premium Celestial Spirit Stones. Are you certain you wish to venture to that desolate land? The array is located within the Qian Kong Pavilion, a direct faction of the empty void celestial emperor. At this moment, a steward of the Qiankong pavilion frowned upon hearing Li Tsong's request and inquired. The abyss of celestial demons. One of the largest celestial realms in the heavenly realm. Just this domain alone is far larger than countless ordinary celestial realms. It lies at the extreme edge of the heavenly realm, where the concentration of celestial spirit energy is extremely low. Furthermore, it is affected by the chaos divine abyss, giving rise to innumerable chaotic beasts, posing a grave danger of demise to ordinary celestial kings and celestial lords who enter. Proceed as directed. He produced a spatial ring containing 100 billion celestial spirit stones. Li Tsong's expression remained indifferent, seemingly unwilling to explain much to the steward, his tone cold. Yes, yes. The pressure emanating from him rendered the steward mute with fear, not daring to delay. He hurriedly nodded and led Li Tsong and the others into the teleportation array. Buzz. In an instant, with the substantial celestial spirit stones being, the space runes inscribed at the edges of the array began to flicker, and the hundreds of celestial emperor-level spatial laws finally manifested fully at this moment. Boom. A beam of light soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the figures of Li Tsong and the Tsong High Celestial Sovereign vanished without a trace. They were headed towards the desolate and silent abyss of celestial demons. At the edge of the heavenly realm, within the abyss of celestial demons where the chaos divine abyss resides. Boom. The void twisted. The figures of Li Tsong and the Tsong High Celestial Sovereign suddenly appeared in the firmament, plummeting downwards. Buzz. A strand of celestial power was unleashed, allowing them to stabilize their forms, standing in the void while gazing down at the world below. Darkness and desolation, devoid of all life. The world before them resembled a chaotic quagmire, filled with strangeness and malevolence, exuding countless chilling auras. Looking around, the entire abyss of celestial demons seemed to be engulfed in darkness, trapped in an endless night. Such a heavy aura of slaughter. Li Tsong's gaze deepened, piercing through layers of fog. The abyss of celestial demons, in legend, was not merely a forsaken land abandoned by the heavenly realm. Before the ancient times, it was a battlefield of the heavens. Countless terrifying battles had unfolded here, and now, after endless epochs of chaos, the malevolent aura of the souls within was exceedingly fearsome, even manifesting into countless bizarre entities. Living beings? Haha, are there living beings? From the dark mist, several hoarse and sinister shrieks echoed, resembling the wails of vengeful spirits. Following that, a rustling sound of earth being disturbed arose. Bang! In the next moment, under the slightly grave expressions of Li Tsong and the Tsong High Celestial Sovereign, two decayed, bony claws suddenly tore through the mist, striking towards the two. Tsong High Seal. Suddenly, the expression of the Tsong High Celestial Sovereign shifted dramatically as he promptly summoned the power of the laws within him. A vast and overwhelming force of celestial laws surged forth, instantly transforming into a colossal azure seal that blotted out the heavens, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom. Amidst the thunderous clash, celestial energy intertwined, and the laws crushed everything in their path. In an instant, all malevolent entities within a billion-mile radius were obliterated, and the pervasive dark mist dissipated significantly, restoring clarity to the heavens and earth. Your Majesty, these vengeful spirits and sinister entities are generally weak and pose little threat. The most perilous beings within the abyss of heavenly demons are those chaotic beasts and certain ancient strongholds transformed into malevolent spirits by their obsessions. Observing the gradually calming surroundings, the Tsong High Celestial Sovereign reported to Li Tsong. Lead me to the chaotic abyss. Whatever dares to impede my path shall be crushed beneath my feet. Li Tsong nodded, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. For reasons unknown, the moment he arrived at this location, the chaotic scripture within him resonated with something profound. This abyss of heavenly demons, or perhaps the chaotic abyss, surely harbored something related to the chaotic scripture. Otherwise, his internal cultivation would not be so agitated. Understood. Seeing Li Tsong's resolute demeanor, the Tsong High Celestial Sovereign ceased further discourse and bowed in acknowledgement. Once more, he summoned his celestial energy, leading Li Tsong as they soared toward the chaotic abyss. Boom. As they traversed the expanse, their speed, while not exceptionally swift, surpassed even the pinnacle of celestial kings. Halt. After covering a distance equivalent to approximately 7 celestial domains, a chilling and commanding voice reverberated, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of menace. Humans? This sovereign has guarded this realm for many years, and it has been quite some time since I last encountered a human presence. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shaking footsteps approached slowly, and the figure of the obstructor became distinctly visible to Li Tsong and the Tsong High Celestial Sovereign, causing the latter's complexion to turn ashen, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Before their eyes surged an endless tide of crimson, akin to the wrath of a sea of resentment. It was a blood-colored giant wielding an immense blade. With every breath, the boundless black mist of the world was greedily absorbed, devoured into its belly. Your Majesty, it is a member of the demon clan, an existence far surpassing those chaotic beasts. Born from the blood of the great chaotic demon. It embodies the very essence of the chaotic demon clan. At this moment, the Xianxia celestial sovereign's expression grew increasingly tense and fearful. The chaotic demon clan. Within the abyss of heavenly demons, aside from the great chaotic demon, it is the most taboo and formidable presence. They thrive by devouring boundless malevolent energy. Their very essence carrying a fragment of the great chaotic demon's undying bloodline, rendering their power beyond ordinary classification. It is said that the mightiest among the chaotic demon clan, the Blood Oath Demon Emperor, has even slain and devoured a celestial emperor, instilling terror throughout the cosmos. The chaotic demon clan. Li Tsong raised an eyebrow, surveying the towering blood-colored giant ahead. It is rumored that within the chaotic demon clan, power is not categorized by the celestial ranks of celestial kings, celestial lords, or celestial sovereigns. Instead, it is delineated by 4 straightforward titles: king, emperor, and sovereign. The rank of demon general is comparable to the pinnacle of celestial kings, even reaching the initial realms of celestial lords. As for the demon kings, even the weakest among them possesses the power of peak celestial lords, with many being able to rival mid-tier celestial sovereigns. And the demon emperors, even the most feeble among them wield power equivalent to peak celestial sovereigns or even celestial emperors. Slightly stronger ones can reach the level of the burial Buddha saint, perhaps even surpassing it by 100-fold. They truly approach the threshold of half-step celestial emperors. Humans, you too have trespassed into our ancestral sacred ground. What punishment do you deserve? At this moment, the blood-colored giant spoke slowly. Its voice was hoarse and thunderous, imbued with a ferociously dark aura, shaking the very fabric of the boundless void. The chaotic demon clan reveres the great chaotic demon as their supreme ancestral deity. Ever since that celestial emperor perished here, the chaotic abyss has been claimed by them, transformed into a sacred ground where no foreign beings are permitted to tread. This Blood Oath Demon Emperor is, without a doubt, the guardian of the chaotic abyss, eternally standing guard to slay any who dare encroach upon it. No one can hinder my steps, least of all your chaotic demon clan. Even the great chaotic demon is powerless to stop me. Li Tsong scoffed, refraining from engaging in further dialogue with the demon emperor. Boom. The billions of chaotic universes within him roared as his entire form reconstituted into that of a colossal celestial deity, manifesting the visage of chaos. A single punch was unleashed, seemingly capable of shattering the ancient firmament, causing countless universes to collapse and myriad laws to dissipate like mist. The terror was unfathomable. Such power. The Blood Oath Demon Emperor's expression changed slightly as he witnessed the manifestation of the chaotic scripture's power. Why does this human's strength resemble that of the great chaotic demon, our ancestral deity? No. How could a mere human possibly wield power akin to that of our supreme ancestor? I must be mistaken. However, the Blood Oath Demon Emperor quickly dismissed the thought. He drew forth an immensely sharp blade from behind him, stained with countless blood streaks, seemingly capable of cleaving through the very fabric of all realms. Human, if you wish to step into this sacred ground, you must first pass my test. Burial slash. The blood-colored giant towered, wielding the colossal blade. With a fierce swing, it descended as if to cleave the heavens themselves. Boom. In an instant, 2 earth-shattering attacks collided, creating a resounding roar that reverberated throughout the universe. The terrifying waves of power spread in all directions, causing the entire sky to collapse into a realm of utter chaos and darkness. Countless chaotic malevolent energies and fearsome winds swept across the land. The Xianxia celestial sovereign retreated a vast distance, yet even then, he trembled before the terrifying aftermath of the collision, utterly speechless from the shock. How terrifying! How terrifying! Is this truly the authentic strength of the Celestial Emperor? Not only that, but the chaotic demon clan could withstand such power? Such strength, even 100 beings like the 9 holy celestial sovereigns would be instantly obliterated, reduced to dust. Had he not witnessed the might of a celestial emperor firsthand, he might have believed that this was the true might of a celestial emperor. Delightful. It has been far too long since I encountered an opponent capable of stirring my excitement. Amidst the rift in the torn fabric of reality, the blood-colored giant reappeared, a scar materializing upon its body, torrents of demon blood cascading forth like a flood. Yet, it remained oblivious, bursting into uproarious laughter. Manifest, my demonic form. With a powerful shout, the surrounding bloodlight erupted like blazing flames, illuminating the entire void. A fierce and formidable aura radiated outward in all directions. As Li Tsang and the Xianxia heavenly sovereign raised their gazes once more, the blood-colored giant before them had already vanished, replaced by a figure clad in blood armor, bearing 3 elongated demonic blades that radiated a chilling, ethereal light. This was the Blood Shadow Demon. The aura of its armor was ominous, and the crimson light surged into the heavens, as if it had emerged from the infernal blood pools of hell itself, a veritable Azura. How fortunate are the human race to witness the manifestation of my bloodblade form. This is your unparalleled honor. The 3 blades unsheathed, 2 held firmly in hand, while the last floated ominously to its side, poised to strike at any moment. Upon the demon's head, 3 blood-red vertical pupils flickered with a sinister glow. Bury me forever. With a deafening roar that resonated through the heavens and the earth, the blood-armored demon swept its blade across an unfathomable distance, suddenly striking towards Li Tsang with a speed so terrifying it rendered one breathless. In the infinitesimal fraction of a moment that even a peak heavenly sovereign could react, the edge of the blood-drinking demon emperor's blade had already arrived before Li Tsang. Clang! The blade sliced through the void with unparalleled sharpness, tearing apart the very fabric of existence. In that singular stroke, it seemed destined to consign the emperor of the celestial court to eternal oblivion. Yet, in the face of this imminent doom, the principles of chaos reigned supreme. At the moment the blade was about to descend, time itself appeared to slow to a crawl. Li Tsang calmly raised his palm. Though it seemed to move with excruciating slowness, it effortlessly intercepted that dreadful strike, and with a gentle squeeze, shattered it into countless fragments. I am the Lord of Chaos, master of the 3,000 avenues. I command the celestial expanse. In that instant, Li Tsang transformed into a colossal starry deity, unprecedented in magnitude, almost gazing down upon the entire demon abyss with a disdainful indifference. Crack! Crack! At this moment, all the laws within the myriad chaotic universes converged and compressed, coalescing into the most supreme and unparalleled chaotic principles, identical to the chaotic will that governs all realms. I decree the suppression of all worlds, and thus they shall be subdued. I declare that from this day forth, the chaos demon race shall cease to exist, becoming but a relic of history. The colossal starry deity spoke with an ethereal voice, as if transcending the passage of countless ages. Boom! A mere flick of his finger unleashed the full force of the blood-drinking demon emperor, turning it to ashes. Not even a whimper of despair escaped, as if it were a trivial insect consumed by flames, rendered utterly insignificant. Chapter 122. Successful Registration, Confronting the Chaos Demon. Buzzing. Having slain the blood-drinking demon emperor, Li Tsang swiftly regained his composure, though his countenance bore a slight pallor. Clearly, the transformation into the Lord of Chaos had exacted a considerable toll. The Lord of Chaos, the ascended form of the Chaos divine countenance. In this state, every principle wielded by Li Tsang was transmuted into the malleable chaotic laws, capable of shaping or annihilating all. This was his most formidable trump card. Even though the blood-drinking demon emperor was as powerful as 100,000 immortal emperors, he was crushed in an instant with but a single gesture, utterly devoid of resistance. After a few breaths, Li Tsang returned to his peak state. Let us proceed. He turned his gaze toward the Xianxia heavenly sovereign, who was still in shock, and spoke with indifference. Yes, your majesty. The Xianxia heavenly sovereign's heart trembled, hastily following suit. Although he was well aware of the terrifying prowess of this emperor, capable of overwhelming even the saints under the venerable saint emperor, he had not anticipated the extent of such terror. In an instant, the chaos demon emperor was reduced to naught, as if a true immortal emperor had descended, trampling all adversaries. A day later, at the edge of the chaos divine abyss, after several days of traversing the demon abyss, Li Tsang finally arrived at this realm's deathly zone, the site where the supreme demon had once been sealed. The abyss before him was vast beyond comprehension, resembling a grand universe, and the darkness within was terrifying to the extreme, instilling a bone-chilling dread upon mere observation. Songhai Tianzuan, remain nearby, with your strength. Entering the abyss alongside me would only serve as a burden. Li Tsang glanced down at the chaos divine abyss, then slightly turned to indicate to the guiding Xianxia heavenly sovereign. Understood. I shall obey. Hearing that he could remain outside the chaos divine abyss, the Xianxia heavenly sovereign was overjoyed, immediately kneeling in reverence. Li Tsang nodded and soared into the depths of the chaos divine abyss. Boom. In an instant, he traversed billions of miles. The dark demonic aura surrounding him seemed to solidify, and even with the boundless principle shielding him, he still felt a hint of menace, along with an eerie sense of familiarity. No, the power within this demonic aura is related to the chaotic principles. The deeper I venture into the chaos divine abyss, the more intense the resonance of my chaos scripture becomes. Litsang halted. At this moment, he looked up and could no longer see the celestial expanse of the demon abyss. Only an overwhelming darkness remained, as if it sought to engulf all. Could it be that this chaos scripture originates from that chaos demon? A terrifying thought surged within Litsang's mind. The chaos avenues, standing on par with the primordial avenues, are the origins of the 3,000 avenues, the architects and destroyers of all creation. Now, the supreme existence of chaotic will within the infinite realms embodies the convergence of chaos and the manifestation of the primordial avenues, not merely as the heavenly law of the celestial realm, but as the true governing force over the infinite myriad worlds. The supreme will that regulates all things and purges all spirits. According to the Tsang High Heavenly Sovereign's report, this chaos demon must also be connected to the chaos avenues. Perhaps it is itself a manifestation of the chaotic will, and only the latter can successfully quell it. Swish. Contemplating this, Litsang continued his descent. Strangely, even as he traversed an unfathomable distance of several billion trillion light years, not a single being obstructed his path. The rumored chaotic beasts or the guarding chaos demons were nowhere to be seen. Finally, after a full 20 days of descending, Litsang successfully reached the very depths of the chaos divine abyss. Ding! Host has arrived at the designated registration point, the bottom of the chaos divine abyss. Would you like to register immediately? Register. Registration successful. Congratulations. Host has obtained 5 immortal emperor-level summoning cards. Upon reaching the abyss's depths, Litsang immediately opted to register. After enduring 20 days of this eerie silence, he found it increasingly intolerable and wished to depart swiftly. However, just as he was about to leave, a thunderous roar erupted from the abyss's depths, shaking the very foundations of the world, causing Litsang's expression to grow grave. It was a situation unlike any he had faced. At the deepest part of the chaos divine abyss, there could only be one existence: the chaos demon. Go. Upon contemplating the harrowing depiction of the Tsang Hai Tianzun's dread powers, Litsang was overwhelmed by a chilling sensation. Feeling utterly helpless even if he were to summon the 5 celestial emperors at that very moment, the only course left to him was to flee. My lord, why have you forsaken me? Yet, in that instant, a voice emerged from behind him, not the terrifying roar of a demon, but rather a tone tinged with melancholy. The voice possessed an androgynous quality, fluctuating between the old and the young, imbued with an ancient resonance that seemed to echo through the eons. Suddenly, Litsang's movements halted. Thunderous echoes reverberated as the chaotic scriptures within him began to surge uncontrollably, manifesting the boundless illusion of the chaotic universe around him, transforming him involuntarily into the embodiment of chaos. What was happening? Turning around, he gazed into the abyss, only to behold a colossal dark beast ensnared by unending chains of law, prostrated upon the ground. Its immense form defied description, spanning the entirety of the chaotic divine abyss. Even more gargantuan than the ancient 9 heavens universe. A single scale from its body dwarfed countless star systems, as if merely shifting could obliterate infinite universes, erasing all existence instantaneously. My lord, as Litsang turned to face the beast, revealing the power of the chaotic scriptures, the dark creature murmured softly, its tone laced with a mix of relief and the bittersweet joy of reunion. At last, we meet again. Chapter 123, Past Identity, God of Primordial Chaos. A powerful sense of familiarity washed over Litsang, prompting him to leap down, raising his right palm to press against the beast's forehead. In an instant, an inexplicable resonance surged within him, compelling Litsang to instinctively close his eyes. The next moment, upon reopening them, he found himself immersed in an infinite chaotic sea. Before him a figure with a dragon's head and 6 eyes, a slender black tail, 8 wings sprouting from its back, entwined in chains of law, appearing as if eternally imprisoned. Who are you? Litsang inquired, feeling an overwhelming sense of recognition towards the figure, yet unable to recall any related memories, no matter how hard he tried. Yet, in the next fleeting moment, as the chaotic demon smiled and pointed, Litsang beheld an astonishing tapestry, one so incredible that it seemed beyond his imagination. In this tapestry, boundless worlds and universes materialized as countless minuscule points of light, adorning every corner of the canvas. The heavenly realm loomed majestically above all worlds, while his ethereal form stood like a primordial deity, reigning over the pinnacle of all laws and powers, gazing down upon the heavens. Beside the divine throne lay an enigmatic black beast, entirely enveloped in darkness, akin to an obsidian jewel, devoid of any discernible aura, yet radiating an overwhelming sense of terror and authority. My lord, you were once the sole master of the path of chaos. born to transcend all as the primordial deity, wielding the might of the 3,000 paths, truly dominating the heavens. I am the primordial beast, and Xian, your companion. The chaotic demon introduced itself as an Xian, attempting to approach Li Tsang. Yet the chains of law binding it prevented any movement forward. I was once the master of the path of chaos? Li Tsang pondered, grappling with the implications of the chaotic scriptures. Hearing in Xian's voice, he felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. It was rumored that those who mastered both chaos and primordial paths could truly govern the 3,000 paths, reaching the legendary realm beyond the primordial deities. In the face of such a state, all else became meaningless. Laws and order could dissolve into mere illusions. Concepts could be twisted by a single word. And closing one's eyes could lead to annihilation, while opening them could birth creation anew. And Xian's voice remained tranquil as it recounted the past. Yet it was imbued with profound reverence and fervor. Eons ago, my lord, you sought this legendary realm, forsaking your divine identity to begin anew as a mortal. The chaotic scriptures you now possess are the manifestation of your chaotic laws. If you cultivate them to their utmost, you shall reclaim the power of the path of chaos. Lowering its head, and Xian's beastly form resonated with Li Tsang, who was now utterly astonished. I was the master of the path of chaos, wielding the primordial laws of order and boundless power. Even the myriad chaotic deities and primordial gods bowed before me. In pursuit of the ultimate realm, I chose to become a mere mortal and start afresh. He murmured, a torrent of memories surging forth within his consciousness. In mere moments, Li Tsang's gaze deepened, all memories successfully awakened and seamlessly merging with his present life, granting him near recollection of his former self as the god of primordial chaos. So that is how it is. Everything makes sense now. The chaotic scriptures are so powerful, yet I fortuitously acquired them in the mortal realm. They were merely a contingency left behind by my former self. Li Tsang was no longer lost or dazed. Instead, he became exceedingly calm and detached, his entire demeanor transforming as if he had once again assumed the mantle of the chaotic sovereign, looking down upon all beings, commanding everything. With a single step, Li Tsang regained clarity, feeling as if all the enigmas that had plagued him had been resolved. And Xian, tell me, who sealed you away? He suddenly inquired in a deep voice, a thread of chilling, killing intent and boundless fury surfacing amidst his calm demeanor. The primordial beast and Xian had accompanied him through countless trials and tribulations since its inception. A steadfast companion during his days as the god of primordial chaos, not merely a pet, but a dear friend, closer than a brother. Now that he had reclaimed his former memories and witnessed Xian's persistent imprisonment, Li Tsang's wrath ignited. Boom! As Li Tsang's murderous intent erupted, the myriad thunders around him roared, threatening to tear apart the heavens and shatter the very fabric of existence. He was the one who mastered half of the primordial path, now seamlessly fused with the will of chaos, the heavenly ancestor god. Hearing this, Xian's voice grew strained, laced with unbridled rage and resentment. That scoundrel! As one of the primordial gods, he secretly siphoned your chaotic powers, ultimately merging with the will of chaos. He now possesses the might of both chaos and primordial paths, nearly stepping beyond the primordial realm, invincible to all. When I discovered his treachery, a great battle ensued, nearly fracturing the heavenly realm. But I could not prevail against that heavenly ancestor god, and was sealed here for eternity. My lord, I refuse to accept this. And Xian roared in fury. You forsook everything to achieve the supreme, yet now both the chaos and primordial paths have been stolen by that scoundrel, becoming the master of all realms. He does not deserve any of it, not at all. The heavenly ancestor god, indeed? Li Tsang's gaze was sharp, as he recalled the multitude of memories within his mind. The primordial deities and the immortal emperors, both resided on the same echelon. The only distinction lay in the disparity between the innate and the acquired. The former were born as gods, wielding the essence of the great Tao, while the latter required endless epochs of cultivation merely to reach the starting point of the former. Within his recollections, there existed only 6 primordial deities. Chaos, the true origin of Li Tsang's former self, the master who once commanded the heavens. Hongming. This path was exceedingly mysterious and powerful. Consequently, the corresponding primordial deities could only harness half of its power, serving as the celestial ancestor god. The remainder was governed by the primordial candle dragon, the so-called 9-candle immortal emperor of the celestial realm, who commanded the Tao of fate. There was also the ancestral dragon of the wilds, who presided over the Tao of cause and effect, the eternal true monarch who governed the Tao of eternity, and lastly, the creation divine emperor who ruled over the Tao of creation. Chapter 124. Unsealing the Dark Profound, Summoning the 5 Great Immortal Emperors. The 6 primordial deities typically resided in the primordial source realm above the celestial realm, a domain that even ordinary immortal emperors could not tread upon. In the past, the reincarnation immortal emperor had perished due to intruding upon the primordial, provoking the eternal true monarch, who subsequently annihilated him. Fear not, once I reclaim the Tao of Chaos, I shall undoubtedly slay that petty individual and seize half of the Hongmeng Tao he commands. But for now, I must first unseal your bindings. Li Tsong spoke coldly, his brow furrowing as he found the seals upon Xian to be quite troublesome. As the companion beast of the chaos primordial deity, Xian's power was naturally terrifying, reaching a level comparable to any primordial deity. Yet, before the celestial ancestor god, who wielded half of the Hongmeng Tao and even pilfered some of the Tao of Chaos, it still fell woefully short. After a brief skirmish, he had been suppressed here for what felt like countless epochs. Useless, even at your peak, master. You would find this seal nearly impossible to break. Ding. Successful fishing of the heavens. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a seal breaking card, X1. Seal breaking card. Instantly all seals, disregarding any rank. However, before Xian could finish, Li Tsong produced a shimmering card, channeling his power into it. In the next moment, crack. All the chains that bound Xian shattered instantaneously, dispersing into endless ash. My lord, you said this was impossible? Shaking his head, Xian intended to advise Li Tsong against wasting his efforts. Yet, upon feeling the overwhelming lightness of his body, his 6 eyes widened in shock. Unable to believe the scene before him, his seals, they had been undone. Well, how do you find it? Li Tsong's gaze remained tranquil as he smiled. The Chaos Sutra was indeed a contingency left over from his previous life, but the system was not. The existence of the system, even with his recollection of being a primordial deity, could not explain even a fraction of it. Naturally, unsealing the celestial ancestor god was a trivial task he could accomplish with ease. Good, my lord. Now I can finally accompany you in conquering the myriad realms and traversing the universe. After a moment of daze, Xian slowly regained his former majesty. Although his current strength was but a shadow of its former self, he could still dominate the heavens, with no fear of anything aside from the 6 primordial deities. Indeed. However, I must summon 5 former powerhouses. They shall pledge eternal loyalty to me. Li Tsong nodded slightly, then spread his fingers. The 5 immortal emperor summoning cards obtained from this signing appeared in his grasp. He prepared to use them directly to summon the 5 immortal emperors back. Use. Without hesitation. Li Tsong declared in his heart. Ding. Immortal emperor level summoning card successfully used. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Tianyang immortal emperor, the former master of the Tao of Fire. Boom. The fabric of time and space shattered, revealing a figure clad in red armor, wielding a blade stained with divine flames. This was the Tianyang immortal emperor, a mighty being who had fallen over 80 billion chaotic epochs ago, besieged by the 5 immortal emperors. Although the Tao of Fire may seem ordinary, he was considered of mid-tier status among the 3,000 immortal emperors and was by no means weak. Human race, immortal emperor. My lord, wait. Xian's expression darkened upon witnessing the Tianyang immortal emperor emerge from the shattered space, preparing to strike. Li Tsong hurriedly shouted, halting his movement. Your subordinate. The Tianyang immortal emperor pays respects to his majesty the celestial emperor. In the next moment, before Xian could utter another word, the Tianyang immortal emperor bowed deeply, his eyes brimming with fervent devotion. This, Xian was momentarily taken aback, but recalling the image of his omnipotent master, he quickly regained his composure. Inwardly praising, summoning a fallen immortal emperor to submission? Such a feat even the celestial ancestor god could not achieve. Truly worthy of being my lord. Ding. Immortal emperor level summoning card successfully used. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Panyan immortal emperor, the former master of the Tao of Earth. The second immortal emperor soon materialized. The master of the Tao of Earth, his power comparable to that of the Tianyang immortal emperor. With a mere thought, he could cause the entire celestial realm's terrain to convulse, reducing endless mountains and rivers to ruin. Ding. Immortal emperor level summoning card successfully used. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Shenin immortal emperor, the former master of the Tao of Annihilation. The third immortal emperor appeared, bringing Li Tsong immense joy as he successfully summoned one of the outstanding figures among the 3,000 immortal emperors, the Tao of Annihilation. This was an infinitely tyrannical path, wielding tremendous power. The immortal emperor who commanded the Tao of Annihilation could not possibly be weak. Even when compared to the reincarnation immortal emperor, he was but slightly inferior. His might was utterly terrifying. Ding. Immortal emperor level summoning card successfully used. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Xiangling immortal emperor, the former master of the Tao of Life. Ding. Immortal Emperor level summoning card successfully used. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Xianxia Immortal Emperor, the former master of the Tao of Calamity. Finally, the remaining 2 Immortal Emperor summoning cards had been used up. Li Cong's gaze grew ever more radiant. The Shengling Immortal Emperor, sovereign of the Tao of Life. Both the Tao of Life and Death had consistently ranked among the foremost of the 3,000 pathways, intricately linked with countless sentient beings, and the Xianxia Immortal Emperor. Even within Li Cong's memories of being a primordial deity, he had glimpsed scenes of that formidable Immortal Emperor. The Tao of Calamity. Originally a minor path, but under the Xianxia Immortal Emperor's evolution, it had diverged into 9 calamity pathways: Thunder Calamity, Flame Calamity, Cold Calamity, Wind Calamity, Earth Calamity, Decay, Collapse, Annihilation, and Finality. In an instant, the Tao of Calamity seemed to gain the power of 9 paths united. It transcended the threshold of a minor path, establishing itself as a true foundation of the great Tao. Its combat prowess was astonishing, surpassing even the reincarnation Immortal Emperor, nearly positioning it as a sovereign among the 3,000 Immortal Emperors, commanding the reverence of 1,000 emperors and the respect of myriad realms. Boom. At this moment, amidst the resounding shattering of time and space, the figures of 2 unparalleled Immortal Emperors gradually materialized. The Spirit Immortal Emperor is a woman of immaculate and ethereal beauty, clad in a flowing white gown that dances gracefully, untouched by the dust of the mortal realm, resembling a celestial goddess descending from the heavens. Surrounding her is an aura of myriad life forms, manifesting in a myriad of phenomena. Merely by her presence in this chaotic abyss, countless mountains, rivers, and flora burgeon forth, teeming with boundless vitality. Crack. In stark contrast to the sanctified aura that radiates from the Spirit Immortal Emperor, another figure stands beside her, embodying an essence that seems capable of devouring all existence, exuding a malevolent energy that threatens to obliterate the very fabric of reality. Upon his arrival, it is as if a multitude of calamities converge, seeking to engulf the heavens and annihilate all creation. He is none other than the Calamity Immortal Emperor. Chapter 125. The Threat of the Brahmin's Sacred Immortal Emperor, Li Cong's Fury. Greetings, Your Majesty, the Celestial Emperor. The 5 Immortal Emperors bowed in unison, paying their respects. Although they had once been supreme Immortal Emperors, wielding dominion over the great Tao, they were ultimately fallen beings. Now, being summoned from the void by His Majesty, they were granted a second chance at life. They could only express their gratitude and willingly pledge eternal allegiance. Do not bow. Li Cong's indifferent voice resonated. From this moment forth, you shall each hold the titles of Flame Sovereign, Rock Sovereign, Oblivion Sovereign, Fate Sovereign, and Calamity Sovereign, commanding the boundless forces of the Celestial Court. Your ranks shall be second only to mine. With the memories of his former self as the primordial god awakening within him, Li Cong remained composed even in the presence of these 5 Immortal Emperors, bestowing upon them their positions within the Celestial Court. An Immortal Emperor, akin to a sovereign. Within the Celestial Court, there could only be one emperor, and that was he, the Celestial Emperor Li Cong. As for the other powerful beings, even if they were Immortal Emperors, they could only be referred to as sovereigns, beneath the Celestial Emperor. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the titles. The 5 Immortal Emperors bowed once more, responding respectfully. However, at that moment, Father, a jade pendant at Li Cong's waist suddenly emitted a sound, reverberating with the anxious voice of Li Shan. Buzz. With a thought, Li Shan's projection materialized, appearing disheveled and surrounded by the tumult of chaos, as if he were amidst a battlefield. Shana, what has transpired? Seeing his son in such a state, Li Cong's brows furrowed deeply, immediately inquiring with a grave tone. A sense of foreboding welled up within him. Could it be that the Brahmin's sacred Immortal Emperor has struck? In but a brief moment, the Immortal Emperor, that sacred Taoist immortal, has personally descended. He leads over 300 beings of unparalleled might, already seizing control of our Celestial Court's influence in the heavenly realm. My second brother, fourth sister, and I barely escaped into the 9 heavens realm. Li Shan's voice faltered, his projection reflecting anguish as he clenched his fists tightly. What is it? Has Yenner fallen into their clutches? Li Cong's expression darkened ominously. If anything were to happen to Yenner today, I shall reduce them to ashes and obliterate the entire sacred Tao. Upon hearing this, Li Cong's gaze turned frigid, a murderous intent surging within him. Boom. Countless chaotic universes within him roared in response, as an infinite sea of chaos surged forth, seemingly ready to engulf all before him. No, Father. Third brother is currently unharmed. But the sage who imprisoned him has sent a message for us to convey to you. They demand that you swiftly appear before the Brahmin's sacred Immortal Emperor. Bow down. and relinquish all your fortunes and legacies. Li Shun gritted his teeth, unable to suppress the hatred boiling within him. This sacred Taoist immortal was truly insufferable. To have me meet him? Ha, splendid. Li Tsong's voice dripped with disdain. This Brahmin's sacred immortal dares to abduct my son. I shall make him pay a bloody price and let him understand what true despair is. At his words, Li Tsong sneered repeatedly. He had vowed that no one in this world would harm his family. In the Nine Heavens realm, it was so. Even now, amidst the celestial realm, it would be the same. Those who dared to target his son would undoubtedly meet their demise. Presumptuous. What audacity! To threaten his majesty with the third prince's life. Regardless of the immortal emperor's status, I, the celestial emperor of the sun, shall rend him asunder. Upon hearing Li Shun's voice in the projection, the 5 immortal emperors were equally enraged. They had fully grasped the situation concerning the celestial court and were aware of Li Yan's true identity. He was the genuine son of the celestial emperor, the most cherished existence in his majesty's heart. Now, a mere lower-tier immortal emperor dared to be so brazen. It was a blatant disregard for life. The sacred Tao is but a trivial path, declared the Calamity Sovereign. If I wished to slay him, it would take but a single strike. The Calamity Immortal Emperor snorted coldly, his gaze icy, radiating boundless ferocity. The path he tread was one of endless calamity, a road of destruction. Seeing his master threatened, his murderous intent surged forth. Do not kill him just yet. I wish to transform his power into nourishment, slowly devouring his sacred Tao and immortal essence, torturing him to death. Oblivion Sovereign, use your Oblivion Tao to sever the distance between us and the celestial court. I must return swiftly. At this moment, Li Tsong's gaze was colder than ever as he issued a command to the Oblivion Sovereign, also known as the Divine Oblivion Immortal, to obliterate the vast expanse of space that lay between them, achieving an effect akin to traversing a significant portion of the celestial realm in an instant. Understood. The Oblivion Sovereign nodded, producing a weapon of unparalleled sharpness, the Divine Oblivion Spear, which shattered the void upon its mere appearance. Swish! The Divine Oblivion Spear pierced through the void in an instant. Boundless space was thus obliterated, creating a pathway through the chaotic abyss to the celestial court. Simultaneously, Li Tsong did not forget the Tsong High Celestial Sovereign, who awaited above. With a mere flick of the Spirit Immortal Emperor's jade hand, she manifested in this location. Let us depart. Without further delay, Li Tsong stepped into the shattered space, followed closely by Xian, the 5 immortal emperors, and the now trembling Tsong High Celestial Sovereign. Meanwhile, within the realm of the celestial court, amidst the Tsong High Celestial domain, a magnificent golden-hued temple hovered in the heavens, guarded by dozens of powerful sages. The entire Tsong High Celestial domain was now a scene of utter devastation, with shattered mountains and rivers. The strong of the celestial court lay dead in droves, rivers of blood flowing freely. What was once the temporary center of the celestial court, the sword of the gods' domain, had been utterly annihilated in a single blow, with countless powerful beings perishing therein. An immortal emperor had personally descended. With the current strength of the celestial court, they could not withstand him in the slightest, and could only carry the remnants of their power, fleeing into the Nine Heavens realm. At this moment, within the golden-hued temple, a towering figure clad in a golden robe, surrounded by 81 divine halos, sat upon an opulent throne. His demeanor was majestic and overwhelmingly domineering. His features were striking, with a chiseled visage and flowing white hair, radiating an endless golden brilliance, akin to a supreme ruler, reigning over the universe. Ha! Brahman's sacred immortal emperor, how dare you threaten his majesty, the celestial emperor? With the third prince, no one can save you now. Once his majesty arrives, you shall meet your demise. Even if you are the celestial emperor, you are not exempt. In the heart of the grand hall, the bloodied figure of Yun Mo roared with a voice that echoed through the air, his breath already faint. Despite his precarious situation, he remained defiant, daring to unleash his fury upon the celestial emperor. Indeed, when my father arrives, you shall undoubtedly pay the price for your actions. Beside him, Li Yin knelt on the ground, ensnared by several chains of law, his eyes bloodshot and brimming with intense hatred. Chapter 126, The Primordial Supremacy. Sovereigns of all heavens, do not be insolent. Yet before either could finish their words, a thunderous roar erupted, with the bellow of a saint. A terrifying pressure descended as if countless oceans were crashing down, leaving Li Yin and Yun Mo's faces pale as paper, their lips bleeding profusely. Let this emperor fall. Ha! You ignorant ants. The celestial emperor declared, I am the master of the sacred path, the supreme ruler who embodies the will of countless eras. Even the other celestial emperors dare not utter such words against me. What is Li Tsong but a mere dog? No matter how he struggles, it is utterly laughable. At this moment, The majestic celestial emperor slowly opened his eyes, his words dripping with disdain and mockery. He believed that even if Li Tsong were to arrive today, it would merely be a futile endeavor on his part. He, the venerable Saint Celestial Emperor, was one of the true celestial emperors, the very embodiment of a great path. Mortals who do not enter this realm will forever remain ignorant of the true strength of a celestial emperor, living their lives confined to a well. How absurd! However, in the very next instant after the venerable Saint Celestial Emperor's words fell, the void of the divine hall shattered. Li Tsong stepped through the air, followed closely by the 5 celestial emperors, their presence dark and foreboding. Venerable Saint Celestial Emperor, you have the audacity. His gaze swept the surroundings, swiftly landing upon the bloodied and battered figure of Li Yan. Li Tsong's expression turned icy, and with a mere gesture, he unleashed his power, freeing Li Yan and Yun Mo from their bindings. To the venerable Saint Celestial Emperor, Yu, the presence of the 5 celestial emperors was unmistakable. The sheer terror they exuded, as recorded in the annals of history, caused the venerable Saint Celestial Emperor's brow to furrow slightly, sensing a hint of danger. How bold! To dare act so arrogantly before a celestial emperor. The response from the many saints under the venerable Saint Celestial Emperor was even more intense, each one ablaze with fury, eager to strike Li Tsong down on the spot. However, annihilation. At the mere glance of the divine annihilation Celestial Emperor, the multitude of saints was instantly obliterated, their souls extinguished, leaving not a trace behind. There was no opportunity for them to react. In an instant, they were crushed. After all, compared to their master, the venerable Saint Celestial Emperor, the divine annihilation Celestial Emperor was vastly more powerful, 100-fold or more. The law of annihilation was unleashed, bringing with it an absolute silence of all laws, a terrifying killing move even the ancient reincarnation Celestial Emperor would fear. Father, kill this venerable Saint Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Court has suffered immensely due to him. Countless subjects have perished. I beseech you to slay this fiend. On the other side, Li Yan's heart surged with excitement at this scene. He bellowed, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. The legion he once commanded, 30 million strong, had been entirely erased by the venerable Saint Celestial Emperor. This enmity was beyond forgiveness. Naturally, to allow my son to be humiliated, today, not even the chaotic will can save you. Li Tsong spoke coldly, then directly commanded, my 5 sovereigns, seal this man's cultivation and bring him before me. Yes. The 5 celestial emperors bowed in unison. Observing this scene, the venerable Saint Celestial Emperor still failed to grasp the severity of the situation, sneering derisively. With just your few fallen Celestial Emperor projections, this emperor, boom. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the eternal calamity Celestial Emperor pointed a finger. An inexplicable force descended. The venerable Saint Celestial Emperor's voice abruptly ceased, his entire being crushed down, his powers seemingly sealed away, unable to muster even the slightest fraction. The terrifying force inflicted upon him was beyond comprehension. At this juncture, even the venerable Saint Celestial Emperor, no matter how foolish, finally recognized that he was facing the true resurgence of the 5 celestial emperors. Each one was a terrifying existence far beyond his comprehension. Buzz, with a mere wave of her delicate hand, the life spirit Celestial Emperor brought the suppressed venerable Saint Celestial Emperor before Li Tsong. To refine a Celestial Emperor? Huh. Even in my prime, I seldom undertook such an act. Venerable Saint Celestial Emperor, your sins are unforgivable. You shall become the sustenance of my power. This is your ultimate fate. Li Tsong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down upon the venerable Saint Celestial Emperor with indifference. As he spoke, the myriad chaotic universes within him resonated violently, unleashing a terrifying devouring power. With the aid of the 5 celestial emperors' suppression, he began to plunder and refine the vast and boundless laws of the sacred path, drawing upon the complete power that belonged to a celestial emperor. Stop! I am the sacred path Celestial Emperor, and I share deep friendships with no less than 10 other celestial emperors. Should you refine my laws, it will surely invite catastrophic repercussions. The venerable Saint Celestial Emperor shrieked in terror, straining against his bonds. Yet, no matter how he resisted, it was utterly futile. Within his inner world, the laws of the sacred path had nearly coalesced into a vast ocean. At this moment, however, countless azure dragons surged forth, ravenously consuming everything, causing the venerable Saint Celestial Emperor's power to dwindle, gradually stripping him of his supreme authority as a celestial emperor. No. His roars and threats slowly transformed into wails and pleas for mercy. In the external world, a mere breath of time had passed. Yet Li Tsong had been refining for what felt like 10,000 years. Finally, boom, the venerable Saint Celestial Emperor's body collapsed, his soul and essence utterly disintegrating. Both life and spirit extinguished. Ding. Host has refined the complete sacred path, refining a celestial emperor, triggering critical return. Obtained a reward of 90 million times. However, it was only after completely refining the venerable Saint Celestial Emperor that the system's slow notification truly shook Li Tsong to his core, leaving him utterly astounded. A staggering 90 million times reward. That was a Celestial Emperor. Even the weakest among them would yield a reward of 90 million times. Boom. Madness. Utter madness. Power surged into Li Tsong like an overwhelming tidal wave, the chaotic universe fracturing and multiplying uncontrollably. All laws underwent a metamorphosis. Hundreds of billions of chaotic universes. Thousands of billions of chaotic universes. Trillions of chaotic universes. Until, at last, reaching the true limit of the chaotic scripture, 66 trillion chaotic universes. Boom. The heavens trembled. The celestial realm quaked. Even the river of 3,000 great paths shook violently. Endless void currents rampaged, a terrifying aura sweeping across all realms. The power of my master has returned. An ominous awe filled the air as Li Tsong's strength revealed itself to be no weaker than in his prime, and perhaps even greater. The power of a celestial emperor. Have I, for the time being, ascended once more to the exalted realm of the immortal emperor through the sacred path? The power coursing through my being is so terrifyingly formidable that even Li Tsong is rendered awestruck. I cannot help but murmur to myself, in this moment, it seems as though I could sweep across the heavens with mere thought. With a mere gesture, I could shatter countless universes, stride into the primordial chaos, vanquish all adversaries, and suppress infinite epochs of chaos. The immortal emperor stands as a truly magnificent existence at the pinnacle of power, and Li Tsong, with the accumulation of 66 trillion times the strength of an immortal emperor, he becomes unimaginably more potent. It is beyond the realm of ordinary immortal emperor power. The path of chaos, return to my dominion. With a single thought, I directly communicate with the river of the great Tao and the boundless laws of the chaotic will. Boom. All power surges into the chaotic universe, and even the chaotic laws governed by the ancestor god of heaven are no exception. They are reclaimed by Li Tsong, who dares to usurp the path of the heavens. As the laws are seized, the ancestor god of heaven, now merged with the chaotic will, manifests. Clamor. Splutter. Yet, this being, a supreme entity commanding the half-Tao of the primordial chaos, is obliterated by a mere utterance from Li Tsong, who effortlessly consumes and refines the Tao of primordial chaos under his dominion. Ding. Host has absorbed half of the Tao of primordial chaos, triggering a critical return. Gained 80 million times the reward, absorbing the Tao of primordial chaos, once again receiving an overwhelming and terrifying critical return. At this moment, Li Tsong's power undergoes a profound transformation. With a thought, he directly commands the 3,000 rivers of the great Tao, reaching the primordial origin, the ancestral land of all things. He has finally traversed the final step between the immortal emperor and the primordial deity, ascending to the origin of non-existence. The laws of the great Tao, the concept of order, and the myriad worlds all seem like mere bubbles, conjurable with a gesture, extinguishable with a wave. I am the heavenly emperor Li Tsong, master of all laws and orders, the supreme deity of the primordial origin. From this day forth, the myriad worlds shall welcome a new chapter centered around my celestial court. I shall be the one and only heavenly emperor, ruling the primordial, commanding the heavens.